Traveling through the high martial arts world, I gained the passive skill of Steel of the Heart. While others are still working hard to level up and grind monsters, I just want to fight against adult toys, because every time I stack Steel, my health will permanently increase, and the damage from my passive skill will also increase. When I stack Steel 100 million times, I could even blow up Blue Star with a single punch. At that moment, Zhao Qian, the class monitor, pointed at me with a fierce expression, saying, "You worthless one, stop wasting the school's resources." However, as I looked at the class monitor, I saw the charging emblem of XING Gang on her, and my hands couldn't stop trembling. From the moment I obtained the Star of Gang, my health increased by an additional 900 points. At the same time, the passive skill, Colossal Devour, can increase the extra damage by 12% to my health and stack my maximum health permanently. Seeing Zhao Qian with 106 health and 6 attack power, I couldn't help but smile mockingly. However, Zhao Qian thought I was just putting on a last show of strength. As a genius student of the martial arts high school, she naturally believed she was the strongest in the school. So Zhao Qian stared at me, frozen in place, and charged back at me with a punch. But it only took away 1% of my health, and I didn't even feel any pain. Seeing me unscathed, not only Zhao Qian but also the other teachers and students around gasped in surprise. "Impossible for a worthless person like you." Zhao Qian was in disbelief. She charged at me 6 more times, yet I still stood before her unharmed. "Are you done?" I snorted coldly. Then I turned towards Zhao Qian. With the XING Gang emblem, I clenched my fist and swung it out fiercely. With a pleasant crack, Zhao Qian's health was instantly depleted. That punch dealt 191 damage and restored 23 health to me. Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded, staring at the fallen Zhao Qian. Only the combat instructor reacted promptly and called for emergency help. The next moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Shuhua, screamed and rushed onto the battlefield, delivering a heart palm strike to my chest. Seeing this, I immediately swung my fist back at Zhou Shuhua, but unfortunately, the instructor beside her blocked it. That punch had the power of a first-level martial artist. The combat instructor looked at his broken arm with a complex yet admiring gaze. "You dare to lay a hand on a teacher? I'll have the board expel you." Zhou Shuhua screamed at me like a mad dog. Seeing this, I immediately swung my fist again. Since I was going to be expelled anyway, I might as well stack some steel. "Stop!" Just as I swung my fist, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut pushed open the training room door and walked in. "Chen Mo, you can roll out of our school. We no longer welcome you." That man was Zhao Dihai, Zhou Shuhua's husband and the principal of our school. Zhao Qin was Zhao Dihai's niece, and he could not accept that his niece was nearly beaten to death by a failing student. I coldly glanced at Zhou Shuhua before turning to leave. Zhao Dihai looked at my back and said in anger, "I will make sure he is forever distanced from martial arts." The combat instructor glanced at Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shuhua, shook his head, and turned to leave. Bad news, today Zhao Qian suffered a fatal injury, and he is also responsible, which will surely cost him a lot of money. Good news, I seem to have discovered a discriminated genius dancer. With that thought, the combat instructor took out his phone and dialed a number. At this moment, I stood at the school gate, kicked it open, and cursed, "This school really thinks I need any martial arts academy. What martial arts academy can compare to the home of the Star of Gang? The Overlord blood armor is intentionally empty. As long as the fist has enough quality, even a god could be taken down in one punch. But how do I explain this to my family? While I can understand it myself, how do I explain it to them? Kid, you're called Chen Mo, right?" Just as I was thinking about what to do, Liang Yongsheng caught up from behind. "What about me?" I nodded in response, recognizing him as the combat instructor from earlier. "Do you know you've caused big trouble?" Liang Yongsheng patted my shoulder. "Zhao Dihai wants to erase your student record, making it so you'll never have anything to do with martial arts for the rest of your life. What does it matter to the academy?" I raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why this instructor was looking for me. "You've got some guts, kid," Liang Yongsheng chuckled, showing no anger at my attitude towards him. "Say what you need to say. If there's nothing, I'm leaving." "Of course there's something. Since you can't go back to our school, why not stick with me? I can transfer your record to No. 37 school. Of course, it's just on paper, but it will help you secure a spot for the upcoming exams. As for the time before the exams, just train with me." "Why do you want to help me?" I asked, puzzled, as I didn't even know this instructor, and I had broken his arm with a punch. "Why? You ask me why?" Liang Yongsheng thought for a moment and then gave his answer. "I don't want to see a genius being ruined by someone dumber than a pig. It's that simple." I remained silent, assessing the credibility of Liang Yongsheng's words. "Don't worry, you're just a kid who isn't even a dancer yet. I won't harm you. I've already taken care of your learning situation. Starting tomorrow, report to my martial arts school every morning at 8. My school has many first and second level dancers, all veterans from the front lines. They will teach you how to become a real dancer. See you tomorrow. Liang Yongsheng waved goodbye and turned to leave. However, I was only interested in the retired veterans Liang Yongsheng mentioned. Li Lin's Colossal Devourer has too high a base damage for ordinary people to withstand. Only first-level martial artists with over 1000 health can take a punch from me and survive. And just now, Liang Yongsheng was a first-level martial artist with 1750 health. At night, I lay in bed, looking at another reward from the system, the hero skill, Intentional Explosive Punch. Anyone who has played with the strong arm knows. When the strong arm is fully charged, it means he is about to throw a punch. And I also have Xing Gang's passive skill. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's steel stacking moment. The next day, I arrived at Liang Yongsheng's martial arts school as promised and saw many dancers practicing their punches as soon as I entered. Upon seeing me, Liang Yongsheng immediately introduced my background to everyone. This is a second-level dancer named Tian Xingxing, who wants to test my strength. Seeing this, I readily agreed. Steel that comes my way is worth taking, and with this level 2 dancer's 2700 health points, I can stack steel at least 10 times. Do you need me to hold back? The gorilla threw a set of protective gear over. I don't need this. After catching it, I tossed the gear aside and assumed a basic fighting stance. But if you could give me a moment, that would be great. With that, I pushed off the ground and launched myself forward. The gorilla stood with his hands on his hips, grinning as he waited for my punch. To him, how could a boy not yet 18 possibly hurt him? Just daring to strike a strong opponent was already a significant victory. With a pleasant crack, my punch knocked off nearly 6% of the gorilla's health. He could only feel a sharp pain in his abdomen. This kid really has some strength. I told you I don't need you. Don't blame me for not listening. I grinned. My health was just a step away from reaching 4 digits. This little brat is quite bold. The gorilla suddenly glared at me and threw a hefty punch aimed at my ribs, resulting in a dull thud. I managed to raise my knee just in time to block the punch, but it still dealt me 60 points of damage. The gap between me and the level 2 dancer is still too great. With my base attack power only at 2, even if the gorilla just stood there and let me hit him, I'd probably tire myself out. Right now, my only option is to stall and wait for the 30-second cooldown on my ultimate ability to reset. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Now on the stage, the gorilla was panting heavily, while I was left battered and bruised. I had already drained 230 health points from the gorilla, but this muscle-bound man, with arms thicker than my thighs, still stood firm. And I was down to my last 150 health points, able to take at most 2 more punches before I would fall. Then I'll endure one last time. Any extra damage I can inflict is worth it. I focused, with just 5 seconds left until my charge attack cooldown ended. You're quite something, kid. I think I understand why old Liang brought you here. The gorilla wiped his face, smirking and revealing his blood-stained teeth. However, even though you have some skills, I can't let a child take me down, so I won't be going easy on you from here on out. With that, the gorilla's energy surged, and streams of white steam erupted from his mouth and nose. Unrestrained blood fury punch. The gorilla's fist, wrapped in a cloud of blood-red steam. Just watching it sends chills down my spine. I have to dodge. If that punch lands, I'm done for. I tried to evade the trajectory of the blood fury punch, but strangely, no matter how I avoided it, the punch was still coming for me. Old Tian, do you want to kill this kid? Liang Yongsheng shouted loudly upon seeing the gorilla resort to using weapons. Quick, help Chen Mo block this punch. Just as everyone was about to rush onto the stage to help me, my furious shout stopped them in their tracks. I don't need a weapon, right? Who can't do that? Yes. I glanced at my fully charged righteous intent, and my entire demeanor suddenly changed. A golden light gathered in my right fist. My nearly depleted health bar suddenly surged, filled with a white shield mark. Intentional crash punch. The golden charge punch pierced through, lifting several wooden floorboards in the process. The gorilla spat out a mouthful of blood, his face showing disbelief. I fought through my weakness and delivered a charge attack to the gorilla's face. Then I felt a wave of dizziness, my vision went dark, and I collapsed to the ground. Liang Yongsheng's heart tightened. This kid can't be killed by old Tian, right? The gorilla steadied himself painfully, removed his gear, and leaned back in his chair. Old Liang, where did you find such a little monster? This is a bit too intense. The gorilla lifted his shirt and looked at the purple-black bruise on his chest. You dare to say that? Sparring with a kid and using martial skills? You've got some nerve. Liang Yongsheng checked his condition all afternoon and found only some bruising and minor injuries, which eased his mind. I didn't use any martial skills, I really got knocked down by him today. The gorilla's tiger-like eyes stared at me, filled with admiration. But what just happened? How could this kid also perform martial skills? How would I know? All I know is this kid is a genius, unexpectedly so monstrous. Liang Yongsheng shook his head and carried me into the infirmary. It wasn't until the afternoon when my stamina fully recovered that I crawled out of bed. Ignoring the pain in my body, I quickly opened my personal panel. Now my health is 1,251 points, with 14 attack power and 2 defense power. Watching my health rapidly increase made the pain in my body feel halved. You're awake. Are you alright? Liang Yongsheng walked into the infirmary just then. Of course I'm fine. Who's fighting me this afternoon? I rubbed my fist, eager to start stacking steel. Including Liang Yongsheng, there are 18 people in the Yongsheng Martial Arts Hall, and they're all perfect for me to stack steel with. You do have a battle scheduled for this afternoon, but before that, I need to discuss something with you. Come with me. Liang Yongsheng waved me over. I got up and followed him as we walked into the lounge on the second floor. Tian Xingxing was also sitting on a nearby sofa. What, are you looking to have another round with me? I excitedly asked, looking at the battered gorilla. You can forget it. My injuries from this morning still hurt a lot. I really don't know how you recovered so quickly. The gorilla waved his hand, astonished by my abnormal recovery speed. Liang Yongsheng gave the gorilla a knowing look, and the gorilla immediately understood what he needed to do. This morning, I was wrong to use weapons against you, a student who hasn't even fully entered this world. With that, he pulled out several bottles of potions from his bag. Chen, this is a vitality pill. Take one each day to steadily increase your vitality. This one is a blood refining potion. Taking one lasts for 10 days, during which your vitality growth efficiency will be increased by half. These 2 items are a token of my apology, and since you're about to participate in the exam, they'll come in handy for you. I glanced at the 2 items on the table and then at the bruised gorilla, momentarily at a loss for words. Take them. If you're feeling shy, just consider it an investment from your older brother in your talent. The gorilla stood up, patted my shoulder, and left the lounge. Although you nearly held your own against old Tian this morning, in a life-or-death battle, you wouldn't last 30 seconds against him. So you need to continually learn combat skills. I understand. I nodded. What I want is battle. Only through combat can I grow stronger. The stronger Xing Gang becomes, the stronger I will be as well. Liang Yongsheng smiled in satisfaction. He truly hadn't misjudged me. Alright, go ahead. First, drink the blood refining potion, then take a vitality pill every day. After that, choose someone in the martial arts hall who is willing to spar with you a couple of times. Come back to me once your vitality reaches 50. Old Tian said that once your vitality reaches 50, he will hand over the blood fury technique to you. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. My vitality reached 150 points, and my health soared to 9,251 points. This was due to the high damage from my charge attacks, which might be too much for untrained individuals to handle. Now, my charge attack deals 1,190 points of damage. Level 1 dancers can no longer withstand a single punch from me, and level 2 dancers can barely take 2. Wherever I looked, everyone lowered their heads, praying they wouldn't be chosen by me. I sighed. I had been too aggressive in taking advantage, and now no one dared to fight me. Well, my fellow Sandy, seeing that I was in a bit of a bind, the gorilla got up and walked over to me. In the martial arts hall, everyone is just sparring. If you really want to experience combat seriously, I still suggest you practice in the abyss. That place is filled with level 2 and above vengeful beasts. Even if you hit hard and take them down, people will only acknowledge your strength. Hearing this, I frowned. Of course, I knew that one of the root causes of humanity's current state was the abyssal rift. This place spawns countless vengeful beasts each year, causing massive casualties. Only by continuously sending dancers into the rift to eliminate these beasts can the world outside the rift function normally. However, isn't that place only accessible after becoming a dancer? I'm still a bit away from that. I actually want to practice stacking in the abyss, where I can go all out and even sell the slain abyssal beasts for a good amount. It's a win-win situation. Unfortunately, to ensure people's safety, the upper authorities have stipulated that only level 1 and above dancers are allowed to enter the abyss for practice, and each level has its own range of activity restrictions. That's not difficult at all. Seeing that I had finally come to terms with it, the gorilla decided to find another place to wreak havoc, filling himself with a sense of happiness. The threshold for a level 1 dancer is a vitality of 220 points and a combat power level of 500. Given your rate of vitality increase, in about a week, you should achieve level 1 martial artist certification. So I can only wait. Although I can't stack for this week, it doesn't matter. Once I enter the abyss for practice, there will be plenty of opportunities to stack. A week passed quickly, and my vitality reached 260 points, which is enough to complete the level 1 dancer certification. Well, it's rare to see you nervous. Tian Xingxing chuckled, looking at me sitting beside him. It's not nervousness, it's excitement. I shook my head, my eyes filled with enthusiasm. Once I complete the level 1 dancer certification, it will mean I've truly become a dancer. The monthly subsidy for a first-level martial artist is 2,000 yuan, which is a huge sum for Chen Mo, a poor student. That means he can buy 4 more chi blood pills. Moreover, after becoming a first-level martial artist, he can hunt abyss beasts in the abyssal rift, which brings in another substantial subsidy. If he goes to a martial arts academy in another city in the future, his family will definitely follow him. With this subsidy and the money from hunting abyss beasts, buying a small house in any city won't be a problem. Not to mention, with Chen Mo's speed of becoming stronger, he might even be able to live in a big villa after just one summer vacation. Chi blood pills, buying a house, and other things, all of these require money. Chen Mo counted his potential future expenses on his fingers and realized that his financial pressure seemed quite significant. Don't worry, you'll have opportunities to make big money in the future. Liang Yongxing turned to Chen Mo, who was calculating, and said something quite profound. Alright, it's your turn now, go ahead. Liang Yongxing patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his tone full of encouragement. Okay. Chen Mo nodded and stepped into the certification center. With Liang Yongsheng, a first-level martial artist, and Tian Xingxing, a second-level martial artist, accompanying him, Chen Mo faced no difficulties along the way and smoothly entered the certification room. Student Chen, please test your chi blood first. A tester pushed a device over, and Chen Mo skillfully stood on it. After a buzzing sound, his chi blood value appeared on the tester's tablet. 260 points? The tester adjusted his glasses and rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken before reporting the data. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. The tester's demeanor shifted from ordinary enthusiasm to extreme enthusiasm. She even helped Chen Mo down from the testing device. This data is the best among your peers. You are the only student in Taizhou in the past 15 years to exceed 200 in chi blood. Really? Chen Mo chuckled. He was still being considerate of Tian Xingxing's wallet. Please follow me to the combat power testing room. There are corresponding combat power testing devices here. The tester, beaming with a smile, led Chen Mo into another room and connected the surveillance of the combat power testing room to the computer of the certification center director. What's going on with this little Yao? Why did she connect the surveillance to me? The director of the certification center, Han Shan, frowned, but the next moment he suddenly stood up, because he saw a set of data that little Yao had just uploaded to the data center. A minor student actually has 260 points of chi blood? Seeing this data, Han Shan's hands trembled. What does this represent? It means that Taizhou is about to have a martial artist who has entered the path even before the martial arts examination. Ignoring other trivial matters, Han Shan focused intently on the live feed on the computer screen. Hitting this thing can measure combat power? Chen Mo looked at the target in front of him, somewhat skeptical of its accuracy. Yes, student Chen, please use your strongest strike. Little Yao stepped aside. A full-force strike from a first-level martial artist is equivalent to the impact of a small car. She would be seriously injured if she got even slightly grazed. Alright. But soon, Chen Mo smiled because he saw the charging attack symbol of Steel of the Heart on the target. He hadn't stacked steel for a week, and his hands were itching. Chen Mo clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful charged attack on the target. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Chen Mo instantly felt exhilarated. Caused 1190 points of damage, maximum health permanently increased by 142. So satisfying. Chen Mo felt that whether he got certified or not was irrelevant. Stacking steel was more important than anything else. Snap! Xiaoyao's tablet fell to the ground, and after a few seconds of shock, she hurriedly picked it up. What? 1,190 points. This combat power was already comparable to a late-stage level 2 or even an early-stage level 3 martial artist. Chen Mo, with the combat power of a level 1 martial artist, was already comparable to an early-stage level 3 martial artist. What if he grew to a level 3 martial artist? Would his combat power be comparable to a level 5 or even a level 6 martial artist? Meanwhile, Han Shan in the director's office collapsed into his office chair. The expression on his face shifted from surprise to excitement, and finally to ecstasy. Ha ha ha, good, great. A student with combat power comparable to an early-stage level 3 martial artist, this national competition is secured. But as the ecstasy faded, Han Shan's expression darkened when he began to investigate Chen Mo's background. Why is such a monstrous genius in that dump? No. 37 middle school? No, this child was personally transferred from No. 1 middle school by the bureau. Could there be some explanation? Han Shan rubbed his slightly balding head, planning to call Wei Jin to ask. He took out his phone and dialed, and Wei Jin's voice almost immediately came through. Director Han, is there something you need when you called? Wei Jin was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't very familiar with this Han, and aside from work-related matters, there shouldn't be any other issues. Wei Bureau, I want to ask you something. Han Shan glanced at the empty corridor outside but closed the door out of caution. What is it, Director Han? Wei Jin was not in a good mood. Zhao Dihai had repeatedly come to try to erase Chen Mo's student status, and he felt an impulse to slap Zhao Dihai. How about this? I'll send you some data on a person, and you'll understand what's going on once you see it. Han Shan clicked the mouse and sent Chen Mo's test data to Wei Jin, quietly waiting for a response. About a minute later, Wei Jin's voice came back. Contact the TV station. I want everyone in the city to know that Chen Mo has become a level 1 martial artist tonight. Wei Jin's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. A level 1 martial artist under 18, with combat power comparable to a level 3 martial artist. What else could this be but genius? Damn it, that fool Zhao Dihai, he just chased away the helicopter that could help him rise. It's truly laughable. Shouldn't we hide and protect such a genius? Han Shan hesitated. The competition between cities was fierce. If other cities found out that Taizhou had such a genius, those shameless ones might come to poach. No need. Wei Jin's tone was very firm. As long as I'm in Taizhou, I dare anyone to touch Chen Mo, even poaching won't be allowed. Immediately call the Taizhou TV station and have them report on Chen Mo with the largest coverage. And all the reporters from various newspapers, not a single one should be left out. Got it, Bureau Wei. In fact, Han Shan didn't want to hide Chen Mo, it was a choice made under external pressure. With Wei Jin, a level 6 martial artist backing him, protecting this genius Chen Mo was absolutely no problem. After hanging up with Wei Jin, Han Shan immediately called the Taizhou TV station and Taizhou Daily. After a brief communication, all the media capable of going out in Taizhou went out like crazy. Xiao Yao, make sure to keep Chen Mo here a little longer. Various media from Taizhou will come to interview him in 3 minutes. It was only after notifying all the media that Han Shan remembered to ask Xiao Yao to keep Chen Mo. Director, Chen Mo left 2 minutes ago. He said he had something important to attend to. Xiao Yao's heart sank. She had been so shocked that she forgot to keep Chen Mo. Han Shan's old face immediately drooped. He was not happy at all. Did they say where they went? I'll personally go bring Chen Mo back. Han Shan sighed. This little Yao had only joined last month, otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to the first level warrior certification area. It was normal not to notice such things, later on. No, the chances of encountering such a genius again in the future were slim. This little Yao had missed a good opportunity to climb up. No, Chen finished the test and just took his first level warrior certificate and left. Alright. Han Shan sighed again. Fortunately, they had retained the surveillance footage from Chen Mo's certification, which should satisfy those reporters. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Abyss Rift in the western district of Taizhou City, Chen, are you sure you want to go in alone? Tian Xingxing frowned. He felt it was unsafe for Chen Mo to go in by himself. Don't worry, I'm not going to the second or third level areas. How could I encounter danger? Chen Mo was very excited now. His heart of steel was eager and restless. Alright, I won't say much more. I'm going in. Without waiting for Liang Yongxing and Tian Xingxing to say anything more, Chen Mo swiped his warrior certificate and dashed through the turnstile. Woohoo, I'm here, babies. Liang Yongxing and Tian Xingxing exchanged glances, shook their heads, and waited in the car for Chen Mo to come out. Although Chen Mo was a genius, he probably wouldn't last long in the extremely harsh environment of the Abyss Rift. He would be out in 1 or 2 hours at most, right? After all, when they went in for the first time, they had only lasted half an hour before escaping. After passing through the layer of light purple barrier, the scenery before Chen Mo was breathtaking. Countless crystal giant trees rose from the ground, and a light purple mist enveloped everything around. The ground felt like stepping on gravel, every step made a crunching sound. It stinks. Chen Mo frowned. The air was filled with a smell of rotten eggs. It's bound to smell here, little brother. Is this your first time? A figure wearing a gas mask appeared beside Chen Mo and pulled out a gas mask from his bag, offering it to him. Chen Mo glanced at his health bar, which was dropping by 1 point per second, and shook his head to decline the man's kindness. No need, this level of toxin is nothing to me. Looks like the little brother has a strong physique. The man chuckled, not angered by Chen Mo's refusal. There's killing happening every moment here. The massive accumulation of corpses naturally creates the smell. Little brother, I see this is your first time here. Do you need me to guide you? The man cast a questioning look at Chen Mo. No need, thanks, big brother. Chen Mo still refused. He had already seen the health bars in the purple mist. The highest health was 503, and the lowest was only 80. This level of Abyss Beast was just right for Chen Mo, one punch each to stack steel. Hey, why did you rush in like that? This season is when the wolf pack is active. The man wanted to say more but found that Chen Mo had already disappeared from his side, leaving only a figure rushing into the purple mist. Forget it, he looks like a student who just returned from the martial arts academy for a visit. But wait, the martial arts academy isn't on break right now, is it? He can't be a high school student, right? Such a genius can still appear in Taizhou City? The man scratched his head, donned a suit of chainmail, and walked into the purple mist. Ding! Caused 1190 points of damage, maximum health permanently increased by 142. After punching a beast that looked almost like a wolf to death, Chen Mo felt completely refreshed. Although these abyss beasts could hardly withstand his punch, any beast that could make him exert himself was a good beast. No one cared about the life or death of the abyss beasts. Instead, the more Chen Mo killed, the safer the outside city became. In short, Chen Mo could crazily stack his heart of steel without any restraints. That is fighting. So exhilarating. Outside, unlike the self-indulgent Chen Mo, Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing were surrounded by a crowd of people resembling zombies. Excuse me, have you seen classmate Chen Mo? We are from the Taizhou City TV station, specially inviting him to participate in our interview. We are from the Taizhou Daily. We've reserved a front page spot for classmate Chen Mo. We just need to take a photo. We are. The two big men helplessly hid in the car, while the reporters outside were almost shoving microphones and cameras into their mouths. Look at the terrible idea you came up with, insisting on bringing that kid for martial artist certification. Now let's see how you handle this. Liang Yongsheng had seen all kinds of scenes growing up. He wasn't afraid even when a massive attack of abyss beasts hit the city. But this scene was indeed the first time he had encountered, and these were ordinary people they had once vowed to protect. Liang Yongsheng, coming from the Border Defense Army, had no experience dealing with such situations. What do we do, Brother Liang? I was wrong, isn't that enough? Feeling the car starting to shake violently, the second-level martial artist Tian Xingxing actually began to sweat. Who would have thought that this kid Chen Mo just going for a martial artist certification could attract so many reporters? It's not that big of a deal. You sound like you're talking nonsense. Liang Yongsheng kicked Tian Xingxing in anger. Have you been dumbfounded from staying in the Border Defense Army? Did you forget that since the disaster ended, there hasn't been a first-level martial artist under 18 in Taizhou? And why have the city's resources been dwindling over the years? Isn't it because the national competition results were too poor, and all the resources flowed out to other? With a loud rumble, Liang Yongsheng felt the world spin around him mid-sentence. When he came to his senses, he realized that their car had flipped over under the pressure of the crowd, now in a blade overtake position. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and think of a way for us to escape. Liang Yongsheng didn't even bother to scold Tian Xingxing anymore. He just wanted to return to the Yongsheng Martial Arts School and rest. How would I know? Brother Liang, weren't you the captain before? You think of a way. As time slowly passed, the reporters surrounding the car gradually dispersed, setting up camping tents at the entrance of the Abyss Rift. So they're not planning to leave until they see Chen Mo, right? Tian Xingxing secretly stretched his head out of the window to observe the situation outside. It seems so. Why hasn't this kid Chen Mo come out yet? Could something have happened? Liang Yongsheng's emotions had calmed down, and he began to worry about Chen Mo in the Abyss Rift. Yeah, it's been several hours. Why hasn't Chen Mo come out yet? Tian Xingxing nodded, glancing at the time on his watch. 7:30 in the evening. Old Tian, call Chen Mo's family and tell them he might not come back tonight, so they shouldn't worry. Liang Yongsheng thought for a moment. With Chen Mo's strength in the first-level area, he would definitely be safe. The only possibility was that he hadn't fought in a long time and was a bit restless. He would come back when he got tired. Brother Liang, I think I shouldn't call Chen Mo's family anymore. Just as Tian Xingxing took out his phone, he poked Liang Yongsheng. You take a look. Liang Yongsheng, somewhat puzzled, took the phone and glanced at it, then he froze in place. Breaking news! The city of Taizhou has finally produced a true genius, achieving the rank of a first-level martial artist before the age of 18. His name is... Because of the commotion that afternoon, Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing were unaware that Chen Mo's name had already echoed throughout the entire city of Taizhou. No, they know now. Moreover, Chen Li and Su Lu, who usually keep up with local news, also learned that Chen Mo had become a first-level martial artist. At Chen Mo's home, the couple stared in disbelief at the Taizhou news being broadcast on the screen. Honey, do you think it could be a child with the same name as our son? Chen Li's gaze was blank. he couldn't believe that the genius being reported on TV was his own son, the son who had been bullied into silence. I don't know, but he looks a lot like our son. Sulu was also in a daze, her mind a complete mess, utterly confused about what was happening. By the way, where is our son? The couple finally snapped back to reality. It was almost 8 o'clock, and why hadn't Chen Mo come home yet? Just then, a noisy commotion of footsteps came from outside, followed by a series of loud knocks on the door. Chenli naturally got up to open the door, thinking it should be Chen Mo returning home. Without much thought, Chenli opened the security door, but instead of seeing Chen Mo's face, a large black stick was thrust in. Excuse me, are you Chen Mo's father? And you must be Chen Mo's mother, right? We are reporters from the Taizhou TV station, here to interview you. Is Chen Mo at home? In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's home was completely taken over by a group of TV station staff. Chenli looked completely bewildered. He still hadn't figured out what was going on. It seems that Chen Mo is not at home. Mr. Chenli, may I ask how you raised such an outstanding child? I bet many parents would like to learn from you, an education expert. I didn't educate him. Chenli instinctively spoke the truth. But no one would believe that Chenli hadn't educated Chen Mo. Instead, they thought he was being modest. Mr. Chenli, please don't be so humble. We all. The reporter's words were cut off as a large hand landed on his shoulder. Did I not say not to disturb Chen Mo's family? Wei Jin entered with staff from the Martial Arts Education Bureau, clearing out the TV station personnel. You must be Chen Mo's father, right? Once the room was quiet, Wei Jin approached Chenli with a smile and shook his hand. I am Wei Jin, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Taizhou. You can just call me Old Wei. I'm here today to discuss something with you and your wife, as well as Chen Mo. Wei Jin sat on a small stool in Chen Mo's home, nervously looking at Chenli and Su Lu. Well, Director Wei, let me make you some tea. As soon as she heard there was an important matter, Su Lu immediately got up to prepare hot water for tea. No, you are the mother of a genius. How could I let you make tea for me? Wei Jin quickly got up to stop Su Lu and personally went to the kitchen to find the tea leaves and brew a pot. Here, please. Pouring the tea into Chenli and Su Lu's cups, Wei Jin wore a broad smile. The couple looked puzzled. They felt like they were the guests. Ahem, then I'll get to the point. Wei Jin cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious. I hope Chen Mo can represent Taizhou in this year's National Genius Youth Championship. What? Chenli slammed his cup down on the table, glaring fiercely at Wei Jin. Get out. Our family does not welcome you. Su Lu, disregarding Wei Jin's identity, stood up and grabbed his clothes, trying to drag him out. But how could a fifth-level martial artist like Wei Jin be moved by an ordinary person like Su Lu? Seeing this situation, Wei Jin had no choice but to stubbornly stay in his seat. Listen to me, both of you. Our Taizhou city has not passed the first round for many years. As long as Chen Mo passes the first round, a large flat in the city center is his. If that's not enough, I'll add a bonus of 5 million. Hearing this, Chenli and Su Lu not only were not moved, but became even angrier. Get out. I will not let my son participate in such a deadly competition. Su Lu directly scratched at him, determined to drive Wei Jin out of the house. Alright, stop hitting. Seeing that money could not sway Chenli and his wife, Wei Jin had to retreat temporarily to find a better opportunity. I'm leaving, is that okay? When Chen Mo comes back, don't forget to tell him. This is very important, it concerns his future. Wei Jin, a dignified fifth-level martial artist, fled in embarrassment under the attack of the ordinary couple, Chenli and Su Lu. Humph. I knew it would be bad news. Su Lu angrily sat on the sofa, glaring at the closed door. Shun. Let me tell you, that kind of deadly competition absolutely cannot let Xiao Mo go. Even if you die, your son cannot die, understand? Why are you taking it out on me? I don't want our son to go either. Chenli sighed. In the end, this matter still depended on Chen Mo's own wishes. How about this, when Xiao Mo comes back, we'll talk to him about it. As for whether he goes or not, it all depends on how Xiao Mo chooses. Chenli waved his hand, not wanting to continue this topic. The Taizhou news on TV ended on time, followed by the evening news. There are 12 days left until the registration for this year's National Genius Youth Championship begins. This year's National Genius Youth Championship will be held at the Central Stadium in Beijing, and the contestant support groups can enter for free. The couple watched the news being broadcast on TV, their noses wrinkled in anger. Turn it off, it's really unlucky. Su Lu quickly turned off the TV, looking at the dark screen with a sigh. In the past, we watched it as a spectacle every year, but we didn't expect our Xiao Mo to be invited this year. I remember there were a total of 292 contestants last year, with 150 seriously injured and over 20 dead, right? Yeah. Chenli scratched his head, feeling a bit irritated. Which child who can participate in the national competition isn't the top student in the city? And yet it ended up like this. Don't think too much about it. Let's wait until Xiao Mo comes back to discuss it. Okay. Sulu nodded, glancing at the clock above. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why hasn't Xiao Mo come back yet? Just as Sulu was about to call Chen Mo, Chen Li's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Chen Li glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Mo's friend, the little skinny monkey, and sure. Okay, the time is not set, right. Alright, I got it. With you there, I'm not worried. Soon, Chen Li hung up the phone. Xiao Mo went to training camp. He said he wants to sprint for the martial arts exam. Our son is training right now, and suddenly remembered to have Ensure tell us without saying a word. Don't worry, the training camp seems to be only for a few days. After receiving the news that Chen Mo was safe, Chen Li and Sulu finally felt at ease and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, during which Chen Mo had not come out of the abyssal rift. Every day, Ensure reported safety to Chen Li and Sulu on time, otherwise, the couple would have called the police long ago. This kid can't really be dead in there, can he? Tian Xingxing, with his scruffy beard, sat in the car. The reporters who had set up camp nearby had retreated 2 days ago. It shouldn't be possible. So far, the administration hasn't reported any deaths. Liang Yongsheng, also scruffy, shook his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the exit. So what is that kid doing? There's only 2 days left until the martial arts exam. Tian Xingxing slammed his hand on the steering wheel, and the airbag exploded, showering him with fragments. The airbag costs 2,005. Liang Yongsheng glanced at the disheveled Tian Xingxing and continued to stare at the exit not far away. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Rift Level 3 area, I should be able to go deeper, right? Chen Mo glanced at his attribute panel, feeling confident that he could take down a Level 4 Abyss Beast in an instant. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 36,575, Chi and Blood, 350, Attack Power, 18, Defense Power, 0. After a week of intense grinding, Chen Mo had successfully raised his health to 5 digits. If it weren't for the time wasted hunting Abyss Beasts, his health might have reached 6 digits by now. Moreover, the damage from his Steel Heart charged attack had reached a terrifying 4,400 points, and the damage from his intentional punch was similarly high. Unfortunately, after using the intentional punch a few times, Chen Mo realized that the cooldown for this skill was quite long. After using it once, there was a full 3-hour cooldown, which was completely different from the game. I should find some gear with cooldown reduction. In these days, Chen Mo hadn't forgotten to take 2 Chi and Blood pills every day, but the harsh environment of the rift severely affected the absorption of the medicine, so his Chi and Blood growth wasn't very significant. Hiss. Chen Mo glanced at his watch and then noticed that he had been in the Abyss Rift for over a week. They must be freaking out outside, right? And with only 2 days left until the martial arts exam, he needed to hurry back. I need to go back and prepare for the martial arts exam. I'll come back to indulge you later. As soon as Chen Mo emerged from the Abyss Rift, he found that his phone, which he hadn't checked in 7 days, was ringing like crazy. Looking up, he saw that Chen Li and Su Lu had called him at least 100 times. In the car beside him, Liang Yongxing's bloodshot eyes widened in shock. Old Tian, is that kid Chen Mo? Ha, Tian Xingxing straightened up and looked in the direction Liang Yongxing was pointing. No way, it really is him. That kid really didn't die, ha. Tian Xingxing laughed wildly as he opened the car door and rushed down, hugging the bewildered Chen Mo tightly. You scared us to death. 7 days. You spent a whole 7 days in the Abyss Rift. If it weren't for the fact that the reporting office didn't have your death report, we would have been thinking about holding a funeral. Tian Xingxing patted Chen Mo on the back a couple of times before noticing the large sack he was carrying. What is all this? I ran into a kind person who gave me this sack. It's filled with materials I hunted from Abyss Beasts this week. Chen Mo took off the large sack from his back, and the strong smell of blood hit Tian Xingxing, making him stagger. Wait a minute, I remember there are only a few useful parts on an Abyss Beast. How come you have such a big sack? At first, Tian Xingxing was puzzled, but when he saw the contents of the sack, he was completely stunned. The sack contained not only materials from level 1 Abyss Beasts but he even saw materials from level 2 and level 3 Abyss Beasts. You didn't go to the level 2 and level 3 areas, did you? Tian Xingxing felt a wave of fear. This kid's guts were too big. I got lost. I wandered around and ended up in the level 3 area. Chen Mo was not lying at all. If he hadn't encountered a supply station along the way, he estimated he could have walked to the deepest part of the rift. Liang Yongsheng, who had just walked over, happened to hear Chen Mo's words, and his mind momentarily couldn't process it. Wait, You got lost all the way to the third level area? And you even hunted so many abyss beasts? Yeah, I just kept walking and ended up in the third level area. Chen Mo nodded, readying the sack on his back. If I hadn't discovered that the abyss beasts in the third level area were quite resistant, I wouldn't have realized it. Compared to the average 1,000 blood of first and second level abyss beasts, third level abyss beasts start with at least 10,000 blood. The intensity is a qualitative leap, just like human martial artists. First and second level martial artists are merely at the entry level of martial arts. The third level is the threshold that determines whether a person can continue on. Once they break through the third level, that martial artist can be called extraordinary. If they can't break through, their highest achievement in this life will only be as a second level martial artist. Tian Xingxing and Liang Yongsheng exchanged glances, their minds a bit confused, unable to discern which of Chen Mo's words were true and which were false. By the way, Brother Tian, do you have a channel to process these materials? Chen Mo asked, patting the sack on his back. You've already run to the third level area and still don't know there's a material recycling station at the entrance? Tian Xingxing looked incredulous, he was sure Chen Mo was just playing dumb. Alright then, you two wait for me a moment, I'll go recycle this. Chen Mo truly didn't know there was a material recycling station at the entrance. The people he encountered in the rift wouldn't mention such common knowledge to him. Tian Xingxing and Liang Yongsheng returned to the car, and Liang Yongsheng picked up his phone to call Wei Jin. Wei Jin, Chen Mo has come out of the rift. Yes, I know. I will talk to him about it. Don't let the 37th middle school do anything useless, it's best to keep a low profile. After Liang Yongsheng hung up, Chen Mo had just finished recycling all the materials he had hunted. The value of first-level Abyss Beast materials ranges from 50 to 200, while second-level materials are doubled. The materials from third-level Abyss Beasts can already be considered rare, with the lowest recycling price being over 2,000. This wave of harvesting in the Abyss Rift had made Chen Mo's wallet swell. 76,500. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the cash in his account. I can exchange for quite a few better potions at the Martial Artist Center now. What are you laughing about, you brat? Tian Xingxing shouted at Chen Mo, who was pondering how to spend the money. I was thinking about how to spend this money for the best value. Chen Mo said nothing more and naturally opened the car door to sit in the back seat. Chen Mo, you need to report to the 37th middle school tomorrow, and on the day of the college entrance examination, you have to go with the people from the 37th middle school. Your student status is now at the 37th middle school, so don't cause any trouble when you get there. Okay, I'm not the troublemaker type. Chen Mo patted his chest confidently. I wonder who it was that punched a classmate into the ICU and got expelled. Tian Xingxing chuckled, and Liang Yongsheng punched him from the side. There's one more thing, are you interested in the national competition? After punching Tian Xingxing, Liang Yongsheng finally asked the question Wei Jin had asked him to inquire about. National competition? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then recalled from the original owner's memory this super large competition comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. A few days after the college entrance examination each year, the national competition begins. Every prefecture-level city sends its strongest geniuses who have turned 18 to compete. This competition is related to the resource allocation of each city every year, so everyone takes it very seriously. Moreover, the rewards for the top 10 in the national competition are increasingly precious, with the first place even able to secure a top position in a future city. The contestants from Taizhou each year typically get eliminated in the first round, going up just to be quickly defeated. This has led Taizhou into a vicious cycle. Without resources, it cannot cultivate talent, and when its own contestants are beaten in the national competition, it results in even fewer resources. Yes, Director Wei from the Martial Arts Education Bureau asked me to see if you would be willing to represent Taizhou in this year's national competition. Liang Yongxing nodded, he actually hoped Chen Mo could participate. This could break the cycle of Taizhou finishing at the bottom for several consecutive years. Taizhou will certainly not treat you poorly, and it's not just you. If you make it past the first round, the city will transfer your parents to work at the Martial Arts Education Bureau, where they will have less work and more pay. You will also receive a cash reward of 5 million and a large apartment in the city center. As for other rewards, that will depend on your final results. Chen Mo frowned, he was very aware of the dangers of the national competition. Maybe not. Before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, the long silence system suddenly chimed in. Challenge task detected. Challenge task. Participate in the national competition and achieve excellent results. Each round you advance will yield rich rewards, with the final reward quality depending on the host's final ranking. Alright, to restore the glory of Taizhou, it is our duty. Chen Mo's expression shifted from reluctance to seriousness in an instant. Setting aside the rewards from Taizhou and the national competition itself, the main thing was that the system task had to be completed. He could only see the reward for making it past the first round, which included a lottery chance. This lottery chance was worth 1,800 gold coins, and anything drawn from it would be a significant boost. The more rounds he advanced, the better the rewards he would receive. He couldn't even imagine what the first place reward would be. Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing looked at Chen Mo, who had suddenly changed his demeanor, with puzzled expressions. Wasn't this kid about to refuse? Why did he suddenly agree? Could there be some hidden trick waiting for them? Ah, that's really great. Liang Yongsheng didn't mind. After all, these hidden tricks wouldn't affect him in the end. Let Wei Jin worry about it. After informing Wei Jin that Chen Mo had agreed to participate in the national competition, a burst of wild laughter erupted at the Martial Arts Education Bureau, dozens of kilometers away. Alright, there's nothing else, I'll take you home now. Liang Yongsheng rubbed his bloodshot eyes. He was in urgent need of rest. Chen Mo, sitting in the back seat, nodded. He planned to make himself stronger before the national competition. However, there was too little he could do in 5 days, not to mention he had to stay at No. 37 middle school during this time. Glancing at the 1750 gold coins he had accumulated, it seemed his potential for improvement depended on tomorrow's draw. Although the daily tasks only gave Chen Mo 50 gold coins, they served as a reminder. During this time in the rift, if it weren't for the daily task reminders, Chen Mo might have forgotten to take the vitality pills. By the way, during your time in the rift, we told your mom and dad that you were training at school, so don't let it slip. Tian Xingxing suddenly remembered this and turned to remind Chen Mo. Got it. After returning home and reassuring his parents, Chen Mo went back to his room. Although he had over 30,000 health points, his stamina was not infinite. This week's journey through the Abyss Rift had completely drained his stamina, and he was in urgent need of a good sleep to rest. At this moment, inside No. 37 Middle School, a large red banner was being pulled down under someone's direction. Principal, how can we just cancel the welcome banner that cost a lot of money to make? The Director of Education, Zhu Daji, stood beside Principal Xiao Qifeng, his face full of concern. Do those students who turned back halfway have that much power? Whatever we are told to do, we have to do it? Is your brain filled with shit? Xiao Qifeng blared at Zhu Daji. If those eyes of yours are useless, just donate them. Didn't you see who we are supposed to welcome? Who? Could it be Director Wei's illegitimate son? Zhu Daji indeed hadn't paid attention to these matters. He had been busy catching third-year students smoking in the bathroom lately. Chen Mo. Xiao Qifeng confidently said the 2 words, but Zhu Daji still looked confused. Chen Mo? Zhu Daji scratched his head, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Damn! It can't be that under-18 first-level martial artist Chen Mo from a few days ago, right? Who else? Who else is worth me making such a fuss? Xiao Qifeng's face was full of pride, even though he didn't know what he was proud of. Principal, you are amazing. You can even recruit such a student to our school. Zhu Daji was full of excitement. Of course, he knew Chen Mo's great name. Every year, they would buy some top students from various small counties to enhance their school's reputation. But this year, the one they recruited was too heavyweight. He could definitely be called the #1 genius of Taizhou City. But which idiot high school would let such a genius go? Soon, Zhu Daji voiced his confusion. Ha, of course, it's the idiot Zhao Dihai's doing. Xiao Qifeng sneered. He and Zhao Dihai had not gotten along for years. Alright, keep this matter quiet before the college entrance examination starts. If it gets out, someone might target Chen Mo. Make all necessary preparations. We must make sure that student Chen feels at home. Oh, Zhu Daji always felt that Xiao Qifeng's words were a bit off. They were a martial arts high school. How could they use feel at home to describe it? Wouldn't that make it a bathhouse? The next morning, Chen Mo took the earliest bus heading to No. 37 High School. No. 37 High School was a full 16 kilometers from Chen Mo's home, and every day going to and from school was a long march. Looks like I have to stay overnight at No. 37 High School. Chen Mo sighed. He had just returned home for a day and was already going to stay outside again. However, at least this time there was a bed, and he didn't have to worry about being taken away by some abyss beast in the middle of the night. After taking today's Qi blood pill, Chen Mo planned to complete today's daily task before arriving at the station. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the effects of a whole Qi blood pill had been fully absorbed by Chen Mo. Daily task completed. 50 gold coins have been issued to the system backpack. Detected that there are enough gold coins for 1 equipment draw. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes/no. Then let's draw. Whatever it is, it will be a significant improvement. Chen Mo didn't think much and directly clicked to draw. The entire equipment draw section instantly transformed into a huge disc, with various dazzling pieces of equipment flashing rapidly. 3 seconds later, the pointer stopped. Congratulations, the host has drawn iron plate boots. Would you like to equip them immediately? Yes/no. Chen Mo didn't know whether he should be happy or troubled. Iron plate boots, 45 movement speed, additional speed increases by 22.5 meters per second, 25 defense points, passive, reduces damage from incoming attacks by 12%, not bad, right? This maximum speed roughly translates to about 80 kilometers per hour? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, feeling that as a first-level martial artist, having such speed already made him outstanding. Plus, with his own movement speed, it felt like running at 100 kilometers per hour wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, his fuel consumption for 100 kilometers only requires a meal, which is quite energy efficient and environmentally friendly. This passive ability is not bad either. A percentage reduction in damage is acceptable. Alright, as long as I don't draw a big hat. The spell intensity is of no use to Chen Mo. It's not as beneficial as the enhancement from the iron-soled boots. Contentment brings happiness. Contentment brings happiness. I can draw once in a little over a month, so I'll take it slow. Chen Mo stretched lazily and got out of the car 8 kilometers away from No. 37 Middle School. Since I'm all geared up, let me give it a try. Hey, young man, aren't you heading to No. 37? It's still quite far. The bus driver called out to Chen Mo, who was preparing to sprint. No need, your bus is too slow. Chen Mo shook his head, pushing off hard with his feet, and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. After equipping the iron-soled boots, Chen Mo didn't even need to gradually accelerate. If he wanted to, he could reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye. Goodness! Everyone, including the passengers on the bus, stared in shock at the spot where Chen Mo had just disappeared. Wait, that student just now felt a lot like the Chen Mo that's been reported every day lately? A passenger recognized Chen Mo and stood up, shouting, "It really seems to be him. It's definitely him. Otherwise, which student from Taizhou could run that fast? What a pity, I didn't ask him for a photo. This is Taizhou's top genius, and he still has to take the bus to school. Doesn't the school arrange transportation? No wonder No. 37 has the worst martial arts exam results every year. What future does a school that doesn't value its students have?" The passengers on the bus began to discuss, gradually shifting the topic from Chen Mo to criticizing the principal of No. 37 Middle School. "I can't let this go. I'm going to complain about the principal of No. 37. How can he be so indifferent to a genius? If he runs away, who will take responsibility? Right, complain about him. Let's all do it together. I don't believe no one can handle this." Inside No. 37 Middle School, Xiao Qifeng and Zhu Daji stood at the school gate like two stone statues, waiting for Chen Mo to appear. Xiao Qifeng was unaware that he was about to be collectively complained about by dozens of people for certain matters. Oh no, did Chen say what time he would arrive? Xiao Qifeng nervously rubbed his hands. He was the key figure for their school's turnaround this time. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He should be here soon. I wonder how Chen Mo is coming. Zhu Daji glanced at his watch. There were 5 minutes left until 7:30. It must be the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau personally bringing him over, otherwise, could he run here? Xiao Qifeng shot Zhu Daji a glance, thinking to himself that this guy was clueless. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust, and both Xiao Qifeng and Zhu Daji quickly covered their faces. Who is this? Driving so fast at the school gate. Xiao Qifeng opened his eyes to look at the road but saw no vehicles in sight. This must be No. 37 Middle School, right? Chen Mo glanced at the large characters No. 37 Middle School at the entrance and stepped inside. Seeing this, Zhu Daji hurriedly blocked Chen Mo, adopting a fierce demeanor. Which grade and class are you in? Where's your school uniform? You can't wear a school uniform to school? I'll deduct 10 points from you. Have your parents bring your uniform, otherwise, you can forget about attending this semester. Zhu Daji's three-pronged attack left Chen Mo stunned in place, and he looked up and down at the greasy man in front of him, unable to hide his disdain. You still don't accept it, huh? Do you believe I'll? Before Zhu Daji could finish his sentence, Xiao Qifeng slapped him across the face. A person flew out like a human top, landing on the ground with no difference from a dead pig. Sorry, Chen, that was our school's security guard. He didn't know you were coming today. Xiao Qifeng approached Chen Mo with a fawning smile. Despite his beaming face, Xiao Qifeng had already sentenced Zhu Daji to death in his heart. If it weren't for this fool sending the most money back then, he would never have given him the position of director. Now it seemed that this useless person had no other ability besides bullying students. It appeared he hadn't done the homework about Chen Mo that he was supposed to do yesterday. Expulsion wasn't necessary, the security position suited him just fine. You are. Chen Mo scrutinized the gray-haired old man in front of him. Did they know each other? I'm really sorry, Chen, I forgot to introduce myself. Xiao Qifeng kept apologizing, afraid of offending Chen Mo. My name is Xiao Qifeng, the principal of No. 37 Middle School. You can just call me Uncle Xiao from now on. Xiao Qifeng had no airs of a principal as he extended his hand to shake Chen Mo's. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Chen Mo was also someone who went along with the flow. Since the other party had said it, he just went along with it. Chen, you've come a long way, let me treat you to a meal. Xiao Qifeng had no intention of letting Chen Mo attend classes normally, fearing he would see those students and lower his impression of No. 37. Anyway, with only 2 days left until the martial arts exam and tomorrow being a holiday, he planned to take Chen Mo out for a good day of fun. Such a genius must be very diligent, it was time to let him relax a bit. Let's go. Uncle Xiao has reserved a table with great dishes at Yunzhuan, though I'm not sure if it suits your taste. Xiao Qifeng wrapped his arm around Chen Mo like a brother and led him to his car. Uncle Xiao, don't I need to attend class with everyone? Chen Mo was a bit confused. How did school turn into a restaurant? No need, anyway, the martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. These 2 days, Uncle Xiao will take you to relax. Xiao Qifeng waved his hand grandly. Relaxing is not the priority, Uncle Xiao. Do you know where the martial artist center is around here? I plan to buy some potions to boost my vitality. Chen Mo waved his hand. He intended to get stronger in these 2 days, otherwise, how would he have the chance to punch Zhou Shuhua to death? Chen, you're really diligent. I'll take you to the nearest martial artist center right now. Xiao Qifeng looked at him with respect. Geniuses were indeed geniuses, working hard even with high talent. Oh, then thank you, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Qifeng's series of actions left Chen Mo a bit dazed. He couldn't figure out what Xiao Qifeng was really up to. This wasn't really Chen Mo's fault. He had spent 7 days in the Abyss Rift and went straight to sleep after returning home, completely unaware that he had already become famous. To perform well in front of Chen Mo, Xiao Qifeng pressed the accelerator to the floor. But his old, broken car could only reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers, which was slower than Chen Mo's 2 legs. A few minutes later, Xiao Qifeng parked the car in front of a not-so-large building. Above the entrance hung a sign with big characters, Martial Artist Center. Chen, we've arrived at the Martial Artist Center. Xiao Qifeng hurriedly got out of the car to open the door for Chen Mo, carefully helping him out. Uncle Xiao, don't do that. I'm not some old man. Chen Mo was a bit amused and bewildered, not understanding why Xiao Qifeng was being so nice to him. Chen, you can't say that. Xiao Qifeng's expression turned serious as he led him into the Martial Artist Center. You must know, you are now the #1 genius in Taizhou, the brightest star in the entire city. What if someone wants to harm you? You, Uncle Xiao, I will risk my life to ensure you walk into the martial arts examination venue unscathed. Chen Mo was at a loss for words and could only sigh. Let him do as he pleases. I'll just do what I need to do. Shaking his head, Chen Mo walked up to the reception counter and took out his martial artist certificate. Hello, I need to browse the blood-boosting potions I can currently purchase. Chen Mo smiled at the auntie behind the counter. The auntie looked up at Chen Mo with a sour expression and took his martial artist certificate. But when she saw Chen Mo's name and photo, her small eyes hidden in her flesh widened in shock. Alright, student Chen, your current level is 2, and your privileges will increase as your martial artist level rises. If you need any potions, you can come to the Martial Artist Center anytime. The Martial Education Bureau has issued a document granting you a 25% discount. Feel free to look around, I'm at your service. The auntie beamed, her facial fat squishing together. Chen Mo's expression was complicated. What was wrong with these people? Why was everyone so nice to him after seeing him? However, Chen Mo didn't think too much about it and took the tablet the auntie handed him to browse. The highest level potion he could currently purchase with his privileges was called Boiling Blood, but in reality, very few people would buy this potion as a regular means to accumulate blood energy. Although this potion was very effective, its side effects were also significant. A single bottle could keep a level 1 martial artist bedridden for 3 days, but it would at least increase their blood energy by 5 points. However, the cost of being bedridden for 3 days was too high. It was better to take other potions with smaller or no side effects. Even if he could only increase 1 or 2 points a day, the total increase over 3 days would be comparable to that of the Boiling Blood potion. But Chen Mo had no such concerns. His basic life recovery had already reached 85 points per second. The damage this potion would do to his body was negligible. Hello, give me 20 bottles of Boiling Blood potions. Chen Mo pointed to the Boiling Blood potion on the tablet and handed it back to the auntie. The price of this Boiling Blood potion was not cheap. 1 bottle was worth 5,000 yuan. It was 10 times the price of the basic blood energy pills. Alright, 40 bottles of boiling blood potions. The auntie didn't ask any more questions. Geniuses were reasonable no matter what they did. The price for 40 bottles of boiling blood potions is 200,000. After the 25% discount, it's 150,000. Will it be deducted directly from your account? Yes, directly from my martial artist account. Chen Mo nodded. All his money was in his martial artist account. Okay, do you need anything else? The auntie quickly moved out the 40 bottles of boiling blood potions, smiling at Chen Mo. No, thank you. Chen Mo felt a chill and picked up a box of boiling blood potions before turning to leave. Our genius is always so aloof and noble. Even with Chen Mo's attitude, the auntie was not angry. Instead, she found him even more charming. If I were 30 years younger, I would definitely pursue student Chen, but alas, I'm already 50. The auntie sighed, a bit disappointed, and returned to her workstation. Next. Why are you, a martial artist, dawdling like a child with polio? After Chen Mo left, the auntie resumed her previous aggressive demeanor. Back in the car, Xiao Qifeng wisely remained silent, quietly driving Chen Mo to Yiyun Zhuang for a meal. On the way, Chen Mo took out a bottle of boiling blood potion the size of a cola bottle from the box, uncorked it, and drank it down. The boiling blood potion didn't taste good. It was almost the same flavor as the traditional cool tea from Guangdong province. Ugh! Chen Mo shook his head, trying to shake off the indescribable bitterness from his mouth. Received minor toxic damage, health -15, received minor toxic damage, health -15, received. No wonder a first-level warrior has to lie in bed for 3 days. Chen Mo glanced at his health, which was constantly decreasing and then recovering, turned his head, and pulled out a bottle of blood boiling potion to gulp down. Not bad, losing 15 health points every 5 seconds, 20 bottles isn't too much of a burden. The effects of one bottle of blood boiling potion were quickly absorbed by Chen Mo, increasing his vitality by 25 points. The effect is 2.5 times that of a normal person. He didn't know if it was the system's doing, but whatever supplements he took had effects more than double that of a normal person. 40 bottles can increase my vitality by 1,000 points. The threshold for a second-level warrior is 1,500. It seems I won't reach second level before the martial arts exam. Chen Mo felt a bit disappointed but still planned to give it a shot. He still had important uses for his money. Rather than spending it himself, he might as well take advantage of others, like Wei Jin and Xiao Qifeng. But whether he could take advantage of them depended on whether he could break through to second-level warrior after absorbing these 40 bottles of blood-boiling potion. Arriving at Yiyun Manor, Xiao Qifeng led Chen Mo into a private room. Seeing that Chen Mo wasn't speaking, Xiao Qifeng had no choice but to call the waiter to hurry up with the dishes. Once the dishes were served, Chen Mo continued to drink the blood-boiling potion while eating the food on the table. There's no way to drink water like that. Xiao Qifeng cautiously glanced at Chen Mo, unable to help but sigh inwardly. He naturally recognized the blood-boiling potion. It was only suitable for warriors with strong physical qualities. It seemed the side effects of the blood-boiling potion were nothing to Chen Mo. Well, if you don't want to talk to me, at least I don't have to make small talk. Seeing that Chen Mo wasn't speaking to him, Xiao Qifeng felt at ease, eating while handling school matters. Chen Mo wasn't averse to talking, it was just that his mouth was never idle. By the end of the meal, Chen Mo had finished all 40 bottles of blood-boiling potion. So it's not a fixed 2.5 times, it can actually reach up to 4 times. Chen Mo looked at his vitality, which had reached 1497, and pulled out a vitality pill from his pocket. After swallowing a vitality pill, Chen Mo's vitality successfully reached 1,500 points. Uncle Xiao, do you have time later? Chen Mo was in a great mood. He had finally reached his goal before the martial arts exam. It seemed that increasing over 1,000 vitality points in a day was already the limit. The critical effect of his supplements had disappeared, and a vitality pill only brought him 3 vitality points. What's up, Chen? Xiao Qifeng quickly put down his phone, looked up, and smiled at Chen Mo. Take me to the certification center later, I want to get certified as a second-level warrior. Chen Mo said this astonishingly casual sentence, and Xiao Qifeng didn't even react at first. Sure, let's go. But the next second, the smile on Xiao Qifeng's face froze. What? What did you just say, Chen? I didn't quite catch that. Xiao Qifeng swallowed hard, his hand holding the chopsticks starting to tremble. I said I'm going to the certification center this afternoon. I just broke through to a second-level warrior. Chen Mo frowned. Could the principal of the martial arts school have Parkinson's? Clatter. Xiao Qifeng's chopsticks fell onto the table, his gaze blank, and he stood there like a statue. What's wrong, Uncle Xiao? Why aren't you moving? Chen Mo looked at the dazed Xiao Qifeng with some confusion. It's nothing, nothing. We'll go this afternoon. Xiao Qifeng knew he had lost his composure and quickly put on a smile to explain. Although there was no visible reaction on his face, inside, he was already popping champagne. Not to mention, this year, the top scholar of Taizhou City from their No. 37 middle school was definitely in the bag. Under the urging of Chen Mo, who was about to certify as a second-level martial artist, Xiao Qifeng changed from his previous slow and deliberate demeanor to a whirlwind mode. Unlike Chen Mo, who was indifferent, Xiao Qifeng couldn't wait to hang a big horn around his neck to announce that No. 37 middle school had produced a second-level martial artist. The meal was quickly devoured by the two and they got into Xiao Qifeng's old, dilapidated car. Xiao Qifeng had pushed this old car's performance to the limit, with the exhaust pipe puffing out black smoke. In less than half an hour, they were already standing in front of the Martial Artist Certification Center. When Chen Mo walked into the certification center again, the young lady who had tested him before, Xiao Yao, immediately came over. "What brings you here today, Chen student? Is it that your vitality has improved again? The tests at the martial arts school are inaccurate. Choosing the certification center is the best option." As Xiao Yao led Chen Mo into the certification room, Xiao Qifeng eagerly pushed over the testing equipment nearby. "No need to look at me, I'm the principal of No. 37 middle school, and Chen Mo is our student." Xiao Qifeng repeated No. 37 middle school twice to ensure everyone knew they had a genius. "So, Chen student is from No. 37 middle school? I thought you were from No. 1 high school." Xiao Yao's words trailed off as she noticed Chen Mo's expression darkening. Chen Mo ignored Xiao Yao and naturally stood on the vitality testing device. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's vitality level appeared on the tablet in Xiao Yao's hands. 1005. Xiao Yao gasped, almost losing her balance and falling to the ground. A second-level martial artist, an underage second-level martial artist. Director. Something big has happened. Xiao Yao didn't even bother to conduct a combat power assessment for Chen Mo and rushed out of the certification room, screaming. As she left, she even remembered to lock the door, at least allowing Chen Mo to stay a little longer. "What's going on?" Chen Mo pulled on the doorknob a couple of times but found it had been locked from the other side. "You don't know? Last time you became a first-level martial artist, so many people wanted to interview you, but none of them got the chance. And Director Han from the certification center really wanted to meet you but never had the opportunity. He probably wants you to stay a bit longer?" Xiao Qifeng didn't quite understand why they couldn't just say they wanted Chen Mo to stay longer. While the two were waiting in the room, the crowd outside the certification center had erupted. Almost everyone heard Xiao Yao shout, and their first reaction was that there was a problem with the testing equipment. But when they learned that the person who had become a second-level martial artist was Chen Mo, they all relaxed. So it was Chen Mo who broke through to second-level martial artist. That makes sense. But didn't he just become a first-level martial artist a week ago? It's only been a little over a week. How did he become second-level? You don't understand. The jump from first to second level isn't difficult. It's just a matter of accumulating vitality. The real test of a martial artist's talent is the leap from second to third level. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and not far away, Zhao Dihai, Zhou Shuhua, and a tall student who had just entered also heard the chatter. An underage second-level martial artist? Zhao Dihai's expression darkened. The student beside him was one he had spent a fortune to recruit from a martial arts high school in Modu, specifically to suppress Chen Mo and prevent him from claiming the top scholar title in Taizhou. "I can't. I need to ask Director Han." Handing over the student he had spent a lot of money to recruit to Zhou Shuhua, Zhao Dihai rushed into Han Shan's office in a panic. "Old Han, I heard someone say that our Taizhou has produced a minor second-level martial artist?" Zhao Dihai pushed the door open and immediately voiced his confusion, but Han Shan completely ignored him. Han Shan was lost in a state of revelry, probably having forgotten who Zhao Dihai was. "What?" After several persistent inquiries from Zhao Dihai, Han Shan finally came to his senses. "I asked, has our Taizhou produced a minor second-level martial artist?" Zhao Dihai's face was dark with anger. If the student he recruited couldn't achieve the top score, then his money would have been wasted. "Yes, it's that Chen Mo reported by the TV station a few days ago." Han Shan was unaware of the conflict between Chen Mo and Zhao Dihai. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have let Zhao Dihai into his office. "What?" Zhao Dihai's few remaining hairs stood on end. It was that useless Chen Mo? How could that be? On what basis? Zhao Dihai was completely losing it. He couldn't accept that a student he had personally expelled was taking the top score from their school. No, Chen Mo must have cheated. How could someone break through from a first-level martial artist to a second-level martial artist in just over a week? He definitely cheated. At this point, Zhao Dihai had lost all reason and began to curse at Han Shan. "Principal Zhao, please watch your words." Han Shan frowned. Was Zhao Dihai out of his mind? Isn't it a good thing that Taizhou has produced a genius? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I demand a thorough investigation of Chen Mo. He definitely cheated. The blow Zhao Dihai received was too great. He fell into a pure state of madness. He couldn't accept the fact that Chen Mo had stepped on their school, so he could only comfort himself with slander. Damn you, Zhao Dihai, talking nonsense here. I don't even know if Chen Mo cheated. What are you even talking about? Xiao Qifeng charged into Han Shan's office like an angry bull and kicked Zhao Dihai. Despite Xiao Qifeng's submissiveness in front of Chen Mo, he was still a third-level martial artist. This kick was not light, directly turning Zhao Dihai into a crumpled mess. Uncle Xiao, don't kick him to death. Chen Mo stepped out from behind Xiao Qifeng, looking at the crumpled Zhao Dihai with a playful expression. Kicking to death this kind of idiot would be letting him off easy. Xiao Qifeng spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Zhao Dihai's bald head and turned to leave with Chen Mo. Security department? Come up and take away this garbage from my office. Han Shan coldly glanced at Zhao Dihai, who had collapsed on the ground, and picked up the internal phone to call the security department. Bah! Old garbage, don't think I don't know you shamelessly bought students from the Magic City for the martial arts exam. You traitorous bald man. After giving Zhao Dihai a kick, Han Shan hurriedly chased after the direction Chen Mo had left. In the certification hall on the first floor, Zhou Shuhua and the student they had bought were still waiting at the door. Until Chen Mo and Xiao Qifeng walked past them, Zhao Dihai's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Oh, isn't this the little genius from Taizhou? Why are you back at the certification center? Zhou Shuhua, who was sharp-tongued, naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to mock Chen Mo. Are you feeling weak? I told you back then to give up on being a martial artist. Look at you, relying on such dirty tricks. Slap. Chen Mo was not the kind of person who would let others insult him without retaliation. He believed in settling scores on the spot. You filthy woman, if you keep talking, I'll crush you. Chen Mo glared fiercely at Zhou Shuhua. If this woman dared to say another word, he would knock her out on the spot. You. Zhou Shuhua opened her mouth, and several of her big teeth mixed with blood flew out. What do you mean you? Get lost and stay out of the way. Without needing Chen Mo to say anything, Xiao Qifeng kicked Zhou Shuhua, turning her into a crumpled mess like Zhao Dihai's folding screen. Classmate Chen, there's no need to get angry with that pair of adulterers. After the martial arts exam, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score with them. Before the martial arts exam, it's best not to use up our energy and blood. Keeping ourselves in peak condition is the best choice. If you're still angry, I can give her another kick to let you vent. No need. Chen Mo glanced at the crumpled Zhou Shuhua on the ground. He wasn't so weak that he needed someone else to help him with such matters. Let's go, Uncle Xiao. I need to rest well. The martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. Chen Mo took one last look at Zhou Shuhua and turned to leave the certification center. When Han Shan rushed to the first floor, all that remained on the ground was Zhou Shuhua, who had been kicked into a crumpled mess. There was no sign of Chen Mo. Damn it, I missed him again. Han Shan was so angry he slapped his thigh. If it weren't for that scoundrel Zhao Dihai, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Security department. Clean this up, and blacklist those two from the Taizhou certification center. We need to inform the bureau. Zhao Dihai is quite petty. Who knows what kind of beastly things he might do. Chen Mo didn't plan to stay at home these days because the martial arts exam was being held at the Taizhou Sports Center. By then, all the martial arts candidates from Taizhou would be crowding into that place at the same time. Given his family's location, by the time he arrived, the others would probably have finished their exams. Xiao Qifeng's home was not far from the sports center, only less than 3 kilometers away. By then, Chen Mo wouldn't even need to wake up early. He could get up 10 minutes early and run over in time. It's the last day of high school. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Although he didn't feel much, he still had to express some sentiment. The martial arts exam, life is indeed going to be different. To ensure Chen Mo could sleep comfortably, Xiao Qifeng booked a hotel outside and sent his wife and child there. Now, the whole house was left with only Chen Mo, and it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At 7:50 in the morning, Chen Mo got up on time. Today was one of the most important days of his life, the day of the martial arts exam. Unlike the other nervous candidates, Chen Mo was very confident in himself. He hadn't been idle yesterday either. He had roughly gone through the past national competition participants. Although a second-level martial artist couldn't be considered top-tier, they were above average. Not to mention, Chen Mo's combat power was far beyond that of a second-level martial artist. I forgot to test my combat power the day before yesterday. Chen Mo scratched his head. He had originally wanted to see how powerful the combination of Blood Fury Fist and Heart of Steel charging attack would be. I probably won't have a chance to test it before the national competition. He had registered for this year's National Genius Youth Championship yesterday, and the day after the martial arts exam, he would have to take a bus to Beijing. His schedule was quite full, leaving no time to enjoy the summer vacation. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Mo finished putting on his shoes and was about to head out, he turned to see Xiao Qifeng standing at the door with Chen Li and Su Lu. "Mom and Dad, why are you here?" Chen Mo frowned. He had planned to wait until after the martial arts exam results were out before telling his parents about this. But now, "Uncle Xiao, is it you?" Chen Mo shot a somewhat reproachful glance at Xiao Qifeng, who quickly waved his hands to indicate he wasn't taking the blame for this. "It's me. How can your parents not be here at such an important moment?" Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing walked out and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. "Good kid, you're already a second-level warrior. I'm no match for you anymore." Tian Xingxing grinned at Chen Mo. "Actually, Wei Jin wanted to come and accompany you for the martial arts exam, but he didn't come considering the bad influence. So, are you taking our car or going by yourself?" Liang Yongsheng knew the traffic would be very congested today. Walking would be faster than taking a car. "I'll just walk." Chen Mo made his choice without a second thought. "Alright, I'll let Teacher Fu know to wait for you at the sports center entrance." Xiao Qifeng fully respected Chen Mo's choice and quickly picked up his phone to call Teacher Fu. "Chen, although you're a genius, there are no special privileges for the martial arts exam." After a brief conversation with Teacher Fu, Xiao Qifeng put down his phone and said to Chen Mo, "When the time comes, just follow the Class 1 team for the blood and energy test, and for the cultural exam, just go buy your admission ticket." Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment. He had a feeling he had forgotten something. He completely forgot that the martial arts exam also required a basic cultural test. "What's wrong, Xiao Mo?" Seeing her son in a daze, Su Lu hurried over to ask. "I'm fine, just be careful on the road." Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, hoping that the knowledge from his past life would come in handy. Although his brain had basically been formatted after the college entrance examination. Just as Chen Mo was trying hard to recall his previous knowledge, the system, which had been silent for several days, suddenly chimed. Challenge task triggered. Try to amaze everyone with your combat power test results and exempt from the cultural exam with outstanding martial arts exam results. Task success reward, 1 chance to draw a hero passive. Note, life is not a game. Please try various combinations of skills and equipment, you might be surprised. Can it be operated this way? Chen Mo glanced at the task released by the system. How good must the results be to be exempt from the written test? Forget it, I'll do my best. While sprinting towards the sports center, Chen Mo pondered the meaning of the system's note. Combine equipment and skills? Could it be that I can trigger the passive of Heart of Steel with a deliberate punch? It seems there's a chance. Chen Mo suddenly realized that the introduction of Heart of Steel did not specify how to trigger it, only that it mentioned attacking. This meant that the charging attack of Heart of Steel could indeed be used together with the deliberate punch and the blood burst punch. Hiss. Thinking about the damage when these 3 skills stacked together, Chen Mo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. With this power, it wouldn't be a problem to knock out a 3rd or 4th level warrior with 1 punch, right? Unfortunately, the conditions for using all 3 together were too harsh. He had to hit the charging mark of Heart of Steel with both the blood burst punch and the deliberate punch simultaneously. Opponents in actual combat wouldn't give Chen Mo such an opportunity, but it would be nice to try it on a target now. The deliberate punch and the charging attack of Heart of Steel need no further explanation, while the power of the blood burst punch depends on how much blood energy is invested. A little blood energy corresponds to 1.5 times the damage, which is quite considerable among conventional martial arts techniques. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the sports center. In the sea of people, he quickly spotted Teacher Fu holding a big sign looking for him. Teacher Fu. Chen Mo greeted him and ran over. Chen, you finally made it, everyone in Class 1 is waiting for you. Teacher Fu jogged over to welcome Chen Mo, his face full of smiles. Hurry, hurry, the martial arts test is about to start. The 16th middle school has already finished testing. Once the first middle school finishes, it will be our turn. Teacher Fu led Chen Mo towards the line of Class 1 students, who were all curiously sizing up Chen Mo. Is this the genius reported on TV? It should be, but I wonder how much our principal spent to bring him here. I heard he wasn't brought over. It seems he punched the principal's niece from the first high school into the ICU and got expelled. Wow, can't tell from his looks, he seems quite cute but is so aggressive. The students of Class 1 were buzzing with discussions, all very curious about this legendary star from Taizhou. Quiet down, first high has already entered, we're next. Teacher Fu changed from his gentle smile towards Chen Mo and shouted at Class 1. Chen Mo's genius is his own business, you should focus on whether you can get into the martial arts academy. TCH. Many students scoffed, but Teacher Fu was right, Chen Mo's grades had little to do with them. Standing at the back of the line, Chen Mo obediently followed the group into the sports center. Remember, this year's martial arts exam has added a new item, the combat power test. Teacher Fu pointed to the combat power testing target in the testing room. It has been found that today's students only focus on increasing their vitality without caring about practical combat. This also gives those with average vitality talent but outstanding combat talent a chance. This time, the scores will be calculated based on combat power and the average total vitality, so seize the opportunity. After Teacher Fu's reminders, the expressions on the faces of the students from the 37th middle school turned gloomy. With the combat power scoring, their average scores would drop again, and they might not even get into the most ordinary martial arts academy. I don't think I've seen that student before. Teacher Fu squinted at the boy standing in front of the vitality tester. Before the martial arts exam, he had gone through the list of this year's first high school candidates and hadn't seen this boy's information. Vitality, 697. As the data on the vitality tester lit up, a wave of gasps erupted around. Impossible. When did First High produce such a genius? Teacher Fu's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers on the vitality tester, filled with disbelief. There's something wrong. This student must have been bought from another school by First High. Teacher Fu gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Dihai, who was sitting in a wheelchair. This old bald man was truly shameless, actually buying students from other cities and schools. Chen Mo, you. Teacher Fu turned back with a worried look at Chen Mo. A week ago, the principal said Chen Mo was already a first-level martial artist, with a total vitality exceeding 200, making him a sure candidate for this year's top scorer. But looking at the current situation, it seemed the top scorer was going to be difficult. Don't worry, just over 600 vitality. Chen Mo was full of confidence. His total vitality had already reached 1005, more than double that boy's. Just as Teacher Fu breathed a sigh of relief at Chen Mo's confident words, a muffled sound came from the combat power testing room nearby. Then, the target responsible for testing combat power flew out of the room. Fortunately, the proctor caught the testing target, otherwise, it would have injured quite a few students. Such strong martial skills, this kid's combat power is actually 5003. After glancing at the value on the target, the proctor couldn't help but exclaim. When this number was presented before everyone, the entire sports center erupted in exclamations. At the same time, Zhao Dihai shot a cold glare at Chen Mo. The previous reports had not mentioned Chen Mo's combat power level, only that he was the first-level martial artist under 18 in Taizhou City. Zhao Dihai had no idea that Chen Mo's combat power was far more terrifying than he imagined. At this moment, he was already overjoyed. He no longer cared whether Chen Mo could enter the martial arts academy. He only wanted to snatch away the top scholar title that belonged to Chen Mo, no matter what dirty means he had to use. Looking at the staggering combat power of 5300, even Chen Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows. Is it really that strong? Chen Mo was unaware that Zhao Dihai had learned about the combat power test before the martial arts examination. This morning, he had specifically obtained a disposable martial arts ring made by a mentalist from the underground black market, which contained the full-force strike of a level 4 martial artist using martial skills. This method of cheating was undetectable. After all, no one would spend millions to cheat for a martial arts exam. With that money, one might as well go directly to some private martial arts academies. It was not worth it at all. But Zhao Dihai's thoughts were completely different. He only wanted Chen Mo to miss out on the top scholar title of Taizhou, so that their school wouldn't have its resource allocation intercepted by the 37th middle school this year. At that time, he could use those resources to repair Zhao Qian's meridians and help her return to the path of martial arts. Moreover, he could make Chen Mo, the number one genius of Taizhou, fade into obscurity from then on. It's over, this kind of combat power. Teacher Fu was stunned when he saw the combat power of 5300. How could a level 1 martial artist with over 600 vitality possibly unleash such terrifying combat power? No, there must be a problem. Just like Zhao Dihai, who had been possessed yesterday, Teacher Fu also began to suspect that the boy had cheated. However, Chen Mo hadn't cheated, it was that boy who had indeed cheated. Well, the difference was only this slight. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Chen Mo walked over to Teacher Fu and patted him on the shoulder. It's just over 5000 combat power, he can't stir up any waves. But, Teacher Fu wanted to say something, but when he saw Chen Mo's confident expression, he voluntarily shut his mouth. The boy who had completed the combat power test turned to Chen Mo and made a gesture across his neck. Damn, he dares to provoke me? Chen Mo was so angry he almost laughed. He hadn't sought trouble himself, considering it was the day of the martial arts exam, yet this kid dared to provoke him recklessly. You, a country bumpkin from Wanning, still call yourself a genius? That's laughable. Chen Mo didn't speak. He was already planning in his heart how to give him a punch. Although Chen Mo told teacher Fu not to worry, he was still pacing anxiously. Soon, all the students from the first middle school had completed their vitality and combat power tests. Compared to the previous boy, everyone's scores paled in comparison. They were not even in the same league. The resources in Magic City are indeed good. No wonder they are either first or second in the national competition every year. There's no way a level 1 martial artist is considered a genius in our Taijo. We can't compare to them. It's not bad. At least this year we won't be at the bottom of the national competition. I hope so, but I heard that there will be several mentalists participating in this year's national competition. Ha! Isn't that bullying? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and everyone had begun to doubt Chen Mo's title as the star of Taijo. Or rather, they began to doubt Taijo itself. Could a small city like theirs really compete with top-tier cities? Chen, do you need to warm up? The vitality test had already reached the 37th middle school, and the students were lining up to walk over. No need, don't worry. Chen Mo waved his hand and stood at the end of the line. The upcoming tests did not allow anyone other than students and proctors to be present. They could only watch from the outside. Before long, the line that Chen Mo was in had already completed half of the process. At that moment, Xiao Qifeng, Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, and Chen's parents arrived late. Teacher Fu, how did the results from No. 1 high school turn out? Xiao Qifeng, unaware of the boy's combat power being as high as 5003, asked with a smile. Principal, this year's top student might be difficult. Teacher Fu was at a loss for how to explain to Xiao Qifeng, as the combat power of a first-level martial artist being 5003 was simply outrageous. After hearing Teacher Fu's explanation, astonishment appeared on the faces of Xiao Qifeng and Chen's parents. How is that possible? That bald guy must have cheated. Xiao Qifeng reacted just like Teacher Fu, both firmly believing that the boy, Zhao Dihai, had cheated. How dirty! Not only did he hire outside help for the top student, but he also cheated. What a shameless person. After spitting on Zhao Dihai, Xiao Qifeng sighed. Well, at least our No. 37 high school isn't the worst martial arts school in Taijo. Contentment brings happiness. Contentment brings happiness. Xiao Qifeng forced a smile, feeling regretful for No. 37 high school and for Chen Mo not being able to secure this year's top student. It's my son's turn. Chenli and Su Lu were completely unconcerned about these matters. In their eyes, their child was the best no matter what. Hearing the couple's call, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Mo below. Not just them, but all the teachers and students in the sports center looked towards the testing room where Chen Mo was. Student Chen, please stand on the testing device. The proctor smiled at Chen Mo and pointed to the platform where the testing device was located. To ensure there would be no internal cheating, all the proctors were sent down from above. The proctor had heard of Chen Mo's name and knew he was a first-level martial artist, but he didn't react much. In the entire summer, there were simply too many like him, and only in a small city like Taijo would they hype up a first-level martial artist like Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and stood on the blood energy testing device. A flash of crimson light passed, and Chen Mo's total blood energy appeared on the big screen. Chen Mo, total blood energy 1500. The boy who had originally ranked first almost instantly dropped to second place. 1005? The proctor's eyes widened in shock. You're already a second-level martial artist? Don't shout, let's go test combat power. Chen Mo smiled calmly. Blood energy was not his main focus, combat power was. Okay, I'll take you to test combat power now. The proctor nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to underestimate Chen Mo. Although this kid came from a small city, achieving second-level martial artist status at such a young age meant his future was absolutely limitless. At that moment, everyone outside the testing room also saw Chen Mo's total blood energy, and the entire sports center erupted. 1005? Wasn't Chen Mo still a first-level martial artist a few days ago? How did he become a second level so quickly? Could it be cheating? Shut your mouth. This is our Taijo star, don't use your stupid brain to guess. Amidst the discussions, Sulu felt her vision darken and collapsed into Chen Li's arms. Old Chen, did I see that wrong? My son's total blood energy is 1005? No, you didn't see it wrong. Chen Li was also trembling with excitement. He could never have dreamed that his son was such an extraordinary genius. My son is a genius. Ha, my son is a second-level martial artist now. Beside them, Xiao Qifeng clenched his fists tightly. Chen Mo's blood energy had already surpassed that of the outside help. Now it was all about combat power. As long as the gap wasn't too large, Chen Mo might really have a chance to become this year's top student. Until today, Chen Li and Sulu finally dared to believe that the child reported on television was indeed their son. The couple, true to their nature, wore identical expressions of excitement. Their faces flushed red, they stared intently at Chen Mo, who was walking into the combat power testing room. "Honey, be gentle, I feel like you're about to pinch the flesh off my arm." But soon, Chenli couldn't smile anymore. He felt as if his arm was caught in a crab's claw. "If I pinch myself, it hurts, doesn't it?" Even though Sulu heard Chenli's complaint, she showed no intention of letting go, fully focused on waiting for Chen Mo's combat power test results. Huff! Xiao Qifeng took a few deep breaths to calm his heart, which was about to go into overdrive. "Chen Mo, you must take down that shameless Xiao Hai." Inside the combat power testing room, Chen Mo took a deep breath as he looked at the target in front of him. Unfortunately, no one was there to help him accumulate combat power, otherwise, he couldn't even imagine the power of this punch. Aiming at the energy attack mark on the target, Chen Mo ignited all the energy and blood within him. The Blood Fury Fist combined with the energy attack unleashed in a single punch. Boom! The terrifying punch shattered the makeshift testing room, and the target was deeply dented. Caused 6640 points of damage, maximum health increased by 527. After throwing this punch, Chen Mo felt a wave of emptiness within him. To unleash his utmost damage, he had used all 1500 points of energy and blood inside him. Coupled with the 4390 damage from the Steel of Heart energy attack, this punch was enough to knock a third-level martial artist out of combat. The supervising teacher noticed that Chen Mo had used all his strength in this punch and quickly brought over a stool for him to sit and rest. "No need," Chen Mo shook his head and turned to leave the combat power testing room. Due to the shock of Chen Mo's results, the supervising teacher took a while to remember to record the score. Chen Mo, combat power 6640. Good. The first to cheer upon hearing Chen Mo's score was none other than Xiao Qifeng. Sulu fainted upon hearing the score. She wouldn't even dare to dream of such a beautiful dream. "Damn Zhao Tulu, this is the genius of our Taizhou star. The students you bought from outside are just useless. Ha 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 ha." Xiao Qifeng laughed heartily, pointing at the pale-faced Zhao Hai and starting his mockery. Xiao Qifeng jumped in front of Zhao Hai, his big, smug face directly confronting Zhao Hai. "Hey, old man, I'm asking you, why isn't the genius you bought working? Ha? Speak up, did I not kick you in the kidneys before? It's not like I kicked your vocal cords. Are you mute now?" Xiao Qifeng was full of sarcasm, and passers-by nearby wanted to punch him. "Maintain order. Please, unrelated personnel, leave immediately." The supervising teacher sent by the higher-ups didn't care if he was the principal of the 37th middle school. He directly escorted Xiao Qifeng out of the sports center. "Baldy, I'll invite you to Chen Mo's graduation banquet later. Don't forget to give your former student a red envelope." Ha 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 ha. Even after being escorted out, Xiao Qifeng continued to laugh heartily, as if he had lost his mind. Unlike the ecstatic Xiao Qifeng, Zhao Hai's face was dark enough to drip water. He had spent a fortune to recruit a genius from the Magic City, only to find that he was not as good as a student from a small city like Taizhou. What a disgrace! While Xiao Qifeng's target was Zhao Hai, Chen Mo's target was that boy. "I remember your name is Qiao Liang, right?" Chen Mo deliberately stood in front of Qiao Liang, looking down at the boy with a condescending gaze. "How does it feel to be pressed to the ground by a country bumpkin like me, young master? You." Qiao Liang's face turned red and purple, resembling a ripe eggplant. "Don't you me, with such weak skills you can't even speak clearly?" Chen Mo stepped forward, bringing his face close with an extremely arrogant posture. "I see you seem to have polio, Parkinson's, and dementia all at once. If you need, I can lend you $10 to go check out the pet hospital next door. With that kind of brain, only a pet hospital can help you, a regular hospital's equipment can't even handle you." Chen Mo patted Xiao Liang's face and turned to leave. Xiao Liang was so angry that his whole body trembled. In Magic City, he was considered upper middle class, but after coming to Taizhou, he began to enjoy the treatment of a genius. Until he met Chen Mo. This genius was trampled underfoot by a country bumpkin from a small city, which was completely unacceptable for a young master from Magic City. Xiao Liang's gaze towards Chen Mo turned extremely cold and venomous, and those around could even hear the grinding of his teeth. The martial arts exam progressed quickly, completing the Taizhou Martial Arts High School test in just one day. "Students, please note, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, bring your admission ticket and writing materials. Next, there will be a 2-day written exam. The results will affect your admission to the Martial Arts Academy, so please take it seriously." Upon hearing that there would be a written exam tomorrow, the students whose martial arts exam scores were not particularly good brightened up. Failed the task? Chen Mo curled his lips, thinking he should have just given himself a couple of cuts to accumulate some valor points. Standing in the line, Chen Mo had no interest in listening to his classmates or teacher Fu's compliments and congratulations. he just wanted to know whether his task had failed or succeeded. But after a while, he still hadn't heard the system's announcement, and Chen Mo sighed in disappointment. If I failed, then I failed. There's nothing I can do. Just as Chen Mo was sighing, a proctor teacher jogged over. Is it Chen? The proctor approached and shook hands with Chen Mo. Hello, I am the chief examiner for this written exam. I came to inform you that you are exempt from the written test. Saying this, the proctor took out a business card from his pocket. I am also an admissions officer from Yangchang Martial Arts Academy. I wonder if you are interested in our academy. If you are interested, feel free to call me anytime, and I can take you to visit Yangchang Martial Arts Academy. Challenge task completed, hero passive draw chances have been issued, please draw at your convenience. Okay, if I'm interested, I'll contact you. Chen Mo calmly accepted the business card and nodded at the chief examiner. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Chen. Please rest well. With that, the chief examiner turned to leave, not intending to leave a bad impression on Chen Mo. Teacher Fu, I'm heading home now. Chen Mo waved at Teacher Fu and turned to run towards where Chen Li and Su Lu were. Good, as long as the task is completed. Just a few steps after turning around, Chen Mo swung his fist hard, already starting to look forward to what kind of incredible passive skill he might draw. Sitting in Xiao Qifeng's car, Chen Li and Su Lu chattered away. Including Xiao Qifeng, everyone was immersed in an atmosphere of extreme excitement. Chen Mo, however, was different. He stared blankly at the system interface in front of him and clicked the draw button. The roulette slowly started, and after 3 seconds, it gradually came to a stop. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the passive skill, Fury of the Berserker. Do you want to equip it immediately? Olaf's passive, huh? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, pondering. This passive ability had its pros and cons. The main point was that this skill could complement his incredible health pool and was quite compatible with the Shield of Intentional Punch. He wouldn't be left without means of attack after using Charged Attack, Intentional Punch, and Blood Fury Punch. Fury of the Berserker, gain up to 50% to 100% attack speed and 8% to 25% lifesteal. The lower your health, the stronger the effect, reaching its maximum at 30% health. Not bad, pretty lucky. No matter how he looked at it, he had essentially gotten a passive for free, and this passive didn't occupy a skill slot. If I ever draw the Q of the dog head, things will get exciting. At that point, I'll just stay in the Abyss Rift and not come out. Closing the system panel, Chen Mo then noticed Wei Jin was calling for him. Little Chen, what are you thinking about? Wei Jin turned back with a smile. Nothing much, just contemplating which martial arts academy to go to. Chen Mo shook his head, casually brushing it off with an excuse. Little Chen, you should come to the Taizhou Weapon Research Center tomorrow. I've arranged for the research center to prepare a pair of weapons that are quite suitable for you. Wei Jin could tell Chen Mo was brushing him off, so he changed the subject. Weapons? Chen Mo was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about that. Yes, compared to those geniuses from big cities, you still have a significant gap. After the martial arts exam, Chen Mo would face the national competition. Those geniuses from big cities have undergone systematic martial arts training since childhood, and each of them has mastered at least 3 martial skills. And the national competition allows the use of weapons, so not having practiced any weaponry is indeed a weakness. Hearing Wei Jin's words, Chen Mo frowned but didn't take it too seriously. It was just martial skills, counting his charged attack. He already had 3 martial skills. They could even stack together. I know what you're trying to say, you also have martial skills, and I won't ask who you learned them from. Wei Jin knew he had touched on Chen Mo's privacy and wouldn't press further. I just want to say that below level 6 martial artists, no matter how strong the body, it can't compare to the sturdiness of a weapon. So you do need a weapon, one that is sufficient for you to use in the national competition. Wei Jin paused, deciding not to keep him in suspense. We've prepared a pair of half-finger gauntlets made of Abyss Steel for you. This is all the Abyss Steel that Taizhou can offer. Abyss Steel has excellent compatibility with Vitality, significantly amplifying the power of your martial skills. Just right, since all your martial skills are close range, the half-finger gauntlets are a perfect fit for you. And if you learn other weapons in the future, the half-finger gauntlets made of Abyss Steel can also serve as armor, so it won't go to waste. Chen Mo didn't speak, but he could see and feel the importance that the entire Taizhou placed on him. He had heard of Abyss Steel. It was a precious metal that could only be found in deep abysses above level 5. It could even be said to be valuable yet rare. Thank you. In the end, Chen Mo accepted Wei Jin's kindness. Compared to the benefits Taizhou would gain from him achieving good results, it was indeed a good deal for Taizhou. But this matter couldn't be measured solely in monetary terms. It represented the entire city's expectations for him. Although he had only been in Taizhou for a little over a month, Chen Mo had already developed feelings for this small city. Since I've taken your things, I will naturally bring back results that satisfy everyone. Chen Mo smiled confidently. With his current strength, even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, he could still reach the top 16. This is already the best result Taizhou has ever achieved, and it will allow for more resources to be allocated to Taizhou from above. No, you don't need to achieve great results. Your primary task is to ensure you don't die on the competition field. Wei Jin shook his head. With a genius like Chen Mo emerging, the national competition results were no longer that important. Chen Mo himself was the most important. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Mo didn't heed Wei Jin's words. He was determined to accomplish what he set out to do. Even if a god came to stop him, it would be impossible. Soon, Xiao Qifeng's car stopped in front of Chen Mo's house. Little Chen, along with Mr. Chen and Ms. Su, please pack up tonight. Tomorrow we will set off for Yanjing City. Wei Jin got out of the car, shook hands with Chen Mo's family, and turned to sit in Xiao Qifeng's car, heading towards the Martial Arts Bureau. Little Mo, do you really want to participate in that national competition? Su Lu was filled with worry, fearing that her son might encounter some accident in the competition. Mom, don't worry, your son isn't that fragile. Chen Mo smiled at Su Lu, thinking his mother was overthinking. Son, your mom is right, that national competition is indeed too dangerous. Chen Li's excitement had faded. Just thinking about Chen Mo participating in such a dangerous event made his heart race. Moreover, I heard from Director Wei that this year's national competition will also have mentalists participating. Mentalists? Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. Having mentalists in a martial artist competition was akin to seeking death. From Chen Mo's original memories, mentalists were not particularly strong in combat but were exceptionally skilled in healing. Furthermore, becoming a mentalist wasn't something that could be achieved through training. One had to be born with mental power to become a mentalist. Director Wei doesn't know the specifics, but they are the favorites to win this year, all from a research institute in the Magic City. After thinking for a moment, Chen Li realized he couldn't dissuade Chen Mo and handed over the information he had gathered from Wei Jin. Son, since you really want to participate in the national competition, I won't stop you. Tomorrow, our whole family will go to Yanjing together. On June 19th, in the morning, there were still 5 days left until the National Genius Youth Championship began. They needed to arrive in Yanjing for pre-competition drug testing before June 20th. Only those who passed the tests would receive their contestant numbers. Leaving Chen Li and Su Lu, who were busy packing, Chen Mo ran towards the Taizhou Weapon Research Center located in the suburbs. At home, Su Lu was packing while on the phone. Clothes, pants, underwear, vests, socks, pillows, duvet covers, foot basins. In order for Chen Mo to perform excellently in the competition, Su Lu was almost ready to move the entire house. Chen Li looked at the 6 neatly arranged suitcases in front of him, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. What's wrong, Mom? Did little Mo not get into the martial arts academy? The call was soon connected, and the voice of Chen Yi, who was far away in Harbin City, came through. Mom, you don't need to worry, even if little Mo doesn't get into the martial arts academy, I won't let him suffer. Later, I'll have a word with the Northern Border Army, and you can send little Mo to me. I'll train him for a year, and then he. Xiaoyi, what are you talking about? Before Su Lu could speak, Chen Yi was already talking to herself. Who said little Mo didn't get into the martial arts academy? Little Mo is already a second-level martial artist. This year's top student is guaranteed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by laughter reminiscent of the goddess Shurji. Is that true? My brother is a second-level martial artist. Ha ha ha. I told you my brother couldn't be a waste, he was just too low-key. Ha 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 ha. Su Lu quickly moved the phone away from her ear, freeing herself from the torment of the magical voice invading her mind. Don't laugh yet. Do you have time in a couple of days? Our whole family is going to Yanjing. Is Xiao Mo planning to attend the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy? Chen Yi thought for a moment. The resources at Yanjing Martial Arts Academy could be said to be the best, and it was relatively safe. It was very suitable for her younger brother, at least he wouldn't suffer too much. I think it's good. I'll ask for leave in a bit and accompany you all to the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy. I happen to have a senior there who is a mentor. While Chen Yi was still pondering how to pave the way for Chen Mo, Su Lu's voice rang out again. No, your brother is going to represent Taizhou in this year's national competition. The previously chatty Chen Yi suddenly fell silent, and there was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time. Hello? Is the signal bad? Su Lu looked at the screen showing the call with some confusion, frowning slightly. Mom, do you know what it means to represent in the national competition? After nearly a minute, Chen Yi, who had completely calmed down, began to speak again. Of course I know, but Xiao Mo wants to participate himself, and we can't control that. Besides, he has already registered, and he has to go for a drug test tomorrow. I understand. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Yenjing Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. Chen Yi's tone was serious, seemingly unwilling for Chen Mo to participate in this year's national competition. Without explaining her reasons, Chen Yi hung up the phone decisively to ask for leave. This girl, over 20 and still so fiery. Su Lu shook her head, putting away her phone and continuing to pack her luggage. With this kind of personality, how will she find a boyfriend in the future? She can't be single for life. An hour later, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the Taizhou Weapon Research Center. The security personnel at the entrance quickly let him through after confirming his identity. Are you Chen's student? A tall and beautiful female researcher hurried over upon seeing Chen Mo. Yes, you are. Chen Mo looked up and down at the woman who was only a head shorter than him. Today, I am the one responsible for receiving you and taking you to test the Abyss Steel gloves. My name is Yang Yingying. You can just call me Yingying. Yang Yingying smiled at the younger brother in front of her, who was even taller than she was, and led Chen Mo into the research center. Chen Mo's name was well known throughout Taizhou, including among the researchers in the institute. After passing through various tinkling rooms, the two finally stopped in front of a sealed door. After entering a password and scanning his palm print, fingerprint, and iris, the door finally opened. It's quite troublesome, huh? Chen Mo didn't quite understand. It was just a pair of gloves. Why keep them in such a place? Not troublesome, these gloves are not ordinary. The casting technology alone is worth 17 million. Yang Yingying shook her head, looking very seriously at Chen Mo. If you count the raw materials and Abyss Beast skin, the total price of these gloves has already exceeded 40 million. Chen Mo really wanted to say, if you have 40 million, just give it to me, that would be more practical than these broken gloves. But no matter what, this was Taizhou's intention, he just needed to accept it. Come on, give it a try. After entering the password again, a hidden compartment appeared in the wall, revealing a pair of light purple frosted half-finger gloves in front of Chen Mo. This pair of gloves weighs 22 kilograms each, totaling 44 kilograms, with the ability to absorb impact and activate vital energy. And they can block most weapons on the market, including attacks from firearms, provided they hit the gloves. Yang Yingying carefully explained the wonderful uses of the gloves to Chen Mo. After listening, Chen Mo picked up the gloves and put them on. The gloves felt excellent, with no sense of restriction, they were completely tailored for him. Detected that the host has obtained armor, defense plus 30, current defense 55, each attack received reduces damage by 55 points. Detected that the host has obtained a weapon, attack plus 20, current attack 58. These gloves combine the forging concepts of both weapons and armor. They can be used as armor or as a weapon. I hope these gloves can play a significant role in the national competition. This is our research institute contributing a bit of effort. Thank you. Chen Mo nodded in gratitude. To be honest, he quite liked these half-finger gloves. The 22-kilogram weight was just right for him. Chen, my task is complete. Director Wei and the people accompanying you to the national competition are waiting outside. Shall we leave now? Yang Yingying glanced at her phone and looked up to ask. If we don't leave, I can still try them out in the lab. No need, I'll test these gloves on the competition field. Chen Mo shook his head. Shooting targets was boring. It was better to have a real fight on the competition field. Outside the research institute, 2 SUVs and 3 buses were parked at the entrance. What's with this setup? Oh, Xiao Chen is here. Wei Zhen and Liang Yongshan got out of the leading SUV, and Wei Zhen immediately spotted the Abyss Steel gloves Chen Mo was wearing. How are the gloves? Nothing much to say, thank you. True gratitude doesn't need words. Chen Mo just needed to bring back a good result. Let's not talk about the gloves for now. Do I really need so many people to participate in the national competition? Chen Mo looked at the 3 buses filled to capacity and asked with some confusion. Actually, it was just me, old Liang, Tian Xingxing, and Xiao Qifeng who were supposed to follow your family at first, but later Xiao Qifeng bought 150 tickets out of his own pocket. Wei Zhen turned to glance at the driver, Xiao Qifeng, who gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. He said that his child shouldn't be outdone in spirit at the competition, so he brought the cheerleading squad along. And there are 6 big drums under the bus. Wei Zhen didn't really think Chen Mo could make it to the top 64 or 32. He would be satisfied if he could get through the first round. Chen Mo didn't know what to say and could only tacitly accept the situation. Let's go, the drug test starts at 10 tomorrow morning. During the competition, only contestants and their families are allowed to stay in the venue hotel, so we'll be staying outside. Wei Zhen patted Chen Mo's shoulder. The national competition was no small matter. It was a nationwide event that could truly be life-threatening. How much importance did they place on this competition? The entire event lasted 5 days, during which the whole country had a holiday, and it was broadcast live throughout. This meant it was a great opportunity to showcase oneself in front of the entire nation. Moreover, other countries would also broadcast the competition, meaning the whole world was watching the national competition of Daxia. Okay. Chen Mo got into the second SUV, where Chen Li and Su Lu were sitting. In the Yanjing Long Lu Hotel, a tall and strong young man was flipping through the materials in his hands one by one. Uncle Hu, are these all the contestants for this year? The young man smirked, letting out a disdainful scoff. Not just that, there are some materials I can't even get, like those from Magic City and Sheep City. Xiaogu, this year's martial artists don't pose much of a threat to you. The biggest threat actually comes from those contestants at the Magic City Mental Power Research Institute. I couldn't find out much information despite my inquiries, only that they have developed weapons specifically for mental practitioners. And their power is immense, not ordinary. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Gu Feng raised his hand to stop him. Uncle Hu, do you think they can be stronger than me? I am already a mid-level 5th-tier warrior. Crushing a group of 2nd and 3rd-tier warriors is easy, right? Even if the celestial race comes, they won't be my opponents. Look at those so-called geniuses promoted by those small cities. A 2nd-tier warrior can make them celebrate throughout the city. Gu Feng casually pulled out a contestant's profile and placed it on the table. Coincidentally, it was Chen Mo's profile. Barely breaking through to 2nd tier before the martial arts exam, his combat power is just a bit outstanding. Am I going to lose to someone like this? And those mental practitioners, each one is so arrogant, I'll make them understand what they should do. Fighting is the business of warriors, mental practitioners are just responsible for healing. Gu Feng was beyond arrogant, he completely looked down on everyone. But he indeed had the capital to be arrogant, a mid-level 5th-tier warrior at 17, the first in the entire Great Xia. Xiaogu, I know they pose no threat to you, but there is one thing I must remind you. The old man sighed. He had watched Gu Feng grow up and naturally understood his temperament. This national competition is not only attended by the human race, the celestial race has also sent a 17-year-old contestant. What? Gu Feng suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. That 17-year-old from the celestial race is already at the late 5th tier, just one step away from the 6th tier. You must respond with caution. Don't worry, I've long wanted to meet those arrogant white-skinned ones. Gu Feng's expression was fierce, and violent energy swirled around him. Not just Gu Feng, all the cities that could be named received the news that the celestial race would also participate. Early the next morning, the off-road vehicle stopped in front of the main gate of the first sports center in Yanjing. The glaring drug testing center stood before everyone, and after Chen Mo opened the car door and greeted his family, he walked towards the drug testing center. Hope everything goes smoothly. Sulu tightly gripped the soft flesh at Chen Li's waist. She was really afraid Chen Mo would get hurt on the field. Dear, if you keep holding on like this, I might end up in the hospital before Xiao Mo gets hurt. Chen Li grimaced in pain but couldn't say much. There was no one else beside him. If there were, he would have found someone to pinch. Chenggu, Su Jia, once Chen Mo's contestant number is issued, you can check into the internal hotel. Wei Zhen got out of the leading off-road vehicle, knocked on the car window, and said to Chen's father and mother, "Don't worry, it's just a drug test, the official competition hasn't started yet. I'm just worried, coming from a small city. Will those kids from big cities bully us?" Su Lu asked with some concern. Su Lu's worries were not unfounded. As soon as Chen Mo arrived at the drug testing center and took out his ID, he was interrupted by a burst of sharp laughter. "Is this the star from Taizhou? Looks just SOSO, don't you think?" "I think so too, looking all poor and shabby, probably just another early exit. Stay away from him, he'll stink soon." Chen Mo realized that these girls were not just mocking him, they were targeting contestants from small cities in general. He was merely a typical example. "Chen, take your urine test cup and go." A staff member smiled as they took out a small cup and Chen Mo's ID, intending to return it to him. But when she looked up, she found that Chen Mo had already appeared beside those girls. "Do you like dog barks?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. He was already tall, and those girls looked like children in front of him. "So what if I do?" The leading girl didn't finish her sentence before Chen Mo slapped her across the face. Caused 4390 points of damage, maximum health increased by 526. The girl flew up like a spinning top, eventually landing on the ground, unconscious. She only had a little over 5,000 health points, and that slap nearly sent her away. Chen Mo was not the type to endure humiliation. If he could tolerate this, what would he be? "Stop pretending, I know this slap won't kill you, but you'd better not run into me on the battlefield. Including you all, if you encounter me on the battlefield, you'd better be careful. I will seize the opportunity to take you down." After saying that, Chen Mo turned around, taking the urine test cup and his ID card, heading towards the blood test area. The people around, whether competitors or staff maintaining order, were stunned. They had seen competitors from big cities mock those from small cities, but they had never seen a small city competitor dare to fight back. Moreover, his tone was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding the background resources of the big city. Teacher Huang, please treat this competitor. We can't have losses before the competition starts. A staff member squatted beside the girl who had just been slapped, speaking to a mentalist not far away. I know, this kid hits pretty hard. Teacher Huang, a level 6 mentalist, could easily treat such injuries. However, that slap had at least the power of a mid-level 3, and it seemed Chen Mo hadn't even used his full strength. This year's national competition should be very interesting. Teacher Huang, stop rambling. If you keep talking, this kid will run out of breath. The staff member poked the grinning Teacher Huang, pointing at the girl who was spitting blood. Ah, right, I forgot about her. Teacher Huang slapped his forehead. Talking to himself was an old habit of his. Sitting at the blood test window, Chen Mo directly extended his arm inside. The nurse on the other side, wearing a mask, picked up the blood draw needle and tried to insert it into Chen Mo's vein. But no matter how hard the nurse tried, she couldn't get it in. Something's not right? The nurse began to sweat, and Chen Mo could even see the veins bulging on the back of her hand from the effort. Why is it so hard? Creak. With the nurse's relentless efforts, the needle successfully turned into a V shape. Chen Mo. The nurse. Chen, wait a moment, I'm going to get a power drill. The nurse stood up angrily and turned to rummage through the toolbox for a special blood draw drill for fighters. Chen Mo could roughly guess why the nurse couldn't pierce his skin. His current defense was as high as 55 points, while the nurse, combined with the needle's attack power, only totaled 3 points. All of it was negated by damage reduction. Soon, the nurse returned with a tool that looked not much different from a power drill. After fitting the special drill bit, she placed one foot on the table and began to fiercely attack the thinnest skin on Chen Mo's elbow. Zzzzzzzzz. Sparks flew, and the nurse's forehead began to sweat. After the nurse's persistent efforts, she finally broke through Chen Mo's skin, successfully drilling into his blood vessels. Splat! Chen Mo's blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, and before the nurse could react, the scalding blood splattered all over her face. Chen Mo. The nurse. Chen, your blood pressure is quite high. Yeah, I've indeed had a bit of high blood pressure lately. The nurse stood up awkwardly, changed into a new outfit, and sat back down. Chen Mo didn't expect his blood pressure to be this high. Could it be because his life force was too strong? Picking up a blood draw needle again, the nurse aimed to insert it directly into the tiny hole she had just made. But when she looked at Chen Mo's arm, there was no trace of the tiny hole left. The skin was smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of injury. Chen Mo. The nurse. Well, I guess I'll just do it myself. Chen Mo sighed, feeling that the nurse's blood pressure was probably higher than his. No, just leave it to me. The nurse picked up the needle again and launched another attack on Chen Mo's veins. After a busy half hour, the nurse, drenched in sweat, finally succeeded in drawing Chen Mo's blood. That was tough. The nurse looked at the crystal-clear blood in her hand, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Alright, Chen, you can go to the nearby restroom to do the urine test. The blood test results will be out in an hour. Ah, okay. Chen Mo nodded and walked into the men's restroom with the urine test cup. As soon as he entered, the scene before him left Chen Mo frozen in place. In front of each stall stood a staff member with wide eyes. Many contestants were sweating profusely, trying to squeeze out a few drops, but could only sweat under the eager gazes. Hey, can you stop staring? If you keep looking at me like that, I really can't pee. Finally, one contestant couldn't help but complain to the staff member beside him. Student, I can't help it. It's the requirement of the competition committee. I don't want to stare at your little worm either. The staff member continued to stare straight ahead, his words piercing the contestant's heart like a sharp sword. The contestant's face turned bright red, but he couldn't say anything. He could only exert all his effort to squeeze his bladder, trying to get a little out. Student, there's still an empty spot here. A staff member waved at Chen Mo, pointing to the stall next to him. Chen Mo actually wanted to refuse. He couldn't get anything out with someone next to him. But, at least he wasn't a little worm. His python would only make the staff member feel ashamed. Standing in front of the stall, Chen Mo took out his Rui Jingu Bang. Are you a donkey? The staff member's eyes widened even more. He couldn't believe that a human could have such a size. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. It's harder to listen to you than to talk myself. Chen Mo shot the staff member a glance and began to try to squeeze something out. Student, do you have a secret formula for enlargement? I can pay for it. Even after being retorted by Chen Mo, the staff member still eagerly harassed him. There is indeed a secret formula. Chen Mo nodded seriously. Pay first, and then I'll give you the formula. 5,000 yuan, no deception. Okay. The staff member's eyes lit up as he took out his phone to scan Chen Mo's payment code. Blue Pay received, 5,000 yuan. The sound of the payment arriving rang out, and Chen Mo happily put his phone away. Come a bit closer, I won't share this secret formula with anyone. Seeing Chen Mo's mysterious expression, the staff member was even more convinced that Chen Mo had a formula for enlargement. He quickly leaned in closer to Chen Mo's mouth, eager to hear what he had to say. The secret formula is natural talent, you can't learn it. You. The staff member's face turned red, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. What's wrong? I've already told you the secret formula, what else do you want? Holding the urine test cup that was already full, Chen Mo looked at the staff member who was about to explode with anger, grinning. I'm not doing anything. The staff member gritted his teeth, he had been conned out of 5,000 yuan by a kid. What a disgrace. If there's nothing else, step aside. I still have things to deliver. Chen Mo shook the liquid in his hand, and the staff member grabbed it. You don't need to deliver anything, this is my job. He was angry, but he still had to do his job well. Oh, then be careful. I have a lot of flow, some spilled out. You brat. 2 hours quickly passed, and Chen Mo received his contestant number from the staff member, who had a face full of resentment. Here you go, not a bad number, 188. Thanks. Chen Mo cheerfully tucked the contestant entry card away and waved at the staff member. By the way, I really wasn't lying to you, the secret formula is just talent. You can't blame me or yourself, it's your dad's fault for not being capable. Saying this, Chen Mo patted the staff member's shoulder and turned to leave the drug testing area. The staff member's face turned purple with anger, but he really couldn't come up with a reason to refute. If he got physical, regardless of whether he was right or wrong, these geniuses who could participate in the national competition were not someone he could provoke. After thinking it over, the best choice was to endure. Outside the drug testing area, the cheerleading bus led by the 37th Middle School had already headed to the hotel, leaving only Chen Mo's family and a few people in Xiao Qifeng's car waiting. They're coming out. Sulu leaned out of the car window, waving at Chen Mo. Chen Mo picked up his entry card and happily got into the car. So, how did the drug test go? Wei Jin and Liang Yongsheng walked over and asked through the car window. It was fine, encountered a few minor incidents, and made a little pocket money. Chen Mo put away the entry card and touched his elbow, which had been drilled twice. As long as nothing happened, that's good. Are you staying in the on-site hotel with your parents or playing outside for a bit? After all, contestants who complete the drug test from the afternoon onwards are not allowed to contact the outside world, only those who are eliminated can leave. It's been a long journey, you need to rest. Just as Chen Mo was about to say he would stay in the on-site hotel now, Sulu poked him. Xiao Mo, your sister is here. She's waiting for you at the entrance of the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy. Chen Mo slowly turned his head. His sister was here? Was it the Chen Yi who had bullied him since childhood? Chen Mo was extremely fearful of Chen Yi. This girl had a high talent in martial arts since she was little and had always beaten him up. It wasn't until Chen Yi went to the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy that his nightmare finally ended. Yeah, I told her you became a second-level martial artist and were participating in the national competition. She was very happy and said she wanted to come see you. Sulu didn't tell Chen Mo about Chen Yi's reaction when she heard he was participating in the national competition. Can I not go? Although his soul had been replaced by Chen Mo, this body still felt fear towards Chen Yi. You can't. If you don't come find me, I'll come find you. Suddenly, a fair but slightly calloused hand reached in through the car window and pinched Chen Mo's face. Look at you, getting bold. Outside the car, a tall beauty was glaring fiercely at Chen Mo. What gives you the right to participate in the national competition? You should consider your parents' feelings even if you don't care about your own life. Come here. I have 2 quick training martial arts techniques to teach you. Chen Yi dragged Chen Mo away, disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving Wei Jin and a few others awkwardly standing in place. In a small alley of the drug testing center, Chen Yi pulled out 2 martial arts manuals from her bag. Here, take these. Both are quick training manuals, at least they can help you not get beaten too badly. Although Chen Yi complained, she still treated Chen Mo like her dearest brother. Sister, I don't need. Chen Mo's words were cut short by Chen Yi's fierce glare. I stole these 2 from the border guard just for you to use in this national competition. One is called the turtle breathing technique, and the other is called the blood ignition body. The turtle breathing technique is for playing dead, and the blood ignition body is for fighting with all your might. If you encounter someone you truly can't beat, use the turtle breathing technique to play dead. If you face someone tough but beatable, use the blood ignition body. Remember, no matter what, your life is the most important. You don't need to worry about anything else. And if you fight, make sure to fight well for your sister, but if you can't win, playing dead is not shameful. As Chenny spoke these contradictory words, she shoved the turtle breathing technique and blood ignition body into Chen Mo's hands, then put on a smile and walked out with him. Mom and Dad, I was just having a little chat with Xiao Mo, you don't need to worry. Chenny walked over and hugged Su Lu, looking gentle and demure. Only those familiar with Chenny knew that she was known as the Axe Queen at the Harbin Martial Arts Academy. She could wield a 200-pound giant axe with ease, and no one at the academy dared to provoke her. Xiaoyi, you've lost quite a bit of weight, Su Lu said, clearly lying through her teeth, as Chen Yi's physique was noticeably stronger than before. Director Wei, I'm just taking my parents to check into the hotel in the inner area. Xiao Mo's drug test certificate will expire soon. Chen Yi flashed a sweet smile at Wei Jin, carrying 6 suitcases into the Yanjing Sports Center. Is that the Axe Queen? Tian Xingxing asked, watching Chen Mo's family walk away. Yes, she's famous for being tough in the northern border area of Harbin, Liang Yongxing nodded. Don't be fooled by her being only a level 3 martial artist. She can already kill level 4 abyss beasts. Her strength is quite formidable. Can't tell, she seems so gentle, Tian Xingxing pouted, thinking that the rumors were indeed unreliable. Alright, let's not just stand here foolishly. We need to prepare the things we'll need for watching the competition. Wei Jin shook his head, knowing that there was only one thing they could do next. That was to cheer for Chen Mo. As for how far Chen Mo could go, it all depended on his own strength and luck in the draw. At the inner hotel, Chen Mo's family was assigned a mid-level suite. 3 bedrooms and a living room, enough for the family to stay during the competition. Hello, are you Chen Mo, contestant number 188? As soon as the family set down their luggage, a staff member from the national competition knocked on the door and asked, is there something? Chen Mo opened the door, and the staff member handed him a golden card. Contestant Chen Mo, here are the schedule and important notes for the upcoming matches. Also, you can use the facilities and equipment in the sports center for free. Meals are provided by the cafeteria, and if you don't like the cafeteria food, we can provide materials for you to cook yourself. Additionally, the organizing committee provides each contestant with 3 qi and blood pills every day. Would you like some? The staff member politely inquired, showing no sign of a bad attitude just because he came from a small city. Of course I need them. Thank you for your hard work. Since the other party was polite, Chen Mo naturally responded in kind. After nodding and accepting the items brought by the staff, Chen Mo returned to the room. As he turned around, he saw his parents, Chen Li and Su Lu, sitting nervously on the stool, completely still. Dad, Mom, why aren't you sitting on the sofa? Chen Mo looked at the couple with some confusion and plopped down onto the soft sofa. Son, we're a bit nervous. Chen Li rubbed his hands together, revealing an expression that was unexpected for a man who had been the family's pillar for over 20 years. What's there to be nervous about? Every contestant has a room like this. Chen Mo still didn't understand. It was just a room, after all, no need to be like this. It's not just the room. I just never thought my son would participate in such a high-level competition one day. Chen Li shook his head and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one. The old Qin family must be blessed. I need to burn some paper for the ancestors later. Alright, stop overthinking it, Chen Mo chuckled, and after sitting for a while, he got up and walked into the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower and then get some sleep. This trip has been exhausting. With that, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. The 3 in the living room exchanged glances and relaxed a bit. Mom, I actually started to feel nervous just now, Chenny said with a self-deprecating smile. She had never felt this nervous even when facing a level 4 abyss beast. This was just the pre-competition phase. Once the competition started, she didn't know how nervous she would be. Alright, look at you two, you're worse than I am. Sulu stood up and patted Chen Yi's head, comforting the father and daughter for a while. We should rest. You must be exhausted from coming all the way from Ice City, right? Your dad and I didn't sleep at all last night either. Let's hurry and rest, so we don't disturb Xiao Mo. Sulu was quite sensible, taking Chen Yi's hand and heading into the bedroom for some mother-daughter talk. As for Chen Li, the man could just sleep alone. Chen Li lay in bed feeling a bit lonely, hugging the blanket like a solitary old man. At 6 in the evening, the Chun family of 4 all woke up well rested, each looking full of energy. Son, time to eat. I've been craving that roast duck from Yanjing. Your dad is treating. Let's go eat. Chen Li wrapped an arm around the refreshed Chen Mo and headed out. Dad, contestants can't leave the sports center until the competition is over, Chen Mo sighed. After a nap, Chen Li had returned to his unreliable self. Alright, I forgot about that. Chen Li slapped his forehead. Let's go. The cafeteria should have roast duck prepared too. Grabbing his meal card, Chen Mo led the family to the cafeteria. They took the elevator, pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and the elevator quickly stopped. The Chen family stood stunned at the luxurious restaurant before them. This isn't right, wasn't it supposed to be a cafeteria? Chenli looked around at the opulent decor, his mind filled with question marks. Contestant 188, this way please. A sharp-eyed waiter approached and led the Chen family to their designated table. You don't need to be surprised, those who can participate in the national competition are all exceptional talents, and we will provide you and your family with the best service. The waiter smiled broadly as he handed over the menu for the day. You can try the specialty roast duck from Yanjing. We specially invited a master chef from Dipangquan to roast it personally. The taste and texture are absolutely on par with Dipangquan. Great, then let's start with 3 roast ducks, and also 3 portions of iron cap lamb, and 3 portions of hot pot tripe, plus some doji and fried liver, and lu zhu. Since they were in Yanjing, it didn't matter whether these dishes were good or not, experiencing the local specialties was what truly mattered. A large table of dishes was quickly served, and Chen Mo's family happily began to enjoy their dinner. Just as the family was eating joyfully, a very discordant voice sounded nearby. Ha, a bunch of country bumpkins, really uncultured. Chen Mo turned to look and saw a boy with slick back hair elegantly cutting his steak with a knife and fork. These days, there are all kinds of idiots, huh? Chen Mo didn't take it to heart, he had seen plenty of pretentious little bourgeois types like him before, and he hoped he wouldn't run into him in the arena. Indeed, eating his steak has made him feel so impressive. Chen Yi, Chen Mo's sister, naturally had a personality very similar to Chen Mo's. Moreover, they shared a common trait, they both had sharp tongues. Look at him, all slick and made up, as if he just crawled out from under some old lady's bed. Seriously, he should hurry up and get some protein so he can continue serving his mom tonight, right? Not necessarily, maybe his dad still has to give him a good clean out tonight. The brother and sister exchanged various biting remarks, launching a saturated attack centered around the slick-back boy, using their parents as a benchmark. The slick-back boy had never been insulted like this before, and even his parents glared angrily at Chen Mo and Chen Yi. What are you looking at? Chen Mo turned to the slick-back boy and casually glanced at his health bar. Level 3 warrior, maximum health 6001. Just a little fragile guy. I won't stoop to your level. The slick-back boy thought for a moment and sat down. He wasn't foolish enough to cause a scene at a national competition. You level 1 and 2 warriors from small cities are merely stepping stones for us. You probably won't even make it past the first round, you little waste. Why should I bother with you? After all, you might not even be able to get off the stage and could die up there. Several competitors from small cities stood up, but under the imposing gaze of the slick-back boy, they sat back down. You better not run into me on the stage, otherwise, I'll show you the difference between people. Right, country bumpkin? Damn. Chen Mo was so amused he almost laughed. Who gave him the courage to mock him? Just as Chen Mo was about to stand up and give him a steel punch, the loudspeaker overhead suddenly blared. Attention all competitors, the list for the first round of the arena selection has been released. Please check your email. Repeat, attention all competitors, the list for the first round of the arena selection has been released. Please check your email. Chen Mo glanced at the slick-back boy before sitting down, opening his phone to search for his name. Soon, the slick-back boy across the table let out an annoyed tch. A level 2 warrior, really boring. No matter who number 188 is, it's bad luck for him to fall into my hands. The slicked-back boy cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. Indeed, really unlucky to run into a loser. Chen Mo sneered and revealed his contestant number. Zhao Peinan, level 3 warrior, from Hangzhou. I am number 188, see you in the arena. You really are unlucky. Zhao Peinan's tone was filled with hostility, clearly planning to go all out in the arena. You better admit defeat as soon as you get on stage, otherwise, I will definitely chop you into 3 pieces. Real skill isn't just talking big. We'll see each other in the arena. Chen Mo grinned, hoping he could withstand a punch from him. The atmosphere in the restaurant gradually shifted from harmonious to tense, with most people finding their opponents for the upcoming match in 2 days. The competitors from small cities looked grim, but some had a glimmer of determination on their faces. While eating the crispy duck skin, Chen Mo was learning about the competition format for this year's national tournament. There were a total of 240 participants, and the preliminary selection would begin on the 24th. Excluding the 20-seeded players, the remaining 220 contestants would compete in the preliminary rounds for a spot in the subsequent arena matches. The weaker the contestant, the more matches they would have to play. Only the top 44 players based on points would qualify for the arena matches. After the preliminary rounds, only a maximum of 44 contenders would remain to vie for the championship, adding up to a total of 64 participants including the 20-seeded players. The competition format was quite brutal, and most people would consider themselves lucky to win even one match. The entire preliminary round would be live-streamed, allowing people across the country and even the world to witness this harsh competition. Xiao Mo, that person should be a third-level warrior. Are you really confident you can beat him? Chen Yi frowned. As a third-level warrior herself, she was well aware of the vast gap between second and third-level warriors. Just in terms of total vitality, a third-level warrior was roughly 10 times that of a second-level warrior. Don't worry, if I can't take him down with one punch, then I'm done for, Chen Mo grinned. Without deliberately using his full strength, his maximum damage was 6,640. This meant that if he landed a punch, Zhao Peinan would still owe him 500 vitality points. As long as you know what you're doing, just don't forget to practice what I gave you in the next couple of days. Chen Yi nodded. She could tell that Zhao Peinan had just broken through to a third-level warrior, but his combat power was still not something a second-level warrior could compare to. I know, I won't forget, Chen Mo nodded, already feeling restless. Chen Li and Su Lu looked at Chen Mo with some concern. As ordinary people, they couldn't truly understand the gap between warriors. All they could do was cheer for Chen Mo and not hold him back. In the tense atmosphere, the originally delightful dinner quickly came to an end. Back in the suite, Chen Mo immediately began practicing his blood ignition technique. As for the turtle breathing technique, that was something only cowards would practice. Chen Mo had no use for it. He just needed to use the most extreme values to annihilate everything. On June 24th, the National Genius Youth Championship officially commenced. Outside the Yanjing First Sports Center, countless citizens waved national flags, cheering for these prodigies. Fireworks exploded continuously in the sky above the Yanjing First Sports Center. 2 off-road vehicles and 3 buses from Taizhou had parked in the lot the night before, waiting for this moment. Over 100 people carrying various cheering props entered the stands, and they even specially ordered a flag for Taizhou and one with the character Chen. The most extravagant among them was Xiao Qifeng, who had a red band tied around his forehead, holding a pair of drumsticks, with a giant leather drum in front of him. Have we all memorized the slogans we've been training with these past few days? Xiao Qifeng shouted to the cheerleading squad behind him. This is the strongest genius Taizhou has ever had, our momentum absolutely cannot lose to other cities. Do you understand? Understood. The cheerleading squad, mostly made up of students, shouted loudly, each one filled with passion. Although they couldn't personally take the stage to compete, just being able to cheer for the star of Taizhou excited them immensely. Xiaoyi, hold my hand a bit tighter, my heart isn't feeling too good. Su Lu kept taking deep breaths, trembling with anxiety. It's okay, Mom, Xiao Mo will definitely be fine. Chen Yi was also extremely nervous. She glanced at the list of competitors and saw that aside from the confidential seeded players, many of the talented individuals from larger cities were stronger than her. Come on, Xiao Mo. At this moment, the live broadcast had already started, and almost everyone across the country, young and old, was paying attention to this event. Backstage, a clear divide formed between the contestants from big cities and those from small towns. The battle between Chen Mo and Zhao Peinan was taking place on Ring 17, right in front of the support group from Taizhou. Are you ready to die? Zhao Peinan had already changed into a convenient outfit for movement, with a tang knife hanging at his waist. You shouldn't be asking me, Chen Mo shook his head, putting on his abyss steel boxing gloves. You should be asking yourself, are you ready to die in the ring? You can only be arrogant for a little while before you get on stage. Zhao Peinan snorted coldly, having recognized that Chen Mo's gloves were made of abyss steel. Contestant 188, Chen Mo, and Contestant 63, Zhao Peinan, please take the stage. After giving Chen Mo a glance, Zhao Peinan turned and walked towards the ring, with Chen Mo closely following. Oh. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, they were actually the first match of the day. The cheers roared like a tsunami, and Xiao Qifeng along with the Chen family immediately spotted Chen Mo. Here he comes. The moment he saw Chen Mo, Xiao Qifeng jumped up as if he had stepped on an electric switch, waving frantically at Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't notice them, instead, he was focused on the energy marks on Zhao Peinan. Are both contestants ready? The referee stepped onto the ring and asked the two standing in their respective corners. No problem. Zhao Peinan glared fiercely at Chen Mo, determined to take down this country bumpkin from a small town. His thunderblade was unbeatable in Hangzhou. How could a small-town bumpkin from Taizhou be his match? Ready. Chen Mo was already eager, cracking his knuckles and beckoning Zhao Peinan with his hand. Alright, positions. Prepare. Start. As the referee announced the start of the match, Zhao Peinan charged at Chen Mo with a powerful kick. In the commentary booth, 2 professional commentators from Yanjing were excitedly watching the two in the ring. One is a prodigy from Hangzhou, and the other is a star from Taizhou. I wonder what kind of dazzling sparks will fly when these two collide. However, our Taizhou star is only a second-level warrior. Facing a third-level warrior like Zhao Peinan, lasting more than a minute would already be an impressive performance. Oh. Zhao Peinan shows no mercy, coming in with his family's ultimate technique, the Thunder Blade. Chen Mo was likely to be eliminated. The commentator's voice suddenly cut off, staring blankly at the ring, unable to speak. Is that it? Chen Mo caught Zhao Peinan's tang knife aimed at his neck with one hand, looking at him with disappointment. You! A hint of panic flashed in Zhao Peinan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The tang knife in Zhao Peinan's hand crackled with electricity, sizzling against Chen Mo's body. Electrocution damage taken, health minus 105, electrocution damage taken, health minus 105, electrocution damage taken. One after another, the system notifications rang out, and the corner of Chen Mo's mouth couldn't help but lift. You're so weak, is this some kind of electrotherapy for me? Zhao Peinan looked at Chen Mo, whose entire arm had turned charred black. How was this guy enduring the pain of the electric shock? He didn't know that despite Chen Mo's arm looking a bit tragic, he actually felt nothing at all. Moreover, the health he had just lost was recovering at a rate of 90 points per second. That charred arm was visibly healing back to normal. Waste. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh and landed a powerful punch directly on Zhao Peinan's chest. Bang! After many days, Chen Mo finally heard that pleasant sound again. Caused 50 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 534. Zhao Peinan's eyes widened, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. A deep dent, nearly a finger's width, appeared in his chest, and his lungs exploded from the force of the punch. Lie down, you worthless piece of trash who can't even take one punch from me. Chen Mo gently pushed Zhao Peinan, who fell to the ground like a dead man. The referee, stunned by Chen Mo's punch, finally came to his senses and hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Mo, raising his right hand. Winner! Chen Mo from Taizhou. The once noisy Beijing sports center fell into silence, everyone staring at Zhao Peinan, who lay on the ground, struggling to breathe. Is this it? It's over? Even the commentator was in a daze. This was the fastest end to a match in his commentary career. Medical psychic practitioner. Hurry, this kid is going to die. The staff responsible for monitoring the situation shouted towards the psychic practitioner not far away. Seeing that the match was over, Chen Mo turned and walked off the stage to prepare for the next fight. Did we win? Xiao Qifeng was in a daze, and Wei Jin and the others were also frozen in place. We won? Chen Li and Su Lu, the couple, had the same blank expressions. They won so easily? What are you still doing? Can't you cheer for our side's victory? The first to come back to his senses was Tian Xingxing, who snatched the drumsticks from Xiao Qifeng and struck the cowhide drum in front of him. Wei Jin was so excited he was trembling, channeling his energy to beat the drum in front of him. It was only now that everyone from Taizhou snapped out of their shock, their faces flushed with excitement, cheers echoing through the air. Dong dong! Chen Mo was awesome! Dong dong! Chen Mo was awesome! The cheers they had planned to shout were completely unused. Under Tian Xingxing's lead, the entire sports center resounded with Chen Mo was awesome. Ha ha ha! That's my son! Look at that! A third-level warrior isn't even a match for my son. My brother is amazing. Chen Yi and Chen Li, father and daughter, cheered joyfully, with Chen Yi shaking her father's collar wildly. Gah! Unlike the crowd in extreme excitement, Su Lu fainted from the thrill. That kid's mother. In stark contrast to the ecstatic people of Taizhou, the crowd in Hangcheng looked as if they had lost their loved ones, heads hanging low. Especially Zhao Peinan's parents, who were on the verge of tears. Their son was still on the stage being resuscitated, having reportedly had both lungs and half a heart blown apart by a single punch. I want to file a complaint. That Chen Mo is definitely not a second-level warrior. Whoa, my son. Backstage, Chen Mo scanned the area and found that the other competitors who had looked down on him were now regarding him with scrutinizing eyes. You're strong, a girl with her arms crossed approached, staring intently at Chen Mo. You think so? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering if this silly girl was looking for trouble. Stay out of it. If you want to fight, we'll meet in the ring. Just be prepared to be knocked out by me. With that, Chen Mo turned and headed to the rest area, completely unaware of the girl who had just pulled out her phone. I just wanted to add you as a friend. The girl's face turned red with anger. How could there be such a titanium alloy straight man? Of course, her intentions were not just to add Chen Mo as a friend, she also hoped he would go easy on her when they met. The first match had just ended, and aside from Chen Mo, there were only a few staff members in the entire lounge. Challenge Task Round 1 completed, equipment draw chances have been issued. Chen Mo was waiting for the sound of task completion. He directly opened the system panel and clicked on the equipment draw. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo used the rewards equipment draw chances. The roulette began to spin and slowly came to a stop 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Endless Hatred. Would you like to equip it immediately? Detected that the host's equipment has reached the limit. Would you like to replace an item in your equipment slots? Yes/no. Note, please complete more challenge tasks to unlock additional equipment slots. Endless Hatred, ha. Chen Mo rubbed his chin as he looked at the newly drawn equipment. Wasn't this just a perfect two-piece set for infinite firepower? Heart of Steel was one of the main sources of Chen Mo's damage and absolutely could not be removed. However, without the iron plate boots, Chen Mo's agility would take a significant hit. Was it worth it for the attributes and passive of Endless Hatred? He opened the detailed panel for Endless Hatred and began to contemplate whether to replace the iron plate boots. Endless Hatred, 400 health, 55 defense, 10 skill speed, passive, suffering, in combat, every 5 minutes, deal 3% of nearby enemies' health as damage and heal yourself for 250% of the damage dealt. Dealing 1130 damage every 5 minutes and healing 2800 health. This passive was quite powerful, especially considering Chen Mo's current high health. The only downside was the long activation time. This equipment was more suited for one versus many situations, but in the context of this arena battle, it wasn't as useful. Against those fragile opponents, let alone 5 minutes, he could take them out with a single punch. If he faced opponents with agile movements, having the iron plate boots would prevent him from being at such a disadvantage, so he decided not to switch for now. Forget it, I'll wait until I unlock the next equipment slot. Chen Mo sighed. It was a pity to have equipment but not be able to equip it. Challenge Task Phase 1 completed, now opening Phase 2. Unleash your stats. Successfully advance to the top 64 to unlock the third equipment slot and the second skill slot. Ha! Chen Mo's eyes widened. The treasure system was truly a timely help. Although usually quiet, it was really considerate at critical moments. As a contestant from a small city, Chen Mo needed to win at least 4 matches to advance to the top 64. This meant he only needed to win 3 more matches to unlock the third equipment slot and the second skill slot. Thinking of this, Chen Mo was no longer sleepy. He sat up and began to check his next opponent. Lu Hong, a second-level martial artist from Zhang City? Chen Mo's face twitched. A second-level martial artist had a maximum health of around 5,000. A glass cannon type like Tian Xingxing didn't even reach 3,000 and couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Consider yourself unlucky. It's not my fault. Chen Mo picked up the supplies and fruits he had prepared earlier and started eating. There was still about an hour until the next match, so resting for a bit wouldn't hurt. Unlike the relaxed Chen Mo, Lu Hong, who had just won his first match, was now sweating profusely as he stared at his phone. No way, I'm up against that one-punch guy? Lu Hong was stunned. Zhao Peinan, a third-level martial artist, had almost been killed by a single punch. As a second-level martial artist, he would surely be knocked out in one hit. No way, I haven't lived enough yet. Although the arena was equipped with the best healing psychics in the country, if he got killed by a punch, they wouldn't be able to save him. Better to forfeit, it's less embarrassing than losing my life. In the end, Lu Hong made a very wise decision. He chose to forfeit the match and go home. His family, teachers, and the city leaders agreed to Lu Hong's decision without a second thought. Chen Mo was indeed a monster that ordinary people couldn't defeat. Before long, the Zhang City delegation took Lu Hong out of the Yanqing First Sports Center through a side door. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that he had gained the nickname One Punch Brother, as he was happily waiting for his next match. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and feeling that it was about time, Chen Mo got up and walked outside. However, when he reached the player preparation area, he was informed that his next opponent had forfeited, resulting in an automatic victory for Chen Mo. How strange. Chen Mo pouted, thinking, why forfeit? I missed out on stacking over 500 health points. You just lost your life, while I lost 500 health points. Truly inconsiderate. Chen Mo sighed in disappointment and returned to the resting area. In the VIP viewing area, the 20 seated players and their friends were watching the matches below. Not only them, but the deans of various top martial arts academies were also invited to the event. Old Lu, this year's batch of kids is much stronger than in previous years, said Wu Suian, the dean of Yangqing Martial Arts Academy, his gaze fixed intently on the fighters below. Indeed, whether ordinary players or seated ones, they are significantly stronger than in previous years. Lu Zhenwu, the dean of Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, nodded. This year's talents were more powerful than those of any previous year. Based on past experience, second-tier or above martial artists had a chance to reach the top 64. However, given this year's situation, even third-tier martial artists had a certain probability of not advancing. Among those ordinary players, which one do you think has the most potential? Wu Suian asked Lu Zhenwu with a hint of knowing curiosity. Isn't that obvious? That Chen Mo from Taizhou is quite impressive. He could definitely be specially recruited into our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, Lu Zhenwu chuckled. Although Chen Mo might not make it to the end, they would never let such a talent slip away easily. Every martial arts academy had a complete plan for recruiting talented students. Offering cars, houses, and money was just child's play. The promised resources were the real deal. So, this year you don't plan to recruit a few seeded players for your Jichun? Wu Suian glanced at the 20 seeded players before turning back to ask, can you compete with Modu and Yinjing? Lu Zhenwu sighed, feeling a bit disheartened. Whether it's battle resources, training resources, or even housing prices, we can't compare to them. How can we compete? It's better to honestly recruit a few decent ordinary players and not dream big. That makes sense. Wu Suian nodded on the surface, but his hand, hidden in his pocket, had already given orders to the admissions office. Visit Chen Mo tonight with the admissions handbook and talent recruitment plan. I've sent you the hotel room number. Make sure to leave a good impression on Chen Mo. The deans had similar insights and abilities. If Lu Zhenwu had his eye on Chen Mo, so did Wu Suian. Only by acting first could he take the initiative in recruitment. Even if he didn't get an immediate agreement, he could still leave a good impression on Chen Mo. Next, Chen Mo had only 2 matches left in the ring. One opponent ran away, and the other fainted after trembling a couple of times on stage. Originally, he could have stacked over 1,000 health points in the afternoon match, but he ended up with nothing. Chen Mo felt quite frustrated, curling up on the sofa in a huff. My health points. Over 1,000 health points, just like that. It felt like a duck was perfectly roasted. Just as you were about to put it in your mouth, it suddenly twisted its butt and flew away. It was both disgusting and helpless, but fortunately, Chen Mo advanced to the top 64 without any pressure. Bro! Just as Chen Mo was feeling down, Chen Yi leaped onto him with a big crash. You're amazing. You scared off 2 and knocked 1 out. Chen Yi was sitting on Chen Mo's waist, holding his face and giving him a kiss. As expected of my brother, just incredible. Later, I can brag with those brutes from the extreme cold border. This is the national competition's top 64. When has Taizhou ever had such results? Not to mention, those top martial arts academies will definitely come to snatch you. I finally don't have to work hard anymore. From now on, I'll just rely on you to live. Climbing off Chen Mo, Chen Yi still felt that everything happening now was so unreal. It was like a bubble that would burst upon touch, dreamy yet not real. Son! Chen Li, with a flushed face clearly having drunk too much, kicked open the door and walked in, reeking of alcohol. My son is amazing. He can even scare someone into fainting. Did you guys go eat? Chen Mo suddenly stood up, incredulous. Yeah, just finished eating. The fragrance from Chen Yi gradually couldn't mask the smell of alcohol, and only then did Chen Mo realize he had been left in the hotel all night. Chen Mo, already feeling stifled, felt even more so now. Xiao Mo, how could we forget you? We brought you dinner. Sulu looked at the messy sweet with a wry smile, helplessly taking out the packed dinner. Son, Mom wants to ask if you're still participating in the upcoming matches? Sulu nervously rubbed her hands, leaning closer to Chen Mo. What's up, Mom? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Chen Mo, who had just taken a couple of bites, looked up at Sulu with confusion. Well, didn't they just announce the list of the top 64? Sulu sighed, ignoring the drunken antics of the father and daughter. I took a look, and the weakest among them are level 3 warriors with 4,500 vitality, and the strongest is a late-stage level 5 from the celestial race. Mom thinks it's too dangerous, I'm afraid. Hearing Sulu's words, Chen Mo was stunned. Right, he had forgotten about the top 64 list. Mom, don't worry, let me take a look at the list. Chen Mo wasn't actually going to check the list. His mind had just registered the system's announcement. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the top 64. The third equipment slot and the second skill slot have been unlocked. Now opening challenge task phase 3. Break through the encirclement. Enter the top 32 in the most stunning way. The degree of stunningness will determine the richness of the final reward. Minimum reward, 1 hero skill draw. Is that it? Chen Mo didn't feel much. This was too easy, wasn't it? But he didn't think too much and directly equipped the endless hatred. His defense skyrocketed to 110 points. Plus, with 10 skill acceleration, Chen Mo's deliberate punch cooldown was reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours and 42 minutes. That poor 400 health points aside, the passive called Endless Hatred suited Chen Mo perfectly. His health points were already high, ordinary people couldn't kill him in a short time. Coupled with the damage and recovery from Endless Hatred, Chen Mo was one step closer to being an unkillable cockroach. Opening the top 64 list, the more Chen Mo looked, the deeper his frown became. Among the entire top 64, he was the only level 2 warrior, and there were only 6 level 3 warriors. Among the remaining 57 people, aside from the 5 mentalists, the strongest was a late-stage level 5 celestial from the celestial race, while the weakest was a beginner level 4 warrior from Shin City. Fortunately, there were only 3 level 5 warriors, and the rest were around level 4, so Chen Mo didn't feel too much pressure in dealing with them. Based on the previous calculation that level 3 warriors already had over 10,000 health points, level 5 warriors might have even higher health than him. In fact, it was already quite incredible in the eyes of the outside world that Chen Mo had advanced to the top 64. Most people believed he would be eliminated in the battle for the top 32. It seems this task must be taken seriously. Chen Mo licked his lips, and whether he could obtain the ultimate prize would depend on the rewards from the 3-stage challenge task. Son? Seeing Chen Mo staring at the list for a long time without moving, Sulu couldn't help but softly call out twice. It's nothing, Mom. I'm not brainless. If I encounter someone I can't beat, I'll admit defeat myself. Chen Mo smiled at Sulu, put away his phone, and then ate the dinner she had packed for him. But this was just to comfort Sulu. The word coward didn't exist in Chen Mo's dictionary. Just do it, no need to be afraid of trivial matters. Aside from his second brother being tough, his own life was the toughest. Shenli and Chen Yi quickly fell asleep on the sofa, and Chen Mo soon finished the takeout dinner. Just after Chen Mo finished eating, there was a knock on their door. Chen Mo frowned. Who would come at this late hour? He handed the food container to Sulu and walked over to open the door. Hello, Student Chen. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Teacher Wang. Hello, Student Chen. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Teacher Lu. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Mo saw 2 large faces squeezed together. You. What do you want? Chen Mo was a bit puzzled. Why were the martial arts academies from Yangcheng and Jiqing looking for him? Student Chen, we believe that with your talent, you can be specially recruited into our Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Our academy has a strong faculty and abundant resources, and it can definitely be an excellent starting point for your martial arts journey. Teacher Wang pushed Teacher Lu aside and leaned in front of Chen Mo to say, don't listen to his nonsense, Student Chen. Our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy is your best choice. Their place is hot and humid, not to mention the constant threat of sea beasts. Our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy's faculty is not inferior to theirs, and there are no disturbances from sea beasts, so we can definitely provide you with a safe place to practice martial arts. Teacher Lu delivered a powerful kick that sent Teacher Wang flying, then quickly slipped into the room and shut the door behind him. Lu Dazhuang, you bastard. There's no one who eats alone like you. Teacher Wang shouted angrily but didn't dare to kick the door. Fortunately, most of the contestants who were eliminated in the first round had already left the hotel, or someone would definitely have complained about the disturbance. Student Chen, don't mind him, let's discuss the special recruitment in detail. Teacher Lu smiled and shook hands with Chen Mo, then casually greeted Su Lu as well. Ms. Su, I am Lu Dazhuang from Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Xiao Lu. Truly worthy of being a genius's mother, you look like someone who knows how to educate. Chen Mo glanced at Lu Dazhuang, who was sitting on the sofa with Su Lu, then turned back to open the door. Come in, let me see what your Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy has to offer. Chen Mo knew that only when the two began to compete would it be most beneficial for him. Student Chen is indeed wise. I apologize for disturbing you so late. Teacher Wang walked in and shook hands with Chen Mo, glaring angrily at Lu Dazhuang. So, tell me, if I go to your martial arts academy, what benefits can you offer me? The two were taken aback by Chen Mo's question. It was the first time they had encountered someone so straightforward in asking for benefits. Although giving gifts to geniuses was already an unspoken rule, they were not prepared to put such matters on the table. If you don't speak up soon, I'll have to ask you to leave. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of his cola. Yes. If classmate Chen chooses our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, we can offer a luxury car worth under $1 million, a villa in the city center, and we will also take care of your parents' jobs. Lu Dazhuang rushed to state the basic benefits he could offer before Teacher Wang could speak. Classmate Chen, don't listen to his nonsense. What they can offer, our Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy can provide just the same, and we will give you 10 dragon blood pills every year. Your parents can directly join Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. They only need to hold a position without having to work to enjoy mentor-level benefits. Teacher Wang shot Lu Dazhuang a glare, significantly raising the previously agreed-upon benefits. You shameless! Lu Dazhuang suddenly stood up, his face flushed as he struggled to find words. What shamelessness? This is called all's fair in war. Teacher Wang sneered, turning to Chen Mo and Su Lu with a big smile. Classmate Chen, how about it? What we can offer is not just this. As long as you choose Yongchang Martial Arts Academy, the benefits will only increase. What about you? Chen Mo turned to Lu Dazhuang, calmly taking another sip of cola. The one in a difficult position shouldn't be him, but rather the two martial arts academies, Jiqing and Yongchang. After this battle, it was no longer the academies choosing him, it was he who could choose whichever academy he wanted. Lu Dazhuang was momentarily speechless, his old face turning bright red. How about this? I'm not in a hurry to decide which martial arts academy to choose, let's talk after the national competition is over. Chen Mo naturally had his own thoughts. Although the martial arts academies that approached him were top tier, they could only be considered mid-tier at best. Moreover, their offers were rather stingy, thinking he was easy to fool just because he was only a second-level martial artist. As Chen Mo's performance in the national competition improved, the offers from those martial arts academies would only get higher. So, the ones who should be anxious now were not Chen Mo, but those academies wanting to recruit him. Classmate Chen, are you really not considering? Before Lu Dazhuang and teacher Wang could say anything more, Chen Mo directly picked them up and placed them outside the door. By the way, leave your business cards. If I decide, I'll call you. Lu Dazhuang and teacher Wang understood what Chen Mo meant, nodded, and took out their business cards. After receiving the cards, Chen Mo decisively closed the door. Back in the living room, he casually tossed the two business cards into the trash can. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Su Lu, just coming out of her daze, saw Chen Mo throw away the business cards from the two top martial arts academies. Mom, the good martial arts academies are still ahead. Chen Mo smiled and shared his thoughts with Su Lu. But the later competitions are more dangerous. Mom really doesn't want to see you take that risk. Su Lu sighed, she knew she couldn't change Chen Mo's mind, and all she could do was support him. Son, I won't say much more, just do your best. Su Lu held Chen Mo's hand and patted it, pulling Chen Li's ear and leading him back to her bedroom. Xiao Mo, don't forget your sister, sleeping on the sofa can make her catch a cold. At level 3 martial artist, how can there be such a thing as catching a cold? Chen Mo shook his head in exasperation but still picked up Chen Yi and tossed her onto the bed. No matter how old the siblings became, how strong they grew, or how many achievements they accomplished, Su Lu still regarded them as children. Rest well, and make sure to practice your steel folding tomorrow. Lying on the soft, large bed, Chen Mo quickly fell asleep. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Are you all ready? An elderly man, looking very spirited yet seated in a wheelchair, asked the few young boys and girls in front of him. Of course, teacher. We will show the world the power of mental practitioners. The leading boy spoke confidently, his eyes filled with respect as he looked at the old man. You 5 siblings were all brought out from the orphanage by me, and you all possess innate mental power. The old man did not respond directly but continued speaking to himself. I have spent my life researching mental power weapons, and you will be the ones to make the world recognize mental practitioners anew. Warriors are indeed powerful, I do not deny that. But I also want to prove that mental practitioners are not just a delicate profession hiding in the back to heal, we can also step onto the battlefield and fight. Be prepared, I do not want any of you to be eliminated in tomorrow's arena competition. It would be best if none of you appeared. Understood, teacher. The young boys and girls' eyes burned with fighting spirit, they were the pioneers of combat-type mental practitioners. Alright, go rest now. The old man waved his hand, and the young boys and girls returned to their rooms to rest. I will pave the way and prove that mental practitioners can compete with warriors. The old man muttered to himself, his tone incredibly firm. Early the next morning, the entire Yanjing First Sports Center was already packed with people. The commentator gently tapped the microphone, confirming the connection before raising his voice to warm up the crowd. I believe that in the eyes of all the audience, yesterday's arena competition was just a small skirmish, at most a mere appetizer. Now that the appetizer is over, it is time for the main course you have all been eagerly awaiting. Today, the competition for the 64 advancing to the 32 strong officially begins. Those who have made it this far are all the most outstanding genius contestants of our great Xia. Let us cheer for them. Now, let us welcome the 64 top geniuses of Great Xia to the stage. Fireworks exploded, and the atmosphere of the entire stadium was heated up, with everyone cheering as they awaited the appearance of the 64 top geniuses. The first contestant to appear is someone whose name everyone in Yanjing has surely heard. From the ancient martial arts family of Yanjing, Gu Feng. At just 17 years old, he is already a powerful mid-level 5th-tier warrior, mastering dozens of incredibly powerful martial techniques, and his collapsing fist is enough to split mountains and crack the earth. Cheers echoed through the sky, anyone from Yanjing knew of the Gu family. They were not only powerful but had also single-handedly held back the invasion of 16 abyssal rifts. The abyssal beasts have not dared to show their faces in Yenjing since. They could be called the guardian family of Great Xia. The head of the Gu family is a formidable 13th tier master, and in Yenjing, no more than 10 people could match him in combat. Gu Feng walked into the arena, sitting in the contestant's seat and smiling at the audience. The next contestant is even more heavyweight. He comes from the race that opened the era of great martial arts. At just 16, he is about to step into the 6th tier warrior. This genius is Yang Zhuo from the celestial race. The commentator continued to excitedly introduce the contestants, but suddenly, the Yenjing First Sports Center fell silent. Heavens, the celestial race? The previously excited Xiao Qifeng stopped his drumming hands, looking puzzled at the contestant's seat below. He saw a pale-skinned boy sitting there, coldly scanning the surrounding audience. Wei Jin, why didn't you say that the Celestial Clan is participating in this year's national competition? Liang Yongsheng grabbed Wei Jin by the collar, his face twisted in anger as he looked at him. Old Liang, I don't know about this either. Wei Jin also looked confused. He had never seen any sign of the Celestial Clan on the pre-competition roster. I'm telling you, if Xiao Mo runs into that Yang Zhuo and something happens, I definitely won't let you off the hook. Liang Yongsheng angrily released Wei Jin's collar, his expression serious as he gazed down at the competition arena. The Celestial Clan had participated in national competitions before, but whenever they did, it meant there would be a bloody storm. It wasn't that the Celestial Clan intentionally killed the human clan. It was just that their educational philosophy revolved around combat. They only knew how to kill, with no concept of holding back. The commentator realized that the appearance of the Celestial Clan had caused the atmosphere to cool down a bit, so he quickly flipped through the introduction of the Celestial Clan and began introducing the next contestant. I think, in everyone's perception, that mentalists have no combat power. They usually handle healing work from the rear, which is the stereotype everyone has of mentalists. But, the commentator paused, his tone becoming more excited. These 5 geniuses from the Magic City Mental Power Research Center will make the world re-evaluate mentalists. Now, please welcome from the Magic City, Xu Bai, Xu Qi, Xu Lan, Xu Cheng, and Xu Xian. Amidst the renewed cheers, the 5-color team from the Magic City Mental Power Research Center walked out together. Each of them carried a box on their backs, the only difference being the sizes. Regarding these individuals, due to confidentiality agreements, I can't say much more, but I advise all martial artists not to underestimate them. The commentator really wanted to reveal the strengths of the 5-color team, but he had signed a confidentiality agreement beforehand and could only hold it in. The 5 mentalists from the Magic City have taken their seats, and next is. As round after round of cheers filled the air, the 64 contestant seats gradually filled up. Finally, only one contestant seat remained empty. Oh, there's only one left among the 64 contestants on the list. The commentator's voice rang out with a hint of mockery, and everyone knew who the last contestant was. It seems everyone knows this contestant's name, so I won't waste any more words. Please welcome our one-punch brother Chen Mo to the stage. Damn! Don't just stand there, hurry up and beat the drum. Xiao Qifeng no longer cared about any superior-subordinate relationship and kicked Wei Jin hard. Right, it's our kid's turn. Only then did Wei Jin come to his senses, channeling his internal energy and swinging the drumstick vigorously. Mom, my brother is coming out. Chenny grabbed Sulu's arm, her eyes filled with pride. Let me see. Where's my son? Chenli picked up binoculars to search for Chen Mo's figure. In the contestant passage, Chen Mo took a deep breath and walked out. From today on, he would no longer be the obscure Chen Mo. He would be the genius who broke into the second round of the national competition as a second-level martial artist. He comes from a nameless small city, Taizhou, and is the most outstanding genius in all of Taizhou. With the body of a second-level martial artist, he fought his way through the first round of the preliminary competition filled with third and fourth-level competitors. He one-punched and killed a third-level martial artist, scaring off 3 opponents. He is the dark horse that has emerged. The star of Taizhou, one-punch brother Chen Mo. After hearing the commentator's introduction of Chen Mo, the entire Yenjing First Sports Center erupted in unprecedented cheers. They were not familiar with Chen Mo. They might just be from some small city, with a bit of spare money to watch the competition. Their cheers were not for anything else, but simply for Chen Mo, who came from a small city yet made it to the second round, proving that even small towns can produce top-tier geniuses. I wonder if this talent from a small city can carve a bloody path in the brutal 64 strong. Or will he fail and be eliminated? Let's wait and see. After shouting this, the commentator turned off the microphone and quickly took a sip from a cup filled with fat seawater. Chen Mo waved to the cheering group from Taizhou in the audience, then sat down. The girl beside him was Chu Bai from the WUS team of the Magic City. After sizing up Chen Mo for a moment, she lost interest in him. Chen Mo felt the same. They were now competitors, and the atmosphere was as explosive as a powder keg. Above the stadium, a large screen descended from the sky. The faces of 64 top geniuses flickered continuously before stopping a few seconds later. The challengers for the first round of the arena match had appeared, Gu Feng against a late-stage level 4 genius from Ning City. This was actually the result of intervention from the event organizers. Seed players were to battle against contestants who had fought their way up from the preliminary rounds. This had become an established rule. After all, seed players were the true stars of the national competition each year, and only battles among the strongest were the most exciting. The late-stage level 4 genius from Ning City sighed, realizing he could only make it this far. However, it was not bad. Being defeated by one of the guardians of the Great Xia was something he could accept. The second round of the arena match utilized 2 large arenas, each covering 3,000 square meters. The arenas were entirely made of reinforced concrete, which was cost-effective yet quite sturdy. Soon, the challengers for Arena 2 appeared on the big screen, Yang Zhuo from the Celestial race against a late-stage level 4 warrior from Yang City. The results of the first 2 matches were already evident. The gap between level 4 and level 5 warriors was not worth discussing. Especially in the battle between Yang Zhuo and the genius from Yang City, it ended quite quickly. In the blink of an eye, the heart of the Yang City genius was pierced by a sharp sword, rendering him completely incapacitated. Gu Feng, as a human warrior, showed some mercy, merely breaking the limbs of the genius from Ning City. Back at the contestant seats, Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo exchanged a glance, both looking forward to their eventual battle. To them, fighting against this group of level 3 and 4 warriors was simply uninteresting. Only opponents of the same realm were worthy of their stage. Battles between warriors of the same level were quite lengthy, often only ending when one seized a fleeting opportunity in their opponent's defense. Thus, after 6 rounds of combat, all 12 seed players emerged victorious, with no surprises. The cheers were still thunderous, but there were also many who hung their heads in disappointment over their city's genius's defeat. During the morning's battles, there had already been one death, that of the Yang City genius who fought Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo had directly crushed the heart of that genius with a single sword strike, and his body had already been taken back by his family. Soon, this round of the arena match concluded, and after announcing the winners, the faces on the big screen began to flicker again. The Taizhou cheering group, which had initially relaxed, became tense once more, praying that Chen Mo would not face those monstrous geniuses. But often, things do not go as hoped. Chen Mo's face appeared on the big screen, and his opponent was none other than Chu Bai from the Mental Power Research Institute of the Magic City, the girl who had been sitting beside him. "You'd better concede now," Chu Bai said coldly, giving Chen Mo a glance before walking towards the arena. "This little girl is quite arrogant," Chen Mo chuckled. He was eager to see the fighting style of a mental power master. This was the first arena match featuring a mental power master since the battle for the top 32 began. It seems that the competition organizers value them highly, even arranging for him, the weakest contestant, to be the first battle-type psychic master. When the commentator saw the 2 sides in this round of the arena, he immediately sat up straight. This was a battle between a dark horse from a small city and a genius from the Magic City, definitely one of the biggest highlights of the entire match. "I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to this battle for a long time." The commentator grabbed the microphone and began his passionate commentary. The genius from the small city of Taizhou, facing off against the top genius of the Magic City, Chu Bai. "It's truly exciting. Will Chen Mo lose due to sheer bad luck, or will Chu Bai defeat him as a psychic master? Damn it! Chen Mo relies on his own strength. What luck nonsense!" Xiao Qifeng cursed angrily, wishing he could rush over and punch that commentator. Alright, let's focus on Xiao Mo." Liang Yongsheng pulled Xiao Qifeng, who was about to charge out. He was also worried for Chen Mo. A battle-type psychic master, this was a profession he had never seen before. There were no battle records or any reference data. This battle would depend entirely on Chen Mo's on-the-spot adaptability. The Chen family of 3 was now so tense they could hardly breathe. Su Lu had buried her head in Chen Li's arms, while Chen Yi was clenching his fists tightly. "Xiao Mo, don't forget your sister's advice." Chen Mo shot an annoyed glance at the commentator above. Was that a hint that he absolutely couldn't win? Then I'll show you I can win. And I'll do it in the most stunning way possible. Before stepping onto the stage, Chen Mo glanced at Chu Bai's health points, a mere 3,500. But her defense was frighteningly high. She must have equipped something to boost her defense. However, Chen Mo was a man who wielded true damage. As long as he filled up his valor points, no matter how high her defense, he would knock her out with a single punch. "Both contestants, please prepare." The referee glanced at Chen Mo and Chu Bai, then began to slowly retreat to the sidelines. The way to victory is simple. one side loses combat ability or is knocked off the stage. Positions. Ready. Fight. Almost instantly, Chen Mo charged at Chu Bai with terrifying speed. But the massive arena ensured that Chu Bai had ample reaction time. She pressed a switch on a box, revealing neatly arranged hundreds of razor-thin blades. Go! With a light shot from Chu Bai, her psychic power erupted. Those blades suddenly moved, crashing toward Chen Mo like a storm of sharp edges. Oh! Did you see that, everyone? This is a battle-type psychic master. They manipulate specialized psychic weapons with their psychic power. Tearing through armor is completely effortless. I wonder how long our contestant Chen Mo can withstand this storm of blades? Seeing the storm of blades rushing toward him, Chen Mo couldn't help but curse. Damn it! And they're using ranged attacks too? Chen Mo stomped his foot hard, immediately retreating to the right. But those blades seemed to have eyes, relentlessly following closely behind him. No matter how he dodged, the storm of blades remained glued to his surroundings. Since I can't dodge, then I won't dodge. Chen Mo steeled his heart and charged straight into the storm of blades. Hundreds of blades continuously sliced through Chen Mo's flesh, blood instantly splattering everywhere. However, although Chen Mo looked a bit worse for wear, the actual damage he sustained was pitifully low. Sustained cutting damage, health minus 95. Sustained cutting damage, health minus 95. If it were an ordinary second or third level martial artist, they would almost be instantly dismembered under such a storm of blades. But Chen Mo was different. In addition to his terrifyingly high health, he also had a damage reduction of 110. Originally, the flying blade that could deal over 200 damage with a single strike could only inflict a pitiful 95 points after the damage reduction. Not to mention that Chen Mo's health regeneration reached a terrifying 85 points per second. By this calculation, Chu Bai would need at least 3,700 seconds to empty Chen Mo's health bar. In other words, Chen Mo could stand there and let her hit him for an hour before she might have a chance to defeat him. It doesn't hurt at all. Chen Mo pushed forward against the seemingly terrifying storm of blades, causing an uproar in the audience. After all, no one knew that Chen Mo didn't even feel pain at that moment, he just looked a bit worse for wear. Blood slid down his skin, making everyone in the audience feel a twinge in their hearts. Impossible, he's just a second-level warrior. Chu Bai, under the prolonged high-output mental strain, had already started to bleed from her nose, her eyes wide with disbelief. It doesn't hurt at all. Are you giving me a massage? Chen Mo shouted angrily, stepping forward once more against the storm of blades. At this moment, the audience fell silent, they no longer focused on the battle in the second arena. Everyone wanted to know who could last until the end under such a meat-grinder-like assault, Chen Mo or Chu Bai. Among the friends and family of Taizhou City, Su Lu's face was pale. She no longer dared to look at the bloodied Chen Mo in the arena. Little brother, take her down. Chen Yi, however, was different. She clenched her fists and shouted loudly. The previously dazed Xiao Qifeng and others snapped back to reality and began to cheer again. Yes, even injured, Chen Mo was holding on. Why were they, the ones responsible for cheering, frozen? Bang bang. Chen Mo, take her down. Bang bang. Chen Mo, kill her. Now, the entire group of friends and family completely forgot the lines they had prepared, and everyone shouted from the heart. Gradually, the entire audience was infected by the voices of Taizhou City's friends and family, and everyone began to support the seemingly tragic Chen Mo. Hearing those uplifting cheers, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. Having come this far, he didn't believe he couldn't obtain the highest reward. As time slowly passed, Chen Mo, pushing through the storm of blades, had come within 3 meters of Chu Bai. This tiny distance was just a step for Chen Mo, but he didn't rush to finish off Chu Bai. Is this it? Is a combat-type mental warrior just a bathhouse lady responsible for scrubbing backs? Look at you, your face is pale, blood is flowing down to your chest, and you can't even stop my advance. Just give up, otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if I killed you with a single punch. The arena was equipped with a sound reception device that broadcasted the dialogue between the contestants directly. Therefore, everyone present heard Chen Mo's words. Even the wheelchair-bound director Chu was no exception. Impossible, why can a second-level warrior? Director Chu's hands were trembling with veins bulging. He couldn't accept the reality of a combat-type mental warrior losing in their first battle. Damn, Chen Mo was so arrogant. The audience was buzzing with discussion. They loved this kind of extremely proud contestant. But then again, a combat-type mental warrior is just like that, unable to take down even a second-level warrior. Really, but that Chen Mo is not ordinary. If an average warrior had been cut this many times, they would have died long ago, yet he looks like it's no big deal? No, didn't you see? The wounds on his body are even slowly healing. In the commentary booth, With the help of high-speed cameras, the commentators could more intuitively see the wounds on Chen Mo's body healing. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not understand, but this ability for rapid healing can only be possessed by martial artists above level 6. In other words, our one-punch brother has already awakened rapid healing at the level of a second-tier martial artist. It seems that this battle is a tough one for Chubai. Moreover, so far, no one has seen One Punch Brother's martial skills. I wonder if he can give everyone a glimpse of his abilities in this fight. In the VIP seats, aside from the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, the Modu Martial Arts Academy, and the Shanchang Martial Arts Academy, the other martial arts academies began to contact their admissions departments. A top-tier genius martial artist who awakened rapid healing at level 2. They absolutely would not let this opportunity slip by. No matter the conditions, even if Chen Mo wanted the stars in the sky, they would find a way to launch a rocket to fetch them. Prepare the highest treatment our academy can offer. Regardless of whether Chen Mo wins or loses, he must sign our special recruitment agreement tonight. 30 million? Get lost, prepare 50 million in cash, we must visit Chen Mo tonight. Right, call old Master Wang. Our Jinmen Martial Arts Academy must secure this genius. One call after another went out, and the admissions offices of various martial arts academies sprang into action. If such a genius were successfully recruited into their martial arts academy, it was highly likely that they would produce a 13th level powerhouse. No one would miss this opportunity, unless their brains were filled with cement. On the arena, Chubai stared intently at the Chen Mo who was now within arm's reach, gritting her teeth and refusing to back down. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you on your way. Chen Mo looked at the accumulated valor points, and his body erupted with a golden light. With a deliberate punch, the damage from the Blood Fury Fist combined with the Steel of Heart would exceed 10,000. Even a 5th level martial artist couldn't withstand this punch. The white shield value instantly filled Chen Mo's health bar, and his injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. One punch and you'll be lost. The golden punch light exploded, and the surrounding reinforced concrete ground was blasted into a ravine. Looking at Chubai, her chest flickered with electric light, and the armor prepared for her by the research center was utterly ineffective, directly pierced through by Chen Mo's punch. Dealt 11,450 points of damage, maximum health increased by 534. Ugh! Chubai spat blood from her mouth and nose, her vision darkening as she collapsed to the ground. The entire arena fell silent, everyone staring at the sole victor standing in the arena. What are you staring at? Doesn't this count as my win? Chen Mo tore apart his already shredded clothes, revealing his muscular body covered in knife wounds. The stunned referee finally came to his senses, rushing to Chen Mo's side and raising his right fist high. In the 64-32 arena match, the outcome on Arena 1 has been decided. Winner, Chen Mo. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Everyone was shouting Chen Mo's name, a second-tier martial artist who defeated an offensive-type psychic master. Seeing the audience's reaction, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through and advancing to the top 32 challenge task phase 3 completed. Stunning level S reward ultimate hero skill extraction chance *1 reward temporary buff. Harden my heart *1 reward hero skill extraction chances *3 reward equipment extraction chance *1 continuous rewards rang out, and Chen Mo felt exhilarated. By the way, is the highest stunning level S? Note, the highest stunning level is SSS, the host's performance does not meet the standard? Chen Mo was taken aback. Even after all this, he still didn't meet the standard? Alright, these rewards are quite good. Aside from that inexplicable temporary buff, the rest of the rewards combined were worth quite a few gold coins. Not to mention, the system had thoughtfully separated the various prize pools this time, so he wouldn't have to fish for what he wanted in a big mixed pool. Amidst the deafening cheers, Chen Mo returned to the contestant area. As for Chubai, being a mentalist herself and having a top-tier mentalist as a teacher, she naturally faced no life-threatening danger. It was just that her spine, heart, and 2 lungs had been shattered. As long as she was willing to invest resources, she could be saved. The other contestants in the area looked at him with strange expressions. Even Gu Feng and Yang Zhua couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times. You're pretty strong, Gu Feng had to admit. Chen Mo, a second-level warrior, already possessed combat power comparable to a 5th-level warrior. It's just average, Chen Mo waved his hand. If it weren't for the martial arts exam delaying his trip to the Abyss Rift to stack health points, he wouldn't have had to accumulate so much valor just to send Chubai away. Just as Chen Mo and Gu Feng were chatting, the competition committee, accompanied by several mentalists, rushed over. Contestant Chen, don't you need treatment? A mentalist asked, looking at the blood-soaked Chen Mo, unable to suppress a shiver. She had just glanced at the weapon Chubai used, and the effect of it hitting someone was no different from being executed by 1,000 cuts. No need, these minor injuries will heal in a bit, Chen Mo waved his hand. He just wanted the arena match to end quickly so he could go back to draw rewards and study that temporary buff. After being rejected by Chen Mo, the competition committee said nothing more and left the contestant area with the Mentalists. After Chen Mo's match ended, the audience's enthusiasm plummeted. No matter how the commentators tried to liven up the atmosphere, the audience no longer had the same excitement as before. However, they had witnessed that attacking Mentalists were not as weak as Chen Mo had claimed. In fact, they were terrifyingly strong. Aside from Chubai, the remaining 4 members of the 5-color team successfully advanced to the next round. This proved that Chen Mo's ability to defeat Chubai was entirely due to his own solid strength. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the list of the top 32 was fully revealed. Except for Chubai, who was defeated by Chen Mo, the remaining 19 seed players all successfully advanced. But in the next round, battles would occur between seed players. Back in his hotel room, Chen Mo quickly washed off the dried blood on his body. Sitting on the spacious sofa, he opened the system panel. Let me see what this steel heart is. Among these rewards, Chen Mo was most curious about steel heart. He vaguely remembered that steel heart was a colorful hex from the Soul Arena. Did his system actually have something like this? Steel heart increases the layers of health points accumulated by steel of the heart by 10 times, damage increased by 5 times, lasts for 1 hour. Put. The cola Chen Mo had just sipped sprayed out of his mouth as he rubbed his eyes and looked at the description in front of him. No way, 10 times? This thing is amazing. My health points are basically supported by steel of the heart, so converting that means my health points would directly multiply by 10. Although it only lasts for an hour, who can deal nearly 400,000 health points in an hour? Isn't this just pure blood tanking? Moreover, under the enhancement of Steel Heart, Chen Mo's Steel of the Heart charging attack and deliberate punch damage would also be multiplied by 10. A punch dealing 100,000 damage was no longer a dream. System, can this buff be converted to permanent? The buff shop will open after the host breaks through to a 4th level warrior. Subsequent systems will open more shops as the host's level increases. Awesome! Chen Mo finished the cola in his hand in one go, feeling exhilarated. Right. I still have the ultimate skill draw chances left. Chen Mo rubbed his hands together and, without any hesitation, used this draw. The roulette began to spin and stopped 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Endless Fury. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes/no. After a moment of shock, Chen Mo jumped up. Holy crap, I really drew it. Endless Fury. For the next 10 seconds, no matter how much damage is taken, you will not die, health locked at 10 points, cooldown time 24 hours, not to mention anything else. This is equivalent to giving Chen Mo a chance to avoid death every day. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo equipped Endless Fury immediately. The moment he equipped it, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. Steady, absolutely steady. Chen Mo slumped onto the sofa. With the Tempered Heart and Endless Fury, if he couldn't win the championship in this national competition, he might as well just die. While I'm on a roll, let's draw 2 more. Chen Mo thought for a moment and clicked on the equipment draw. When the roulette slowly came to a stop, Chen Mo's expression turned strange. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Staff of Time. Equipment slots are insufficient, cannot equip temporarily. What use do I have for this thing? But after reading the passive of the Staff of Time, he immediately felt awake. Good stuff, definitely good stuff. Staff of Time, 50 spell power, 400 health, 400 mana, converted to mental power, passive, every 24 hours, gain health, mana, and spell power. Upon reaching the maximum level, 10 layers, it will also increase the host's martial artist level by 1. The Staff of Time could provide Chen Mo with so much. Not to mention, just forcibly increasing a martial artist level is quite overpowered. Not to mention converting mana into mental power. This means Chen Mo might be the first martial artist in history to possess both mental power and health. It's a pity that his equipment slots were already full, otherwise, he would definitely equip it to experience the taste of having mental power. How about taking advantage of my good luck to draw another hero skill? Chen Mo's palms itched, he felt his luck had peaked. After thinking for a moment, he decisively clicked on the draw. The roulette began to spin and stopped 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Unbreakable. Skill slots are full, cannot equip temporarily, Unbreakable? Chen Mo looked at the blue shield style skill and recalled for a moment, but quickly shook his head and gave up. Opening the skill introduction for Unbreakable, he suddenly realized. So that's what Bronze Z is called, Unbreakable. Unbreakable, consumes 60 mental power, raises an ice shield for 10 seconds, intercepting all enemy projectiles, all damage is transferred to the host, negating the first wave of all damage, subsequent damage reduced by 95%, the skill. Has it been modified? Chen Mo felt that Bronzy didn't have such high damage reduction, and the duration wasn't this long, right? And I can't even use this thing. I don't have the equipment slot to equip the Staff of Time. Where am I supposed to steal mental power from? Perhaps the luck from the first 2 draws had been exhausted, and this time he drew a skill that was neither tasty nor worth discarding. He was a carry, not a support. Having a skill to protect others was of no use to him. Forget it, I'll save the remaining skill draws for later, when I have more skill slots. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Challenge Task Phase 4 has begun, successfully advancing to the semifinals. Successful task will reward level breakthrough once. Chen Mo blinked. This was the first time he had encountered such a reward. Can I save this level breakthrough for later use? Level breakthroughs will be consumed on the spot when the task is completed and cannot be saved. Alright then. Chen Mo pursed his lips in slight regret. The 3rd level was a threshold that every martial artist had to face, so this reward came at a timely moment. Moreover, it seemed that the system's rewards were not just the items in the prize pool. There should be some functions or rewards that had not yet been unlocked, which would become visible once the martial artist's level increased. Why haven't they come back at this hour? After glancing at the time, Chen Mo planned to rest. He still needed to prepare for tomorrow's 32-16 strong competition. After all, his stamina was not infinite. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Chen Mo frowned, got up, and opened the door. Mr. Chen, I am the Vice President of XX Martial Arts Academy. Please accept my business card. MS. Su, I am the head of the admissions office at Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Here is my contact information and the benefits we can offer. If you are not satisfied with the benefits, we can negotiate. Miss Chen, we are from Crane City Martial Arts Academy's admissions office. Please give us a chance to speak with you. It must be said that the soundproofing of this hotel was indeed good. As soon as Chen Mo opened the door, the entire corridor was as noisy as a market. The contestant Chen has come out. Someone from an unknown martial arts academy shouted, and all the representatives immediately turned their attention to Chen Mo. Contestant Chen, take a look at the benefits our academy can offer you. We can negotiate if you are not satisfied. Student Chen, we are. The voices of the representatives from various martial arts academies were like a cacophony, giving Chen Mo a headache. Everyone, shut up. Chen Mo shouted, and only then did the representatives quiet down. Mom, Dad, Jia, you all come in first. Chen Mo stepped aside, and his father Chen Li, mother Chen Lu, and sister Chen Yi seized the opportunity to rush in. Xiao Mo. Su Lu wanted to check on Chen Mo's injuries but was pulled back to the living room by Chen Li. Let Xiao Mo handle those people outside. I can't take it anymore. Chen Li's hands were trembling. It wasn't just because the conditions offered by those academy representatives were too tempting, but also because of Chen Mo's performance today. The 3 of them had been speechless watching Chen Mo on the field, as if something had gripped their throats. Every step he took left a bloody footprint, the only intact part being the hands under those gloves. Every time Su Lu recalled how Chen Mo fought that morning, her heart ached uncontrollably. Alright, child's mother, didn't you see that our son has no injuries at all? Chen Li comforted Su Lu a bit. He himself had almost suffered a stroke from high blood pressure that morning. The only one who was a bit more accepting of Chen Mo's condition was Chen Yi. After all, she was a 3rd-level martial artist who had fought on the extreme cold border for years. After a while, the commotion outside gradually quieted down. With a crisp sound of the door closing, Chen Mo sat back down with a pile of documents and business cards. What's wrong? Why the long faces? Let's take a look at the benefits. Chen Mo had a cheerful smile. His previous estimates were indeed correct. After the morning's battle, the treatment he and his family could receive had improved. Son, are you going to continue fighting? Su Lu tightly gripped her clothes, looking nervously at Chen Mo. Of course, why wouldn't I fight? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Li and Su Lu. But, this morning, Su Lu wanted to say something, but she saw Chen Mo directly take off his shirt. Mom, see for yourself, I'm really fine. Chen Mo patted his solid muscles, not a single scar left behind. It's just some minor skin injuries, I didn't even feel any pain. Su Lu and Chen Yi carefully examined Chen Mo's body and indeed found no trace of injury. But, the pictures in the news looked too terrifying. Su Lu took out her phone and pulled up today's front page headline. Shocking. A level 2 warrior defeats an attacking mentalist head-on. Is it that mentalists really lack combat power, or does Chen Mo possess extraordinary talent? Terrifying. A level 2 warrior fights bloodily and successfully defeats a mentalist. Stunned, Chen Mo looked at the pile of shocking headlines, his face dark with embarrassment. He wanted to complain but couldn't find a point to criticize. Look, this is the accompanying picture, the skin is torn open. Sulu opened a high-definition image, capturing the moment Chen Mo unleashed his deliberate punch. It's really nothing, just looks a bit scary. In reality, I didn't feel any pain. Chen Mo wasn't lying. For him, such minor injuries were hardly different from not being injured at all. If it weren't for the need to build up to a deliberate punch, he could have easily rushed in front of Chubai and knocked her out with a punch. Regardless of anything, it was Chen Li who finally spoke, looking very serious at Chen Mo. Just do your best. Everyone in Taizhou is already very satisfied with the current results. There's no need to push yourself too hard. Okay, I got it. Chen Mo waved his hand. He couldn't exactly say his goal was to challenge the ultimate prize of the task, could he? I'm a bit tired. You guys can check out the benefits offered by those academies. I'm going to rest. Chen Mo waved his hand and turned back to his room. He was indeed tired today because whether in battle or healing injuries, it all consumed his physical strength. No matter how high his life points were, it didn't mean his stamina was infinite. Everyone needs rest. Just as Chen Mo lay on the soft bed, sound asleep, Zhao Peinan was lying on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and supports. He was quite resilient, not sent away by Chen Mo's punch. However, recovering his heart and lungs would take a long time. He had been lying in the hospital watching matches for the past 2 days. He was completely convinced and could only admire Chen Mo to the fullest. He didn't even plan to hold a grudge about almost being killed. Zhao Peinan now felt that Chen Mo had shown him mercy. Glancing at the time, Zhao Peinan turned off the TV and prepared to sleep. Just then, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open, and a mummy-like figure, looking much like him, was wheeled in and placed on a nearby bed. Patient number 16 has been admitted to the ward. A doctor was communicating with someone on the phone. Yes, I know, their injuries are similar, so it's better to arrange them together for care. Are you sure we don't need to put Chubai in a higher ward? Alright, we'll do as you say. The doctor nodded and hung up the phone. You two are quite faded, both with serious injuries to the heart and lungs, the doctor said to the already awake Chubai. And both were injured by the same person. Tsk, if you hadn't subconsciously repaired the artery as a mentalist, you'd probably be cremated by now. The mummy-wrapped Chubai shot the doctor a glare and turned her head with difficulty. But when she turned, she saw another mummy, which was Zhao Peinan. You were also hit by Chen Mo? Upon hearing the name Chubai, Zhao Peinan immediately understood why they were arranged in the same room. That bastard Chen Mo aimed for the chest, regardless of gender. Chubai was originally a C+ beauty, but after this punch, she was left with only an A-. However, it was also fortunate that she wasn't turned into a basin by that punch. Upon hearing the name Chen Mo, Chubai suddenly became excited. Alright, you two take your time to chat. If there's anything, just ring the bell for the nurse. Seeing Chubai so lively, the doctor felt relieved and could take a break. When Chubai was brought in at noon, she was nearly out of breath. It took a lot of effort to bring this little girl back. He had been extremely busy during this time, with half-dead young warriors being brought in every day. Thankfully, with the advancement of medical technology, as long as the death wasn't too prolonged, they could be saved. The premise was that the body's parts were still intact. If something was missing, even a deity couldn't help. Chubai lay on the hospital bed, unable to say a word. She ignored Zhao Peinan, who was chattering away beside her, feeling a wave of grievance. Chubai couldn't understand how a second-level warrior could punch her to death amidst her blade storm. It was neither scientific nor reasonable, unless Chen Mo had some understanding of mental weapons and mental power. Otherwise, it was impossible. Once she began to imagine that Chen Mo could cultivate both chi and blood while also possessing mental power, Chubai became excited again. Whoa, don't get too excited. I know it's painful to go from a C cup to an A cup with one punch, but at least you're alive. Zhao Peinan sighed. After 2 days of treatment, he could speak normally. Once we get stronger in the future, we'll get our revenge. For now, just focus on healing. And with today's advanced technology, if it really comes down to it, getting a pair of fake ones isn't too bad either. Put. Chubai spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted again. Tisk, so fragile. Good thing I'm here. Zhao Peinan shook his head. Mental warriors were too delicate. After pressing the nurse's bell, Zhao Peinan watched as Chubai was pushed back into the emergency room. Being a warrior is better, they have tough skin and flesh. The next day, at 9 in the morning. As the competition progressed, today officially welcomed the matches for the 32 advancing to 16 and the 16 advancing to 8. With the number of participants decreasing, the number of matches that could be held each day also increased, allowing ample time for the most exciting quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals later on. Looking at the remaining 32 contestants, Shenmo roughly observed the remaining competitors. Aside from the 13 who had made it through the preliminary rounds, the remaining 19 were all seeded players. The seeded players truly lived up to their reputation, earning that title was well deserved. This morning, the matches were still held on 2 stages simultaneously, and Shenmo's opponent was a mid-level 4th-tier player who had climbed up from the preliminary rounds. "Brother Chen, please go easy on me." The boy from Jicheng smiled shyly at Shenmo, seemingly already anticipating his elimination. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Shenmo glanced at his stats. His health was over 9,600, which would allow him to take a couple of hits. A very cost-effective opponent. A first-level warrior has health over 1,000, a second level over 2,500, a third level over 5,000, and a fourth-level warrior around 10,000. Based on the data observed so far, his health was roughly equivalent to a late-stage 5th-level or 6th-level warrior. At least against Gu Feng or Yang Zhuo, he felt no pressure. As the passionate voice of the commentator rang out, today's elimination matches officially began. Similar to yesterday's situation, seeded players were matched first with those who had climbed up from the preliminary rounds. If there weren't enough preliminary players, they would have to make do with the weaker seeded players. After all, the most exciting battles were always saved for last. Everyone wanted to see what it would be like for the strongest genius of the human race to face off against the genius of the celestial beings. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, today's first competitors stepped onto the stage. As expected, the first match was still Yang Zhuo against 2 contestants who had climbed up from the preliminary rounds. Yang Zhuo faced a mid-level 4th-tier warrior from Taichung. Once a prosperous city, Taichung had gradually fallen into decline with the passage of time. This mid-level 4th-tier warrior, named Ma Wanglin, was a genius who embodied the resources of the entire Xishan province. She was also the hope of Xishan province. But this hope would be extinguished today. Ma Wanglin would definitely not be Yang Zhuo's opponent. Moreover, Yang Zhuo was not overly emotional and did not understand the concept of going easy, so the probability of Ma Wanglin's death was extremely high. The people of Xishan province urged her to give up the match, but she simply shook her head, refusing their advice. Even a declining province had its own pride. Ma Wanglin stood on one side of the stage, her long spear shimmering with a cold light. "Do you want to concede?" The referee looked at the spirited young girl and, for reasons unknown, asked this question. "No, I will not concede. I am a warrior. In a warrior's dictionary, there is only fighting to the death. Do not compare me to those cowardly weaklings." Ma Wanglin shook her head again. Today she wanted to see the gap between the human race and the celestial beings. "Are both contestants ready?" The referee sighed. To cultivate Ma Wanglin under the extreme lack of resources in the entire province, Xishan province must have paid a great price. "Ready." Ma Wanglin performed a beautiful flourish with her spear, the sharp tip aimed directly at Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo nodded, his eyes showing little emotion. "Positions. Prepare. Begin." As the match whistle sounded, Ma Wanglin struck first, her fire-spreading spear technique incredibly sharp. A faint red aura of blood energy flowed from Ma Wanglin's feet. She had actually used the desperate technique from the fire-spreading spear technique right from the start. She unleashed all her blood energy, seeking a single lethal strike. The play of the feudal lords. Ma Wanglin's blood energy surged beneath her feet. Even the spear tip was stained with a hint of red. Whoosh! The spear tip sliced through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Yang Zhuo's face remained expressionless as he thrust his long sword forward, perfectly striking Ma Wanglin's spear tip. Clang! Very strong, but still not enough. But as soon as Yang Zhuo finished speaking, he realized Ma Wanglin had vanished from in front of him. The instinct of battle made Yang Zhuo tilt his head to the side. With that slight movement, Ma Wanglin's lethal strike landed in empty space, nearly grazing Yang Zhuo's skin. "Do you all know? The essence of the play of the feudal lords and the fire-spreading spear technique is this one-word play." The commentator became excited as Yang Zhuo's skin was cut. "Did you see that posture that transcends human limits? Only through years of hard practice can one reach this level. Interesting." A flicker of excitement passed through Yang Zhuo's otherwise emotionless eyes, but it quickly vanished. Ma Wanglin landed again, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her eye. "Is this not enough?" A strange flush appeared on Ma Wanglin's face. She forcibly increased the speed of the blood energy flow within her body, which would put a tremendous burden on her. This meant that if Ma Wanglin could not end the battle within the next minute, she would suffer a rupture of her meridians due to this overload state. Spread! Gritting her teeth, Ma Wanglin thrust her long spear forward again, hundreds of spear-tip phantoms simultaneously enveloping every vital point of Yang Zhuo. "A very good technique, but you are still too weak." Yang Zhuo shook his head in disappointment. If this girl had a realm similar to his, perhaps she could bring him some enjoyment in battle. Unfortunately, the gap in their realms was too vast. Even their physical strength and total vitality were not on the same level. Not to mention the innate combat instincts of the celestial race. Yang Zhuo tossed aside his longsword and directly grabbed Ma Wanglin's spear with his bare hands. What? Ma Wanglin's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Was this even a human reflex? Heart-shattering palm. With a powerful gust of wind, the heart-shattering palm struck out, and the terrifying force made Ma Wanglin's heart race with alarm. Bang! Just as the heart-shattering palm was about to hit Ma Wanglin's chest, she managed to evade it in an extremely bizarre posture. But the cost was immense. Although her life was not in danger, the palm did not miss, it struck her thigh instead. Her entire thigh shattered instantly, veins and bone marrow visible to the naked eye. Yang Zhuo threw the spear back to Ma Wanglin, watching her stand up again on one leg and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Yang Zhuo frowned, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. "Of course, I'm still standing, aren't I?" Ma Wanlin's broken left leg was gushing blood, quickly forming a pool on the ground. "You have no combat ability left. If you continue fighting, you will only die." Yang Zhuo suddenly spoke more than usual today, not even knowing why. "So what if I die?" Ma Wanglin lifted her head, her crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Yang Zhuo. When the audience saw her face, a collective gasp echoed throughout the arena. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices of Ma Wanglin, and beneath her fair skin, the veins writhed like poisonous snakes. "If I lose, our Xishan province will face an even worse situation than now. That is my hometown, I will not watch it decline. I don't expect you resource-rich geniuses to understand, nor do I intend to make you understand. I just want to prove one thing. Even without resources, the warriors of Xishan are no worse than you." With only one leg remaining, Ma Wanglin let out a furious roar, pushing off the ground with one foot and charging at Yang Zhuo once more. "I don't understand." A look of confusion crossed Yang Zhuo's face, and then he swatted away Ma Wanglin's spear with a palm, delivering a brutal punch directly to her abdomen. Thud! Ma Wanglin, with her abdomen pierced, fell to the ground, yet she still tried to struggle to her feet. Her blood had nearly drained, and even with her abdomen punctured, she did not bleed excessively. The referee quickly jumped onto the stage, raising Yang Zhuo's arm to end the battle. There were no cheers, no one even cared about Gu Feng's fight on the second stage. The entire stadium fell into silence. Medical psychic healer. Hurry! It wasn't until the friends and family from Taichung and Xishan province rushed onto the stage that the audience seemed to awaken from a dream. Ma Wanglin, having lost an entire leg and her entire digestive system, was carried away on a stretcher, while the staff began to clean the blood from the stage. In the contestant area, everyone wore somber expressions, especially those who had fought their way out of the preliminary rounds. Each of them bore the hopes of their city or province, yet they were used as stepping stones for those seed contestants. As their rankings improved, the resources allocated to their cities or provinces would increase. As long as they could hold on until the top 16, they could honorably conclude their mission. But, could these warriors from overlooked regions really make it to the top 16? Perhaps after today, the remaining contestants would all be seed contestants? Thinking of this, all the contestants in the preliminary round looked towards Chen Mo, who was watching the match with his arms crossed. Perhaps Chen Mo could make it to the top 16? Unlike the other contestants who were burdened with worries, Chen Mo was completely free of such thoughts. Right now, he only felt that Ma Wanlin's fiery gun technique was incredibly cool. Unfortunately, his flexibility was lacking, so he could only practice those broad and sweeping moves. Otherwise, he would have learned a thing or two from Ma Wanglin. "Brother Chen, the next battle is between you and me, so please go easy on me." The mid-level 4th-tier martial artist from Beijing, named Li Quan, cupped his hands in greeting and walked towards the second arena. His weapon was a pair of twin daggers, and he was also the top student from Beijing and the entire Dongshan province. "Don't worry, you have plenty of health, a couple of hits won't kill you." Chen Mo cracked his knuckles, he hadn't even worn his abyss steel gauntlets today. He stepped onto the arena and politely cupped his fists in salute to Li Quan. The referee stepped onto the stage, and after confirming that both sides were ready, announced the start of the match. Li Quan drew his twin daggers, his mind highly focused as he observed Chen Mo's movements. But Chen Mo merely rolled his ankle and then exploded into an incredibly terrifying speed. How could? Li Quan had thought Chen Mo was the type of martial artist who stood firm and swung wildly. Who would have thought his speed was also this fast? Oh, this is truly unexpected. Our one-punch brother is not only incredibly strong and resilient, but his punches are also devastatingly powerful, and his speed is astonishing. He's even comparable to those martial artists who specialize in agility. The commentator's eyes sparkled. A martial artist like Chen Mo could definitely be called a hexagonal warrior. Of course, it would be even better if his martial artist level were a bit higher. Catch this. Chen Mo threw a simple thrusting punch, hitting the energy mark on Li Quan's body. Clang! Dealt 4,500 damage. Health increased by 542. Oomph! Li Quan grunted. This punch had directly reduced his health by nearly half. But being reduced to half health was not enough to take Li Quan down. He danced his twin daggers wildly, instantly pushing Chen Mo back. What a heavy punch! Li Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. Although this punch didn't knock him out, it still caused him significant injury. Do you need to take a breather? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, standing with his arms crossed not far from Li Quan. No need. Li Quan's eyes burst with intensity, rich energy swirling around his twin daggers. Chaotic blood twin daggers. Chen Mo did not dodge, he directly grabbed the sharp blades in Li Quan's hands. Blood dripped from his fingertips, and waves of pain stimulated Chen Mo's nerves. Received slashing damage, health minus 3,000, not bad. Chen Mo grinned. Li Quan's twin daggers had quite a high damage output. Li Quan was dumbfounded. His twin daggers were forged from mineral steel taken from the chaotic sea. They might not cut through iron like mud, but they were not something a second-tier martial artist could catch barehanded. Well, it's about time. I'll send you off the stage. Chen Mo looked at the energy mark on Li Quan that was slowly lighting up and delivered a knee strike to Li Quan's chest. Bones shattered, organs ruptured, and Li Quan's vision gradually blurred before he finally collapsed to the ground. Dealt 4,500 damage. Maximum health increased by 542. Chen Mo had shown some mercy, at least leaving Li Quan with 600 health points. The referee raised Chen Mo's right hand, announcing him as the winner of this battle. The cheering squad from Taizhou began to cheer once again. Winning this match meant that Taizhou had successfully advanced to the top 16, a feat they had never even dared to dream of before. Old Liang, thanks to your recommendation of Chen Mo back then, our Taizhou has achieved such results this year. Wei Jun was beyond excited, shaking Liang Yangxing's shoulders vigorously. It has nothing to do with me. It's all about that kid Chen Mo's own efforts. Liang Yangxing shook his head. Chen Mo's progress was too rapid. He had only provided some help a month ago. Now, he could only look up to that child who stood at the school gate, full of defiance. I remember the match this afternoon is the round of 16 to the top 8, right? Tian Xingxing rubbed his hands, feeling a bit nervous at the thought of the afternoon's match. I wonder if Chen Mo can make it to the top 8. It would be great if he does, but if he doesn't, what can we do? Xiao Qifeng laughed heartily. Chen Mo's current achievements were already enough to make them proud. Forget about the top 8, in the past, we couldn't even get past the first round of the preliminaries. What, are you not satisfied? It's not that I'm not satisfied, I just feel that Chen Mo's limits are definitely beyond the top 16. Tian Xingxing scratched his head. He actually hoped Chen Mo could win the national championship this time, but that was unrealistic. With Yang Zuo and Gu Feng around, the others had no chance of winning the championship. You all remember, even if Chen Mo loses in the round of 16 this afternoon, you mustn't say anything. No matter how Chen Mo performs in the end, he is still our hero from Taizhou. Got it? Wei Jun's expression was serious. He absolutely could not let the hero of Taizhou suffer any grievances. Who are you talking about? Xiao Qifeng was quite arrogant now. After all, they had Chen Mo from the 37th middle school, who made it to the top 16 in the national competition. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Chen Mo, I'll kick them into a foldable screen. Oh, and Wei Bureau, Xiao Qifeng suddenly remembered something and turned to Wei Jun. Go ahead. Wei Jun could roughly guess what Xiao Qifeng wanted to say but still intended to listen. That bald Zhao Dihai, shouldn't we settle the score with him when we get back? Xiao Qifeng squinted. Zhao Dihai had targeted Chen Mo more than once. Oomph, do you think I would let such a parasite stay? Wei Jun snorted coldly. He planned to settle accounts with Zhao Dihai as soon as Chen Mo finished his match. No matter the method, Zhao Dihai would definitely find it hard to move in Taizhou in the future. While Wei Jun was contemplating how to deal with Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shuhua, Chen Mo had already returned to the contestant's seat. The previous battle had posed no challenge, he had merely tested his current physical strength by catching the knife with his bare hands. After the test, Chen Mo had probably come to a conclusion. His physical strength was proportional to his life value. In other words, the higher his life value, the higher his physical strength. Defense, to put it simply, was just an embellishment. But it wasn't certain. Perhaps one day he would draw the passive ability of the Soul Lock Warden Thresh, which would allow his defense to increase indefinitely. For now, his choice seemed quite wise. With life value as a foundation, as long as he drew the Blood King armor in the future, his attack power would soar. However, drawing the Blood King armor from among hundreds of pieces of equipment was still quite difficult, and he didn't know when he would have the option to choose equipment. In the VIP seats above, the deans of various academies were observing the palm of Chen Mo. The previous knife had sliced through Chen Mo's skin and muscle, ultimately stopping at the bone. Now, that deep wound, visible to the bone, had completely healed. Chen Mo's recovery ability was quite terrifying. "Old Lu, do you see what's going on with that Chen Mo?" Wu Suian pondered for a while before turning to Lu Jinwu. This should be a special ability or a unique talent. Lu Jinwu wasn't sure either. This level of recovery ability was already stronger than most 6th and 7th level martial artists. Surely it can't be the powers of the Celestials, right? That thing is the strong backing of the Celestial race. If only the human race had their own powers. Just thinking about this made Lu Jinwu and Wu Suian unable to suppress their sighs. Speaking of which, Yang Zhua still hasn't revealed what his celestial power is, which is very unfavorable for Gu Feng. Wu Suian glanced at Yang Zhua, who was sitting expressionless in the contestant seats, and said to Lu Jinwu beside him, "The currently known information hasn't exposed what Yang Zhua's celestial power is. It only indicates that his strongest skill isn't swordsmanship, but spear techniques." Lu Jinwu turned to look at Wu Suian, his brows slightly furrowed. "So, our contestant not only hasn't forced out his celestial power, but even his most proficient weapon hasn't been brought out? Yes, there's really no way around it." Wu Suian sighed. The gap between the human race and the celestial race is a fact everyone is aware of. "That Ma Wanglin is quite impressive. I really like that girl's fierceness and drive." Seeing the atmosphere was a bit low, Lu Jinwu quickly changed the subject. "I know that little girl, you should give up on her." Wu Suian seemed to know Ma Wanglin well and shook his head to advise. Xishan province won't easily let go of such a genius. Even if they have to go bankrupt, they need to have their own level 12 powerhouse. That girl is the last hope of Xishan province. As time passed, the matches for the 32-16 successfully concluded. The list of the top 16 has been released, consisting of 15 seeded players and 1 from the open selection. Except for Chen Mo, the other open selection players fell in the 32, but that was enough to make them proud. If it weren't for the prohibition on interviews during the competition, Chen Mo would have probably been surrounded by layers of reporters by now. After a simple lunch, the 16 players on the list were called into the conference room. "You all have made it this far, so you must be the best of your respective cities, top-tier geniuses." A burly man stood on the podium, revealing an unpleasant smile to the contestants below. Of course, except for a certain city that used some means to force in 5 seeded players, only to be blown away by a level 2 warrior from a small city. This statement was quite damaging, and the faces of the members of the 5 Colors team immediately darkened. It was indeed embarrassing. Aside from Chu Bai, who was defeated by Chen Mo, the others had all made it to the top 16 without exception. They successfully showcased the power of offensive mental warriors to the world. Alright, enough of the jokes, let me introduce myself. My name is He Lang, you can call me Brother He. The reason I called you all here today is to announce something. I suspect some of you already know what I'm about to say. He Lang glanced at the expressionless Gu Feng and continued. Making it to the top 16 already signifies that you have unlimited potential. The purpose of holding the national competition is to gather children like you with great potential. Regardless of whether you win or lose in the upcoming matches, you have all earned the opportunity for Southern training. What? Many seeded players stood up upon hearing the words Southern training, their eyes flashing with uncontainable excitement. Sit down, don't get too excited. He Lang smiled and gestured for everyone to calm down. The sole purpose of the Southern training is to thoroughly unleash the potential within you. Unlimited resources, unlimited chaotic C materials, and personal guidance from level 13 masters, these are things that cannot be accessed from the outside world. During this time before school starts in September, you can completely choose to spend it in the Southern training camp. If you don't want to, that's fine, it's your own choice. But I want to make it clear in advance, once you give up this opportunity, it won't be so easy to access the Southern training camp in the future. After hearing He Lang's words, everyone except Gu Feng and Yang Zhua began to discuss among themselves. What is the Southern training camp? Chen Mo asked, looking puzzled. He had never heard of such a training camp. Could it be some kind of summer camp? You don't know? Gu Feng, having overheard Chen Mo's muttering, moved a chair and sat down next to him. Are we that familiar? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering why the prominent Gu Feng would approach him. Could it be that he was interested in him? We will be familiar in the future. Gu Feng was not surprised by Chen Mo's reaction. As the name suggests, the Southern Training Camp is a training event held in coastal areas. There are at most 20 participants in the entire training camp, with an average of 5 people assigned to one master-level mentor. All kinds of supplements and potions are unlimited, as long as you can consume and fully absorb them. In fact, the most precious are the materials from the Chaotic Sea, which are not on the same level as those produced in the Abyss. Even I only have 12 weapons made of chaotic sea steel. Are you showing off your wealth to me? Chen Mo's face darkened. It seemed like this guy was being pretentious. Also, the Li Quan who fought me today also used dual knives made of chaotic sea steel. It doesn't seem that precious. Chen Mo was somewhat confused. How precious could materials used by contestants in the preliminary rounds be? Gu Feng frowned and let out a disdainful snort. His dual knives are at most an alloy of chaotic sea steel. Pure chaotic sea steel weapons are very precious to me. Not to mention that the materials provided by the southern training camp are not just chaotic sea steel, but even more precious. Before Gu Feng could finish, the announcement for the upcoming afternoon match began. Let's add each other as friends. We can chat later. Gu Feng took out his phone and displayed his QR code. Alright, we'll talk later. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo added Gu Feng as a friend. Seeing that Gu Feng seemed intent on befriending him, Chen Mo decided to oblige. Regardless of whether it would bring him any substantial benefits, at least it would broaden his horizons. In the afternoon, only 16 people remained in the contestant area. After today's arena matches, only 8 of these 16 would remain. One day today, one day tomorrow, and the finals the day after. Chen Mo glanced around at his opponents. There weren't many who could defeat him. Including Yang Zui and Gu Feng, there were only about 4 or 5. Before long, the matchups for the 16-8 arena competition were displayed on the big screen. Gu Feng faced Chu Qing, Yang Zui faced a late-stage level 4 warrior. Chen Mo was up against a late-stage level 4 warrior from Fu City. After taking a look at the data of that late-stage level 4 warrior, Chen Mo felt much more at ease. With less than 10,000 health points but an attack power of 1800. A glass cannon with high attack and low defense. It was still a dual arena battle, and the pace of the afternoon matches was much faster. After the preliminary contestants were eliminated, the battle times for Gu Feng and Yang Zui noticeably lengthened. It took them a full 3 minutes to finish their fights. Previously, when facing those preliminary contestants, they had rarely exceeded 30 seconds. Chen Mo also spent quite a bit of time against the warrior from Fu City. His guess was indeed correct, that Fu City contestant was a standard agility-type warrior, wielding a dagger made of abyss steel. This late-stage level 4 warrior from Fu City was extremely fast, but unfortunately, he was up against Chen Mo. A start like a speeding blood cow tank. Under Chen Mo's reckless charge, this 4th level late-stage warrior from Fuchun quickly fell into a disadvantage. After taking 2 punches from Chen Mo, he was directly carried away on a stretcher. The injuries on him were identical to those of Zhao Peinan, Xu Bai, and Li Quan, all with a large dent in their chests. From then on, Chen Mo's nickname evolved from One Punch Brother to Beast Chen Mo. Chen Mo's fighting style was quite brutal, not only fierce against his enemies but also harsh on himself. He attacked without defense, trading injury for injury. This was Chen Mo's combat style. But this style only suited him. After all, others did not have such high health and life recovery. Taizhou, this unremarkable small city, also gained notoriety because of Chen Mo. Especially for Xiao Qifeng, many people began to inquire about how to transfer to Taizhou No. 37 Middle School. However, Xiao Qifeng and Wei Shen directly shut that door. Others didn't know, but they were quite clear in their hearts. Chen Mo's strength had little to do with them. It was entirely based on Chen Mo's own abilities. Once the door was opened, the days of Taizhou losing face would not be far off. At this moment in Taizhou, the streets were empty except for dust. Even the students from Woga were gathered in the multimedia classroom waiting for the announcement of the top 8 in the national competition. When the name Chen Mo appeared on the list, a cheer erupted throughout Taizhou, soaring into the sky. Everyone was incredibly excited. Taizhou had finally turned the tide. The title of one of the weakest cities in the country, with years of first-round exits, would be completely thrown off this year. However, Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shua's faces were exceptionally grim. Old Zhao were done for. Zhou Shua's face was filled with terror. She and Zhao Dihai might be the only 2 unhappy people in all of Taizhou. With Chen Mo's achievement, regardless of whether he wins or loses from here on out, we can forget about living in Taizhou. It's over, all over. As she spoke, Zhou Shua began to wail, causing Zhao Dihai to feel increasingly troubled. Stop crying. Zhao Dihai slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. You think I'll just sit here and wait for death? Chen Mo, you're still too naive. Even if I don't end well, I won't let you have it easy. After pondering for a while, Zhao Dihai picked up his phone and dialed a number. Back at the increasingly deserted hotel, Chen Mo finally relaxed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking made Chen Mo's previously good mood turn sour. After driving away those representatives who still wanted to discuss special admissions with him, Chen Mo finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace. By the way, I need to ask about the training camp in the southern region. But just as Chen Mo took out his phone, a shocking headline news burst into his view. Shocking. Beast Chen Mo is actually this kind of person. Incredible, Beast Chen Mo is actually the perpetrator of campus bullying, and the victim is still in the hospital and has not yet awakened. The truth is actually like this. Chen Mo's face darkened. Truly, fame brings trouble. So soon, rumors about him were flying everywhere. Just then, Gu Feng suddenly called. Chen Mo, did you see the news from the old capital daily just now? Are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? Chen Mo snorted coldly. He could guess with his big toe who was behind this. It was just that petty bald donkey, Zhao Dihai. Is what the news said true? Gu Feng was a bit curious. Could it be that Chen Mo was really that kind of bully? What do you think? Chen Mo retorted. I don't think so. The whistleblower for this news is called Zhou Shuhua, a teacher at Taizhou No. 1 high school. I also checked, and Zhou Shuhua doesn't have a very good reputation, plus she is married to the principal of No. 1 high school. So, did you offend them before? Do you need me to help you? I can make a call home, and this matter can be resolved. I don't know why Gu Feng is so enthusiastic. Chen Mo doesn't plan to rely on Gu Feng for help in this matter. No need, I have my own way. Chen Mo thought for a moment and told Wei Jin about this. Actually, there was no need for Chen Mo to say anything. Wei Jin had already seen the explosive news. Zhao Dihai, oh Zhao Dihai, I shouldn't have waited. I should have dealt with you long ago. Wei Jin was now so angry that his teeth were itching. Chen Mo was fighting for Taizhou here, while he was stabbing him in the back. If Wei Jin hadn't already figured out the reason Chen Mo was expelled from No. 1 high school, he might have really believed his nonsense. To put it bluntly, it was hard for him to accept that the poor student he once looked down on had suddenly become a hero of Taizhou City. Just as Wei Jin was pondering how to deal with Zhao Dihai, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wei Jin felt a headache coming on. Mayor, I already know that Zhao Dihai has slandered Chen Mo. Just handle this matter however you see fit. I agree with whatever you decide. Old Wei, do you think I don't want to deal with Zhao Dihai? The mayor of Taizhou City sighed. When we went to find him, he had already fled, leaving only Zhou Shuhua and Zhao Qian, who was lying in the ICU. You all need to be careful. Zhao Dihai might come up with some dirty tricks against you. The mayor was now quite concerned about Chen Mo. After all, he was their golden signboard in Taizhou. I'll handle the rumors. I will calm this matter down. Old Wei, your task is to take good care of Chen Mo and make sure that external factors do not affect his competition. Do you understand? The mayor's tone was quite serious, indicating the importance he placed on this matter. I definitely understand, but this matter should be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise, it will have a very negative impact on Chen Mo. Wei Jin naturally understood this. He had to shield Chen Mo from all external issues so that he could focus on the competition. Moreover, the act of stabbing someone in the back was something Wei Jin despised the most. If he were in Taizhou, he would have already crippled Zhao Dihai by now. I've already started using some connections, and the higher-ups are also taking this matter seriously. A refutation article will probably come out soon. After chatting with the mayor for a while, Wei Jin hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, he saw a brand new refutation article pop up on his phone. The principal of No. 1 high school actually personally issued a genius? How many unknown secrets are hidden behind this? Campus bullying? No. Chen Mo's actions are called anti-bullying. Shameless, the principal of a certain city's No. 1 high school actually publicly slanders a national competition contestant and flees in fear of punishment. A flood of rebuttal articles began to spread wildly online, quickly burying the rumors before they could gain any traction. Wei Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He now just hoped this matter wouldn't affect Chen Mo's performance tomorrow. After all, it was the quarterfinals and semifinals, and the pressure on Chen Mo was unimaginable. Damn Zhao Dihai, don't let me catch you. The next day, with the sound of a new round of fireworks, the 8 contestants entered the arena simultaneously. Except for Chen Mo, the other 7 contestants were all seeded players. Each one was extremely powerful, with an average martial artist level in the late 4th stage, and each mastered at least 4 types of martial arts techniques. Good morning, everyone. The passionate voice of the commentator rang out, stimulating everyone's nerves. Today, this is the most thrilling match point of this National Genius Youth Championship. After the quarterfinals, it's the battle for the final qualification. Let's look forward to it. Let's see who can make it to the final and claim this championship. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience, the big screen descended from above. It seems the battle list has been released. Let's cheer for the 8 strongest geniuses in the country. The commentator turned off the microphone and took a sip of the herbal tea. Commentator, the popularity rankings for this session have come out. Do you need to? A staff member approached with an A4 sheet, but before finishing the sentence, he realized the paper had vanished from his hands. No kidding, this is a super hot topic, of course, I need it. The commentator glanced at the popularity list in his hand and then froze. No way. He rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe the authenticity of this popularity list. The strongest genius of the human race, Gufeng, ranked third, while Yangzhou was even lower at fourth. The second place was taken by Ma Wanglin, who had been eliminated yesterday, with popularity completely overshadowing Yangzhou and Gufeng. As for the first, are people voting with their feet now? The commentator found it hard to comprehend that among the 4th and 5th level martial artists, Chen Mo, a 2nd level martial artist, had actually claimed the top spot on the popularity list. But this is good, at least the topic is quite explosive. The commentator smiled slightly and reopened the microphone to explain the upcoming arena matches. Today's quarter-final match results were unsurprisingly in line with the previous matching method of Tianji's horse racing. Gufeng and Yang Zui each faced a relatively weaker seed player, ensuring that their trump cards would not be revealed before the finals. Chen Mo was set to battle the last remaining member of the Wus team, Zhu Xian. The final match was between a 5th-level early-stage martial artist from Jingnan and a 5th-level early-stage martial artist from Jinmen. Both were evenly matched, and it was expected to last a long time, so the event organizers placed them in the last match of the morning. As the match whistle blew, Gufeng began his battle. The friends and family of Taizhou City were all focused on Gufeng fighting in the arena. Mom, do you think my brother can beat Gufeng? Shen Yi had shifted from trying his best to thinking, maybe my brother can really win the championship. I don't know, but I feel that Gufeng is really strong. Sulu shook her head. As an ordinary person, she couldn't tell who was strong or weak, she only knew her son was the best. My son is not bad either, he made it to the top 8. Chen Li was full of confidence in Chen Mo. At least, the Chen family no longer worried about Chen Mo's safety. Your son, as if Xiao Mo didn't crawl out of my belly. Sulu pinched Chen Li, their whole family. No, the entire Taizhou city was proud of Chen Mo. Yes, dear, you've worked hard. Chen Li immediately returned to his usual self, grinning as he kissed Sulu. Shameless, there are so many people here. Sulu quickly pushed Chen Li away, a blush rising on her cheeks. TSK, such a loving couple. Chen Yi pouted, this couple was really enough to make one feel nauseous. Not just the Chen family, the atmosphere among the friends and family of Taizhou City was also quite relaxed. Everyone was no longer anxious, Chen Mo's performance had given them full confidence. At the very least, Chen Mo wouldn't fall before the semifinals. Amidst the audience's cheers and the commentators' passionate explanations, Gufeng and Yangzhou unsurprisingly won their respective arena matches. After they finished, it was time for the battle between Chen Mo and Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian stood up and glanced at Chen Mo, saying nothing as he picked up his mental power weapon and walked onto the arena. Pretty cocky, Chen Mo chuckled at Zhu Xian's little expression, putting on his abyss steel gauntlets and stepping onto the stage. I won't be the second battle-type mentalist to fall at your hands. Standing on the arena, Zhu Xian opened his weapon box, revealing a pair of sword hilts. Chen Mo had already witnessed Zhu Xian's fighting style in previous battles. He compressed his mental power into various weapon forms through the hilts in his hands, while simultaneously using the compressed mental power to protect his body during combat. No, you will. Chen Mo shook his head, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. Here it comes, here it comes. The enthusiastic voice of the commentator rang out, instantly reigniting the audience's previously cooled emotions. This battle seems like a fated confrontation. The first battle of a battle-type mentalist has already fallen to the beast Chen Mo. And now, as the last hope of Magic City, can Zhu Xian seize victory under the fierce onslaught of the beast? Or will Chen Mo solidify his reputation as the nemesis of battle-type mentalists? Let's wait and see. The commentator's ability to hype the crowd was quite strong, and Chen Mo could clearly feel Zhu Xian's blood pressure rising across from him. It felt like they were just a step away from a boiling point. You, a second-level warrior, can make it this far. Zhu Xian wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Chen Mo. What's wrong? Is it something to be proud of that your battle-type mentalists are weaker than a second-level warrior like me? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You! Zhu Xian was momentarily speechless, as Chen Mo was indeed speaking the truth. The strongest in the entire Magic City Mental Power Research Institute, aside from him, was Chu Bai, and Chu Bai had indeed lost to Chen Mo, a second-level warrior. In the subsequent matches, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake off the embarrassing label of defeated by a second-level warrior. Don't worry, I will clear my shame today. This will be your last battle in the national competition, you should settle down. With the referee announcing the start of the match, Zhu Xian's body slowly floated up, and two sharp swords extended from the hilts in his hands. What the hell? This guy can fly. Chen Mo was taken aback. Chu Xian had not shown any flying ability in previous battles. Only warriors above level 7 could fly, yet Chu Xian was already able to do so at this level. It must be said that this battle-type mentalist indeed had some skills, otherwise, they wouldn't have been granted 5 spots. Even in a city like Beijing, there was only 1 competition spot, while Magic City managed to secure 5. Chu Xian's speed wasn't fast, but he was agile. His attacks weren't particularly fierce, merely scratching Chen Mo's skin. Yet even so, Chen Mo still had no way to deal with him. This guy would poke and then run, purely engaging in a war of attrition. This fighting style depended on who could last until the end. Whether Chen Mo would collapse from his injuries or Chu Xian would exhaust his mental power and fall to Chen Mo's blows. It all came down to who could endure longer. The commentator was at a loss for words while watching this battle. After all, this was the first time flying ability had appeared in the national competition. Currently, it seems Chen Mo is at an absolute disadvantage, but he won't go down easily. Although Chu Xian's fighting style isn't very appealing, it is quite effective against an opponent like Chen Mo. Watching Chen Mo on the arena, unable to fight back and only taking hits, the hearts of the friends and family from Taizhou City were in their throats. No way? After winning so many battles before, could it really end in this way? As time slowly passed, the wounds on Chen Mo's body increased. Give up! You will never be able to touch me. If you keep going, you will definitely lose, and it will be a terrible loss. Chu Xian began his psychological tactics, trying to persuade Chen Mo to surrender. But Chen Mo completely ignored him. He was now watching the countdown of Wu Zhonghate's passive ability. Although Wu Zhonghate's passive could only trigger once every 5 minutes, the damage was significant. A 3% health damage meant 1140 points of damage. Not only that, Wu Zhonghate's passive could also restore 2,850 health points. Coupled with Chen Mo's own basic health recovery, he could exhaust Chu Xian to death. 3. Chen Mo silently counted. 2. 1. As the countdown ended, Chu Xian, who was hovering in the sky, stumbled slightly. His expression visibly wilted, and his hands, gripping the mental energy sword, began to tremble. What is happening? Chu Xian looked bewildered. He had just felt as if something had fiercely sucked the life out of him. Turning to look at Chen Mo below, he found that the guy was already sitting cross-legged on the arena, even beckoning at him. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the small sword wounds on Chen Mo's body had actually disappeared. What kind of ability is this? Chu Xian had thought Chen Mo was just a mindless brute, but now it seemed this guy was hiding something quite deep. He hadn't shown his true skills in the previous battles. He had been concealing himself. Realizing this, cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Xian's forehead. What is happening? Could it be that contestant Chen Mo has already given up the fight? The commentator's puzzled voice rang out. He couldn't understand why Chen Mo had chosen to sit down. Moreover, contestant Chu Xian's condition seems off. Could it be that his mental energy is about to run dry? Chu Xian gritted his teeth. It seemed he had to speed up the pace of the battle. He couldn't understand how Chen Mo had hurt him, but he was sure that the feeling of being drained just now was caused by Chen Mo. No way, could Chen Mo also be a mental energy master? Once this thought appeared in Chu Xian's mind, it couldn't be shaken off. After all, Chen Mo hadn't moved at all since earlier. There was nothing else he could do besides mental energy. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xian accelerated his offensive pace. 15 minutes quickly passed, and Chu Xian had been severely drained 3 times by Wu Zhonghate, his health nearly depleted. The audience watched this bizarre battle, feeling somewhat confused. One was motionless, taking hits without fighting back, while the other stumbled every few minutes, his face growing increasingly pale. Chen Mo's health bar would spike every 5 minutes, and by now, he hadn't even lost 1/10 of his total health. But Chu Xian was different. He lost 1140 health points every 5 minutes. With less than 5,000 health points in total, after being drained 4 times, he was now left with just over 400 health points. Chen Mo remained as steady as a mountain, while Chu Xian in midair looked pale, his form beginning to sway. What is happening? Why has contestant Chen Mo done nothing, and contestant Chu Xian is already at his wit's end? It wasn't just the commentator who wanted to ask this question, even the deans of various academies in the VIP seats were baffled. The arena was silent, with only the sound of Chu Xian's mental energy sword occasionally striking Chen Mo. However, as his health neared depletion, the damage Chu Xian could inflict on Chen Mo became smaller and smaller, even failing to keep up with Chen Mo's basic health recovery speed. It's about time. Chen Mo glanced at Chu Xian, whose health bar was nearly empty, and stood up to stretch his muscles. 3, 2, 1. As Chen Mo's countdown ended, Wu Zhonghate's passive activated once more. An invisible force suddenly pulled at Chu Xian, causing his already low health bar to empty completely. Chu Xian fell silently from the sky, landing with a thud on the ground. The arena fell silent. The battle had been too bizarre. Even the professional referee was stunned for a while before reacting, rushing to the ring to check Chu Xian's condition, and immediately called for a mentalist and a medical team to carry him away. I guess that means I win. Chen Mo walked up to the referee and patted his shoulder. The referee blinked in confusion and announced Chen Mo's victory. Back at the contestant seats, Chen Mo even felt a bit fortunate that his opponent was Chu Xian. This guy had high mobility, low damage, and a not-so-high attack frequency, which just happened to counter Chu Xian. To put it simply, it was like an 11-level 3-piece AD facing a tank with over 30,000 layers of Heart of Steel. Just the passive of endless hatred could drain him dry. When the last two contestants of the top 8 stepped onto the stage, only 3 remained in the contestant seats, Yang Zhuo, Gu Feng, and Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I hope we can meet in the finals, Gu Feng said quietly as he moved closer to Chen Mo. How could that be? I'll definitely have to face either you or Yang Zhuo, Chen Mo replied, puzzled by Gu Feng's statement. Did he not know that the national competition's schedule was already arranged? Not necessarily, because this year's national competition semifinals are drawn live. Gu Feng shook his head, clearly more informed about this year's national competition than Chen Mo. What if, Gu Feng hesitated, unsure if he should say this. If I draw Yang Zhuo, my chances of winning aren't high. But I will definitely do my best to force out all his tactics, at least to gain some information for those who come after. You can't beat him? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that Gu Feng would say something so disheartening. It's not that I can't beat him, just that I want to clarify some things first. Gu Feng shook his head and continued. If you encounter Yang Zhuo, don't worry, I will also give it my all. Chen Mo patted Gu Feng's shoulder, not believing that Gu Feng would face Yang Zhuo in the semifinals. Given the event organizers' tendencies, it was highly likely they would manipulate the draw to ensure Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng could meet in the finals. This was completely irrelevant to Chen Mo. He had ways to reach the finals no matter who he faced. He was that confident, it was that simple. Alright, I hope we can meet in the finals. Gu Feng nodded and returned to his seat. Ever since watching Chen Mo's match and understanding his fighting style, Gu Feng had developed a good impression of him. His fighting method was also bold and aggressive, focusing solely on offense. Gu Feng believed they would definitely become good friends. Perhaps they would even become comrades guarding a territory in the future. Due to his status, Gu Feng had never had a true friend to confide in since childhood, always surrounded by sycophantic fools. Chen Mo was different. Even if he knew Gu Feng's identity, he showed no respect, which made Gu Feng feel quite relieved. If Chen Mo knew Gu Feng's thoughts, he would definitely realize. Wasn't this just the CEO syndrome? Woman, you're playing with fire. I haven't seen the young master smile so happily in a long time. Woman, you're different from other women. This flaw was commonly known as being a cheap little brat who deserved a slap. The three of them watched the increasingly intense battle on the stage, but none of them took it seriously. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo felt secure in their own strength, not considering either of the two as a threat. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was calculating how many layers of steel he could stack from one of these two. Half an hour passed, and the time reached 11 in the morning. As the warrior from Tianjin pierced the chest of the warrior from Jingnan with a single strike, the competition officially announced the end of the quarter-finals. At the same time, the list of the top 4 was revealed: Yang Zhuo, Gu Feng, Chen Mo, and Wei Guohao from Tianjin. The semifinals would start promptly at 1 in the afternoon, at which point the last 2 participants for the finals would be determined. Wei Guohao was covered in injuries, with a torn tendon in his left wrist and 60% of his organs having issues. It was clear that he would only be able to make a brief appearance in the afternoon, and advancing to the finals was impossible. As for Chen Mo, reaching the semifinals was already quite unexpected. No one thought he could make it this far from the beginning. Even the friends and family of the Chen family were surprised by this outcome. Aside from the fact that Chen Mo was merely a second-level warrior, such warriors were abundant in national competitions. Taizhou was not a city with abundant resources, and producing a talent like Chen Mo was already the limit. Chen Mo did not embarrass Taizhou. After all, since the first National Genius Youth Championship, it was the first time a second-level warrior had fought their way to the semifinals. This achievement had already proven that Chen Mo was a genius, merely hindered by a lack of resources that prevented him from advancing further. With this achievement, Chen Mo could choose any martial arts academy in the country, and the treatment would definitely be top-notch. So, it seemed that only Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng had the potential to compete for the final championship. For contestants, please wait a moment. Just as Chen Mo and the others were about to head to the rest area, the commentator's voice rang out again. They turned to see the wide arena suddenly crack open, and a lottery box rose from deep underground. According to the event organizer's decision, the lottery procedure that was originally scheduled for the afternoon will take place now. I know everyone thinks the matchups for the semifinals have already been determined, but this time is different from the past. This semifinal will be a completely random draw. Let's see if the results will be as the audience imagines. No one took the commentator's words seriously. In any case, it was certain that Gu Feng would fight Wei Guahao, and the other would face Chen Mo. The finals would definitely be decided between these two, no need to think about it. Everyone wanted to witness the battle between the top geniuses of the human race and the celestial race. Since learning that this national competition included participants from the celestial race, the attention on human contestants other than Gu Feng and Chen Mo had not been very high. Everyone was curious whether the celestial race was inherently superior or if the human race was not inferior to them. If Gu Feng really defeated Yang Zhuo, it would be a significant morale booster for the human race. Even if he lost, it would merely confirm that the human race was indeed not as strong as the celestial race. Chen Mo and the others stepped back onto the arena, surrounding the lottery box. An elderly man with white hair but a robust figure walked onto the stage, refusing the microphone offered by the staff. Everyone should recognize this old man, right? The old man's voice was penetrating, and everyone in the stadium could hear him clearly. I am Gu Ji, one of the 3 13th level masters responsible for guarding Yinjing. Today's lottery will be conducted by me. Gu Ji's appearance surprised everyone, even Gu Feng looked bewildered at his grandfather. Grandpa, why are you here? Just as Gu Feng was about to ask, he was directly pushed back by a glance from Gu Ji. Don't ask anything, this is an order from above. With just one sentence, Gu Feng understood what was going on. You four have made it this far with great difficulty. Regardless of the lottery results, you can come to me, Gu Ji, if you need anything in the future. Gu Ji did not lower his voice at all, which meant that everyone, including those watching the live broadcast, heard his words. In fact, Gu Ji was speaking to Chen Mo and Wei Guahao. Yang Zhuo was from the celestial race, and Gu Feng was his grandson. Only the powerless Chen Mo and Wei Guahao needed his protection. These two young men had already gained fame, and they would undoubtedly face many hardships on their future paths. A strong backing was exactly what they needed now, and Gu Ji was to be that backing for Chen Mo and Wei Guahao in the future. Alright, you four boys, draw lots, he said. His purpose for coming this time was not only to intimidate those who intended to harm the human race's geniuses but also to supervise the fairness of the draw. Indeed, this draw was completely random, with no behind-the-scenes manipulation. This was also the intention from above. It was simply boring to manipulate the competition artificially. Chen Mo and the others simultaneously reached into the draw box. The lot in Chen Mo's hand was red, while the one in Gu Feng's hand was blue. Looking at Wei Guahao, the slip of paper in his hand was red. This meant that in the afternoon semifinals, Chen Mo's opponent would be Wei Guahao. It was obvious who Gu Feng's opponent would be. Seeing this result, Gu Feng's expression turned somewhat grim. I will do my best to force out all his techniques. Good luck. Gu Feng patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. He had to prepare adequately for the battle against Yang Zhuo in the afternoon. Gu Ji frowned, his boy's luck wasn't too good. The draw results have been announced. In the afternoon semifinals, Gu Feng will face Yang Zhuo. Chen Mo will face Wei Guahao. When the audience heard this result, they were first stunned for a moment, then erupted into a huge discussion. The real finals have come early? Chen Mo was really lucky to have made it to the finals. Tisk TSK, this time Taizhou has completely turned around. With Chen Mo as the national competition runner-up, the higher-ups will definitely pay more attention to Taizhou. Just don't know which of Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo will win. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone had already concluded that Chen Mo would successfully advance to the finals. No one thought Wei Guahao could defeat a fully prepared Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the wryly smiling Wei Guahao and turned to walk towards the rest area. Unlike the wry smile of Wei Guahao, the friends and family of Taizhou City were already ecstatic. No one expected Chen Mo's luck to be this good, facing a Wei Guahao who had already lost his fighting spirit. However, no one believed Chen Mo could win in the final match. After all, the gap was simply too great. The probability of Gu Feng winning against Yang Zhuo was not high, let alone Chen Mo. But this result was enough for everyone to celebrate. Each person was very satisfied with the outcome. Indeed, Chen Mo hadn't even fought against either Yang Zhuo or Gu Feng yet, and everyone had already concluded that Chen Mo would lose. Hearing the discussions around her, Chen Yi frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But she didn't say anything. After all, the gap in strength was evident. Glancing at Chen Li and Su Lu, who were also ecstatic, the only thing Chen Yi could do was wait for the final result. She firmly believed that Chen Mo would never lose. After all, he was her brother. In the backstage lounge, a person suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo, who was eating. What's the matter? Chen Mo looked up at Wei Guohao, sitting across from him, and glanced at his left hand, which could no longer move. I've withdrawn from the competition. Wei Guohao smiled at Chen Mo. My purpose for participating in the national competition has been achieved. There's no need to continue fighting hard. And even if I participated in the afternoon semifinals, the result would be the same. It's better to be sensible. It will look better that way. Brother, good luck. Wei Guohao patted Chen Mo's shoulder with his still relatively intact hand, then turned and lay down on the stretcher that had been prepared long ago. Chen Mo looked at Wei Guohao being carried away, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yeah, I will definitely do my best. He swallowed the rice in his mouth hard, and Chen Mo had already made up his mind. Chen Mo was not deaf, so he naturally heard the audience's discussions and their opinions about him. Everyone was pessimistic about Chen Mo, but he was determined to win the championship in this national competition. Challenge Task Stage 4 completed, rewards distributed. The delayed system announcement rang out, and Chen Mo instantly felt his vitality begin to swell rapidly. His physical strength increased significantly, his senses became sharper, and his total vitality reached 5,000 points. He didn't even feel much. His realm had risen from a second-level warrior to a third-level warrior. Chen Mo also understood why everyone said the third level was a hurdle. The transition from first to second level was merely an accumulation of vitality, while the transition from second to third level marked the beginning of a transformation, stepping into the extraordinary. Just as Chen Mo was feeling the changes in his body after the transformation, the system's voice sounded again. Challenge Task Final Stage activated. Objective. Champion. Task Reward, determined by audience's shock level, another one of these graded challenges? Chen Mo rubbed his chin. Although the last time he didn't reach maximum astonishment, this time Chen Mo believed he could definitely earn an SSS level reward. After all, who would believe that a second level, no, a third level warrior could defeat a fifth level late stage genius from the celestial race? Just winning the match would already be shocking enough, not to mention that Chen Mo planned to come up with some flashy moves. Just as Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks to continue eating, he suddenly realized that the chopsticks had broken in his hand without him noticing. Has my strength increased this much? Chen Mo was a bit surprised and quickly opened the system panel to take a look. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 37,643, Vitality, 5,120, Attack Power, 210, Defense Power, 200, how did it increase so much? Chen Mo was stunned. His defense power had increased by a full 90 points, and his attack power had also risen significantly. If calculated based on his current attack power, his deliberate punch damage had also increased quite a bit. I see, attack power represents strength level, health represents physical strength, vitality represents the power and release frequency of martial skills, but defense power. Chen Mo switched to another pair of chopsticks, pondering what defense power represented. Rubbing his arm, Chen Mo suddenly realized something. Defense power seemed to represent his tolerance for pain. The higher the defense power, the less he feared pain. So that's how it is, no wonder I'm immune to damage below 200. So it's that I can't feel it. Chen Mo didn't think too much about it. He needed to conserve his energy for the finals tomorrow. Whether it was Yang Zhuai or Gu Feng who won the semifinals, he had to secure the championship this time. Even if it wasn't for the challenge task's reward, he needed to prove that he was definitely not weaker than those geniuses. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the semifinals began on time. The arena was changed to Abyss Steel Alloy. Compared to the reinforced concrete arena, the strength of the Abyss Steel Alloy arena was at least 5 times greater. Such an arena could withstand the battle between two fifth-level warriors. Additionally, protective barriers were set up around, otherwise an inattentive audience member could end up in serious trouble. Good afternoon, everyone. The passionate voice of the commentator rang out, instantly igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Everyone was cheering for Gu Feng, with 3 giant flags bearing the character Gu waving in the stands. Each person hoped that Gu Feng would achieve victory in this battle, not only for the person of Gu Feng, but also to prove that the human race is not inherently weaker than the celestial race. The commentator was very satisfied with the atmosphere on site. This warm-up was quite relaxed. Next, everyone will witness an unprecedented battle between the genius of the human race and the genius of the celestial race. Is it true that the celestial race is born superior? Or is our human race not weaker than the celestial race? That will depend on the battle between Gu Feng and Yang Zhuai. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience, Yang Zhuai and Gu Feng simultaneously stepped onto the stage. Alright, originally the first match was supposed to be between the fierce beast Chen Mo and the contestant Wei Guohao, but Wei Guohao withdrew due to injury, so Chen Mo advances directly to the finals. Alright, the boring information has been announced, now let us witness this extraordinary battle together. Boom! The deafening sound of fireworks exploded, further elevating the atmosphere of the arena. TSK, how unsatisfying. Chen Mo sat in the contestant area, clicking his tongue in displeasure. But his dissatisfaction was of no use, as no one believed he could be a match for Gu Feng or Yang Zhua. Forget it, let's just watch the match. Shaking his head, Chen Mo focused his attention on the stage. On the Abyss Steel Arena, Gu Feng held a chaotic sea steel long staff, gazing at Yang Zhua across the stage. As expected, Yang Zhua had replaced his decorative long sword with the long spear recorded in the data. However, Gu Feng could not discern what material the spear was made of. He could only sense that it was definitely not simple. I hope this battle doesn't end too quickly. Yang Zhua remained expressionless, but his eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit. The previous opponents had been too boring, and Yang Zhua had even felt a bit drowsy. But Gu Feng was different. The aura he exuded excited Yang Zhua. But it was only a bit of excitement. Don't worry, I won't let you leave the stage standing. Gu Feng gripped the staff with both hands, and the rich blood energy instantly ignited both ends of the staff. You better make me fall. Yang Zhua became serious, pointing the spear directly at Gu Feng's throat. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? The commentator immediately became excited at the moment Gu Feng's staff ignited. This is the signature blood energy of the Gu family of ancient martial arts. Crimson Flame Blood Energy. This special blood energy has an extremely high temperature. A 7th level warrior's Crimson Flame Blood Energy can melt steel. Gu Feng. Let us see the power of the ancient martial arts family. The cheers surged like a tsunami, but Gu Feng remained unmoved, his attention fully focused on Yang Zhua. The audience could not feel it, but Gu Feng could. Only by facing this celestial race member could one understand the insurmountable chasm between the human race and the celestial race. Both contestants, take your positions. Ready, begin. Gu Feng's muscles bulged, veins coiling around his body like venomous snakes. In the blink of an eye, Gu Feng appeared beside Yang Zhua. The staff, wrapped in flames, ruthlessly struck down towards Yang Zhua's crown. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yang Zhua raised his spear to block the blow. Yang Zhua's sleeves quickly ignited under the scorching flames, revealing strong but not bulky arms. What great strength! Yang Zhua's eyes lit up, and with a strong push of his spear, Gu Feng was forced to retreat. Immediately after, the tip of Yang Zhua's spear flickered with electric light, and he transformed into a thunderbolt, stabbing towards Gu Feng's heart. Indestructible! Gu Feng did not dodge, his clothes exploded, and his skin shimmered with a black golden glow. Ding! Yang Zhua's spear struck Gu Feng's chest but caused not a single bit of damage. Indestructible! This is indestructible! The commentator was so excited he jumped up, standing on the commentary platform, explaining the battle in an almost frenzied state. This is one of the unique body-refining secret techniques of the Gu family. By stimulating one's vital energy and blood, one can make their skin tougher than steel. How about it, celestial being Yang Zhua? Faced with the indestructible Gu Feng, do you have no way to counter? Gu Feng grinned. He was waiting for Yang Zhua to launch an attack on him. Compared to a spear, a staff has a significantly shorter attack range, and only when Yang Zhua got close would he have a chance. Red Fire Staff. With Gu Feng's roar, Yang Zhua realized he couldn't take this strike head-on. He lightly tapped his toes, dodging Gu Feng's staff like a butterfly flitting through flowers. However, Gu Feng's strike was merely a feint. His real killing move was the follow-up attack. Falling Tiger Claw. Gu Feng seized the moment of Yang Zhua's evasion, his black gold palm transforming into a tiger's claw, fiercely clawing at Yang Zhua's chest. Rip! Yang Zhua's shirt was shredded by the claw, and even his pale skin was torn open with 4 deep gashes that exposed bone. Blood flowed down his fair skin as Yang Zhua touched the wound on his chest. A somewhat sickly smile appeared on his face. Very good, you have the qualification and ability to make me use my full strength. Yang Zhua pointed his spear at Gu Feng, his entire body enveloped in thunder, and the ground even showed signs of scorching. Gu Feng frowned, his indestructible body could only resist physical damage, and was not very effective against this electric damage. Quick battle, quick decision. Gu Feng halted his staff with force, his entire being transforming into an afterimage as he charged at Yang Zhua. Celestial being divine ability, external body technique. Yang Zhua's figure began to blur, and 3 identical figures appeared on the arena. Cheating! This is cheating! The audience shouted in unison upon seeing 3 Yang Zhuas on stage. This isn't fair. 3 against 1, what kind of skill is that? No, do the audience remember why the Celestial Being Clan is called the Celestial Being Clan? The commentator's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. The Celestial Being Clan is born with a divine ability, and they stand above all major races because of it. Currently, there are no records of Yang Zuo's divine ability, which is a disadvantage that Gu Feng must face. All we can do is cheer for Gu Feng. Although the commentator leaned towards the human race, his professional ethics prevented him from cursing out loud. What? Gu Feng had many speculations about Yang Zuo's divine ability, but he never expected it to be so perverse. With 3 Yang Zuos attacking simultaneously, there was no way for Gu Feng to evade such a multi-directional assault. Indestructible. With no way to dodge, Gu Feng could only take the hit, but he hadn't forgotten his long-prepared killing move. Ding! Zing! Brilliant sparks of electricity flickered on Gu Feng's body, and his originally black-gold skin appeared to be on the verge of collapse under the high-voltage shock. His body became stiff from the electric shock, and his movements slowed. But Gu Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed his long-prepared killing move. Great Sun-blazing Fire Staff. Explode! The temperature of the steel staff in Gu Feng's hand skyrocketed, causing the surrounding air to begin to distort. With a whoosh, this killing move accurately struck Yang Zuo's crown, splattering red and white everywhere. Hit! The commentator jumped up, fixated on the situation in the arena, even forgetting his own duties. No, that's not the real body. Gu Feng realized this the moment he struck Yang Zuo's crown and immediately turned to look back. Unfortunately, it was too late. His indestructible body had already been breached by the high-voltage shock, and Yang Zuo's silver dragon spear penetrated his chest without obstruction. I win. Yang Zuo smiled faintly, clearly satisfied with the battle. Who told you that you won? Gu Feng grabbed the long spear that pierced through him, and the chaotic sea steel rod in his hand ignited with flames once more. Explode! Terrifying energy gathered within the chaotic sea steel rod, and the high pressure caused it to burst. Gu Feng's thought was simple: even if he lost, he would never let Yang Zuo feel good about it. A deafening explosion echoed across the sky, dust mixed with smoke enveloping the entire arena. What happened? What's going on? Even the commentator couldn't see what had just occurred in that instant and hurriedly pulled up the high-speed camera to review the situation. Soon, as the dust settled, 2 bloodied figures remained on the stage. Gu Feng's entire arm was blown to nothing but bone, and his originally handsome face had turned into a swollen mess. How about that? Gu Feng's hoarse voice emerged as he struggled to open his eyes and look at Yang Zuo across from him. This time, you must be feeling it too, right? Yang Zuo's upper body was completely blown away, his skin charred, with many fragments of the chaotic sea steel rod embedded in his flesh. It indeed doesn't feel good. Yang Zuo spat out a mouthful of blood, smiling as he lifted his head. Unfortunately, you still targeted the wrong person. What? Gu Feng was momentarily stunned, only then realizing a figure had appeared behind him. Put! The long spear pierced through Gu Feng's throat, lifting him off the ground. You're strong, but your battle awareness is too weak. You never found my true self. After throwing the unconscious Gu Feng to the ground, Yang Zuo slowly walked down from the stage. Today, I spare your life. Come challenge me again when you are stronger. Silence, a deathly silence. No one expected that the top genius of the human race would risk his life only to miss. The atmosphere in the arena dropped to freezing point, with only the medical team and mentalists rushing to the stage to rescue Gu Feng. It seems the final champion has emerged. Let's cheer for contestant Yang Zuo. The commentator's tone turned somewhat despondent. Gu Feng had given it his all but failed to seriously injure Yang Zuo, which was a significant blow to the human race. The audience grew very quiet, leaving the Yanjing Sports Center one by one. Tomorrow's match had lost its meaning. Chen Mo would definitely not be a match for Yang Zuo. The outcome was already clear. Why bother with futile efforts? This is a bit tricky. Chen Mo rubbed his chin. This kind of opponent really tested his perception. Hey, you being able to clone yourself is actually a good thing for me. Chen Mo grinned. It would be best if Yang Zuo could create several clones, allowing him to steal himself a few more times. Moreover, he took a careful look at the buff Steal My Heart. This thing, with damage multiplied by 5, also increased the maximum health by 5 times. In other words, under the state of Steal My Heart, the benefit of one steal would be 5 times that of the normal state. Gaining nearly 3,000 health in one go, Chen Mo was already eager to try. Host, please note, the audience in the arena is rapidly dwindling. It is expected that fewer than 1,000 will attend tomorrow's match, which will have a significant impact on the final outcome of the challenge task. Hearing the system announcement, Chen Mo suddenly became anxious. He was genuinely worried. This was crucial for his final rewards. The previous rounds of challenge tasks had already led to a qualitative leap in his strength, not to mention this last round of challenges. But he had no good solutions. Words felt too pale at this moment. As long as his performance on the stage tomorrow could ignite hope for victory in people's hearts, they would naturally return. I hope so. Chen Mo squinted his eyes. It seemed that tomorrow's finals couldn't end too quickly. He had to drag it out until there were enough people before determining the winner. As for whether he could win, Chen Mo hadn't thought about it at all. With the endless fury of the 10-second bloodlock and the tenfold heart of steel buff, unless Yang Zhuo could pull out a nuclear bomb, he couldn't possibly lose. I need to design the battle process a bit, using reversals to draw the audience back. Chen Mo began to ponder how to fight tomorrow to attract the most people and how to ignite their emotions. This move should work. In the hotel room, only Chen Mo remained. Their family had moved from the original family suite to the royal suite on the top floor. Son, are you really going to fight Yang Zhuo tomorrow? Su Lu was a bit nervous. Ever since she saw Yang Zhuo's battle today, she really didn't want her son to risk his life against such a monster. Of course, don't you have confidence in me? Besides, I'm already a 3rd-level warrior. I could fight a 4th-level warrior when I was at the 2nd level. Isn't it normal to fight a 5th-level warrior now that I'm at the 3rd level? Chen Mo smiled. It was normal for them not to have confidence. But that Yang Zhuo's celestial ability is a clone, and the clone's strength is on par with the main body. Isn't it a bit much for you to fight 3 5th-level warriors alone? Su Lu grasped Chen Mo's hand. She didn't care about Chen Mo's achievements, she just wanted her son to be safe. Wife, don't affect our son's mindset before the match. Unlike Su Lu, who opposed the fight, Chen Li hoped Chen Mo could go out and give it a shot. Son, go for it, even if you lose, it's no big deal. Chen Li patted Chen Mo's shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement. But a hint of worry flashed by. Exactly, if it really doesn't work, just use the turtle breathing technique I taught you to play dead. You're a 3rd-level warrior. Chen Yi was about to say that playing dead wasn't shameful when she suddenly realized that Chen Mo had just mentioned something very important. You're a 3rd-level warrior. It wasn't until Chen Yi reacted that Chen Li and Su Lu noticed the important information Chen Mo had casually mentioned. Do you know it took me a whole year to go from 2nd to 3rd level? Chen Yi grabbed Chen Mo's arm, realizing that this newly promoted 3rd-level warrior's physique was even stronger than hers, an established 3rd-level warrior. Talent really is unreasonable. You geniuses get stronger as easily as breathing and drinking water. Chen Yi sighed, estimating that it wouldn't be long before Chen Mo surpassed her as an older sister. Brother, remember this. Grabbing Chen Mo's shoulder, Chen Yi's expression became serious. You're just a 3rd-level warrior. Even if you lose to Yang Zhuo, it's not shameful. If it really doesn't work, just use the turtle breathing technique to play dead. Preserving your life is the most important thing. Do you understand? I've already made my own decision. Don't worry. Chen Mo removed Chen Yi's hand and smiled at the three of them. Get some rest. Don't forget to watch my finals tomorrow. After saying that, Chen Mo stood up and returned to his room to rest. This child. Su Lu could already tell that Chen Mo would definitely not give up on the finals. The only thing they could do now was cheer for Chen Mo. Don't worry, you know what kind of son we have. Chen Li held Su Lu in his arms, softly comforting her. He wouldn't joke with his life, he rarely does things without confidence. Don't worry. Chen Yi looked at the lovey-dovey couple with disdain, pouted, and returned to her own room. At this moment, the friends and family group from Taizhou was also restless. Tomorrow is the finals, and although the chances of winning are almost zero, they cannot let Chen Mo's momentum be diminished. This is their Taizhou star. Even if no one else supports him, the people of Taizhou will definitely stand by Chen Mo until the end. Everyone get ready. Tomorrow, there probably won't be many spectators, but our 100 or so people must shout with the spirit of 1,000. Wei Xin stood in front of the more than 100 members of the Taizhou friends and family group, starting his pre-battle mobilization. We absolutely cannot let Chen Mo feel disheartened. He is our hero from Taizhou. Is that understood? Understood. The members of the Taizhou friends and family group were full of fighting spirit. They would never let Chen Mo fight alone. The next day, at the Beijing First Sports Center, Chen Mo arrived early at the contestant area, looking at the somewhat empty spectator stands inside. Sure enough, there aren't many people. At least no one will throw away their tickets before the closing ceremony. The live broadcast will continue. Otherwise, it would really be a problem. As a burst of fireworks went off, the commentary began at the right moment. Dear viewers, today we will witness the most predictable final in the history of the National Genius Youth Championship. Yesterday's battle between Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo was a huge blow to everyone, including the commentators. It seems that contestant Chen Mo not only has formidable strength but also quite good luck. Let's just hope the battle doesn't end within a minute, otherwise, I won't have much to commentate on. Chen Mo's face darkened. Does this guy really not think highly of him? At the referee's signal, Chen Mo put on his abyss steel fist gloves and stepped onto the stage. Yang Zhuo stood on the other side of the stage, holding the silver dragon spear. Chen Mo smiled slightly. At least Yang Zhuo did not underestimate him just because he was only a 3rd-level warrior. Otherwise, today's battle would not be interesting. At this moment, nearly 70% of the country was gathered in front of their televisions. They were not actually there to watch the battle between Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo but were waiting for the closing ceremony of the national competition. Every year, the closing ceremony of the national competition features some spectacular performances, which is one of the reasons everyone looks forward to it. The referee glanced at Chen Mo and then turned to Yang Zhuo. Are both contestants ready? Absolutely, Chen Mo nodded, ready to activate his steel heart buff at any moment. Yang Zhuo replied indifferently. He did not have much expectation for this battle. Bringing the silver dragon spear was merely a sign of respect for his opponent, not because he thought Chen Mo would pose a threat to him. Good. The referee began to slowly step back. Positions. Ready. Start. With the referee's command, Chen Mo immediately activated his steel heart buff. He had watched the previous battle. Yang Zhuo could deal at least around 6,000 damage with each strike, and his attack frequency was very high. If he didn't activate the steel heart buff in time, he might be taken out in an instant. This is the gap between the human race and the celestial race. At the moment the buff was activated, Chen Mo's health skyrocketed tenfold. Pure vitality flowed back and forth within Chen Mo, and even his strength received a certain degree of enhancement. 376,000 health. A sense of safety he had never felt before appeared in Chen Mo's heart as he clenched his fists and looked at Yang Zhuo. Are you not going to admit defeat? Yang Zhuo glanced at Chen Mo and then lost interest. A mere third-level warrior, even if he could fight above his level, could not possibly be his opponent. Admit defeat? Chen Mo chuckled, his veins coiling around him like a vicious python. We haven't even fought yet. Why would I admit defeat? With that, Chen Mo stomped his foot hard and charged forward using his speed. He seemed like a tank made of flesh and blood. Even the abyssal steel alloy arena was shaking. Yang Zhuo's battle instincts were triggered, and he instinctively raised his silver dragon spear to block in front of himself. Bang! Chen Mo's fist accurately struck the heart of steel energy mark on Yang Zhuo, producing a pleasant crisp sound. Dealt 47,000 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5,640. Puff! Fine cracks appeared in the bones of Yang Zhuo's arms, and that terrifying force spread through his entire body along the silver dragon spear. He was sent flying backward, barely managing to stand up after hitting the ground. This punch from Chen Mo not only injured Yang Zhuo but also shredded his shirt with the residual force. The muscles, full of power, reflected the sunlight. Chen Mo now seemed like pure strength. Aren't you going to admit defeat? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. The gains from this steel strike were already 10 times what he used to get, and he was determined to take advantage of it. This is truly unexpected. Yang Zhuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, having re-evaluated the third-level warrior before him. You have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. You even satisfy me more than Gu Feng. Heavenly Man Divine Ability. External Avatar. The silver dragon spear in Yang Zhuo's hand crackled with electricity, and 3 identical figures appeared in front of Chen Mo. The commentator, who had been ready to explain the text after Chen Mo was defeated, was now stunned. Not just him, but even the sparse audience in the stands, the friends and family of Taizhou City, the Chen family of 3, all widened their eyes, watching the two on the arena. No, this is unbelievable. The commentator tossed aside his prepared script and stepped onto the control panel. Contestant Chen Mo actually injured contestant Yang Zhuo with a single punch, even forcing him to use the Heavenly Man Divine Ability. Could it be? Could it be? Contestant Chen Mo really has a chance to defeat Yang Zhuo and win the championship of this national competition. Let's cheer for contestant Chen Mo. Fierce Beast Chen Mo. Take down Yang Zhuo. Chen Mo's performance reignited hope in everyone watching the national competition. Don't just stand there in a daze. Quickly beat the drum to cheer. Wei Zhen swung the drumsticks in his hands, striking heavily on the leather drum in front of him. In the somewhat empty arena, the cheers from Taizhou City's friends and family echoed through the sky. One punch, just one punch, had made Yang Zhuo spit blood. What kind of terrifying power could achieve that? At this moment, the entrance that had been closed reopened, and a figure wrapped in bandages was pushed in. It was Gu Feng, who had regained consciousness after a night of treatment. Chen Mo, go for it. Gu Feng stared intently at Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo in the arena, his injured voice sounding hoarse. Not just him, those few opponents who had been defeated by Chen Mo also came to the arena. They all wanted to see if the man who had defeated them could win. Zhao Peinan, Chu Bai, Chu Xian, and even Ma Wanglin, who had lost a leg, were pushed to the audience seats. Here we go. Chen Mo smirked. This was the effect he wanted. To reignite the hope of victory and bring the audience back to the arena. This was one of the reasons Chen Mo had used the Heart of Steel buff right from the start. Amid the synchronized cheers of Taizhou City's friends and family, Chen Mo beckoned Yang Zhuo with a finger. This gesture was full of provocation, instantly igniting Yang Zhua's fighting spirit. Damn! This kid is bold. I like it. Even Guji in the VIP seats was infected by the atmosphere of the moment, suddenly slapping his thigh and standing up. Is this all the Heavenly Man clan has? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, waiting for the charging marks to appear on the two avatars. Yang Zhua remains silent, charging towards Chen Mo with the two avatars. Good timing. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he rushed towards Yang Zhua. The silver dragon spear, crackling with electricity, pierced Chen Mo's skin but failed to penetrate. Received electric and physical damage, health minus 18,000. How is that possible? Yang Zhua's eyes widened, he couldn't even pierce Chen Mo's skin? Against a health pool of 380,000, the damage Yang Zhua dealt was no different from a mere tickle. Ding! Ding! The attacks from the two avatars struck Chen Mo at two vital points, the heart and the throat. Yet, Chen Mo withstood them in an invincible stance. Received electric and physical damage, health minus 18,000. Received electric and physical damage, health minus 18,000. Are you just tickling me? Chen Mo grinned, landing a punch on one avatar's charging attack mark. Bang! The avatar's health was lower than Yang Zhua's, and with that punch, its chest was pierced. Dealt 47,000 damage. Maximum health increased by 5640. Chen Mo twisted his waist and swung his right fist, punching through the chest of another avatar. Dealt 47,000 damage. Maximum health increased by 5640. 3 punches, just 3 punches, and Chen Mo's health increased by over 16,000 points. Holy crap! Holy crap! 1 punch, 1 for each. 1 punch for each. The commentator was so excited he jumped up, forgetting how to commentate, only able to utter these meaningless words. The news that Chen Mo had a chance of winning spread quickly, and more spectators returned to the Yinjing Sports Center. They had initially thought the outcome was decided, but after learning about Chen Mo's performance, their thoughts changed. Perhaps, just perhaps, Chen Mo could really defeat Yang Zhua and claim the national championship. Amidst the cheers, Chen Mo's lips curled slightly, his high-profile opening was starting to take effect. Yang Zhua stood up, panting heavily, unable to believe that Chen Mo could explode his external avatar with a single punch. Losing 2 external avatars in a row had cost Yang Zhua a significant amount of vitality and stamina. But for a martial artist, stamina and vitality were just minor factors in determining victory. Willpower was what sustained a martial artist to the end. Now, Yang Zhua looked at Chen Mo with shining eyes, feeling a sense of mutual respect. You're good. You're even stronger than Gu Feng. Yang Zhua straightened up, surprised that Chen Mo didn't take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while he was recovering his stamina. I always thought that among your human peers, no one could make me go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying vitality erupted from Yang Zhua, the blue electric light flickering within it turning the abyssal steel arena red hot. But now, my thoughts have changed. You are the one who can make me fight with all my strength. Heavenly Man's divine power, extreme external avatar, divided into 8. In the blink of an eye, 8 identical figures surrounded Chen Mo, each wielding a silver dragon spear, their aura not weaker than Yang Zhua's main body. Currently, the maximum I can divide is 8 external avatars. With my main body, that's a total of 9 level 5 late-stage martial artists. I wonder if you can withstand it. After saying this, Yang Zhua's main body and the 8 avatars charged towards Chen Mo together. The silver dragon spears in their hands crackled with electricity, even the surrounding air was being ionized. Come on! Chen Mo calculated that the 9 Yang Zhuas could deal about 160,000 damage to him each time. With endless fury and deliberate punches, he could at least last through 4 rounds. And he could stack up a lot of health points. Woo 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 woo. Seeing this scene on the arena, Gu Feng was so excited that his whole body twitched. He had thought that Yang Zhua's 2 avatars during their battle were already his limit. He never expected that Yang Zhua hadn't even used his full strength when fighting him. At this moment, Gu Feng really wanted to cheer for Chen Mo, but his throat, which had been punctured with a big hole, prevented him from saying a word. Just as Gu Feng was anxiously twitching, Zhu Bai beside him shouted out loud, "Damn! Chen Mo, if you can beat me up like this, you absolutely cannot lose to that celestial clan. Otherwise, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life." Zhao Peinan beside them was also shouting at the top of his lungs, more excited than anyone else. That was the Celestial Clan. If Chen Mo really defeated them, Zhao Peinan could say he had exchanged blows with Chen Mo. Being able to spar with a warrior who defeated the Celestial Clan was enough for Zhao Peinan to brag about for a lifetime. Chen Mo, you can't lose, kill that bastard. At this moment, Zhu Bai, Zhu Shen, and Zhao Peinan had set aside their personal grudges, only wanting Chen Mo to win this final match. Ma Wanlin beside them said nothing, but her hands were already tightly gripping the bedsheet. Every spectator was sweating for Chen Mo, and some had even closed their eyes, too afraid to continue watching. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the entire arena was enveloped in a wave of scorching dust. Even high-speed cameras couldn't capture what had just happened. Everyone was waiting for the moment the smoke would clear. Just then, a crisp sound rang out from the dust. Dang! 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 After 3 consecutive sounds, the dust that enveloped the arena dissipated, and everyone finally saw the situation on the stage. 3 silver dragon spears were embedded in Chen Mo's body, and drops of blood dripped from the wounds onto the ground. Yangzhou wasn't in great shape either. He had lost 3 of his external avatars just from one clash. In his current state, he could no longer condense external avatars. Losing one meant losing one. It hurts a bit. Chen Mo slowly got up. He had just been a bit slow and had only stacked up 16,000 health points after taking 3 hits. Received electric shock and physical damage, health minus 162,000. Pulling out the silver dragon spear lodged in his chest, Chen Mo beckoned to Yangzhou. Come on, are you not able to continue? Chen Mo's voice echoed in the ears of every spectator in the arena, and the entire venue became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, a cheer erupted that soared into the sky. Chen Mo has stood up again. He withstood the first wave, which was also the strongest wave of attacks. Yangzhou has no chance left. Yangzhou no longer has the strength to continue condensing external avatars. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to defeat him. The commentator was so excited that his eyes turned red, and a taste of iron rust appeared in his mouth. The friends and family of the Taizhou City group were even more so, with Weijin even beating the leather drum in front of him until it burst. Go! Chen Mo! Defeat him! Yang's breathing was no longer steady, his rhythm was thrown off. He couldn't understand why a level 3 warrior could still stand after his full force strike. Even several of his level 6 late-stage brothers from the Celestial clan would lose their combat ability under such an attack. Could it be that this Chen Mo could withstand a level 6 or even level 7 warrior with his level 3 body? Unlike Yangzhou, Chen Mo wasn't overthinking it. He planned to end the match after the next wave of attacks. Glancing at the rapidly filling heroic value, Chen Mo opened his arms, revealing his solid chest muscles. Is that all you've got? You can't even defeat me, a level 3 warrior? You! Yangzhou gritted his teeth. If he couldn't defeat Chen Mo with the next move. But the current situation left no room for Yangzhou to think too much. He could only launch an attack. Moreover, looking at Chen Mo, he seemed like he couldn't hold on much longer, so he still had a chance. Yangzhou summoned 5 external avatars and lowered his body, brilliant electric light swirling around his limbs. Then, 6 figures charged towards Chen Mo from different directions. Chen Mo took a deep breath. He had to seize this opportunity to strike hard, or it would be a loss. A bolt of lightning lit up behind Chen Mo, and the glinting tip of a gun pierced into his back. Got you! Chen Mo countered with a punch, accurately hitting the mark of the charged attack. Clang! Dealt 49,180 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900. Still 4 external avatars and 1 main body left. Chen Mo suddenly turned around and found 2 silver dragon spears appearing in his line of sight simultaneously. Thud! The 2 silver dragon spears pierced through Chen Mo's chest, but he seized this fleeting opportunity. Clang! Clang! Dealt 49,180 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900. Dealt 49,180 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900. Still 2 left. Yang's explosive speed was simply too fast. Even though Chen Mo's top speed had reached 100 kilometers, he couldn't keep up with Yang's pace. Only by trading injury for injury could Chen Mo successfully seize the opportunity to strike down his enemy. Chen Mo's health had already been reduced by more than half, and his valor points were fully charged. He just needed to strike hard one more time to end the battle. With the adrenaline pumping, Chen Mo could no longer feel pain, he only felt excitement. An unusual excitement. You're about to reach your limit, right? Another silver dragon spear appeared, but this time it came from above Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo couldn't guarantee that he could still think if his brain got injured, so he simply shifted half a step to the side. It was this half step that allowed Chen Mo to miraculously dodge Yang's descending spear. Clang! Another charged attack, and Yang's lost another avatar. Chen Mo was now just 1 step away from victory. He only needed to strike hard one more time to unleash a deliberate punch and take down Yang's to win the finals. But it had to be said, if it weren't for the incredible buff of Steal My Heart, Chen Mo might not have been a match for Yang's at all. Yang's gritted his teeth, his stamina and vitality were nearly depleted, and this strike would be his last. No, there were no ifs, he absolutely wouldn't lose to Chen Mo, a 3rd-level martial artist. With determination, Yangzhou controlled his last external avatar to charge at Chen Mo. Meanwhile, his main body rushed towards Chen Mo's vital points under the cover of the external avatar. After so much time getting familiar with Yangzhuo's fighting style, Chen Mo had roughly grasped it. Almost instinctively, he threw a punch to his right, and a crisp clang rang out. Dealt 49,180 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900. As expected, Yangzhou still had his external avatar cover for him, while the real killing move was actually behind. Whoosh! A flash of cold light passed, and the silver dragon spear in Yangzhuo's hand successfully pierced Chen Mo's throat. Blood sprayed out, but Chen Mo remained completely still. Received electric shock and physical critical damage, health minus 36,000. A critical hit, you're lucky. This kind of fatal damage to an ordinary person was still insignificant under Chen Mo's terrifying health. The entire arena fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Even the commentators had closed their mouths at this moment. After all, the next moment would determine the victor. What a pity, it's useless. Chen Mo's lips curled up, and the aura around him surged higher and higher. The white shield value instantly filled Chen Mo's health bar, and a golden light gathered all over his body. Even though his stamina and health had been depleted, Yangzhuo's battle instincts were still in effect. His instincts told him that this was definitely not a move he could take head-on. He had to dodge. Otherwise, he would die. I've been holding this move in since the beginning. Catch this. Intentional explosive punch. The blinding golden light erupted instantly, combined with the blood fury fist and charged attack. The damage of Chen Mo's punch had already exceeded 6 figures. Yangzhou drew his silver dragon spear to block, but the intentional explosive punch was real damage, even a deity couldn't stop it. The golden shadow of the rushing punch exploded, enveloping the 100 meters in front of Chen Mo. The incredibly hard abyss steel arena shattered under the impact of this punch, and more than half of the arena was blasted away. Along with it, Yangzhou was sent flying. A blood hole the size of a head opened in his chest, his eyes rolled back as he flew through the air. One punch and I sent you flying. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of Yangzhou hitting the ground, Chen Mo's voice echoed throughout the arena. Immediately, the entire Yenjing First Sports Center erupted in cheers. The referee hurriedly climbed onto the broken arena, checked Yangzhuo's condition, and called for emergency personnel and a mentalist. After completing his duties, the referee immediately ran to Chen Mo's side and raised his left hand. Winner! Chen Mo. In the commentary booth, the commentator was so excited he was in tears. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and those watching the live broadcast, the champion of this National Genius Youth Championship has been born. That is the beast Chen Mo from Taizhou. Let's cheer for him. He has achieved something unprecedented. He defeated a celestial being 2 levels above him in the same age group. He is the pride of the entire Great Xia, the strongest genius in history. At this moment, whether it was the audience on site or those watching the live broadcast, without exception, everyone stood up and shouted Chen Mo's name. Chen Mo! Chen Mo! Chen Mo! Chen Mo! Chen Mo! Chen Mo! The voices were uniform, and some were even crying tears of joy. Damn! That's my brother! Did you see that? Chenny shouted like a madwoman, grabbing someone and yelling, my brother is the best in the world. The celestial beings are no match for him. Ha 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 ha. I can feast on my brother from now on. Chenli, on the other hand, was holding Su Lu, who had fainted long ago when Chen Mo was drenched in blood, without moving. He was also very excited and wanted to shout, but he felt something blocking his throat, making it hard for him to speak. That's my son, that's my son. He could only keep repeating this phrase until Chen Mo left the arena and walked into the rest area. But even after Chen Mo had disappeared from everyone's sight, they continued to shout his name. Almost simultaneously, major media outlets reported on Chen Mo's feat of defeating Yangzhou. At least for the next few years, the name Chen Mo would be talked about by everyone, and it would become a nightmare for those who had not yet participated in the martial arts exam and for every upcoming national competition. A terrifying nightmare they could never surpass. But at the center of attention, Chen Mo did not care about these things. He had just changed into a clean outfit and sat down on the sofa. I'm exhausted. Even with 370,000 health points, Chen Mo's stamina was not infinite. However, Chen Mo couldn't rest just yet because the voice that haunted his dreams had just sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all challenge tasks. After receiving the final round challenge task rewards, additional rewards will be issued. Finally here, ha! Chen Mo's lips curled up, unable to hide his excitement. After going through 5 rounds of challenge tasks, he had finally succeeded in completing them. Overall, this challenge task not only had rewards from the system but also various benefits that the National Competition Championship itself could bring him. Not to mention, starting today, major martial arts academies would treat him like royalty. After receiving the final round challenge task rewards, the system announcement sounded again. Final round challenge task rewards have been issued. Unlimited firepower buff, 30 minutes, ×3 ascension mode buff ×3, 300% increase in all attributes for 5 minutes and 75% damage reduction with a 75% damage increase. Random hero ultimate skill ×1 self-selected hero ultimate skill ×1 self-selected equipment ×1 new buff mall has been unlocked. Please work hard to improve your martial arts level. More different malls, not limited to games, will be opened in the future. Awesome! Chen Mo slapped his thigh hard. Just the self-selected equipment and ultimate skill were already worth his efforts during this time. Not to mention the two overpowered buffs, unlimited firepower and ascension mode, either one could rival Harden My Heart. But, the most important thing was that buff mall, judging by the name, it shouldn't be that damned lottery. No matter how expensive the prices were, at least he could buy what he wanted instead of drawing a bunch of junk that disgusted him. Opening the system panel, Chen Mo planned to take a look at the buff mall first. Upon entering the buff mall, he was greeted by hundreds of different buffs. The buff levels were divided into 3 types, Prism, Gold, and Silver, similar to the buff grading in the Hextech of Teamfight Tactics. Among them, the Harden My Heart Gold level buff from the Soul Arena was surprisingly classified as a Prism level buff in the mall, and its price reached 50,000 gold coins. Hiss! Chen Mo suddenly felt that the lottery didn't seem so bad, at least he could rely on luck. The prices for unlimited firepower buff and ascension mode were even more outrageous, one costing 88,888 and the other 99,999. Chen Mo's current savings were a pitiful 500, which he had earned from doing daily tasks day and night. Poor. Sighing, Chen Mo glanced at the buffs he could afford. Most of the buffs he could buy with his current savings were either silver or gold, and the only prism buff he could afford was the Purgatory Contract. It fixed his martial arts realm at level 7 and granted him 100,000 gold coins. This wasn't a game, only the purest fool would choose such a buff that cut off their own retreat. Among the various buffs, the one Chen Mo liked the most was the upgrade buff. Upgrade, training efficiency increased by 300%, effective medicinal supplements increased by 300%, lasts for 24 hours. It was just a bit expensive, a full 5,000 gold coins. But in terms of cost effectiveness, it was quite good, especially after he obtained enough resources. Using this buff would definitely propel him to new heights. Contentment brings happiness, contentment brings happiness, let me find ways to earn gold coins. Chen Mo had a very good mindset, 5,000 gold coins were just a matter of 100 days. For the newly turned 18 Chen Mo, what he lacked the most was time. As for now, what Chen Mo needed to do was select one piece of equipment and one ultimate skill. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly chose the Overlord Blood Armor. After the Harden My Heart buff ended, Chen Mo's health had reached a terrifying number. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 89,920, vitality, 5,120, attack, 210, defense, 200, replacing the Endless Resentment, Chen Mo directly equipped the Overlord Blood Armor. Overlord Blood Armor, 40 attack power, 500 health points, passive domineering, provides an additional 2% attack power based on your maximum health. Passive Revenge, provides attack power based on percentage health loss, up to 10%. The moment he equipped the Overlord Blood Armor, Chen Mo could clearly feel his strength increase by at least 10 times. It was as if he could move mountains and fill seas with just a gesture. But Chen Mo knew that this was merely an illusion brought on by the explosive surge of power. Opening his attribute panel again, Chen Mo's attack power skyrocketed from 210 to 2058. This meant that now, a casual touch from Chen Mo could severely injure a second-level warrior. At the same time, his deliberate punching technique also received a tremendous boost. Previously, the damage was 12% of his maximum health, but now it had increased to 15%. Don't underestimate that mere 3% increase. It could take out warriors below level 4 in an instant. Huff! The massive increase in attack power was also reflected in Chen Mo's physical strength. I should find a place to test my muscle strength now. Guessing blindly wouldn't yield any results. It was better to seek a professional institution for accurate testing. Having finished equipping his selected items, it was time to choose his ultimate skill. Chen Mo actually had 2 target skills. One was the Angel's ultimate move, and the other was the Berserker Olaf's ultimate move. The Angel's ultimate is invincibility, while Olaf's ultimate allows for long-term immunity to control and significantly increases attack power. Let's go with Olaf. The Barbarian's ultimate is sufficient for now, and I have enough means to ensure my survival. After today's battle with Yang Zhuo, Chen Mo had come to understand the value of Olaf's ultimate immunity to control. Unfortunately, he currently didn't have enough skill slots to equip Olaf's ultimate. But there was no rush, skill slots wouldn't be limited to just a few, there would definitely be future tasks to unlock more skill slots. After claiming the final round rewards, Chen Mo turned his attention to the extra rewards. Clicking to claim, a golden light orb appeared before Chen Mo. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the extra skill, Blink. Extra skills do not occupy skill slots and can be equipped at any time. What? Chen Mo sat up straight. Could this blink be the same as the summoner skill flash? Blink, teleport to a designated location within range, cooldown time 300 seconds, no way. The blink skill itself is a very important mobility skill in the game. In the real world, blink is an extremely overpowered ability. Instant teleportation without any wind-up or action, and the cooldown is only 5 minutes. After equipping blink, Chen Mo concentrated, and in an instant, he appeared 5 meters away from the massage chair. A maximum range of 5 meters is enough. Chen Mo was a melee warrior, and the instant movement within 5 meters would give him an unimaginable advantage. Just as Chen Mo was studying this miraculous skill, the arena outside was not calming down but rather becoming increasingly chaotic. Gu Feng, who had been pushed in a wheelchair, suddenly stood up and excitedly hugged the bewildered Zhao Peinan. Ma Wanlin, who had lost a leg, was trembling with excitement, while Chu Bai and Chu Xian felt that losing to Chen Mo was not unjust. At this moment, the support group from Taizhou City was almost in a state of frenzy. Wei Jin was laughing so hard that his jaw dislocated but continued to laugh uncontrollably. Unlike the revelers, the awakened Su Lu was sobbing loudly in Chen Li's arms. Su Lu's tears were filled with joy and excitement but mostly with heartache for Chen Mo. The closing ceremony began amidst the cheers of the audience, a moment that could be described as a nationwide celebration. This was also the first time in history that a human had defeated a peer from the Celestial clan, and it was a clash of raw strength. All the remaining contestants in Yanjing, regardless of their condition, attended the national competition's closing ceremony, except for the main character, Chen Mo. After the urgent care from the Mentalist and the Celestial clan's naturally fast recovery, Yang Zhuo had slowly regained consciousness. He looked at the cheering crowd outside, his mind in a daze. You lost. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Yang Zhuo. Father. Yang Zhuo, disregarding his severe injuries, knelt on one knee before that figure. His talent is extraordinary, the kind that defies reason, pure strength. Yang Yan lowered his head and patted Yang Zhuo's head, lamenting Chen Mo's terrifying talent. Yang Zhuo, out of my concern for you, I allowed you to train in the human territory, but I never expected you to lose to a human. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhuo's already pale face turned even whiter. You possess a unique celestial ability among the Celestial clan, yet you still lost. According to our customs, a defeated member of the Celestial clan would be disqualified. Father. Yang Zhuo was taken aback. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he had forgotten this rule of the Celestial clan. After all, most defeats in the Celestial clan meant death, and it was the first time someone like Yang Zhuo had lost to a human. However, your talent is exceptional, and your celestial ability has appeared for the first time in our clan, so your failure is understandable. Yang Yan smiled and continued, after careful consideration and the clan's decision, everyone believes you should remain among the humans to continue your training. When you become a 13th level master, we will bring you back to the clan. But until you become a 13th level master, you will be disqualified from the Celestial clan, and you will have to fight for resources on your own in the human territory. Of course, we will not prohibit you from using your celestial abilities. Work hard to become stronger. I hope to see the day you return to the clan. With that, Yang Yan walked into the darkness at the end of the corridor and disappeared. Yang Zhuo sat on the ground, speechless for a long time. How could he not understand? Although his father's words sounded nice, they essentially meant he was being disqualified from the Celestial clan. In the Celestial clan, there was only death, not defeat. He had been abandoned. No, I still have a chance. Yang Zhuo struggled to get up from the ground, pushing through his injuries to return to the hospital room. I will become stronger until all of you recognize me. The closing ceremony ended in an extremely enthusiastic atmosphere, and Chen Mo was also released from the restrictions on contacting the outside world. As for his absence from the award ceremony, no one said anything about it. Everyone knew that Chen Mo had just finished a fierce battle and needed to rest. The honors and rewards that belonged to Chen Mo would not be diminished. What was rightfully his could not be taken away by anyone. Now, it was not just Gu Ji standing behind Chen Mo, there were even higher powers watching over him. Who would dare to cause trouble at this moment? That would be pure suicide. After the intense battle, Chen Mo was utterly exhausted, lying on the large bed in the hotel, fast asleep. He had also used the random ultimate skill for the final round of the challenge task while the closing ceremony was being held outside. The result he drew was quite satisfactory. It was Mod Caesar's ultimate move, the Cycle of Despair, commonly known as Iron Man's one-on-one arena challenge. This skill was a pure one-on-one godly technique that could seize 20% of all attributes from enemies pulled into the Cycle of Despair. Moreover, after killing an enemy, he could permanently claim 20% of all attributes as his own. In terms of growth potential and strength, the Reincarnation of Despair could be considered a T1 level divine skill. The only downside was its long cooldown and slightly short duration. The cooldown for Reincarnation of Despair was a full 3 days, and its duration was only 10 minutes. Overall, Chen Mo was quite satisfied. After going through the entire challenge task, his strength had increased significantly. But just as Chen Mo was sleeping soundly, the door to the hotel suite was pushed open, and a large group of people poured in. Chen Mo groggily opened his eyes and saw a figure descending from above, landing on him. "Bro, you're amazing." The figure was Chen Yi, who was sitting on Chen Mo's stomach, holding his face with both hands. "From now on, my sister can walk all over Harbin City Martial Arts Academy. If anyone dares to mess with me, I'll have my brother beat them up." "Beat the crap out of him. Xiao Mo just finished a match. Can you have a little restraint?" Sulu stepped forward and pulled Chen Yi away, having noticed the bloodstains on the sheets beneath Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo's recovery ability was formidable, such penetrating injuries would take a long time to heal. Chen Yi's earlier move had directly reopened the scabbed wounds on Chen Mo. "Mom, I'm fine." Chen Mo sat up, blood oozing from his body, and said with a relaxed expression. But the scene before him looked horrifying, resembling a murder scene. "I knew it, you never went to the hospital for treatment." Liang Yongxing frowned at Chen Mo's condition. How could this kid not take care of his own body? "Good thing I brought the medical team and the mental energy master, otherwise, with your rate of bleeding, you wouldn't make it to the hospital." "Director Chu, thank you for your hard work." With that, everyone made way, and Director Chu of the Magic City Mental Energy Research Center was pushed over by Chu Chi. "So it was you who defeated those 2 kids from our Magic City Mental Energy Research Center?" Director Chu's old face drooped as he looked at Chen Mo with an unfriendly gaze. "Yeah, what about it?" Chen Mo nodded, unafraid, and met Director Chu's gaze. "Are you going to hit me? How can you talk to your teacher like that?" Before Director Chu could say anything, Chu Chi, standing behind him, was already displeased. "It's fine, these martial artists have such tempers. If he didn't have a bit of a temper, I wouldn't have come to help him heal." Director Chu raised his hand to block Chu Chi, smiling at Chen Mo. "Good kid, if all martial artists had your temperament, there wouldn't be any human traitors. Sit still, don't move. I'm going to treat your wounds." After saying that, Director Chu's mental energy transformed into threads, beginning to help Chen Mo stitch up his external and internal wounds. While stitching Chen Mo's wounds, Director Chu also checked for the presence of mental energy within him. Completely clean. Director Chu's face showed no expression, but he felt a bit disappointed inside. After all, those born with mental energy could not condense their vital energy. But why did this kid still have the strength to fight back after such severe injuries? His lungs were ruptured yet he could still breathe, his heart nearly split in 2 yet he could move freely. His liver, spleen, digestive system, and kidneys, none of the organs in this kid's body were intact. Why could he still sit here as if nothing had happened, waiting for treatment? Such severe injuries would be fatal even for a level 3 martial artist, let alone a level 7, 8, or even 9 martial artist. Could such terrifying injuries really be sustained through sheer willpower? Could it be that this kid was a naturally mutated martial artist? Thinking of this, Dean Chu glanced at Chen Mo and asked, "Child, since you are already at level 3, what is your blood attribute?" "Attribute?" Chen Mo was taken aback. What was a blood attribute? Could it be that your blood has not begun to undergo transformation? Dean Chu was also surprised. This child had too many unique traits. Normally, every martial artist experiences a transformation in their blood when they break through to level 3, stepping into the extraordinary. For example, Yang's was thunder and Gufeng's flames are manifestations of their blood attributes. But you are very different. The blood within you remains pure and has not changed at all. That is why I asked you what your blood attribute is. Chen Mo remained silent, feeling somewhat uneasy. His level 3 was not achieved through gradual training but was a reward from the system. Could the lack of an attribute be related to this? You don't need to worry, my research on blood is not that deep. Seeing Chen Mo's expression darken, Dean Chu spoke up. Once you go to the southern training camp, those old masters will naturally help you figure it out. Alright, I have repaired the injuries in your body, just be more careful in the future and don't let yourself get into this state again. Withdrawing his mental threads, Dean Chu signaled for Chu Chi to take him away. Thank you, Dean Chu. Wei Jin bowed respectfully to Dean Chu's back. Chen Mo, do you know you've become famous this time? Once Dean Chu had completely left, Tian Xingxing plopped down beside Chen Mo, excitedly shouting, "First in the national competition. This is the top genius among all of Daxia, and all the martial arts academies in the country will come begging you to study there. You are amazing, even the Tianrun clan can't compete with you." Yeah, when I saw Chen Mo's injuries, I was in despair. I didn't expect. Tian Xingxing, who had relatively low emotional intelligence, undoubtedly touched Su Lu's sore spot, and she glared at him in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and no one could continue discussing the celebration banquet. Ahem, well, let's come back tomorrow, you all should rest well. Chen Mo must be tired after so many matches. Lian Yongsheng cleared his throat and quickly pulled Tian Xingxing and the others out of the suite. After everyone left, Chen Mo looked at Su Lu, whose eyes were red, and shrank his neck. How's the injury? Su Lu's tears streamed down her face, she sobbed and collapsed onto the sofa. She was genuinely frightened. Which mother wouldn't feel heartbroken seeing her son covered in blood from battle? Chen Mo hurriedly got off the bed and walked over to Su Lu, smiling as he comforted her. Mom, look, I'm fine, right? Look at how strong my muscles are, and my skin is much softer than before. Compared to Su Lu and Chenli, who had never witnessed martial artists in battle, Chenli remained much calmer. Martial artists are destined for combat. Did you ever think about us when you risked your life? If something happened to you, what would your dad and I do in the future? Is it worth risking your life for a championship? Do you know how I felt when I saw you get pierced by that Yangzhua? I almost. Seeing Chen Mo catch up, Su Lu was both heartbroken and angry, hitting Chen Mo's arm hard. You mustn't play with your life like that again, losing is better than losing your life. Okay, I will definitely take it easy from now on. Chen Mo didn't know how to comfort his mother, so he could only respond to Su Lu's request in the gentlest tone possible. Alright, dear, today was a happy day, so don't cry anymore. As a typical steelman, Chenli had no idea that this statement would completely ignite the bomb in Su Lu's heart. Chun-Li, I haven't even started on you yet. Seeing Chenli come to her, Su Lu immediately shifted her firepower and unleashed a barrage at him. She couldn't bear to scold her own son, how could she spare her husband? Little brother, you don't have to listen to mom. Chen-Yi, noticing Su Lu's change in target, walked over to Chen Mo and patted his shoulder. As a martial artist, you have to fight, you have to battle. After watching your fight, I've come to understand one thing. Have you never experienced life and death combat apart from sparring with others? Did you see that, sis? Chen Mo chuckled, he indeed had never engaged in life and death struggles, but after the national competition, things were different. The battle with Yang Zhua had taught him a lot and made him aware of his shortcomings. No kidding, it's obvious you relied on your strong physique to brute force your way through before, without any combat skills at all. Chen-Yi rolled her eyes and led Chen Mo aside. Have you thought about which martial arts academy you want to go to? Chen-Yi asked mysteriously, and Chen Mo didn't understand why this needed to be a secret. Probably those three. After a moment of thought, Chen Mo immediately picked the three strongest martial arts academies in Daxia. Modu Martial Arts Academy, Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, and Shenzhen Martial Arts Academy. Good, as long as you have an idea. Chen-Yi nodded, her brother had grown up. Not only was he strong enough, but he also had plans for the future. But I need to make it clear to you that there are three sources for martial artists. Some knowledge can't be learned in school, like what Chen-Yi was about to say. The first is the Martial Arts Academy, which is the most common place for training. The second is the major military districts, which also cultivate their own martial artists. Your sister is currently at the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy under the Northern Military District, as you know. The third is families, like the ancient martial arts families such as the Gu family, which also train their own disciples. Overall, I still recommend the Martial Arts Academy. It's relatively safe and has abundant resources. Families rarely accept outsiders, and military districts are too dangerous. With your talent, there's no need to go there. Chen-Yi glanced at Chen-Li and Su Lu, who were nearby, and led Chen Mo a bit further away. Also, do you know who the enemies humanity is currently facing? Aren't they just the abyss beasts and sea beasts? Chen Mo was taken aback. Why did his sister suddenly bring this up? No, it's not just them. A flicker of disgust crossed Chen-Yi's face before it vanished. The Abyss Rift is larger than you think, just the Abyss Rift in Taizhou is bigger than all of Daxia. What? Chen Mo truly didn't know this, he thought the Abyss Rift was about the same size as Taizhou. You've been to the Abyss Rift. Chen-Yi's expression turned serious, indicating she was about to discuss something very important. Aside from the outer areas filled with abyss beasts, the deeper layers of the Abyss Rift actually contain a type of Abyss creature that looks extremely similar to humans and is very powerful. Each Abyss creature is at least level 5 or above, and the same goes for sea beasts. There are even greater threats in the depths of the ocean. What has been publicly disclosed is merely the surface. If everything were revealed, it would cause widespread panic. Moreover, there are traitors among humanity who will stop at nothing to join the Abyss and the Chaotic Sea. You must be very careful. What Chenny said was something Chen Mo had never heard before. He probably wouldn't know until he got to the Martial Arts Academy. As Chenny spoke of various things that Chen Mo had never heard of, the entire world gradually became clearer in Chen Mo's eyes. At the same time, he realized something very important. The current situation of the human race was extremely dangerous. Only by becoming stronger could one survive in this world. Come on, little brother, with your talent, you will definitely achieve mastery in the future. Chenny hugged Chen Mo and glanced at the sky outside. Realizing it was getting late, she planned to take a shower and prepare for bed. There was a celebration banquet waiting for their family tomorrow, and many important figures were expected to attend. Chen Mo also entered the bathroom to wash up properly. Although his injuries had healed, the blood scabs were still there, and he would feel more comfortable sleeping after cleaning up. At night, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Feng's hospital bed. Grandpa! Gu Feng's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. He immediately recognized that the visitor was Gu Ji. Just lie down and rest, I'm here to tell you something today. Gu Ji waved his hand, not angry that Gu Feng had lost to Yang Zhua. In fact, he was even more surprised that Chen Mo could defeat Yang Zhua. Can't you see the way that kid Chen Mo fights? Gu Ji seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps to Gu Feng. He only used his blood energy once throughout the fight, the rest was all thanks to his powerful physique. I suspect this kid is a naturally mutated warrior, and the strongest kind of physical mutation. So, Chen Mo will be your best partner on the path of martial arts. When the Southern Training Camp comes, you must team up with him. This Southern Training Camp will be the same as before, a month of training and 15 days of actual combat. Make sure not to be reckless. Alright, take care of your injuries and don't fall too far behind. After saying this, Gu Ji disappeared from Gu Feng's hospital room. In the next moment, Gu Ji reappeared, but this time in Yang Zhua's hospital room. Kid, I already know what happened to you. Gu Ji looked at Yang Zhua, whose complexion was pale but whose eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. Without help from others in the human territory, you would definitely find it hard to move an inch. Don't even mention becoming a 13th level master. Surviving is a problem. You understand that your invincible heart has already developed cracks. Only by being around Chen Mo do you have a chance to repair that crack. I've already taken care of your identification documents. As for the path ahead, it's up to you. Throwing the prepared ID and various materials beside Yang Zhua's bed, Gu Ji turned to leave. Yang Zhua said nothing, only picked up the ID and materials placed beside his bed, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Mo, I will defeat you. A night quickly passed, and early the next morning, Chen Mo was awakened by a commotion that sounded like haggling in a market. Who? Still groggy, Chen Mo got dressed and walked out of his room. As soon as he stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of representatives from various martial arts academies. Champion Chen, please consider our Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. We will provide you with the best conditions, and we will arrange a job for your parents with a formal position. Classmate Chen, our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy is full of sincerity. Just say the word, and we will do our best to meet your needs. Classmate Chen, and we. Listening to the representatives of the martial arts academies promoting themselves one after another, Chen Mo felt a headache coming on. Shut up! Chen Mo shouted, and everyone obediently closed their mouths. Have the representatives from Modu Martial Arts Academy, Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, and Xinchang Martial Arts Academy arrived? Chen Mo rubbed his temples and scanned the group of representatives. They have. The three of them stood up simultaneously and spoke in unison. Alright, you three stay, the rest can leave. Chen Mo waved his hand. He would only consider the best, not even the second best. But the representatives from the other martial arts academies wanted to struggle a bit, but after a fierce glare from Chen Mo, they all left obediently. Please take a seat, the three of you. Chen Mo sat on the sofa, calmly looking at the three academy representatives. Let's start with self-introductions. In this situation, it was entirely Chen Mo who was making the choice among the three martial arts academies, not the other way around. Naturally, only Chen Mo could take the lead. Hello, Chen, I am Su Changhong, the director of the admissions office at Magic City Martial Arts Academy. Hello, Chen, I am Qi Yong, the director of the admissions office at Yanjing Martial Arts Academy. Hello, Chen, I am Eugenin, the director of the admissions office at Deep City Martial Arts Academy. The three introduced themselves politely and uniformly handed their business cards to Chen Mo. You should know why I asked the three of you to stay, right? Chen Mo took a sip from a can of cola, casually leaning back on the sofa while looking at the three. Of course, the martial arts academies in Magic City, Yanjing, and Deep City are the top martial arts academies in the entire Great Xia. The resources and training we can provide are unmatched by those ordinary academies. It was clear that Eugene from Deep City Martial Arts Academy was more capable in business, as he spoke up before Su Changhong and Qi Yong. As for resources, I don't really care. What I value most is combat. Chen Mo sat up straight. One of the most important factors in choosing a martial arts academy for him was the ability to stack steel. Everything else was secondary. If you are passionate about combat, Yanjing Martial Arts Academy can fully meet your needs. Qi Yong finally seized the opportunity and quickly moved forward to speak first. There are a total of 36 abyssal rifts in Great Xia, and the largest one is located within the campus of Yanjing Martial Arts Academy. As for safety, there is no need to worry. Both deans of Yanjing Martial Arts Academy are upper 4th rank, 12th level martial artists, and there is also a 13th level master stationed here. Moreover, the resources of Yanwu are top-notch nationwide, at least not inferior to Deep City and Magic City. Chen Mo nodded and then shifted his gaze to the representatives from Magic City Martial Arts Academy and Deep City Martial Arts Academy. Our Deep City Martial Arts Academy is close to the Chaotic Sea, and every year we organize students to clear the sea beasts in the Chaotic Sea, with a very high intensity of combat. In terms of faculty strength, we in Deep City are not inferior to Yanjing and Magic City, also having 2 upper 4th rank, 12th level martial artist deans and a 13th level master stationed. And as long as you come to our Deep City Martial Arts Academy, your parents will be arranged for jobs within the system, and Deep City Martial Arts Academy will take care of everything in the future, allowing you to pursue martial arts with peace of mind. What about you? Chen Mo looked at the representative from Magic City Martial Arts Academy, who had been silent. Chen, since you enjoy combat, why not choose Magic City Martial Arts Academy? Su Changhong adjusted his glasses, confidently asking. Our Magic City Martial Arts Academy also has an abyssal rift internally and is close to the Chaotic Sea. If you find fighting with those beasts of low intelligence too boring, one of our deans also serves as the deputy director of the Magic City Martial Affairs Bureau. You should have heard of the role of the Martial Affairs Bureau, which is specifically responsible for human traders and cults. Those are all dangerous individuals and will definitely satisfy your thirst for combat. As for the treatment, Su Changhong's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. As long as you enroll in the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, we will provide you with a villa located in the city and offer your parents a job within the system. And we will take care of all your concerns. You don't need to worry about resources at all. Our Magic City has both a martial artist research center and a mental power research center. Whenever you need it, we can provide you with the resources you require. After saying this, Su Changhong took out a special recruitment agreement from his briefcase, clearly outlining all the conditions they could offer. Chen Mo squinted. He had to admit that the conditions from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy were the best. Unfortunately, I refuse to sign right now. Chen Mo shook his head and pushed the special recruitment agreement back. You three can put the conditions and benefits you can offer in a written document and give it to me. I will make my final choice after careful consideration. It wasn't that Chen Mo was indifferent to such favorable conditions, but his phone had just received a message. The list for this year's Southern Training Camp had come out, and he would be forming a small team with Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wanglin. Additionally, a mysterious figure would be announced after they arrived at the Southern Training Camp. Chen Mo's plan was simple, to see which martial arts academy Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin intended to go to. Sure, if you have any dissatisfaction with the benefits, we can modify or add to them at any time. The three were not surprised by Chen Mo's refusal. Instead, they presented the highest benefits they could currently offer. After greeting Chen Mo, the three left the suite. Picking up his phone, Chen Mo called Gu Feng. Are you coming over now? Okay, I'll wait for you. After a brief exchange, Chen Mo put away the special recruitment agreements from the three martial arts academies. Soon, there was a knock on Chen Mo's door, and an old man pushed Gu Feng, who was in a wheelchair, into the room. Congratulations, you secured the final championship. Gu Feng's hoarse voice rang out as he smiled at Chen Mo. I was really surprised. You actually defeated that monster Yang Zhua. That was nothing, just luck. Chen Mo waved his hand, not intending to dwell on the topic. By the way, tomorrow the event committee will transfer your prize money to your card, along with the entry qualification for the Southern Training Camp. Gu Feng sensed Chen Mo's intention and changed the subject. How much is the prize money? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. The prize for such a high-level competition couldn't be small. Not much, only 20 million in cash. Gu Feng shook his head. The national competition's prize money was originally not high, the real reward was the fame and benefits that came after winning. Don't think the money is small. With your current reputation, you could easily make a fortune just by taking a couple of ads. Seeing Chen Mo remain silent, Gu Feng thought he was dissatisfied with the prize money and quickly added an explanation. 20 million. Chen Mo's lips curled up. How many vitality potions could that buy? Ahem. Realizing he had lost his composure, Chen Mo adjusted his emotions and looked up at Gu Feng. Let's put the prize money aside for now, let's talk about serious matters. Which martial arts academy do you plan to go to? I don't know, wherever you go, I'll go. Gu Feng shook his head. He wasn't too concerned about which martial arts academy to attend. With their family's resources, it didn't really matter which academy they went to, it was just a matter of distance from home. Forget it, asking you is pointless. Chen Mo sighed, wondering why he thought to consider this young master's opinion. Do you have Ma Wanlin's phone number? I want to call and ask her. Taking out his phone, Chen Mo asked Gu Feng casually. I don't know, I'm not familiar with her. Gu Feng shook his head again. Apart from having more interactions with Chen Mo, he didn't really know the others. Chen Mo didn't even know why he had called Gu Feng over, as he seemed completely clueless. Well, I came to talk to you about the training process in the south. Seeing Chen Mo's expression was a bit off, Gu Feng awkwardly changed the subject. In 10 days, the selected trainees should have mostly healed from their injuries, and will gather in Yinjing to set off together. The first month is the training period, and the last half month is the practical combat period. Every session of the Southern training follows this process: team formation, training, and practical combat. You must make good use of that month. Even my family doesn't have those training facilities. Gu Feng carefully explained the Southern training process, emphasizing the practical combat training in the latter half of the month. Practical combat training would earn points based on performance, and these points could be exchanged for all kinds of potions, materials, and weapons available on the market. The items provided during training could only be used on site and could not be taken away. However, the items exchanged with points could be taken home and would completely belong to the individual. Also, this training session is said to be a chance to test new combat methods, which will be introduced to us when we arrive at the training site. Like Chen Mo, Gu Feng was quite looking forward to the Southern training. By the way, I've already scheduled the Precision Data Testing Center you mentioned before. You can go anytime this afternoon or tomorrow. After discussing the Southern training, Gu Feng handed a pass to Chen Mo. By the way, you've never undergone data testing before? I thought everyone did it once a month. Alright, stop showing off to me, hurry back and recover. Chen Mo waved his hand. That Precision Data Testing Center cost millions for a single test, which was something he, as a poor guy, couldn't afford. Oh, if you've decided which martial arts academy to go to, just let me know, and I'll go to the same one. Gu Feng waved at Chen Mo, and the old man behind him pushed him away. After Gu Feng left for a while, Sulu and Chen Li finally came out of their bedroom. They had tactfully left when Chen Mo was discussing serious matters, as they couldn't provide any useful suggestions. Son, we've already discussed the celebration banquet with Director Wei, Chen Li said, sitting next to Chen Mo. Once you finish what you need to do, we'll head back. The celebration banquet will be held in Taizhou. You're the star of Taizhou, even the mayor will come personally to welcome you. Chen Li became a bit excited when talking about the upcoming celebration banquet. His son had become extraordinary, even the mayor of Taizhou would come to greet him personally. Moreover, the city has arranged jobs for your mother and me within the system, and they're not low-level positions. You know the villa area in the city center, right? The biggest villa there is already in your name. The more Chen Li spoke, the more excited he became, until Chen Mo took out 3 special recruitment agreements. Dad, don't rush to agree to them on some matters. Just take a look. The benefits these 3 martial arts academies can offer are much better than those in Taizhou. I know what you want to say, I do have feelings for Taizhou. The benefits that winning first place in the national competition can bring to Taizhou are already substantial, at least over 30 billion when converted to money. And what do I get in return? They just try to fool me with this flashy nonsense? Chen Mo felt a bit displeased upon hearing about the rewards Taizhou was offering him. He fought desperately on the competition stage, yet Taizhou only gave him such a meager reward in the end. It was truly laughable. Son, let me finish what I'm saying. Seeing that Chen Mo was a bit unhappy, Chen Li quickly mentioned the reward that Taizhou had given Chen Mo separately. What I just mentioned was just the mayor's personal reward for you and our family. In reality, the amount of your reward is quite large and will take a long time to process. The city also needs to consider the development of young martial artists, so your reward might take some time to arrive. Overall, the city has promised to deliver the full reward to you before school starts. Taizhou is not as stingy as you think. So those were just personal rewards from the mayor? Chen Mo blinked. Could it be that he really misunderstood Taizhou? Let's put this matter aside until we return to Taizhou. I still need to visit the Precision Data Testing Center this afternoon. Chen Mo didn't plan to dwell on this matter. Everything would be clear once they returned to Taizhou. You all rest well at the hotel. If you want to go out and have some fun, feel free. We'll set off back to Taizhou tomorrow. After arranging the afternoon schedule for the Chen family of 3, Chen Mo boarded the VIP car prepared by the hotel and headed to the Precision Data Testing Center. The Precision Data Testing Center is located on the outskirts of Yanjing, nearly 100 kilometers from the inner hotel. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. The driver politely opened the car door and quietly reminded him while standing aside. Okay, wait for me here for a moment. Chen Mo nodded, took his pass, and walked towards the entrance of the Precision Data Testing Center. As soon as he reached the entrance, he noticed several bald old men standing there, looking around. The moment those old men saw Chen Mo, their eyes lit up like searchlights. You must be Chen Mo, right? Welcome, welcome. We knew you were coming today since yesterday. Oh, if you want to test your body's precise data, why spend such unnecessary money? We can't wait for you to come and test so we can figure out why you can fight at level 3 against level 5. Looking at these enthusiastic old men, Chen Mo suddenly felt like he was about to become a lab rat. They wouldn't slice him up for research, would they? Young man, don't worry. We're just collecting data about your body. It's not the chaotic experiments you might be imagining. The head of the center stepped forward and tightly shook Chen Mo's hands. Come, young man, follow me. We'll start with a blood test and a bone marrow examination. By the way, my name is Zhou Shangguang. You can just call me Uncle Zhou. Zhou Shangguang was extremely enthusiastic towards Chen Mo, so much so that Chen Mo felt a bit scared. He always felt that the way those old men looked at him was off, as if they wanted to slice him up for research. Uncle Zhou, how about we talk about this later? Chen Mo suddenly felt that whether to test or not didn't matter, he should first ensure his own safety. Rest assured, we are a legitimate and law-abiding testing center. We will never do anything illegal. Zhou Shangguan patted his chest in assurance. Little Chen, you sit here for the blood draw first. After that, I'll take you for the bone marrow extraction. But I'm here to test body data. Why do I need to draw blood and extract bone marrow? Chen Mo was somewhat resistant. It was the first time he had heard that testing body data required these things. Blood and bone marrow are used to test your vitality strength. The body data will be tested in the underground testing facility later. Zhou Shangguan then realized he hadn't explained things clearly to Chen Mo and quickly added an explanation. Oh, Chen Mo looked at Zhou Shangguan with a somewhat strange expression. He always felt that the people here had some ulterior motives towards him. But he was not worried about his life. With his fame and reputation, anyone who dared to touch him now would be courting death. The nurse beside him flashed a brilliant smile at Chen Mo, picking up a blood-drawing drill that looked like a jackhammer and aimed it at the vein in his arm. With the drill's efforts, the nurse, sweating profusely, successfully extracted 15 milliliters of blood and carefully stored it away. Mr. Chen, you can now lie face down on the bed. We will extract your bone marrow. As she spoke, the nurse took out a larger electric drill, its drill bit glinting ominously. The more Chen Mo looked, the more frightened he felt. If this big guy came at him, wouldn't it just stab him to death? However, for the sake of the accuracy of his data, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and persevered. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo touched the small hole in his lower back and sighed. I suddenly admire Gufeng so much. Indeed, Gufeng, the second-generation martial artist, had to undergo such tests once a month. Chen Mo would definitely not be able to handle it. Rich people have their own troubles too. Xiao Chun, your blood and bone marrow tests will take 24 hours to get results. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll send you the results directly when they come in. Zhou Shangguan took Chen Mo onto a shuttle bus, otherwise, it would be too slow to walk in such a large testing center. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Having more friends means more opportunities, and connections are naturally better when they are broader. Hold on tight, I'm taking you to the underground testing site now. Zhou Shangguan gripped the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, and the electric shuttle bus shot forward. At the same time, Chen Mo's blood and bone marrow were divided into two parts, one kept at the testing center for analysis. The other was sent to the Central Research Institute for DNA testing. The human race now faced not only external problems but also significant internal issues. There were even abyssal creatures disguised as humans lurking in human society, like time bombs that could explode at any moment. Conducting a genetic test on Chen Mo was also for safety reasons, as the higher-ups had already planned to cultivate him at the highest level in the future. If they recklessly cultivated Chen Mo without testing, and he turned out to be an infiltrator from another race, it would mean creating a terrifying enemy for the human race. If he could fight at level 3 against a late-stage level 5, What would happen when he reached level 5? Could he fight at level 7? Would he be able to sweep through the entire human race at level 12? For safety's sake, some necessary tests still had to be done. Soon, under Zhou Shangwang's guidance, Chun Mo arrived at the underground testing site. Xiao Chun, this is the underground testing site I told you about, and it's where you'll be tested shortly. Zhou Shangwang's face showed a hint of pride. This was the fundamental place that allowed them to establish themselves in Yanjing. The entire testing area covered 1 square kilometer, or 1 million square meters, quite vast. It was equipped with various facilities not seen on the market, entirely built to mimic the testing facilities used in the southern training camps. Let's go in order. First, we'll test your vital energy. Zhou Shangwang parked the shuttle bus in front of a capsule-like device. This vital energy testing machine was different from any Chun Mo had seen before. This testing device can not only measure your vital energy but also assess the integration of your vital energy with your skin, muscles, and bones. By the way, Xiao Chen, how's your steel skin refining going? Zhou Shangwang rattled off several terms that Chun Mo had never heard before, like vital energy integration and steel skin. What is that? Chen Mo asked, adhering to the principle of asking when he didn't understand. Zhou Shangwang was taken aback, turning to size up Chen Mo. Xiao Chun, are you already a level 3 martial artist? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Is it strange to be a 3rd level martial artist? Don't you know that from the 3rd level onwards, one must begin to temper their body? Zhou Shangwang furrowed his brows sharply. This child's teacher was somewhat irresponsible. Did they not discuss such an important matter with Chun Mo? 1st level and 2nd level martial artists accumulate foundational qi and blood, while 3rd level and 4th level martial artists use the qi and blood they have accumulated to temper their skin and blood. That's why the 3rd level is also called the steel skin realm, and the 4th level is the steel blood realm. Has no one ever told you this? Then how did you complete the basic tempering from 2nd to 3rd level? I don't know, I just practiced and ended up at the 3rd level. Chen Mo scratched his head. He couldn't exactly say he leveled up to the 3rd level thanks to system rewards, could he? What a waste of talent. Zhou Shangwang grew increasingly angry. A martial artist like Chun Mo, who could naturally begin to transform, had no good teacher to guide him. It was a complete squandering of potential. Little Chen, remember, from the 3rd level onwards, you must integrate your qi and blood with your body. Out of a sense of responsibility, Zhou Shangwang began to educate Chen Mo on what 3rd level martial artists needed to do. Once you have tempered your entire skin, you can become a 4th level martial artist. 4th level tempers the blood, 5th level tempers the bones, 6th level tempers the bone marrow, 7th level tempers the organs, and 8th level begins to seal the body to form a perfect internal circulation. This is what the lower 4 and middle 4 levels need to do. When you have completed all the tempering and fully sealed your body to form internal circulation, your qi and blood can be considered endless. At that moment, you can strive for the 9th level, which is the upper 4 levels. Chen Mo blinked. It seemed no one had ever told him such things. It turned out that martial artists did not merely accumulate qi and blood, there were so many things to do. Fortunately, you have just advanced to the 3rd level, it's not too late to start tempering your skin now. Zhou Shangwang breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been any later, this genius Chen Mo would have truly been wasted. Come on, let's test first. When you go to the southern training camp, make sure to ask those masters to guide you in tempering your skin. Chen Mo nodded and stepped into the capsule-type qi and blood testing device. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo's data appeared on the tablet in Zhou Shangwang's hand. Qi and blood 5210, skin tempering degree 0%, blood tempering degree 0%. But the overall density is not weaker than those who have tempered. Is this what it means to be a natural genius? Zhou Shangwang couldn't help but marvel. Even if Chun Mo hadn't tempered his skin, his physical quality was already stronger than the vast majority of 3rd and 4th level martial artists. However, in terms of bone density and strength, he was not as good as a 5th level martial artist. What am I thinking? Chen Mo is just a 3rd level martial artist. This data is already quite terrifying. Zhou Shangwang shook his head, opened the testing device, and Chen Mo walked out. Little Chen, you must remember to temper your skin. Once you do, your strength will see a qualitative leap. Your current skin can withstand slashes from cold weapons below the 3rd level and gunfire from bullets below 9 mm. Based on the current data, once you finish tempering your skin, you will be able to withstand slashes from cold weapons below the 6th level and shots from standard sniper rifles. Tempering the body with qi and blood can be said to have endless benefits. You must not take it lightly. Chen Mo nodded. Zhou Shangwang was indeed correct. Zhao Peinan's slashes were completely ineffective against him, but Li Quan's dual blades could break his skin and injure him. Alright, next we will test speed and strength. Do not use qi and blood during the test. Seeing that Chen Mo was absorbing the information, Zhou Shangguan led him to a nearby testing area. The tests continued until 8 in the evening, and all of Chen Mo's data had been completed. His strength had now reached a terrifying 10 tons in both arms, and his maximum speed had also reached 30 meters per second. But these were not the most frightening aspects of Chen Mo. His most terrifying trait was his vitality. In this world, there was no concept of life points, nor any specific values, but it could be concluded that Chen Mo's vitality was comparable to that of a 6th-level martial artist. Chen Mo refused Zhou Shangguan's repeated invitations to stay. He had no intention of lingering here any longer. The gazes of those old men sent chills down his spine, making him feel as if he could be sliced up for research at any moment. He got into the car prepared by the hotel and returned to his room, quickly freshening up before lying down on the bed to rest. He had to set off back to Taizhou at 8 in the morning, and he needed to be in perfect spirits to welcome the cheers that belonged to him. After all, Chen Mo was someone who cared about his reputation, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked everything to win the national championship. But just as his head touched the pillow, the system, which had been quiet for 2 days, suddenly activated. Crisis mission detected, now issued. Danger is approaching. Please protect those around you. Any deaths will result in mission failure. Successful mission reward, 3rd skill slot. Chen Mo shot up in an instant, his eyes wide as he stared at the crisis mission before him. Danger is approaching? Where is the danger coming from? It can't be that something will happen on the road tomorrow, right? Chen Mo was no longer concerned about the crisis mission itself. He just wanted to know where the impending danger was coming from. No, I need to find some external help. Chen Mo couldn't guarantee that he could protect his friends and family in Taizhou all by himself. He had to ensure that he had enough strength around him to withstand this crisis. Liang Yongsheng was just a 1st-level martial artist, and Tian Xingxing was only a 2nd level. The strongest in the team was Wei Zhen, who was merely a 5th-level martial artist. Thinking of this, Chen Mo picked up his phone and dialed Gu Feng's number. Upon hearing that Chen Mo needed his old man's help, Gu Feng didn't ask many questions and readily agreed to assist. Gu Ji had once said that he was the support for people like Chen Mo, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse when Chen Mo needed something. Moreover, as one of the few masters in the country, Gu Ji had certainly received some information. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo still felt a bit uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only do his best. Indeed, he could remain worry-free while hiding in Yanjing. But his parents, Chen Yi, and the friends and family in Taizhou, they couldn't possibly hide in Yanjing forever, could they? I want to see who dares to touch them. Chen Mo's expression turned fierce. Anyone who dared to harm his family was courting death. He would risk his life to eliminate anyone who dared to touch his family. The next day, everyone except Chen Mo boarded the vehicle with cheerful spirits. What's wrong, son? You don't seem very happy, Chen Li asked, noticing Chen Mo's nervousness as they got into the off-road vehicle heading to Taizhou. It's nothing, I'm not unhappy, I just didn't rest well yesterday. Chen Mo shook his head. Today, he had deliberately chosen to sit in the lead vehicle to prepare for the crisis mission. This way, if danger did occur, he could respond as quickly as possible. It'll take us about 8 hours to get back to Taizhou. You should get some good sleep in the car, Chen Li said, not thinking much of it, and nodded, refraining from speaking further for fear of disturbing Chen Mo's rest. Mom, where's my sister? After looking around, Chen Mo noticed that Chen Yi was missing and asked in confusion. Your sister was picked up. A company commander from the Northern Border Army came personally to get her. As soon as Sulu mentioned this, she couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for Chen Yi calling her friends in the military district to boast that this year's national championship was won by her brother, she might not have been taken back at all. All right, Chen Mo frowned. There were strong warriors from the military district on his sister's side, so there shouldn't be any problems. The place where problems might arise was quite clear. There was an 80% chance that someone would ambush the Taizhou convoy on the road. I don't know if that old man Guji can be trusted. I haven't seen him around yet. Don't worry, I'm nearby. Guji's voice suddenly rang in Chen Mo's ear, but Chen Mo couldn't see his figure. You don't need to look for me. I'm 300 meters above you. Rest assured, as a level 13 master, can I not protect over 100 of you? Right, masters can fly. Chen Mo was taken aback. He had forgotten about that. Once a martial artist completed the closure of their body and formed an internal circulation, they could gain the ability to fly. But before completing the internal circulation, martial artists below level 9 could at most walk on air. And next time, don't call me old man, call me Master Gu. This was the first time someone had called him old man to his face, and Guji didn't expect Chen Mo to be so disrespectful to the elderly. Not only was he disrespectful, but he was also particularly ruthless towards women, specifically targeting their chests. After Chen Mo's punch, Zhu Bai's originally tall and fiery figure turned into a pair of basins. Oh, Master Gu. Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed. he hadn't expected his casual remark to be overheard. You can set off now, I will follow your convoy. Guji didn't plan to hold a grudge over such a small matter. At most, he would deal with Chen Mo properly after they arrived at the southern training camp. With me here, ensuring your safe return to Taizhou is not a problem. But I can only escort you back to Taizhou. I need to personally guard the Abyss Rift here in Yanjing. Alright, thank you, Master Gu. Chen Mo was very grateful that Guji could come to help him. After all, he was a master. There were no more than 100 masters in the entire Great Xia, and they were mostly stationed in dangerous places. It was already a great honor for Guji to take the time to protect them. Let's go, Director Wei. Chen Mo patted Wei Jun, who was responsible for driving. Okay. Wei Jun was excited. Starting next year, Taizhou would receive a large influx of resources. The teaching staff would also see a significant improvement, which was a tremendous boon for him as the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau. He no longer expected to climb higher himself. Wei Jun's current goal was to make Taizhou a nationally and even globally renowned martial arts holy land. The road ahead is long and arduous. With excitement in his heart, Wei Jun stepped on the gas, leading the Taizhou entourage towards Taizhou. At this moment, on the only road the Taizhou entourage had to take back to Taizhou, a figure that had disappeared for some time suddenly appeared. Chen Mo, you caused my family to be ruined and my career to be destroyed, while you yourself have become a peerless genius in the spotlight. Zhao Dihai, draped in a black robe with a strange mark on his face, appeared 300 kilometers from the Jingtai Expressway. If I can't have a good time, you won't either. Even if I can't kill you, I will make your family die before your eyes. What are you mumbling about? Just as Zhao Dihai was muttering to himself, a purplish-red rift suddenly appeared behind him. Several figures stepped out, each draped in black robes. Nothing, I was praying to the abyss. Zhao Dihai shook his head. Are you sure that Chen Mo will pass by here? A clear voice rang out, and the few black-robed figures around immediately knelt on one knee. Your Holiness! Seeing the newcomer, beads of cold sweat dripped from Zhao Dihai's forehead, but soon after, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This person is the Bishop of the Abyss Church in the southern region, a 13th level master. No matter how strong Chen Mo is, encountering a 13th level master would mean being crushed in an instant. Of course I'm sure, this is the only way they can return, and no one knows I've returned to the abyss. Zhao Dihai said, lowering his head. Very good, we must not allow such a genius to grow, otherwise, it will cause unimaginable damage to our great cause. The Archbishop nodded, very satisfied with Zhao Dihai's performance. However, as the national competition champion, those people will definitely do their utmost to cultivate him. From this perspective, it's very likely that Chen Mo has a master protecting him. A man in a black robe timely raised his concern. If you can think of it, do you think I can't? The Archbishop smiled slightly, reaching into the crevice beside him and feeling around. This time, I've brought the holy beast along. If there really is a master protecting Chen Mo, it will definitely ensure he has no way back. Having one less master-level combatant among the human race, isn't that a good thing for us? Hearing the Archbishop's words, everyone couldn't help but shiver. It seems the church is taking this operation very seriously, not only sending the Archbishop from the southern region but also bringing the holy beast along. This is a complete killing trap. Get ready, don't let anyone escape. A cruel smile appeared on the Archbishop's face. What he loved most was killing these so-called hopes of the human race. Yes. Including Zhao Dihai, all the men in black robes ambushed around, ready to strike at any moment. 4 hours later, after experiencing a massive traffic jam in Yanjing, the convoy from Taizhou finally left the city. My back hurts, Chen Li said, looking exhausted. The sounds of various horns still echoed in his ears. We left too early. If we had left tomorrow, there probably wouldn't be so many people. Wei Jun sighed. They had coincidentally chosen the day when the audience for the national competition was leaving Yanjing. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the Jingtai Expressway. Their convoy was one of the few running. It's going to be tough. In a few days, isn't the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy going to be open for visits? There will be even more people then. Chen Li shook his head. Unless something major happened, he wouldn't come to Yanjing again. Although Taizhou was a bit small and poor, at least it was very comfortable to live in, without the feeling of being crowded. Alright, once we get on the highway, it will be fast. We still have 8 hours to reach Taizhou. Su Lu checked the navigation on his phone. They were still 800 kilometers away from Taizhou. Hold on tight, the experienced driver will take you for a ride. Wei Jun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator down, and the speed of the off-road vehicle surged instantly. Back in the day, Wei Jun learned a lot during his military career in the Suppression Army, and his driving habits followed those from his time in the army. Driving for people and driving for supplies are completely different styles. My comrades all had bodies and wills of steel, they just pressed the gas and went for it. But with a big cabbage, if it gets damaged, there would be consequences. After more than 2 hours of driving, Chen Mo felt a bit drowsy. He hadn't rested well the night before, and the heightened tension had left him in a poor state. Chen Mo, be careful, there are people lying in ambush ahead. At that moment, Gu Ji's serious voice rang in Chen Mo's ear. Stop the car. Chen Mo shouted decisively at Wei Jin. Wei Jin reflexively slammed on the brakes, and the Taizhou convoy came to a halt as well. Not good, 2 13th level masters, and several 4th tier martial artists, this is trouble. Gu Ji's perception was quite sharp. He immediately realized the situation was serious. I will try to hold them off, but I can't guarantee I can block them all. Gu Ji fell from the sky, landing in front of the off-road vehicle. I said to run the moment I told you to, step on the gas and don't look back. Did you understand? I got it. Chen Mo was instantly wide awake, focusing his attention on the surroundings. Including Wei Jin, the entire group of friends and family from Taizhou looked bewildered. How could Master Gu appear here? Tian Xingxing got out of the car behind, wanting to ask Chen Mo what was going on, but Chen Mo shouted back at her. Get in the car, it's dangerous. Tian Xingxing, being a veteran, quickly dodged back into the vehicle. Son, what's going on? Su Lu was already trembling. Even a woman without any cultivation could feel the tension in the air. Don't worry, Mom, it's fine. Chen Mo reassured Su Lu a couple of times, swapped out the iron plate boots from his equipment bar, and equipped the Staff of Time. He also removed the intentional bomb punch and replaced it with bronze unbreakable. In an instant, Chen Mo's mind felt a refreshing clarity, an experience he had never had before. So this is mental power. Chen Mo didn't have time to explore the wonders of mental power. He equipped the Staff of Time and bronze unbreakable just in case. Heh, Gu Ji, it's been so many years, and your perception is still so formidable. At that moment, a purplish-red rift appeared in front of the convoy, and the Archbishop stepped out with several black-robed figures. Behind them, an even larger giant rift emerged, emanating waves of terrifying power. But, at your age now, combined with those old injuries, how much strength can you really exert at the 13th level? You don't need to worry about that. Gu Ji snorted coldly, a long knife shimmering with cold light appearing in his hand. The Abyss Church, huh? Since you dare to come today, be prepared for a one-way trip. With that, Gu Ji didn't hesitate, drawing his knife and charging forward, instantly beheading a 9th level martial artist. Now, hurry and go. I've already notified the governor of Zhejiang to come to your aid. He'll arrive in no more than an hour. I will do my best to hold them off. Run. Gu Ji shouted, and at that moment, Wei Jin received the order and pressed the gas pedal with all his might. The engine roared, and the entire Taizhou convoy sped towards Taizhou under Gu Ji's cover. Go, catch up to them. The Archbishop knew that Gu Ji would never let him catch up. But could he stop himself and the sacred beast? Could he hold back all those 7th and 8th level followers? The followers rushed towards the Taizhou convoy at an astonishing speed the moment the Archbishop gave the order. Not a chance. Gu Ji swung his long knife, and a sharp blade of energy instantly severed 3 8th level martial artists in half. These superhumans, in the eyes of ordinary people, shattered like glass at Gu Ji's touch, utterly defenseless. Old man, your opponent is me. The Archbishop struck out with a palm, a torrent of blood energy instantly blocking Gu Ji, leaving him unable to attend to those pursuing Chen Mo. Damn it, I was careless. Gu Ji's forehead bulged with veins, his intelligence was not perfect, and he had completely underestimated the Abyss Church's release of one of their 3 sacred beasts, the Abyss Tiger. Governor of Zhejiang, you Jinling, right? The Archbishop smiled slightly. Let's make a bet, since you can't escape me and the Abyss Tiger anyway. In 1 hour, will Chen Mo and his family be killed? Or will that woman Yu Jinling arrive first? Interested? Go to hell. Gu Ji wouldn't waste words with the Archbishop, his blood energy surged continuously towards his limbs. If anything happens to Chen Mo, I will definitely wipe out your Abyss Church completely. In the car, Chen Mo was sweating profusely. He had just glanced at the Archbishop's stats, which were so high that he could hardly believe it. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. 13 billion vitality, it's like a monster. Attack power is also in the 7 digits. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. It seemed he hadn't stacked enough steel. To withstand a single blow from a level 13 powerhouse, he needed at least tens of millions of health points. Damn it, I'm going to the Abyss Rift to stack steel when I get back. Just then, a crimson blade of light sliced through the roof of the bus, turning it into a convertible. Fortunately, the people inside reacted quickly and ducked down in time, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. They caught up? Chen Mo's heart tightened. That old man Gu Ji was unreliable too. Didn't he say he would hold them off? He glanced at the time, only 15 minutes had passed since then. It would take at least another 45 minutes for the governor of Zhejiang province to arrive for support. Old Chen, you drive, I'll hold them off. Wei Jin took a deep breath. Even if he died today, he couldn't let anything happen to Chen Mo. Okay. Chen Li was also decisive. He knew there was no time to hesitate now. No, Director Wei, you drive. Chen Mo shook his head, glancing at the endless fury and indestructible skills in his skill bar. What are you going to do? Wei Jin panicked when he saw the look in Chen Mo's eyes, something he hadn't done when facing the ambush. They're coming for me, you take everyone and leave quickly. Chen Mo kicked the car door open and leaped onto the roof of the car. Chen Mo, get down here right now. Wei Jin was anxious. This kid already knew the Abyss Church's target was him, so why was he rushing out to die? Those were two level 7 warriors. Even if Chen Mo could defeat a level 5 warrior, he couldn't possibly be their match. I'm going to block them. You all run? Wei Jin had already shoved the steering wheel into Chen Li's hands. As the only level 5 warrior in the Taizhou Friends group, if he didn't step up now, when would he? You can't even beat me, let alone them. Chen Mo pressed down on Wei Jin, who was trying to rush forward to confront the enemy. Take good care of my parents. If anything happens to them, I won't let you off. I'm tough, I won't die. With that, Chen Mo jumped high and leaped from the roof of the car, heading straight for the bus behind. Chen Mo, you better come back. Wei Jin's eyes were bloodshot. He absolutely couldn't let this star of Taizhou get into trouble. Even if it meant trading his life for Chen Mo's, it would be worth it. I said, go. Chen Mo stood on the roof, looking at the two level 7 warriors who were tightly glued to the bus 100 meters away. The gap is too big. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. One of the level 7 warriors had 190,000 vitality, while the other had 210,000. Moreover, their health points had reached a terrifying 300,000. Fortunately, only one of them was armed, with an attack power of 5,005, while the other's attack power was only 1,007, which was still lower than his. The possibility of defeating these two was zero, but stalling for 40 minutes was still feasible. You want to kill me, huh? Chen Mo shouted, then jumped towards the two. Then let's see. Let's see if you can kill me before the governor of Zhejiang province arrives. Chen Mo didn't hesitate. In this situation, he couldn't afford to save his buffs. You brought this upon yourself, you can't blame us. The two level 7 warriors laughed maniacally. Their target had come right to them. This fool couldn't possibly think he could block two level 7 warriors with his level 3 warrior status, could he? What an idiot. The infinite firepower buff wasn't very useful for Chen Mo right now, so he decisively chose the Ascension mode. A golden light burst forth, and Chen Mo's attributes received a 300% enhancement. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 270,960, Vitality, 15,600, Attack Power, 6174, Defense Power, 600, Mental Power, 1200, with a powerful punch. The expressions on the faces of the two level 7 martial artists, who were still laughing heartily, changed dramatically. How is this possible? Bang! Dealt 40544 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 4877. This was the damage dealt after a 75% increase. Without this buff, the damage from Chen Mo's punch would have been negligible. Chen Mo's fist accurately struck the level 7 martial artist wielding a weapon, and the terrifying force tore his shirt into shreds. His chest caved in, and metallic ribs pierced through his skin. No way! This kid is definitely not a level 3 martial artist. That punch had directly knocked off nearly 1/5 of the health of the level 7 martial artist with the weapon, which could already be considered a moderate injury. He was a level 7 martial artist, a being tempered with steel skin, steel blood, steel bones, and steel marrow, yet he was broken through with a single punch. Before they could react further, Chen Mo swung his fist at another level 7 martial artist. Bang! Dealt 40544 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 4877. Let's not talk about anything else for now, let's first stack the steel on them. Chen Mo's assault continued unabated, with health points continuously exploding, and each punch dealt no less than 6,000 damage. This was still the case for two level 7 martial artists who had trained their steel skin and bones. If they were level 5 martial artists, they would have been pounded to death by Chen Mo by now. So damn tough. Chen Mo felt a fiery pain in his fists. Hitting them felt just like hitting steel. Enough! The level 7 martial artist with the weapon shouted angrily, swinging his long knife down sharply, striking precisely at Chen Mo's crown. Received slashing damage, health minus 15,000. So fast. Chen Mo didn't even have a chance to react. That knife was already lodged in his skull. Thankfully, with a 75% damage reduction effect, otherwise, that knife could have sliced half of Chen Mo's head off. Is this guy's head made of iron? The level 7 martial artist felt the impact too, he thought that his knife had struck not a human head, but a solid chunk of iron. Seeing that the knife on his head couldn't be pulled out for the time being, Chen Mo simply charged forward again with the knife still lodged in his head. The Ascension mode buff only lasted 5 minutes, and that was enough time for the convoy to get far away from here. Once the convoy was out of the way, all he needed to do next was run. Not to mention, Chen Mo was very confident in his running speed. 3 kilometers away, Su Lu slapped Chen Li's face twice in quick succession. "You just left your son behind and ran. You bastard. If something happens to Xiao Mo, you might as well not live." Su Lu's face was full of tears. If it weren't for Chen Mo pressing her down in the back seat of the car, she would never have let him do such a foolish thing. "It's my fault, my fault." Chen Li couldn't say a word, only repeating those 3 words. But he firmly believed that Chen Mo would never die. After all, he was his son. Moreover, in that situation, if they stayed behind, they would only drag him down. Perhaps by leaving first, Chen Mo could still have a glimmer of hope. Why is it so powerless? I'm a useless piece of trash. Even more broken than Chen Li and Su Lu was Wei Jin, who was now gripping his hair tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He truly regretted not insisting a little longer just now. He actually let a child go to their death in his place. It should have been him who died in that situation, not Chen Mo, the genius who carried their hopes. His martial path had reached its end, and this position was given to him as a reward for his achievements. Just as everyone was engulfed in self-reproach, a military helicopter flew in from the southwest. "Is this the convoy from Taisho where Chen Mo is?" A cold male voice came from the radio, and Wei Jin paused for a moment, suddenly feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar. "Third brother. This is it, don't ask, hurry and save my little brother." Shen Yi's voice suddenly rang out. She had actually brought people from the northern military district to the rescue. Gu Ji, while entangled with the Archbishop and Yuan Hu, still managed to send messages to several nearby military departments. But the closest to them was still the northern military district, which had just set out not long ago. After receiving the news, they immediately rushed over in a helicopter. "Xiaoyi, your brother is behind, go save him." Su Lu pounced on the radio like a hungry tiger, shouting loudly regardless of whether Chen Yi could hear him. "Mom!" Chen Yi's previously tense mood relaxed a bit, at least her parents were currently safe. "I understand, you continue forward, the governor of Zhejiang province will meet you ahead." The cold male voice sounded again. "Chen Mo will have us to rescue him. 2 mere level 7 human traitors, I will kill them." After saying this, the voice known as Third Brother fell silent, and the military helicopter sped toward Chen Mo's location. "Great, great." Su Lu clutched her chest tightly. With the northern military district's people here, Xiao Mo would definitely be fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't know if the northern military district could arrive in time to save Chen Mo. Those were 2 level 7 martial artists, terrifying beings powerful enough to destroy a city. "Third brother, hurry up. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off." Chen Yi held a sharp axe, exuding a dangerous aura. "Don't rush, I'm searching for blood energy fluctuations." Third brother didn't argue with Chen Yi, he was focused on the blood energy radar on the helicopter, scanning for fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius. "Found it. This. Coordinates confirmed, estimated arrival time, 7 minutes. After confirming the coordinates, the pilot pushed the throttle to the max, flying toward Chen Mo's location. Back and forth, the buff from Chen Mo's ascension mode had already worn off. He quickly changed his blood armor for iron plate boots and started to run. Damn it, this little brat suddenly became so strong, who knows what tricks he used. The 2 battered level 7 martial artists chased after Chen Mo, who had a large knife stuck in his head, cursing incessantly. Chen Mo's previous state could be described as fearless, and their attacks on him had not caused much damage. But just now, the once ferocious Chen Mo suddenly turned and ran, his speed not much slower than theirs. The 2 took a closer look. The golden light on Chen Mo had disappeared, likely because some method's time had run out, and his strength had returned to its previous state. "You little brat! Stand still!" The 2 level 7 martial artists chased after Chen Mo in a frenzy, but after losing their weapons, they also lost their means of long-range attack. With the assistance of the iron plate boots and the urgency of the situation, Chen Mo's speed successfully broke through to 140 km per hour, and even those 2 level 7 martial artists could only follow behind him without being shaken off. "Stop fucking chasing me! My backup is coming soon, I can slap you to death with one hand." Chen Mo glanced back and saw the 2 7th level warriors with red eyes fiercely pursuing him. "Die!" One of the slightly stronger 7th level warriors suddenly accelerated, his palm covered in a thick layer of vital energy. Tear Heart Claw. Received physical damage, health minus 37,000. Damn! Chen Mo felt a sharp pain in his lower back, as if his kidney had been clawed out. Looking down, he saw a large chunk of flesh torn from his waist, with his kidney hanging on his backside, connected by a single tendon. My poor waist! Chen Mo's heart tightened, and his speed increased even more, making it harder for the two 7th level warriors to keep up. As time passed, the stamina of the two 7th level warriors was surprisingly worn down by Chen Mo, but his own stamina was also running low. Chen Mo's health was nearing its limit under the attacks of the two 7th level warriors. Once it hit 0, his life would come to an end. It's over, I overestimated myself. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, daring not to slow down. Even if his heart was about to explode, he would never stop. This little brat can really run. The two 7th level warriors were panting heavily, their breathing becoming erratic. Chen Mo's back was covered in wounds, and one could even see the white of his bones and the heart violently beating in his chest. Wait a minute, a normal 3rd level warrior would have died from such injuries long ago. How is he still acting like nothing's wrong? This life is too tough. Bro, how about we negotiate? You two stop chasing. Chen Mo glanced back at the two panting men and asked, why don't you look up and see what's flying above your heads? The two were taken aback by his words and looked up. They saw a black military helicopter rushing towards their location at high speed. The helicopter's door was already open, and 3 or 4 figures exuding terrifying vital energy were staring at them. Little brother, hold on. Your sister is bringing reinforcements to save you. The moment Chen Yi saw that Chen Mo was still alive, she relaxed and returned to her previous carefree demeanor. Then hurry up. I'm running out of strength. Chen Mo dared not stop, but if he didn't, the helicopter wouldn't catch up to them. Not good, it's the military. The two 7th level warriors from the cult widened their eyes, their speed increasing significantly. They were well aware of the military's methods. Once caught, it could only be described in one word: worse than death. Moreover, they understood that in their current state, escape was impossible, and fighting was out of the question. Damn it, at least take one with us. The two 7th level warriors from the Abyss cult felt their vital energy surge wildly, a violent force filling every corner of their bodies. Little Mo, run. They're going to self-destruct. The power of a self-detonation can even seriously injure an 8th level warrior. If you get caught in the blast, you're definitely dead. Shenny realized what the two cult warriors were planning the moment she felt the violent wave of vital energy. The self-detonation power of a 7th level warrior was terrifying, capable of seriously injuring an 8th level warrior. What the hell? Chen Mo was about to explode. How could these guys not be done yet? First, they attacked him with various martial techniques from behind. If it weren't for his thick health bar, he would have been killed long ago. Now these two still wanted to blow him up. Chen Mo couldn't understand how he had offended them so much that they were risking their lives to kill him. For the Abyss. Die. The two 7th level warriors from the Abyss cult had cracks appearing on their skin, and a crimson light shone from their 7 orifices. Damn it! Without any hesitation, Chen Mo activated Bruin's indestructible shield. A 3-meter-long, 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick ice shield appeared in front of Chen Mo. With a loud rumble, a massive mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and the ground around them trembled incessantly. A human-shaped nuclear bomb. Chen Mo, unscathed, poked his head out from behind the ice shield and gazed at the large pit in front of him, which was at least several dozen meters in diameter, sighing in amazement. Are you okay, little brother? Chen Yi, in the helicopter, jumped down directly, but she couldn't see Chen Mo's figure. All she saw was the enormous ice shield standing in place. Xiao Mo, where are you? Chen Yi panicked, fearing her precious little brother might have really been blown to bits. I'm fine. Chen Mo poked his head out from behind the ice shield and waved at Chen Yi. That's good, that's good. Chen Yi sighed in relief, but when she saw Chen Mo's injuries, she nearly fainted from heartache. Sister, can you do me a favor? Chen Mo, feeling numb and unable to feel pain, asked. Help me pull this knife out of my forehead and hold it like a saber. He pointed to the long knife that was almost entirely embedded in his skull. Such a severe injury made even the battle-hardened military warriors feel a twinge of pain. No way, it's too deep. We need a psychic to handle this, otherwise, it could damage your brain. Shenny examined the large knife on Chen Mo's head and his other injuries, shaking her head with a pained expression. You're too injured right now, your kidney has fallen out. Chen Mo turned to look and picked up the kidney he had dropped on the ground. It should still be able to be put back, right? Although the medical technology in this world was highly advanced, no one could guarantee that a kidney could be repaired after falling into the dirt. Let's have a military psychic take a look. No one can say for sure about your condition. Shenny couldn't make a decision either and could only wait for the psychic from the helicopter to assess the situation. Soon, the helicopter landed nearby, and 4 tall, sturdy men in military uniforms walked over with a small, thin girl. Hiss! The men gasped when they saw Chen Mo's injuries. How could Chen Mo still be joking with Chen Yi? A normal person would have been dead from such injuries long ago. Xiao Xiong, hurry and help Chen Mo with his wounds. The third brother, no longer surprised, quickly called Xiao Xiong over to treat Chen Mo's injuries. Xiao Xiong wasted no time, grabbing a first aid kit and squatting beside Chen Mo to begin treatment. A look of confusion slowly appeared on Xiao Xiong's pretty face as she turned to the ice shield, which showed no signs of melting. Classmate Chen, did you create that ice shield? Ha! Chen Mo was taken aback, he had forgotten about that. Oh no, how to explain this? His chi and blood didn't even have attributes, he couldn't just say it was his skill, could he? Could it be that this ice shield is formed by manipulating the water molecules in the air with psychic power? Xiao Xiong's eyes lit up, but then her expression turned puzzled. But aren't you a martial artist? Why do you also have psychic power, and it's not low at that? Chen Mo remained silent, pondering a better excuse. Ah, it disappeared. It really is an ice shield formed by manipulating water molecules with psychic power. The indestructible shield's duration ended, vanishing in the blink of an eye, which further convinced Xiao Xiong that Chen Mo possessed both chi and psychic power. Classmate Chen, you don't need to be nervous, this is a good thing. Xiao Xiong's eyes sparkled, even forgetting to inject anesthesia while stitching Chen Mo up, proceeding to sew him up without it. Your physique is something that has never appeared in the human race, it's a unique existence. Do you mind if I report this? Although she really wanted to inform the research institute above about this matter, she still had to consider Chen Mo's own wishes. Can we hold off on reporting it for now? Chen Mo sighed. Once this matter became known, it would be difficult for him to replace the time staff. He wasn't worried about anything else, talented individuals would only be better protected and receive more resources from above. But the passive ability of the time staff was simply too precious. After being equipped for 10 consecutive days, it would unconditionally level up. If one day Chen Mo found himself at the end of the martial path with no way forward, the time staff would be the best way to open up new paths. Okay, if you don't want others to know, we can help you keep this under wraps. Third brother squatted in front of Chen Mo and said seriously, you are Xiao Yi's brother, which makes you our brother too. If anything comes up in the future, just call me directly. Third brother tore a piece of paper from his notebook and wrote down his contact information. I can guarantee that no one besides us will know about this within a month, but after a month, I can't promise that. Alright, a month is enough. Chen Mo nodded. A month was enough time for him to gather 1,800 gold coins for a draw. If he couldn't draw equipment with blue attributes, he absolutely wouldn't waste the passive ability of the time staff, at most just saying it was a misunderstanding at the time. As long as he didn't admit it, others wouldn't have any way to deal with him. Moreover, he would be going to the southern training camp soon, so he wouldn't have to worry about any issues before the training ended. Notify Sister Yu and have her go directly to support Master Gu. We've already rescued Chen Mo. Seeing that Chen Mo had agreed, third brother stood up and spoke to the pilot in the helicopter. Let's go, we'll take you back to Taizhou. First, we need to go to the hospital for treatment, your injuries are too severe, and without hospital equipment, it's easy to leave behind aftereffects. Little Bear helped Chen Mo up and took him onto the helicopter. Just give me your kidney, I'll use my mental power to maintain its vitality. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo handed his kidney to Little Bear, while he leaned back against the hard seat to rest. Once he relaxed, Chen Mo finally felt the excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. This attack also made Chen Mo realize his lack of strength. He had been so badly beaten by two 7th level martial artists. If it weren't for the help of the Ascension mode buff, he wouldn't have lasted even 3 minutes. I really need to make a trip to the Abyss Rift to stack some steel. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his stats were still too low. After learning that Chen Mo was safe and sound, the friends and family in Taizhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Li slumped down in the driver's seat, beads of sweat rolling down his back. It's fine, Xiao Mo is fine. Sulu reacted similarly to Chen Li, while Wei Zhen let out a long breath. By the way, where is that kid now? Suddenly, Wei Zhen remembered something very important, where Chen Mo was at that moment. They said he was sent to the first hospital of Taizhou, accompanied by a military mentalist for treatment. Chen Li, who had slumped in his seat, spoke up. Old Chen, you go ahead, I'll drive. Let's hurry and see how Chen Mo is doing. The previous call had only informed them that Chen Mo was safe, but no one mentioned the multiple injuries he had sustained. After all, it was the pursuit of two 7th level martial artists, not to mention the terrifying blood mushroom cloud. Wei Zhen had experienced the power of a 7th level martial artist's self-detonation. He had fallen from level 6 to level 5 because of those abyss cult scum self-destructing. Right, let's hurry and see how Xiao Mo is doing. Chen Li nodded repeatedly, but the prolonged tension left him unable to move. Wei Jin had no choice but to move Chen Li from the driver's seat to the back, taking the driver's seat himself and pressing down on the accelerator. Inside the first hospital of Taizhou City, Xiao Xiong removed her mask and announced the end of the surgery. With her full cooperation with the first hospital of Taizhou City, Chen Mo's healing work was temporarily declared complete. Next, Chen Mo just needed to rest for a while. Warriors inherently have a quick recovery ability, not to mention a genius like Chen Mo, who possesses an abnormal self-healing ability. With this kind of injury, Chen Mo could recover in at most 3 days. By the way, Xiao Xiong also helped him reattach the kidney he was most concerned about, and its function was completely unaffected. As for the rest, Chen Mo would have to test it himself. In the hospital room, Chen Mo, wrapped up like a mummy, was lying on the bed. After experiencing the pursuit of 2 7th-level warriors, 75% of his bones were shattered, over 70% of his organs were damaged, and he had lost 90% of his blood. Muscle and skin tissue were also significantly lost, but all of these could be restored through rest. It hurts. Lying on the hospital bed, the only word in Chen Mo's mind was this one. I've already asked the doctor to prepare a pain pump for you, just hang in there, Chen Yi said, sitting beside Chen Mo, counting the medications and supplements he would need during this time. Oh, he hadn't suffered such severe injuries during the national competition. This time, it was all at once. Crisis mission completed, rewards distributed. Third skill slot unlocked, please arrange skill combinations at your discretion. Looks like it's completely safe now. Upon hearing that the mission was completed, Chen Mo relaxed, which made him more sensitive to the pain. Hiss. It hurts. 3 days later. Due to the assassination by the Abyss sect, the celebration banquet originally scheduled for 3 days ago was postponed. The losses caused by this assassination were immense. Master Guji fought alone against 2 13th-level masters, directly destroying everything within a 50-kilometer radius. Fortunately, Chen Mo and the others ran fast, otherwise, being shaken by the residual power of a master would likely have been fatal. However, this incident also made the world fully aware of the dangers of cults, while also showcasing the terrifying combat power of masters, who were like human-shaped walking nuclear bombs. Of course, it wasn't just Master Guji who became famous. Chen Mo, the national competition champion who had held out against 2 7th-level warriors for nearly 20 minutes, gained notoriety once again. This doesn't feel like a good thing. Almost fully recovered, Chen Mo sat by the hospital bed, feeling a headache as he looked at the news that was still making headlines. National competition champion fights 2, plays with 7th-level warriors at the 3rd level. It's definitely not a good thing. Just as Chen Mo was looking at the exaggerated news about himself, Wei Jin's voice sounded at the door of the hospital room. Now you've made a big name for yourself. I estimate that you will become a target for the Abyss sect for a long time to come. You made them lose face this time. With their style of doing things, they definitely won't let you off so easily. Saying this, Wei Jin placed a small bag he was holding in front of Chen Mo. These are the things I promised to reward you with separately before. A large flat in the city center, 10 million in cash, and 5 third-level blood essence pills. Third-level blood essence pills. Chen Mo wasn't particularly interested in the first 2 items. Instead, his eyes widened at the mention of the 5 third-level blood essence pills. First-level blood essence pills were worth a few hundred, second-level ones were over 10,000, and third-level blood essence pills directly broke through 1 million in price. Moreover, this item was usually prohibited from sale, with only third-level warriors having 1 purchase quota each month. Wei Jin's generous offer of 5 at once was quite lavish. Thank you, Director Wei, you are too kind. Chen Mo chatted politely while putting away the items brought by Wei Jin. Oh, and Chen Mo, Wei Jin closed the door and looked at Chen Mo with some apprehension. I want to ask you something. If you don't want to answer, just shake your head, I won't force you. What is it? Chen Mo was still immersed in the joy of having 5 third-level Qi blood pills and completely missed the change in Wei Jin's expression. I heard. You possess both Qi blood and mental power at the same time? Wei Jin rubbed his hands together. If this were true, Chen Mo's protection level would significantly increase. Put. The water Chen Mo had just sipped sprayed out as he stared blankly at Wei Jin. Director Wei, who told you this? Your sister. Wei Jin chuckled awkwardly. Chen Yi had specifically instructed him not to mention this to anyone else, yet he couldn't help but come and ask. That big mouth. Chen Mo sighed helplessly. It seemed this matter couldn't be kept under wraps any longer. Yes, I do have mental power, but I only discovered it while being chased. Alright, as long as you have it. Wei Jin rubbed his hands excitedly. It was unbelievable that this was true. Director Wei, please don't report this to the higher-ups for now. Just consider it a favor for me. Chen Mo knew that such matters couldn't be concealed for too long, but at least he wanted to wait until he had equipment to replace the time staff. Okay, I'll report it after you've thought it through. Wei Jin nodded. After all, this was a genius from Taizhou, and who would protect Taizhou if they didn't? By the way, the city's rewards will be announced in 15 days, and your parents will go directly to the Martial Education Bureau. Double positions, 7 insurances, and 2 medical benefits fully covered, from 10 to 3. Your personal reward will be 50% of the resources allocated by the city next year, which can be directly exchanged for 15 billion in cash. But I don't recommend you exchange for cash. After all, many of the allocated resources can't be bought with money. Wait, I have to wait until next year to get my reward. Chen Mo was taken aback and asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Yes, starting January 1st next year, you can freely mobilize that 15 billion worth of resources. Wei Jin nodded. He felt a bit embarrassed, but Taizhou really didn't have any substantial rewards to offer right now. Fine. Chen Mo sighed again. Half a year can pass quickly, and he wasn't short on that time. I came today to explain these matters to you, so I won't disturb your recovery. After saying what he needed to say and asking what he wanted to know, Wei Jin stood up to leave. After Wei Jin left, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel, intending to reorganize his skills. Name, Jin Mo Health, 100174 Chi Blood, 5308 Attack Power, 220 Defense, 220 Mental Power, 600. The attack power is so low after taking off the Blood Tyrant armor. Chen Mo pouted, removing the time staff he had equipped for 3 days and putting on his favorite Blood Tyrant armor. After adjusting his current equipment to the optimal choice, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. First equipment, Steel of the Heart. Second equipment, Blood Tyrant armor. Third equipment, Iron Plate Boots. Let's adjust the skills as well. When I go back to the Abyss Rift, it will still be combat focused. Chen Mo thought for a moment and replaced his most practical skills. Passive skill, Fury of the Berserker. First skill, Intentional Smash. Second skill, Endless Rage. Third skill, Reincarnation of Despair. So that's how it is, the release of skills isn't without limits. Chen Mo roughly understood that those skills requiring blue energy to release actually needed mental power. But he was quite lucky, the skills he used most often were all without mana cost, though their cooldowns were a bit long. As for why he chose the Reincarnation Abyss instead of the Twilight of the Gods, Chen Mo actually had his own considerations. Once Chen Mo killed his opponent in the Reincarnation Abyss, he could permanently gain 20% of the opponent's attributes, maximizing his growth potential. However, Chen Mo did not intend to rely solely on equipment and skills. He had not forgotten the physical training in martial arts. He just planned to wait until he went to the southern training camp before focusing on physical refinement, as having guidance made a significant difference. It's about time, he said, stretching lazily as he removed the last piece of gauze from his body. Tisk, it's left a scar. Chen Mo grimaced, his back covered in a dozen hideous scars. The techniques of those 2 7th-level martial artists had caused him to lose too much tissue, and even if he healed, many scars would remain. Oh well, which martial artist doesn't have a few scars? Chen Mo was quite carefree. For martial artists, scars were a kind of metal. Anyway, once he finished refining his steel skin, these scars would disappear, so a few more days didn't matter. After packing his things, Chen Mo pushed open the hospital room door and walked out. He hadn't been home for a while and wondered if his parents were worried about him. Chen Mo stood in front of the locked door, lost in thought. Where is everyone? Why is there no one at home? Scratching his head, Chen Mo took out his phone and dialed his father's number. How are you, son? Chen Li's excited voice came through. During this time, everyone had been prohibited from visiting Chen Mo, and the couple had been quite worried. I'm fine, I've been discharged from the hospital. Chen Mo paused before asking, where are you two? Why is no one home? Ha? Didn't Director Wei tell you? Didn't he say he was coming to see you today? Chen Li on the other end was momentarily stunned, asking with some confusion. What did he say? Chen Mo was equally baffled. What did that have to do with them not being home? We're at our new house, the 33rd floor of Building 1, Binhai Garden in the city center. Seeing that Chen Mo had no idea they had moved, Chen Li had to explain. Chen Mo's face darkened. Such an important matter as moving house had not been mentioned to him? Alright, I'm coming over right now. After saying that, Chen Mo hung up the phone, shouldered his belongings, and went downstairs. Binhai Garden was nearly 30 kilometers from his old neighborhood, and running there would be much faster than driving. Securing the spoils of war, the long knife, Chen Mo took off with long strides. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Gu family in Yanjing. Old Gu, has Chen Mo's gene test come back? Several figures turned their gazes toward Gu Ji, their eyes filled with curiosity. It's out. Gu Ji took out a document and pushed it to the center of the table. The figure who had asked the question took the document and sighed in relief upon seeing the results. Pureblood human, most likely a mutated martial artist, or possibly possessing multiple mutation directions, all of which are advantageous mutations. Good, he can be prioritized for training. After confirming that Chen Mo was indeed not a foreign spy, the group began discussing the special treatment for Chen Mo. By the way, old Gu, you fought that archbishop from the Abyss Church a couple of days ago, right? The person who had initially asked leaned closer, sitting next to Gu Ji. How was his skill level? Do we have any chance of wiping them out now? Impossible. We haven't even found their stronghold yet, let alone the fact that they have the ability to enter and exit the abyss rifts at will. Gu Ji shook his head decisively. The premise of exterminating the abyss cult's pests is to find their stronghold. Not to mention that there are quite a few abyss cult warriors lurking in normal society. Once they are triggered, social order will be finished. Alright then. The figure side. How is this year's southern training arranged? Gu Ji changed the subject, not intending to continue discussing the Abyss cult. The previous battle had left him with some minor injuries, but the Archbishop and Abyss Tiger were not in good shape either. As a seasoned master, Gu Ji naturally possessed the formidable combat power to take on two opponents. This year, we will mainly push forward with the new team formation, 1 Mentalist as logistics, and 4 warriors as the action team. The new communication tools can now be mass-produced. If the results of the southern training are good, we can start promoting them directly. The figure pondered for a moment before replying. Finally, there are technological means that can be used in the abyss. Gu Ji couldn't help but exclaim. Don't celebrate too early, this new type of communication device requires energy stones as a base. Otherwise, do you think it could be used in the abyss? The figure's voice carried a hint of gloom. Energy stones were indeed a major issue. This magical ore only appeared in the Chaos Sea caves and abyssal rifts, and its yield was extremely low, with sources being hard to find. Moreover, the vast majority of energy mines were occupied by abyss warriors or guarded by extremely powerful abyss beasts, making both mining and discovery very difficult. This led to the price of energy stones remaining high. What if I go take a trip? Gu Ji frowned. It was ridiculous that this new technology was limited by energy stones. No, you must stay to guard Yanjing. Leaving without permission this time is already a violation. The figure's voice was serious, directly dismissing Gu Ji's idea. I will find a way to deal with the energy mine issue, you don't need to worry about it. Alright then. Gu Ji nodded. The abyssal rift in Yanjing indeed needed his protection, and recklessly venturing in could lead to serious trouble. You all continue the meeting, I'll go check on my grandson. Gu Ji stood up, greeted them, and then left the conference room. After sending his things home and briefly greeting Chenli and Su Lu, Chen Mo came down the stairs carrying his spoils, a long knife. With nothing much to do at home, he thought it would be better to have some fun in the abyssal rift. Besides, he could test his strength. Whatever layers he could steal, he would. Walking along the road, Chen Mo glanced at the long knife in his hand. His original abyssal steel gauntlets had been destroyed in the battle against Yang Zuo and 2 level 7 warriors, and the only weapon he had left besides his fists was this trophy. This trophy long knife provided him with decent attributes, increasing his attack power by a full 500 points. This meant that with a casual swing, Chen Mo could easily take down a level 2 warrior. It wouldn't be a problem to punch through a level 4 warrior with some effort. At the entrance of the abyssal rift, there were at least 3 times as many people entering the rift today compared to usual, but the strongest were just a few level 3 warriors leading hunting teams. After taking out his warrior ID to register, Chen Mo prepared to pass through the gate into the abyssal rift. Just then, a somewhat sweet voice rang out behind him. Excuse me, are you Chen Mo? A girl with a hot figure but a doll-like face was nervously sizing him up. Is there something? Chen Mo turned to look, gripping his long knife tightly with vigilance. These pests from the abyss cult were everywhere. They might jump out from somewhere and stab him. Why you? Hello, my name is Su Jiaoer. Can I team up with you to hunt abyss beasts? Su Jiaoer's ears turned bright red. She had actually encountered the legendary star of Taizhou, the national competition champion, the fierce beast Chen Mo. No way, I don't have time, Chen Mo decisively refused. At his pace, Su Jiaoer would definitely be unable to keep up. Bringing her along would just be a burden. I can help you carry the loot. Su Jiaoer was not giving up. This was a legendary figure from Taizhou, a fierce beast on par with a level 5 warrior, Chen Mo. How could she let go of such a big opportunity? No need, I can handle it myself. At this point, Chen Mo paused slightly. Can you handle the corpses of abyss beasts? I can. I was in charge of logistics in my previous team. Seeing a chance, Su Jiaoer nodded vigorously. The force was so great that her chest bounced like waves. Alright, keep up with me. You'll be responsible for handling the prey, and we'll split the spoils 90 to 10, I get 90, you get 10. Chen Mo nodded, his skills in handling prey were too rough, and many good items would lose value after passing through his hands. So, having someone specialized in handling prey was indeed necessary. Okay. Su Jiaoer continued to nod vigorously, her doll-like face flushed with excitement. Just as the two finished discussing their entry into the Abyss Rift, people around them began to recognize Chen Mo one after another. Chen Mo. That's Chen Mo. No way. Is it really him? Champion Chen. Give me an autograph. Also sign mine, sign it on my butt. The crowd grew larger, and even Chen Mo found it hard to cope. Let's hurry. Chen Mo picked up the crouching Su Jiaoer, who was hugging her head in defense, and jumped into the Abyss Rift. Ah, why are we leaving? What a pity, I was hoping for Champion Chen to sign my butt. Who was that woman Chen Mo just carried away? So lucky to be able to hold on to such a big thigh. Isn't that Su Jiaoer from the garden team? I remember she got kicked out of the team. Tisk, so lucky, I wish I could be carried on Chen Mo's shoulder too. The surrounding warriors felt a mix of regret and envy, but a few were gritting their teeth in anger. Why can that brainless big cow be with Chen Mo? A woman, extremely barren in demeanor, gritted her teeth. She was Ji Ruerue, the vice-captain of the garden team. Don't be angry, Ruerue. What waves can those two stir up? So what if he defeated a level 5 warrior? He's just a kid fresh out of the woods. A burly man wrapped his arm around Ji Ruerue's shoulder and scoffed. The various herbs brought by this energy tide are not something those two can touch. Even if Chen Mo is the national champion and his combat power is stronger than a level 5 warrior, so what? Does he know how to pick herbs? Let's take a step back. Even if he could pick herbs, can those two escape from the abyss beasts guarding them? In truth, this man knew exactly how capable he was, he just felt it was necessary to show off in front of his woman. Lu Gu. Ji Ruerue's eyes sparkled. This was the legendary super invincible love-struck brain. The remaining members of the team had already begun to consider quitting. Come on, Lu Gu will take you to make a fortune. Lu Shirhan wrapped his arm around Ji Ruerue's shoulder, and the two walked side by side into the Abyss Rift. Abyss Rift, Level 1 area. Chen Mo took a deep breath of the air filled with the stench of corpses. He truly missed the scenery and smell here. Chen. Su Jiaoer stammered, unsure how to address Chen Mo. She couldn't just call him by his name, that would be so rude. Just call me Chen Mo. Chen Mo noticed Su Jiaoer's dilemma and waved his hand. Chen Mo, don't you need a gas mask? Su Jiaoer pulled out a brand new gas mask from her large backpack. I don't need this thing. It obstructs my vision too much. Chen Mo declined Su Jiaoer's kindness and stepped towards the direction where the stench of corpses was strongest. Judging by the last experience, places with an extremely strong smell of corpses usually had carrion-type abyss beasts present. This type of abyss beast has several characteristics. First, their individual combat power is weak. Even an ordinary person has a chance to kill them. Second, carrion-type abyss beasts usually live in groups, meaning that if one appears, there will typically be a large number around, at least 5 or 6. This is also why most level 1 and 2 martial artists are very reluctant to encounter them. Chen Mo, it seems like there's a group of carrion crows ahead? Su Jiaoer took out binoculars to look into the distance and gently tugged at Chen Mo's shirt. Yes, it's a group of carrion crows. Chen Mo nodded. He had already smelled the unique stench of the carrion crows. But there are only 2 of us, won't it be? Su Jiaoer hesitated. A group of carrion crows would consist of at least 3, which posed a significant threat to her. Stay here and don't move. I'll call you when I need you. Chen Mo stretched his muscles and then dashed towards the location of the carrion crows. Wait. Before Su Jiaoer could finish her sentence, she witnessed an unforgettable scene in her life. Chen Mo pounced into the group of carrion crows like a fierce tiger, but the crows burst apart like fragile bubbles under Chen Mo's long knife. Caused 12020 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 1442. That's right, they burst apart. It's hard to imagine that a person could wield a weapon so skillfully. Those carrion crows were literally smashed to death by Chen Mo's blade. All done, time to wrap up. Chen Mo brushed off the meat splatters on himself and nodded at Su Jiaoer. Go on, let me see your skills in handling the prey. Su Jiaoer's big eyes were filled with confusion. How could she process them when they had been turned into mush? Was she supposed to find something useful in that pile of meat? That was ridiculous. Ahem, Chen Mo, these carrion crows are already useless. Su Jiaoer coughed lightly but still walked over to search for anything valuable. You were too rough. Aside from being used as fertilizer, there's nothing valuable left after you smashed them. After searching for a while, Su Jiaoer reached that conclusion. You can't blame me. These carrion crows are too weak. Chen Mo shrugged helplessly. He had only been a bit forceful. The crows had burst on their own. He really hadn't used much strength. Tisk, So little. After killing these 5 carrion crows, Shenmo's health only increased by 70 to 12 points. It was still the most satisfying when the hardened heart buff was active. Let's go deeper. Shenmo waved his hand. The strong smell of corpses was completely gone in this area. Even if there were abyss beasts, they would likely be just a few small fry. It was better to look for a larger group to enjoy the thrill. Wait a minute. Just as Shenmo was about to leave, Su Jiaoer suddenly called out to him. What is it? Shenmo turned around and saw Su Jiaoer rummaging through a large pile of rotten corpses. No way, is that actually purple stem grass? Su Jiaoer skillfully picked a vibrant flower from the pile of corpses. The flower's stem was purplish red, and the petals were a bright green. Why would a level 2 medicinal herb appear in a level 1 area? Su Jiaoer was momentarily stunned, then her expression changed drastically. Shenmo, we need to leave quickly, an energy tide is coming. After putting away the purple stem grass, Su Jiaoer grabbed Shenmo and tried to leave. What's wrong, making such a fuss? But Shenmo was not someone that Su Jiaoer, a peak level first tier warrior, could easily pull. He directly grabbed Su Jiaoer's backpack and lifted her up. I know why there are so many teams entering the Abyss Rift today, there's an energy tide. Su Jiaoer was a bit flustered but still explained the current situation. Under the influence of the energy tide, medicinal herbs that usually only appear in the deep abyss will show up in the shallow abyss, which is from 1st tier to 4th tier. But the energy tide will also drive the abyss beasts from the deep abyss to the shallow one, significantly increasing the danger level in the shallow abyss. Although the risks and rewards are proportional, if we encounter an abyss beast attack, it would be troublesome for just the 2 of us. Su Jiaoer spoke rapidly but clearly, and Shenmo fully understood the situation. Those teams need at least 5 people to ensure they can escape if they encounter an abyss beast attack. And, Su Jiaoer bit her lip and pulled out a purple stem grass from her bag, throwing it on the ground. Hey, why are you wasting it? Shenmo quickly picked up the purple stem grass, dusted it off, and was about to stuff it back into Su Jiaoer's large backpack. No, we can't take the medicinal herbs. Su Jiaoer grabbed Shenmo's wrist with both hands, shaking her little head like a rattle. This 2nd tier medicinal herb emits a unique scent that attracts abyss beasts. It's too dangerous to carry it, we should just throw it away and retreat. Don't talk for now. After hearing Su Jiaoer's explanation, Shenmo suddenly felt that the energy tide was a good thing. Rubbing his chin, after some deep thought, Shenmo made a very important decision. That was to take advantage of the energy tide to attract more abyss beasts to stack steel. Don't worry, nothing will happen with me around. Shenmo ruffled Su Jiaoer's hair and stuffed the purple stem grass into her backpack. But, Su Jiaoer wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, she fell silent. It was impossible for her to return alone, as a logistics personnel. Without protection from combat personnel, she would likely end up as a pile of dung dragged out by an abyss beast. Alright, Su Jiaoer sighed, realizing she had boarded Shenmo's pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Shenmo and Su Jiaoer had already ventured to the edge of the 3rd tier area. Shenmo, another 35 kilometers ahead is the 4th tier area. Should we continue? Su Jiaoer changed to a new gas mask filter and turned to look at Shenmo, who was covered in blood and dirt. Let's continue, we'll turn back once we reach the edge of the shallow abyss. After these few days of fighting, Shenmo's shirt was dirtier than ever. The shallow abyss had no water source, so he had to give up his shirt. Okay. Su Jiaoer adjusted her large backpack and happily followed behind Shenmo. It's at 160,000 now, let's stack another 20,000 and then retreat. Although the battles over the past few days had mostly been one-hit kills, they still consumed a lot of Shenmo's stamina. He wasn't a perpetual motion machine, even if his health points hadn't decreased, his energy still needed to recover. Currently, there were about 16 billion abyss beasts in the entire shallow abyss, but the rift was so vast that even when Shenmo actively searched, he only found over 50. Most were still 1st tier and 2nd tier abyss beasts, and he had only encountered one 3rd tier beast. Boom! The ground suddenly began to tremble, and thick smoke rose from the distant border area. What is that? Shenmo squinted and looked into the distance. He saw dozens of warriors, each equipped differently, running for their lives, seemingly being chased by something terrifying. As Shenmo got closer, he finally saw what was behind those martial artists. A giant rhinoceros at least 6 meters tall. A level 4 late-stage horn king. Su Jiaoer was also able to see the beast clearly, her hair standing on end in fear. Level 4 late stage? Shenmo moved his shoulders. A level 4 late stage beast should be able to withstand a few hits, right? Is that thing valuable? It's not just a matter of value, the Horned King. Su Jiaoer wanted to explain further but was interrupted by Shenmo. Just tell me, are the parts on the Horned King valuable? Valuable, extremely valuable, everything on it is a treasure. and the Horn King's horn is one of the main materials for level 3 blood pills. Su Jiara nodded, but she didn't understand why Chen Mo was asking. Did he not know that the level 4 late-stage Horn King had once killed a level 5 early-stage martial artist? As long as it's valuable, that's enough. Find a place to hide. I'll be back soon. With that, Chen Mo charged forward with his long knife. Once he focused on the Horn King, its attributes appeared before Chen Mo's eyes. Horn King Lord level Abyss Beast health, 120090 attack, 1108 defense, 6000 dam. No wonder it can kill level 5 martial artists. It's tougher than I am. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, this Horn King was truly a prime target for stacking steel. His current damage per hit was 20,040, and after subtracting 6,000 for defense, it was 14,040. This Horn King could at least let him stack steel 9 times. This was going to be great. Unlike the exhilarated Chen Mo, the martial artists being relentlessly pursued by the Horn King were on the verge of collapse. This beast had been chasing them for 6 hours. Even a nuclear-powered donkey couldn't keep up this pace. If this continued, they would either be trampled to death by the Horn King or exhaust themselves to death. Lu Shirhan, I curse your mother. A scar-faced man shouted hoarsely. Hurry up and throw away the herbs that beast is guarding. Do you want everyone to die with you? Chu Zhong, don't you dare blame me. Don't you have some on you too? Lu Shirhan spat back, foam forming at his mouth from exhaustion. Go to hell. I found it first. If it weren't for you bringing those women along, I would have run away with the herbs already. The scar-faced man Chu Zhong was furious. If it weren't for the silly woman Lu Shirhan was with, they wouldn't have been discovered by the Horn King. Lu Gu, wait for me. Ji Yingying gasped for breath, clearly running on empty. Get lost. If it weren't for your fuss, I wouldn't have been spotted by the Horn King. Lu Shirhan punched Ji Yingying in the face, smashing her nose into her face. Blood sprayed, and Ji Yingying's vision went dark as she collapsed to the ground. Ji Yingying felt the ground shaking more violently. She estimated that in a few seconds, the Horn King would stomp her into a pulp. Lu Gu. Even now, Ji Yingying, lost in her romantic thoughts, still hoped Lu Shirhan would come to save her. Suddenly, a figure rushed past Ji Yingying, and the ground's tremors abruptly stopped. Bang! A crisp explosion echoed through the sky as the at least 6-meter-tall Horn King was sent flying. Hiss, such a hard forehead. Chen Mo shook his aching fist. He should have used the long knife to hit it. The charging mark appeared on the Horn King's forehead, and Chen Mo instinctively went for a hard hit with his fist against the Horn King's forehead. Dealt 14,040 points of damage. Health increased by 1685. Received recoil damage, health-800 dam. This thing even has built-in counter damage. Chen Mo looked at his bleeding fist, unable to suppress a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Well, how can a battle without pain be considered a battle? Come on. Today I'm going to go head-to-head with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo plunged the long knife in his hand into the ground and charged at the Rhinoceros King with his bare hands. The punch he had just thrown had left the Rhinoceros King dizzy, and it shook its head to finally see the little creature that had attacked it. Upon recognizing Chen Mo, the Rhinoceros King suddenly flew into a rage. It had just been knocked away by such a small bug. Roar! The Rhinoceros King pushed off the ground with force, lowering its head and charging at Chen Mo. Bang! Chen Mo's muscles bulged, and veins writhed beneath his skin like venomous worms. Do you really think my attack power of over 2,000 is just for show? The veins on Chen Mo's forehead bulged as he directly wrapped his arms around the Rhinoceros King's massive horns. The Rhinoceros King's eyes turned bloodshot, and the ground beneath it began to sink. Chen Mo was in a similar situation, his legs seemingly nailed to the ground. The two of them, a man and a lord-level abyss beast, began the most primal contest of strength. Chen Mo's strength was twice that of the Rhinoceros King, but the Rhinoceros King's weight was no joke. Get up, now! Chen Mo's arms suddenly exerted force, and he actually lifted the Rhinoceros King off the ground. With a dull thud, Chen Mo, who was only 1/10 the size of the Rhinoceros King, executed a shoulder throw on it. The martial artists who had been fleeing almost had their eyes pop out. Someone was actually engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a lord-level abyss beast, and they were gaining the upper hand. Is this a monster? The Rhinoceros King, having been thrown, naturally felt terrible, and the intense pain made it let out a miserable roar. Dealt 18,000 points of blunt damage. Damn, does it hurt that much? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then began to feel sorry for himself. Stop being so tough, what a pity. Smacking his lips, Chen Mo began to circle around the Rhinoceros King. Whenever the cooldown for Heart of Steel was over, Chen Mo would rush up and punch the Rhinoceros King on the forehead. The Rhinoceros King, being so large and clumsy, had no way to deal with Chen Mo, who was equipped with iron-plated boots. It could only watch as the little bug bounced around it in a fit of rage. As a large amount of stamina was consumed, the Rhinoceros King's movements gradually slowed, and its health was running low. Ding! Another crisp sound of a charged attack rang out, and the Rhinoceros King had only a little over 10,000 health left. It's time to try out a new skill. Pass through the dark gate. Chen Mo licked his lips, an invisible force summoned from his palms, and the ground around him began to rise with ghostly green flames. Cycle of despair. The sky darkened, and all matter was tinged with a layer of eerie green light. Chen Mo's fists ignited with gray-green flames, which were 20% of all attributes plundered from the Rhinoceros King. At this moment, the Rhinoceros King no longer exuded the aura of a lord-level abyss beast, it trembled at the bizarre scene around it. With the cycle of despair activated, Chen Mo seemed like the king of life and death, and everything within the cycle of despair would be under his dominion. This feels amazing. Chen Mo stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The Rhinoceros King let out a cry of despair as Chen Mo smashed his fist directly into the top of its head. White brain matter and red blood splattered across Chen Mo's face, adding to his terror. Target killed in the cycle of despair, 20% of all attributes plundered. Plundered attributes, health 24,018, attack power 221, defense power 1,200. Pulling his fist out of the Rhinoceros King's skull, the surging power he had plundered made Chen Mo feel exhilarated. In the distance, exhausted, Lu Shirhan and Xu Zhong also stopped, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Lu Shirhan pulled a bottle of potion from his backpack and poured it into his mouth, feeling his injury slowly begin to heal. Who is that? Why is he so fierce? Xu Zhong also took out a bottle of potion from his backpack, sitting on the ground and watching the fierce battle between Chen Mo and the Rhinoceros King in the distance. Chen Mo, the national competition champion. Lu Shirhan gritted his teeth, he had always been annoyed by these monstrous geniuses. No wonder, it's normal for the national champion to be so strong. After realizing that the one battling the Rhinoceros King was Chen Mo, Xu Zhong immediately felt relieved. After all, he was the national champion, a ruthless fighter who had emerged from over 200 geniuses nationwide. How could he not be strong? But Xu Zhong was puzzled as to why a national champion would come to the Abyssal Rift to hunt. Didn't they have as many resources as they wanted? After resting for a minute, Lu Shirhan turned his head and saw Su Jiao hiding not far away, secretly watching the battle. This girl actually got her hands on so many high-level materials. A desire named greed and self-destruction rose within Lu Shirhan. Su Jiao was just a peak-level first-tier warrior, a rookie specialized in logistics. It seemed that the Rhinoceros King would take a long time to deal with, even the national champion had to maneuver in front of a lord-level abyss beast. With plenty of time, he could fully wait for his stamina to recover, snatch Su Jiao's things, and run. As long as he got out of the Abyssal Rift, it wouldn't matter if Chen Mo caught up with him. He didn't believe Chen Mo would dare to kill outside. With this thought, Lu Shirhan took out a long-prepared potion from his inner pocket. This was a blood-activating potion he had bought for 160,000, capable of rapidly replenishing stamina. However, this potion also had side effects. It could only be taken when the body was stable, or there was a risk of cardiac arrest. Seeing Lu Shirhan actually drink such an expensive potion, Xu Zhong immediately understood his intentions. You better not court death. Once Chen Mo kills the Rhinoceros King, you'll be the next to die. Mind your own business. If you keep talking, I'll take you down with me. Lu Shirhan snorted coldly. Xu Zhong was just brainless, not knowing how to seize such a good opportunity. Shameless. If it weren't for Chen Mo stopping the Rhinoceros King, you'd be nothing but a pile of meat right now. Xu Zhong despised such despicable behavior the most and had already drawn his long knife, ready to confront Lu Shirhan. Just lie down. A cunning smile appeared on Lu Shirhan's face as a thin needle pierced Xu Zhong's skin. The paralyzing toxin took effect almost instantly, and Xu Zhong, with wide eyes, collapsed to the ground. 2 minutes later, Lu Shirhan's stamina was fully restored. He got up, grabbed his dagger, and charged towards Su Jiao. At that moment, Su Jiao was still unaware, nervously watching Chen Mo fighting the Rhinoceros King to the death. Don't move. Just then, a sharp dagger was pressed against Su Jiao's carotid artery. Don't make a sound, I can slice your artery with a slight movement. You. Su Jiao's eyes filled with disgust upon realizing it was Lu Shirhan. Stay put, I only want the materials, I won't take your life. Lu Shirhan chuckled, swiftly cutting the straps of Su Jiao's backpack. The large backpack fell to the ground, and seeing the hefty bag, Lu Shirhan's eyes began to gleam with greed. No, I can't let you have it. Su Jiao grabbed the broken strap of the backpack. These were all the gains she and Chen Mo had made along the way. How could she let someone take them away just like that? Seeing Su Jiao refuse to let go, a flash of brutality crossed Lu Shirhan's eyes as he kicked Su Jiao in the chest. With a dull thud, Sujia's chest instantly caved in, blood spraying from her mouth and nose. Yet even so, Sujia did not let go, still gripping the backpack strap tightly. "You filthy woman, you're forcing me to kill you, aren't you? I can't. Give it to you." The scene before Sujia began to blur, and the strength in her grip on the strap gradually weakened. A few seconds later, Sujia completely fainted, but her hand still clutched the backpack strap. Lu Shirhan forcibly broke Sujia's 10 fingers before pulling the strap free. "You won't need these things, and Shen Mo has all sorts of resources from above, so just give them to me." After saying this, Lu Shirhan picked up the backpack and turned to run, while the other martial artists fleeing around him could only watch helplessly. They were already exhausted and didn't have the kind of drugs that Lu Shirhan had taken, so they could only watch him escape. "That bastard, he got saved and still robbed someone, what a beast. That son of a bitch is from another city. Once he finishes this job, he'll just switch to another city. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to. Forget about him for now, let's go save that girl. If we wait any longer, she'll be dead." Although martial artists usually competed against each other, competition aside, their relationships were still quite good. Lu Shirhan's recent actions were considered the most despicable in the martial artist community and would be condemned by everyone. One martial artist struggled to get up, limping over to Sujia's side. He took out a life-saving pill and used his own vital energy to help Sujia take it before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Her life is saved, but it'll take a while for her injuries to heal. Just then, a huge shadow fell from the sky, landing not far from the group of martial artists. "Sujia, come over and deal with the prey." Shen Mo, covered in blood, stood on the corpse of the Rhinoceros King, shouting towards the large rock where Sujia was hiding. But after a long while, Sujia still didn't come out, and Shen Mo couldn't help but frown. Jumping down from the Rhinoceros King, Shen Mo finally saw the severely injured and unconscious Sujia. "Brother, Lu Shirhan robbed your things and seriously injured this girl." The martial artist who was helping Sujia heal lowered his head in shame. He truly didn't have the strength to help her further. "I'm sorry." "Ha!" Shen Mo let out a strange laugh. "While I was holding off the Rhinoceros King, he robbed me and attacked me. He really doesn't take me seriously." Everyone looked at Shen Mo, seeing the veins bulging on his forehead, clearly in a state of rage. "Remember, you've never seen a person named Lu Shirhan, understand?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood that Shen Mo was about to take action, and they nodded in agreement. "Also, use any usable potions you have on her, I'll pay." Sujia had followed him all the way, and all the prey and medicinal materials were handled by this girl, so Shen Mo certainly wouldn't be stingy in this matter. After saying this, Shen Mo pushed off the ground with great force, unleashing an unparalleled terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Lu Shirhan, who had already run over 10 kilometers, couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich this time. 11 second level medicinal herbs, for 3rd level medicinal herbs, and so many Abyss Beast materials, these two fools really hit the jackpot. TSK, too bad the Abyss Rift here in Taizhou can't be mixed in anymore, I need to change places." Just as Lu Shirhan was happily counting his gains, an angry voice mixed with coldness rang out from behind him. "Is that so? Then let me take you to a good place." Shen Mo's voice sounded behind Lu Shirhan, startling him so much that he stumbled and nearly fell. "How did you kill the Rhinoceros King so quickly?" Lu Shirhan looked at Shen Mo, whose expression was fierce, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. "You like to take my things, huh?" Shen Mo silently counted in his heart, waiting for the Heartsteel charging attack mark to appear. I'll give your things back to you, and my things too, just spare me." At that moment, Lu Shirhan realized how much trouble he had gotten himself into. This guy in front of him was clearly a monster. "It's too late." Shen Mo stepped towards Lu Shirhan, the Heartsteel charging mark on him was shining brightly. "Damn!" Seeing that Shen Mo was unwilling to let him go, Lu Shirhan directly pulled out the handgun he had hidden on him and aimed it at Shen Mo's forehead. He had spent a lot of money to get this gun from the black market. Killing a 3rd level warrior would definitely be no problem. Unfortunately, he was facing Shen Mo, a warrior who could take on the Rhinoceros King head-on. How could he fear such a large caliber handgun? Bang! Sparks flew, and Shen Mo's head snapped back violently. Did I kill him? Lu Shirhan felt a surge of joy. It seemed that even the national championship winner was just like that in front of a handgun. But when he saw Shen Mo's bright eyes and the bullet lodged in his mouth, Lu Shirhan despaired. Please, I can give you money, a lot of money. I still have many energy stones, as long as you let me go." Clang! Dealt 21,860 damage, maximum health increased by 2,623. Trash, relying on a handgun at the late 3rd level. Shen Mo curled his lip. Lu Shirhan was really pathetic. With one punch, he directly blew apart his upper body. After tossing Lu Shurhan's half-corpse aside, Chen Mo picked up both Lu Shurhan's and his own backpack and ran back to where he had come from. He didn't have to worry about the body being discovered. The low-level abyss beasts wandering in the shallow abyss were the best cleaners. Moreover, with that punch sending blood mist everywhere, the strong smell of blood would soon attract carrion crows or some carrion-type abyss beasts. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Mo's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Looking at the two backpacks in Chen Mo's hands, everyone instantly understood. Lu Shurhan was probably dead for sure. At this time, Su Jiaojia was still in a coma, and Chen Mo planned to leave with her on his back. Wait a minute. Chu Zhong, who had just come out of the effects of the anesthetic, suddenly stood up. What's the matter? Chen Mo frowned. He didn't mind going on another killing spree. What about the Lord-level Rhinoceros King? Chu Zhong was not like Lu Shurhan. If it was his, he would take it, but if it wasn't, he wouldn't touch it at all. Who can handle the Abyss Beast's corpse? Chen Mo thought for a moment. It would be a pity to just throw away such a big guy. I can. A logistics warrior stepped forward and said, standing not far from Chen Mo. Can you handle the Rhinoceros King? Is 1 hour enough? Chen Mo checked Su Jiaojiao's condition. Her breathing was steady, so she should be out of danger. That's enough. The logistics warrior nodded and quickly began to process the Rhinoceros King's corpse. Chen Mo placed Su Jiaojiao on the ground and sat aside, not disturbing the logistics warrior's work. The other warriors remained silent, feeling a bit guilty. The logistics warrior worked very quickly, not to mention an hour. He completely disassembled the massive Rhinoceros King in less than half an hour. After removing the materials from the Rhinoceros King's body and handing them to Chen Mo, the massive corpse was considered processed. Here, Chen Mo took out a piece of Rhinoceros King skin, 1 meter square, and turned to throw it to the warrior who had just saved Su Jiaojia. No, you saved our lives, how can I take your things again? The warrior was taken aback. The skin of the Horned King was far too valuable, and his life-saving pill was worth nowhere near that much. If I tell you to take it, then take it. I've never owed anyone anything, Chen Mo said, not intending to say much more. After shoving the piece of Horned King's skin to the man, he turned to leave. Watching Chen Mo's retreating figure, everyone fell into silence. Aren't we a bit embarrassed? Yeah, at our age, we can't even compare to a child. You're overthinking it, that's the national competition champion. Do you really want to provoke him? But it is indeed embarrassing. He killed the Horned King, yet we couldn't even protect a little girl. Yeah. After leaving the Abyssal Rift, Chen Mo didn't rush to exchange the collected items for money. Instead, he first took Su Jiaoer to a hospital near the entrance. This hospital only treated warriors, so no one was surprised by Su Jiaoer's injuries. After settling the payment, Chen Mo then carried a large pile of various materials to the recycling center. 11 second-tier medicinal herbs, 4 third-tier medicinal herbs, 35 kilograms of second-tier Abyss Beast materials, 20 kilograms of third-tier Abyss Beast materials. Mr. Chen Mo, the total value of these materials is 3,170,000, which has already been credited to your account. Chen Mo nodded and was about to leave with the Horned King materials. This is the horn of a Lord-level Horned King. Mr. Chen Mo, aren't you going to recycle the Horned King materials as well? The staff member was somewhat excited. Materials from Lord-level Abyss Beasts were quite rare, not to mention the Horned King, a dominant force in the shallow abyss. Isn't it true that you only recycle materials below Tier 3? Chen Mo was taken aback and pointed to a sign nearby. Isn't there a dedicated recycling point for materials above Tier 4 over there? I can just go there to recycle. Chen Mo said as he turned to leave, but the staff member called him back again. Mr. Chen Mo, look, isn't it gone now? The staff member directly took down the display board that read only recycling Abyss Beast materials and medicinal herbs of Tier 3 and below, and looked at him with a beaming smile. Alright then, help me check how much this thing is worth. Chen Mo didn't mind and directly piled the large heap of materials on the recycling counter. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you right away. The staff member began to assess the value of the materials from the Horned King. With the help of a small cart and a mini crane, he calculated the value of these materials in just 20 minutes. 1 Horned King horn, 160 kilograms of Horned King skin, 1 complete set of Horned King bones, 2 liters of Horned King blood. Mr. Chen Mo, the total value of these materials is 11,350,000. Would you like it transferred directly to your card? Yes, please transfer it directly to my account. Chen Mo nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but inside he was about to burst with excitement. This was all cash. Unlike the 15 billion reward from Taizhou, this money was something he could use right now. Alright, Mr. Chen Mo, thank you for your contribution to humanity. The staff member was also very excited. With the materials from the Horn King, they could attract more Tier 3 warriors to settle in Taizhou. As one of the cities with an abyssal rift, risks and rewards always coexisted. Taizhou had previously had too few Tier 3 warriors, so the abyssal rift could not be developed at all. The lack of development in the shallow abyss led to more and more warriors leaving, and Taizhou's combat power subsequently declined. This was also one of the reasons they fell into a vicious cycle of resource scarcity. Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to the staff member's words. He didn't feel much about making a contribution. He got what he deserved and, by the way, helped Taizhou solve a big problem. It was a win-win situation. Tisk, let's save this money for now. First, I'll go to the southern training camp to reap some benefits. I estimate I can save quite a bit. Chen Mo didn't plan to touch this money for the time being. After all, he would be attending the southern training camp in 10 days, and there would be countless resources available then. Spending his own money now felt a bit wasteful. It was much more satisfying to reap benefits. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With active treatment in the hospital, Su Jiaoer successfully regained consciousness. At this moment, the already small hospital room was filled with people, all of whom were the martial artists chased by the Rhinoceros King for dozens of kilometers that day. Filled with guilt towards Su Jiaoer and gratitude towards Chen Mo, they collectively came to visit her today. So, leaving the things behind while more than 30 people squeeze into a 10-square-meter room, what kind of situation is that? Chen Mo rubbed his temples. The rough-looking men all wore smiles, but no matter how he looked at it, Chen Mo found their smiles quite irritating. Alright, Boss Chuzhong, you stay here, we'll take our leave first. The martial artists were still quite sensible. After leaving the supplements behind, they all left the hospital room. Aren't you leaving? Chen Mo turned to look at Chuzhong, who had been silent all along. I have a question I want to ask. Chuzhong shook his head. He had been pondering one thing for the past few days. What do you want to ask? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, curious to see what kind of question Chuzhong would come up with. I want to know, why did you help us? Chuzhong paused, finally voicing the question he had held in for 3 days. I know you're strong, but you could have waited until that Rhinoceros King killed us all before stepping in. That way, you could gain even more benefits. We also have quite a bit of loot on us. He couldn't understand why someone would ignore their own interests to help others. Do you want to hear the truth? Chen Mo took a bite of an apple. Of course, he wouldn't say it was because he wanted to take a few hits from the tough-skinned Rhinoceros King. I do. Chuzhong nodded vigorously. Let me ask you a question first. Chen Mo set down the apple core and looked into Chuzhong's eyes. Why did you become a martial artist? Why do you pursue a stronger realm? Chuzhong was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this question. For money? For fame? For status? It seemed like all of those, yet none of them. My purpose in becoming a martial artist is simple, to protect my family and friends, and to earn a little money on the side. But if a person becomes stronger and more selfish, wouldn't that be a waste of the resources they consumed? My thinking is simple. By taking down the Rhinoceros King, I can benefit, and saving your lives is also not a bad thing. You are the most basic level of martial artists. You should naturally protect those ordinary people who are not martial artists. So, I'm not protecting you, I'm protecting those ordinary people who are even weaker than you. In simple terms, it's about doing what a martial artist should do. Chen Mo's words were filled with righteousness, leaving Chuzhong and Su Jiaoer stunned. In their eyes, Chen Mo seemed to be glowing, radiating an incredibly dazzling light. So that's how it is. Chuzhong seemed to have unraveled the confusion in his heart, and his entire demeanor underwent a significant change. Is this what has been supporting you to become stronger? I understand. I've found what I should do. Thank you, Brother Chen, for helping me find the path in my heart. I'll leave the things here, please don't refuse. Placing the handbag on the ground, Chuzhong turned and left the hospital room. Should he go see a psychiatrist? Chen Mo was full of doubts. How did he understand what I said? Is it that this grandiose rhetoric used for bragging has stimulated him? Protecting the weak. Even Su Jiaoer, who was lying on the hospital bed nearby, looked thoughtful. Chen Mo suspected he had awakened some kind of divine ability called mouth cannon. He can't really take my bragging seriously. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Chen Mo's forehead. However, there was a silver lining. At least his image had become more impressive, no longer the ruthless beast he once was. How's your health? Chen Mo turned to Su Jiaoer, who seemed lost in thought. It's nothing serious anymore. I'll be discharged in a week. Su Jiaoer smiled at Chen Mo, but her still swollen eye sockets looked quite comical. I've already transferred the money to your account, a total of 3,500,000. Chen Mo didn't stick to the previously agreed 90-10 split but gave Su Jiaoer quite a bit more. That's too much. Didn't we agree that I would only take 10%? Su Jiaoer wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Chen Mo's gaze, she immediately shut her mouth. I'll give you as much as I say, no more nonsense. Chen Mo placed a peeled apple beside Su Jiaoer's hospital bed, stood up, and picked up his things, ready to leave. This collaboration was very pleasant. I hope we have the chance to work together again next time. I'm leaving in 7 days. You can join Chu Zhong's hunting team, they're not bad. At least they won't stab you in the back, and they don't have love-struck brains. You don't plan to return to Taizhou anymore? Su Jiaoer asked, a bit disappointed. She knew very well that it was already lucky for Chen Mo to take her on a hunt. She didn't expect to form a permanent team with him. It was just that Chen Mo's departure was too sudden, and she didn't know if he would come back in the future. Of course I'll come back. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then began to doubt whether Su Jiaoer's brain had also been damaged. My mom and dad are in Taizhou, this is still my hometown. How could I not come back? Just focus on your recovery. I'll have the doctor do a full brain checkup for you later. It might be a side effect of excessive blood loss? Why do I feel like you've become a bit silly? In the 7 days leading up to his departure for the southern training in Yanjing, Chen Mo had not been idle. Besides the usual daily tasks, he had basically been immersed in the shallow abyss for the entire week. Unfortunately, since that wave of energy tide ended, the abyss beasts in the shallow layer had significantly decreased. He had stacked steel for a whole week and only increased his health by over 60,000, which made Chen Mo quite unhappy. Tisk, wasn't it said that there would be beast tides? Why haven't I encountered any? After throwing the tattered abyss beast materials into the recycling area, Chen Mo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mr. Chen Mo, how did these materials get so damaged? The recycling price will be greatly discounted. The staff member looked at the various materials in front of him with a headache. None were intact. It's good enough that I could bring them out. I still held back some strength. Chen Mo didn't say much. Anyway, in Taizhou, no one dared to cheat him out of his money. It should be whatever it is, just calculate and transfer it to my account. By the way, recycle this broken knife for me too, it's useless. Chen Mo pouted. He had never learned how to use weapons, and keeping this knife was of no use to him. It was better to sell it for some money. He could always buy a weapon he liked later. Who knows, maybe during the southern training, he would find a weapon that suited him well. Moreover, the weapons from the southern training camp are much better than this broken knife, and they don't cost anything. Alright, one abyss steel long knife, weighing 6.5 kilograms, valued at 60 million. The staff nodded and put away the long knife. Your total earnings this time are 61.5 million, which has already been transferred to your account. After glancing at his account, Chen Mo left the Abyss Rift recovery point. Back home, Chen Mo organized the things he needed to take for the southern training camp. 2 sets of clothes and a set of toiletries, and that was it. He didn't plan to bring any potions or blood pills since they were provided for free during the month before the southern training. He just needed to eat heartily and save his own supplies. Xiao Mo, you're leaving tomorrow. Will you encounter any danger on the way? Sulu pushed open Chen Mo's door, asking with some concern. Don't worry, Mom. This time, Governor Yu from Zhejiang province is personally escorting me, Chen Mo replied, looking up from what he was holding. That's good, that's good. Hearing this, Sulu felt relieved. Xiao Mo, be careful during the training, and don't act impulsively. Also, be cautious during sparring, especially when sparring with girls. Don't always focus on their chests. If you keep this up, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. A question mark gradually appeared above Chen Mo's head. How did he end up focusing on women's chests? Was that his fault? Who told the charging attack of the Heart of Steel to appear on the chest? He wasn't a pervert. How could he possibly focus on that area? Besides, striking the chest was far less lethal than hitting the back of the head or the temples. If conditions allowed, he really didn't want to hit the chest. I got it, Mom. Don't worry. Sighing, Chen Mo couldn't explain this matter to Su Lu and had to brush it off. Do you want us to follow you to take a look? Just in case. Su Lu wanted to say more, but Chen Mo directly pushed her outside. Mom, I've been tired for several days. Can you make me some braised pork ribs and buy some roast goose for me tonight? I need to take a nap. Okay, I'll have your dad buy the roast goose for you. Sulu nodded and happily went to make braised pork ribs for Chen Mo. In the room, Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on his big bed, Chen Mo opened the system panel to check the 1,800 gold coins he had just saved up. I hope I can draw a piece of equipment that provides blue mana. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo clicked on the equipment lottery without much hesitation. The lottery will spin for a few seconds before slowly coming to a stop, finally landing on a white piece of equipment. Demon Sect, 35 attack power, 500 mana, converted to spirit power, 15% cooldown reduction passive skill, gain additional attack power based on mana passive skill, Mana Flow, increases spirit power limit when using skills or attacking an enemy. When the provided spirit power limit reaches the maximum, 1200, this equipment will transform into Demon Cut. Note, after the Demon Sect evolves into Demon Cut, it can be materialized for a cost in gold coins and used as a weapon. How many gold coins to materialize? Chen Mo was taken aback. This was the first time the system had offered something tangible. 500 gold coins to materialize the Demon Cut. Chen Mo fell silent. All his belongings combined weren't even worth 167,500. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I have more gold coins in the future. Although the cost to materialize the Demon Cut was shockingly high, at least Chen Mo was lucky to draw an equipment that provided mana and was particularly suited to him. After taking off the iron-plated boots and returning to the Demon Sect, that refreshing feeling in his mind returned. It must be said that this feeling of clarity in the entire world is truly intoxicating. By the way, system, can multiple pieces of footwear be equipped at the same time? Chen Mo suddenly remembered this question. If he could equip multiple shoes, wouldn't his speed be? Footwear can be equipped in multiples, and their attributes will take effect simultaneously. The system's response confirmed Chen Mo's speculation, which only made him more eager to unlock a few more equipment slots. Please strive to become stronger. More challenge tasks and daily tasks will be unlocked after you complete the steel skin tempering. After saying this, the system fell silent again. Steel skin, steel bones, steel blood, steel marrow. Once I get to the southern training camp, I can start tempering my body. At the same time, Yang Zhuo, whose injuries had fully healed, appeared in the Gu family. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo stared at each other, both silent as if they were mute. Xiaofeng, Yang Zhuo will also participate in this southern training camp. You should have known this long ago. Gu Shuo sat beside them, feeling a headache as he watched the two stare at each other. I have no objections to teaming up, but why is he here in our house? Gu Feng pouted in displeasure, leaning back on the sofa and sizing up Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo still wore that expressionless face, sitting upright and looking very proper. However, his tattered clothes and dirty face made him look somewhat comical. You know that Yang Zhuo was expelled from the Celestial clan. For the past few days, he has been wandering around Yanjing. Aside from the days he was hospitalized, he hasn't eaten a single meal in the other 8 days. You know the bridge hole at Sanmen River, right? He has been living there. Gu Shuo himself couldn't understand it either. As a genius of the Celestial clan, how could Yang Zhuo, after losing their support, lack even the ability to take care of himself? Gu Feng was taken aback. He never expected Yang Zhuo to be in such a dire situation. A late-stage level 5 martial artist, even if he went to the Abyssal Rift to hunt monsters for money, he shouldn't be starving, right? My ID card was stolen. A serious look flashed across Yang Zhuo's face. That person was quite skilled at concealing their presence, even I didn't notice. I only realized it when I felt a bit cold on my backside. Gu Feng and Gu Shuo were filled with questions. From Yang Zhuo's words, could it be that he encountered a pickpocket? No way, there haven't been pickpockets in Yanjing for years. This kid is really unlucky. Forget it, Xiaofeng, Yang Zhuo will stay just one night. Tomorrow he will go to the southern training camp with you. Gu Shuo knew that his son had been somewhat unconvinced since being defeated by Yang Zhuo, and he didn't want to say much, only trying to mediate between the two. Sure, actually, I don't mind how long you want to stay. Gu Feng nodded, looking up at the somewhat dirty Yang Zhuo. Thank you. Although Yang Zhuo had low emotional intelligence, he could still sense the kindness of others. After all, they were just 17 or 18-year-old boys, with no deep-seated grudges, so Gu Feng naturally wouldn't reject Yang Zhuo too much. Alright, go rest. We will set off for the southern training camp on time tomorrow. Seeing that Gu Feng accepted Yang Zhuo, Gu Shuo took him to wash up and eat. The next morning, Chen Mo stood at the door with his backpack. Last night, he had a phone call with Governor Yu, who said he would come to pick him up on the rooftop of their building at 6:30 in the morning. Can't figure it out. Could he be coming by plane? Chen Mo sat on the edge of the building, staring blankly at the morning taizhou. A plane is too slow. I'll take you personally, that would be faster. At that moment, Yu Jinling's figure appeared above Chen Mo, delivering it personally. Chen Mo was taken aback, and then he felt himself being pulled up into the sky by a tremendous force. Of course, a master can fly. Compared to the convenience of a helicopter, a master's flying speed is faster, more discreet, and can better ensure Chen Mo's safety. Kid, make sure to give me some face during the training in the south. Yu Jinling tucked Chen Mo under her armpit, boosting her vital energy to soften the surrounding airflow. Especially at this crucial stage of level 3, you must make good use of the unique equipment in the southern training camp. If your talent is sufficient, you might be able to refine your steel skin and steel blood within a month, saving a lot of resources for steel bones and steel marrow. Is it possible for me to refine steel skin, steel blood, steel bones, and steel marrow all within a month? Upon hearing Eugene Ling's words, Chen Mo immediately understood how precious this opportunity in the southern training camp was. Usually, a level 3 warrior would need at least half a year to refine their entire skin into steel skin, but in the southern training camp, a month could even allow for the refinement of both steel skin and steel blood. Don't get your hopes up. Progressing too quickly will only harm your foundation. Taking it one step at a time is the right way. Eugene Ling could understand Chen Mo's thoughts. It was normal for young people to have a bit of radical thinking. However, you do have the chance to start refining steel bones, which means reaching level 5. Stop daydreaming for now, I have things to instruct you. As Eugene Ling spoke, she realized that the topic had been led astray by Chen Mo, and quickly steered it back to the main point. Don't think of the southern training camp as just a reward, it is both a reward and a trial. The danger level is no less than that of the national competition, and there are even death quotas. Be sure to pay attention to safety, especially during the practical combat in the second half of the month. Don't lose your life just for points. Got it? Chen Mo nodded, but in his heart, he was already looking forward to the practical combat in the latter half of the month. His steel heart could only rise significantly during real combat, which was also when his strength grew the fastest. Chen Mo's current health had reached a terrifying 228,396, and his attack power was as high as 4,308. With his current basic stats, he could easily face off against a level 5 warrior, which was a Steel Blood Realm warrior, or he could also engage in a prolonged battle with a level 6 Steel Bone Realm warrior without any issues. You brat, I'm talking to you. Seeing Chen Mo staring blankly into the distance and ignoring her, Eugene Ling tapped his forehead. Ouch! Chen Mo winced in pain, looking at Eugene Ling with some dissatisfaction. Ha! Eugene Ling felt Chen Mo's forehead and sensed something was off. It didn't feel like the skin of someone who hadn't undergone refinement. Have you refined your skin? Eugene Ling was somewhat surprised. Could this kid be a natural steel skin? No, I haven't refined my skin at all. Chen Mo was puzzled as to why Eugene Ling suddenly asked this question. Then that makes sense, you must be a natural steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Eugene Ling's hands moved over Chen Mo's body, kneading and feeling to assess his current physical strength. No wonder you could hold off 2 level 7 warriors and almost kill that Yang Zhua. What do you mean by natural steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones? Chen Mo was taken aback. Could his super high health be judged as a special talent? I've seen your previous data report, your physical strength is close to level 5 steel bone realm, and your vitality is comparable to level 7 steel marrow realm. I was paying attention throughout the national competition and noticed that you fought without any technique, purely relying on your strength and toughness. But what martial artists pursue are these 2 points, so I guessed from the beginning that you might be born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Eugene Ling paused, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. To be honest, I really envy you. You are indeed born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. If you undergo another tempering, that would be a second tempering. If you successfully complete the second tempering, you might be stronger than a level 7 martial artist. Eugene Ling paused again, as if she thought of something. Of course, compared to ordinary martial artists, your kind of naturally born steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones will be much more difficult to temper. So, you must seize this opportunity during the training in the south and make the most of the special equipment there to help you with the tempering. This is also your best chance to become stronger. After hearing this, Chen Mo's expression became somewhat serious. Could it be that having too high a life value would really affect his body's tempering progress? You have to give up something to gain something. However, Chen Mo was quite open-minded. Even if his martial arts remained stuck at level 3, he could still rely on the steel of the heart to stack values. If he could draw the Bervies for infinite attack speed stacking, or the Hell Curse of Thresh for infinite defense and spell power stacking. But these were just thoughts. After all, the probability of drawing those 2 from 840 skills was akin to fishing for the character he wanted in a mixed pool. You seem to take it quite well, Eugene Ling said, somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Chen Mo, at such a young age, to have such a mindset. He would surely become a master in the future. 2 hours later, Eugene Ling brought Chen Mo to Yanjing International Airport. We've arrived. The two had not encountered any attacks along the way and reached their destination safely. Go on, make sure to seize this opportunity. Eugene Ling patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and turned to leave after watching him enter the VIP lounge. You're here. Gu Feng spotted Chen Mo at a glance and waved at him. Sitting next to him were Yang Zhua and Ma Wanglin, whose broken leg still hadn't been reattached. What are you planning to do about your leg? Chen Mo asked as he sat beside Ma Wanlin, looking at her leg where the wound had already healed. It's fine, my teacher said the mentalist at the southern training will help me reattach it. Saying this, Ma Wanlin picked up the refrigerated survival box beside her to show the three her broken leg. Even Yangzhou didn't know how to respond, staring blankly at the broken leg in the box without saying a word. Ahem, it's about time, let's board the plane. Gu Feng noticed the atmosphere was a bit awkward, cleared his throat, and led the three toward the boarding gate. This time, they were not taking an ordinary commercial flight but a military transport plane. Including the 4 from Chen Mo's team, a total of 16 people were participating in the southern training, all of them at the right age of youth. As for the team divisions, it seemed they were grouped according to combat style and methods. Chen Mo's team had a very similar combat style, all indifferent to life and death, ready to fight if they were not satisfied. Aren't we going to the southern training? Why are we on a military transport plane? Even Ma Wanlin, who had remained calm despite her broken leg, was now feeling nervous, tightly hugging her broken leg. That's right, the southern training site only has military airports, no civilian airports. The destination can't be. Ma Wanlin recalled the famous all-weather combat readiness city, Dawn City. Yes, it's Dawn City. Gu Feng nodded. To be honest, he was a bit nervous too. Dawn City is located on an island in the southernmost part of Daxia, covering an area of 760,000 square kilometers, where the climate is summer-like all year round and it is very prosperous. At the same time as its prosperity, this place is also the first line of defense for the Great Xia against the invasion of sea beasts from the chaotic sea, with large-scale battles occurring almost every day. For newcomers who have never witnessed such large-scale combat, Dawn City is an excellent training ground. Until the plane took off, no one else appeared besides these 16 people, as if they were being raised in isolation. Ahem, can you hear me? Just as everyone was puzzled, the announcement on the plane sounded. The destination for this southern training session is Dawn City. The first month is for training, and the last half month is for actual combat. There are 3 death quotas for this southern training session, but I hope not to use any of them. Fasten your seatbelts, we will land on time in 3 hours. Chen Mo and the others hurriedly fastened their seatbelts, as they had already sensed the difference between a transport plane and a passenger plane. That person's voice sounds familiar, where have I heard it before? Chen Mo frowned, feeling that the voice just now was somewhat familiar. Was it just an illusion? You must be familiar with it. That was Director Chu from the Spirit Research Institute in Magic City. He is going to Dawn City with us this time. Gu Feng seemed to know quite a bit and began to explain to Chen Mo and the others. They have recently developed a new real-time communication device that can be used within the range of the chaotic sea and the abyssal rift. However, this communication device has a limitation. Martial artists can only receive information. To communicate bidirectionally, the assistance of a mentalist is required. We are also here for training and to test this new communication device. Just as Gu Feng was speaking confidently, Director Chu, who was in an electronic wheelchair, was pushed out by Chu Qi. You seem to know quite a lot. Director Chu chuckled, looking at Gu Feng with a meaningful gaze. Gu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. The confidentiality level of this matter was actually quite high, and it was prohibited to disclose it before reaching Dawn City. You are quite secretive. But Director Chu's main focus was not on Gu Feng. After all, this new communication device would be revealed sooner or later, just a matter of days. However, the presence of Chen Mo puzzled Director Chu. He couldn't understand what means this kid had used to shield himself from his previous probing. At that time, I didn't know whether you had ill intentions, so I certainly couldn't expose myself. What if you, old man, had plans against me? I was seriously injured at that time and didn't even have the strength to resist. Chen Mo wore an expression of "it's not my fault," which made Director Chu laugh in anger from the wheelchair. Alright, you little rascal are quite talented. I will have those old masters take good care of you. That celestial race, do you know where you differ from Chen Mo? Director Chu turned to Yang Zui and asked. His body and willpower are stronger than mine. Yang Zui answered without hesitation. That's just 2 points, there is something you all don't know. Director Chu looked at Chen Mo with a somewhat amused expression, wondering how this brat could hide such talent. Chen Mo possesses both blood energy and mental power. What? Not only Gu Feng and the others, but even the remaining 12 were astonished. How is that possible? Is there really someone in this world who possesses both mental power and blood energy? Even Chu Qi looked surprised. It was simply too unbelievable. Otherwise, do you think that punch Chen Mo through that sent the arena flying was just a coincidence? Director Chu looked at Chen Mo with a "I guessed it, didn't I?" expression, casually lifting his chin. This is the tremendous amplification produced by the combination of mental power and blood energy, and it is also what I am pursuing. You little rascal even tried to fool me. old man, that's really infuriating. Hee hee, you caught me. Chen Mo chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, looking embarrassed as if he had been seen through. In reality, Chen Mo was overjoyed inside. Now he could freely use the skills he had drawn. With this esteemed expert in mental power backing him, he wasn't afraid of others investigating him. When the time came, he could simply attribute it to the combination of mental power and vital energy. To be honest, Director Chu's imagination and ability to fill in the gaps were quite strong. He had already concluded that Chen Mo's abilities were the result of the fusion of vital energy and mental power. You don't have to hide anything from now on, but there's one thing. Director Chu looked at Chen Mo with piercing eyes, a gaze identical to that of the old men at the Precision Data Testing Center. If I need you to cooperate with me on some research, I hope you can lend me a hand. Sure, just don't slice me up for research, Chen Mo nodded. Anyway, it wouldn't yield much, so he didn't mind. Well, having you say that is enough. When we go to the southern training camp, I must seize the opportunity to refine my body, but I shouldn't neglect the development of my mental power. After saying this, Chu Chi pushed Director Chu back to the front cabin. Don't look at me like that. I only found out about this not long ago, Chen Mo said, feeling a bit uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of Gu Feng and the others, as if they wanted to dissect him for a closer study. What a monster! Ma Wanlin couldn't help but exclaim, feeling overshadowed in front of these three. Who would have thought, Chen Mo, that you actually possess mental power? Gu Feng said excitedly, leaning closer to Chen Mo and sizing him up. Now it will be much easier for you to refine your steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. You won't need a mentalist's assistance, you can do it yourself. What does refining the body have to do with a mentalist? Chen Mo was taken aback and asked with some confusion. That's not what I meant. It's just that having a mentalist's assistance makes it much easier. Gu Feng shook his head and continued. A mentalist can guide your vital energy into a refining state quickly through mental power, so you don't have to find the feeling of refining bit by bit on your own. Tisk, rich people. Ma Wanlin clicked her tongue in annoyance. She certainly didn't have such good conditions back then. All her body refining relied on her own exploration. Don't be fooled by the fact that mentalists have no combat power. Hiring a rare mentalist with sufficient mental power is quite expensive. For an ordinary family, even a rich second generation might not be able to afford it. Ahem, in short, Chen Mo, your progress in refining the four realms of the body will be very fast, Gu Feng said awkwardly, realizing that Ma Wanlin held quite a deep prejudice against him. Is mental power really useful for this? Chen Mo pondered for a moment. He had always thought that mental power could only be used to release skills, but Gu Feng's words broadened his perspective. It also opened up new ideas for Chen Mo. Seeing that Chen Mo had fallen silent, the others began to rest their eyes. Feeling the cool sensation in his mind, Chen Mo tried to control it. Gradually, he felt that cool sensation slowly morphing, moving within him like a snail. As that feeling became clearer, Chen Mo's control over his mental power also became more proficient, progressing from snail speed to turtle pace. About an hour later, Chen Mo finally guided his mental power into the meridians flowing with vital energy. Ugh! But the moment the mental power collided with the vital energy, a terrifying tingling sensation spread throughout Chen Mo's body. It seemed as if a hole had been punctured in his meridians by the mental power, and the vital energy was leaking out at a terrifying speed. Gu Feng noticed something was off with Chen Mo, but he didn't know what the problem was. Watching Chen Mo's pained expression as he was expelling vital energy, Gu Feng realized what Chen Mo was doing. This guy was refining his body, purely asking for trouble. Who starts refining right away? Chen Mo, stop. Gu Feng quickly stood up and shook Chen Mo, whose eyes were tightly closed. Yanzhua, stop daydreaming and hurry to call Director Chu. Something's wrong with Chen Mo. He's playing with his mental power and is about to kill himself. Yanzhua was momentarily stunned, then silently unbuckled his seatbelt and walked toward the cockpit. Chen Mo, wake up. Seeing that Chen Mo still had no reaction, Gu Feng grew anxious and punched Chen Mo in the face. But even then, Chen Mo showed no signs of waking up. What do we do now? Gu Feng was pacing in circles, as Chen Mo was the only person he could consider a friend. What are you panicking for? At that moment, Chu Chi pushed Director Chu out. Director Chu was also quite anxious. If something happened to this precious one who possessed both vital energy and mental power, what would he do? After glancing at Chen Mo's current state, Director Chu closed his eyes, and his mental power transformed into threads to help repair Chen Mo's damaged meridians. What happened? These meridians look like they've been blown apart by firecrackers? While repairing the damage to Chen Mo's meridians, Director Chu muttered to himself in confusion. After a while, Chen Mo woke up. Hey, Director Chu, why are you here? Looking at the old man with a dark face in front of him, Chen Mo asked in surprise. Why am I here? Director Chu was so angry he almost laughed. if it weren't for his lower body being paralyzed, he would have stood up and kicked Chen Mo. Do you know you leaked your meridians by playing with your mental power? Without anyone guiding you, how dare you use such a large amount of mental power to probe your meridians? Do you know how dangerous this is? If I weren't here, you'd be wasted by now because your vital energy is overflowing. Hearing that Chen Mo had gotten into trouble because of playing with his mental power, Gu Feng's face turned a bit awkward, and he cautiously sat back down and buckled his seatbelt. I feel fine. Chen Mo touched his nose. His life value had dropped by less than 1/10, and his blue energy had only decreased by 200 from 500. Tough skin and thick flesh, huh? Director Chu's forehead was bulging with veins. Every time he explained safety matters to these martial artists, they always reacted this way. Let me tell you, before we reach Dawn City, you are not allowed to use mental power. When we get there, I will personally teach you how to use it. Don't play yourself to death again. Did you hear me? The veins on Director Chu's neck were bulging, clearly very angry. Oh, got it. Chen Mo shrank his neck. This old man had quite a temper. To have figured out the method of condensing mental power so quickly, this kid's brain is quite useful. After muttering this, Director Chu finally had Chu Chi push him back to the cockpit. Realizing that mental power was not so easy to master, Chen Mo calmed down a lot during the rest of the journey. At least he didn't try to kill himself by using mental power to burst his own meridians. After nearly 4 hours of flight, everyone finally landed successfully at the military airport on South Island. The cabin door opened, and a wave of hot air rushed in. Damn, it's so hot. Chen Mo was blown by the heat wave that he had to close his eyes. The air temperature on South Island was at least around 50 degrees. Yeah, it's the peak summer on South Island, of course, it's hot. Gu Feng took out 4 pairs of sunglasses from his bag and distributed one to each of Chen Mo and the others. Even in winter, South Island is nearly 40 degrees. This isn't even the hottest time yet. We came at a good time. Soon it will be hurricane season, and it will be boiling hot every day. Stop chatting and get on the shuttle bus quickly. Chen Mo and the others ignored Gu Feng, who was still chattering, and rushed into the shuttle bus that had come to pick them up. Are you the kids from this southern training camp? The driver was a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s or 50s. Yes, my name is Gu Feng. May I ask how to address you? Gu Feng, being the most knowledgeable among the 16, took the lead in communicating with the driver. Just call me Uncle Song. Song Bin's smile was quite friendly, and seeing it made everyone relax. Uncle Song, have you been driving the ferry here in the South Island for a long time? Chen Mo, being quite familiar, directly sat beside Song Bin and asked. No, I was just transferred here last month. Song Bin shook his head, sizing up Chen Mo. Are you the one that sister you mentioned, the one with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones? I guess so? Chen Mo chuckled, surprised that Yu Jinling's call had reached here. Wait, sister you? To use such an intimate title for a provincial governor, Song Bin's identity must be quite significant. You're not bad. I'll personally guide your team later. Song Bin smiled but fell silent, driving the ferry towards the southern training camp. Personally guide. Chen Mo and Gu Feng exchanged glances, immediately realizing Song Bin's identity. One of the 4 grandmasters prepared for this southern training camp. Song Bin, Song. Gu Feng suddenly realized something, and the previously hot weather turned unexpectedly cool. This name, combined with the fact that he had just been transferred to the South Island a month ago. It settled, this is the newly appointed governor of the South Island, the Blood Butcher, Song Bin. Despite Song Bin's gentle smile, his battle record was quite terrifying. He had slaughtered 100,000 Abyss warriors, fought 4 Deep Abyss grandmasters alone, killing 1 and injuring 3. This man was among the most powerful in the entire Great Xia. Oh, so you remember who I am now? Song Bin glanced back at Gu Feng and smiled. Don't worry, I've already spoken with your old man. I will teach you well. By the way, he also asked me to correct some of your bad habits. The originally gentle smile suddenly turned icy cold, leaving Gu Feng to awkwardly smile and say nothing more. Half an hour later, Song Bin stopped the ferry in a large courtyard. Kids, get off. We're here. After distributing the team roster, Song Bin stood in front of the 16 boys and girls and cleared his throat. Your dormitories for the next month and a half have been assigned, based on your respective teams, with 4 people per room. Ah, a few girls in the group gasped. Are the boys and girls sharing rooms? Can't the girls stay together? No. Although Song Bin's voice was gentle, everyone felt an undeniable authority. As warriors, the distinction between genders is the least important. Would you hold back just because your opponent is a woman? Chen Mo does this best. No matter how beautiful his opponent is, he has never held back. Right? Yes. Chen Mo's face turned as red as liver. It seemed his reputation for hitting women was about to be solidified. Alright, disperse and go rest. Songbin clapped his hands, and everyone grabbed their luggage and scattered. We're in room 101, right? Chen Mo glanced at the team roster in his hand. Their team was assigned to the first room 101. Will it be inconvenient to live with us? After opening the dorm door, Chen Mo looked back at Ma Wanlin. What's inconvenient? Don't you just have a few more parts than me down there? Ma Wanlin adapted quickly, placing her luggage in the cabinet and sitting on the bed. Ah, and you have 2 less lumps of flesh than I do. Chen Mo and the others could feel Ma Wanlin's fierceness. It seemed that the next month and a half wouldn't be too awkward. At least Ma Wanlin wouldn't feel awkward. After packing their bags, Chen Mo and the others sat at the desk, staring at each other. So, what do we do now? Ma Wanlin asked, holding her broken leg and glancing at the others. Don't rush, the days ahead won't be easy. Gu Feng sighed, breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of his mentor being Songbin. Our mentor is Uncle Song. He's a 13th level master and a practical combat master. If we fall into his hands, we're probably in for a rough time. Why do you say that? Chen Mo became interested. It seemed this Songbin was quite strong. Uncle Song comes from a military background and follows a path of extreme toughness and ferocity, which is quite suitable for us. At this point, Gu Feng paused, as if he understood why they had arranged for Songbin to be their mentor. He himself followed a path of extreme toughness, and Ma Wanlin was even more reckless, willing to risk her life like a mad dog. Chen Mo was born with steel skin, blood, and bones, so Songbin's fierce style suited him well. As for Yang Zhua, perhaps the higher-ups thought they were familiar enough? You're right, the higher-ups made me your mentor for this reason. Just as Gu Feng finished speaking, Songbin's figure appeared at the dormitory door. Chen Mo, I heard from Sister Yu that you still haven't chosen a suitable cold weapon for yourself? Chen Mo nodded. Aside from the Blood Fury Fist taught to him by Tian Xingxing, he didn't know any other martial arts. The Blood Fury Fist was a military-exclusive technique, meant for mutual destruction with the enemy, only usable as a killing move and not for everyday use. Moreover, Chen Mo indeed needed a martial art that could be used regularly, whether it was Steel of the Heart or other skills. The cooldown time was too long. Alright, let me ask you this. Are you willing to practice the long spear with me? Songbin asked with his signature gentle smile. I have a martial art that suits you perfectly, which is the Demon Slayer 6-link spear I developed when I reached the 7th level Steel Marrow realm. This move has high physical requirements for the user and consumes a lot of energy, but its power is also extremely formidable. Each strike's power is double that of the previous one, and the energy consumption will also double, stacking up to 6 times at most. So, how about it? Do you want to learn the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear from me? Really? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He loved powerful and grand martial arts and weapons. Of course, would I joke with you? To show his sincerity, Songbin brought over a nearly 3-meter-long large box. Since you've chosen the long spear, I'll give you this Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear that I used before breaking through to the 9th level. Pushing the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear in front of Chen Mo, Songbin tossed over a brand new martial arts manual. This is the basic combat technique for the long spear. Once you master the basics, I'll teach you the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear. After saying this, Songbin turned and left, looking carefree. But the others in the dormitory saw the pleasant smile at the corner of Songbin's mouth. It seemed that Songbin was quite satisfied with Chen Mo as his half-disciple. After Songbin left, the 3, including Yang Zhua, gathered around. Chen Mo, open it and take a look. They were all eager to see what a weapon used by a 13th level master in his youth would look like. Chen Mo was also very excited. He opened the spring lock of the weapon box, revealing the true form of the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the dark long spear before them. The Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd is 2.5 meters long, with double blades and 4 edges. The 2 curved blades resemble dragon teeth, and the crimson spearhead at the top looks like a phoenix's beak. No wonder it's called the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd. The curved blades seem to be soaked in thick, indelible bloodstains, and a chilling aura emanates from the halberd. Glug! Chen Mo swallowed hard. It was the first time he had such a fondness for a weapon. Hurry, pick it up and take a look. Although Gu Feng and the others were very curious, this weapon belonged to Chen Mo, and they couldn't touch someone else's weapon without permission. Chen Mo nodded and reached out to grasp the handle of the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd. Cold and heavy, this was Chen Mo's first impression of the halberd after picking it up. So heavy! Chen Mo lifted it with effort, and the halberd, sealed for many years, finally saw the light of day again. It had found its master once more. Damn, a long halberd is way cooler than a long staff. Gu Feng drooled as he looked at the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd. Why did he ever think to practice staff techniques? I'm not suited for a long halberd, a spear is more my style. Ma Wanglin shook her head, though she also thought the halberd was quite impressive. Good weapon, very suitable for you. Yang Zhuo nodded after glancing at the halberd in Chen Mo's hand, giving an approving expression. Chen Mo didn't respond but focused on the weight of the long halberd in his hands. This phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd. At least 600 pounds, Chen Mo thought. It was his first time using such a heavy weapon, but fortunately, his arm strength was remarkable, making it not too difficult to wield. Hey, did Uncle Song leave a list? Just as Chen Mo was getting familiar with the feel of the halberd, Gu Feng suddenly noticed a piece of paper pressed under the box. Wait, this isn't a note, it's an internal map of the southern training camp. Gu Feng picked up the internal map, which clearly marked several training rooms that the outside world had never heard of. Stop playing with your halberd, don't you understand what Uncle Song meant by giving us this? Gu Feng poked Chen Mo, who was still toying with the halberd, and spread the internal map on the table. Look, this is the daily elixir distribution point, here is the gravity refining room, here is the blood replenishment room, and here is the body technique training room. Gu Feng excitedly pointed at one training room after another on the map. Damn, my home has a blood replenishment room, but none of the others. Tisk, damn rich people. Ma Wanglin pouted, glaring at Gu Feng with some annoyance. Forget about whether I should be damned, let's go secure our spots first. Chen Mo also realized what was happening, tucked the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd away, grabbed the internal map, and led the others toward the elixir distribution point. Meanwhile, in a certain abyss, Zhao, why is it that everyone is dead, and only you are still alive? The archbishop leisurely sipped his hot tea, looking at the trembling man kneeling before him. Zhao was instantly at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say he was intimidated when he saw Chen Mo holding his own against two 7th-level warriors, could he? Forget it, I won't pursue your cowardice this time. The archbishop smiled slightly, setting down his teacup and stroking the head of the abyss tiger. This time, we also tested Guji's true strength, so it wasn't a total loss. However, you can't escape responsibility for the loss of 10 mid-4th level warriors in the southern diocese. Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai let out a strange cry, frightened by the archbishop's seemingly gentle words, as a puddle of liquid sprayed from his lower body. Tisk, you've made such a mess of yourself that even the abyss tiger doesn't want to eat you. The archbishop frowned in disdain and kicked Zhao Dihai out. I'll give you one more chance. This ancient relic was obtained from the depths of the abyss. He threw a stone whistle to Zhao Dihai and turned to leave. Talented humans are a great threat to the Holy Church. They must not be allowed to grow. Do you understand? Zhao Dihai, spitting blood, struggled to get up and picked up the whistle from the ground, revealing a strange smile. Of course, Your Excellency, I understand. Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, you've put me in this state, how can I let you grow up comfortably? Fortunately, he had run away quickly last time and wasn't discovered by that bastard Chen Mo, otherwise, he wouldn't have received this treasure from the Archbishop today. With this ancient relic, Chen Mo is doomed. At this moment, Chen Mo was completely unaware of these matters, stuck at the elixir distribution point, staring at the person in charge. Chen Mo, I told you, each person can only receive this much elixir at a time. Come back for more after you finish. The teacher in charge tapped the table, pointing at the large handful of various elixirs in Chen Mo's arms. 10 level 3 blood chi pills, 10 level 3 body refining pills, 2 life recovery pills, and 10 bottles of blood chi supplements. Do you know how much these are worth? 26 million. It's not like you can only receive them this once, just come back after you finish. Chen Mo pouted and left with the elixirs in his arms. TCH, you don't have to pay, why be so stingy? You all don't need to look, everyone's treatment is the same. Take your share and hurry up to cultivate. After giving Gu Feng, Yang Zhuo, and Ma Wanglin their respective amounts, the teacher in charge began to wave them away. The few of them looked at the elixirs in their arms, enough to last 3 days, and happily followed behind Chen Mo. So, what do we say now? Which training room do we go to first? Gu Feng quietly asked Chen Mo as he walked beside him. Aside from them, the other students participating in this training session were resting. It was only reasonable for them to secure their spots first. I plan to go to the gravity refining room to refine my skin, Chen Mo replied after thinking for a moment. Then let's all go together. Gu Feng nodded, agreeing with the idea. None of them had heard of the gravity refining room before, and everyone was curious about its effects. There were only 4 gravity refining rooms in the entire southern training camp, and they had managed to occupy them all at once. The gravity refining room was located on the 3rd underground level, and after confirming their identities, they successfully entered. Wait! Just as Chen Mo opened the door to one of the gravity refining rooms, Chu Qi appeared behind him, pushing Director Chu. You brat, are you trying to get yourself killed again? Do you know how to refine your body? You dare to use the gravity refining room without learning? Director Chu sighed. Why did this kid love to play with danger so much? Come, sit down first. Director Chu pointed to a seat nearby. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo sat down. Refining the body is a painful process. This process is completely different from the first two levels of accumulating blood qi. If the first two levels are about accumulating blood qi, then the next stage of refining the body is about consuming the blood qi accumulated within. As Director Chu spoke, he released his mental power to guide the blood qi within Chen Mo to begin refining his skin. Now take a level 3 body refining pill. Director Chu indicated the level 3 body refining pill in Chen Mo's arms. Without hesitation, Chen Mo took one and swallowed it. A gentle medicinal power began to flow within him. Do you feel it? Guide your blood qi out from your meridians and let it combine with your skin. When the area of skin you are refining reaches its limit, that area can be called steel skin. Under the guidance of Director Chu, Chen Mo successfully combined his vital energy with a piece of skin the size of a fingernail. But the next moment, the vital energy that had already been successfully combined was squeezed out by the skin and returned to Chen Mo's meridians. What is going on? Chen Mo looked at Director Chu with some confusion. You are born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. This counts as a second refinement, which is naturally much more difficult. Director Chu was not surprised by this situation. He had encountered martial artists with innate steel skin before. Do you remember the feeling from just now? I remember, Chen Mo nodded, having clearly memorized the route of the vital energies flow and the method of refinement. Good, next I will teach you how to guide your vital energy using your mental strength. Director Chu nodded in satisfaction. This kid had good talent, both in martial arts and mental strength. Alright, let's start with the first step, differentiating your mental strength. Half an hour later, after successfully twisting his mental strength into a fine thread, Chen Mo began to attempt to guide his vital energy. Not bad, just like that. A hint of shock flashed in Director Chu's eyes. This child had a better talent for controlling mental strength than for vital energy. Seeing that Chen Mo had successfully entered the state of refining his body, Director Chu awakened him. You have mastered the method of refining your body and the method of guiding vital energy with mental strength. You can now use the gravity refining chamber. With your body strength, without the help of the gravity refining chamber, it would probably take a long time to complete the steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Thank you, Director Chu. Chen Mo bowed deeply to Director Chu, his eyes filled with gratitude. This man was one of the highest-ranking mentalists in the entire Great Xia. Being able to teach him hands-on was already a great favor. No need for such formalities, just come help me when I encounter problems in my research. Director Chu waved his hand, not taking it too seriously. Alright, go ahead. It's best to start with double gravity for your first time in the gravity refining chamber. Don't be reckless. Chen Mo nodded and walked into the gravity refining chamber, closing the door behind him. After adjusting the gravity in the room to double, Chen Mo adapted slightly and then felt no significant difference. After this period of feeling, Chen Mo realized that his life value would enhance his physical quality to a certain extent. Conversely, if his body was strengthened, it would also increase his life value. Given his current life value, double gravity was indeed too low. However, out of caution, Chen Mo still tested and adjusted the gravity incrementally. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. It was only after adjusting to 6 times that Chen Mo's body reached the critical point. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, he swallowed a third-level body refining pill and began to guide his vital energy according to the method taught by Director Chu. Soon, a strand of vital energy, under the pull of his mental strength, detached from the meridians and merged into the piece of skin the size of a fingernail. This time, it did not get expelled like it did in the outside world. Instead, it began to slowly merge under the 6-fold pressure. A sharp, needle-like pain came, and the small area of skin Chen Mo was refining began to ooze blood. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon of refining the skin. Songbin had somehow appeared outside the gravity refining chamber and said to Chen Mo, who was bleeding from the skin. Refining is a process of healing after injury and integrating vital energy into the skin. What you need to do is endure that stinging sensation. I will watch over you here, just focus on your refining. With Songbin's reassurance, Chen Mo began to confidently and boldly refine his skin under 6-fold gravity. Although it's a normal situation, if you can't hold on, you must stop immediately. Songbin advised as he saw Chen Mo enter the refining state. No matter what, refining is a process of destruction and repair. If the speed of destruction exceeds the threshold your body can bear, the consequences will be very serious. Hearing this, Chen Mo glanced at his life value. Sure enough, his life value was decreasing at a rate of 100 points per second. However, his life value recovery had already reached 200 points per second, so a decrease of 100 points per second was negligible for Chen Mo. So, I haven't reached my current limit? With this thought, Chen Mo focused on his life value while expanding the area of skin he was refining. Gradually, the life value decrease increased from 100 points per second to 150 points, and then slowly rose to 200 points. At this intensity, Chen Mo could just manage. The increase and decrease of life value had reached a balance, allowing him to complete the skin refining in one go. This kid. The speed of refining his skin is really fast. Even the mentally specialized Dean Chu could see that Chen Mo's speed of skin refining was much faster than that of an average genius. No, it wasn't just faster, it was progressing at an extremely rapid pace. Did he not hear what I said? Songbin frowned, worried whether Chen Mo's body could withstand it. The refining speed under 6 times gravity was already about 3 times faster than usual, and Chen Mo had nearly doubled the area he was refining at once, which posed a high risk of bodily damage. Have you forgotten that this kid's vitality is not much different from that of a level 7 warrior? Dean Chu chuckled, completely unconcerned about any problems arising for Chen Mo. At this rate, he can complete the skin refining today and tomorrow, stepping into the steel skin realm. I'm really curious, Chen Mo is naturally steel skin, how strong will he be after the second refining? Don't mention you, I'm curious too. Songbin resonated with Dean Chu's words, as the intensity of the second refining was not comparable to the first. By the way, Xiaosong, the internal map of the training camp was given to them by you, right? Dean Chu turned to look at Songbin with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, since I will be their mentor during this period, I naturally want my students to win at the starting line. Songbin didn't think there was anything wrong with his approach. If you're going to do something, you should do it well, isn't that normal? Then did you forget that among the 4 kids you brought, one of them has a broken leg? Dean Chu sighed, these martial artists were always thoughtless. Hiss! Songbin suddenly slapped his forehead, how could he forget this? Ma Wanlin's broken leg had not yet healed, and recklessly proceeding with refining would cause irreversible damage to her body. Songbin quickly moved to the gravity refining room where Ma Wanlin was, directly shutting off the internal double gravity from outside. Ma Wanlin, who had not yet entered the refining state, opened her eyes and looked at Songbin with confusion. Your top priority now is to treat your broken leg. Recklessly refining will cause irreversible damage to your body. Songbin directly lifted Ma Wanlin, who was sitting on the ground, and brought her to Dean Chu's side. Dean Chu, I need your help. Songbin flashed a signature gentle smile at Dean Chu. Don't smile at me like that. Your smile makes me feel a bit chilly. Dean Chu shivered, speaking with a hint of teasing. Just leave this child to me. I'll take her to the blood treatment room. But my legs are not with me right now. Ma Wanlin felt a surge of joy in her heart upon seeing Director Chu willing to treat her. I will send someone to bring your legs over. Now, let me take you and Director Chu to the blood treatment room. Songbin fiddled with his phone for a moment, holding Ma Wanlin with his left hand and pushing Director Chu with his right as they left the underground level 3. Chuchi felt an emptiness in his hands. The wheelchair he had been pushing had simply vanished. Sigh. But it was fine, he could relax and rest for a while now. Looking at Chen Mo, who was gushing blood in the gravity refining room, Chuchi sprang up like a spring. He had seen martial artists refining their skin before. Bleeding was a normal phenomenon, but who had ever seen someone bleed like a fountain while refining their skin? Chuchi hurriedly took out his phone to call Director Chu, only to find that his phone had no call privileges within the training camp, forcing him to use his legs to chase after the already vanished Songbin. At this moment, Chen Mo had completed the refining of his entire right arm, and his skin had developed a metallic sheen. Right arm steel skin refining completed, defense plus 1000, The sudden system announcement startled Chen Mo, and he couldn't help but laugh as he looked at his defense power skyrocketing to over 1000. If one arm increases my defense by 1000, then if my whole body is refined. Roughly calculating, if he completed the refining of his entire body, his defense would definitely not be weaker than that of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King. It might even be tougher than the Rhinoceros King. So that's how it is, my refining is based on my current body strength, no wonder the increase is so significant. Chen Mo didn't think much of it, he was unaware of how terrifying this massive increase appeared to outsiders. Anyway, he just focused on working hard, hoping to refine all of his skin in one go. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Chu Chi had successfully gotten lost in the training camp. The entire training camp was divided into 6 floors above ground and 6 floors below, covering an area of 7,000 square meters. It was certain to get lost without a map. Huff! Gufeng let out a breath, finishing today's refining. With the assistance of the gravity refining room, Gufeng successfully refined the femur of his right leg into a steel bone. Unfortunately, his body had reached its limit. Continuing to refine would only cause damage, so he stopped. This time I consumed 5 level 5 body refining pills and 8 level 5 blood pills. Gu Feng glanced at his dwindling supplies and got up to leave the gravity refining room. As a genius, Gu Feng consumed about 20% less resources than ordinary martial artists, but the effects were twice as strong. This was the advantage of being a genius: less resource consumption, but much better results. This is also why the Great Xia selects true geniuses through national competitions for intensive training. Low cost, high return, who wouldn't like such a business? You finished too? Gu Feng turned to look at Yang Zhuo, who had just come out. Yeah, your human technology is really convenient. Yang Zhuo nodded. Their Tianren tribe didn't have such convenient technology. They only had countless resources and extremely strict teachers. Of course, technology changes lives, Gu Feng said as he sat next to Yang Zhuo and took a sip of mineral water. He glanced at the empty number 4 gravity refining room and then turned to the number 1 gravity refining room where Chen Mo was. Put. Gu Feng sprayed water out of his mouth and took a big step into the number 1 gravity refining room where Chen Mo was. Inside the number 1 refining room, blood was everywhere, and Chen Mo sat on the ground like a blood gourd, with blood occasionally spraying from his skin. He was like a human fountain. Dude, didn't you see? Gu Feng turned to look at the calm Yang Zhuo, doubting whether Yang Zhuo's mind had been damaged by the Tianren clan. I saw it, but his aura was fine, so I didn't wake him up. Yang Zhuo nodded, stood up, and walked to the door of the No. 1 gravity tempering room, looking at the fountain like Chen Mo inside. This is still okay, didn't you see that he has no hair left? Gu Feng pressed his face against the transparent bulletproof glass, pointing at Chen Mo's shiny bald head and shouted, the aura is fine. Yang Zhuo shook his head, still feeling that Chen Mo was okay. Are you stupid? I'm not stupid. Alright, you're just stupid. I'm not stupid. Gu Feng completely gave up on communicating with Yang Zhuo. This guy was like a robot, with an emotional intelligence close to zero. What to do? This will hurt the foundation. Gu Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but he didn't have the authority to operate the gravity tempering room from the outside, so he could only watch Chen Mo inside acting like a fountain. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware of the commotion outside. He was fully focused on tempering the last piece of untempered skin on his body. That was the pouch for his descendants. Yo. This soul-derived sting was unbearable even for Chen Mo. He could hardly imagine how ordinary martial artists tempered their descendant pouches. Chen Mo even felt that being stabbed twice was more comfortable than tempering the pouch. Almost there, hold on a little longer. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort to temper that last piece of skin. Accompanied by an increasingly unbearable sting, the system notification finally rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing the tempering of all skin, achieving Steel Skin Realm defense increase calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, Steel Skin Realm has increased defense by 6,500 points. Hearing the system notification, Chen Mo opened the system panel to take a look at his attributes. Name, Chen Mo Health, 228396 Health Recovery, 200 per second, Vitality, 5508 Attack Power, 4298 Defense, Damage Reduction 7920 Mental Power, 500% damage reduction, 12% armor penetration, 0 fixed armor penetration, 0 6720 defense. Chen Mo was overjoyed. His current defense was even stronger than that of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King. If not counting freak geniuses like Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng, martial artists below level 5 couldn't break his defense at all. Wait, why is my vitality still over 5,000? After looking at his attributes, Chen Mo felt a bit confused. Wasn't the breakthrough from level 2 to level 3 supposed to increase vitality by several thousand? Why didn't this breakthrough increase it? Regardless, I've broken through from level 3 to level 4 Steel Skin Realm. Does this count as the fastest breakthrough in history? Standing up from the ground, Chen Mo wiped the blood off his face. Realizing something was off, Chen Mo touched his face again, then his head. Where's my hair? That smooth feeling was like a boiled egg with its skin peeled off. His scalp was now smoother than his butt. Realizing something was wrong, Chen Mo quickly turned off the six-fold gravity, opened the door of the gravity tempering room, and walked out. Gu Feng looked dumbfounded at the blood-soaked bald Chen Mo, rubbing his eyes, his mind somewhat malfunctioning. Chen Mo, are you okay? I'm not okay. It's a big deal. Chen Mo grabbed Gu Feng's collar, pointing at his bald scalp and shouted, where's my hair? What happened to my thick hair? I don't know, I didn't take your hair. Gu Feng was startled. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying Chen Mo. My hair. Chen Mo actually knew that this had nothing to do with Gu Feng, but he just couldn't stand Gu Feng's flashy hairstyle. What's going on? What happened to Chen Mo? Just as Chen Mo was mourning his lost hair, Songbin suddenly appeared in front of several people. Songbin looked Chen Mo up and down, then grabbed his arm. Have you finished tempering? How is that possible? Song Bin's face was filled with disbelief as his large hands roamed over Chen Mo's body, checking every inch of skin. Even the skin down there has been tempered into steel skin? Otherwise, isn't the steel skin realm about tempering all the skin into steel skin? Chen Mo was in tears. The joy of breaking through to a level 4 warrior could no longer suppress the sadness of losing his hair. What you said is not wrong, but no one has ever tempered all their skin at once. Even Song Bin, a master, was a bit stunned. It was the first time in all these years he had seen someone completely temper their skin at once. Well, you might want to check down there, you probably have no hair left. Chen Mo's body shook, and he unbuckled his belt and reached inside. The entire underground level 3 fell into a dead silence as Gu Feng and the others watched Chen Mo turn completely gray. My hair. I thought with your talent, you would at most finish tempering the skin of one arm. The whole body would take at least a week. Song Bin sighed and walked over to pat Chen Mo on the shoulder. When the skin is tempered, the pores will also shrink, so the coarse hair you had before is no longer suitable for this body. Naturally, it will be eliminated, and new hair will grow back. Others temper their skin bit by bit, the old is eliminated, and new hair grows back quickly, so they don't experience what you have. But, Song Bin hesitated, finally just patting Chen Mo's shoulder and sighing. Don't take it too hard, hair follicles adapt quickly. You'll probably have your hair back before school starts. Song Bin actually wanted to smile, but considering Chen Mo's current mood, he held it back. This way is also good, at least washing your hair will be easier. Chen Mo covered his face with his hands. He didn't plan to go out until his hair grew back. Also, the process of tempering your skin was too fast, which caused your vital energy and blood to not keep up. Song Bin cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and changed the subject. Go to the vital energy replenishment room to replenish your energy. Once your energy reaches the limit of the steel skin realm, then consider tempering your blood. Tempering blood is completely different in difficulty from tempering skin, and the required energy increases exponentially. But fortunately, your skin can now store energy like meridians, you just need to absorb energy now. Oh, okay. Chen Mo nodded, standing up with a vacant expression. He had already consumed 10 level 3 body tempering pills and 10 level 3 vital energy pills when he tempered his skin, barely meeting the energy requirements for the process. Forget it, let's rest a bit and go have dinner. Song Bin grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder and led the three of them out of the underground level 3. By the way, you over there, clean up the number 1 gravity tempering room, especially the corners. Shu Qi was about to follow when he heard Song Bin's voice coming from not far away. He was starting to dislike warriors. The moment Chen Mo walked into the training camp cafeteria, the hunger that had been overshadowed by sadness finally surged forth. As his body underwent significant enhancement, Chen Mo's appetite also increased exponentially. However, the training camp cafeteria had long anticipated this situation, with a dazzling array of dishes. Cherish this time spent eating in the training camp cafeteria. Every dish here is infused with valuable medicinal ingredients, especially the meat dishes, which use meat from beasts of level 8 or above, enhancing vitality and strengthening the body. The staple foods are also grown in the Abyss occupation zone, containing a lot of energy. You can eat as much as you want. The more you eat, the better, but be careful not to overeat. After saying this, Song Bin turned and left, seemingly with something to attend to. Eat? Chen Mo picked up a common iron tray from the cafeteria and turned to Gu Feng in Yangzhou. Eat. Gu Feng nodded vigorously, even he had never seen meat from a level 8 beast, let alone grains grown in the Abyss occupation zone. These items were priceless in the outside world, things ordinary people had never even heard of. Only they, the top 16 of the national competition, were qualified to enjoy them here. As for the remaining half-month, they would have to rely on the points they earned to exchange for meals. Chen Mo and Gu Feng pounced on the cafeteria lady like two hungry wolves, making her tremble with the serving spoon in her hand. Auntie, this isn't costing you anything, why are you shaking? Chen Mo blared at the 2 pieces of meat on his plate, looking at the trembling aunt. Oh, I forgot, I thought this was the school cafeteria. The aunt awkwardly smiled and quickly scooped a large spoonful of level 8 beast stew onto Chen Mo's plate. After a while, after serving himself a bit of everything, Chen Mo finally returned to his seat with a dinner weighing 15 pounds. But compared to Gu Feng, Chen Mo's eating style was still considered conservative. Hey, bro, have you never seen rice or meat before? Chen Mo asked, looking at the 3 large plates in front of Gu Feng. I really haven't seen it, Gu Feng replied, looking completely unfazed, shoving a large spoonful into his mouth. Each of these things is something you can't find in the outside world, every bite enhances your body. Besides, this is a benefit for the top 16 of the national competition. If you don't eat, it's a waste. If there's any leftover, it would be such a waste. That makes sense. Chen Mo seemed to come to a realization, completely abandoning any useless pride, and began shoveling various superfoods into his mouth like a bulldozer. Yang Zua glanced at the two, who looked like gluttons, and also picked up a tray to serve himself a portion. At first, Yang Zua chewed slowly, but once he tasted the wonderful flavors, he too entered glutton mode, just like Chen Mo and Gu Feng. What's up? Aren't you Celestial Clan people resource rich? Have you never eaten such good food? Gu Feng raised his head, arching an eyebrow, and after swallowing his mouthful, he asked. No, we have these things within the Celestial Clan. Yang Zua shook his head, and as he spoke, tears even glimmered in the corners of his eyes. But our clan only makes these resources into pills, they aren't tasty at all. I've grown up eating pills, I've never had anything this delicious. Poor kid. Chen Mo and Gu Feng both cast sympathetic glances at Yang Zua. In fact, it wasn't just them, the other top 16 competitors were the same, each doing their best to absorb various superfoods. After a few minutes, Chen Mo and the others patted their bulging bellies and leaned back in their chairs. By the way, where did Ma Wanglin go? Chen Mo suddenly looked up, as if they had forgotten their teammate. Ha, you can still remember me? Just then, Ma Wanglin appeared in their line of sight, holding a tray. Your leg. Gu Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Ma Wanglin's intact legs in surprise. Thanks to Director Chu's help, I was able to reattach this leg. Ma Wanglin was only wearing a pair of sports shorts on her lower body, her tan thighs exposed to the eyes of several people. If it weren't for the glaring scar, Ma Wanglin's thighs could be considered perfect. If you like looking, then take a few more glances. Ma Wanglin glanced at the three and began to eat on her own. Sorry, I was too rough back then. Yang Zua held back for a long time before managing to say this. It's fine, I was aiming to kill you at that time too. Ma Wanglin shook her head. Once on the arena, it was a matter of life and death, and she bore her injuries herself. I didn't expect you to be so strong. No wonder you're a genius of the celestial race. Thank you. Yang Zua's mouth twitched, seemingly trying to smile but ultimately failing. Have you fully recovered now? Chen Mo glanced at Ma Wanglin's leg, which looked completely healed, and asked. Not quite fully recovered, the meridians in that broken leg have shrunk a bit and need some time for rehabilitation training. Ma Wanglin shook her head and continued, in about 3 days, the meridians will fully recover, and then I can continue to refine my blood normally. Also, I heard you've broken through to level 4? Ma Wanglin put down her chopsticks, looking at Chen Mo with astonishment. Yeah, I paid a bit of a price. Chen Mo rubbed his bald head and smiled awkwardly. The rapid progress caused hair loss, I've been through that before. Ma Wanglin didn't mock Chen Mo but instead comforted him. Also, this is something Director Chu asked me to bring you, it's a new type of communication tool. Saying this, Ma Wanglin opened her backpack and took out 4 miniature headsets. Didn't they say we need a psychic master to assist from behind? Holding this thing now doesn't seem useful. Chen Mo took one of the miniature headsets and fiddled with it, realizing he didn't know how to use it. It should be here soon. Ma Wanglin glanced at the time and then turned to look at the cafeteria entrance. The cafeteria doors opened, and 4 master instructors, including Songbin, walked in. Well, have you all finished eating? Songbin stepped out from among the 4 instructors, scanning the cafeteria before nodding. This southern training session is not just a reward for you, it is also to test a new combat method. The Psychic Master's mental power can be transmitted within the abyss without restrictions through fixed means, solving the communication problem between martial artists and the outside of the abyss. Moreover, the Psychic Master can assist at any time through the martial artist's perspective to achieve real-time combat objectives. And you all will be the testers for this trial. After saying this, Songbin stepped aside, revealing 4 specially uniformed Psychic Masters behind him. These 4 are the Psychic Masters we've selected. Starting today, you will form teams and train together. They are of similar age to you, and for the next month and a half they will eat and live with you, spending this time together. At the same time, after the first month of adjustment, the practical combat classes in the second half of the month will officially begin testing, and we will closely monitor your performance. Good performance will earn you extra points as a reward. As for what the points represent, I believe you all understand. Alright, go ahead. Songbin stood aside as the 4 specially uniformed Psychic Masters walked toward their respective teams. Soon, a short girl stood in front of Chen Mo and his 3 companions. Hello, my name is He Miao, and I will be the logistics and support for the team. He Miao seemed a bit afraid of Chen Mo and the others, and hesitantly began her self-introduction. Hello, I was wondering why there were 5 beds in the dormitory, turns out you hadn't shown up yet. I hope we can cooperate happily during this time. Chen Mo smiled at He Miao, deeply doubting whether this little girl could be of any help in battle. Her introverted personality seemed to match well with Yang Zua. He Miao's pretty face flushed, as she seemed quite unskilled at interacting with others. Sigh. Gu Feng sighed. How could someone with this personality be chosen as their team's logistics and support? Chen Mo. Songbin walked over to Chen Mo and handed him a book. In the coming week, besides accumulating your energy and practicing the basic techniques of the long spear, you also need to work on your agility. Your speed is fast, but not flexible enough. This cloud step is very suitable for you. Ah, isn't it unsuitable? Chen Mo scratched his head. Songbin had just given him the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear he had used before, and now he was giving him another technique. It felt undeserved. There's nothing unsuitable about it. All four of you need to learn this cloud step. Songbin waved his hand and took a seat next to the group. I've already arranged your schedule for the coming week. Gu Feng and Yangzhua, you two are not far from reaching the 6th level of Steel Marrow Realm. Strive to break through within half a month. Ma Wanlin, your body has just recovered. Take the first 3 days to recuperate, and then continue to refine your bones. Chen Mo, you should first go to the energy replenishment room to absorb energy and store it in your steel skin. Songbin looked at the attentive group and nodded in satisfaction. As for martial skills and tactics, Gu Feng and Yangzhua don't need them. Their family's martial skills and tactics are already sufficient. Ma Wanlin, I will teach you a new agility technique. Your beacon fire spreading gun is enough for you to use until level 8. Chen Mo, your task is quite heavy. Songbin sighed. This kid had unparalleled talent, having broken through the national competition solely with brute strength. Yet, he only knew one Blood Fury Fist and didn't even have an agility technique. In the next half-month, focus on practicing the basic techniques of the long spear and the cloud step. Once you are familiar with the long spear's usage, you can start learning the Demon Slayer 6 spear technique. Okay. The four of them nodded in unison, turning their attention to Yi Miao. You don't need to look at her. This girl is the strongest in auxiliary combat among the four, and her mental energy reserves are the highest. Aside from being a bit shy, she has no other shortcomings. Songbin patted Yi Miao's little head, causing her face to flush again. By the way, during this time, don't take off the mini earphones. We will be recording data at any time. Alright, that's all I have to say. You can get to know each other better. After finishing the arrangements for the next half-month, Songbin planned to leave with the other 3 masters. Wait a moment, Uncle Song. Chen Mo suddenly called out to Songbin and quietly asked, Uncle Song, why do those masters feel different from what you gave me? How should I put it? It just feels not like masters? A hint of surprise flashed in Songbin's eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Mo's perception to be so keen. Your feeling is not wrong, those old guys indeed have issues. Songbin nodded, clarifying Chen Mo's doubts. The 3 of them were injured in the past while guarding the human race and can no longer fight. If they were to force themselves to fight, death would await them. But as masters, they can still release their residual energy, and teaching the younger generation is one of those ways. Even I have to call them seniors, they deserve enough respect. Do you understand? I understand. Chen Mo nodded, but you just called him an old guy. Seeing that Chen Mo had no more doubts, Songbin finally stood up to leave. So, what are we going to do tonight? Gu Feng scratched his head. Their dormitory only had 1 bathroom, and there was only 1 shower. He Miao and I will wash first, you guys can just bear with it. Ma Wanglin hugged He Miao. Chen Mo and the others agreed with Ma Wanglin's arrangement. This distribution seemed quite reasonable. The next day, after receiving their medicinal pills for the day, Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin followed Songbin to the martial arts training room of the training camp. Today, I will teach you the cloud step. Songbin had his hands behind his back, his expression serious. The cloud step is a technique that allows martial artists who have not yet reached the master realm to gain temporary flying ability. But this technique also has basic requirements for the user. That is to reach the steel skin realm and be able to release their vital energy. After a pause, seeing that both were listening attentively, Songbin continued. This technique can compress the air beneath your feet using your vital energy to achieve a brief moment of walking on air. The theory sounds simple, right? Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Because it is also very simple to use in practice, but it does require a certain precision in the output of vital energy. As he spoke, Songbin gestured for Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin to look at his feet. The amount of vital energy output also determines your explosive power at the moment you step into the air. Now, watch closely. This is the effect under normal conditions of vital energy output. Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin stared intently at the soles of Songbin's shoes, where a faint red mist began to gather, and Songbin slowly lifted off the ground, stepping on that red mist. Next is the effect of a large burst of vital energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Songbin shot out like a cannonball, and a mock cone appeared behind him as he broke the sound barrier. The terrifying shockwave sent Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin flying, if Chen Mo hadn't quickly grabbed Ma Wanlin's hair, she would have likely been blown straight into the sea. Having hair is convenient. The shockwave came quickly and left just as fast. After flying around, Songbin landed back in front of the two. "I've finished demonstrating, you two can start trying now. Of course, with your current levels of vital energy, you won't be able to reach such speed. Breaking 100 kilometers per hour would be considered exceptional talent. And remember, the cloud step cannot be used continuously for long periods, it will consume a lot of vital energy. The best way to use it is to create a leverage point in the air and then use the cloud step to maneuver." After saying this, Songbin sat down on a nearby step, silently watching the two. In fact, Chen Mo had memorized the moves of the cloud step the night before, and seeing it in person deepened his understanding. Feeling the steel skin he had just refined, Chen Mo tried to move the vital energy in his meridians to the skin on the soles of his feet. This step went quite smoothly. In less than a minute, Chen Mo grasped the technique. Although he succeeded in the first step, it was clear that Chen Mo lacked experience in controlling the output of vital energy, and he released a bit too much at once. With a bang, Chen Mo shot up into the air like a rocket, followed by a wave of weakness from the sudden depletion of his vital energy. "Wow, I can empty my vital energy in one go?" With a somewhat pale face, Chen Mo began to free fall. Fortunately, falling from several stories high wouldn't hurt him. With a thud, Chen Mo, whose vital energy was nearly depleted, landed on the ground and looked up to see Ma Wanlin's tanned, plump thighs. "How long are you going to lie there?" Ma Wanlin had a blank expression as she grabbed Chen Mo's arm and helped him up from the ground. "Chen Mo, do you have absolutely no experience in controlling your chi and blood?" Songbin, standing nearby, immediately recognized the essence of Chen Mo's problem. He had never properly used chi and blood. "Yeah, I didn't know any martial arts before, I just relied on swinging my fists around." Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed. His previous circumstances indeed prevented him from accessing proper martial techniques. The only martial skill he knew was the violent blood fist taught to him by Tian Xingxing, which was meant for desperate situations. It was a technique where the more chi and blood you output, the greater the power, which had led Chen Mo to develop the habit of unleashing all his chi and blood at once. "I didn't expect your problem to be this serious." Songbin rubbed his temples. He had thought Chen Mo merely lacked systematic martial knowledge and techniques, but it seemed that the boy had completely gone off track. This was akin to a one-time suicidal attack. "Ma Wanlin, you practice on your own for a while, I'll help Chen Mo learn to control his chi and blood output." After advising Ma Wanlin, he took Chen Mo aside to start a focused training session. "This habit of yours must be corrected, otherwise, it will greatly affect your future progress. You first learned the violent blood fist from the suppression army, and then experienced the national competition, where everyone fought with all their might. It's normal to develop this habit. Come, let me help you feel what a normal chi and blood output should be like." The morning passed quickly, and under Songbin's hands-on guidance, Chen Mo gradually transformed from a one-time suicidal martial artist to someone slightly more normal. During lunch, the other teams, apart from Chen Mo's, finally realized the uniqueness of the cafeteria's food and began to feast one after another. At the dining table, Chen Mo was shoveling Beast King-level braised pork into his mouth while eyeing Yang Zua. "You don't need to look, this guy is just 4 or 5 days away from a breakthrough." Gu Feng noticed Chen Mo's gaze and, after swallowing his food, said, "Level 6, Steel Bone Realm?" Ma Wanlin suddenly looked up, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. "Right, I still need about 20 more days, this guy's talent is just too abnormal." Gu Feng nodded, and his gaze towards Yang Zua changed. "I've actually been stuck in the Steel Blood Realm for over half a year. Considering the time, I should be breaking through soon." Yang Zua didn't find this surprising at all. With the help of human technology, an early breakthrough is to be expected. "And didn't you notice that the person with even higher talent than me? He completed the refinement of his skin from 0 in just 3 hours, his talent is much higher than mine." Yang Zua pointed at Chen Mo. Breaking through a major realm in 3 hours was indeed a bit abnormal. "That's a bit of a blow." Gu Feng sighed and took a big bite of Beast King-level braised pork to vent his frustration. He Miao saw that the topic among the group had come to a temporary halt and seized the opportunity to say something. "What's up?" Chen Mo and the others looked up at He Miao simultaneously, causing her to shrink her neck in fright. "I've completed the initialization of the new communication system. We can start using it officially." "That's great, later, we won't need to make phone calls to contact each other." Gu Feng chuckled, not taking the new communication system too seriously. He Miao pouted. During the training period, her role couldn't be fully realized, and only during actual combat would the importance of real-time communication be felt. As a mentalist, He Miao possessed an incredibly powerful memory. She had memorized the entire map of the southern island, including every detail and every small path. She could answer any questions Chen Mo and the others had. Moreover, with the assistance of the new type of mental cultivator equipment, she can also use micro earphones to perform mental encouragement and other auxiliary methods. Unfortunately, there is no place for her to utilize these skills right now. This afternoon, I will go to the blood replenishment room to absorb energy. What about you? Chen Mo turned to look at Ma Wanglin, who, after a morning of practice, could already use the cloud stepping technique to some extent. Let's go together. I also need energy to clear the meridians in my broken leg. Ma Wanglin nodded, knowing that the efficiency of taking pills was certainly not as fast as the blood replenishment room. Meanwhile, the 4 grandmasters, including Song Bin, appeared in the training camp conference room. Little Song, there are only 20 days left until this year's hurricane season. You, as the governor, just transferred here this year, so there are some things we old folks need to remind you about. The master with the surname Gu showed a kind smile, completely unrecognizable as a powerful master capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Of course, please go ahead, seniors, Songbin nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong with what the 3 were saying. Every year during the hurricane season, the southern island experiences a beast riot, which is also why the southern training is held on the southern island every year. Another master with the surname Huang lifted his eyelids and said, "These kids this year are quite outstanding, especially that Chun Mo, who broke through from a level 3 warrior to a level 4 in just one afternoon, which is unprecedented. Moreover, this year we will also test the new communication system, attempting to have mental cultivators replace warriors in logistics, which will put much more pressure on all fronts than in previous years. The areas with greater pressure will be handled by the Southern Army, while the remaining areas with less pressure can be left to these kids and the town's joint defense team." Have you already made decisions on where to assign these kids? Songbin did not respond immediately but was deep in thought. I was actually wondering, do we really have to assign those kids to places with less pressure? I think assigning them to the front lines is a good choice. What do you think, seniors? No, these kids have not yet grown up, it would be too risky. The master with the surname Huang directly rejected Song Bin's suggestion. In his view, these kids were reserves for the masters, and losing them in such places would be a huge loss. I think it could work, the master with the surname Gu nodded, finding some feasibility in Song Bin's proposal. Old Huang, you are still too indulgent with those kids, they are warriors, born to fight. If they do not go through real trials, they will only become flowers in a greenhouse. Haven't you learned enough from such lessons? But, the master with the surname Huang clenched his fist, he did not want those kids to repeat the mistakes of his grandson. I understand you, all 4 generations of your Huang family, except for you, died on the southern island. It is normal not to want the kids to take risks. Master Gu sighed, old Huang had indeed suffered greatly, and it was normal for his character to become weak. However, the kids must grow up. Without experiencing a real battlefield, they will never understand what humanity is currently facing. So, let's leave this matter to Little Song. He comes from a military background and will not do anything to put those kids in danger. The master with the surname Huan was somewhat silent but eventually nodded. Little Song, it's up to you. Thank you, Old Huang and Old Gu, for your support. I wonder what Old Xie thinks. Songbin was very grateful for the support of the 2 masters, but the oldest among the 3, Xie Chifu, had not spoken, so he could not make the final decision. You all can handle it as you see fit, I am only responsible for teaching the students, and their lives and deaths have little to do with me. Xie Chifu waved his hand, clearly not very concerned about the matter. I understand. Songbin smiled, Xie Chifu's meaning was clear, he agreed. Since that's the case, once the sea beasts start to riot during the hurricane season, we will arrange these 4 small teams to. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Through Chen Mo's relentless efforts, he finally learned how to control his blood energy output. Under Song Bin's guidance, he also mastered the basic combat techniques of the long spear and began to practice the 6 consecutive spear strikes for demon slaying. Unfortunately, Chen Mo's progress with the cloud step was not as fast as Ma Wanglin's. He could now compress at most 2 air masses as landing points simultaneously, but he still couldn't move too flexibly in the air. However, his speed was not slow, provided he didn't focus on the minor flaw of not being able to turn. In the blood energy replenishment room, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. Finally, I've reached a bottleneck. Opening his attribute panel, Chen Mo smiled slightly at his impressive 65,000 points of blood energy. As a level 4 warrior, his total blood energy was terrifying, surpassing most level 5 warriors, and even exceeding some weaker level 6 warriors. Not only his blood energy, but after becoming a level 4 steelskin warrior, Chen Mo's overall attributes had also received a certain boost. However, the most significant increase was in his defense. The Blood Fury Fist is still the most useful. One punch can deal nearly 100,000 damage, but it's not durable enough. I wonder how the damage will be after I learn the 6 consecutive spear strikes. Stretching lazily, Chen Mo opened the door of the blood energy replenishment room and walked out. Apart from him, the other 3 blood energy replenishment rooms were occupied by members of other teams. Ma Wanlin had already reopened the meridians in her broken leg 3 days ago and had begun refining her blood again. I can't fall too far behind, it's time to start refining my blood. After picking up a level 4 body refining pill and a level 4 blood energy pill at the Elixir Distribution Center, Chen Mo took the elevator down to the underground 3rd floor. As soon as he got off the elevator, he saw someone walking out of the gravity refinement room. That person was a member of the top 16, but he looked exceptionally disheveled. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly a result of recklessly increasing the gravity multiplier. So it really is hard to adapt to 1.7 times gravity. The person muttered to himself as he passed by Chen Mo. Seeing that the first gravity refinement room was now empty, Chen Mo took his elixirs and walked in. Let's start with 6 times gravity this time. Chen Mo rubbed his hands together, swallowed a level 4 body refining pill, and began to attempt blood refinement. Unlike the typical inward refinement, a warrior's body is refined from the outside in. Starting from the skin to the blood, bones, bone marrow, and finally the most fragile internal organs. If Chen Mo's last punch in the national competition hadn't been real damage, he might not have been able to break Yang Zhu's bones. With the experience of using mental power to guide blood energy to refine his skin, Chen Mo found it much easier to refine his blood. After a brief period of familiarization, he successfully guided the first trace of blood energy into his blood. Although the refined blood would still be replaced, its properties had been memorized by the body, and the subsequent blood replacements would also take on the refined form. The moment the blood energy came into contact with the blood, a burning sensation that Chen Mo had never experienced before surged through his body like lightning. Hiss! Glancing at his life points, Chen Mo couldn't help but grin. 400 points per second, at this rate, I can only last 20 minutes. The body refining pill could alleviate the damage caused by the refinement to a certain extent, but a regular warrior could only take 1 at a time. Taking too many could easily lead to failure in the refinement. However, Chen Mo didn't have to worry about this issue at all. Whether it was due to his innate physique or the abilities granted by the system, Chen Mo could now largely ignore the side effects of the elixirs. Ignoring the side effects of the elixirs has its limits. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo took out the second body refining pill and swallowed it. The medicinal effect began to take hold, and the terrifying burning sensation on Chen Mo's body noticeably diminished. Looking again at his attribute panel, the damage from refining his blood had decreased from 400 points per second to 300 points per second. One more. Seeing that his idea was effective, Chen Mo took out the third body refining pill and swallowed it. However, compared to the effect of the second pill, the third one was much less effective, only reducing the damage to 280 points of health per second. Another one? Chen Mo gritted his teeth. After all, these pills didn't cost him anything, so he might as well take them. After swallowing the 4th level body refining pill, the reduction in damage was minimal, with only a 10-point decrease. That's about enough. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with this result. With a decrease of 270 points of health per second and a recovery of 200 points per second, it meant that Chen Mo's health would drop at a rate of 70 points per second. If he took it easy, he could continuously refine for about an hour under 6 times the gravity. This number was already terrifying. Aside from the 4 members of Chen Mo's team, the other 16 strong contenders could only last about 15 minutes under double gravity. Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts, Chen Mo began to concentrate all his attention on refining his blood. The refining process was undoubtedly painful, but it was a necessary path to becoming a master. Time passed bit by bit, and just before his health bar was about to hit 0, Chen Mo opened his eyes. The progress is so slow. At this rate, it will take at least a month to complete the blood refining. After shutting off the 6 times gravity, Chen Mo, whose complexion was somewhat pale, walked out of the gravity refining chamber. Detected that the host has successfully started refining blood. You can spend 200 gold coins to digitize the refining progress data. Do you want to activate the digitized refining progress? Yes/no, 200 gold coins. Chen Mo licked his lips, feeling like it wasn't a loss. During this time, aside from training in the training camp, Chen Mo hadn't forgotten to complete daily tasks to accumulate gold coins. Compared to the fixed 50 gold coins before, after reaching level 4, the daily task rewards fluctuated between 70 to 120 coins. After a week, plus what he had left over, Chen Mo had accumulated a total of 730 gold coins. Let's go, I can always earn it back. After spending the hefty sum of 200 gold coins, a new section appeared on Chen Mo's system panel. Body refining progress, skin, 99%, blood, 3. 9%, bones, 0%, bone marrow, 0%, organs, 0%, wait. Chen Mo frowned, hadn't he already completed the skin refining? Why was the skin's progress at 99%? The host need not be puzzled, the limit achievable by the current world's refining method is 99%. The host can spend gold coins to fill the last 1% and become perfect steel skin. How much? Chen Mo had a bad feeling that his little savings might be running low. Perfect steel skin 1% progress, 500 gold coins. Damn it, if the effect is bad, I'll drag you down with me. Chen Mo cursed, but it was still necessary to spend the 500 gold coins. He didn't even know what the difference between perfect steel skin and ordinary steel skin was. After clicking to purchase, Chen Mo's entire skin simultaneously split open with fine cracks. However, no blood flowed from these cracks. Instead, a layer of fair, tender, brand new skin emerged. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the refining of steel skin. Perfect steel skin 1% progress, 1500 gold coins, now available. Why does it feel worse than the previous steel skin? Chen Mo shook off the flakes of skin that had fallen from him and touched his now fair and delicate skin. Could it be that I need to activate it with my vital energy? With this thought, Chen Mo instinctively activated the vital energy stored in his skin. In the blink of an eye, his originally fair and delicate skin became incredibly tough, changing color from white to iron gray. Chen Mo gently tapped that layer of iron gray skin, and it surprisingly emitted a sound identical to that of steel. Wow, this layer of skin is really sturdy. This 500 gold coins is truly worth it. Perfect steel skin activation in progress, consuming 20 points of vital energy per second. Defense increased by 100% during activation. Noble percentage attribute increase. Chen Mo happily deactivated the perfect steel skin state and glanced at the time. It was almost dinner time. Hey, Xiao, where are Gu Feng and the others now? Chen Mo pressed a button on the mini headset in his ear and immediately contacted He Miao, who was in the dormitory. Chen Mo, can you not call me Xiao anymore? He Miao's little face turned red in the dormitory. After some time getting familiar, Chen Mo and the others had started calling her Xiao. He Miao didn't dislike the nickname, it was just a bit too cute. She aspired to be a cool and charming woman, and even her nickname should be imposing. Just like Chen Mo's nickname Beast. Gu Feng and Yang's would just finished their movement training, and Sister Ma is currently doing strength training. I've already called them for you, is it time to eat? As the team's communication and logistics mentalist, He Miao always felt like a clock. A timer notifying everyone when to eat. Alright, tell them I'm heading to the cafeteria first, and I'll get their food ready if they want anything. Chen Mo nodded, got up, changed into clean clothes in the changing room, and then went to the cafeteria. Today's menu was still a feast made from various super ingredients, not much different from usual. The only difference was that 3 old men had appeared in the cafeteria. Come, you must be Chen Mo, right? Come over and have a meal with us old men, it's not too late to leave once your team members arrive. Master Huang waved at Chen Mo with a kind smile. They weren't just being random, they had noticed the changes happening to Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and sat down next to the 3 masters with his meal. Chen Mo, you seem to have undergone some changes. After Chen Mo sat down, Xie Chifu began to scrutinize Chen Mo's skin closely, even reaching out to touch it. How could that be? I remember you had already completed the steel skin tempering. Before Chen Mo could explain, Xie Chifu, Master Huang, and Master Gu exchanged glances, a hint of disbelief flashing in their eyes. Kid, tell the truth. Can you now turn your skin iron gray by releasing your vital energy? Xie Chifu grabbed Chen Mo's wrist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Did you notice? Chen Mo chuckled. It seemed that even a master who had been injured at the foundation level was still a master. This little secret of his was nothing but a secret in the eyes of a master. Indeed, it's the innate steel skin from the second tempering, and it possesses the unique ability of a level 9 golden body at level 4. Show us. The 3 masters stared at Chen Mo with intense gazes, as if he were a rare treasure. Alright. Chen Mo didn't hesitate and readily activated his perfect steel skin. No, wait, this isn't the iron golden body of the golden body realm. But when the 3 masters saw Chen Mo's iron gray skin, they fell into deep thought simultaneously. Could it be that this is a special ability brought by his innate steel skin? However, there had been martial artists with innate steel skin who underwent secondary tempering before, but none had shown changes like Chen Mo's. It might be related to his innate spiritual power. Master Huang stroked his beard and offered his guess. This child, Chen Mo, possesses both spiritual power and vital energy. The process of tempering his skin was guided by himself. Perhaps during the tempering process, his skin integrated with his spiritual power, leading to the early formation of his iron body. It's possible, but the conditions are indeed too harsh. Not only does he need innate steel skin, but he also needs to possess both spiritual power and vital energy. The three old men discussed this in front of Chen Mo. Fortunately, they didn't ask Chen Mo how he achieved it. He couldn't just say he bought it for 500 gold coins, could he? Sorry, little Chen, this is our first time seeing your situation, and we momentarily forgot about you. Master Gu smiled at Chen Mo and took out a small vial from his pocket. This vial of chaotic sea beast blood is your reward for accompanying us old men. Chaotic sea beast blood? Chen Mo took the small vial handed to him by Master Gu and examined it. This beast blood is quite magical. It is extracted from a level 10 sea beast known as the Wandering Sea Demon. It can significantly accelerate the flow of vital energy without any side effects. In other words, it allows you to unleash much greater strength than usual within 10 minutes. Save it for emergencies. Master Gu explained the effects of the chaotic sea beast blood and then turned back to continue discussing Chen Mo's changes with Master Huang and Xie Chifu. Chen Mo nodded and put away the chaotic sea beast blood. At night, after a whole day of training, Chen Mo and the others felt exhausted. We've been at it for a week straight. Shouldn't we take a break? Gu Feng lay on the bed, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom and the girls' laughter. How about we finish training tomorrow morning and skip body tempering in the afternoon? It's rare for us to come to South Island. Shouldn't we enjoy it a bit? Sure, where do you want to go? Chen Mo was indifferent. After all, tempering blood wasn't something that could be done in a day or two, and it was fine to finish it before the actual combat training began. We definitely have to go to the Abyssal Rift in Dawn City. This is one of the few abyssal rifts that have been conquered. Gu Feng sat up. He had long wanted to see the real Dawn City. In fact, the city where Chen Mo and the others were currently located was not originally called Dawn City. After the Abyssal Rift here was conquered, a massive experimental city was established above it in the shallow abyss, named Dawn City. The city outside the rift was also renamed Dawn City at that time. The conquered Abyssal Rift. Chen Mo rested his hands behind his head and looked up at the ceiling. Dawn City has an arena specifically for entertainment, where thousands of abyssal beasts are kept for martial artists to conduct real combat training. It is also one of the largest sources of income for Dawn City. Alright, let's go to Dawn City tomorrow. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Why didn't anyone mention such a great place earlier? He was already looking forward to the rows of eager abyssal beasts. What are you guys talking about? The bathroom door opened, and the fragrant Ma Wanlin and He Miao walked out. We were discussing going to the shallow abysses Dawn City tomorrow for some fun and to challenge the Dawn Arena. Gu Feng looked up and sighed with some regret. So tightly wrapped up. Take me with you. Ma Wanlin is also a battle fanatic. How could she miss out on something like this? No, there's no such thing as taking leave in the training camp. After hearing Chen Mo and the others' requests, Songbin rejected them without a second thought. If you want real combat, there are plenty of opportunities. Just wait until the remaining 23 days of training are over. Don't complain about being tired. If you still have the energy after the real combat training is over, then I might let you go play in the Dawn City of the Shallow Abyss. Alright then. The group felt somewhat disappointed, with Chen Mo being the most disheartened. Chen Mo, go get the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. I want to test your basic halberd combat skills. Who? Me? Fight you? Chen Mo pointed at himself, then glanced at Songbin, who exuded an aura of dominance, and fell into deep thought. If he found himself displeasing, he could just say so. There was no need to find an excuse to beat him up. Otherwise, in this entire training camp, you and I are the only ones using halberds. Songbin wore a gentle smile, but to Chen Mo, it felt unsettling. Alright, I'm just testing you, not sparring. Hurry up and bring the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Chen Mo took a quick look at Songbin's stats, and his expression was as grim as a bitter melon. Indeed, a master of practical combat, 10-digit vitality, 10-digit health, and 7-digit attack power. It was just strange that Songbin's defense was displayed as 0 on the panel. Okay, please go easy on me, Uncle Song. Chen Mo sighed and turned to walk towards the dormitory. A few minutes later, Chen Mo came back carrying a weapon box containing the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Take out your weapon and attack me. Songbin stood in the center of the training ground with his arms crossed, gesturing with his chin towards Chen Mo. Uncle Song, aren't you going to use a weapon? As soon as Chen Mo asked this, he realized how foolish he sounded. A dignified 13th level master wouldn't need a weapon to deal with a mere 4th level rookie, right? He could probably take him down barehanded. No need, you don't think you can hurt me, do you? Songbin chuckled, finding the boy's imagination quite rich. Then I won't hold back. Chen Mo opened the weapon box and took out the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. The basic combat techniques for the halberd were simple: thrust, peck, hook, chop, and slash, just 5 moves in total. But using a 600-pound halberd flexibly was quite difficult for an ordinary martial artist. Indeed, you have innate strength. The 600-pound phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd feels as light as a feather in your hands. Songbin nodded in satisfaction. He was growing fonder of this kid. Chen Mo remained silent, pointing the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd directly at Songbin. With a powerful push off the ground, Chen Mo instantly unleashed his maximum speed. Ding! Songbin lightly pinched the beak of the halberd with 2 fingers, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If that strike had come from a 5th-level martial artist, they would likely have been pierced through. Even a 6th-level martial artist would have been injured. Not bad, keep going. Releasing the beak, Chen Mo changed his grip on the halberd, grabbing the tail and suddenly thrusting it upward. But this was just a feint. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mo seamlessly transitioned through the 3 basic halberd techniques: thrust, peck, and hook. Not bad, not bad. Your talent with the halberd is no worse than mine. Songbin grew more excited as they fought, slamming his hand down on the halberd's grip, sending Chen Mo stumbling back 3 meters. Come on, let me see how well you've practiced the last 2 techniques. Songbin beckoned to Chen Mo with his hand, already very satisfied with him. A kid who had never touched a weapon before could master the basic halberd techniques and integrate the first 3 moves in just a week. That was faster than many geniuses. Chen Mo took a deep breath and delivered a fierce horizontal sweep aimed directly at Songbin's waist. Bang! Songbin's waist emitted a crisp sound as if metal struck metal, and the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd in Chen Mo's hand was directly knocked away. 5 million in defense. In that brief moment, Songbin's defense skyrocketed to 5 million, but the next moment it returned to 0. Continue, let me see the most powerful move of the long halberd basic combat technique, slash. If he hadn't activated the upper-tier golden body just now, he might have really been hurt by this kid. The strength was terrifying, and the body was incredibly resilient. This kid was simply a natural-born master. Chen Mo said nothing but stared intently at Songbin's chest. That's right, he saw the mark of a charged attack. He hadn't tempered anything for a week, and he felt an unbearable itch all over. Now seeing the charged attack mark, Chen Mo instinctively lifted the halberd and charged at Songbin's chest. First came a heavy downward strike that forced Songbin to raise his hand to block, the immense force causing the ground to sink. Then the halberd began to change tactics, thrusting, pecking, hooking, and chopping in quick succession, causing Songbin to reveal a barely noticeable flaw. Chen Mo began to gather his energy and blood beneath his feet, activating the cloud stacking step in an instant. Bang! Dealt 31,975 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 3,837. That felt great. This strike with the halberd was incredibly satisfying, even more refreshing than the first sip of ice-cold cola in summer. This kid even used the cloud stacking step. Songbin laughed heartily. Although that kick had great power, it was still insignificant in front of Songbin's monstrous stats. Grabbing Chen Mo's ankle, Songbin easily flung him away. Using the cloud stacking step to dissipate the force, Chen Mo managed to avoid being thrown out of the training camp. Qualified, you can start learning the Demon Slayer 6-linked halberd now. Songbin patted the footprint on his chest, nodding in satisfaction. That last kick of yours had some power. I could actually feel the pain. Songbin walked over to Chen Mo and rubbed his bald head, which hadn't yet grown any hair. Come on, let me show you the power of the Demon Slayer 6-linked halberd. Without waiting for Chen Mo to respond, Songbin grabbed the back of his collar and flew towards the chaotic sea. So fierce. After Chen Mo and Songbin left, Gufeng and the others stood up from the nearby steps. They had watched the entire process of Songbin testing Chen Mo's basic halberd techniques, and Chen Mo's progress was evident. Compared to the rough and tough brute with innate strength at the national competition, the current Chen Mo had become even more dangerous. Because now he had transformed into a brute who was proficient in the halberd, rough and tough with innate strength. Who would dare to kick a master in the chest? Did this guy really have an obsession with the chest? Regardless of gender, he always aimed for the chest. It's a good thing you didn't encounter Chen Mo during the national competition, otherwise. Gufeng glanced at Ma Wanlin's not-so-large chest and sighed. I'm really sorry for being flat. Ma Wanlin, being a girl, still had certain pursuits regarding some matters. For example, the breadth of her heart. There are only 2 girls in our team, and they're both flat. Gufeng was getting a bit carried away, and seeing that Ma Wanlin wasn't angry, he began to tease. Do you really think I can't beat you? Come on. Let's spar. I'm about to reach level 5. Ma Wanlin grabbed Gufeng's collar. She had long found this despicable rich guy displeasing. If she hadn't been busy refining her body and training her skills recently, she would have already had a go at Gufeng. Let's not, we're on the same team. fighting is not good. He tugged at Ma Wanlin's collar and said softly, "No way. We don't need weapons, let's fight barehanded. I want to see just how big the gap between us really is." Songbin brought Chen Mo to a deserted beach. "Chen Mo, I will now demonstrate the demon-slaying 6. Taking the Phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear from Chen Mo, Songbin's demeanor instantly transformed 180 degrees. The original Songbin appeared very gentle, even during their earlier sparring, he only exuded a kingly aura. But now, it was completely different. Songbin radiated an overwhelming killing intent, like a bloodthirsty tyrant. I told you before, the demon-slaying 6 is a variation of the basic combat technique chop, which I comprehended when I was at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. Each strike's power is double that of the previous one, and the consumption of vital energy will also double. If this move is practiced to perfection, splitting mountains and severing seas will be no problem. Watch closely, I will only use the minimum vital energy to activate the demon-slaying 6. As soon as he finished speaking, Songbin raised the demon-slaying 6 high and swung it towards the empty sea surface. Boom! A fierce wind howled, and the previously calm sea began to churn violently. Second strike. Accompanied by the continuous, wave-like strikes of the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, the power of the demon-slaying 6 grew stronger. The sea surface, which had been merely turbulent, now revealed a passage where the seabed could be seen. The key to the demon-slaying 6 is that the force must be continuous, with each strike following the last like surging waves. Third strike. Final strike, 6. At the moment the last strike of the demon-slaying 6 landed, the sea was completely split in two, and even the seabed below shattered under the final blow. After delivering the last strike, Songbin's demeanor returned to its previous gentle state. He handed the scorching phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear back to Chen Mo and sat with him on the rocks by the shore. "So, what insights do you have?" "Incredible." Chen Mo could find no other words to describe the demon-slaying 6, and after thinking for a long time, he could only come up with those two words. "I didn't ask you to praise me, I meant whether you have any insights yourself." Songbin was somewhat amused after hearing Chen Mo's thoughts. "Myself, huh?" Chen Mo stared at the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear in his hand, momentarily speechless. "I don't know, but it feels like I've grasped something. But, that feeling is elusive." "That's enough." Songbin nodded in satisfaction. Just from one observation, Chen Mo was able to grasp some key points, indicating that his talent in long spears was even higher than he had imagined. "Alright, let's head back. If you have any questions about the demon-slaying 6, feel free to ask me anytime. Also, don't forget to practice the cloud stacking step. A martial artist with body techniques and one without are completely different species. But, in the end, don't martial artists have to go into actual combat? Pure practice seems like just a show, right?" Chen Mo scratched his head. Martial skills and body techniques were important, but those that hadn't been tempered in actual combat seemed to have little use. "Don't rush, in a while, you'll have your hands full." Songbin smiled. In just over 20 days, the hurricane season would begin, and he hoped this kid would still crave real combat by then. "Alright, let's head back." After enjoying the sea breeze for a while, Songbin grabbed Chen Mo by the collar and took him back to the training camp. After watching Songbin's personal demonstration, Chen Mo made rapid progress with the demon-slaying 6. Including the cloud stacking step, as long as he consumed a large amount of vital energy, Chen Mo could stay airborne for over 10 minutes. During this time, Chen Mo did not slack off in tempering his body. Every morning he practiced the demon-slaying 6 and the cloud stacking step, spent the afternoons refining his body, and replenished his vital energy in the evenings. The fulfilling days passed in the blink of an eye, and in a flash, half a month had quietly slipped away. "Ha!" Chen Mo let out a sigh. He had gradually adapted to the burning sensation brought on by the blood refining. Opening the system panel, Chen Mo glanced at his progress in body refinement. Body refinement progress, skin 100%, perfect steel skin, blood, 93. 1%, bones, 0%, bone marrow, 0%, organs, 0%, in 2 more days, I can complete the blood refinement. Chen Mo stood up, turned off the 6-fold gravity, changed his clothes, and left the gravity refining room. These days, it wasn't just him making progress, Gu Feng and the others were also advancing rapidly. Ma Wanlin had already broken through to level 5, which was the steel blood realm. Gu Feng was close to breaking into the steel bone realm as well, probably just a matter of days. The progress is a bit slow. I thought I could finish refining my bones before it ended. Stretching lazily, Chen Mo planned to enjoy tonight's super ingredient feast. Just then, a voice from his tiny earpiece suddenly came through. "Chen Mo, Instructor Song has notified everyone to go to the conference room now. What's going on?" Chen Mo was taken aback. Could something have happened? "I don't know, Instructor Song didn't say, but I have some guesses." After this period of study, Miao had become very familiar with the composition and climate structure of the southern island. Every year at this season, the southern island experiences hurricane season, which is also when the chaotic sea stirs. I guess calling us to the conference room is related to this? Chaotic sea stir. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. The chaotic sea stir meant that the sea beasts would also go wild, and a large number of sea beasts would surge onto land under the influence of the chaotic sea. In other words, he could enjoy some steel. Without any hesitation, even neglecting to replenish his energy, Chen Mo jogged towards the conference room. Pushing open the conference room door, the 4 masters were already seated at the front, and all 16 strong contenders, except for him, had arrived. Chen Mo, come sit, our team spot is here. Gu Feng waved at Chen Mo, while Ma Wanglin, Yang Zhua, and He Miao were sitting beside him. You guys got here so early? After sitting down, Chen Mo glanced at the 4 and asked. It's not that we came early. It's that Uncle Song saw you were still refining your blood and didn't call you, so he delayed the meeting for a bit. Tisk tsk, others don't get this treatment, you're one of a kind. Since everyone is here, the meeting will officially begin. Songbin stood up, the lights in the conference room dimmed, and the projector lit up. After this period of intensive training, everyone present has seen a significant increase in strength. However, warriors ultimately need to fight, merely training will only build up strength, turning one into a mere energy bag. Therefore, practical training will officially commence 1 week after the hurricane season begins. As Songbin announced this, the long silence system in Chen Mo's mind suddenly rang out. Challenge Task 1 released, secure the first position on the Southern Training Camp leaderboard, this session. Task completion reward, buff store selection opportunity ×1, Challenge Task 2 released, secure the first position on the Southern Training Camp leaderboard, all sessions. Task completion reward, equipment selection ×1, upgrade buff ×1, subsequent challenge tasks will be unlocked after completing challenge task 2. Stage task 1 released, complete blood refinement before practical training, forming perfect steel blood. Task completion reward, skill slot ×1, 2000 gold, stage task 2 released, successfully used the Demon Slayer 6-link spear 4-linked before the end of the Southern Training Camp, and practiced the cloud stacking step to proficiency. Task completion reward, equipment slot ×1, 2000 gold coins. Chen Mo was momentarily speechless. This broken thing either pretended to be dead all the time or suddenly threw a bunch of tasks at him to do. However, fortunately, these tasks were either ones he was about to undertake or already in progress, so they wouldn't disrupt his current rhythm. The moment the hurricane season begins, the chaotic sea will also start to riot, and countless sea beasts will attempt to land on the shore from the chaotic waters. Songbin pointed at the map projected on the screen, beginning to explain to the 4 teams below. But fortunately, dealing with sea beasts is much easier than dealing with abyss beasts, because we can use firearms in the outside world. While using firearms to clear the area is highly efficient, those overly powerful sea beasts or any that slip through the net still require martial artists to handle. Firearms have little effect on sea beasts above level 7, and we cannot use overly powerful weapons around South Island, as this would cause significant damage to it. You don't need to worry about sea beasts above level 7, there are specialized martial artists from the military to deal with them. What you really need to pay attention to are those sea beasts that slip through the firepower. Songbin paused and switched the PPT to the next slide. Powerful sea beasts won't cause much harm to South Island, the real trouble lies with those below level 6. Their size isn't too large, with the largest not exceeding 10 meters in length. But their numbers are vast, a single level 6 beast that slips through can cause casualties in the hundreds, so this is when you need to step in. Suddenly, Gu Feng raised his hand as if he wanted to ask something. Speak. Songbin nodded, allowing Gu Feng to ask. Instructor Song, since South Island is so dangerous, why are there still so many people living here? Gu Feng truly couldn't understand. Was the mainland that bad that they had to live in such a dangerous place? You all see, right? This is the result of years of closed-door training without exposure. Songbin was not surprised by Gu Feng's question, as it was one that came up every year. South Island has formed an industrial chain for dealing with sea beasts, and most of the residents here are indigenous. Unless faced with a disaster like the sinking of South Island, who would abandon their hometown? Moreover, South Island has extremely high economic value, producing a large number of medicinal materials that cannot grow in the mainland. The city of Dawn also needs ordinary citizens to settle in, only then can such a city thrive. After listening to Songbin's explanation, everyone had no more doubts. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Switching to the next PPT, Songbin pointed at the residential areas around the city of Dawn, divided into 4 sections. I don't need you to fight on the front lines, that's still too dangerous for you. What you need to do is guard the residential areas, specifically dealing with the stray beasts. Don't worry, sea beasts will lose some strength after leaving the chaotic sea. A level 6 sea beast is roughly equivalent to a level 5 martial artist. With your abilities, it's not difficult for 4 of you to surround a level 6 sea beast, not to mention having a mentalist as logistical support. Next, I will assign the areas you need to defend. Make sure to remember them all. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours, and it was only when the 3 older masters began to doze off that Songbin concluded the meeting. We've been assigned to Area 1. After dinner, Chen Mo and the others gathered around the newly distributed map. Our team is the strongest, so it's only natural we're assigned to the most dangerous place. Gu Feng was not surprised. Area 1 was the workers' residential building of the Sea Beast Handling Center, so it was only right that the strongest team was sent to protect it. As for the higher-ups at the Sea Beast Processing Center, they would be stationed at the front lines when hurricane season approached to obtain the freshest Sea Beast raw materials. What a pity! Apart from Chen Mo, the others were quite satisfied with the upcoming practical training arrangements. Only Chen Mo felt a deep sense of regret. What do you mean, what a pity? Ma Wanlin asked, looking at Chen Mo's regretful face. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste for us to be stationed at the rear? Chen Mo rubbed his chin and pointed at the map of Area 1. Each of us has the ability to fight across tiers, and I can even fight across 2 tiers. I think we should apply to Uncle Song to go to the front lines. That way, we can earn a lot more points than we would at the rear. That does seem to make some sense. The others exchanged glances, feeling that Chen Mo had a point. The more points they earned, the more they could exchange for resources. The more sea beasts they killed, the more points they would accumulate. It was obvious that there would be many more sea beasts at the front lines than at the rear, something anyone could figure out with a little thought. Apart from the meager tens of millions in his bank account, Chen Mo was practically broke, and even that amount was just a drop in the bucket compared to the vast resources consumed by a mid-tier martial artist. Ma Wanlin was even worse off. She was practically destitute and definitely wanted to seize this opportunity to earn more points for resource exchanges for the future. Yang Zua, a orphan expelled from the celestial race, was a prime example of being utterly broke. Although Gu Feng had money, many things during the southern training could not be bought with money, and even a traditional martial arts family like theirs might not be able to obtain them. So, what do you say? Should we go for it? Chen Mo was eager to get started. He had been itching to do something lately. No rush. Let's observe once the practical training begins. If the rear isn't too tight, we can find a way to get to the front lines. Gu Feng nodded, agreeing with Chen Mo's suggestion. Besides, I'm about to complete the tempering of my steel bones. Once I finish, we can discuss it properly. Deal. Chen Mo nodded, as he was also set to complete the tempering of his blood in the next couple of days. Once they broke through to the 5th level of steel blood, their team's strength would significantly increase, and their chances of going to the front lines would improve considerably. After confirming their individual goals, Chen Mo and the others resumed their training routine. 2 days later, Gu Feng successfully completed the tempering of his steel bones and stepped into the 6th level of Steel Bone Realm. Ma Wanlin also made progress. She completed the tempering of her steel blood the day after Gu Feng's breakthrough, reaching the 5th level of Steel Blood Realm. 8 hours after Ma Wanlin's breakthrough, which is now, Chen Mo's blood had also reached its limit, stuck at 99 and unable to move. After shutting off the 6-fold gravity, Chen Mo opened the system panel to purchase 1% progress for perfect steel blood. If it weren't for the daily task gold reward being generous, I really wouldn't have enough. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the tempering of steel blood. Perfect steel blood 1% progress, 7,500 gold, now available. Steel blood tempering complete. Total vitality increased by 50%. Total vitality increased by 50%? Chen Mo was taken aback. Was this 50% the same as he imagined? Note, host's vitality base value plus, base value times 50%, equals final vitality. It's equivalent to a vitality version of the World Destroyer's death cap. The enhancement of steel blood was a bit terrifying. It wasn't just a one-time boost, but as long as the vitality increased, there would be an additional 50% increase. Perfect steel blood, after activating with vitality, it can increase attack power, speed, and cardiovascular function by 50%, consuming 100 vitality points per second. But when Chen Mo saw the active skill of perfect steel blood, he was completely stunned. This is too perverse. Aside from the high consumption of vitality, the active skill of perfect steel blood can be considered top-notch. Congratulations, host, on completing phase task 1. Rewards have been issued. Please allocate your skill slots as you see fit. Just as Chen Mo was about to try out the feeling after activating perfect vitality, the system's announcement rang out again. Right, I still have this task on me. Chen Mo slapped his thigh, feeling that today was a double blessing. Opening the system panel, Chen Mo placed the Twilight of the Gods in the newly unlocked skill slot. Thus, a super-numerical monster that combined immunity to control, 10 seconds of invincibility, extremely high burst damage, and the ability to forcefully challenge opponents emerged. By the way, since I've broken through all attributes, did that also increase? Thinking of this, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 288,796, Vitality, 1390/154800, Attack Power, 5975, Defense Power, 7920, Mental Power, 500. Vitality has increased so much. Chen Mo was taken aback. He had thought there would be a significant increase, but he didn't expect it to be more than double. Refining blood is different from refining skin. Refining skin allows the body to grow an organ that stores vitality, so a significant increase in vitality is normal. Refining blood, on the other hand, improves the quality of vitality, and the increase in total vitality is not obvious. Some martial artists with lower vitality quality may even see a decrease. But Chen Mo was different. Both his vitality quality and total vitality had received a tremendous boost, which is one of the benefits brought by perfect steel blood. With his current stats, he could easily challenge a martial artist at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. This is definitely a pure joy ride. Chen Mo was already rubbing his hands together. He had been holding back for a whole month without any steel. The upcoming practical training had to be exhilarating. However, when he saw Phase Task 2, he deflated again. Sigh. Chen Mo sighed. The Demon Slayer 6-link spear really wasn't due to his lack of effort, but the difficulty was just too high. This martial skill was used by Songbin when he was at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm, and he was just a weak and helpless 5th level Steel Blood Realm now, with only slightly higher stats. Even if he practiced diligently every day during this time, Chen Mo's limit was only 2 links, and the distance to 4 links was still far. Martial skills need to progress quickly in actual combat. However, Chen Mo had made significant progress in the cloud stacking step. He could now hover in the air for over half an hour. As long as he could continuously hover for more than 35 minutes, he would have mastered the cloud stacking step. Chen Mo was not far from mastering it and could achieve it before the practical training began. First, I should replenish my vitality. Stretching and yawning, Chen Mo changed into a clean set of clothes and left the gravity refinement room. At the entrance of the vitality replenishment room, Master Huang, who was tutoring his students, couldn't help but sigh when he saw Chen Mo. Little Chen Mo, you come here twice a day. Is your vitality consumption that fast? Don't be in such a hurry to refine your body. If your foundation is unstable, the difficulty of future breakthroughs will greatly increase. The old man isn't stopping you from refining, it's just that everything has its own rules. You need to go with the flow. As Master Huang spoke, he suddenly fell silent, pinching his brow and looking somewhat bewildered at the greatly changed Chen Mo before him. You broke through to the Steel Blood Realm? Yes, Master Huang, I just broke through today. I was the last one in our team to break through to the Steel Blood Realm. I'm starting to hold everyone back a bit. Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Alright, you can stop talking now. Go absorb your vitality. Master Huang waved his hand, wondering why he was wasting time chatting with this little pervert. Just one afternoon after arriving at the training camp, he broke through to Steel Skin, and in less than a month, he advanced to Steel Blood. What's going on? At this rate, in a year and a half this kid will become a master, right? Damn, it's faster than riding a rocket. Looking at the few students he was mentoring, although they also had decent talent, and one had already broken through to Steel Blood, why did it feel so uncomfortable? He felt a bit envious of that brat Songbin, who had stumbled upon such a monstrous genius. 3 days later, the sky over South Island was overcast, and the shops along the street had all pulled down their protective shutters. In the South Island Operations Command Room, Songbin frowned, seemingly troubled by something. Governor, there are 8 hours left until the hurricane season begins. All combat positions have been deployed, and the coastal defense line has been completed. This hurricane is expected to be about 15% stronger than in previous years, and the tsunami defense plan has been activated. Thank you for your hard work. Continue monitoring the hurricane data. Songbin nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed the Southern Training Camp. He had to stay in the South Island Operations Command Room. It's time to let these kids experience what real combat is like. I understand, I'll have the kids head to the designated positions immediately. Master Huang nodded and issued the order to act. Inside the Southern Training Camp, 4 teams composed of the top 16 from the national competition and 4 logistical mentalists were ready to go. Except for Chen Mo and Yang Zhua, the others had changed into the camp's specially made chaotic sea steel weapons. Chen Mo's Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd was worth much more than the chaotic sea steel weapons, while Yangzhou held a silver dragon gun made with the craftsmanship of the celestial race, so there was no need to change. Of course, in addition to weapons, to protect these future masters, the training camp had also prepared exclusive armor for them, each with its own unique features. But one thing was the same, the value of the equipment each person wore exceeded 9 figures, truly a money armament. It's finally starting. Chen Mo trembled with excitement, unable to contain his desire to break through to steal. Chen Mo, you should have seen how the points are calculated, right? Gu Feng was equally excited. He had long wanted to find a place to test the results of his training during this time. Of course, level 1 sea beasts are worth 2 points, level 2 5 points, level 3 10 points, level 4 15 points, level 5 30 points, level 6 80 points, and anything higher is calculated separately. Chen Mo nodded. He hadn't just looked at the points calculation system, he had also seen the points rankings from previous southern training camps. He hadn't paid attention to any ranks other than first place. His goal and task were to surpass the first place, so looking at others was pointless. The guy who had ranked first in previous years was named Huang Long, with a personal score of 1,755. His strongest achievement was killing a level 7 sea beast during practical training, relying solely on his iron fists. It must be said that he was a fierce person. It would be very difficult for others to surpass him. However, for Chen Mo, it wasn't a big deal. Points were easy to come by, but the most important thing was steal. Hey Meow, are you ready? Chen Mo turned back to see He Meow still fiddling with her helmet. Okay, I'm ready. He Meow lifted her head, her entire head wrapped in a uniquely shaped helmet, and Chen Mo even doubted whether she could see outside. Who among you can drive? The training camp only provided them with transportation, not drivers. This meant that if they didn't want to run there, they had to drive themselves. I learned for a while, but I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. With the chaotic sea steel spear slung over her back, Ma Wanlin naturally sat in the driver's seat. Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances, opened the car doors, and got in. Gu Feng and Yangzhou flanked He Miao, protecting her in the middle, while Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat. Let me ask first, how far along are you with your driving lessons? I haven't passed the first test yet, but I know where the accelerator, clutch, and brake are, so don't worry. He Miao, turn on the navigation, we're off. Ma Wanlin started the car and took off in 5th gear. We're all martial artists, even if we get into an accident, we won't die, at most, we'll just get some scrapes. While glancing at the map projected onto her right eye from her mini headset, Ma Wanlin reassured the others. You too, make sure to protect He Miao. Her role on the battlefield is quite significant. Got it. Gu Feng pulled He Miao into his arms, and her little face under the full helmet instantly turned red. In the terrified gazes of the other 3 teams, the military vehicle carrying Chen Mo's team sped off in a rather bizarre manner. Is their car? Are the wheels a bit crooked? It seems so. I remember that vehicle was still under repair. Wasn't it that armored car? I don't know, maybe strong people like to challenge themselves. We should just stick to driving the armored car. True, let's hurry up. If we don't reach the designated location within the time limit, we'll lose points. Our points are already 0, if we lose some, won't it just become negative? The training camp was somewhat remote, about 130 kilometers from Area 1, which Chen Mo and the others were responsible for. Master Huang had given them a time limit of 2 hours, which was quite ample. But often, things don't go as planned. After driving 30 kilometers, the old car they were in belched out a cloud of black smoke and completely stalled. The group looked at Ma Wanlin with a hint of confusion. This really isn't my fault, right? Even the tough Ma Wanlin was sweating now. She thought she hadn't made any operational errors. Forget it, let's leave this broken car here and run. Chen Mo waved his hand. He didn't mind, as he could run much faster than this old car anyway. Plus, it wouldn't stall. But what about He Miao? The other 4 were martial artists, so running over 100 kilometers was no problem for them. He Miao pulled out 2 boxes from the trunk, about her size, and looked at them eagerly. Really? Chen Mo scratched his head and tossed the Fengzui Longya spear to Gu Feng. I'll carry her while you guys keep up. Sighing, Chen Mo switched out his magic gear and re-equipped his iron-soled boots, which would enter a 2-hour cooldown. After saying that, he grabbed He Miao by the collar and threw her onto his back, picking up the 2 boxes and charging out. Wow, is Chen Mo really that fast? In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo had already disappeared at the end of the road. Gu Feng felt that Chen Mo was even faster than him, a 6th-level steel bone martial artist. Stop dawdling, we need to catch up. Ma Wanlin glanced at the smoking car, a hint of red appearing on her tanned face. Right, Chen Mo is running too fast. We need to hurry and catch up. Gu Feng nodded, his blood surging as he unleashed his fastest speed. Yangzhou followed closely, his unique agility as a celestial race member coming into play. Ma Wanlin was not to be outdone, gathering her energy at her feet to use the cloud step. In the training camp's monitoring room, the three masters watched Shenmo's team, who were sprinting against the hurricane, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. These little guys are still too impulsive in their actions. Huang Zongshi chuckled, hoping that these kids would become more composed after this practical training. It's perfectly normal. If young people don't have that sharpness, can they still be considered young? Xie Qifu didn't think there was anything wrong with Chen Mo and the others. In fact, he believed young people should be like this. Those precocious kids were the most boring. Putting aside their impulsiveness, Chen Mo's speed is frighteningly fast. Gu Zongshi twirled his beard, looking at the monitor where Chen Mo's speed had reached 140 kilometers per hour. Indeed, this kid's physical strength, vitality, power, total chi and blood, and speed are all far beyond what his current level should be. In my opinion, Chen Mo's combat ability can at least rival that of an ordinary 7th level warrior. Of course, the combat experience of a 7th level warrior is something this kid can't compare to. But don't they have a logistics mentalist with them? That girl, He Miao, was personally chosen by Old Chu as a genius. Don't be fooled by that little girl being timid. In terms of battle command, she's the best in the entire Magic City Mental Research Institute. With those new devices, plus a commander who is sensitive to changes in battle but has no combat power, Chen Mo can completely be used like a 7th level warrior. TSK, if a 5th level can fight a 7th level, do you think he could? When he reaches 13th level. As soon as this topic was mentioned, the three masters suddenly seemed much younger, starting to debate Chen Mo's combat capabilities after reaching 13th level. At this moment, in the shallow abyss of South Island, a purplish-red crack suddenly appeared in the shallow abyss of South Island, and Zhao Dihai, with a face full of resentment, walked out from the crack. During the 15 days of hurricane season, most of the defenses in the shallow abyss of South Island had been sent to the front lines to suppress the sea beasts. Zhao Dihai had waited a full month to seize this opportunity. So it's a training session in the south, huh? I'll destroy your South Island and see if you can survive. Taking out the ancient relic Abyss Call given to him by the Archbishop, Zhao Dihai slashed his wrist and sprayed blood onto it. The twisted and terrifying ancient relic suddenly became agitated, opening its bloody maw and directly swallowing one of Zhao Dihai's arms. Just one arm, as long as it can make him die. Zhao Dihai's mind had already twisted. He had even forgotten that he was the one who initially targeted Chen Mo. The only thing he remembered now was that he had fallen to this point because of Chen Mo, and he had to kill Chen Mo. The ancient relic Abyss Call seemed to come alive after devouring the blood, breaking free from Zhao Dihai's hand and burrowing into the purplish-red ground. Grow freely. In 10 days, it will be your death day. Zhao Dihai's face was contorted, even ignoring the blood spurting from his severed arm. He certainly knew he was just a pawn of the Abyss cult. No, he wasn't even a pawn. At most, he was a disposable tool. Zhao Dihai also knew that after using the Abyss Call, he wouldn't live much longer himself. This thing summoned not only the beast tide but also powerful existences that only operated in the middle and deep abysses. Even a 13th level master would easily fall here, let alone that little Chen Mo. You will sink along with this broken island. Abyss Cult, Southern Diocese. Archbishop, why use the Abyss Call in a place like this? A high priest knelt on one knee before the Archbishop, asking with some confusion. The Abyss Call was a very precious ancient relic. Wherever it was planted, it would cause an abyssal riot. This was not just a simple beast tide, but a riot capable of destroying an entire area. Clearly, the Abyss Calling could be used in more important places, such as the Abyssal Rift in Yanjing. What do you want to express? The bishop slowly lowered his head, looking at the high priest and asking, do you think my decision-making is flawed? No, I wouldn't dare. I just don't quite understand your intention. The high priest's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat. He could already smell the foul stench emanating from the Abyss Tiger's mouth. Of course, you wouldn't understand. The South Island is merely bait. A bait to attract their attention. The bishop smiled slightly. His target was the new abyssal rift that was about to be born in the chaotic sea. As long as he grasped that newly born abyssal rift, the strength of the Abyss Church would grow once again. The resources that a new abyssal rift could bring were countless, and currently, only their southern diocese knew about this. Even those above were unaware of this matter. It would be an excellent opportunity for the Abyss Church to expand. Don't ask about this matter again. Next time, I can't guarantee the Abyss Tiger won't be hungry. Yes. The high priest lowered his head, his attitude extremely respectful. After nearly 40 minutes of frantic running, Chen Mo finally saw the area they were responsible for. If it weren't for the full coverage helmet on He Miao's back, she would have probably fainted from the strong winds long ago. But even with the full coverage helmet, He Miao was feeling dizzy. Chen Mo's speed was simply too fast. For He Miao, it was like riding a roller coaster for 40 minutes, and not throwing up in the helmet was already a testament to her physical fitness. Where's our camp? Chen Mo scanned the surroundings and found that apart from the family building behind them, everything else was clean. Our camp, is in that box. He Miao walked over to the two boxes while trying to suppress her urge to vomit. To react, quickly in case of emergencies, we can't stay in the family building. This is a newly produced foldable hardshell camp from the Research Institute, theoretically able to withstand winds of level 12. Provided that there are martial artists to help build it, ordinary people can't use it. He Miao pressed the unlock button on one of the boxes, and the contents inside were revealed to Chen Mo. They really treat us like guinea pigs. Chen Mo sighed, wondering why all the experimental products were being shoved their way. He Miao sent the installation instructions to Chen Mo's mini headset, and a complete hardshell camp layout appeared before his eyes. It's quite simple. Chen Mo glanced over the installation process, took out various components from the nearby box, and began assembling. 20 minutes later, Gu Feng and the others finally arrived. They looked at the already assembled camp and walked right in. Not bad, the camp is all set up for us. Gu Feng returned Chen Mo's phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and sat on the spring bed. Do you think this camp just appeared by itself? Chen Mo rolled his eyes as he took back the halberd. Command Center, Team 1 is already in position in Area 1 and can be deployed for support at any time. While Gu Feng and Chen Mo were bantering, He Miao had already set up her station nearby. A complete set of communication equipment capable of island-wide contact and enough energy to last for 20 days. 8 jet-powered wind-resistant drones controlled by mental energy. That big helmet of He Miao's was used for this purpose. To operate 8 jet drones simultaneously, it's impressive that someone can truly multitask like that. Gu Feng was somewhat surprised. It's already remarkable for an ordinary person to multitask, yet He Miao could manage 8 at once. It's not operating 8 at the same time, I can manage a maximum of 4 at once. He Miao shook her head a bit shyly. The remaining 4 are backup machines, which the Research Institute sent over for us to test the wind-resistant jet drones. As he spoke, the 4 drones took off, hovering around Chen Mo and the others. This way, I can gain the same synchronized vision as you, especially the view behind, allowing me to better grasp the changes on the battlefield. He Miao said, controlling one of the drones to land on top of Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo. This is more energy efficient. It can stay in standby mode fixed on your head. He Miao smiled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. This was her small revenge, after all. Chen Mo had almost upset her stomach just moments ago. Hey, He Miao, can I try on your helmet? With nothing to do, Gu Feng leaned over to He Miao and gently tapped her helmet. Ha! No way, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle 4 360 degrees perspectives. He Miao wasn't being stingy, she was just worried Gu Feng might throw up inside her helmet. Moreover, this kind of perspective connection directly reached the brain through mental power, and Gu Feng didn't have any mental power. It's fine, I just want to try a little. After Gu Feng's repeated insistence, He Miao took off her helmet and put it on Gu Feng's head. Connection successful. Almost the moment the connection was successful, Gu Feng threw up inside the helmet. Ah, my helmet. He Miao quickly helped Gu Feng take off the helmet, looking at the stinky vomit inside, nearly in tears. I can't take it anymore. Gu Feng plopped down on the spring bed, blood streaming from his nostrils. His left eye looked up to the left, while his right eye looked down to the right, and his hands kept flailing about, clearly stimulated by something. Sigh. He Miao sighed, putting down the dirty helmet and walking over to Gu Feng. Your brain is being eroded by mental power, this is very dangerous. I warned you, but you didn't listen. She muttered softly, placing her hand on Gu Feng's head. Don't move, I'll help you extract the mental power that's eroding your brain. After a few minutes of treatment, Gu Feng, who was on the verge of becoming senile, finally returned to normal. Do you want to try again? Ma Wanlin glared at Gu Feng while cleaning the vomit from the helmet. No more trying, I almost died. Gu Feng shook his head, still feeling like there were 4 perspectives switching back and forth in his head. Alright, He Miao, I've cleaned your helmet for you. After returning the helmet to He Miao, she sniffed inside before putting it back on. He Miao, I really underestimated you before. Now recovered, Gu Feng patted He Miao's shoulder, looking at her with a hint of admiration. That feeling was truly terrifying. Having 4 constantly changing perspectives along with hundreds of streams of information flooding into his brain nearly drove Gu Feng insane in an instant. Only a mental master with mental power could handle such a massive flow of information. Thinking of this, Gu Feng glanced at Chen Mo beside him. Don't look at me, I'm not planning to court death. Chen Mo turned his head away. Although he had mental power, he only used it for physical refinement. Seeing Gu Feng's intense reaction was scary enough, he wasn't ready to become senile. Alright, there was a little hiccup just now, but now we can deploy. While Chen Mo and the others were still chatting, Himiao seemed to have received some command from above. Chen Mo, the chaotic sea riot has begun, a large number of sea beasts are surging towards the land, and several low-level sea beasts have already leaked into our responsibility area. I'm going. Chen Mo picked up the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and stood up. It had finally begun. Boom! Thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down in an instant. At this moment, the hurricane season officially commenced. The heavy rain severely obstructed visibility, and Chen Mo could only see about 5 meters ahead. Fortunately, the drone above his head was operational, and Himiao, positioned behind him, could provide Chen Mo with precise battlefield assistance. Chen Mo, there's a level 3 sea beast 160 meters ahead, be careful. Understood. Chen Mo's blood surged, and the 100-meter distance vanished in an instant. During the sprint, a charging attack symbol appeared on the sea beast, indicating that it had matured and was ready to steal. Swish! With a powerful horizontal sweep, Chen Mo turned that level 3 sea beast into minced meat, but fortunately, it had steeled itself. Dealt 40,655 damage. Maximum health increased by 4,878. 15 meters ahead at a 45-degree angle, a level 2 sea beast. Got it. Swish! With Himiao's panoramic view, Chen Mo didn't even need to open his eyes, he just followed Himiao's commands to attack. Dealt 41,240 damage. Maximum health increased by 4,948. Chen Mo, be careful, there's a level 5 sea beast 35 meters behind you, confirmed to be a deep sea hunter. Himiao's voice rang out just in time, and Chen Mo quickly turned around, raising the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd to block the claws sweeping towards him. A level 5 sea beast. Is that all the strength it has? Chen Mo's body didn't budge, but his legs were already pinned to the ground. Roar! The deep sea hunter, realizing it hadn't crushed this little thing, became somewhat enraged. With this little health, I can steal it a couple of times. Chen Mo shook off the deep sea hunter's claws, aimed at the charging symbol on its body, and delivered a horizontal sweep. Clang! Dealt 41,834 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,020. Crack! The deep sea hunter's chest caved in deeply, its ribs even piercing through the skin on its back. Ah! The deep sea hunter howled in pain, its massive body collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Chen Mo's horizontal sweep had directly rendered the deep sea hunter incapable of resistance. Trash! Chen Mo stepped on the deep sea hunter's head, gradually applying pressure. Chen Mo, there are traces of sea beasts 570 meters to your right front. Please head there immediately after dealing with the deep sea hunter. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. After a while, when the charging symbol on the deep sea hunter appeared again, Chen Mo finally finished it off. After the frontline battle began, countless sea beasts were blasted into meat paste by artillery fire, but many still managed to land successfully. As the frontline battle intensified, Gu Feng and the others, who had been in the camp, also moved out to start clearing the remaining sea beasts in Area 1. In the frontline command center, Songbin frowned as he looked at the continuously submitted battle reports. This year's hurricane season feels off. The number of sea beasts has increased significantly. Governor Song, the first wave of sea beast attacks has receded, and the next wave will arrive in 2 hours. A staff officer entered the frontline command center with the latest battle report and handed it to Songbin. I understand. How many remaining sea beasts are there? Songbin nodded, glancing at the report before placing it on the table. There aren't many remaining from the first wave, no more than 100, but after the second wave, we won't be able to defend so tightly. Should we immediately dispatch a military warrior team to clear the remaining sea beasts? No, not for now. Songbin shook his head after glancing at the performance of the southern training camp. The children's performance was outstanding, and for now, there was no need for the military to clean up after them. Hold the front line, and let those kids in the training camp handle the resources for the people in the rear. After the second wave of the offensive ends, we will adjust our strategy based on the situation. Understood. The staff saluted and turned to leave, while Songbin in the command room slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Not bad, I wonder if anyone from your batch will surpass Huan Long's record. An hour later, all the sea beasts that had slipped through the net around District 1 were cleared, and Chen Mo and the others returned to the camp. How many sea beasts did you kill? Gu Feng took off his shirt and set it aside, turning to look at the others. 3 first-level sea beasts, 2 second-level, and 2 third-level. Ma Wanlin, who was only wearing a sports bra, calculated that she had just killed 7 sea beasts in that short time. For third level and 1 fourth level, Yang Zuo replied succinctly, sitting next to the dryer to dry his clothes. What about you? Gu Feng asked with a grin, looking at Chen Mo. You go first, Chen Mo said, recalling briefly and turning to Gu Feng. Me? Not much, just 7 second level, 5 third level, and 1 fourth level. Gu Feng spoke modestly, but his expression was quite proud. I don't have much either, just 1 second level, 5 third level, 5 fourth level, and 2 fifth level. Chen Mo nodded, casually stating a terrifying number. Ha? You encountered 5th level sea beasts already? Gu Feng sprayed the water he had just taken a sip of, staring blankly at Chen Mo. He thought his achievements were impressive, but Chen Mo's were at least 10 times more so. Otherwise? The 2 5th level sea beasts in District 1 were both killed by Chen Mo. During the break, he now thoughtfully prepared energy drinks and lunch for the 4 of them. Although it didn't taste great, it was packed with high-calorie ingredients. After receiving his lunch, Gu Feng somewhat withdrawnly hid in a corner to eat. Chen Mo, meanwhile, ate his lunch while opening his system panel to check how much health he had gained just now. Name, Chen Mo, health, 364,096, attack power, 7481, just from that morning's wave, Chen Mo's health increase was comparable to what he would gain from a week of work in the Abyssal Rift. The beast tide is a good thing, too bad it can't happen every day. Chen Mo sighed. Although he wished for a daily beast tide to level up quickly, the others couldn't handle it. Moreover, events like hurricane season only happened once a year, and beast tides were even rarer. I must make the most of this opportunity. He stuffed the high-calorie mush from his bowl into his mouth, realizing he had just earned 190 points from that wave. It seemed completing system tasks wasn't too difficult, but his instincts told him that the continuous tasks given by the system would definitely not be this simple. Following the pattern from last time, the truly difficult tasks would only be issued after completing the easier ones. Chen Mo, the second wave of the Sea Beast offensive has begun, and some more stragglers have entered District 1. He Miao, who had just been boiling water, suddenly stood up, and the drone flew back to hover above Chen Mo. I got it. Give me the location. After finishing the last bit of high-calorie mush, Chen Mo grabbed his phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear and charged out. A few minutes later, Gu Feng and the others also received the order to start moving, each picking up their weapons and heading towards the target area. Whether for points or something else, everyone found their goal and worked towards it. The chaotic sea beasts attack approximately every 2 hours, with each assault lasting about an hour. Moreover, their attacks are relentless, occurring day and night, 24 hours a day. Fortunately, the first day's assault was the most intense. As time went on, the sea beasts' attacks weakened, and the number of stragglers diminished. By the third day of the hurricane season, several people, including Chen Mo, were utterly exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Gu Feng lay motionless on the spring bed, indifferent to the steel rod that had fallen to the ground. For a full 2 days and nights, their team hadn't slept a single minute, constantly being awakened to eliminate the stray sea beasts. Even Chen Mo was sprawled on the bed, sporting dark circles under his eyes. If it weren't for his ability to stack Heart of Steel, Chen Mo would have likely fallen asleep long ago. After 2 days of battle, Chen Mo had stacked a total of 300,000 health points, meaning he had personally killed nearly 60 sea beasts. Opening the system panel, Chen Mo glanced at his current health points and smiled in satisfaction. It was worth it. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 675108, attack power, 13,502, Chen Mo. The command center has asked us to deliver disaster relief supplies to the residents of the western district of Dawn City. In fact, He Miao was also quite exhausted. She was responsible for the food, clothing, and housing of Chen Mo's group, as well as combat command, which was a significant test of her mental strength. Got it. I'll go this time. Chen Mo, you rest well. Ma Wanlin got up and rubbed her temples, then shouldered nearly a ton of supplies and walked out of the camp. Dawn City, Mingyan community in the western district. The heavy rain continued unabated, even though the drainage system in the southern island was the most advanced in the entire Great Xia and even the world. Some water accumulation was unavoidable. As a team responsible for maintaining stability in the rear, such occurrences were inevitable. Fortunately, for every ton of supplies delivered, they received a reward of 5 points, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Ma Wanlin glanced at the list of families needing supplies and headed towards building No. 3. Just then, the water under her feet began to tremble. Sister Ma, be careful, a level 6 deep sea hunter is approaching you, extremely dangerous, evacuate quickly. He Miao's anxious voice rang out. In Ma Wanlin's current state, she couldn't possibly contend with a level 6 sea beast. What was happening at the front? How could such a large creature slip through? Ma Wanlin reacted swiftly, throwing the supplies off her back the moment she sensed something approaching. She turned and drew the chaotic sea steel spear, thrusting it fiercely into the water beneath her. With a muffled thud, Ma Wanlin's spear plunged into the ground, but the creature in the water evaded the strike in a bizarre manner. So fast. Seeing her attack miss, Ma Wanlin immediately rolled back. The cloud step technique proved immensely useful at that moment, allowing Ma Wanlin to hover above the waist-deep water, surveying her surroundings. It seemed this level 6 deep sea hunter was not very large and relied on the terrain for agile guerrilla tactics. However, this type of deep sea hunter was also the hardest to deal with. No wonder it could break through the front line's bombardment. The torrential rain enhanced the deep sea hunter's agility while obscuring Ma Wanlin's vision and reducing her own mobility. The current situation was quite unfavorable. In the camp, upon hearing that Ma Wanlin was attacked by a level 6 sea beast, Chun Mo grabbed his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and rushed out. A level 6 sea beast? That can take several hits. Just in time for the cooldown of the reincarnation deadlock, I might as well plunder some attributes. He Miao, give me Ma Wanlin's location, I'm going to support her now. Understood. He Miao was also decisive. Among the entire team, Chun Mo was the fastest, making him the most suitable to go out and provide support. Meanwhile, on a balcony in the Mingan community, a sturdy man in military uniform was watching Ma Wanlin, who was entangled in a battle with a deep sea hunter below. I don't know what the governor was thinking, letting such a sea beast in. The man in uniform sighed, sitting on a plastic stool, ready to intervene at any moment. Did they really think the frontline military was just sitting around? If it weren't for the governor's orders, would he personally be guarding this place? How could they possibly allow such a dangerous creature into a residential area? The governor wants this deep sea hunter to help those kids improve their teamwork skills, said a figure standing next to the man in uniform. Other teams learn to cooperate when facing level 5 sea beasts, but this team's individual combat power is too strong. Level 5 sea beasts pose no threat to them. Has the governor considered that agile deep sea hunters gain an advantage in heavy rain? The man in uniform raised an eyebrow. Training was one thing, but encountering this creature was still very dangerous for those kids. Aren't you and I here to protect them? Can't we keep this group of kids safe? Another figure adjusted his glasses, casting a dangerously sharp gaze at the level 6 deep sea hunter below. That may be true, but it feels more comfortable being on the front lines. The man in uniform pouted, feeling that the governor was wasting his talents by having him watch over the kids. Alright, let's get ready. That kid will probably be fighting for a while, but she should be able to hold on until her teammates come to support her. When the time comes, we can score their teamwork performance and then. Before the bespectacled man could finish, a figure tore through the rain curtain, rushing in from a distance. Where is it? Where's the level 6 sea beast? Chun Mo was full of excitement, his Demon Slayer 6-linked spear already charging up and ready to go. This thing is too fast, I can't catch up to it. Ma Wanlin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chun Mo arrive, using the cloud step to land on a nearby high wall. So it's you. Chun Mo's blood surged, and with a powerful thrust of his Demon Slayer 6-linked spear, he struck down at the rippling water. With a thunderous boom, the waist-deep water around him was directly shattered, revealing the brick and stone ground below. Ha! Didn't hit? Chun Mo landed and raised an eyebrow at the deep sea hunter still swimming around wildly. Chun Mo, be careful. This thing is extremely fast, and the surrounding water enhances its speed. Hearing Ma Wanlin's warning, Chun Mo focused, and the attributes of the deep sea hunter appeared before his eyes. Status, heavy rain, attack power, speed increased by 30%, deep water, speed increased by 40%, 110,000 health points, 5,500 attack power, 300 defense, 230 speed, and 40% armor penetration. Wasn't this basically an assassin's stats? What to do against such a nimble opponent that could effectively use the terrain? Simple, make sure it can't use the terrain. Anyway, with Dean Chu backing us, let's use whatever we need to. Chun Mo grinned, his reincarnation deadlock was a targeted skill, perfect for countering such agile foes. Pass through the gate of darkness. In Chun Mo's and the level 6 deep sea hunter's eyes, the surrounding world turned terrifying, like a hellish underworld. But in Ma Wanlin's and the two officers' eyes, Chun Mo vanished along with the level 6 deep sea hunter. What happened? The burly officer suddenly stood up. What just happened? How did that kid disappear with the sea beast? I don't know, but the governor mentioned this Chun Mo. He is a martial artist with both spiritual power and vitality. The bespectacled administrative officer adjusted his glasses and carefully observed the spot where Chun Mo had just been. I see, by using some means to confine the opponent within a small terrain, one can easily defeat such an extremely agile adversary. Indeed, a genius. No wonder he could win the national championship. He has only been systematically studying for a month. If he continues to grow, our great Xia will see the emergence of the strongest master in history. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. The burly officer scratched his face. He hadn't grasped anything from the four-eyed man's rambling. In simple terms, that kid utilized the power created by the fusion of mental energy and blood essence to create a. Below, Ma Wanlin and the burly officer wore identical expressions. What happened? Where's Chen Mo? He meow. Chen Mo has disappeared. Can you find out where he is? Ma Wanlin was a bit flustered. Could this be some special skill of that deep sea hunter? Was Chen Mo in danger? I've lost visual sharing with Chen Mo, but the signal shows he is still at the previous location. And in good condition? He meow's mind was also a bit scrambled. What on earth was going on? In the cycle of despair, Chen Mo looked at the creature before him that resembled a large toad, his face darkening. A level 6 deep sea hunter looked like this? It was even less imposing than the previous level 5 sea beast. The level 6 deep sea hunter looked around in terror, its small head completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Alright, it's just the two of us now, let's see where you can run. Seeing that its most proficient combat method was ineffective, the level 6 deep sea hunter let out a strange cry and attempted to flee. But the invisible wall behind it trapped it tightly, leaving it to watch as Chen Mo approached step by step. With only 110,000 health points, why can't I encounter a blood cow? Chen Mo sighed. This little toad could only withstand a couple of his strikes, which was an insult to the title of level 6 sea beast. Not to mention that the cycle of despair would also rob this little toad of 20% of its attributes, further reducing its health. It could barely survive one of Chen Mo's strikes and would be left with just a sliver of health. Once the charging attack mark appeared on the little toad's chest, Chen Mo put down his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and delivered a kick right to the toad's chest. Bang! Dealt 81,021 points of damage, maximum health increased by 9,722. After that kick, the little toad's health dropped to 7,000 points, sprawled on the ground, spitting out blood foam. 30 seconds passed quickly, and the Heart of Steel charging attack appeared before Chen Mo once more. He slammed his fist down, and the little toad's body was instantly shattered, its innards flying into the air. Dealt 81,021 points of damage, maximum health increased by 9,722. Killed in the cycle of despair, successfully plundered 20% of all attributes. Plundered attributes: health 22,000 points, attack 1,100 points, defense 60 points, speed 46 points, maximum speed increased, 8% armor penetration. I really don't know how this little toad was rated as a level 6 sea beast. It seems less challenging than the Horn King. As the cycle of despair gradually dissipated, Chen Mo's figure reappeared in the downpour. Where's the level 6 deep sea hunter? Ma Wanlin saw Chen Mo appear, but the fast deep sea hunter had vanished. In other words, so Chen Mo single-handedly killed a level 6 sea beast. The bespectacled officer squinted, unable to suppress a smile. Record his special abilities. This child is not only born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones, but also possesses other mutations. Send a copy of the battle footage to Director Chu. This ability is likely related to mental strength. I never expected that the combination of mental strength and vitality could give rise to such a miraculous ability. It's a pity this ability can't be replicated. We must protect Chen Mo, our lone seedling. The burly officer beside them was confused. He couldn't understand how that special ability was related to mental strength. It wasn't entirely his fault. Even Chen Mo himself didn't know how these people connected the skills to the fusion of mental strength and vitality. Perhaps their imagination was just too strong? But this was also a good thing. At least he didn't have to explain his strange skills himself, as Director Chu and those smart people were enough. Let's go. The sea beast has been dealt with, and we should deliver the supplies to those in need. Chen Mo picked up the supply box that Ma Wanlin had thrown not far away, lifting it onto his shoulder with one hand. Okay. Ma Wanlin nodded, her eyes flickering with ambiguous emotions. There was admiration, shock, and longing, but no infatuation. Ma Wanlin's feelings for Chen Mo were very pure, rooted in admiration and aspiration for the strong. With Chen Mo's help, the two quickly distributed the supplies for the day. As for the 5 points, Chen Mo didn't bother to compete with Ma Wanlin for them. The points from a level 6 sea beast were equivalent to over 10 days worth of supply points. He wasn't that petty. Everyone except Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the recent battle. But perhaps not entirely. Songbin couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Chen Mo had soloed another level 6 sea beast. Sigh, level 6 sea beasts are already the limit. We can't let stronger sea beasts leak through. Where exactly is this kid's limit? How can we make him understand the importance of teamwork? Headache. The rain gradually stopped, and sunlight once again bathed the land of South Island. Wait a minute? Chen Mo felt the temperature around him warming up again, a hint of confusion on his face. Wasn't it supposed to last 15 days? It's only been a week, and it's over? I just barely reached over 600,000 health points. My health just broke 1 million, and I was hoping to increase it more. Glancing at his attributes, Chun Mo sighed. Name, Chun Mo Health, 1069, 552 Attack, 21, 391 Defense, 7920 Mental Strength, 0 Speed, 206% damage reduction, 12% armor penetration, 8% fixed armor penetration, 0 in the 4 days since killing the level 6 Deep Sea Hunter. Chun Mo had also used his reincarnation desperation to kill a level 5 sea beast. It wasn't that he didn't want to hunt level 6 or 7 beasts, it was just that he hadn't encountered any above level 5 in the following days. The hurricane season, which was supposed to last 15 days, only lasted a week, and Chun Mo even wanted to ask Songbin if he was fooling him. Fortunately, during this week of hurricane season, Chun Mo had worked hard and his points had reached a whopping 2,000, successfully completing 2 challenge tasks. Chun Mo wasn't in a hurry to use the rewards from these 2 tasks, after all, his equipment slots weren't open yet, and he could choose after completing the Demon Slayer 6-link Spears 4-link. The battles of this week had been pressure-free, and he couldn't refine his martial skills. However, his cloud stepping technique had received ample training, as most of his time was spent on the move. Challenge Task 3 has not yet been triggered, the host please wait patiently. After glancing at the taskbar, Chun Mo stood up and stretched. Not to mention anything else, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Unlike the completely relaxed Chun Mo, Songbin, who was currently at the frontline command post, had a heavy expression. The governor, this year's hurricane season feels off. The advisor stood beside Songbin, his expression equally grim. According to satellite map detection, the hurricane, which was supposed to linger for about another week, has moved deep into the chaotic sea, seemingly drawn away by something. Songbin remained silent, contemplating the constantly changing satellite map before him. Xiaoqi informed the Meteorological Bureau and the Monitoring Bureau to closely watch the hurricane's shifting position. I have a feeling something big might happen. Songbin exhaled, all he could do now was report and continue monitoring. Well, he also needed to go back and settle the points for those kids. I wonder how many points that Chun Mo kid has accumulated. I hope he hasn't emptied the training camp. Although the heavy rain had stopped and the sea beasts had retreated, Songbin still did not let his guard down. The master's intuition told him that the early end of the hurricane season definitely had other reasons behind it. The destruction brought by that other reason could very well be much greater than that of the hurricane season, and he had to stay vigilant. Fortunately, the abyssal rift in the southern island had been stabilized, so there was no need to station too many defensive forces there. Xiaoqi, I'm going back to the southern training camp to settle the points for those kids. Songbin stood up and said to the advisor beside him, Understood, Governor. I will continue to monitor the hurricane's destination. After packing up the Hardbone camp, Chun Mo and the others carried their bags towards the southern training camp. No car. Yeah, no car. Over 100 kilometers, we ran here, and now we have to walk back. As they spoke, their gazes fell on Ma Wanglin. Don't look at me, it was the car itself that had problems. Didn't everyone find out later? Ma Wanglin's face flushed, and she bared her teeth at them. By the way, how many points have you all accumulated? Chun Mo suddenly became curious about how many points his teammates had gathered after a week of hard work. I have over 800, Gu Feng calculated roughly. I'm about the same, Ma Wanglin recalled. I have nearly 1,000. Although Yang Zui usually didn't say much, ever since he was expelled from the Celestial clan, he had been working hard. If anyone was more diligent than him, it would be Chun Mo. What about you? Everyone's gaze turned to Chun Mo. Not much, just a little over 2,000. Chun Mo grinned. 2,000 was enough for him to use until the late stage of level 6 or even level 7. Gu Feng and the others shot a glare at Chun Mo, who was showing off, and turned to leave. The group moved quickly, returning to the southern training camp from the City of Dawn in less than half a day. When they returned, they noticed that other teams seemed to be short on people. This practical training went quite well. There were no fatalities, only 2 serious injuries and 3 minor ones. Songbin was quite satisfied with the results of this practical training. Aside from Chun Mo's first team, other teams had greatly improved in both practical experience and cohesion. Moreover, the new combat methods had been successfully validated. With the assistance of new equipment, mentalists could play a significant role in combat. Oh, you're back. Songbin turned to look at Chun Mo and the others. These kids, not even the injured ones, were fine. Aside from a bit of fatigue, there were no major issues. Didn't you want to go to the Abyssal Dawn City? After the points are settled, you can take a break. The southern training camp ends in 8 days, make sure to enjoy yourselves during this time. Although Songbin was strict, he was not harsh, a proper relaxation was necessary for these kids. Moreover, some changes might occur around the southern island soon, and these talents couldn't continue to stay here. This week's practical training scores have been finalized, and the team ranked first is Team 1. This result did not surprise anyone, as Chen Mo's Team 1 was the strongest, with the weakest member being Ma Wanglin, a 5th-level Steel Blood Realm warrior. Moreover, the record since the establishment of the Southern Training Camp has been successfully broken by your cohort, surpassing the previous 15-day record in just 7 days. Chen Mo, your team ranks first in this practical training with a score of 2,235 points. Hiss! The crowd gasped. Hot air, as there was no such thing as coolness in the southern island. They had guessed that Chen Mo's score would be high, but they never expected it to be so outrageous. If the 15 days of practical training were fully utilized, would this guy accumulate 5,000 points? But upon reflection, they soon understood. The first district was the first line of defense against the fish that slipped through the net. Only the sea beasts that Chen Mo's team missed and those overlooked by other lines could reach them. However, no one envied Chen Mo's team guarding the first district. It was simply too dangerous. They had even heard that Chen Mo had single-handedly killed a 6th-level sea beast, a level that would likely require a significant cost to deal with if thrown at them. The specific points have been allocated to your team's mental master and can be used at any time to exchange for what you want. If you don't plan to play around in the remaining 8 days, you can use the points to exchange for time in the Gravity Refinement Room, 1 point for 1 hour. The other teams are dismissed. Chen Mo, you and your team come with me. Seemingly wanting to say something, Songbin led the 5 members of Chen Mo's team to the training camp's conference room. Have a seat. In the conference room, besides Songbin and a few of Chen Mo's team, the 3 grandmasters of the training camp were also present. Uncle Song, what do you need us for? Chen Mo yawned. He was in urgent need of sleep, and if he stayed up any longer, he might collapse. You guys, haven't you chosen the martial arts academy you want to go to? Songbin did not speak, but Xie Chifu stood up. Yeah, I feel like we don't really need to waste time at a martial arts academy. Chen Mo nodded. Given his rate of progress, he was not suited for a place like a martial arts academy. That's right, with your talents, the martial arts academy would actually become a burden for you. Xie Chifu was not angry. Instead, he agreed with Chen Mo's statement. So, I plan to give you an opportunity. Xie Chifu stood firm, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Mo and the others. The Daxia Grandmaster Academy, Gu Feng, you must have heard of it? What? Gu Feng's eyes widened in shock, almost standing up. But in front of the 4 grandmasters, Gu Feng managed to suppress his excitement and nodded obediently. Master Xia, my grandfather once told me about the Daxia Grandmaster Academy. It's a top-tier martial arts academy that only allows those recognized as destined to become grandmasters to enter. You know too little. Xie Chifu shook his head. This kid only knew the benefits but not the dangers of the Daxia Grandmaster Academy. A warrior is an identity, so some people become warriors for profit, which is why there is a distinction between blood warriors and practical warriors. But the Daxia Grandmaster Academy is different. Every year, the academy recruits students from clans and major martial arts academies at the 4th level. But do you know why the Daxia Grandmaster Academy is not well known? Xie Chifu's expression changed, becoming very dangerous. Because everyone who enters the Daxia Grandmaster Academy is a practical warrior, and the ultimate destination is battle, ultimately entering the deep abyss. The death rate in the first year at the Daxia Grandmaster Academy is as high as 20%, and this applies even to grandmasters. So, out of 100 new students entering the Great Xia Master Academy, not many will make it to the end. But those who do will definitely become master-level powerhouses, that is, martial sect. So, what do you say, a few kids? Do you dare to venture into the Great Xia Master Academy? Xia Qifeng smirked, believing that these kids would not let such an opportunity slip by. In fact, Songbin did not want Chen Mo and the others to go to the Great Xia Master Academy. Although the place was rich in resources and had its own forging institute, the danger was extremely high. After all, it was built right on the most dangerous Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift. Even if Chen Mo and the others didn't push themselves too hard, they could easily become masters in a few decades. The Great Xia Master Academy was just too perilous. Go, why not go? Without waiting for others to react, Chen Mo directly agreed. What he wanted was battle. Endless battles were the only way to rapidly enhance his strength. There were too few suppressed Abyss Rift beasts, and the steel stacking was too slow. The Great Xia Master Academy was just what Chen Mo craved. I'll go too. Ma Wanglin nodded. She was not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. She needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible to search for her missing parents. If you all are going, then I'll go too. Gu Feng scratched his nose. They were a small team of comrades and had to stick together. Yang's was still looked dazed, nodding without saying a word. In the end, Chen Mo and the others turned their gaze to He Miao. I also want to go to the martial arts academy? He Miao was taken aback. she was a mental energy master, and it seemed inappropriate to go to the martial arts academy, right? Okay, I'll go too. After more than a month of getting along, Miao had developed feelings for Chen Mo and the others. Even if she couldn't learn much at the martial arts academy, she could wash clothes and cook for Chen Mo and them, and also help with battlefield command. Yes, that was it. Of course you have to go, even if Chen Mo and the others don't go, you still have to go. Suddenly, the door to the conference room opened, and Chu Chi pushed in Director Chu. Little He Miao, after the tests from this training session, the new equipment greatly enhances the martial artist's abilities. You need to represent the Magic City Mental Energy Research Institute to promote this new set of equipment. Among the 4 mental energy masters in this southern training session, your performance was the best, and you discovered various new uses. You are the best candidate to promote the new equipment. I will arrange for 10 mental energy masters to accompany you. Do your best. Okay, Director. He Miao nodded. It seemed she had to go now. She would learn a few more dishes. She couldn't keep making compressed biscuits and canned food. Now we can form a small team again. Gu Feng grinned at the others. These few were among the few he could call friends, and he couldn't let them go easily. Alright, that's all for now. The words I prepared to persuade you were all for nothing. This made things easier. Xia Chifu laughed heartily. He really didn't expect these kids to agree so readily. Normally, those who could enter the Great Xia Master Academy were generally between 22 and 25 years old. These kids had just turned 18 and were entering the Great Xia Master Academy, perhaps making them the youngest masters in history. This is the admission card for Abyss Dawn City. Take a break and go have some fun. Songbin tossed 5 admission cards to Chen Mo and the others. But there was one thing he did not say. Once you enter the Great Xia Master Academy, your time to relax will basically be 0. Every day will be nothing but training and killing. Thank you, Uncle Song and the 3 masters. We will definitely cherish this opportunity. Chen Mo picked up the 5 admission cards and slipped away with Gu Feng and the others. He felt that if they didn't leave soon, these old men would stir up some trouble. After Chen Mo and the others left, Songbin turned to Director Chu. Director Chu, have you figured out the tricks that Chen Mo used earlier? Do you really think I'm omnipotent? Director Chu snorted coldly. Just mentioning this matter gave him a headache. Although I can't figure out exactly what happened, I can determine that this is a special ability generated by the combination of mental strength and vital energy. It's quite similar to a master's domain. While Director Chu and Songbin were chatting, Chen Mo and the others finally returned to their longed-for dormitory. Lying on the not-so-soft but dry bed, they didn't even bother to shower and just lay there dirty, falling asleep. They had barely slept for 15 hours combined over the past week. They were utterly exhausted. High-intensity battles combined with high-intensity movements without any rest were unbearable, even for martial artists. And that sickeningly sweet compressed biscuit paste. That night, Chen Mo and the others slept quite comfortably, only getting up around noon the next day. We'll wash up first. You 3 wait a bit. Ma Wanlin carried He Miao into the bathroom. After a week, they all smelled bad. Come on, let's go exchange our points for something to take with us. Chen Mo scratched his head, sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at Gu Feng and Yang Zhua. Did you not see the message Uncle Song sent us? Gu Feng, with his messy hair, took out his phone and glanced at it. What message? Chen Mo picked up his phone and opened the message. You can keep your points. They can be exchanged 1-to-1 for credits at the Daxia Master Academy. The things there are no worse than those at the Southern Training Camp, just without many auxiliary training rooms. That saves us some trouble. Chen Mo didn't realize the value of exchanging points for credits at the Daxia Master Academy. If he had known, he would have definitely thanked Songbin. Continue lying down? Yeah, let's lie down a bit longer. 3 hours later, the 5 of them, now clean and revitalized, boarded the armored vehicle. So, this vehicle is actually what we should have been driving during our practical training? Chen Mo stood at the lookout, feeling the scorching sea breeze. He even caught a whiff of stewed fish. Yeah, we were in such a hurry back then that we took the wrong vehicle. Ma Wanlin, now smelling fresh, awkwardly scratched her face. Don't get hung up on the wrong vehicle. Let me tell you, Abyss Dawn City is quite unique. Electricity can't be used there, and most technological products are also unusable. But that also creates one of the characteristics of Abyss Dawn City. It's particularly retro. Why are you so excited? Chen Mo was a bit puzzled. Apart from battles, Ma Wanlin had never been this excited. Not just her, even Gu Feng and He Miao were unusually enthusiastic. Of course I'm excited. This is the only residential city built in the Abyss in Daxia, and no more than 2,000 people get the admission permit each year. You have no idea how strict the identity checks are. My grandfather wanted to visit once and had to wait over a month just to get in line. Gu Feng chattered on, while Chen Mo didn't react much. His purpose for going to Dawn City wasn't to tour the architecture but to visit the Dawn Beast Arena. Just thinking about rows of abyss beasts to beat up at will made Chen Mo unable to contain his excitement. Then let's hurry up and set off. What are we waiting for? As for the task reward upgrade buff, that could wait until they returned from Abyss Dawn City. After all, opportunities to enter Abyss Dawn City were rare. The Abyss Rift on the South Island was located right in the center of Dawn City, with the ground layout of Dawn City overall shaped like a character, controlled by the military both inside and out. A few armored vehicles stopped in the military garage, as almost all technological products were unusable within the Abyss. Of course, the new communication devices powered by energy stones and jet drones were still operational, so Meow casually brought along 8 drones and helmets. It was clear that the military had already received Song Bin's notification, and Chen Mo and the others made their way to the entrance of the Abyss Rift without any obstacles. Unlike the entrance to the Abyss Rift in Taizhou, the entrance on South Island was entirely wrapped in heavy armored doors. Without an access permit, it was nearly impossible to enter the South Island Abyss Rift. Wow, this huge chunk is all chaos steel. Even Gu Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the armored door. Such a massive piece of chaos steel would cost no less than trillions. Bro, don't you feel envious watching over this every day? Chen Mo had a reaction similar to Gu Feng's, drooling at the sight of the trillion-dollar door. What's there to be envious about? The truly valuable alloys wouldn't be used as a door here. The soldier guarding the armored door laughed heartily, clearly joking. Then tell us, what kind of alloy is the most valuable? Chen Mo and Gu Feng chuckled. You old sly fox, you never think to teach these kids something good. Just as they were chatting and waiting for the door to open, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Chen Mo turned around to see Huang Lu, Master Huang from the training camp. Open the door, I'm taking these kids to Dawn City. Huang Lu waved his hand, just joking. To be honest, the door wasn't as valuable as it seemed. Yes, Master Huang. The soldier guarding the door stood up straight, his eyes filled with respect. With Master Huang leading the way, Chen Mo and the others didn't have to wait for a group of 10 to gather. They directly entered the Abyss Dawn City. The entrance to the South Island Abyss Rift connected directly to Dawn City, and as soon as Chen Mo and the others landed, they felt the surroundings were different. Unlike the harsh environment in the Abyss Rift of Taizhou, it seemed that some air purification methods were used in Dawn City, making the air quite fresh. What are you kids doing here? Master Huang smiled at Chen Mo and the others. He really liked these energetic youths. The practical training period just ended, so we plan to have some fun. Chen Mo smiled and openly shared their purpose with Huang Lu. Then have a good time, but remember the time, the southern training camp ends in 8 days, and you all need to go to the Great Xiao Master Academy then. Huang Lu nodded, thinking it was good for these kids to relax a bit. You can play in the Beast Arena, but be careful, I won't accompany you. Waving his hand with a smile, Huang Lu leisurely walked into Dawn City. In Chen Mo and the others' eyes, Huang Lu's back looked no different from that of an elderly man in his twilight years. A seriously injured master. Gu Feng sighed, feeling a bit heartbroken that such a powerful master had fallen to this state. What's wrong? Staying behind instead of going to the battlefield to retire isn't bad either, Yang Zua said, puzzled, not understanding why Gu Feng and the others were sighing. In their Tianren clan, there was no such thing as retirement. Most strong warriors died in battle before reaching retirement age. So, in Yang Zua's view, being able to live to retirement age was already the luckiest person. It's not that, it's just... Gu Feng was at a loss for words, unsure how to describe his feelings. Alright, we're here to have fun this time, let's not make the atmosphere so heavy. Mao Wanlin patted Gu Feng's shoulder and comforted him. By the way, there are 3 types of transportation in Abyss Dawn City, roller skates, skateboards, and bicycles. Which one are you using? Chen Mo had already started studying the transportation options when Mao Wanlin was comforting Gu Feng. Although he could run fast, using a vehicle was less tiring, and he was there to have fun, not on a mission, so he naturally wanted to relax however he could. Bicycle, what else can we choose? Gu Feng had also recovered from the earlier heavy atmosphere and walked over to Chen Mo, picking a bicycle to ride. Apart from Miao, who sat on Ma Wanlin's back seat, the rest chose bicycles. Speaking of which, we left too early this morning and didn't even have breakfast. Chen Mo patted his empty stomach and turned to the others. Same here, I didn't eat either. Then let's go eat? Can we use outside money here? Amidst this noisy atmosphere, Chen Mo and the others rode their bicycles into Dawn City. At this moment, 100 kilometers outside Abyss Dawn City, Zhao Dihai, nearly exhausted, barely opened his eyes. Looks like it worked. For the past week, Zhao Dihai had been guarding the spot where the abyss called to him, without leaving. Now, a purple-red sapling had grown from the spot where he planted the abyss call, and Zhao Dihai finally smiled with relief. Within 3 days of sprouting, the Abyss Mother Tree will take shape. By then, the entire South Island will be completely submerged. Zhao Dihai's laughter was chilling as the sapling of the Abyss Mother Tree grew rapidly in response to his laughter. At the same time, cult warriors from the southern district of the Abyss Church appeared on an uninhabited island 370 kilometers south of the South Island. The timing should be about right, 3 days, huh? The Archbishop estimated the time Zhao Dihai had planted the Abyss Call, and there were about 3 days left until the Abyss Mother Tree matured. Their target, this newly born Abyss Rift, would also take shape in 3 days. Songbin, I wonder if you will choose the South Island or this newly born Abyss Rift? A somewhat deranged smile appeared on the Archbishop's face. No matter which one Songbin chose, it would be inconsequential for the Abyss Church. At this moment, neither Chinmo nor the Dawn City Defense Forces knew that 100 kilometers away, an Abyss Mother Tree was growing rapidly. Due to the hurricane season, the buffer zone of Abyss Dawn City had shrunk from 80 kilometers to 50 kilometers, and the defensive forces within the city had also been reduced by about half. The prices in Abyss Dawn City are quite different from outside. Chen Mo looked at a luxurious roasted meat meal worth 28 in his plate. It's not bad, a similar meal on South Island only costs 18. Ma Wanglin pouted. To be honest, she felt a bit pained. It must be different. Ordinary meat in Abyss Dawn City is supplied from outside, only vegetables can be self-sufficient. Gu Feng wasn't surprised, this price was not much different from spending nothing for him. What are we doing after eating? I plan to go straight to the arena. Chen Mo quickly finished his roasted meat meal, put down his chopsticks, and looked at the others. Then let's go together. The arena is in the center of Dawn City, and we can stroll along the way. Gu Feng had already seen many amazing things since entering. Not to mention, just in terms of lighting, Abyss Dawn City had a lot of tricks up its sleeve. Abyss Dawn City was not powered, generators were ineffective here. But fortunately, there were precious energy stones available that could be used, which, after simple processing, could serve as everlasting lamps. This thing even had a brightness adjustment feature. Good. A few people agreed with Chen Mo's suggestion. It didn't matter where they went to have fun. After dinner, they got back on their bicycles and sped along the stone-paved roads of Abyss Dawn City. Due to transportation issues with the ground, the building materials in Abyss Dawn City were mostly sourced locally, resulting in an overall purple hue to the city. Not all residents of Abyss Dawn City were martial artists. The ratio was roughly 80-20. Among the martial artists, 80% were of the lower 4th rank, while the middle and upper 4th rank martial artists accounted for less than 20%. Besides these martial artists, the largest group was the ordinary residents without combat abilities. Abyss Dawn City itself was an experimental city, testing whether humanity could survive for extended periods in the abyss. It also aimed to see if farming could be done in the abyssal environment. As for the Dawn Beast Arena that Chen Mo wanted to visit, it was not hard to find. It was a landmark building in Abyss Dawn City and quite conspicuous. After about half an hour, Chen Mo and the others stopped in front of the massive arena. They parked their bicycles, grabbed their weapons and identification, and headed straight for the registration desk. You all must be visitors from the outside world, right? The staff member immediately recognized that Chen Mo and his friends were not residents of Abyss Dawn City and greeted them with a smile. Yes, we're here to experience the Dawn Beast Arena. Chen Mo nodded and handed over his martial artist certificate. Please register for me. For registration, please choose the battle mode you wish to challenge, the staff member said, pulling out a form from a drawer below. There were 3 types of battle modes listed. The first was a martial artist versus martial artist battle, essentially a performance match. The second was a proper beast fight, but it was a series of one-on-one battles. The third was interesting, it was called Caged Beast Deathmatch, a variant of beast fighting. Unlike regular beast fights, the Caged Beast Deathmatch was only open to middle and upper 4th rank martial artists and would simultaneously release 10 abyssal beasts 1 rank lower than the martial artists to fight, making it extremely dangerous. Moreover, registering for this battle mode required signing a death waiver, so not many people signed up for it. I want to register for the Caged Beast Deathmatch, Chen Mo said without any hesitation, directly choosing the most dangerous option. With his current violent stats, he could easily handle an assault from a level 4 abyssal beast, let alone a level 6. Are you sure? The staff member paused, still intending to advise Chen Mo. This battle mode is very dangerous. I suggest you choose the most ordinary one if you want to experience beast fighting. No need, just the Caged Beast Deathmatch, Chen Mo shook his head. Ordinary beast fights were too much of a waste of time, it was better to face 10 at once, it would be more exhilarating. Alright, I understand. The staff member nodded, it was his choice, and she couldn't intervene too much. Please sign the death waiver. If any issues arise, the Dawn Beast Arena can only do its best to rescue you and cannot guarantee your safety. No problem. Chen Mo readily signed his name on the waiver. Okay, today's beast fighting matches are full. If you want to experience it, you can wait until tomorrow or participate in the martial artist duel. The staff member collected the waiver and handed a participation card to Chen Mo. Then let's wait until tomorrow to experience it. Gu Feng and the others did not plan to participate in the martial artist duel. It was meaningless to spar without going all out. After this match ends, it will be your turn, so please get ready. The staff member stepped out from her station and led Chen Mo into the backstage preparation room. Gu Feng, Yang Zhuo, and the others were seated in the audience area under the guidance of another staff member. The entire arena is quite large, but most of the space is used for raising abyss beasts. As for the most important safety issues, there is no need to worry at all. A master-level expert is stationed in this arena to protect one of the few entertainment events in Abyss Dawn City. There are quite a few people, Gu Feng remarked as he sat in the stands, watching the cheering crowd. Of course, there are many. The permanent residents of Dawn City number nearly 1 million, not fewer than a small county outside. Ma Wanglin clearly had done some research on Abyss Dawn City beforehand, otherwise, she wouldn't know the population structure here. It's much more interesting to fight in the arena ourselves. Watching from above is just frustrating. Gu Feng scratched his face as he observed a level 3 martial artist engaging in a back-and-forth battle with a level 3 abyss beast below. If it were him at level 3, he could probably end the fight within 15 seconds. The battle they were watching had already lasted nearly 15 minutes. If it were in the wild, that level 3 martial artist would have likely been killed by the abyss beast's assault long ago. You little kid wouldn't understand. That's the strongest level 3 martial artist in the arena, not just some talk. A spectator not far from Gu Feng was about to defend the martial artist on the field when he realized he seemed to have never seen Gu Feng's face before. Weak as weak, I could solo a level 4 abyss beast when I was level 3. Gu Feng pouted. In his view, that martial artist was indeed a bit weak. You can't be the Gu Feng who placed third in the national competition, right? The spectator's eyes lit up, shining with a dazzling admiration. Cough, that's me. What's up? Gu Feng felt a bit displeased about that ranking, but he really couldn't compete with Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo, so he had to accept it. That makes sense. You kids who came to participate in the southern training are all prodigies, definitely different from us ordinary martial artists. Upon learning that Gu Feng and the others were geniuses from the southern training, the spectators' earlier dissatisfaction immediately turned into acceptance. These are all future master seedlings, unlike them, who would probably only hover around the lower ranks or level 1 or 2 in this lifetime. That's not necessarily true. Gu Feng, who had been a bit unhappy, suddenly cooled down and scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied. By the way, Gu Feng, aren't you planning to go up and fight a match? We all want to see the style of the national competition's third place. As soon as this was said, the surrounding spectators, who had been eavesdropping, turned their heads and nodded vigorously. Today's matches are full. Even if I wanted to fight, it would have to be tomorrow. Gu Feng shook his head and continued. But you can witness the battle of the national competition's first place. You mean the fierce beast Chen Mo? Everyone became excited upon hearing this. Being able to witness Chen Mo's battle in person would make their lives worthwhile. Yes, after this match, it will be him. Gu Feng chuckled. It seemed Chen Mo's reputation was much higher than his. After all, he was the first human genius in history to defeat a peer from the celestial race. How could that reputation not be high? Thinking of this, Gu Feng glanced at Yang Zhuo beside him. This guy seemed oblivious to the discussions around him, fixated on the somewhat dull battle on the field. Ah, it's over. With the cheers ringing out in the arena, the level 3 martial artist successfully killed the level 3 abyss beast. After clearing the beast's corpse from the arena, a flamboyantly dressed host walked in. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the final battle of today. I'm sure you all feel it's not enough, right? You haven't seen a beast fight in nearly a year, have you? Today, the last battle. A newcomer will bring you a highly dangerous level 5 beast fight. Let's welcome, from the southern training camp, Chen Mo. The host was quite experienced in heating up the atmosphere, igniting the audience's enthusiasm with just a few words. That's right, this Chen Mo is the one you all think of. The national competition champion who defeated the genius of the celestial race. The fierce beast, Chen Mo. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Chen Mo walked out, carrying his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd. Wow! It's really Chen Mo. It's actually him. The Beast Arena has really pulled out all the stops to invite this great god. It might not be the Beast Arena that invited him. Maybe he just finished his training in the south and came here to have some fun. Chen Mo, however, showed no signs of stage fright, opening his arms to embrace the cheers. Enough small talk, Chen Mo. Let's witness the true strength of the national competition champion. With that, the host took off running, fearing that he might get caught in the battle if he was slow. Chen Mo stretched his body. With 10 level 4 abyss beasts attacking, he was ready to enjoy himself. Shouldering the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, Chen Mo smiled at the abyssal steel cages rising from the surrounding audience. It really is a fight to the death with trapped beasts. Clang! In the arena, 10 cages rose from the ground, and 10 drooling abyss beasts were staring intently at Chen Mo. Chen Mo squinted. The basic attributes of these 10 abyss beasts appeared in his vision. None of them have an attack power exceeding 3,000. With the attack power of these level 4 abyss beasts, even if he stood there and let them hit him, they might not be able to do any damage. Fight to the death with trapped beasts. Now begin. As soon as the host's voice fell, the 10 locked cages opened simultaneously, and the 10 abyss beasts, looking like they had been starved for a long time, lunged out. But Chen Mo showed no intention of moving, merely taking off his shirt and putting it away. He hadn't brought a change of clothes for this outing. If he got this one ruined, he would have nothing to wear for the next few days. Not to mention that the charged attack mark required a few seconds to charge. Chen Mo was afraid that if he touched these level 4 abyss beasts, he might accidentally kill them. Creak! Almost at the same time, 10 abyss beasts, resembling wild wolves and over 3 meters long, pounced onto Chen Mo. The audience couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that Chen Mo would be eaten by the abyss beasts right away? But it was unthinkable. Even the geniuses of the celestial race were no match for Chen Mo, let alone a few level 4 abyss beasts. No way, level 4 abyss beasts are too weak, there's no challenge at all. After the charged attack mark appeared on the 10 level 4 abyss beasts, Chen Mo shook his head in disappointment. He didn't even need to activate his perfect steel skin, just relying on his tough skin after tempering was enough to completely block the beast's bites. Sparks flew from Chen Mo's body as the 10 abyss beasts clawed and bit at him, but he was completely unaffected. Tell me, what can these level 4 abyss beasts do besides slobbering all over me? Boom! Chen Mo plunged the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd into the ground and grabbed one of the abyss beasts by the head. Bang! The abyss beast struck by Chen Mo's punch exploded instantly, blood and internal organs splattering onto the audience. The audience, splattered in blood, was not angry. Instead, they were even more excited. What a brutal fighting style! It really is the fierce beast Chen Mo. He crushed a level 4 abyss beast into pieces with one punch. That's too fierce. The excited audience began to cheer. They hadn't seen such a brutal and violent fight in a long time. Caused 128,346 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 15,401. Chen Mo grinned, tossing the head of the level 4 abyss beast aside. Clang, clang, clang. 9 crisp sounds rang out in succession as the remaining 9 level 4 abyss beasts were instantly killed by Chen Mo. Dealt 128,346 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 15,401. Dealt 128,346 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 15,401. Dealt 128,346 points of damage. The continuous system announcements, each one representing a significant increase in Chen Mo's life value. Just from this wave of 4 level abyss beasts, Chen Mo's health increased by 150,000, and his attack power rose by 3,000 points. Is it really over just like that? Everyone, including the host, looked bewildered at the blood splattering in the arena. The host hadn't even started his passionate commentary, and this extremely dangerous battle was already over. Most of the audience didn't even see what happened. Those 10 4-level abyss beasts turned into scattered fragments on the ground. It really wasn't challenging at all. I bet you, Ma Jia, could handle it easily. Gu Feng, Yang Zhuo, and Ma Wanlin were not surprised by the outcome, but Gu Feng's words made Ma Wanlin quite unhappy. Are you saying I'm the weakest in our team? Seems like it, huh? Ma Wanlin sneered. She planned to come and try a match like this tomorrow to see just how much weaker she was compared to Chen Mo. So it really is over. No wonder they're the national champions. This is too fierce. The audience nearby was buzzing with discussion, clearly still wanting more. The host, who had been stunned for a moment, quickly got up and walked to the center, standing next to Chen Mo, who had not left the arena. Before the host could speak, Chen Mo snatched the microphone from his hand. This is unacceptable. There's no challenge at all. It doesn't even count as an appetizer. It didn't even serve as a warm-up. Come on. Bring me 10 5-level abyss beasts for a real appetizer. After saying this, Chen Mo returned the microphone to the host and leaned against the ground-embedded phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, waiting for the next wave of abyss beasts. His Demon Slayer's 6-linked spear needed pressure to break through. This pressure couldn't be too great or too small. Too much could lead to a collapse, while too little wouldn't allow Chen Mo to fully comprehend the Demon Slayer's 6-linked spear. The line of pressure was delicate. Chen Mo's reason for challenging the second wave was not just to stack steel but also to gain enough pressure under the assault of the Abyss Beasts. He still had a challenge task to complete, and the reward was equipment that couldn't be bought with gold. The host hesitated upon hearing Chen Mo's words. This was clearly against the rules. But soon, his expression changed, and he immediately began arranging the next wave of 10 5-level Abyss Beasts. In the private room at the top of the arena, Huang Lu took a sip from his teacup. Brother Huang, are you sure Chen Mo can withstand the assault of 10 5-level Abyss Beasts? Sitting across from Huang Lu was an elderly man with graying hair, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, with a square face full of righteousness. Don't worry, this kid is tough and resilient, plus he has the pseudo-iron golden body. Those 5-level Abyss Beasts can't do anything to him. Huang Lu was confident. He had personally felt the perfect steel layer on Chen Mo, and ordinary Abyss Beasts couldn't harm him. Except for those Lord-level Abyss Beasts, these regular 4 and 5-level ones were merely a warm-up. What about you, Yang Chang? Have you made any progress in martial arts over the years? Don't let managing the Beast Arena delay your martial path. The elderly man across was Yang Qing, a practical 13th level master, and the one guarding the Abyss Dawn City and the Dawn Beast Arena. Sigh, Brother Huang, don't bring that up. It's already a stroke of luck that I broke through to 13th level. That elusive higher level is something I'll never hope to reach in this lifetime. Yang Qing sighed. The 14th level was too ethereal, and someone with his talent found it hard to touch. Brother Huang, are you here this time? To pay respects to Longer and Dawn? Yang Qing glanced at Huang Lu and cautiously asked, is it true that these two unfilial sons died before me? If I don't come to pay respects at their graves, who else will? Huang Lu laughed heartily, as if he had already come to terms with the matter. But the dullness and silence in his eyes were unmistakable. No one could truly come to terms with the fact that his son and grandson had died before him. Yang Qing, take good care of this city of dawn. It was named after my son. It's also the only memory this child left me. Of course, this city holds great significance. Yang Qing nodded. It hadn't been easy for Brother Huang in his lifetime. Alright, keep an eye on those kids for me. They are all top-notch master prospects and can't afford to have any accidents in a place like this. After drinking his cup of hot tea, Huang Lu stood up to leave, his hunched back resembling that of an elderly man in his twilight years. Sigh. Yang Qing let out a breath. He couldn't comfort Huang Lu. Fortunately, he had no children, so he didn't have to worry about them dying before him. It was just a bit frustrating to have been single for over 70 years. After Chen Mo had killed 10 level 5 Abyss Beasts in just 5 minutes, the host finally called an end to this brutal fight. This was no longer a fight, it was a one-sided massacre. Originally, the materials from the Abyss Beasts could be recovered after their deaths, which would balance the costs. But the Abyss Beasts that Chen Mo dealt with were so thoroughly destroyed that even extracting the fragments embedded in the walls was a technical challenge. After hastily announcing Chen Mo's victory, the host rushed backstage to tally the losses. However, with loss comes gain. Although the arenas suffered a significant financial hit, Chen Mo gained over 300,000 in life points. Overall, it was still a profit. After Chen Mo's battle concluded, the arena announced that the day's matches were over. Let's come early tomorrow and secure our spots first. Gu Feng and the others were eager after watching Chen Mo's fight. I don't mind, but where are we staying tonight? Chen Mo put on his clothes again and turned to look at the dimly lit street. I remember the only hotel in the city of Abyss Dawn is run by the military. Let's stay there, Ma Wanglin recalled, pointing to the brightest spot in the city. Let's go, and we can solve dinner along the way. Chen Mo patted his empty stomach and rode his bike toward the military's location. After a few minutes, they stopped in front of the military hotel. After confirming their identities, Chen Mo and the others successfully checked into the military hotel. I remember the military hotel has a cafeteria. Let's eat there to save some money. Ma Wanglin, being poor, naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. After settling their luggage, they followed the aroma to find the cafeteria. However, the further they walked, the more they felt something was off. It seemed they had wandered into the military's martyrs' cemetery? Wait, why does the martyrs' cemetery smell like roasted chicken? Realizing something was wrong, they immediately became alert and followed the source of the aroma. But when they saw the figures by the firelight in the cemetery, they relaxed. There stood Huang Lu in front of a barbecue grill, with a row of sizzling, oily chicken legs and wings, beside him a bottle of what looked like cheap white liquor. You little brats, why are you here at the martyrs' cemetery at night instead of going to eat? Although Huang Lu had closed off his vital energy, his perception remained sharp, and he naturally noticed Chen Mo and the others. We just caught a whiff of the smell and followed it over. Chen Mo chuckled and casually walked over to Huang Lu's side. Old Master Huang, why are you here at the martyrs' cemetery having a barbecue at this hour? Ah, I'm here to keep my son and grandson company. Huang Lu's expression was calm, but the pain deep in his eyes was clear to Chen Mo. Son, grandson. Chen Mo was somewhat at a loss for words. He had learned about these two from Songbin before. That top scorer from the southern training camp, Huang Long, was Huang Lu's grandson. You guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let's have a drink together. Huang Lu didn't mind being interrupted while paying his respects, waving to Gu Feng and the others behind Chen Mo. The group exchanged glances and ultimately gathered around Huang Lu. You all are the pride of heaven, you must take good care of yourselves. If you lose your lives, think about how heartbroken your parents would be. Huang Lu personally poured white liquor for them, the spicy taste hitting straight to the top of his head. My foolish son and foolish grandson, both lost their lives at such a young age, leaving this old man to drag on. After sealing his vital energy, the alcohol could numb Huang Lu's brain, giving him a moment of relaxation. You don't know, my son and grandson's talents are not inferior to yours. Except for you, Chen Mo. Huang Lu shared the roasted chicken legs and wings with Chen Mo and the others, while he himself gnawed on a skewer of grilled chicken tails. Back in the day, when Dawn City wasn't even called Dawn City, this seemed to be a common trait among the elderly. When drunk, they loved to recount stories from their youth. The group remained silent, quietly listening to Huang Lu tell his tales. Huang Lu had one son, named Huang Shuguang. He achieved the Master Realm at 55 and died in battle at 57 in the depths of the southern island abyss. His grandson was equally powerful, a level 10 martial artist at 26, with hopes of achieving mastery before 40. Unfortunately, Huang Long died in the battle for the founding of Dawn City. Both his son and grandson had died before Huang Lu, and in the same place, Huang Lu himself had been severely injured in a battle, forced to seal his vital energy to survive. The stronger a martial artist is, the harder it is to leave descendants. If you want to have your own children, you should hurry and do it now. Once you achieve the upper 4th rank, leaving descendants will be as difficult as curing infertility. Xiaoma, you should. I see that these 3 kids have good genes. Their descendants will definitely be strong. Ha 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 ha. Ma Wangling's face turned red from Huang Lu's teasing, but due to Huang Lu's status, she couldn't say much. Come, let's have a toast. Huang Lu raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Mo and the others, downing an entire bottle of over 60-degree low-quality white liquor in one go. My son used to love drinking this with me, but unfortunately. Huang Lu shook his head, swaying as he left after extinguishing the charcoal fire. Chen Mo and the others said nothing, silently tidying up the remnants. Gu Feng, does our great Xia lose masters every year? In Chen Mo's view, the power of a master was comparable to that of a deity. It was surprising that such strong individuals could die in batches. Yes, Great Xia loses nearly 20 masters every year while suppressing the abyss, but fortunately, the replenishment rate is quick, forming a delicate balance with the losses. Gu Feng understood these matters much better than Chen Mo. Otherwise, why do you think we select geniuses through such a brutal national competition? Those who can emerge from the national competition will be prioritized for training. It's both a privilege and a responsibility. Martial artists with average talent are responsible for living a safe and sound life. There's no need to engage with real dangers. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Right now, it's those masters holding it up. Maybe in the future, it will be us. Gu Feng patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Their Gu family had lost 3 masters in the past decade, all of whom were capable of establishing their own sects. Otherwise, how could one expect to stand firm in the territory of Yinjing just based on strength? That would be nonsense. Alright, it's not uncommon for the elderly to send off the young. There's no need to be so sentimental. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Gu Feng stepped in to lighten it. What we need to do is to make ourselves stronger. At the very least, we can't die in front of our parents, right? Right, all we can do is get stronger. Chen Mo nodded, finally feeling that Gu Feng had said something sensible after all this time. Let's eat. I just had a roasted chicken wing, and I'm still hungry. Chen Mo quickly adjusted his mood and led the group toward the military cafeteria. The next day, Chen Mo and the others returned to the Dawn Beast Arena. This time, it wasn't just Chen Mo who signed up. Ma Wanlin, Gu Feng, and Yang Zhua all registered for the beast struggle, except for He Miao, who had no combat ability. When the manager heard that 4 fearless individuals had signed up for the beast struggle, he was initially thrilled, but upon realizing they were the same group of kids from the southern training camp, he deflated completely. Boss, this time we're going to suffer a huge loss. The manager stood in front of Yang Qing, looking very pained. It's fine, let those kids kill as they please. It's a good thing for them to get enough training here. Yang Qing was generous, after all, he was only responsible for protecting Dawn City and the Dawn Beast Arena, not involved in its operations, so he had no idea how much they would lose this time. Alright, since you say so, we'll go all out. The manager nodded and immediately notified the staff to properly receive Chun Mo and the others. As for the other battles outside the beast struggle, he had no intention of starting them until Chun Mo and the others had their fun. At the front desk of the beast arena, the host announced that the entire day would be dedicated to the beast struggle, and the audience's cheers soared to the sky. Such thrilling events might not happen even once in 10 years, so they were truly getting their fill of excitement. Among Chen Mo's group, Ma Wanglin was the first to take the stage. Once the only female in the team left, Chen Mo finally felt free to ask his questions. Gu Feng, I think I can understand why it's harder for higher-level warriors to leave descendants. Why? Gu Feng was taken aback by Chen Mo's question. He had never thought about this matter, always taking it for granted without considering the underlying reasons. Look, the steel skin becomes stronger as a warrior's level increases, and to break through to the steel skin realm, one must undergo the refinement of their entire skin. In other words, whether it's our layer of skin or that of female warriors, it's probably. A question mark slowly appeared above Gu Feng's head. He felt that something was off with what Chen Mo was saying, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly. It was all very strange. That's not quite right, Yang Zhua, who rarely spoke, chimed in. After glancing at Chen Mo, he walked over to join them. The stronger the warrior, the higher their life level. The lower the life level, the easier it is for them to leave descendants, and they tend to have a large number of offspring, because they need a lot of reproduction to ensure the survival of their species. But powerful beings are different, like warriors. Chen Mo and Gu Feng looked at Yang Zhua, who was earnestly explaining physiological knowledge, and found the scene quite odd. Today, the Dawn Beast Arena was exceptionally lively. If it weren't for the limited seating, it seemed that all the residents of Abyss Dawn City would have come to watch the spectacle. Ma Wanlin and the others did not disappoint everyone's enthusiastic expectations. Each battle was spectacular, with every move and technique being extraordinarily beautiful. Of course, aside from Chen Mo's fighting style, which was so violent it made people uncomfortable, the other battles were still quite enjoyable to watch. Moreover, the losses in the Dawn Beast Arena reached a new high today, rising from 37 million yesterday to 101,050,000. However, these losses were reflected in Chen Mo's health points and attack power. After today's battles, Chen Mo's health points increased by a staggering 444,000, just a step away from the 2 million mark. Back at his residence, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 1,805,450, attack power, 36,109, defense power, 13,300, vitality, 179,800/179,800. Indeed, after adapting to steel blood, my defense has improved. Chen Mo thought he understood why the attribute values of martial artists at the same level he saw were different. Each martial artist's attributes are constantly changing, especially after they begin to temper their bodies. Take those two 7th-level martial artists who chased him last time. They probably had just finished tempering their steel marrow and hadn't started tempering their organs yet. Therefore, their attribute improvements hadn't reached their limits. A true 7th-level steel marrow martial artist should be much stronger than them. Just like Gu Feng and Yang Zhua, their health points had already reached nearly 200,000, and their vitality was around 80,000, which was already close to the attribute values of those two 7th-level martial artists. Why do I have so much vitality? Chen Mo still couldn't understand. After adapting to the steel blood realm during this time, his vitality had been growing at a very stable rate. It only slowed down in the last couple of days. Maybe I really am different from ordinary people? Congratulations, host, for discovering the anomaly. The increase in health points will directly reflect on vitality, which is one of the reasons for your extraordinary vitality. The system, which had been silent for many days, suddenly bubbled up, startling Chen Mo. Please note, you have 6 days left to complete your Phase 2 task. Please complete it as soon as possible. It's not that I don't want to complete it. Chen Mo rubbed his temples. He really couldn't find an opponent who could provide him with enough pressure without being too overwhelming. If it really doesn't work, I could go find Uncle Song for a spar. He shouldn't be able to kill me, right? 100 kilometers outside Dawn City, the Abyss Mother Tree, which had once been like a small sapling, had grown much taller, nearing 2 meters. Zhao Dihai, half alive, suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to sense a calling that was very close. Are you calling me? Struggling to support himself, Zhao Dihai walked up to the purplish-red Abyss Mother Tree. Placing his hand on the trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree, the feeling became increasingly clear. So that's it, the final sacrifice is actually me. Zhao Dihai's eyes shone with light again. No wonder the Archbishop did not personally come to plant the Abyss Call. The Abyss Mother Tree, which grew from the Abyss Call, needed one last sacrifice before it could mature. The main material for the sacrifice was the person who planted the Abyss Call. Although sacrificed, the person will merge with the Abyss Mother Tree, gaining nearly infinite life. The only downside is that they can no longer move, but to Jodi Hai, that hardly counts as a downside. Come on, let me complete this final step. Jodi Hai embraced the trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree with both arms, and his body began to merge little by little with the Abyss Mother Tree. As the merging process concluded, the Abyss Mother Tree began to grow explosively, transforming into a towering giant tree in less than an hour. The branches of the Abyss Mother Tree were laden with translucent placentas of varying sizes. If you look closely, you will find that within those translucent placentas are different kinds of abyssal beasts. These abyssal beasts grow stronger under the nourishment of the placentas, until the first abyssal beast tears through the placenta and falls to the ground. The purplish-red earth of the shallow abyss begins to tremble, and something in the distant middle and deep abysses is awakened. The military warriors on guard naturally notice the Abyss Mother Tree 100 kilometers away. After all, a towering giant tree over 100 meters high is too eye-catching. Report! An anomaly has appeared 100 kilometers outside Dawn City. Suspected abyssal beast tide, unable to detect the level of the beast tide for now. Dawn City, which was originally in slumber, instantly woke up. Under the military's arrangement, the drowsy ordinary residents began to head towards the shelters. At the same time, on an uninhabited island in the southern part of the South Island, the Archbishop opened his eyes. The Abyss Mother Tree has matured, and the riot has begun. The newly born Abyss has also matured. Everything is as I expected. Songbin, oh Songbin, even if you notice the changes here, what does it matter? No matter how you choose, this time I have already won. As expected, the moment the satellite detected the emergence of a new abyssal rift, Songbin appeared in the sky nearby. Abyssal Church. Songbin squinted, his blood surging throughout his body, and the air around him began to distort. Don't be in such a hurry to act. Suddenly, the Archbishop walked through the air, appearing beside Songbin with an abyssal tiger. My suggestion is to give up this newly born abyssal rift and return to your South Island to take a look. Otherwise, if the South Island sinks, don't blame me. South Island? Songbin was taken aback for a moment, and then news of the South Island abyssal rift riot came through his earpiece. Did you do this? Songbin's expression darkened. Most of the defensive forces on the South Island were on the ground, and the defensive forces in abyssal Dawn City were very weak. What else? The Archbishop shrugged, his expression looking exceptionally irritating. Instead of wasting time arguing with me here, you might as well hurry back to defend abyssal Dawn City. Once abyssal Dawn City is leveled, the next to sink will be the South Island. Songbin said nothing, but his momentum was rising steadily. Rest assured, the South Island will not sink, and abyssal Dawn City will not be leveled. Because it won't take long to exterminate you maggots. As soon as the words fell, a long spear radiating bloodlight and malevolence appeared in Songbin's hand. Do you really think my title of Blood Butcher Spear was given for nothing? At this moment, Songbin was no longer the gentle person he was when he was with Chen Mo. He looked wild and frenzied, like a demon. This was how Songbin was. Once he entered combat mode, he seemed like a different person. From a gentle middle-aged uncle, he transformed into a god of slaughter. 2 13th level masters are not enough, let your people join in. Songbin was quite domineering, pointing the long spear directly at the Archbishop's face, as he had long sensed that there was more than one 13th level master around. Of course, to deal with the infamous Blood Butcher Spear, I have invited 2 helpers. The Archbishop leaped back, merging with 2 figures that suddenly appeared behind him. 4 13th level masters should be enough to deal with you, right? Go! Kill him! With the Archbishop's command, the 2 13th level masters beside him instantly made their move. The abyssal tiger followed closely, spewing purplish-red energy from its mouth. What a pity, if that kid Chen Mo were here, he could witness a proper 6-linked spear of demon slaughter. Songbin was actually quite anxious. Half of his successor was currently in abyssal Dawn City. But as the governor of the southern island, he absolutely could not allow this group of cult beasts to occupy a newly formed abyssal rift. He had to hold his ground here, and could only hope that that kid Chen Mo had a strong enough life force to avoid dying in this city of abyssal dawn. Songbin suddenly opened his eyes, an unparalleled sense of oppression bursting forth in an instant. The long spear in his hand danced, condensing into a tangible blade of vitality that shot towards the 2 13th level masters. Then came a sweeping strike. The purplish-red energy spewed forth by the abyssal tiger was directly shattered by Songbin. Bang! The 2 13th level masters raised their weapons to block, but that blade of vitality instantly shattered the weapons in their hands with an invincible force. Realizing the danger, the 2 13th level masters hurriedly dodged. This move was not something they could withstand. They reacted quickly enough to evade the strike before the blade of vitality could take their heads. However, the blade's momentum did not diminish, directly splitting the chaotic sea behind them in two. countless sea beasts being shredded into a mist of blood. Even the seabed below was not spared. After this strike, a bottomless trench appeared in the chaotic sea. The archbishop gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had anticipated that Songbin was quite powerful, ranking among the top masters. But he never expected this guy to be strong to this extent. He was simply a monster. Given the urgent situation, how could Songbin leave them any chance to catch their breath? He immediately charged forward, determined to kill these 4 13th level masters as quickly as possible. Indeed, Songbin's intention was not to repel or defeat them, but to directly slay them here. Demon Slaughter 6-linked spear. 6 links unite. Die. Just as Songbin was displaying his might in the outside world, Chen Mo and the others, still groggy from sleep, were pulled up by soldiers from the military. What's going on? Gufeng looked bewildered, one eye open while the other was still glued shut with sleep. The abyss has erupted, the passage to the outside world is temporarily sealed, and everyone outside the military must take refuge in the bunker below. The soldier's explanation was straightforward, and upon hearing it, Chen Mo and the others immediately shook off their drowsiness. All martial artists above level 4 in the city are to head to the front lines to resist, but you don't have to. Commander Yang has ordered us to protect you, nothing must go wrong. Alright, the entrance to the bunker is right here, you should go in now. After escorting Chen Mo and the others to the bunker entrance, the soldier sent them in without hesitation. He, on the other hand, had to rush to the front lines to defend the city of Abyssal Dawn. A few minutes later, the group, finally rebooting their brains after being abruptly awakened, managed to come back to their senses. Wait, it seems like everyone hiding in the bunker is just ordinary people. What are we doing here? Chen Mo sat on the ground of the bunker, scratching his newly grown hair while listening to the rumbling sounds outside. That's not the key issue. Wasn't the abyss in the southern island pacified? How did it suddenly erupt? As someone from an ancient martial arts family, Gufeng knew what an abyssal eruption represented. If this matter was not handled well, not only the city of Abyssal Dawn but even the southern island above could disappear from the map. Are we just going to sit here and hide? Ma Wanlin clenched her fists, the uprising bringing back some unpleasant memories. Don't think about going out to help, we haven't undergone systematic military training. Going out now would only hinder them. Gufeng was very clear that in this situation, it was not their turn to act. Their involvement would only complicate matters. Only when the outermost defense line is breached can it be our turn to take the stage. Just as Gufeng was advising the others not to rush, the door of the bunker suddenly opened, and a group of doctors and mentalists in white coats rushed in, carrying a large number of injured. Make some space, the severely injured need emergency treatment. Chen Mo and the others quickly cleared the area as several doctors and psychic practitioners began to rescue the injured on the stretcher. Such serious injuries. He Miao covered her mouth. It was her first time seeing someone so badly hurt. The young soldier on the stretcher was covered in blood, his legs were missing, and half of his face seemed to have been torn away by something, with even his intestines hanging out. Are there any more psychic practitioners on site? We don't have enough manpower. Hurry and help. Ordinary people can help too. Come and assist with cleaning the wounds. As the number of injured continued to rise, the psychic practitioners and doctors were completely overwhelmed. But they couldn't just watch the injured die. They had to seek help from those hiding in the bunker. I am a psychic practitioner. He Miao stepped forward without hesitation upon hearing their call for help. As one of the most talented auxiliary logistics psychic practitioners at the Magic City Psychic Research Institute, He Miao could handle 4 injured individuals at once. And she worked quickly, although the injuries were still severe, at least their lives were saved. Chen Mo and the others watched as He Miao's eyes shone with a brilliant blue light, knowing she was overexerting her psychic energy. Her ability to multitask was proving invaluable, at least alleviating some of the pressure on the severely injured. But it was still a drop in the bucket. At this rate of injury, it was only a matter of time before the Abyssal Dawn City fell. No, I can't just sit here and watch. Ma Wanlin stood up. She was not the type to wait for death. Alright, let's go get the weapons. Chen Mo nodded. With so many abyssal beasts outside, it would be a waste not to steal up. You all. Sigh. Gufeng sighed and stood up as well. Seeing the 3 of them get up, Yang Zhou felt it would be inappropriate to just sit there, so he joined them in returning to the hotel to get their gear. At this moment, on the outer defense line of Abyssal Dawn City, Yang Qing looked grimly at the distant Abyssal Mother Tree. Sir, the front line is under pressure, and the casualty rate has reached 2%. The officer responsible for data statistics rushed over, his expression equally grim. The Abyssal Mother Tree, it has actually been infiltrated by those beasts from the Abyssal cult. Yang Qing had already drawn his 9-ring broadsword, ready to strike at any moment. He knew that the current wave of level 6 and 7 abyssal beasts was just an appetizer. The real big guys had yet to make their appearance. Little Yang, I never expected that in my lifetime, I would still see the abyssal mother tree. At that moment, Huang Lu walked over, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant abyssal mother tree. Brother Huang, what are you doing here? Yang Qing didn't turn his head, he had to focus entirely on observing the battlefield. Once those big guys showed up, he needed to act immediately. What am I doing here? Of course, I'm here to defend Abyssal Dawn City. Huang Lu chuckled and patted Yang Cheng on the shoulder. This place was earned with the lives of my son and grandson, how could it possibly fall into the hands of those scoundrels from the abyssal cult? Leave that abyssal mother tree to me. I haven't fought in years, so if I don't do well, don't laugh at me. With that, Huang Lu turned and walked towards the military cemetery. Yang Qing remained silent, he knew what Huang Lu intended to do and understood the consequences of such actions. But he had no choice, he was the only 13th level master in the entire Abyssal Dawn City, and aside from Huang Lu, no one else could deal with the Abyssal Mother Tree. If they didn't handle the Abyssal Mother Tree, abyssal beasts would continue to appear, and those big guys would be drawn in as well. Brother Huang. At the military hotel, Chen Mo and the others equipped themselves, preparing to head to the front line of Abyssal Dawn City. As they passed by the martyr cemetery, a few of them noticed a somewhat familiar figure digging at something. Old Huang, what are you doing here instead of seeking refuge? Chen Mo walked up to Huang Lu, watching him fiddling with something. Are you guys heading to the front lines? Huang Lu did not answer the question but turned to look at them. Yes, we are all martial artists above level 4, we definitely want to help. Of course, we won't cause any trouble. We'll step in when we're needed. Chen Mo nodded, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Alright, then you guys help me with something first, my old back can't take it anymore. Huang Lu patted his waist and pointed to a small pit next to Huang Shuguang's grave. Help me pull this box out, I have use for it. Without thinking much, Chen Mo bent down and grabbed the edge of the box. With a strong lift. Ha! Chen Mo was taken aback, didn't he just use strength? Why did the box move a bit and then fall back? Can you do it or not? If not, let all four of you lift it together. Huang Lu laughed heartily, he enjoyed seeing the surprised expressions on these kids' faces. Chen Mo didn't say a word but quietly gathered his internal energy. With a strong tug, the incredibly heavy box was pulled up by Chen Mo. Not bad, it's not too heavy, I just underestimated it at first. Chen Mo placed the box in front of Huang Lu, looking at him with curiosity. Huang Lu bent down and opened the lid of the box, revealing its contents. Inside the box were simple items, a book and 20 iron rings. Huang Lu picked up the book, seeming a bit hesitant. Come here, Chen Kid. Huang Lu waved at Chen Mo and stuffed the book into his hands. This is my signature skill, the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. It's a set of boxing techniques suitable for someone at the master level. As for these iron rings, we'll talk about them later. Alright, you guys go back to what you were doing. After handing the Diamond Iron Wire Fist to Chen Mo, Huang Lu waved his hand to send them off. Although a bit puzzled, Chen Mo still put away the book and hurried with Gu Feng and the others towards the front lines. After they left, Huang Lu sat down in front of the box, taking out the iron rings one by one and putting them on his arms. Each time he donned an iron ring, Huang Lu's aura increased, and his frail body regained vitality. Once all 20 iron rings were on, the once shriveled old man with a face full of wrinkles disappeared. In his place stood a muscular man nearly 3 meters tall, with arms thicker than Chen Mo's waist. Shuguang, longer, I've survived all these years, taken so many tonics to nourish my body, it's time to put them to use. Wait for me, I'm coming soon. Once I take down that abyss mother tree, I'll come to be with you. Huang Lu's heart began to race, and the energy that had been sealed for decades started to flow within him again. At that moment, the diamond fist that had been silent for decades was revived. A master who has been injured at their source but not dead usually has two choices. First, if their enemy has not been eliminated, a master injured at their source often chooses to self-destruct and perish together with the enemy. Second, if the enemy has been eliminated but they are still injured at their source, the master generally chooses to seal their energy and wait for the moment they are needed. That's right, masters are not cowards, nor are they afraid of death. Huang Lu's choice was to seal his energy and wait for the opportunity to come. And today, with the abyss and chaos in Abyss Shuguang City facing the crisis of annihilation, that moment had finally arrived. Normally, once a martial artist's vital energy is sealed, they can no longer use it, but an ancient monster from a family of ancient martial arts has created a method. That is, reverse flow of vital energy. Huang Lu's meridians glowed with a blood-red light, and the physical burden and pain brought by the reverse flow of vital energy were unimaginable. But this could allow a dying master to unleash even greater power than before. However, the cost is high. Once the vital energy is completely burned out, the master in reverse flow will die. Completely, without a trace left. Old buddy, it's been a long time since you were sealed away. I truly feel sorry for you. Huang Lu gently stroked the iron ring on his arm, which had already developed cracks. From those cracks, a crimson light shone, like molten lava. Boom! In a state of reverse flow of vital energy, Huang Lu stomped hard on the ground, transforming into a blood-red shadow rushing towards the front lines. At this moment, Chen Mo and the others were still on their way, feeling as if a level 18 hurricane had erupted above their heads. I am Huang Lu, today I will hunt the Abyss Mother Tree. This roar echoed across the sky of Abyss Dawn City, and a blood shadow descended from the sky, landing among the group of Abyss beasts that were attacking the defenses of Abyss Dawn City. Those seemingly unstoppable level 8 and 9 Abyss beasts were like ants before Huang Lu, unable to withstand even the shockwave from his landing, instantly turning to dust. Consolidate the defense line, I will break through alone. Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Fiery momentum. Huang Lu's muscles swelled, and crimson flames ignited all over his body. The iron ring on his arm clinked, and the momentum accumulated over decades erupted at this moment. Collapse! At the moment Huang Lu threw his punch, everyone lost their hearing. They only saw the raging sea of fire that followed. Millions of powerful abyss beasts vanished under this punch, and the entire abyss fell into boundless silence. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Huang Lu carelessly wiped it away. 10 minutes, that's enough. Huang Lu's physical condition was well maintained, allowing him to sustain the reverse flow of vital energy for about 10 minutes. Taking advantage of the abyss beasts spawned by the Abyss Mother Tree being cleared, Huang Lu stepped into the void and charged towards the source of the calamity. The Abyss Mother Tree. Glub glub. Suddenly, a sound of bubbles bursting echoed in the silent abyss. Damn it, those big guys are coming out. Huang Lu gritted his teeth, even he couldn't fell the Abyss Mother Tree under the siege of those big guys. Yang Qing, come help me. Coming. Yang Qing's 9-ring broadsword rang as he slashed at the 3 abyss demons crawling out from the mid-level abyss. He, Yang Qing, was also a 13th level master and couldn't lose face at this moment. The tentacles of the abyss demon that crawled out from the mid-level abyss lashed down towards Huang Lu's spine like steel whips. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing raised his sword to block the abyss demon's tentacle, and the blue-white sword aura slashed towards the demon's head through the tentacle. Brother Huang, you can go ahead. I'll handle this. The might of a master could destroy heaven and earth, let alone facing 3 abyss demons with combat power comparable to that of a master. Even the seasoned master Yang Qing felt a bit overwhelmed, but he could still hold off these 3 abyss demons before Huang Lu burned out completely, as long as no more came out. Damn! Yang Qing glanced at the entrance of the mid-level abyss, and several more abyss demons crawled out. Brother Huang, hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. Yang Qing's face turned green, counting the few that had just crawled out. He now had to face 9 master-level opponents alone. He wasn't among the strongest of masters, and the only way to hold off these 9 abyss demons was 1. Go all out. At this moment, Chen Mo and a few others had just climbed to the top of the Abyssal Dawn City. Looking at the distant Abyssal Mother Tree, a few lines of attributes appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. Abyssal Mother Tree, Health 999, 999, 9999, Shield 999, 999, 9999, Damage Reduction 95%, Skills, Nurturing, Abyssal Call, what the hell? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. The attributes of this thing were even more insane than a Grandmaster. With 100 billion health and 100 billion shield, even if it just stood there, Chen Mo couldn't do anything to it. Fortunately, it couldn't move without attack power. If it stirred even a little, Abyssal Dawn City would be flattened. I say, we might as well not join the fray. Gufeng swallowed hard, watching the Grandmaster level battle in the distance. Not to mention them, even the martial artists responsible for defense on the front lines had begun to retreat. The battle between Grandmasters was not something they could interfere with. That makes sense. Chen Mo nodded vigorously in agreement. He wanted to be strong, but he wasn't crazy enough to step onto a Grandmaster level battlefield. He wasn't done living yet. Is Grandmaster Huang really that strong? Ma Wangling's eyes sparkled. That seemingly frail old man was actually so formidable when he got serious. Well, Gufeng didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just say that old Master Huang was like a firework. This was his final moment of brilliance. This is the reverse flow of vitality and the burning of life. Yang Zhua, however, didn't think too much about it and looked expressionlessly at the battlefield in the distance. Once the vitality and life are burned out, that Grandmaster will die. What? Ma Wanglin exclaimed. She had guessed that there would be a cost to this, but she didn't expect it to be so great. How should I put it? There are only about 100 or so Grandmasters in the open in our great Xia. Gufeng sighed. Some things could only be known by families like theirs. In fact, we secretly have at least 50 grandmasters who have sealed their vitality. As long as the timing is right, these 50 sealed grandmasters can stabilize an abyssal rift within a day. But these are all strategic level weapons. They won't let those sealed grandmasters take the field unless it's a critical moment. In reality, the pressure faced by our great Xia, or rather the human race, is not small. It's just that most of the dangers are not openly discussed. If those dangers were exposed to the public eye, social order would suffer unimaginable blows. Some things are better left for us martial artists to bear. After hearing Gu Feng's words, Chen Mo and Ma Wanlin's expressions grew serious, but neither said anything. Gu Feng was right, there was no need to let those without power bear such pressure. Of course, all of this was told to me by my old man. In reality, no one knows what's really going on except for those few big shots. Gu Feng shrugged, he had heard all this from Gu Ji. Whether the information Gu Ji received was true or not was uncertain. I must get stronger. Chen Mo's only thought now was to become stronger, strong enough that no one could harm him, so he could protect his family well. Yeah, we must get stronger. Gu Feng nodded. Chen Mo's words could be said to express their shared feelings. It's done, the abyssal beast tide has been broken through by Grandmaster Huang. The martial artists below, who were retreating, began to cheer. 100 kilometers was nothing but a fleeting moment for a Grandmaster. Especially for a Grandmaster who had started burning their life without any reservations. To pierce through millions of abyssal beasts with one person's strength and remain unscathed, that is what a Grandmaster is. A group of people standing at the pinnacle of the martial artist pyramid. Although the beast tide had been pierced through, Huang Lu's expression did not improve. Because he knew that the real challenge was actually the abyssal mother tree in front of him. The diameter of the abyss mother tree's trunk reached 25 meters, and its height was visibly increasing at an alarming rate. Brother Huang, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Yang Qing was covered in blood, his master-level golden body already shattered. In 4 or 5 minutes, he would be finished. Got it. Huang Lu took a deep breath, his chest swelling high. Diamond Iron Wire Fist, fiery momentum. Earth shatter. The ground beneath Huang Lu exploded, and a violent surge of energy erupted instantly. The cracks in the iron rings on his arms grew larger, decades of accumulated momentum pouring out at this moment. Boom! The explosive force of his punch erupted, a crimson fist shadow smashing directly into the trunk of the abyss mother tree. What the hell? Chen Mo's eyes widened. That punch dealt nearly 100 million damage even with a 95% damage reduction. If there was no damage reduction, wouldn't that mean one punch could kill a high-ranking bishop? Huang Lu frowned. The abyss mother tree was indeed tough. Too bad, my fists are harder. Bang! 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 Huang Lu's fists rained down on the trunk of the abyss mother tree like a torrential storm, completely depleting its shield value within 5 seconds. Abyss mother tree, health 999, 999, 9999, shield 0, damage reduction 45%. After the shield was broken, the damage reduction of the abyss mother tree significantly decreased, and Huang Lu's punches grew increasingly powerful. Not good, old Huang is about to burn out. Gu Feng's expression changed. He had noticed Huang Lu's lower body turning gray, his flesh turning to ash and beginning to float away. What do we do? The surrounding martial artists also noticed this, their concerns growing. It's fine, even if old Huang is gone, we are still here. Several level 9 and 10 martial artists stepped forward, their energy surging, clearly ready to take over. Or rather, ready to die. Anyone with eyes could see that Huang Lu could not fell the abyss mother tree before burning out, but it was likely just a step away from its destruction. Under Huang Lu's tsunami-like punches, the abyss mother tree was already unable to nurture the abyss beasts, and the remaining millions of abyss beasts began to swarm Huang Lu. Huang Lu's body grew weaker, his life nearing its end. Yet his fists remained strong, each punch taking away nearly 5% of the abyss mother tree's health. This is the limit. Huang Lu's body began to wither, his eyes dimming. Dawn, longer, the old man ultimately couldn't protect the Dawn city you left behind. In the next moment, a brilliant light surged in Huang Lu's eyes, his withered body once again becoming muscular, all the remaining strength concentrated in this one punch. Diamond Iron Wire Fist, final momentum. Heaven shatter. All of Huang Lu's lifelong learning and fist intent converged in this punch, delivering the highest damage so far. Only 50 million left. Chen Mo clenched his fists, they still had hope to fell the abyss mother tree. Level 11 martial artists, go first, I'll clear the way. A level 11 martial artist jumped down from the city wall, charging towards the distant abyss mother tree. There were a total of 7 level 11 martial artists in the city, all of whom jumped down from the walls, unleashing their energy towards the abyss mother tree. But they were facing a tide of abyss beasts at the million level. Wasn't this clearly a death wish? Level 10 martial artists, get ready, when the time is right, we go up. we can't let the path to the Abyss Mother Tree be cut off. More than 20 level 10 martial artists stepped forward, preparing to take over from the level 11 martial artists. Huang Lu's figure had already vanished, and the million-level beast tide surged once more towards the Dawn City of the Abyss. Level 10 martial artists, follow me. With a command from the leading figure, he charged ahead into the tide of abyssal beasts. At the moment the level 10 warriors leaped off the city wall, the level 9, 8, and 7 warriors of Abyssal Dawn City lined up, ready to take their turn. Protecting Abyssal Dawn City was their duty, no one could falter at this moment. It's done! Gu Feng exclaimed, raising his fist. After losing all the level 11 warriors and 3 level 10 warriors, they finally reached the location of the Abyss Mother Tree. The baton was officially passed at that moment, and the level 10 warriors unleashed all their energy to bombard the wounds of the Abyss Mother Tree. However, compared to the damage caused by Huang Lu, the damage from these level 10 warriors was too low. By the time the level 9 warriors arrived, they had only dealt 30 million damage. The lower the warrior level, the less damage they inflicted. As the level 7 warrior team charged out, the Abyss Mother Tree was left with only 6 million health points, and victory seemed within reach. But their damage was simply too low. Even if they all died, it was impossible to empty the health bar of the Abyss Mother Tree. I'll do it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and grasped the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear. In terms of burst damage, he surpassed those level 8 warriors, and with real damage in hand, his durability was not to be underestimated with his million-level health bar. But that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was simple. They had now become the tall figure holding up the sky after it had fallen. Don't rush, our Steel Bone Realm warriors haven't gone yet, you don't need to. A level 6 warrior patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, lifting his weapon, ready to jump off the city wall. But Chen Mo grabbed his head and pulled him back. The level 6 warrior looked confused, wondering what had just happened and why he was back. Step back, leave the rest to us. As one of the top 3 in the national competition, Gu Feng's strength was far greater than that of a normal level 6 warrior. Moreover, too many had died, and the high-end combat power of Abyssal Dawn City was dwindling. It was time for them to take on the heavy responsibility. I'm the fastest, leave the path to me. Chen Mo moved his body, taking out the blood of the Chaos Sea Beast and pouring it into his mouth. Perfect Steel Skin activated, Perfect Steel Blood activated, greatly enhancing Chen Mo's defense, attack, speed, and lung capacity. I leave my back to you, don't let me get ambushed. Chen Mo's original speed had already reached 189 km per hour, and with the enhancement of Perfect Steel Blood, his speed surged to nearly 300 km per hour. That's 80 meters per second. Chen Mo glanced at his stats, his attack power reached an astonishing 54,163, and his defense skyrocketed to 26,600. Based on his current attack power, a single charged punch could deal up to 80% of his maximum health. A real damage of 1.44 million. He jumped off the city wall, charging towards the swaying Abyss Mother Tree. Keep up! Gu Feng followed directly behind Chen Mo without hesitation. Yang Zuo and Ma Wanlin closely followed. This was the first time their 4-person team truly acted together. The scenery around them rapidly receded as Chen Mo's speed reached its limit in an instant. His heart raced, and his lungs worked hard to absorb oxygen. Get out of the way! A sweeping strike broke the level 5 Abyss Beast in front of him, and Chen Mo charged forward like a locomotive. With the path cleared by the previous warriors, there were not many Abyss Beasts blocking Chen Mo's way. Unfortunately, Chen Mo's speed was too fast. The charging attack markers on those Abyss Beasts were torn apart by his Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear before they could even appear. In the distance, Yang Qing, caught in a fierce battle, also noticed the rapidly moving figure on the battlefield. When he recognized who it was, he was completely stunned. How did this kid come out? If something happens to him, that guy Songbin will eat me alive, right? But a master-level battle does not allow for a moment's distraction. In such an inconspicuous instant, a tentacle like a steel whip pierced through Yang Qing's abdomen. Blood gushed out, and Yang Qing's liver was directly shattered. Damn it, I really sinned in my last life. Yang Qing's eyes turned bloodshot. It seemed he had to prepare to seal his blade. Clear wind blade chi, empower me. Yang Qing's 9-ringed broadsword suddenly erupted with a fierce blade aura, forcing back the abyssal demon that had approached him. All his energy concentrated at his heart, Yang Qing resorted to a life or death method, transforming his body into a blade. You little brats, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to self-destruct. Yang Qing was completely engulfed in a frenzied state, his entire body wrapped in blade aura. At this moment, Chen Mo had no time to care about Yang Qing in the distance. He was just a step away from the Abyss Mother Tree. But suddenly, a disturbing murmur entered his ears. Please note, host, You have entered the controlled state dream talk, all attributes decreased by 50%. Controlled state? Chen Mo was taken aback. No wonder the attacks from those martial artists seemed so soft, even Master Huang's final attack was becoming increasingly feeble. It turned out that the Abyss Mother Tree's ability was affecting them. Gu Feng and the others, who had been following Chen Mo, also noticed something was off with him. His speed had slowed significantly, and his vitality had weakened. Just as they were about to rush forward to support him, a layer of blood-red light suddenly erupted from Chen Mo's body, accompanied by a roar that was not human-like. Damn you, Twilight of the Gods! Chen Mo never expected that after using Twilight of the Gods, he would become so irritable. But thinking about it, when Raph unleashed his ultimate move to charge into battle, his intelligence also dropped significantly. It was the same principle as the Highland bloodline. With blood rage, attributes were amplified, but intelligence decreased. This roar was soul-stirring, and Chen Mo's attack power surged once again, transforming him into a human meat grinder as he charged into the tide of beasts. Wait, is Chen Mo going overboard? Gu Feng smashed a level 4 abyss beast that pounced on him with a stick, looking at Chen Mo, who was even faster and more ruthless. I don't know, our priority is to help Chen Mo deal with those abyss beasts behind him. Ma Wanglin was not concerned about that, as the flaming tip of her spear pierced through the head of a level 5 abyss beast. Hurry up, we're falling behind. Yang Zhuo understood the importance of formation. If arrows were used as a metaphor, Chen Mo was the relentless armor-piercing arrowhead, while they were the fletching stabilizing the arrow shaft from behind. Got it! After nailing a level 4 abyss beast that tried to ambush Gu Feng, Ma Wanglin followed Yang Zhuo's lead. The closer they got to the Abyss Mother Tree, the more corpses appeared around Chen Mo. There were even a few martial artists who were not completely dead and were struggling to self-destruct. But Chen Mo had no time to care about them. The urgent matter was to fell the Abyss Mother Tree. Demon Slaughter 6, Second Strike. Chen Mo's energy erupted, and his body spun with the force of swinging the long spear. Poo poo poo. The abyss beasts around Chen Mo were instantly shredded, and several level 7 and 8 abyss beasts were sent flying by this second strike. No way, I can't get through. While fending off the attacks of the abyss beasts, Chen Mo looked at the Abyss Mother Tree that was so close. Right, blink. With a thought, Chen Mo's figure instantly appeared 5 meters away. In the midst of the abyss beasts. Damn! Even though Chen Mo's defense was as high as 26,600, the attacks from abyss beasts below level 6 were completely ineffective against him, but the closer he got to the Abyss Mother Tree, the higher the levels of the surrounding abyss beasts. He was now surrounded by hundreds of level 7 and 8 abyss beasts, his life points dropping at a visible rate. Yes, pressure, this is the pressure I wanted. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, he had finally found the pressure that could force him to break through the second consecutive level. Without much hesitation, Chen Mo tightened his grip on the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd. Demon Slayer, 6 consecutive halberds. A violent surge of blood energy erupted as Chen Mo swung the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd again and again. Although his speed of advance had slowed considerably, there was an advantage to it. He could now unleash his steel amidst the pile of abyss beasts. But Chen Mo did not forget the main objective. Even though his speed had decreased, he was still steadily approaching the Abyss Mother Tree. As the pressure increased, Chen Mo gradually found the technique for the Demon Slayer 6 consecutive halberds. It was a technique of integration and understanding, not a mechanical repetition of practice. At the same moment, the uninhabited island located to the south of South Island vanished without a trace, leaving only a deep pit recently filled with seawater. Ha! Soaked in blood, Songbin threw the head in his hand into the sea, his long halberd pointing at the Archbishop with a sinister smile. From his current appearance, Songbin looked more like a villain than the Archbishop. Did you see? South Island hasn't sunk, but you all have lost all your means. The Archbishop's face turned ashen. He had calculated everything except for the fact that Songbin was this abnormal. He single-handedly fought against 4 masters, killing 3 and severely injuring him. Get lost. Once the South Island matter is over, I will personally come to wipe you out. Songbin appeared very relaxed, but he had also sustained significant injuries. If the Archbishop wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch him. Moreover, he was constantly worried about South Island and Chen Mo, which made him anxious. The Archbishop said nothing, merely glanced at Songbin before tearing open a purplish-red rift and diving in. Their southern district of the Abyss Church had suffered heavy losses. Counting him, there were 4 master-level powerhouses, and this time they directly lost 3. This was no longer just a serious injury. Their southern district was basically on the verge of annihilation. Damn kids, hold on. I'm coming. Songbin exhaled, leaving this place to the South Island military before charging towards the entrance of Abyss Dawn City. Stage Task 2 completed, 4th equipment slot unlocked. Stage Task 3 issued. Refine the bones to perfection, forming perfect steel bones. Upon completion, the 5th skill slot will be unlocked, and you will receive 10,000 gold coins. Challenge Task 3 issued. The source of the riot comes from the Call of the Abyss. Successfully chopping down the Abyss Mother Tree will yield substantial rewards. Reward quality depends on the damage dealt by the host. The moment Chen Mo executed the 4 consecutive strikes of the Demon Slayer's 6 consecutive halberds, the task that had been stuck for quite some time was finally completed. Without any hesitation or doubt, Chen Mo directly equipped the Endless Hatred. With this thing in hand, he was practically invincible in such large-scale battles. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could remain standing on the battlefield. Every 5 minutes, he could take a big gulp. Although the damage was only around 50,000, it could restore 1,300,000 life points to Chen Mo. Please call him Chen Perpetual Motion Machine Mo. And with the newly issued challenge task, the tasks released by the system were basically what Chen Mo was currently facing. Although they were called tasks, they were essentially a form of supervision and motivation for Chen Mo's cultivation. Glancing at his nearly full ambition value in the Abyss Mother Tree, which had only 150,000 life points left, Chen Mo once again unleashed the Demon Slayer's 6 consecutive halberds. This time was different from before. Chen Mo's first strike consumed a full 10,000 of his blood energy. Once these 4 consecutive strikes were fully executed, Chen Mo's blood energy would be completely depleted. There are gains and losses. This was Chen Mo's most powerful strike aside from his equipment skills. 6 demon-slaying halberds, 4 strikes. With a thunderous roar, a vacuum zone instantly appeared around Chen Mo. The phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd in his hand began to hum, emitting a blood-red glow. Sweep, chop, thrust, stab. The 4 consecutive strikes opened up the path ahead, shattering the blocking abyss beast with a burst of 150,000 vitality. A rain of blood fell from the sky as Chen Mo charged towards the Abyss Mother Tree, braving the stench of the blood rain. Just then, a level 9 abyss beast descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Chen Mo. We'll hold him off, Chen Mo, you go. As the claws of the level 9 abyss beast were about to strike Chen Mo, Gu Feng and Yang Zuo appeared simultaneously, barely blocking the blow. Ma Wangling's spear ignited with orange flames, and with a series of cloud-stepping leaps, she landed on top of the level 9 abyss beast. Hold on, I'll come help you after I take down that Abyss Mother Tree. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. His teammates didn't have his million health points, they were truly risking their lives for him. Stop the nonsense, quit being so whiny. Ma Wanglin, already injured, still had a sharp tongue. Chen Mo didn't respond but used cloud-stepping to dash towards the Abyss Mother Tree. Those level 7 and 8 warriors, burdened by the negative murmur buff, were outputting damage, with some even planning to self-destruct in a surge of vitality. Get out of my way. In an instant, Chen Mo was enveloped in golden light, even his newly grown black hair was dyed golden. All his valor points transformed into a million shields at that moment, and terrifying power gathered in Chen Mo's right fist. To those warriors, Chen Mo descending from the sky seemed like a divine being, and they instinctively obeyed his command. Reincarnation of absolute despair. Cannot target defensive tower-type objectives. Damn, it's a defensive tower. Then let's just. I'll punch you so hard you'll lose your way. The million valor points erupted at that moment, and the terrifying force directly emptied the last one. 5 million health points of the Abyss Mother Tree. Everything around, including half of the tree stump, was evaporated by that punch. Creak, creak, creak. The Abyss Mother Tree slowly toppled, and the Abyss Beast's birth from it turned into blood water at the moment it fell. Gu Feng and the others, who were struggling against the level 9 Abyss Beast, were suddenly drenched in a large splash of foul-smelling blood water. The group looked dumbfounded at Chen Mo, whose body was smoking, then at the collapsing Abyss Mother Tree. This punch, Chen Mo only used it when he defeated me. For some reason, Yang Zuo felt a sense of pride upon witnessing this scene. TCH. Gu Feng curled his lip, his body going limp as he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The battles in the abyss were completely different from those on the arena. There were medical teams waiting near the arena, but none in the abyss. The severely injured Yang Qing also witnessed this scene. Those abyss demons who had come for the Abyss Mother Tree turned and fled upon seeing it collapse. The old waves pushed the new waves. Relaxed, Yang Qing collapsed to the ground, grinning at Chen Mo, who was still in a punching stance in the distance. Is it my turn to seal the knife and gather momentum now? Brother Huang, you really made a big splash this time. Next time it'll be my turn. The Abyss Mother Tree has fallen. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Chen Mo raised his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and shouted loudly. We have achieved a great victory. Great victory. It was only when Chen Mo shouted great victory that those warriors preparing to self-destruct finally reacted. They had won. This disaster that could have destroyed South Island was over. Great victory. Sporadic cheers erupted, and every warrior who could make a sound shouted loudly. However, in the Abyss Dawn City, not a single warrior of the upper and middle fourth ranks remained. The few people in front of Chen Mo were the last fighting force of the entire Abyss Dawn City. Moreover, they had lost a master who had sealed his own vital energy, and Yang Qing's current state was also unknown. Although Abyss Dawn City had been saved and there was no danger of sinking for South Island, the cost was simply too great. The surviving warriors were either cheering or roaring, all celebrating this battle that was worthy of being recorded in history. But at that moment, Chen Mo suddenly frowned. Something's not right, the Abyss Mother Tree has fallen, so why is there no task completion? Chen Mo, watch out behind you. Gu Feng's voice rang out, but he was a step too late. A hand, resembling a withered tree, pierced directly through Chen Mo's chest, grasping his still beating heart in its palm. Damn! Chen Mo turned around to see a familiar face appear before him. Zhao Dihai. Ha 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 ha, finally killed you. Zhao Dihai laughed loudly, his laughter exceptionally maniacal. Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, who would have thought that you, the national competition champion, would die at the hands of a mere second-level warrior like me? Put! Zhao Dihai's wooden hand suddenly exerted force, and Chen Mo's heart exploded instantly. As the heart burst, Zhao Dihai's wooden body shot out countless wooden spikes, turning Chen Mo's insides into a mess. Received fatal damage, health minus 1 million. Received continuous bleeding damage, health minus 10,000 per second. Please, host, stop the bleeding and heal the injuries immediately, or health will be emptied, leading to a near-death state. Near-death state, only one step away from death, any slight movement will lead to complete death. Damn you! Gu Feng watched helplessly as Chen Mo was ambushed, and a surge of anger erupted within him. Yang Zhuo, who had shown little emotion, now had veins bulging on his forehead. Over a month of interaction had brought about some strange changes in him. Ma Wanlin said nothing, but her eyes were bloodshot as she charged at Zhao Dihai. You don't think such a minor injury can kill me, do you? Chen Mo grinned, grabbing Zhao Dihai's wooden hand, and an invisible force began to ripple. Reincarnation of despair. Cross through the gate of darkness. The scenery around them changed. The ground beneath Chen Mo and Zhao Dihai was no longer a purplish red but a bizarre gray-green hue. This. Zhao Dihai looked around in confusion, then stared blankly at Chen Mo. Put! Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and directly broke Zhao Dihai's arm. Why won't you die? Zhao Dihai was dumbfounded, his heart had been crushed, his insides were in shambles. How was this person still standing? Chen Mo glanced at his health, which had dropped to less than 1 million and was still decreasing, and looked coldly at Zhao Dihai. After the previous wave of beasts, Chen Mo's health had reached 230,000. Coupled with the endless hatred that had absorbed a portion of the beast tide, his health was basically full. The recent fatal blow had deducted 1 million health points, leaving him with 130,000. However, the bleeding rate of 10,000 per second was simply too fast. Even if he could recover 500 health points per second, it was still deadly for Chen Mo. But before his health was completely emptied, he still had nearly 3 minutes, enough time to deal with Zhao Dihai. Not to mention, Zhao Dihai's wooden form had a health of 500,000, an attack power close to 50,000, an armor penetration of 50%. No wonder he could break through Chen Mo's perfect steel skin. Such excellent attributes would be a pity not to utilize. Die, bald head. I won't die today, but you will die at my hands. Chen Mo's smile was ferocious. It was the first time he had sustained such serious injuries. As Zhao Dihai's chest glowed with the mark of a charged attack, Chen Mo activated his cloud step and charged forward. Bang! Caused 276,097 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 33,120. Good. He could hold on for another 3 seconds. With this punch, Zhao Dihai's chest caved in, but there was no blood splattering. What a pity, I almost killed you just now. Zhao Dihai, realizing Chen Mo was extraordinary, gritted his teeth and said darkly. Don't worry, even if I can't kill you, the Abyss sect won't let you go. Your potential has already threatened the existence of the divine sect. I'll be waiting for you down there. Before Zhao Dihai could finish his sentence, Chen Mo's Demon Slayer 6-link spear had already struck his face. After 4 consecutive hits, Zhao Dihai was decapitated by Chen Mo, his wooden head rolling to the ground while his body was kicked away by Chen Mo. You talk too much. I'll naturally go and wipe out your Abyss sect later. Blood continued to spurt from Chen Mo's mouth, but fortunately, after absorbing Zhao Dihai's attributes, he regained some health. The target in the cycle of despair has been killed, 20% of all attributes have been plundered. Plundered attributes, health 100,000, attack power 9,622, armor penetration 10%. Ugh! When the cycle of despair dissipated, Chen Mo's body weakened, and he knelt on one knee. If it weren't for the support of the Phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, he might have collapsed to the ground. Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo reappear, Gu Feng and the others rushed over in a panic. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Mo furrowed his brows, twisting them into a question mark. I think I can still be saved. I'm not dead yet, but your heart is gone. I said I can still be rescued. Can you not give up just yet? Chen Mo was anxious. How could these three be so clueless? Didn't they know to help him find a mentalist? Just as Gu Feng and the others were flustered, Yang Qing, who was also heavily injured and in no better condition than Chen Mo, approached. Good kid. Your vitality is really strong. Yang Qing, covered in blood, laughed heartily and released the vital energy he had intended to seal. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's complexion visibly improved, but Yang Qing's condition grew increasingly weak. This method won't last long. You must return to the southern training camp for Director Chu to treat you. Yang Qing's method could only provide temporary relief. Real treatment required a mentalist. Moreover, it couldn't be just any mentalist. It had to be a top-tier one to save Chen Mo. Whether it was good luck or bad luck for Chen Mo, there happened to be a world-class healing mentalist in the southern training camp. Chu Tianhua, Director Chu. Challenge Task 3 completed. Rewards are being calculated. The host has caused a total of 195 million damage, meeting the S-rank reward standard. Heart of Steel buff ×1 has been issued. Bond reward pool opened, added to the equipment and skill comprehensive pool. The weak Chen Mo glanced at his rewards, his eyes lighting up before going dark again. It's over. The pool for obtaining equipment, which was already difficult, had become even worse. By the way, what is this bond reward pool? It can't be the bond from the Cloud Summit. It would be useless for me to hold it, and materializing it would waste so many coins. The prizes in the bond reward pool do not require coins to materialize and can be gifted to others to form a greater bond. That's good. After a dizzying spin, Chen Mo's vision went black and he lost consciousness. Although Yang Qing had temporarily protected Chen Mo with his own vitality, his life points were still decreasing at a rate of 1,000 points per second. Compared to the previous rate of 10,000 points per second, Chen Mo's current rate of decline was already much slower, enough for him to hold on for nearly 50 minutes. Seeing Chen Mo fall into a coma, Gu Feng and the others immediately panicked. How could he suddenly stop moving when he was fine just a moment ago? Gu Feng's fingers trembled as he reached under Chen Mo's nostrils to check for breath. Are you scared, silly? Yang Qing kicked Gu Feng, wondering if this kid was really the genius of the Gu family. How could he be so foolish? He's too weak right now. It's a self-protection mechanism of the body. Coma can save energy and help him hold on a bit longer. Speed up. Even with my protection, Chen Mo's severe injuries won't let him last much longer. With that, Yang Qing unleashed his vitality and rushed towards the sealed alloy door of the chaotic sea. Just as they left, the imposing Songbin burst into the South Island abyss. Looking at the quiet South Island abyss, even a powerhouse of Songbin's level was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that the Abyss Mother Tree had appeared? Governor Song, that Abyss Mother Tree has been cut down. The soldier guarding the entrance glanced at the alloy door that had been kicked open and couldn't help but sigh. I still suggest you take a look at the southern training camp first. That Chen Mo you mentioned seems to have been seriously injured. His heart is gone. The soldier's words were cut short as he felt the air around him suddenly thicken, the atmosphere becoming stifling. Chen Mo. Songbin suddenly turned around and rushed towards the southern training camp. Inside the southern training camp, Dean Chu appeared in the operating room as soon as he learned that Chen Mo had been seriously injured. The old man had a grim expression, lost in thought. Dean Chu, please save Chen Mo. Gu Feng rushed into the operating room, panic evident in his voice. Dean Chu remained silent, his icy gaze enough to freeze Gu Feng in place. Old man Chu, I trouble you. Yang Qing entered, carrying Chen Mo and placed him directly on the operating table. Everyone out. Dean Chu's vast mental power erupted in an instant, and in just 3 seconds, he had stopped the bleeding points inside Chen Mo's body. You all wait here. Later, tell me how Chen Mo got into this state. And that kid Songbin, such an important genius, and he couldn't even keep an eye on him. He's simply useless. Including Yang Qing, the others shrank their necks and wanted to slip away. Yang Qing, you stay. Once Chen Mo is taken care of, I'll help you repair your body. It's impossible to fully repair it. Prepare for sealing the blade and closing the vitality. Dean Chu was willing to help because Yang Qing had risked his own health to protect Chen Mo. Otherwise, Yang Qing wouldn't have qualified for his assistance. Thank you, Dean Chu. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he wouldn't even get the chance for sealing the blade and closing the vitality. Seeing that Dean Chu had stopped speaking, Gu Feng and the others immediately left the operating room. Inside the operating room, Dean Chu furrowed his brows tightly. It was the first time he had seen someone survive such severe injuries. Only a master could endure this kind of trauma. How many secrets do you still have hidden within you? The coexistence of mental power and vitality, a special ability akin to a domain, and this powerful vitality that allows you to survive even with your organs in ruins. Truly a miraculous genius. The importance of all geniuses combined doesn't match yours alone. I want to open your skull and see how your brain is composed. Director Chu mumbled as he repaired Chen Mo's internal injuries. The moment the bleeding stopped, Chen Mo's body began to rapidly self-repair. The speed of self-repair was so fast that even if Director Chu did not intervene, it was estimated that within 2 hours, he would fully recover. Such a powerful self-regeneration ability, even a master wouldn't be this strong, right? Director Chu realized something. Chen Mo's appearance might signify some changes occurring within the human race. Perhaps the entire human race was evolving towards a higher level of life. With this thought, Director Chu became even more cautious in treating Chen Mo, ensuring that even the tiniest nerve endings were beautifully repaired. 2 hours later, looking at the fully restored Chen Mo before him, Director Chu couldn't help but laugh. It's truly terrifying. In just 2 hours, an entirely new set of internal organs has grown. In fact, saying 2 hours wasn't entirely accurate. After Director Chu successfully stopped the bleeding, Chen Mo had only taken about half an hour to grow a completely new set of internal organs. This little monster, it seems your data level needs to be upgraded from confidential to top secret. After seeing Chen Mo breathing smoothly and his vital signs stable, Director Chu finally revealed a smile. Xiao Yang, I will do my best to help you treat your internal injuries, but I am powerless to repair the damage to the master's essence. I can only do my best. It's enough that Director Chu is willing to help me. Yang Cheng had, of course, heard Director Chu's earlier muttering, and his gaze towards Chen Mo had changed. His earlier decision had indeed been correct. The importance of this child was beyond his imagination. Even the data of a master's family member did not reach the level of confidentiality, let alone top secret. By the way, what exactly happened? Where did that brat Songbin go? It was only then that Director Chu remembered to ask what had happened. Could it be that Chen Mo had provoked those abyssal demons in the mid-level abyss? Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? It's a long story. Yang Qing sighed and began to recount the disaster that had just occurred in the South Island abyss. After hearing Yang Qing's account, Director Chu was furious, feeling as if a Buddha had descended and then ascended to heaven. These cold dogs, they really dare. Connecting this with the newly formed abyssal rift in the southern part of the South Island, Director Chu's thoughts immediately became clear. Taking advantage of the hurricane season when the forces in Abyssal Dawn City are shrinking, they want us to choose between the South Island and the newly formed Abyssal Rift, right? Newly formed Abyssal Rift? Hearing Director Chu's words, Yang Qing was momentarily stunned, clearly just learning this news. Yes, that brat Songbin went to the newly formed Abyssal Rift. They were convinced that Songbin would choose the South Island instead of the Abyssal Rift. Director Chu nodded and began to help Yang Qing seal his qi and blood. But they didn't expect that old Huang de Peo would actually go to Abyssal Dawn City. We were lucky this time. It's just a pity that Huang de Peo ultimately still died. That old man had lived long enough. His son and grandson died before him. Even I can't bear it. Director Chu sighed, his eyes flickering with an ambiguous light. Alright, I finished helping you. The matter of sealing the knife is up to you. Thank you, Director Chu. After this matter is settled, I can finally retire. Yang Qing's face showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he appeared more carefree. At night, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. You're awake. Songbin was sitting by Chen Mo's bedside, his previously tense expression now relaxed. Uncle Song? Chen Mo looked at Songbin beside him, then glanced at his completely restored body, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I know what happened in Abyss Dawn City, and this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, Abyss Dawn City would really be in danger. Songbin nodded at Chen Mo, genuinely surprised that this kid had the audacity to act in the face of such a disaster. No, I just delivered the final blow. In reality, Master Huang. Chen Mo quickly shook his head, unable to bear such a huge credit alone. I know, old Master Huang is dead. Songbin pulled out a book from his pocket, the very one Huan Lu had thrown to Chen Mo, the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Masters like old Master Huang, who sealed their vital energy, had already written their wills long before sealing it. To protect a city at the cost of his son and grandson's lives, old Master Huang has fulfilled his wish. As for this Diamond Iron Wire Fist, it should be handed over in principle. This is a master's legacy and should be distributed above. Songbin paused, then revealed a gentle smile. But here in South Island, I am the principal. So, this Diamond Iron Wire Fist will be passed on to you. Do not disgrace old Master Huang's legacy. This set of fist techniques is extremely fierce, combining offense and defense, and using one's life to fight for life. You must be cautious when using it. Moreover, your current realm may not even allow you to learn the first stance of the Diamond Four Forms. I don't understand the specifics, so you'll have to explore it slowly on your own. When you get to the Master Academy, you can find an old guy named Shuelu. He is proficient in fist techniques and should be able to teach you. After saying this, Songbin left behind 2 weapon boxes and planned to leave. A new abyssal rift has appeared in the southern part of South Island. I don't have time to take care of you for now, so rest well. I've retrieved old Master Huang's diamond ring and your phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd. Use them wisely. Songbin waved his hand and turned to leave the hospital room. Chen Mo said nothing, but he understood how valuable a master's weapon was. In principle, these items should be handed over, but in South Island, Songbin was the law. He could handle things as he pleased. Comfortable. Chen Mo jumped off the hospital bed and stretched hard, his bones cracking all over. This trip to Abyss Dawn City had been quite rewarding for Chen Mo. His life value had skyrocketed by over 1 million, not to mention the incredible buff that tempered his heart. He had also unlocked the 4th equipment slot, allowing him to change equipment at any time without reducing his life value or attack power. Although there was a 2-hour cooldown, 2 hours was really nothing. Opening his attribute panel, Chen Mo looked at his current stats and almost laughed out loud. Name, Chen Mo, life value, 2,389,045, attack power, 47,781, defense power, 13,300, vital energy, 179, 800/179, 800, mental power, 0, speed, 189 km per hour, percentage damage reduction, 12%, percentage penetration, 18%, perfect steel skin 100%, perfect steel blood 100%, perfect steel bone 0. 1%, he glanced at his equipment slot. He currently had no need to refine his body, so there was no need to equip the demon sect for now. Stage Task 3 released. Complete the refinement of perfect steel bone. Upon completion, the 5th skill slot will be unlocked and rewarded with 10,000 gold. Challenge Task 4 released. Practice Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Master the first stance of the Diamond 4 forms, the Fiery Stance. Completing the challenge task will unlock the 5th equipment slot. Daily task reward adjustment, minimum 200 gold, maximum 500 gold, depending on task difficulty. That's more like it. What good is it to scrape together a few gold coins every day? Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. The stingy system had finally adjusted the daily task rewards to give more gold coins. It used to take nearly a month of scraping together to draw once, but now it only took 7 or 8 days to draw a prize. This was the normal frequency. With only 4 days left until the end of the southern training camp, after more than a month of continuous training and 2 fierce battles, Chen Mo was utterly exhausted. He needed to rest well and lie flat for 4 days. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Chen Mo was sleeping soundly when the door to his hospital room was suddenly pushed open. The loud noise startled him, causing him to jump out of bed. What's going on? Is there an enemy attack? Chen Mo looked towards the source of the sound and found Gu Feng and a few others standing at the door, staring at him. Gu Feng and the others had puzzled expressions on their faces. Just yesterday, Chen Mo had looked like he was on the verge of death, but today he was bouncing around full of energy? Chen Mo's face was also filled with questions. Why were these guys showing up in his hospital room so early in the morning? You're okay now? Gu Feng took a big step forward, reaching out to poke Chen Mo's chest. Wasn't there a big hole here yesterday? I remember your heart was gone, how come you're not dead? Not only did Chen Mo's face darken, but even Ma Wanlin and Yang Zhuo looked at Gu Feng with strange expressions. What? Are you hoping for my death? Chen Mo grabbed Gu Feng by the head and lifted him off the ground. Damn! When did your grip get so strong? Gu Feng clutched Chen Mo's wrist, his legs flailing like a pig tied up. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go, my bones are cracking. It was only when Gu Feng begged for mercy that Chen Mo finally released his grip. Chen Mo's strength was considerable now. He could easily crack Gu Feng's skull if he wanted to. So, why didn't you let me rest properly and came over here instead? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Mo looked at the few people standing in front of him and asked, Well, we were actually just going to check on you, see if you made it through. Gu Feng rubbed the imprint on his forehead and pulled out a set of toiletries from his backpack. We were thinking that if you were still unconscious, we'd help clean you up, so we brought this stuff. Seeing this, Chen Mo's heart softened, and he decided not to hold Gu Feng's big mouth against him. Alright, I'm fine, just need a little rest. Chen Mo waved his hand. His recovery speed was extremely fast, and his health was regenerating at 0.2% per second. Okay, let's put that aside for now, there's something else we need to discuss. Gu Feng nodded and tossed his backpack onto the bed. Regarding the attack on Abyss Dawn City, the news is definitely going to report on it. And the higher-ups are taking this opportunity to strike hard at the Abyss cult. It would be best to uproot them completely. Why are you telling me this? I'm an injured party, I can't do anything. Chen Mo leaned back against the bed, pretending to be weak. We won't have to take action ourselves. The higher-ups will send 5 masters to eradicate the Abyss cult, but Abyss Dawn City still needs a resolution. The matter regarding Master Huan cannot be disclosed, the impact is too great, and it needs to be kept under wraps for now, so, Gu Feng sighed and continued. This great achievement will fall on Master Yang, the martial artists of Abyss Dawn City, and us. Especially you'll have a big feature in tonight's news at 7 o'clock, and by then, you'll be completely famous. Felling the Abyss Mother Tree, the young hero who saves the city of Abyss Dawn steps forward, a strong youth. These will be the keywords for tonight. Wait a minute. Chen Mo's face turned pale. This situation shouldn't have developed like this. He had already been targeted by the Abyss sect, and their hatred was at its peak. If the Abyss sect found out that he had ruined their plans this time, would he even survive? This isn't a merit, it's just taking the blame. Well, it's not just you, all of us will have to take the blame. Gu Feng scratched his nose, having accepted this reality. Of course, there will definitely be rewards, probably a few million. Chen Mo wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He had already been very attracted to the Abyss sect. With this kind of publicity, he would likely become the public enemy of the Abyss sect. Don't worry, in a few days, a special plane will take us to Kunlun Mountain. Even if the Abyss sect is bold, they wouldn't dare to provoke us at the Master Academy. The Master Academy has 8 13th level masters stationed there, and 22 12th level instructors responsible for teaching, with students generally being 8th and 9th level upper 4th tier martial artists. Such combat power is enough to wipe out the neighboring Koreans. The Abyss sect wouldn't even be able to threaten us. Not to mention there's a rumor about the Great Xia Master Academy. A mysterious existence above 13th level is said to be stationed there. As Gu Feng spoke, he became mysterious, leaning in close to Chen Mo's ear and whispering, "Above 13th level?" Chen Mo was taken aback. Isn't the 13th level master the strongest realm in the world? I don't know, that's why it's called a rumor. Gu Feng shrugged, he had heard it from others, so its credibility was low. After all, even the celestial race had never seen an existence above 13th level, let alone the human race. Also, get ready, you'll need to take promotional photos for us later. Gu Feng got sidetracked and quickly brought the topic back. Alright. Chen Mo accepted the reality of having to take the blame. Though it was called taking the blame, it was also a merit. At least his image in the eyes of the public could change. It would be best if he could clarify the matter of him liking to hit women in the chest. At 7 in the evening, in Taizhou City, Shenli and Su Lu's life was quite comfortable now. They only needed to check in at work each day before heading home. Although their salary wasn't high, after various subsidies, they could take home 20,000 a month, a life they had never dared to dream of before. I wonder how Xiao Mo has been lately. It's inhumane that the Southern training doesn't allow phone calls. Su Lu turned on the TV, complaining about the Southern training while sitting on the sofa with a glass of water. Tonight's news will last for 40 minutes. As soon as Chenli heard this, he immediately realized that something big had happened today, quickly turning up the volume and sitting seriously on the sofa, waiting for the news to start. In the early hours of yesterday, South Island was attacked by the evil cult Abyss sect, resulting in the sacrifice of 437 upper 4th tier and middle 4th tier martial artists, with no civilian casualties. Su Lu's heart sank. Something happened on South Island? Thanks to Master Yang Qing's tireless efforts, South Island ultimately passed through this crisis safely, with ordinary citizens suffering 0 casualties, but the losses remain severe. Let's turn the camera over to our reporter stationed on South Island. Xiao Sun, can you hear me? I can hear you very clearly. I will lead everyone to interview a few heroes from this crisis. Please follow my lead. Honey, look at that person. Doesn't he look a bit like Xiao Mo? Chenli stared at the young man being interviewed on TV, his head buzzing. What did he say? Young hero, national competition champion saving the city of Abyss Dawn. What on earth is going on? In the Martial Arts Academy of Habing City, at the Border Military Department, a question mark slowly appeared above Chen Yi's head as he stared at the bewildered young man being interviewed on the news. This person looks so much like my little brother? But that can't be right. My little brother was only a level 3 martial artist a month ago, and this one is level 5. Yes, it's your brother. Third brother walked over with a bottle of drink and sat down beside Chen Yi. Your brother really has some skills. He actually achieved merit during the abyssal riot triggered by the Abyss Mother Tree. Abyss Mother Tree! Chen Yi exclaimed, having only seen Chen Mo's merit and not heard the earlier interview. Yes, but in reality, your brother only delivered the final blow. Most of the work was done by the Grandmaster. Third brother nodded, his expression complex as he sighed. Another Grandmaster who sealed their blood energy has fallen. I hope the old general doesn't have to go that far. How could that be? The ice cavern in Habing City is quite stable, the Ice Queen was recently beaten into a pulp by General Liu, so there shouldn't be any major disturbances for a while. Chen Yi waved her hand, having witnessed the Ice Queen being turned into a pig's head by General Liu. No, I'm not talking about the ice cavern, but the newly formed abyssal rift in the South Island. Third brother shook his head, his gaze becoming profound. The newly formed abyssal rift is extremely dangerous, but such danger often comes with a lot of resources. So far, no one knows if the abyssal rifts are connected, if this time it's not the shallow abyss that reveals itself first, but those abyssal martial artists. Then the South Island will be in danger, and all major military districts will have to go support. That shouldn't be the case, right? Hearing third brother's hypothesis, Shin Yi's expression turned somewhat grim. Who knows? Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Third brother was merely speculating. After all, such situations had occurred before. And there was only one solution to such situations, to fight the abyssal martial artists to the bitter end. Only within the abyssal rift could one kill the abyssal martial artists. Even if they were killed outside, they would resurrect within the abyssal rift. As for which unfortunate abyssal rift would first clash with the deep abyssal martial artists, it would naturally be the most dangerous abyssal rift in the entire Great Xia, the Kunlun Mountain Abyssal Rift, which was originally established to suppress. Time passed quickly, and after this interview, Chen Mo's reputation grew even louder. Not only among the people of Great Xia, but the name Chen Mo also gained initial fame worldwide. This led the Abyssal Church to understand the fundamental reason for the failure of this plan. Or rather, they knew that the blame for this failure couldn't be entirely placed on Chen Mo, but who could blame him when he had become the brightest star? If not him, then who? As for the city of Abyssal Dawn, aside from the significant losses among the mid-level and high-level martial artists within the city, the lower-level martial artists and ordinary citizens were not greatly affected. After everyone returned to their normal lives, Yang Qing, who had sealed his blood energy and stored his 9-ring broadsword to build momentum, walked into the martyrs' cemetery. He held a bottle of cheap liquor and sat down in front of a brand-new tombstone. Brother Huang, you can be considered to have fulfilled your wish. Yang Qing took out 4 cups and poured liquor in front of the 3 Huang surnamed tombstones before him. I've also reached this point. Back then, to stop those abyssal demons, I tore apart my Grandmaster's essence to enhance my combat power, and now I'm just a useless person. But I find that this isn't so bad. No one dares to order me around, pick a fight with me, or make me work. I just need to bloom in my moment. You just rest well. The Vajra Iron Wire Fist has already been handed over to Chen Mo by that kid Songbin, and your set of Vajra rings has been given to him as well. Your signature skill won't disappear from this world. That prodigy Chen Mo will definitely help to carry your Vajra Iron Wire Fist to greater heights. As he spoke, Yang Qing poured himself a glass of strong liquor and swallowed it, feeling the wonderful sensation like fire burning within. I have nothing to do, so I'll come to check on you 3. I can't let you feel lonely. Alright, I've already dug the pit. Just bury it next to you 3 when the time comes. This lousy wine is really hard to drink. It's not as good as my cousin's briefcase. While Yang Qing was letting loose and starting his retirement life, Chen Mo and the others were taking a military plane away from the South Island. So, when can I call home to report that I'm safe? Chen Mo looked at his phone, which was no different from a brick, his face dark as a pot bottom. Don't worry, there will be a signal once we reach Kunlun Mountain. A young man grinned as he looked at Chen Mo and the others, his gaze lingering longest on Chen Mo. What a surprise! The minimum requirement for entering the Great Xia Master Academy is to reach the 7th level of Steel Marrow before the age of 24, yet you kids managed to get in. I suggest you shut up. We have someone here with a bit of a temper. Since Gu Feng started interacting with Chen Mo, his image had slowly transformed from a cold, aloof young master into a responsible comic relief. It seemed Chen Mo had some kind of magic about him, as the personalities of Ma Wanglin, Yang Zhuo, and Gu Feng had all undergone significant changes. Especially Yang Zhuo, who could actually understand Gu Feng's sarcastic remarks now. He used to take Gu Feng's sarcasm as compliments. The young man's mouth twitched. These kids were quite arrogant. I know the people behind you are powerful, but once you arrive at the Great Xia Master Academy, those people won't be of any use. The young man wasn't angry. He just sat next to Chen Mo and put his arm around his shoulder. Don't touch me, I'm starting to want to hit you. Chen Mo had never seen someone so obnoxious and talkative. Since boarding the plane, this guy hadn't stopped for a full 5 hours. He hadn't even introduced himself, just kept blabbering. Oh, your temper is quite explosive. Bang! Dealt 288,535 points of damage, maximum health increased by 34,624. This guy was just asking for it, flaunting a heart of steel charging attack symbol in front of him for 5 hours. Chen Mo was already itching to do something. With this punch, he directly smashed the young man's mute button, embedding him into the military plane's compartment, leaving him silent. Finally quiet. After this hit, Chen Mo felt much better and stretched, planning to take a short nap. Don't sleep, we're here. Suddenly, the young man who had been embedded in the compartment reappeared in front of Chen Mo, sporting a large purple-red fist mark on his chest. Little brothers, let me introduce myself. I'm 2 years your senior, and I'm 28 this year. 9th level of Golden Body Realm. The air was terrifyingly silent. None of Chen Mo's group responded to him. Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin were unwilling to speak, while Gu Feng and Yang Zhua thought that being 28 and only at the 9th level was really pathetic. They planned to reach the 9th level before turning 19. He Miao had spent too much time with this group of geniuses and was completely unaware of the progress of ordinary talented martial artists. In her eyes, this young man in the Golden Body Realm was just a rookie. A rookie who was completely unaware of his own mediocrity. Wait, senior sister? Finally, Chen Mo realized where the problem lay. The young man in front of them, who looked a bit delicate but had no trace of femininity, was actually their senior sister? Yeah, what's the problem? The young man puffed out his chest, not feeling there was anything wrong with what he said. I'm Diame, skilled in MA boxing. Little brother, call me sister a couple of times and let me hear it. Aside from the roar of the engine, the entire cabin of the military aircraft was terrifyingly silent. So, you really are a woman? No matter how Chen Mo looked at Diame, he couldn't see a hint of femininity, especially not in her chest. Not only was there no rise and fall, but he couldn't even find a pimple. In fact, there were faint indentations from the punch Chen Mo had just thrown. What do you mean? Diame also sensed something was off. These little guys seem to be treating her like a man. I mean nothing, just that senior sister Ame has a lot of personality. Gu Feng laughed awkwardly, while Diame was filled with indignation. He hadn't seen any hint of femininity at all. Alright, you don't believe I'm a woman, huh? Diame wasn't angry about being hit by Chen Mo, nor was she upset that they ignored her. Instead, she exploded over this point. Look at this is underwear that only women wear, and there's no bulge, right? Diame, like a rogue, unbuckled her belt and pulled it down to reveal her white underwear. It really is. Chen Mo and Yang Zhua leaned in to take a look and found that aside from a pair of long white legs, there were no male characteristics at all. You too. Ma Wanlin's forehead bulged with veins, and she couldn't help but punch Chen Mo and Gu Feng each once. No matter how you look at it, senior sister Dai is a girl. How could you just lean in to look? And you, senior sister Dai, even if martial artists don't care about gender differences, you can't act like this. Hurry up and fasten your belt, and you two stop leaning in to look. Oh. Chen Mo and Gu Feng rubbed their heads and obediently sat back down. Alright, I know my figure isn't great, and there's nothing to see. Diame smiled and gently patted Ma Wanlin's head. Get ready, my junior brothers are going to give you a taste of what it's like to enter the hospital. Every year when new students enroll, the previous year's seniors will block the entrance looking for trouble, under the pretense of letting them know the difference between people. In reality, it's just to vent the frustration of being beaten up by the previous year. If you can avoid it, do so, don't engage with them. After Diame finished these few sentences, she noticed that Chen Mo and the others weren't scared at all. Instead, they seemed a bit excited. Chen Mo didn't know what was wrong with him. He would feel tired after long battles, but if he didn't fight for a long time, he would get an itch to hit something. This is good. It's just right to showcase the new equipment and combat methods. Gu Feng could also understand Chen Mo's thoughts and was ready to take action. Aside from Yi Miao, who had a softer temperament, Chen Mo and the others were all quite irritable. If they wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine, they should first weigh their own strength. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, in front of the Daxia Master Academy, 4 seniors from the Daxia Master Academy were standing at the entrance waiting for the military aircraft to arrive. Brother Feng, do you think this new batch of students will end up like the last group, beaten into pig heads? A thin young man chuckled. This was already the second batch of new students for their Daxia Master Academy this year. It was said to be a young hero, the national competition champion, Chen Mo. Their Daxia Master Academy lacked nothing but national competition champions. The brother Feng he mentioned was the champion of the national competition 7 years ago. Feng Bian opened his eyes and looked towards the distant sky. Get ready, don't be careless. I've heard these new students are not easy to deal with. Just a few new students. We 4 are all level 6 martial artists. Isn't it still easy to beat them? Not to mention, brother Feng, you are already a strong warrior at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. Dealing with a few 5th level kids should be a piece of cake for you? The lean young man was not wrong in what he said, but unfortunately, his information was a bit inaccurate. Including Ma Wanlin, Chen Mo and the others were all geniuses who could easily fight above their level and win. Even when facing fellow geniuses, Chen Mo and his group still had the strength to fight. After all, there is a gap even among geniuses. Oh, they're coming. The lean young man became excited and drew the steel mace from his waist. Don't be careless, if we lose to these new students, we'll be embarrassed. Feng Bian picked up the long spear beside him, the surging power of blood and energy flowing within him. In the master's office, several masters were sitting together, watching the surveillance footage in front of them with great interest. Indeed, the older students beating up the new students was something they tacitly approved of. These old fellows thought of this amusement out of boredom. They had originally hoped that the new students could beat the older ones, which would have been more interesting. Unfortunately, over the years, there had not been a single new student in the Great Xia Master Academy who could match these older students. Whether in realm, martial skills, or combat experience, these older students were far ahead. I remember that Chen Mo, like Feng Bian, also uses a long spear. I wonder whose combat style is better, mine or that old fellow Song Bin's six-linked demon slayer spear. A burly master grinned widely. So if you can't beat Song Bin, you'll vent your anger on his disciple, huh? How shameless of you. Exactly, living so long and still acting like this. The masters chuckled, their words harsh, but they all wanted to see Chen Mo, Song Bin's disciple, get beaten up. Back when Song Bin was invincible, he had challenged them many times, and each time he left them bruised and battered. This time, they finally had the chance. If they couldn't beat Song Bin, could they not beat Chen Mo? Unfortunately, as masters, they couldn't personally step in to beat up Chen Mo, or that would be too embarrassing. Hey, they're getting off the plane. It looks like a fight is about to break out. That little girl from Amei must have tipped them off. Didn't you see those kids coming down with weapons? What if she did? I don't believe those kids can beat Feng Bian. When the masters looked at the surveillance footage, the entire office fell silent. Wait a minute, looking at this situation, it seems like Chen Mo and his group are the older students? At the same time, Chen Mo and the others had already charged forward with their weapons. Although their coordination was not very practiced, with He Miao's real-time assistance, that little problem disappeared in an instant. Chen Mo, 3 o'clock on the right, attack with all your might. With He Miao's all-seeing drone, it was as if Chen Mo had an extra pair of eyes with no blind spots. He didn't even need to think, he just had to unleash his full strength and attack in the direction He Miao pointed. The richly blood-tinged phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth spear tore through the air, directly knocking back the senior who was attacking him with an unstoppable force. As a team, Chen Mo and the others had learned to cooperate during the Abyss Mother Tree incident a few days ago. However, their method of cooperation was a bit too simple. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were responsible for Chen Mo's flanks, while Ma Wanlin was in charge of preventing sneak attacks from behind. Chen Mo's task was simple, just charge forward with all his might. After these few battles, everyone had also figured out each other's combat styles. Their combat styles were quite unified, just go for it. Feng Bian never expected that Chen Mo and his group would be so fierce. Weren't they supposed to be the scapegoats for the Abyss Mother Tree incident? How could a scapegoat take out a 6th level warrior in one hit? Or even a level up one-hit kill? Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed that the weapon in Feng Bian's hand was also a long spear, and his interest in Feng Bian surged. Leave the others to you guys, this guy is mine. The most commonly used weapons among martial artists are nothing more than swords, spears, and sabers. Very few people use other types of weapons. It was truly a stroke of luck to encounter an opponent who used the same weapon and had a higher martial arts level. Moreover, Chen Mo had long wanted to spar with a level 7 martial artist, but had been unable to find the opportunity. Now, aside from his vitality, all his other attributes were not weaker than the peak of level 7, and in fact, were stronger. Chen Mo wanted to see if, excluding vitality, he could defeat a level 7 martial artist solely based on his vitality. Feng Bian also noticed that Chen Mo's target had shifted from the others to himself. He snorted coldly, pointing his long spear directly at Chen Mo's chest. With a health value of 1,150,000, an attack power of 35,000, a defense of 5,000, and a vitality of 290,000, these were Feng Bian's base attributes. Chen Mo's body began to spin rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had charged up the 4 consecutive strikes of the Demon Slayer 6 spear. With a muffled bang, Feng Bian's B-grade Chaotic Sea Steel Alloy Spear developed fine cracks, and the ground beneath him sank deeply. What great strength! Feng Bian felt his arms go numb, as if he had just been struck by a mountain. Is this all a level 7 martial artist can do? Seeing that Feng Bian was struggling to block, Chen Mo concluded that this guy wasn't using his full strength and decided to taunt him a bit. But in reality, Chen Mo's attributes were simply too high. Feng Bian not using his full strength was merely an illusion created by the overwhelming difference in their stats. Few martial artists have good tempers, and after being mocked by Chen Mo, Feng Bian's forehead bulged with veins, a layer of blood-red substance covering his skin. This little Feng has no martial ethics. How can he use steel marrow to enhance his body in a spar? Diame watched the battle between Chen Mo and Feng Bian with great interest, covering her mouth and chuckling. Steel marrow is a unique ability of late-level 7 martial artists. Steel marrow can significantly enhance vitality, and once it is released, the increase in vitality disappears, instead greatly enhancing the martial artist's overall strength. At this moment, Chen Mo also sensed something was off. Feng Bian's health was rapidly decreasing, but his other 3 attributes began to rise sharply. Then let me show you the capabilities of a level 7 martial artist. Feng Bian pushed Chen Mo away, and a strange, thick, viscous vitality completely enveloped the spear in his hand. A variant of Earth attribute vitality? Little Feng is becoming increasingly skilled in controlling vitality. Diame had now taken on a commentary role, wrapping her arms around Yimiao and chattering away. She suddenly felt that Chen Mo and the others might become the first freshmen to defeat an upperclassman since the establishment of the Great Xia Master Academy. Don't look down on me. I don't believe a level 5 martial artist hasn't awakened his vitality attribute. Feng Bian's gaze was fierce. He always felt that Chen Mo was looking down on him. This guy had only used the most basic ordinary vitality so far, without any change in attributes. Attributes? Chen Mo was taken aback. He had heard this term more than once. Playing dumb, huh? Then let me force out your vitality attribute. Feng Bian's forehead bulged with veins. It was the first time he had been looked down upon like this. He stomped his foot, and the surrounding blue stone tiles instantly shattered, the long spear wrapped in thick, viscous vitality slashing down at Chen Mo's crown. Clang, clang, sparks flew. Chen Mo and Feng Bian, who had unleashed steel marrow, were evenly matched, seemingly heading for a draw. But Chen Mo had not yet used his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood. Until now, he was merely testing the waters. At the moment Chen Mo unleashed the perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood, Feng Bian, who had been slightly gaining the upper hand, was instantly suppressed, fresh blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The burden of the steel marrow on the body was too great. Logically, only a strong practitioner at the 8th level with 5 internal organs could perfectly master it. If Feng Bian had no other tricks up his sleeve, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Chen Mo hadn't even used his other skills yet. Once he did, Feng Bian's defeat would come even faster. In the dean's office, 13 masters watched the footage on the monitor in silence. Stop it, if this goes on, little Feng will be injured at the root. The burly master sighed, realizing that even in teaching disciples, he was no match for Songbin. He really didn't understand why Songbin was so lucky to have encountered such a little monster as his disciple. Little Feng probably doesn't realize that Chen Mo isn't looking down on him. He just hasn't changed his blood attribute. Another master squinted and spoke. This little guy's situation is very similar to Songbin's. Both have attribute-less blood. Attribute-less blood may not be as flexible as attribute blood, but it excels in quality. A bit of blood can be worth 3. Otherwise, Songbin wouldn't have such high explosive power. Enough chatter, hurry up and stop it. Little Feng's internal organs are already damaged. Continuing like this won't benefit his internal organ refinement at all. The burly master suddenly stood up and turned to leave the dean's office. We've welcomed a few real geniuses to our master academy this time. The masters were quite satisfied with the performance of Chen Mo and the others. Whether it was combat response or blood intensity, these few were geniuses among geniuses. For such talents, becoming a master was just a matter of time. A few old men had already started to think about how to pry Chen Mo away from Songbin to their side. When the burly master stood in front of the gate of the Great Xia Master Academy, several older students, aside from Chen Mo and the others, had already fallen into a sweet sleep. Chen Mo's clothes had been torn apart, with several writhing blood-red wounds. A 7th-level warrior is just like this. It's not worth my effort to fight seriously. Rubbing his slightly sore neck, Chen Mo put away his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd. After the battle with Feng Bian, Chen Mo had roughly figured out the limits he could reach without using skills. This kind of genius at the 7th level was not his opponent. Those ordinary 7th level warriors would probably be dealt with in under a minute. Not bad, your strengths are really beyond my expectations. Diame smiled as she wrapped her arm around Yimiao, leading her to Chen Mo and the others. Be careful, that big guy is Zhou Lin, one of our academy's 13th level masters, and he has a particularly small mind. He hasn't forgotten since being beaten by Governor Song last time. Since he can't beat you himself, he sends his disciple to do it. Just be careful, whatever you do, don't. Before Diame could finish her sentence, a large hand grabbed her head. You little brat, talking bad about me in front of me, huh? Zhou Lin grinned as he grabbed Diame's head and lifted her off the ground. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Diame crossed her arms, but her current image looked quite comical. If you know you're wrong, hurry back and refine your 6 fu organs, you're always wandering around without any serious business. Do you know that those guys from the same cohort are already at the 10th level, and you're still here idling? Xiao Lin wasn't angry and released Diame's head. Diame breathed a sigh of relief, turned, and made a face at Xiao Lin before slipping away. You little ones are quite impressive, both your strength and talent are top-notch. But once you get here, you need to understand one thing. You are the weakest. Don't think that defeating these few useless ones makes you invincible. Xiao Lin glanced at Chen Mo. He had heard what Chen Mo just said. This little guy's talent is truly terrifying, being able to defeat opponents 2 levels higher. A normal talent can maintain an undefeated record against opponents 1 level higher, but being able to defeat opponents 2 levels higher is the mark of a genius among geniuses. This little guy in front of me defeated the equally talented Feng Bian 2 levels higher. It's an unimaginably terrifying talent. TSK, I'm starting to dislike that guy Songbin more and more. Only when you achieve the rank of master can you little weaklings be considered strong. Xu Long, take these few to their dormitory, the division will be tomorrow. After saying this, Xiao Lin arrogantly stepped into the air and left. Behind him, a giant at least 2.5 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. Not bad, I just watched your entire battle. Zhu Long grinned, walking up to Chun Mo and pinching his arm. Not bad strength, you must have a naturally tough body, right? Unfortunately, your body's strength is too low, your flesh is too soft. With that, Zhu Long directly performed a bicep curl, his iron-like muscles instantly attracting the attention of Chun Mo and Gu Feng. On his bronze skin, veins as thick as fingers coiled around his muscles like poisonous snakes. The power of his blood and energy illuminated the surroundings, and Chen Mo and Gu Feng even felt the temperature around them rise a few degrees. This is what a real man should possess. Technique is merely an aid to the body. A real man breaks through everything with sheer strength. No matter the winds from east, west, south, or north, I will break through with a single punch. Strong enough, hard enough, this is what it means to be a man. This is the romance of a man. Ma Wanlin frowned. Why are all the geniuses from the Great Xiao Master Academy so strange? They all seem to have a bit of a screw loose. It seems to make sense. Under the shocked gazes of Ma Wanlin and He Miao, Chen Mo and Gu Feng nodded, quite in agreement with Zhu Long's words. It's understandable that Chen Mo agrees with Zhu Long. His goal is to become the strongest numerical monster in history, the kind that crushes everything with numbers. But it's hard to understand why Gu Feng agrees. Your family is a clan of ancient martial arts. Are you really going to abandon your family's martial arts? So, join my strength academy, and I will help you become real men. Zhu Long laughed heartily, patting Chen Mo and Gu Feng on the back while casually helping them carry their luggage. It was no big deal until he patted them. Chen Mo and Gu Feng immediately felt what pure strength was. Chen Mo's bones were filled with cracks, and Gu Feng's internal organs trembled. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Long didn't seem to be using any force, Chen Mo would have suspected this guy was sent by the Abyss sect to kill him. By the way, Senior Zhu Long, what level is your martial arts realm? Although Chen Mo was gritting his teeth in pain, he still walked up to Zhu Long and asked. Zhu Long's attributes were very strange, 400,000 health points, 700,000 defense, and a terrifying 1,500,000 attack power. The only thing particularly low was his vitality, which was a pitiful 10,000 points. Me? I'm at the 8th level, 5 organs realm. Zhu Long waved his hand, seemingly indifferent to his martial arts realm. Ha! Chen Mo's eyes widened, such terrifying attack and defense power is only at the 8th level, 5 organs realm? No need to be surprised, the martial arts realm is just a decoration for me. What I pursue is the ultimate physical body. Zhu Long was not surprised by Chen Mo's astonishment. In fact, a few masters in the Great Xiao Master Academy opposed his path. You are born with tough skin and blood, didn't you feel anything strange while refining your body? Zhu Long suddenly turned his head, looking at Chen Mo very seriously. What strange thing? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, he really hadn't felt anything strange. Since skin, blood, bones, and bone marrow can all be tempered, why aren't there specialized tempering methods for muscles, tendons, and nerves? With this question in mind, I began the tempering of my muscles. Do you see me now? This is the result after tempering my upper body muscles. Zhu Long knocked hard on his chest, producing a series of metallic clanging sounds. I suspect that the current methods of body tempering are all simplified. True martial artists are definitely not like this. But, Zhu Long frowned and continued. Ever since I started tempering my muscles, my vital energy has been rapidly declining, and my martial arts realm has stagnated. I've been stuck at the 8th level of the 5 organs realm for 2 years now. To gain something, you must lose something. My current strength is not weaker than that of my peers, but my martial arts realm just won't improve. Perhaps. When I complete the tempering of my muscles, tendons, and nerves, will my physical strength directly rival that of a master? Chen Mo and the others remained silent. After all, what Zhu Long said was too shocking. To think that one could rival a master who can harness the power of heaven and earth with mere physical strength, wasn't that like dreaming? Not to mention that Zhu Long was actually questioning the body tempering methods that humanity had used for many years, which made him seem more like a lunatic. However, Chen Mo felt that Zhu Long had a point because his tempered perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood were indeed several times stronger than the ordinary. Perhaps Zhu Long was a genius in some sense, noticing something even the masters had overlooked. No, maybe the masters actually knew this but couldn't speak out due to certain reasons. Don't mind me, I was just speaking casually. Zhu Long also knew that saying this to these juniors was of little use, so he waved his hand, flashing a big white smile. But if you're interested in muscle tempering, I can teach you. Even if you don't join my master academy, it's fine, you can come find me anytime. Chen Mo and Gu Feng nodded. They were indeed very interested in Zhu Long's method of tempering muscles. A man should be fierce and strong. Unlike the southern training camp, the Great Xia Master Academy humanely separated the male and female dormitories. This made Gu Feng quite regretful, while he now breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ma Wanglin had a temper like a tomboy, her figure was top-notch. Her wheat-colored skin not only didn't detract from her appearance but rather accentuated her cheetah-like tight muscle lines. A perfect athletic girl. During the southern training, Ma Wanlin would return to the dormitory wearing only a sports bra and shorts, with water droplets slowly sliding down her wheat-colored skin after a shower. Coupled with her tight muscle lines and long legs, it was a feast for Gu Feng's eyes. He Miao repeatedly reminded Ma Wanlin to protect her privacy, but Ma Wanlin basically let it go in one ear and out the other. She didn't care, but it made Gu Feng's heart flutter. As a boy who had been cooped up at home practicing martial arts every day without any contact with women, Gu Feng's eyes were red from holding back, and he could only vent his frustrations in training. Perhaps this was one of the effects of mixed-gender dormitories. As for Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo, one was always pondering how to strengthen his steel, while the other was trying to find ways to eat more to avoid hunger. They didn't enjoy this welfare time at all. Why are you sighing? Chen Mo asked, puzzled, turning to Gu Feng. It's nothing, let's head back to the dormitory first and then check out the various facilities. Gu Feng sighed deeply, and his originally youthful and handsome face showed a hint of weariness. It's so inexplicable. Chen Mo was left confused by Gu Feng, and a hint of doubt flashed in Yang Zhuo's eyes as well. Wait a minute. Just before the five were about to part ways, Ma Wanglin called everyone back. Don't rush back to the dormitory yet, let's settle the division of the academy here first. We definitely need to be in the same team since we've been training together for a month. Other teams won't be able to adapt to our fighting style. So, I think it's more appropriate for us to go to the same master academy. Right, that makes sense. Gu Feng nodded repeatedly, thinking it would be even better if they could live together. Which one? Chen Mo recalled the introduction to the master academies by Song Bin and realized he seemed to remember nothing. His mind was filled with thoughts of where to go next. The women's academy is the first to be ruled out. You three are men and can't enter the women's academy. Ma Wanlin first eliminated the women's academy from the 13 master academies, as the 5 of them definitely needed to stay together, making the women's academy unsuitable. As for the remaining 12 master academies, I think any of them would be fine. Well, we came to the master academy for resources in combat. Having guidance from a master is good, but it's not a big deal if we don't. Chen Mo nodded. None of them in this team really needed guidance. Chen Mo, didn't you get the Vajra Iron Wire Fist from old Master Huan? Let's go to the Boxing King Academy. Gu Feng thought for a moment. His martial arts were all inherited, and Yang Zhuo used techniques from the celestial race, which were completely different from those of the human race. Ma Wanlin's martial arts were also basically formed, and only Chen Mo still needed guidance in martial arts. Then you guys. Chen Mo frowned slightly. He didn't want to hold back his teammates' progress. His body refining speed was extremely fast, and it wouldn't be long before he could catch up to them. If the gap between them was too large, Gu Feng would only drag them down. Only by growing stronger together could their team continue to exist. Don't worry, we're just discussing which master academy to go to. There's no rule against visiting different master academies. Gu Feng smiled and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Although Chen Mo had the strongest combat power among them, his martial arts were the most unfamiliar. These few were all geniuses and wouldn't fall too far behind without guidance. As long as the resources were sufficient, reaching a high level in martial arts was just a matter of time for them. Alright, let's go to the Boxing King Academy when the division happens tomorrow. Chen Mo nodded, no longer being overly polite. After deciding which master academy to go to, Chen Mo and the others returned to their dormitory. Although it was called a dormitory, it was actually a 3-bedroom house with a small courtyard. Unlike other martial arts academies, the Daxia Master Academy was vast and sparsely populated, with the entire Kunlun mountain peak within its boundaries. The large Daxia Master Academy, including the 13 masters and the long unseen dean, had fewer than 400 people in total. This led to the Daxia Master Academy being quite generous in terms of accommodation. Among these 400 people were youths like Chen Mo, who were 18, and middle-aged individuals in their 40s. Because the graduation standards of the Daxia Master Academy were very strict, one had to become a peak level 12 martial artist or be able to avoid being killed by a master within 5 minutes. Of course, the Daxia Master Academy did not support idlers. Anyone over 55 years old would be expelled and sent to a city de Garda region. Those martial artists who had not broken through to peak level 12 by the age of 55 would be deemed incompetent by the Daxia Master Academy. In the eyes of the Daxia Master Academy, those deemed useless would be highly sought after in the local area. Chen Mo and the others quickly settled into their respective rooms, and the time had come to 6 in the evening. After a long day, none of them had eaten, so they decided to go together to the dining hall, which was the cafeteria of the Daxia Master Academy. As a few people walked into the cafeteria, they heard a somewhat aggrieved voice. "I just got admitted, and I only have the 50 credits given at admission. I spent it all on resources. Can you please make an exception and give me some food? You've been here for several days. You should understand that in the Master Academy, everything requires credits for exchange." The senior responsible for the checkout glanced at the freshman, sneered, and turned away. "If you have no money, go eat in the ordinary area. What are you wandering around the blood food area for?" "Fine." The freshman sighed and had no choice but to put down the utensils and head towards the ordinary staff area. "Credits, huh? I remember that our points from the southern training camp were all converted into credits." Chen Mo rubbed his chin. He should have over 2,000 credits now. He wondered when the rewards from the Abyss Mother Tree incident would come. "Oh, aren't these the new rookie kings?" Diame appeared beside Chen Mo with a strange gait, wrapping her arm around his neck. "So, how does it feel to beat up the old students?" "Senior Dai, please stop harassing me." Chen Mo removed Diame's hand that was pinching his chest muscles, looking at her with disdain. "Truly ungrateful. Just call me sister, and I'll treat you to this meal of blood food today." Diame pouted. She clearly had a good appearance but didn't know how to use it. Why was this guy so rigid? "No need, our credits are enough." Chen Mo waved his hand. It was the first time he had been teased like this. TSK, don't think that the 50 credits given to new students are very useful. Converted to money, it's only 100,000. "Sister, I'm a rich woman with 3,000 credits. How about considering hanging out with me?" Diame tried to reach out to touch Chen Mo's face, but he slapped her hand away. "Not even a touch? If it really doesn't work, I can let you touch." Just as Diame was about to grab Chen Mo's hand and place it on her iron plate, she felt her body seemingly lift off the ground. "Xiao Dai, you're almost 30, stop teasing these 18-year-old kids like Chen Mo." Zhu Long set Diame aside and pulled out 5 wooden cards from his pocket. "Chen Mo, your basic credits, the points from the southern training camp, and the rewards from the Abyss Mother Tree incident are all in here. I'm not sure how much, but it should be enough for you for a while. When I brought you in earlier, I was too busy talking about my own matters and forgot to give you this. Alright, I'm going to eat now. You all be careful, the first time eating blood food can put quite a strain on your body. But the increase in vitality is also quite evident. Consider the pros and cons yourself." Zhu Long waved his hand and was about to leave with the still cocooning Diame. Chen Mo glanced at their backs and turned to pick up a bowl of fragrant duck blood soup. 3 credits. Chen Mo frowned at the duck blood vermicelli soup in his hand. "This bowl of soup is worth 6,000? Isn't this robbery?" Chen Mo. Gu Feng poked Chen Mo, and when Chen Mo turned his head, he could even hear Gu Feng swallow. "What's wrong? Are you starving?" Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this just a bowl of ordinary duck blood vermicelli soup? The vermicelli was pitifully few, and there were no duck offal. "You might not know, but I'm well aware of the value and deliciousness of blood food." Gu Feng shook his head. Even he couldn't enjoy such high-purity blood food. Only level 8 or above abyss beasts produce this kind of blood food, which can subtly refine your vitality. This thing is called soft gold among level 4 martial artists. Every gram is worth over 500. This bowl of blood food has at least 100 grams, and just the value of the blood food exceeds 50,000. Not to mention those blood foods, which contain a small amount of blood essence and are extremely valuable. Although Chen Mo didn't quite understand what blood essence was, it was definitely something good if it made Gu Feng envious. 3 credits can be exchanged for almost 100 grams of blood essence, which is only 1/10 of the market price. Gu Feng was extremely excited. This was the Great Xia Master Academy, where all resources were dedicated to cultivating future masters like them. 3 credits seemed like a lot, but in the outside world, it could only be exchanged for a dozen grams of blood essence. Yet at the Great Xia Master Academy, it could be exchanged for over 100 grams. No wonder you're the heir of an ancient martial arts family, you have an eye for quality. The senior responsible for the checkout nodded, looking at Gu Feng with appreciation. Blood essence is great, but you should still save some. Don't waste credits and end up without resources for body refinement. This portion of blood essence soup may look small, but it's enough to sustain you for a whole day's consumption, the senior said as he took the identity card from Chen Mo's hand. That makes sense. Use what you need and save what you can. Chen Mo agreed with the senior's words, but he noticed that the senior's gaze towards him was becoming increasingly strange. 4,430 credits? Did you rob the dean's nest? The senior in charge of the checkout looked resentful. They might not even accumulate 4,000 credits in a year. Yet this new student, who had just entered the academy for less than a day, had nearly 100 million credits in his identity card. What? The senior in charge of the checkout didn't lower his voice, causing the surrounding seniors who were eating to hear about Chen Mo's credits. Is that a lot? Chen Mo calculated that 4,430 credits was worth over 80 million, almost 90 million. It seemed quite a lot. Looks like the rewards from the Abyss Mother Tree incident have arrived. Upon hearing about Chen Mo's credits, Gu Feng and the others became excited. Especially Yang Zhuo, whose eternally unchanged face even showed a slight flush. After selecting their blood essence, the total credits of the 5 were completely exposed to everyone. Chen Mo, 4,430. Gu Feng, 3,001. Yang Zhuo, 3,105. Ma Wanlin, 2,909. He Miao, 800. I can't use these credits, I'll just divide them into 4 portions for you later. He Miao glanced at the tempting blood essence but ultimately gave up the idea of trying a taste. She was just a mentalist, and accidentally consuming blood essence could be very dangerous. The ordinary cafeteria next door was more suitable for her. No, you should keep these credits. What if one day you become a martial artist? Ma Wanlin directly rejected He Miao's suggestion, and Chen Mo and the others nodded. They were greedy and wanted more credits, but they wouldn't take from their own. By the way, what are the uses of these credits? Finally, Chen Mo asked the most important question, and the senior responsible for the checkout turned around with a face full of resentment. At the Great Xia Master Academy, credits are almost omnipotent. Whether it's resources for body refinement pills or alloys for forging weapons, they can all be exchanged with credits. The most terrifying part is that 1,000,000 credits can hire 2 masters to take action, no matter the matter. 1,000,000 credits can indeed hire us, but the premise is that you can accumulate 1,000,000 credits. Xiao Lin appeared behind Chen Mo and the others at some point, looking at him with a playful smile. The Great Xia Master Academy has a fixed quota every month, but these quotas are only enough for your realm's consumption this month. If you don't want to be left behind, the best choice is to earn credits to exchange for better resources. Take blood food as an example. If you eat blood food 3 times a day, you'll need to consume at least 5 credits. In a year, that's 1,800 credits. Adding in the usual resource consumption and weapon replacements, those 4,000 credits you have won't be enough. Seeing the somewhat playful expression on Xiao Lin's face, Chen Mo took a step back with some disdain. He felt like this old guy was somewhat targeting him. Thank you, Master Qiu, for your concern. I wonder how the Master Academy earns credits. Gu Feng stepped forward and asked curiously. It's simple. Daily work, maintaining the environment, all of these can satisfy your daily blood food credits. Xiao Lin picked up a bowl of blood food vermicelli soup and turned to sit at the dining table. The Daxia Master Academy has no staff, everything relies on you to be self-sufficient. Including cooking, these can earn you a small amount of credits. However, once you choose these methods to earn credits, it will hinder your body refinement. Compared to daily work, entering the abyss to gather medicinal herbs or mine resources earns much more. I actually suggest you hunt abyss warriors, they are quite valuable. But, do you guys have the ability to hunt abyss warriors? If you want to go, you can head directly to the information room, there are various tasks left for you. After saying this, Xiao Lin turned his head to drink soup and eat, not continuing the conversation with Chen Mo and the others. After listening to Xiao Lin's explanation, Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After we enter the academy tomorrow, let's go to the information room and find a task we can do. The next day, Chen Mo and the others gathered in front of the entrance of the Boxing King Academy. The Daxia Master Academy doesn't have classes. If there's anything unclear, you can ask senior students or masters in the academy. Daily life is quite flexible. Aside from not being able to leave the Dasha Master Academy at will, there are almost no rules. However, the Dasha Master Academy does have holidays, with summer and winter breaks totaling more than 2 months, which is enough time to rest. Are you all entering my Boxing King Academy? Diame looked at Chun Mo and the others with some surprise. She remembered that none of them practiced boxing. How did they end up in the Boxing King Academy? Yes, we've already formed a team, and there's no need to choose or accept new members. Chen Mo nodded. He had thought Diame was from the Women's Academy. He didn't expect her to be a student in the Boxing King Academy. Good news, good news. Diame was quite happy to see Chun Mo and the others entering the Boxing King Academy, as she liked them quite a bit. Teacher, we have newcomers in the Boxing King Academy. Turning around, she shouted into the academy, and a burly old man descended from the sky in front of everyone. I am Shuelu, the head of the Boxing King Academy. You all have good taste. Shuelu was actually overjoyed. He had felt disappointed yesterday that none of Chen Mo's group practiced boxing. He didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly, with 4 excellent talents falling into his hands. He guessed that Xiao Lin and those old monkeys were probably furious and should be waiting for these little guys to show up in their academy. Although he was very happy inside, Shuelu, as a master, could still keep his emotions in check. Hello, Director Xue. Chen Mo and the others were quite polite, especially since Shuelu was a sufficiently powerful master. I will personally show you around the Boxing King Academy. Shuelu nodded in satisfaction, waved to Chun Mo and the others, signaling them to follow him. Director Xue, do you have any research on the Diamond Iron Wire Fist? Following behind Shuelu, Chen Mo thought for a moment and finally asked, Huang Depeo's Diamond Iron Wire Fist? Shuelu frowned and turned to look at Chun Mo. By the way, Huang Depeo is dead. He passed the Diamond Iron Wire Fist to you, huh? Hee, that's right. I have quite a bit of research on martial arts, and Huang Depeo's Diamond Iron Wire Fist is no exception. This Diamond Iron Wire Fist, as the name suggests, is a comprehensive martial skill that combines offense and defense. If there's one drawback, it's that it requires a very high physical quality from the user. Even if an average martial artist learns it, they won't be able to use it effectively. One punch can shatter the enemy, but your arm will also be shattered. As he spoke, Shuelu flashed to Chen Mo's side and grabbed his arm, beginning to gently knead it. Shuelu frowned, then pinched Chen Mo's armpit and back. No good. You can't practice it. Don't be surprised. The Diamond Iron Wire Fist is a skill used by masters. As a level 5 martial artist, the first thing you need to do to practice this skill is to enhance your physical strength. But, Chen Mo wanted to say something, but Shuelu directly voiced his thoughts. That's right, your physical strength is comparable to a level 7 martial artist, but that's just an ordinary level 7 martial artist. Shuelu continued walking, explaining to Chen Mo as he went. For an average level 7 martial artist, a vital energy of 200,000 is considered qualified. And you? Your current vital energy is at least around 180,000. Have you ever thought about how much your vital energy will reach at level 7? Your mindset can't stay stuck at the first or second level when accumulating vital energy. The standard vital energy for each level of martial artist is just a reference. The specifics depend on one's own talent. Chen Mo remained silent, looking up at Diame's basic attributes. Health, 5,350,000, Attack, 370,000, Defense, 530,000, Vital Energy, 5,500,000. If judged by standard vital energy, Diame had already reached the standard for level 10, but she was still just a level 9 martial artist, so it seemed the standard was merely a reference. If we refer to the standard, you should be a level 7 martial artist now. But you're not, you haven't completed the tempering of your steel bones and steel marrow. Your physical strength is just not inferior to that of a level 7 martial artist. Seeing that Chen Mo was really absorbing the information, Shuelu decided to say a bit more. Once you complete the tempering of your steel bones and steel marrow, and master the steel marrow permeation, your strength should be no worse than that of an ordinary level 9 martial artist. Don't think about learning Huang Depeo's master level skills yet, focus on completing the tempering of your body first. By the time you finish the tempering of your steel bones and steel marrow, your body should be able to withstand the burden of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Director Xue, does our Dasha Master Academy have a gravity tempering room? Speaking of body tempering, one couldn't help but mention the gravity tempering room at the Southern Training Camp. That thing was incredibly useful. Under 6 times the gravity, Chen Mo's body tempering speed increased 6-fold. But the premise was having enough tempering pills for the current martial arts level and sufficient health. Otherwise, the effects of the gravity tempering room weren't that great. Gravity tempering room? Shuelu frowned. Wasn't that the thing that was deemed useless and eliminated by the Dasha Master Academy? There used to be one, but it was eliminated because the damage to the body was too great, and some found it not worth the cost. What's wrong? Do you actually like using that thing? After saying this, Schwelle recalled the introduction on Shenmo's profile. Extremely powerful self-healing ability, extremely strong vitality. These 2 points perfectly compensated for the drawbacks of the gravity tempering room. Indeed, you really are quite suited for the gravity tempering room. Unfortunately, that thing has already been discarded. After all, those in the Master Academy couldn't withstand it, and those who could withstand it didn't need to temper their bodies. That thing was too useless, so I just melted it down to cast a big iron pot for stewing. Shenmo's face darkened. That high-tech item was actually melted down to make a pot for cooking? There's no need to look at me like that. Schwelle chuckled, a thought of teasing Shenmo forming in his mind. This kid had good talent and a decent character. Schwelle quite liked him. It's just heavy pressure. I can help you with that. Really? Shenmo's eyes lit up, eager to try. But beside him, Diame suddenly appeared 100 meters away, watching Schwelle with a wary gaze. Of course, want to give it a try? Let's try. Buzz. A heavy and violent surge of energy erupted, all concentrated on Shenmo. With a crunch, Shenmo was pinned to the ground like a nail, leaving only his head above the surface. I think it's better to forget it. I didn't even use much strength. Just as Schwelle was about to withdraw his energy, he noticed that Shenmo had already crawled out from being pinned down. Goodness, this must be 5 times the gravity. Shenmo's face was excited. According to Schwelle, he had reached 5 times the gravity without even trying, which was much stronger than the 12 times gravity in the gravity tempering chamber. Schwelle was quite useful after all. But just as Shenmo was about to start tempering his body, Schwelle suddenly withdrew his energy. Shenmo was momentarily stunned, looking up in confusion. Do you rely solely on instinct when you do things? Schwelle was somewhat speechless. Who starts tempering their body without using a tempering pill? Right, I need to take the tempering pill. Shenmo slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about that. The effects of the tempering pill were simple. First, it protected the body from excessive harm during the tempering process. Second, it increased the efficiency of tempering, and third, it helped the martial artist focus. But when Shenmo took out his tempering pills, his excited expression vanished. The pills in his pocket were all level 4, he had left the southern training camp before he could exchange for level 5 pills. Alright, get up quickly. If you want to exchange for level 5 tempering pills, go to the exchange yourself. Schwelle waved his hand, feeling that Shenmo was treating him like a tool. Director Schwe, can I come to you for help when I temper my bones later? Shenmo, not in a hurry, stood up and asked expectantly. Did you forget? Hiring a master to help costs 1,000,000 credits? Schwelle raised an eyebrow. This kid really wanted to use him as a tool? Of course, I'm not unreasonable. How about this? If you want me to use my energy to help you temper your body, that's not impossible. 1 credit per minute. I'll give you a friendly price. 1 credit per minute. Shenmo calculated, he had a total of 4,430 credits, which meant about 74 hours. After deducting the credits for the level 5 tempering pills, he could only afford to use Schwelle for a little over 60 hours. Not enough. It seemed he still needed to take on tasks to earn credits. He would make good use of this Master Schwelle. Alright, I can see you're not thinking of anything good. Schwelle shot Shenmo a glance, then turned to continue introducing the facilities of the Boxing King Institute. After a few minutes, Schwelle's patience reached its limit. He left Shenmo and the others with Diame. Senior Dai, I heard that our great Xia Master Institute has a total of 13 institutes. Ma Wanlin walked up beside Diame, asking curiously. Besides our Boxing King Institute and the Women's Institute, the other institutes. Let's put it this way, the ones with more social interactions are the Forging Institute, the Food Institute, and the Medicine Institute. Diame naturally knew what Ma Wanlin wanted to ask and answered before she could finish. The Forging Institute is responsible for all the weapons and armor in the Master Institute. The Food Institute is the cafeteria, and the Medicine Institute is responsible for the production of various elixirs. Exchanging credits directly for items isn't cheap, but it's much cheaper than outside. The best option is to collect materials yourself and spend credits to have students from these 3 institutes help you make what you want. For example, that little sister. Diame pointed at Himiao, who was so scared that she hid directly behind Yang Zhua. She isn't suited for the Boxing King Institute. She is more suited for the Medicine Institute and the Food Institute. Me, really? Himiao peeked out. She actually felt she was more suited for the Food Institute and the Medicine Institute. They had already agreed that she would learn how to cook, and if she could also learn to make medicine. Wouldn't that make her the legendary all-purpose super support? I think that's a good idea. Shenmo nodded. If Meow really learned to cook and make medicine, they could save a lot of credits that would otherwise be spent hiring someone. Then, I'll give it a try and work hard. Meow nodded. She always wanted to contribute something beyond combat command, and cooking and making medicine were good choices. It's about time. I'll take you to the strength training area. Diame merely made a suggestion. How to proceed would depend on how Chun Mo and the others decided within their team. You should know that strength is very important for a martial artist. In addition to tempering the body to increase strength, heavy weight training is also a very good option. Under Diame's guidance, Chen Mo and the others arrived at the strength training area she mentioned. Unlike the ancient-style buildings outside, the entire strength training area was made entirely of metal, with support columns seemingly embedded deep into the Kunlun Mountains. The entire strength training area is made of A-grade chaotic sea steel abyss steel alloy, capable of withstanding over 1,000,000 tons of pressure per square meter. While introducing, Diame picked up a pair of dumbbells that didn't look very big from the nearby rack. The dumbbells here are also made of supergravity metal, which comes from the abyss. Apart from its high density and weight, it has no other advantages. It's quite difficult to shape it, and in any comparison, it doesn't have the cost-effectiveness of A-grade alloys. So it's used as fitness equipment specifically for high-level martial artists. Don't be fooled by how small these dumbbells look. Their actual weight has already reached 20 tons. Train according to your ability. Don't blindly use weights that are too heavy and risk injury. If you get injured due to your own reasons, treatment is not free. Watching Diame effortlessly lift the 20-ton dumbbell with one hand, the four people besides Chen Mo all shrank their necks. This senior sister Dai looked like she had no muscle, but her strength was terrifying. Our Daxia Master Institute focuses on free-range training. The courses designed to teach ordinary martial artists are just a burden for you and me. What we need to do is grow stronger in battle. We only seek guidance from masters when we hit a bottleneck. But we haven't even taken the basic courses. Chen Mo scratched his face. They had jumped directly from martial arts high school to the Daxia Master Institute. If viewed like an ordinary university, it was like going straight from high school to graduate school. Those basic courses don't matter. With your strength, you no longer need such things. Diame waved her hand and put the 20-ton supergravity metal dumbbell back. The Boxing King Institute basically has these things. As for the body tempering hall, you can check it out yourselves later. And the boxing techniques hall, which I estimate none of you besides Chen Mo will need, so there's no point in wasting time. Diame glanced at the time. It was almost 10 in the morning. Let's go. I'll take you to the information room to have a look. New materials and tasks will be updated at 10:30. Chen Mo and the others nodded in response, all curious about the differences between the abyss rifts on Kunlun Mountain and other abyss rifts. In the information room, a few students from the Daxia Master Academy were already searching for their targets. Although they were called students, none of them were younger than 30, and each exuded a formidable aura. The concentration of the top geniuses from all over Daxia here showcased the depth of the Daxia Master Academy. When you choose tasks and materials, you must pay attention. The Abyss Rift on Kunlun Mountain is completely different from other Abyss Rifts. Normal Abyss Rifts usually lead to shallow abysses, close to the entrance. But the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift is different. It leads directly to the deep abyss, where the Abyss Warriors reside. Scholars have studied that city and the civilization of the Abyss Warriors and concluded that their level of civilization is roughly comparable to ours. So, when entering the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift, be extremely cautious. Those Abyss Warriors are quite dangerous. Diame paused and picked out a few representative materials from the pile to place in front of Chun Mo and the others. The materials and tasks here can be roughly divided into 4 categories: collection, mining, exploration, and extermination. Before entering the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift, I need to make things clear with you. The originally cheerful Diame's expression turned serious. She set down the materials and led them to a not-too-thick book. This book contains the names of geniuses who died in the Abyss Rift due to carelessness or hesitation. When facing Abyss Warriors, you must never show mercy. Hesitation leads to death. You must remember that the source of the Kunlun Mountain disaster 70 years ago was these Abyss Warriors. They were ruthless, causing several cities around Kunlun Mountain to become dead cities. Since then, the perspective on Abyss Rifts has begun to change. Chen Mo and the others remain silent, quietly listening to Diame's account. Some truths will never be made public. This is the best protection for ordinary people. Initially, the higher-ups believed that high-tech weapons could deal with those Abyss Warriors emerging from the rifts. Conventional weapons are somewhat effective against warriors below level 13, but against level 13 masters, their effectiveness is minimal. When I mention conventional weapons, I mean nuclear bombs. Chen Mo and the others' expressions changed. Could masters withstand nuclear bombs? That would be terrifying. After that painful lesson, the higher-ups made the current decision. At all costs, control the battlefield within the abyss rifts to ensure stability in the outside world. Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Diame suddenly brought this up. I'm telling you this not for any other reason, but to make sure you never show mercy when facing abyss warriors. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts, this is an eternal truth. Do not treat them as humans, they are a group of bloodthirsty beasts. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Mo and the others who would learn about these matters. Every new student entering the academy would be made aware of this painful lesson. This was to ensure that new students would not develop any feelings of pity for the abyss warriors. Well, I won't bother you any longer, I still have the herb collecting task from a few days ago that I haven't finished. After advising Chen Mo and the others a few more times, Diame began to select tasks and materials suitable for herself. Then, how should we proceed? Since it's our first time entering the deep abyss, let's focus on exploration. Gu Feng grabbed the 4 documents that Diame had just handed over, all containing low difficulty, low reward tasks. I've heard that the deep abyss is very dangerous. We need to be fully prepared before going down. Then let's make a trip to the exchange center first and trade for some potions we might need. Chen Mo nodded. He also felt that starting with exploration tasks would help them get familiar with the environment of the deep abyss. How about this one? Exploring the distribution of known mineral veins. The credit reward isn't too shabby. 35 credits, though. Isn't that a bit low for all of us? Gu Feng rubbed his chin. That meant each person would only get 7 credits, barely enough for a meal. Did you forget that tasks are tasks and rewards are rewards? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, pointing at the long mineral veins on the map. There are low-level energy stones and mid to high-level energy stones distributed here, not to mention energy stones that can be directly absorbed. We need to earn the credits, but no one said we can't take back some energy stones. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, everyone was momentarily stunned before their eyes lit up. That makes sense. Random task triggered. Please complete the exploration task while mining a certain amount of ore. Specific rewards depend on the quantity of ore mined. Rewards for low-level and mid-level energy stones. Under 1 kilogram earns 1 cubic centimeter of storage space. 1 kilogram to 10 kilograms earns 1 cubic decimeter of storage space. 10 kilograms to 100 kilograms earns 1 cubic meter of storage space, and so on. High-level energy stones and ultra-pure energy stones will be calculated separately. While Gu Feng and the others were still discussing what they needed to prepare, they saw Chen Mo twitching as if he had been electrocuted. What's wrong with you? Is your last injury not healed properly? Ma Wanlin stepped forward and patted Chen Mo's shoulder, looking puzzled. No, I've never felt this good. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Storage space, this was the legendary storage space. Any credit rewards were no longer important. The most crucial thing now was to mine ore. Let's go, we need to buy the potions we'll use in the abyss. Chen Mo was already impatient. Having storage space would make everything so much easier. What's gotten into him? Why is he so excited? Gu Feng was a bit confused. How could a small task worth only 35 credits make Chen Mo this happy? Although he didn't quite understand, the others still followed Chen Mo toward the exchange center. The entire Daxia Master Academy was located above the rift of Kunlun Mountain's abyss, and the 13 masters were both mentors at the academy and responsible for guarding the Kunlun Mountain abyss rift. Today, it was Chiu Lin's turn to be on duty, and he was momentarily taken aback when he saw Chen Mo carrying an oversized backpack. What's up? Are you guys going camping in the deep abyss? Do you know how dangerous the deep abyss is? Traveling light is essential for survival. Master Chiu, you misunderstood, our bag is completely empty. Chen Mo opened his large backpack, revealing it to be entirely vacant. Then why are you carrying such a big bag? Chiu Lin frowned, not quite understanding the intention of these kids. Of course, it's for carrying energy stones. Gu Feng smiled confidently and continued, our goal this time isn't just credits and exploration, we definitely plan to bring back some high-value energy stones. Not too much, just around 100 to 80 pounds should be enough. Chiu Lin fell silent for a moment before bursting into unprecedented laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chiu Lin laughed so hard he pounded the ground. He couldn't understand how these kids had the guts to go mining. You guys are really something. It's the first time I've heard that energy stones can be described in hundreds of pounds after all these years. Do you know how much a 50-gram low-level energy stone is worth? The task you have is just an exploration mission, to determine whether the mineral vein up there is real or fake. Isn't it better to be prepared? Chen Mo shrugged. Since the system issued the task, it meant that this mineral vein indeed existed, and there must be energy stones. There might even be ultra-pure energy stones, otherwise, they wouldn't be included in the mission. Alright, go ahead. The danger level of this task is only 1, just consider it a chance to familiarize yourselves with the environment of the deep abyss. Xiao Lin waved his hand, revealing the dark crack behind him. But still be careful, abyss warriors are very dangerous, and the abyss beasts in the deep layers are much more perilous than those in the shallow layers. Lord level and beast king level creatures are rare in the shallow abyss, but in the deep abyss, they are as common as dirt. If you encounter danger, run away at the first opportunity. The location of your task isn't far from the base, and there's an old guy at level 13 stationed there, enough to ensure your safety. Don't be fooled by Xiao Lin's earlier jokes, now he was genuinely sharing his experience. What Gu Feng had just said was truly amusing. These kids had no idea about the difficulty of mining energy stones. The vast majority of energy stone veins were occupied by abyss warriors, and the remaining veins would be controlled by beast king level abyss beasts. Finding an unclaimed energy stone vein in the deep abyss was simply a pipe dream. Thank you, Master Qiu, for your guidance. Chen Mo wouldn't refuse Qiu Lin's kindness. After saying that, he led Gu Feng and the others into the dark abyss crack. Unlike other cracks connected to the shallow abyss, the Kunlun Mountain abyss crack was terrifyingly dark, as if it could swallow all light sources. Passing through the wave-like abyss crack, a pungent smell instantly invaded Chen Mo's nose. What is that smell? Chen Mo frowned, feeling a warmth in his nostrils. He was actually bleeding from his nose, and his life points were decreasing at a rate of 200 points per second. Fortunately, his life recovery speed was extremely fast. He was recovering more than that every second. Chen Mo, didn't you bring a gas mask? He Miao hurriedly opened her backpack and pulled out a full-face gas mask, shoving it into Chen Mo's hands. Thanks, I didn't wear a gas mask in the shallow abyss before. Chen Mo nodded and put the gas mask on his face. He wasn't worried about the damage, it was just that pungent smell that was hard for him to adapt to. This is the deep abyss. Gu Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the hellish scene before him. The gray sky had almost no light, and the ground was equally dark. A howling wind mixed with gravel roared continuously, and purple-red lightning flickered through the clouds. Looking around, everything was in shades of gray, even less comfortable than the shallow abyss. Deathly silence. Looking at the scene before him, the only adjective Chen Mo could think of was this one. Let's go. Judging from the entrance as the center point, the location we need to find is 17 kilometers to the southwest. He Miao had already deployed her jet drone to start scanning for dangers in the surroundings. By the way, with such a harsh environment in the deep abyss, is there really any life existing here? Chen Mo frowned, even he found the deep abyss's environment hard to bear, let alone those weaker than him. Actually, these are things that will be covered in the cultural classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Since we skipped grades, we naturally haven't learned about them. He Miao had not been idle during this time. She spent 3 days completing the cultural courses of 4 years at the Martial Arts Academy. Her knowledge base was now quite rich, perhaps even stronger than some of the teachers at the academy. While ensuring real-time monitoring of the surrounding environment's safety level, he Miao roughly explained Chen Mo's questions. Knowledge about abyssal warriors will start being taught in the 3rd year. By then, the average level of warriors is around level 3, and they have the obligation to understand it. Abyssal warriors are very different from us, somewhat similar to the celestial race. They are born as level 2 warriors and possess abilities similar to celestial divine powers. After years of understanding and observation, it is generally found that abyssal warriors can easily become level 5 warriors by adulthood. Compared to the somewhat weak bodies of the human race, abyssal warriors are born strong, but their cultivation speed after adulthood doesn't differ much. Some scholars speculate that one of the reasons for this is the harsh environment of the deep abyss. Newborn infants cannot survive in the deep abyss without sufficient vital energy. However, after reaching level 5, the environment of the deep abyss is no longer as deadly, so the speed of becoming stronger slows down. He Miao's explanation was simple and easy to understand, and Chen Mo and the others nodded after listening. Then why don't they move to the shallow abyss? Chen Mo was still puzzled. Since the environment of the deep abyss is so harsh, why not relocate? Although the environment of the shallow abyss is still not great, at least they could grow vegetables there. The shallow abyss has no energy stone veins. In the middle abyss, there are only a few low-quality energy stones, which cannot support the energy consumption of a city of abyssal warriors. With just one sentence, Chen Mo and the others suddenly understood. Although the technological level of abyssal warriors is somewhat backward, it is not too severe. They have their own technology tree based on energy stones, and energy stone veins likely only exist in the deep abyss, which forces them to choose to survive in such a harsh environment. What is that thing? Just as the group was following the map towards their target area, Gu Feng suddenly squinted at the distance. A massive column-like object reaching into the sky appeared in their line of sight. but just a few seconds ago, it hadn't been there. Run! He meow panicked and called Chen Mo and the others to sprint in the opposite direction. What are we running from? What is that thing? Chen Mo and the others were confused, not understanding why he meow was reacting so strongly. That's an adult abyssal mother tree, and it can move. It's moving from underground. Damn! Chen Mo and the others panicked as well. It turned out that the abyssal mother tree they encountered in the South Island abyss had not fully matured. The difference was too great. The moment they entered the deep abyss, they started running wildly, quickly distancing themselves from the seemingly endless abyssal mother tree. But there is something called curiosity, and Shen Mo's curiosity was particularly strong. While running, he turned back to try to catch a glimpse of the basic stats of the adult abyssal mother tree. It was a bad idea. After looking, Shen Mo realized what it meant when they said curiosity killed the cat. Stats cannot be detected, level difference too great. What the hell does it mean that the level difference is too great? Shen Mo's head buzzed. He could even see the stats of a level 13 master. Level difference exceeds 10 levels, cannot glimpse basic stats. Holy crap! This meant that the level of this adult abyssal mother tree was at least level 15 or higher. I need to run faster. Shen Mo's speed increased even more, surpassing the speed indicated on his attribute panel. Although Gu Feng and the others did not know why Chen Mo suddenly accelerated, they still exerted all their strength to follow closely behind him. The slowest he meow was currently being carried on Yang's back, while 4 drones were on alert for any dangers around them. However, the deep abyss was desolate enough, and the only danger nearby was the adult abyss mother tree. After running nearly 100 kilometers, Chen Mo and the others quickly hid in a crevice on a cliff. Wait a minute, that thing isn't even chasing us, why are we running? It was only at this moment that Chen Mo realized the abyss mother tree wasn't pursuing them. What were they running for? The perception range of an adult abyss mother tree is about 100 kilometers, and our previous location was already within its range. He meow was quite frightened. As a girl who grew up in a laboratory, she had never seen such an exciting scene. Once detected by the abyss mother tree, the underground root system will quickly extend to capture us. Then it's fine. Chen Mo nodded. If that was the case, they indeed needed to run quickly. Now I understand why no abyss warriors went to mine that vein. Gu Feng looked at the map in his hand, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. I get it too. Chen Mo nodded. With such a big guy around, who would dare to touch the mine beneath it? So what now? Are we just going to slink back like this? Ma Wanglin frowned slightly. Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to go back like this? Don't rush, let me think first. Chen Mo sat on the ground, looking at the still clearly visible abyss mother tree in the distance, pondering how to extract some ore. Although the random task had no time limit, the opportunity to complete the task was right in front of them, and it would be a shame to just give up. Don't think about it, mining under the abyss mother tree is pure suicide. Gu Feng knew Chen Mo well. As soon as he saw Chen Mo start to think, he knew this guy was about to do something reckless again. Shut up, let me think for a moment. Chen Mo opened the system panel. He remembered he still had 1 skill draw left and about 10,000 gold coins remaining. How about a gamble, to see if I can draw a useful skill? Once the thought of gambling appeared, it was hard to escape that mindset. Chen Mo was no exception. He took a deep breath and opened the lottery. Unlike the skill draw that was specifically for skills, this pool, costing 1800 gold coins per draw, mixed skills, equipment, and bonds together. Just use it, after all, it's better than letting it sit. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and used the skill draw chances he had saved for a long time. The entire draw interface transformed into a large roulette, which began to spin rapidly the moment Chen Mo clicked to draw. 3 seconds later, the roulette gradually slowed down and stopped on a skill icon that Chen Mo wasn't too familiar with. What is this? Chen Mo clicked on the skill he had just drawn and found it was a passive skill. Passive skill Demon Shadow. After not attacking or using skills for 4 seconds, the passive owner will be enveloped in a Demon Shadow. When health drops below 20%, the Demon Shadow restores 1% health per second. When the passive owner's martial arts level reaches level 6, it will also provide invisibility and breath concealment effects. Taking damage will remove the Demon Shadow for 5 seconds. Note, invisibility state will not be seen by enemies unless they enter within 5 meters of the passive owner. Breath concealment reduces breath to an undetectable level. The passive owner can choose to turn the passive effect on or off. Chen Mo didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This passive was just like the Widow's passive, the one that could turn invisible and heal. Unfortunately, Chen Mo is currently only a level 5 warrior, and he needs to wait until he reaches level 6 to gain the ability to become invisible. How about we take another gamble? Chen Mo rubbed his chin. It would indeed be a bit embarrassing to go back like this. From the time they entered to when they left, it was no more than an hour, and Xiaolin's old face would probably be laughing off. Let's retreat. We should report the appearance of an adult abyss mother tree near the entrance. Compared to Chen Mo, Gu Feng, and the other 4 warriors, He Miao's mind was relatively calm. She knew that the appearance of an adult abyss mother tree was far more important than the energy stone vein. The direction we went generally doesn't have other senior brothers or sisters, it's very likely to have been overlooked. Alright then. Chen Mo sighed. It seemed he would have to wait until he reached level 6 to visit that mine. Wait a minute. It seems he didn't necessarily have to go to that mine. With invisibility and breath concealment, it seemed like he could go anywhere. Cities of abyss warriors were generally located above giant energy veins, making it convenient for mining and maximizing energy utilization. It seemed feasible? Gu Feng and the others were unaware that Chen Mo was considering a big infiltration into the city of abyss warriors. At the entrance, Xiaolin was comprehending the application of the power of the world at the master level. Suddenly, several dusty figures rushed out from the entrance, and Xiaolin opened his eyes wide, entering a combat state. Why are you back? Xiaolin frowned. He had almost struck down these kids just now. Why didn't you send a signal when you came out? Do you know how dangerous that is? Let's not talk about us. Something big came out of the deep abyss. Chen Mo waved his hand, took the drone that had landed on his head, and handed it to Xiaolin. At this point, the drone's energy was nearly depleted, unable to take off, and could only play back what Chen Mo had seen. Xiaolin, a bit angry, took the drone and glanced at it, then he stopped being angry. His expression turned serious. You guys really have bad luck, you actually encountered this thing. Returning the drone to Chen Mo, Xiaolin's face grew grave as he rang the copper bell beside him. After a crisp sound, 5 master-level experts appeared above Chen Mo and the others. Old Xiao, why did the bell ring suddenly? The leader was Shuelo, who frowned at the dusty Chen Mo and the others. Could it be that these kids caused trouble? That shouldn't be, they looked quite well behaved. You guys go back first, we'll handle the rest. Xiaolin didn't intend to let Chen Mo and the others stay here for long. The adult abyss mother tree was no longer something they could manage. Brother Shui, take these kids back first, there's a small problem in the abyss. Xiaolin shook his head, pointing at Chen Mo and the others. I understand. Shuela didn't say much more, grabbing Chen Mo and the others with a powerful hand and flying them toward the Master Academy. An adult abyss mother tree has appeared near the entrance of the deep abyss, its specific movements are currently unknown. The situation is a bit dangerous, report this to the higher-ups first, and don't disturb the adult abyss mother tree until a major problem arises. Don't underestimate Xiaolin's cunning, he was very decisive in handling certain matters. He wasn't targeting Chen Mo. If he wanted to, he could even kick him out of the Great Xia Master Academy. To put it simply, it was just an old man who didn't want to lose face trying to find some compensation from the younger generation. These kids really have good luck, a female master chuckled, speaking with a hint of amusement. The first time entering the deep abyss, I encountered such a grand scene, and none of us were injured, even bringing back this news, truly fortunate. After placing Chen Mo and the others at the Boxing King Academy, Shuela planned to head to the entrance to deal with the issue of the Abyss Mother Tree. Director Shui, is the price we discussed still valid? Chen Mo suddenly stepped in front of Shuela, grinning. What price? Shuela was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that he had promised Chen Mo to help him refine his body using heavy pressure. Are you starting now? Of course, who would delay becoming stronger? With that, Chen Mo took out his identity card and waved it. Shuela actually had other matters to attend to, but once he had said something, he had to follow through. Alright, then I shall keep my word. Only someone like Chen Mo could think of having a master apply pressure to refine his body. Hearing Shueli's agreement, Chen Mo decisively took out a 5th-level body refining pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Shuela didn't waste any time, the overwhelming pressure of a master erupted instantly, causing the ground around them to begin to slightly sink. Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances, also taking out body refining pills and sitting around Chen Mo to start refining their bodies. It must be said that the pressure from a master was far superior to that of a gravity refining chamber for body refinement. The pressure provided by a master not only included gravitational suppression but also the unique aura and presence of a master. This was something a gravity refining chamber could not offer. Refining the body under the pressure of a master for an extended period would make it easier to resist the pressure from powerful opponents in the future. In fact, Shuela wanted to complain about the current situation, but due to his status as a master, he held back. Just look at these kids, they shared 1 credit among 4 of them, truly taking advantage of him. It was only the first day of school, and these kids dared to take advantage of him like this. He couldn't imagine how wild they would become later on. Aren't you going to give it a try? Shuela shifted his gaze, finally landing on He Miao, who was squatting on the ground, still shaken. I think I'll pass. He Miao shook her head. With her small frame, she would just turn into a puddle of blood and mud. She had previously touched Chen Mo and the other's skin. Once their blood began to flow rapidly, Chen Mo's skin would become as hard and resilient as steel. It was as if he was wearing a full-body metal armor made of skin, protecting his fragile organs. Moreover, she couldn't understand how these people could easily enter a refining state after such a significant event. Was this the unique courage of martial artists? He Miao didn't plan to be idle. She intended to check out the Food Academy and the Medicine Academy, hoping to find something she could learn. Especially the Food Academy. After completing a mission, she couldn't just keep making compressed biscuit paste for everyone to eat. Master Shui, I'm leaving now. He Miao politely said her goodbyes and turned to head towards the Food Academy. A mentalist who can provide battlefield guidance. At first, Shuelu opposed the presence of mentalists in the Daxia Master Academy, of course referring to mentalists who accompanied martial artists to the battlefield. However, there were still a dozen therapeutic mentalists in the Daxia Master Academy. But due to the influence of that old man Chu Tianhua, he had to let this little girl in. From the results of the recent mission, if it weren't for the little girl's quick reaction, these kids might have walked right into the perception range of the adult abyss mother tree. It really is useful. It seems I've been a bit stubborn. Shuela shook his head and waved his hand towards the distance, and a small stool flew over. I don't know how long these kids can hold on. Their bodies are really quite sturdy. If it weren't for having seen the information on Chen Mo and the others, Shuela might have really thought they were those monsters from the celestial race. Ah, there really is one from the celestial race. The difficulty of tempering steel bones is completely different from what Chen Mo had anticipated. Compared to steel skin and steel blood, the difficulty of tempering steel bones is at least 3 times greater. However, during the tempering process, both Chen Mo's vitality and life force have seen significant increases, something that steel skin and steel blood cannot achieve. Moreover, the originally pure white bone of his right arm has gradually taken on a metallic sheen, indicating that the progress of this bone has reached 50%. But with over 200 bones in the human body, at this rate, how long will it take to temper them all? No wonder Gu Feng and Yang Zhua took so long with the tempering of steel bones. The difficulty is indeed not comparable to that of steel skin and steel blood. The future tempering of steel marrow and internal organs will only be more challenging, but fortunately, Chen Mo can use gold coins to purchase tempering progress. This tempering progress, aside from being a bit expensive, can be considered quite perfect, but just that expense is enough to make Chen Mo hesitate. 1% progress costs 7,500 gold coins. How much does he earn in a day? It's still more cost-effective to work hard myself. Chen Mo pouted and continued to focus on tempering his right arm bone. Aside from Chen Mo, Gu Feng, and the others finished their tempering after 3 hours, their physical strength was lacking, and their recovery ability was not as good as Chen Mo's. This led to their suffering under the heavy pressure during tempering, but the progress in tempering their bodies was quite encouraging. I'll allow you to take advantage of this once. Next time, I will charge you. Shuela glanced at the 3 of them. Recovering credits was one of their responsibilities as masters of the Great Xia Master Academy. Thank you, Director Shui. Gu Feng and the others knew they had benefited this time and all stood up to bow in gratitude. Hey, you guys don't rush off just yet. Shuela sat on a small stool, glanced at Chen Mo, who was still tempering his body, and then turned to the 3 who wanted to rest and recover. What's wrong, Director Shui? Gu Feng walked over, unsure of why Shuela had called them. Could it be that he was going to charge them? Chen Mo has already endured the pressure for 5 hours. I'm a bit uncertain about his physical condition. Although Shuela was a master, it didn't mean he was an omnipotent god. Without touching Chen Mo's body, he couldn't see through the injuries within him. He should be fine. You should know about the incident in the South Island Abyss. Gu Feng informed Shuelu about how Chen Mo had grown a completely new set of internal organs in just 1 day. In fact, Gu Feng was being quite conservative. It took Chen Mo only about half an hour to grow new internal organs. None of this is written in the data. Shuela raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Chen Mo's information was at a higher level than his authority, and what he could see was only data that matched his authority level. Don't worry, Director Shui, Chen Mo's life is the toughest part of him. If he can't take it, he'll come out on his own. Gu Feng and Yang Zhua had seen how Chen Mo tempered steel skin. That scene was quite horrifying. Back when Chen Mo was tempering steel skin at the southern training camp, that scene was truly terrifying. He was like a fountain, spraying blood everywhere. Now it's already quite mild. At least we haven't seen a human fountain. Just as Gu Feng finished speaking, a loud bang erupted from Chen Mo, who was tempering steel bones under pressure. With a loud explosion, the flesh on Chen Mo's right arm suddenly burst open, revealing the bone beneath, glistening with a metallic sheen. Shuela turned to take a glance at Gu Feng, realizing that this kid wasn't bragging earlier. The process of Chen Mo refining his body was indeed a bit shocking. Finally finished refining my right arm. Chen Mo didn't feel much. After 6 hours, his life value had only dropped by 70%. Sticking it out for 8 hours shouldn't be a big deal. Shaking his right arm, which was now just bones, Chen Mo noticed that Shuela was looking at him with a complex expression. Director Shui, what's wrong? Chen Mo stepped out of Shueli's oppressive aura, puzzled as he met his gaze. Nothing, 6 hours to refine an arm, you. Back in the day, Shuela had spent a full 300 days refining his steel bones, and this kid had finished an arm in just 6 hours. At this rate, wouldn't he be able to refine his entire skeleton in just over a month? This kid was a bit too abnormal, wasn't he? Out of concern for Chen Mo's physical condition, Shuela stepped forward and grabbed Chen Mo's arm to check his body. His bones were riddled with cracks, his organs shattered, and at least half of his blood vessels had burst. Such injuries would be fatal for an ordinary warrior, yet this little guy seemed to be bouncing around as if nothing had happened. Your life is really damn tough. Even Shuela had to marvel at how powerful Chen Mo's vitality was, especially his recovery ability. He could clearly feel those shattered organs slowly repairing themselves. This method of refining bones was extremely fast, but the side effects were terrifying. Only a little monster like Chen Mo, with such strong vitality and recovery ability, could withstand it. Anyone else would have died instantly. Alright, that's enough for today. If you want to keep using me, trade some credits for time. Shuela waved his hand, swiping 360 credits from Chen Mo's identity card before turning to leave. The continuous release of pressure for 6 hours had exhausted him, and he also needed to check the entrance to the Kunlun Mountain Abyss, the adult abyss mother tree. Once you got close to the entrance, it could be troublesome. Where's He Miao? After Shuela walked away, Chen Mo turned to look for He Miao. Director Shui said she went to the Culinary Institute to learn how to cook. Yang Zhua, who had been quiet, surprisingly answered this question before Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin. Chen Mo and the others were a bit taken aback. They thought Yang Zhua had lost his ability to speak again after the last incident in the South Island Abyss. He hadn't said a word for so many days, just focused on refining steel marrow. What? Are you going to find He Miao? Ma Wanglin asked. You guys go find her. I need to visit Brother Zhulong. Chen Mo shook his head. He was quite interested in Zhulong's theories. He possessed extremely strong vitality and blood energy far beyond his peers, and he could also try refining his muscles. Alright, but take it easy. Brother Zhulong's method is somewhat. Ma Wanglin nodded. The path of martial arts for Zhulong was uncertain, and Chen Mo's reckless attempt to learn could lead to physical issues. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The system had already warned Chen Mo that the current method humans were using to refine their bodies had flaws. Perhaps the perfect method was to refine muscles. It was worth a try. After all, there was no loss. Gu Feng actually wanted to go with Chen Mo to find Brother Zhulong, but in the end, he followed Ma Wanglin and the others to the Culinary Institute. Chen Mo planned to try it out himself first, and once he confirmed there were no issues, he would let Gu Feng and the others refine their muscles. His vitality was strong enough that he wouldn't face major problems. At most, he would just get injured and lie down for a few hours. Gu Feng and the others were different. Their stats were almost doubled compared to other warriors of the same level, yet they still couldn't match Chen Mo. It's better to be steady. In the Strength Academy, the headmaster of this Master Institute is Qiu Lin, and Zhu Long is also one of Qiu Lin's disciples. However, Zhu Long did not learn the long spear combat techniques but chose to focus on boxing. This is what makes him peculiar. Choosing to study boxing in the Strength Academy instead of the Boxing King Academy might also relate to Zhu Long's approach to martial arts, right? As for finding Zhu Long, Chen Mo just asked a man in his 30s and got information about Zhu Long. You're looking for Xiaolong? He's currently in the strength training room. The 10th level martial artist frowned, seemingly not having a good impression of Zhu Long. You must be the new guy, Chen Mo. I suggest you don't easily adopt Xiaolong's refining methods. His refining methods are quite complicated. It's better to follow the normal martial arts path. That's all I have to say. I won't say more. Farewell. It seemed he had something urgent, as the 10th level martial artist cupped his fists towards Chen Mo and hurried away. What was that about? It was like he saw a ghost. Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled until a massive shadow enveloped him. Junior brother Chen, you're here. Zhu Long, full of vitality, appeared behind Chen Mo, his muscular body gleaming with a metallic sheen and exuding explosive power. No wonder he hurried off. The person he was bad-mouthing had arrived. I understand the concerns of my senior brothers. They say that for your own good. Zhu Long was not angry at his senior brothers for advising Chen Mo. He found it quite normal. How about this, you try it out first, and if you feel it's not right, then forget it. I actually think that your path, Brother Zhu Long, might be the right one. Chen Mo was not lying. he spoke from the heart. Let's not discuss whether it's right or wrong. This path allows me to reverse defeat 8th level martial artists, which is enough. Zhu Long shook his head, clearly unconcerned about the rumors. Let's go. I'll first explain the basics of muscle refining to you. Following Zhu Long, Chen Mo glanced at Zhu Long's current basic attributes. His vitality had decreased, but his health, defense, and attack power had all increased. Could it be that brother Zhu Long intends to completely abandon vitality? What about the martial techniques that require vitality to activate? You should know that cells are constantly dying and being renewed. To refine muscles, you need to find those newly born cells and successfully refine them. In that case, even if those new cells are lost, they will regenerate in a refined state. You just need to replenish vitality. As they walked towards the strength training room, Zhu Long explained his thoughts on muscle refining. After I brought you into the academy, I seemed to sense the traces of the vitality I lost. They didn't dissipate, they were completely stored in my cells. The problem is how to call upon that vitality. Let me put it this way, each cell is like a rechargeable battery. I now know how to charge it, but how to discharge it is a big problem. Chen Mo blinked, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping it. I remember you have mental power, right? Entering the strength training room, Zhu Long had Chen Mo sit on 2 steel bench press stools. Yes, I have mental power. Chen Mo nodded. He had just replaced his endless hatred with the magic sect when refining his steel bones. First, use your mental power to sense your muscle cells and see if you can accurately feel one of them. Despite Zhu Long's burly appearance, he was quite patient in teaching. All right. Sitting on the bench press, Chen Mo tried to refine his mental strength as much as possible, so he could perceive the most subtle matter. Unlike those who were born with mental power, Chen Mo, as a martial artist who acquired it later, still found his use of mental strength quite rough. Zhu Long did not urge Chen Mo. He knew how difficult it was to take the first step in refining muscles. Back then, with the assistance of 2 mentalists, he spent an entire day just to find the technique. Even if Chen Mo had mental power, it would likely take him some time. Zhu Long's guess was not wrong. Chen Mo indeed spent a full hour capturing that fleeting new cell. Put all your effort into refining that one cell. Don't hold back your vital energy. The opportunity is fleeting. You must seize it. Seeing Chen Mo's state, Zhu Long guessed that he had captured a new cell and quickly reminded him. Chen Mo did not hesitate. The vital energy stored in his meridians and skin began to surge toward that cell. Hiss! An indescribable sting hit him. Even Chen Mo, who had a strong tolerance for pain, found it hard to bear. Hang in there. The first time refining muscle cells is indeed very painful, but it will be easier after you succeed. Hold on. Zhu Long's eyes lit up. Chen Mo's talent was indeed the best he had ever seen. Perhaps he could really walk this path. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In just a minute, this was more unbearable for Chen Mo than an hour of refining steel bones. He couldn't understand why the pain of refining a single cell was greater than that of refining an entire bone. However, the gains were proportional to the pain. Just refining one muscle cell provided Chen Mo with 3 points of attack power. An adult male has about 30 trillion cells, of which 50% are blood cells, and the proportion of muscle cells is not high, but in such a vast number, it is still considerable. Done. Zhu Long clenched his fists tightly. Chen Mo's talent in refining his body was indeed beyond ordinary imagination. But, this is just the refinement of one cell. Chen Mo frowned. He could feel that unique muscle cell, but compared to his entire body, it was still too insignificant. Don't worry, the first cell is the hardest and also the most rewarding. Zhu Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally found a kindred spirit. Although the senior brothers and sisters in the courtyard had said nothing, he could still see the disdain mixed with disappointment in their eyes. As a man pursuing the ultimate physique, not being understood was indeed inconsequential, but after meeting someone like Chen Mo, Zhu Long's mindset underwent a significant change. Once you master the technique of refining muscle cells, the subsequent refinements should be combined with strength training. Strength training will damage your muscle fibers, but during recovery, it will also make your muscles stronger. By refining while doing strength training, you can refine multiple new cells at the same time, greatly improving efficiency. I see. Chen Mo suddenly realized that refining muscle cells one by one would be a huge waste of time. Come on, I'll take you to practice chest and triceps first. We'll use a triphasic training method, resting 1 day a week. Zhu Long called Chen Mo to lie down under the bench press. The equipment in the entire strength training room was made of supergravity metal, and martial artists below level 4 couldn't even lift them, let alone train. I won't increase the intensity for you yet. Let's start warming up with 550 tons. Zhu Long muttered to himself as he loaded 2 supergravity metal plates onto the bench press bar. These 2 weight plates may look unremarkable, but their weight is comparable to that of a fully loaded 100-ton truck. Let's put it this way, Chen Mo's current strength training is equivalent to lifting 2 fully loaded 9m6 trucks. At 8 in the evening, Chen Mo, drenched from head to toe, walked out of the Strength Institute. He sat in the cafeteria, staring blankly at the blood food in front of him. This is just too perverse. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Zhu Long's training load was over 100 times his own, and he still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Every time his muscles tightened, they would emit a loud bang, louder than firecrackers, which was quite intimidating. A pure muscle monster, it felt like he could lift a 30-story building. What's wrong? After training, you must eat more protein and blood food to provide the nutrients needed for muscle recovery. The vitality lost from muscle refining can also be replenished through blood food. These are all good things. Not feeling hungry? Zhu Long, with a mountain of blood food in front of him, sat across from Chen Mo and swallowed 2 pounds of blood food and a leg of lamb in one bite. That's not it. There's just one thing I'm quite curious about and want to ask you, senior brother. Chen Mo shook his head. He was already so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back, and after taking a bite of the blood food in his bowl, he asked, "Senior brother, just how strong are you?" Judging a person's strength by their attack power is inaccurate. Attack power can only assess a person's lethality, not their strength index. Me? My maximum strength is about 350,000 tons. Zhu Long recalled, his bench press limit was 300,000 tons, and his maximum strength wasn't that much higher. Put. Chen Mo couldn't hold back and spat it out. He looked at Zhu Long with the eyes of someone staring at a monster. 300,000 tons, that's 300,000 tons. Even with the Monkey King's staff weighing 13,500 pounds, Zhu Long could lift 50,000 of them. What's wrong? I feel like my strength improvement has slowed down recently. It seems I need to go into the abyss to find a suitable opponent to fight and break through. Zhu Long shook his head. He was not satisfied with his current strength. Despite his great power, he still found it quite challenging to face abyss warriors above level 10. Yes, Zhu Long, an 8th level warrior, was no longer satisfied with just beating up 10th level warriors. He was starting to think about how to find an 11th level warrior to fight. Why do they say that the Master Institute of the Great Xia is full of monsters? All the top geniuses of the Great Xia have gathered here. Whether they are not very bright or have quirky personalities, it doesn't change the fact that these people are the top geniuses of the entire Great Xia. Even Feng Bian, who was beaten up by Chen Mo, was a top genius in a normal university, but upon arriving at the Master Institute of the Great Xia, he suddenly dimmed. It was truly pitiful to have fallen to the point of bullying freshmen to regain his confidence. But one can't blame him. After all, the older students, aside from the freshmen, are all more monstrous, with all sorts of super geniuses emerging one after another. As long as they have been in the institute for over 5 years, they are basically above level 10, with some even reaching level 11. Diame just entered the institute 3 years ago. She is expected to break through to level 10 in the second half of the year, which isn't considered slow at the Master Institute of the Great Xia. As for Zhu Long, he is a special case. Despite not having much growth in realm after 5 years in the institute, his combat power has skyrocketed. Chen Mo sighed. He found it quite difficult to communicate with Zhu Long. "I'm done eating. Take your time, senior brother Zhu Long." After quickly finishing his dinner, Chen Mo left. His main task now was to completely refine his steel bones and advance to level 6. That way, the Widow's passive ability could provide invisibility and breath concealment, and then he would see if he could pull off something big. It's no wonder Chen Mo was anxious. The storage space was simply too tempting. With this thing, the operational space in the future would be greatly expanded. Zhu Long nodded and continued to eat his dinner, lost in his own thoughts. The moment Chen Mo returned to the small courtyard, the system's task release sound suddenly rang out. Detected that the host has successfully tempered their muscles. Side quest 1 released. The human body's tempering method is incomplete. Please complete the human body's tempering method. Side quest 1. Complete 50% muscle tempering of the body. Upon completion, the reward will be Final Reserve buff. Subsequent tasks will unlock after task 1 is completed. Final Reserve triggers when health reaches 0, does not require the host to actively use it. Once triggered, it can restore all health and increase all attributes by 100%, lasting 30 minutes, and permanently raise martial arts level by 1. Chen Mo's eyes widened. He remembered that the Final Reserve buff was of prism level, and its price was so high that he didn't even dare to look at it. Setting aside the price, this buff also had significant purchasing restrictions. It could only be bought once. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately opened the buff shop to take a look. Fortunately, the system's rewards and purchase counts were calculated separately, so Chen Mo could at least buy the Final Reserve once more. Not to mention various restrictions, just the effects after triggering were already outrageous. restoring all health, increasing all attributes by 100%, and permanently raising martial arts level by 1. Considering the passive effect of the Staff of Time, Chen Mo had at least 3 chances to forcibly raise his level. If I wait until I become a master at level 13 and use it 3 times in a row, wouldn't I directly reach level 16? Whether level 16 even existed in this world was an unknown, but Chen Mo's future achievements would at least be level 16. Chen Mo shook his head. Such a good thing absolutely could not be wasted before level 13, or it would be too much of a loss. Chen Mo, I'm talking to you, why aren't you responding? Gu Feng squatted in front of Chen Mo's bed, his eyes shining as he stared at him. Didn't notice, what's up? Chen Mo turned to look at Gu Feng and found Young's was silently standing beside him. Well, I just wanted to ask how Zhu Long's muscle tempering method is. Hearing Gu Feng's question, Chen Mo suddenly remembered that he had already completed the muscle tempering of his right index finger. The effect, well, Chen Mo didn't know how to describe it. Anyway, the skin, muscles, and bones of that finger had been tempered, and the strength was quite high. Come on, stick your head over here. Gu Feng foolishly leaned in, and Chen Mo gave him a light smack on the forehead. With a loud bang, Gu Feng flew out, crashing through the bed and into the wall, creating a large hole. Gu Feng's eyes rolled back. That hit had left his mind blank. See? This is the effect of having an entire finger tempered. Chen Mo had just used about 80% of his strength. That hit could easily turn a small car into scrap metal. But Gu Feng's forehead only had a small dent, showing just how terrifying a martial artist's body strength was. You should let someone else try next time. Gu Feng rubbed the small dent on his forehead as he crawled out of the wreckage. You just made a dent in my steel bone, it'll take at least 2 days to recover. Despite his complaints, the look in Gu Feng's eyes when he glanced at Chen Mo's finger was one of unmasked desire. Next time you temper your muscles, can you take me along? Sure, but this thing really depends on talent. If you don't put in the effort, don't blame me. Chen Mo didn't mind. It was a good thing if Gu Feng and the others could become stronger. Don't worry, if my talent isn't good enough, there's no reason to blame others. Gu Feng patted his chest and promised earnestly. Alright, then I'll go to the storage room to move a bed and grab some materials to fix this up. Chen Mo nodded and left the small courtyard where the 3 of them lived. At the Daxia Master Academy, most things had to be done independently. The Daxia Master Academy is a place for cultivating strong individuals, not for raising useless people who just wait to be fed. The kitchen here is run by students from the Food Institute, while students from the Medicine Institute are responsible for making elixirs, and other master institutes provide them with ingredients and materials. Thinking of this, Chen Mo took out an information sheet from his pocket. He had casually tucked it away earlier, and now it seemed to have some potential. 156 kilometers away from the entrance of the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift lies a range of Silver Wolf Mountains. Beyond the Silver Wolf Mountains is a city of Abyss warriors, surrounded by various farms. 80% of these farms produce food crops, while the remaining 20% grow medicinal herbs. Currently, the medicinal herbs used by humans are mostly produced in the Abyss, especially high-quality and high-grade herbs. Only materials for elixirs below level 3 can be produced and cultivated on human territory. Anything above that must be obtained from the Abyss. The main reason is that the energy concentration in human territory is too low, far less rich than that found in the Abyss. Despite Chen Mo's high attributes, he still has a demand for high-quality herbs and resources. And it's quite a demand. How about going there after reaching level 6? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, wondering if he could take advantage of the autumn winds once he had storage space. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be erased. Chen Mo was increasingly looking forward to the day he would have storage space. However, the immediate priority was to fix his room, otherwise, the cold wind at the top of Kunlun Mountain at night would be quite unbearable. The materials for house repairs cost a total of 8 credits, which have already been deducted from your card. Tonight, the person in charge of the exchange station was a senior from the Food Institute, and the staff at the exchange station changes daily. It is said that those on duty at the exchange station can earn 5 credits a day, just enough for a full day's worth of blood food. Junior brother Chen Mo, I need to ask you something, the senior from the Food Institute said, his expression becoming somewhat strange after finishing his official business. What's up, senior brother? Chen Mo placed the materials he was using for temporary repairs onto a cart and turned to look at the senior. Did you come here with that mentalist named He Miao? The senior from the Food Institute showed a troubled expression, as if he found it hard to say what was coming next. What's wrong with He Miao? Chen Mo frowned. He had been refining his muscles in the afternoon and hadn't eaten dinner with everyone. It's not that, she's fine, but the Food Institute is in trouble. The senior sighed, pulled over a chair, and gestured for Chen Mo to sit down for a detailed explanation. You don't know, the simplest ingredients can turn into deadly weapons in that little girl's hands. The junior brother responsible for teaching her basic cooking techniques was taken out by a boiled egg. And that was a level 9 warrior, taken out by a boiled egg. A question mark appeared above Chen Mo's head. A level 9 warrior taken out by a boiled egg? Is this a joke? Let me put it this way, that boiled egg looked perfectly fine when it was being peeled, crystal clear, and we thought this little girl had a talent for handling blood food. The senior from the Food Institute looked pained, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. But then, my poor junior brother had just put the egg in his mouth when it exploded. With a bang, both of his front teeth flew out. Level 9 martial artist, that's a level 9 martial artist. He suffered a concussion on the spot. I can understand the power, after all, it's a blood food egg filled with energy, but what kind of good person can boil an egg until it explodes? Chen Mo, junior brother, I'm begging you, help me out and take that girl he meow away. Our martial artists in the Food Institute aren't that sturdy, we can't withstand a few egg bombs. The question marks above Chen Mo's head multiplied. Why was he getting more and more confused? Boiling an egg into a bomb, and it's a blood food egg at that. Then you can just talk to her yourselves. Why do I have to go? You don't understand, that little girl has been apologizing since the moment the egg exploded. What else can we say? So, Chen Mo, junior brother, I'm asking you, please persuade him to just give it up. If it doesn't work, just go to the pharmacy. At least the pharmacy won't have their pills explode in your mouth. That stuff basically explodes in the furnace. The senior brother from the Food Institute was almost in tears. The exploding egg was just one of the more representative dishes, and the rest of those indescribable dishes were better left unsaid. Why don't you hold on a bit longer, senior brother? After all, she just started learning how to handle blood food. Chen Mo tightly gripped the small cart, ready to make a run for it at any moment. How about this, let him learn for a few more days, and if it doesn't work, then go to the pharmacy. Seeing that the senior brother from the Food Institute was about to continue his lament, Chen Mo took off running. He didn't believe that an egg could take down a level 9 martial artist. It was probably just that Himiao's cooking was too terrible. This was just right, it would help Himiao improve her culinary skills, and they could save on credits for hiring someone when they brought back blood food in the future. If she could also learn a bit about medicine, then they could completely become self-sufficient. Chen Mo's first day at the Great Xia Master Academy was quite eventful, filled with all sorts of happenings, and he even completed the tempering of the bones in his right arm. The Great Xia Master Academy is still great. The speed of improvement is faster than during the training in the south. The next morning, Chen Mo found Shuelo, who was practicing in the morning. At that moment, Shuelo looked like an ordinary old man doing morning exercises, slowly practicing Tai Chi. But upon closer inspection, one could notice that although Shueli's movements were very slow, the air around him was being torn apart with the movement of his fists. That fist power seemed to guide some kind of energy particles in the air. Chen Mo squinted his eyes, trying to see clearly but couldn't. No need to look. This is the power of heaven and earth. You still can't grasp the use of this energy. Shuela had naturally noticed Chen Mo's presence, stopping his morning practice to wave at him. What's up? You want to temper your bones so early in the morning? Of course, the plan for the day is made in the morning. Chen Mo nodded and handed his identity card to Shuelu. Not bad, your talent is high, and you're very diligent, your achievement as a master is almost destined. Shuela was quite satisfied with Chen Mo's response. A genius with such talent and hard work was truly a treasure. By the way, here, this is for you. This is the energy stone that the Master Academy distributes every month. Shuela took out a purplish-red translucent stone from his pocket, emanating a rich energy aura. Normally, only martial artists above level 7 would use this, but I feel you can try absorbing it now. Your recovery ability is very strong. The minor injuries caused by absorbing the energy stone are nothing to you. Give it a try. Chen Mo took the thumb-sized energy stone, looked at it from all angles but couldn't figure out how to use it. Use your blood and chi to guide the energy within and transform it into blood and chi power. Shuelo could see that Chen Mo really had no understanding of the energy stone, so he offered a bit of guidance. Chen Mo nodded, the power of his vital energy wrapping around the energy stone in his hand. Almost instantly, a continuous stream of energy began to surge out of the energy stone, forcefully drilling into Chen Mo's body. At the same moment, his vital energy, which had been fixed at 179,800, started to rise rapidly, and the refining progress of his bones was also slowly increasing. Not bad, your affinity with the energy stone is very good, Shuela remarked, surprised that a 5th-level martial artist like Chen Mo could have such an excellent affinity with the energy stone. Being able to control the energy and vibrate it with his bones and vital energy on the first use was indeed impressive for a genius who could refine an arm's bone in a day. A few minutes later, the energy stone in Chen Mo's hand began to turn transparent, its energy completely exhausted. The increase is so little. Chen Mo glanced at his vital energy, which had only risen from 179,800 to 180,000, and the bone refining progress had increased from 7.1% to 7.47%. Is it useful? Shuelo asked, somewhat knowingly. It's average, such a small piece isn't enough for anything, Chen Mo replied, pouting as he put away the now transparent energy stone. Do you know how much that small piece of energy stone you just used is worth on the market? Shuelo raised an eyebrow, finding the kid quite bold. How would I know? I've never seen one before, Chen Mo replied honestly. The first time he saw an energy stone was in the abyss of the South Island, and the stones there weren't this color. What you just used was a super pure energy stone, with a purity that can be directly absorbed without instrument conversion. This small piece would require 10 credits to exchange at the Master Academy, and on the outside, it could sell for as high as 3 million. And it's hard to find at that price. Because this high-purity energy stone is a specialty of the Deep Abyss, so the 10 credits price is considered a benefit from the Master Academy. Chen Mo said nothing. He had just burned through 3 million in 2 minutes? Ahem, Director Shui, let's change the subject. Chen Mo coughed awkwardly, trying to shift the topic. Have you ever seen storage bags or storage rings? Look, the unreasonable technology tree of Abyss Warriors has appeared. I feel like storage devices should. Yes, but the official side doesn't have these things. Shuela nodded naturally, not surprised by Chen Mo's question. I remember the only storage ring in the world is with the Hong family. They are a prestigious family with a history of over 1,000 years. That storage ring is a family heirloom of the Hong family, and I've heard the space inside is nearly 1 cubic meter. Oh, I've learned something new. Chen Mo nodded, realizing that even if his storage space was exposed, he could explain it away as a family heirloom. Who knows what his ancestors did? Enough small talk. Shall we continue the pressure for a few hours today? As a master, Shui Li's time was very valuable. Chen Mo bought an hour of Shui Li's time for 1 credit, which was quite a good deal. He took out 3 5th-level body refining pills from his pocket. Let's go for 6 hours. I have other things this afternoon. Alright, then let's begin. Shuela nodded, watching as Chen Mo swallowed all 3 5th-level body refining pills in one go. Shui Li's eye twitched. Every time he saw Chen Mo take medicine like that, it made his stomach ache. Medicine is 3 parts poison, whether it's supplements or body refining pills, they all cause some harm to the body. What an enviable physique. Without further ado, Shui Li's master pressure erupted instantly, enveloping a 1-meter radius around Chen Mo. Chen Mo's life these days has been quite regular. In the morning, he would go to find Shuelo to refine his bones, and in the afternoon, he would seek out Zhu Long to refine his muscles. Compared to the rapid progress of his bone refinement, Chen Mo's muscle refinement speed was relatively slow. During this time, Chen Mo's bone refinement progress had already reached 55%, but he had only successfully refined the palm of his right hand, with an overall progress of just 4%. In the strength training room of the Martial Arts Academy, Chen Mo finished today's muscle refinement. So slow. Looking at the palm of his right hand that he had just completed refining, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. His limbs had already completed bone refinement, and next was the most dangerous part, the spine. If there were any issues with the spine's bone refinement, it could lead to high-level paralysis, and even with the treatment of a mental master, recovery would take a lot of time. A martial artist's time is precious, every minute and second cannot be wasted. What are you thinking about? Why the long face? Zhu Long, with a towel draped over his shoulders, walked over and sat down beside Chen Mo. I feel like my bone refinement speed has become really slow. Even with the pressure from a master assisting me, the speed just won't pick up. After spending some time together, Chen Mo had roughly figured out Zhu Long's personality. To put it simply, he was a straightforward and uncalculating man, the kind one could form a deep friendship with. Slow? Zhu Long was taken aback for a moment, then squeezed Chen Mo's arms and legs. You finished refining your limbs in just over 10 days, and you call that slow? Do you know that it took me half a year just to refine my limb bones? I spent the remaining half year refining my spine? The speed of a martial artist's body refinement slows down as their level increases. Your speed is too fast, so even a slight slowdown feels unbearable to you. Besides, you haven't taken a break for over 10 days, a proper rest is necessary. It's not good to be closed off and work in isolation. Your credits aren't endless, occasionally taking on small tasks can also be a way to relax. And you can earn some credits while you're at it. It's not that I don't want to take on tasks to relax, but that adult abyss mother tree. Chen Mo also knew that his credits were about to run out. He had been using them too recklessly. Every day at Shui Li's place, he had to spend a fixed 360 credits, 3 5th-level body refining pills costing 6 credits, and 3 meals costing 5 credits. Chen Mo was already being very frugal, but the credits were still not enough. Ah, that thing left 3 days ago. The abyss has reopened now. Zhu Long suddenly realized, no wonder Chen Mo had been focused on refining his body, he had no idea that the abyss had reopened. How about this, I took on a small task this morning to clear out the sentinels around Black Cloud City. Do you want to come with me? This task is worth 80 credits, we can split it 50-50? Black Cloud City? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that it was the closest abyss martial artist city to the entrance of the abyss. Yes, they are planning to take action regarding the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift, saying they want to establish a base here. Zhu Long nodded and continued. The other abyss rifts basically have bases inside them, which allows them to control the battlefield within the abyss rifts. But the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift has always been unstable, only stabilizing completely just a few days before you all arrived. My task is to clear out the sentinels and scouts released by Black Cloud City. They have never given up on us. It's just that after that last battle where we hurt them, they temporarily shrank back. Wait! Chen Mo interrupted Zhu Long, feeling that the information in his last few sentences was a bit too much. Are you saying that our Daxia Master Academy is about to get lively? Or is it that the Daxia Master Academy is going to be exposed to the public? Hasn't anyone told you? Zhu Long's expression was strange. How could Chen Mo be so uninformed? At the beginning of this year, our old dean was already planning this matter. It's better to step into the spotlight and boost the morale of the outside world than to remain hidden here. And by the way, let everyone see what a true genius looks like. Old dean? Chen Mo realized there were too many things he didn't know. He hadn't even heard of this old dean. Not to mention those chaotic plans, he had been focused solely on refining his bones since arriving at the Master Academy, completely oblivious to the outside world. It's normal that you don't know him. The old dean is stationed in the Deep Abyss Warrior capital, and he won't be back for a while. As soon as Zhu Long said this, Chen Mo's head buzzed. Stationed in the Deep Abyss Warrior capital? Is this something that can be said by a person? Don't be surprised, if it weren't for the old dean keeping those guys in the depths of the Deep Abyss in check, the Abyss Warriors would have already made a comeback. What we're facing now are just small fry. There are 18 master-level powerhouses in Black Cloud City alone, and the mid-4th and upper 4th level warriors are as numerous as the stars. Then why don't they make a move? We only have 13 masters stationed here. Chen Mo couldn't understand. Clearly, the disparity in combat power was so great. Why were the Abyss Warriors so obedient? Because our masters dare to fight to the death, while the Abyss Warriors' masters do not. Or rather, they are unwilling. Zhu Long's gaze was profound. He genuinely admired the 13 masters stationed at the Great Xia Master Academy. These 13 masters were the cream of the crop, capable of holding their ground against the master-level combat power of the Abyss Warriors, able to take on 3 without being defeated. This was also the reason why Black Cloud City dared not act rashly. If Black Cloud City dared to act recklessly, the 13 masters of the Great Xia Master Academy would come out in full force. The 6 strongest masters would be responsible for holding back those 18 Abyss masters, while the remaining 7 masters could easily annihilate Black Cloud City, leaving not a single one alive. When facing foreign races, the human masters have absolutely no bottom line. No matter what you are, even if you're an egg, they will shake you until the yolk is broken. The power structure in the Abyss is very feudal. The higher the warrior's level, the higher their status, which is similar to us. But we protect those powerless civilians, while the Abyss Warriors see those weaker than themselves as livestock. Which farmer would risk their life for a trivial piece of livestock? Even if Black Cloud City were gone, they could start over. If they worked hard their whole lives and lost their lives, they would have nothing left. Zhu Long shrugged. This was the fundamental difference between human warriors and Abyss Warriors. The Abyss Warriors do not regard the weak as their kind, but humans will not abandon any of their compatriots. This is also the fundamental reason why humans remain standing despite the Abyss Warriors being several times stronger. Of course, there are also traitors among humans, like the Abyss cult. Then does Black Cloud City still dare to send spies our way? Chen Mo frowned. He always felt something was off about this matter. I don't know, but it doesn't matter what they want to do. What we need to do is protect those ordinary people who stand behind us and support us. Those ordinary people. Zhu Long shook his head. He didn't intend to think too much about it. Such brain-intensive matters could be left to those above. Let's return to the topic we were discussing earlier. Seeing that Zhu Long's expression was not quite right, Chen Mo guessed that Zhu Long might have some trauma in this regard, so he changed the subject. Earlier, you mentioned that our Great Xia Master Academy is going to step into the spotlight. What does that mean? You mean this matter? Zhu Long thought Chen Mo was going to say something else, smiled, and replied. The higher-ups and the old dean both believe that since the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift has stabilized, there's no need for the Daxia Master Academy to continue hiding. Stepping onto the stage earlier will also serve as an encouragement for those martial arts academies. Those academies' martial artists have become too complacent. The higher-ups plan to let them experience some blood and gore to grow quickly. By then, our Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift will be the training ground for the elites of various martial arts academies. I see, no wonder they want to establish a base inside the Abyss Rift. Chen Mo nodded. Now, apart from the previous session's Feng Bian and the others, he had someone else to bully. So, are you going to join me in this task, just as a way to relax? The question ultimately returned to the starting point, and Zhu Long asked very seriously. Of course, why not? Chen Mo grinned. Who would pass up the chance to ride on someone else's coattails and earn credits for free? His credits were now less than 1,000 points, and to refine his steel bones as soon as possible, Chen Mo definitely wouldn't miss any opportunity to earn credits. What are you talking about? Where are we going? Take me with you. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, directly landing on Zhu Long's neck. Looking up, he saw Daimei in a green martial outfit grinning at the two of them. Little Dai, get down. Haven't you already refined your 3 jiaos? At this time, don't come out to mess around. Focusing on refining is the most important thing. Wait until you reach level 10 and forge your golden body before coming out to do tasks. Zhu Long looked up and exchanged glances with Daimei. I've been refining for many days in a row. I need to come out and relax a bit, right? Daimei nimbly jumped off Zhu Long and wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck. Oh, Chen Mo, little brother, you've already completed the refinement of your limbs? Come on, let's spar a bit. Let me check your development. I mean, your refining situation. Daimei drew her long sword from behind and waved it at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's expression was strange. He always felt like he was being teased by a female rogue. I think it's fine, Chen Mo, your body is quite strong now, and little Dai knows how to control her strength. She's a good sparring partner. Zhu Long nodded as well. Martial artists should fight. Alright then. Chen Mo sighed. He always felt that Daimei would take advantage of him during their sparring. Zhu Long picked up a long spear from a nearby weapon rack and casually tossed it to Chen Mo. Little Dai, don't use your A-grade alloy dual swords to bully people. Just use the standard training swords for sparring. Okay, how could I bully such a cute little brother? Daimei giggled, putting her dual swords aside and taking 2 standard swords from the weapon rack. Chen Mo, be careful, don't fall for little Dai's elusive steps, or you'll lose instantly. Her Ame dual swords can strike 37 times in a second. With 2 swords, that's 74 strikes, capable of instantly killing opponents of the same level. Senior brother, you're not allowed to tell. Daimei puffed up her cheeks, somewhat dissatisfied as she shouted at Zhu Long. Zhu Long ignored Daimei and continued speaking to Chen Mo. Keep the sparring within limits, don't injure tendons or meridians. If it gets too much, admit defeat in time. The gap between a 4th tier and a top tier martial artist is not small. Let's begin. Chen Mo didn't hesitate at all. He activated his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood right away, fearing he wouldn't last even one move against Daimei. Under the stimulation of his chi and blood, the steel bones in Chen Mo's limbs glowed with a blood-red light. Wow, the level of refinement in these steel bones is quite deep. Daimei's eyes lit up. Her little junior brother had some skills. Your steel skin seems a bit off, doesn't it? It looks just like an iron body after refining the 5 organs. Chen Mo wouldn't give Daimei a chance to talk nonsense. He stepped down hard, unleashing his speed. TSK, the young man is in such a hurry, but I like this kind of you. Daimei's gaze was sharp, showing no sign of being affected by Chen Mo's momentum. In an instant, Daimei's figure appeared beside Chen Mo. Dozens of sword lights flashed, and Chen Mo's clothes were instantly reduced to tatters. Oh, junior brother Chen Mo, your muscles are really well trained, let me have a taste. Daimei whistled playfully, her eyes widening at the defined muscles on Chen Mo's body. What just happened? Chen Mo had no time to care about Daimei's teasing. He hadn't even seen how she drew her sword. This is the gap between a mid-level warrior and a high-level warrior. Zhu Long stood aside, not surprised by the outcome. If Xiao Dai had been serious just now, Chen Mo, you would be dead by now. Dead? Chen Mo's competitive spirit was ignited, his muscles bulging as his right hand, having completed muscle refining, suddenly erupted with scorching vitality. Then let's give it a try. Unlike the agile Daimei, Chen Mo was like a tank of vitality, charging towards Daimei with an unstoppable momentum. 6 demon slaughtering halberds, 5 strikes. After refining his limbs, Chen Mo's 6 demon slaughtering halberds successfully broke through from 4 strikes to 5. The power had also received a tremendous boost. The explosive vitality wreaked havoc throughout the training room, but no matter how Chen Mo attacked, he couldn't touch the hem of Daimei's clothes. Where's your footwork? Why aren't you using it? Daimei stood on the dragon gate frame on one foot, looking somewhat puzzled at the rampaging Chen Mo. Her little junior brother's physical strength was indeed impressive. Even a 7th level warrior would be injured if he got hit. But this type of vitality tank warrior had a common flaw: poor agility. As Dayame was still analyzing Shenmo's fighting style, she saw him charging through the air. Cloud stacking step. How do you know this master footwork? Clang! Shenmo's long halberd struck down fiercely but hit the dragon gate frame where Dayame had just stood. Very fast, and the agility isn't bad, but the accuracy of the attack is a bit lacking. Despite Dayame's tough words, she was already shocked by Shenmo. This kid was a bit fierce, his strength was frightening, and he was exceptionally agile, turning at such high speed without any sense of delay. If he could improve his accuracy, her little junior brother would truly become a hexagonal warrior. In the eyes of a normal warrior, being able to excel in one aspect is already impressive. A genius warrior can usually balance strength and defense, but speed and other aspects tend to be weaker. But Shenmo was different. Aside from his slight turning issue, everything else was explosively powerful. Stop dodging. Let me hit you once. Just once. Shenmo roared, his eyes fixed on Dayame's chest, turning red like a starving wolf. Don't get it wrong, Dayame's figure wasn't what he was focused on, it was the charging attack mark on her chest. During this time, he had been focused on refining his steel bones, and Shenmo had almost forgotten about stacking steel. But as the sparring began today, he couldn't suppress the urge to unleash his steel once again. Little pervert, what are you looking at? Dayame threw a flirtatious glance, her figure exuding charm. What could she do? Shao Dai, this kid Shenmo has a habit, he particularly likes to hit women's chests. Although you don't have one, still be careful of his attack habits. Zhu Long looked at the two engaged in a rather unserious battle with a blank expression and reminded them, TSK, what do you mean by not having? Dayame was somewhat displeased. She would eventually become a woman with deadly weapons concealed in her bosom. Clang! Just a moment of distraction, and Shenmo's phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd struck Dayame's chest. Dayame flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a pile of gym equipment before coming to a stop. The long-lost crisp sound rang out, and Shenmo felt exhilarated. 0 damage dealt, health increased by 0? Shenmo was taken aback. After refining his limbs into steel bones, his health had reached 3,100,000. The damage from steel strike was 36,000, so how could it be 0? Wait a minute. Shenmo realized that Dayame's defense was 530,000, and with his built-in 18% armor penetration, his attack still couldn't break through Dayame's defense. This is the power of a top-tier martial artist. That was quite a hit. I almost broke my half-golden body. Dayame stood up from the pile of gym equipment, completely unharmed. Aside from her torn clothes, her fair skin bore not a single scratch. I think we've sparred enough now, and I figured out Shenmo's current strength. There's no need to continue, right? Dayame put down her twin swords and covered her torn clothing. What's the point of covering anything when there's nothing there? Shenmo pouted, feeling a bit disgruntled. It was the first time he realized the gap between himself and a top-tier martial artist. He also understood the importance of defense. When would he be able to extract the passives from Belvis and Thresh? That way, his attack speed and defense could grow infinitely. Hey, Zhu Long, it's one thing for you to laugh at me, but now you're laughing at me too. Hearing Shenmo's words, Dayame exploded in anger, appearing beside him in a flash and grabbing his chest muscles. What? You think having chest muscles is impressive? They feel so hard, not good at all. I at least have some, yours are just 2 pimples. Shenmo was halfway through his sentence when he felt a soft, white fist appear on his face. Shenmo flew up like a cannonball, his head smashing into the ceiling of the strength training room. Don't be fooled by Dayame's small, pink fists, their power was immense. Shenmo felt as if a train had crashed into his face, and then he was airborne. After a while, the three of them, having tidied up, sat together. Dai Shiji, aren't you from the Boxing King Academy? How come your swordsmanship is so good? Shenmo rubbed his slightly swollen cheek while watching Dayame wipe her longsword. Who told you that a Mei fist only involves fists? Haven't you heard of a Mei sword? Dayame rolled her eyes, still remembering that Shenmo had just called her a pimple. Besides, these days, no one says you can only learn one weapon. If you lose your weapon on the battlefield, then you're left with just your fists. To be able to pick up a weapon and use it, you must learn the combat techniques for several types of weapons, at least 2. What about Zhu Long? Shenmo turned to Zhu Long, thinking that such a muscular man would typically use heavy weapons, right? Me? Guess what I practice? Zhu Long smiled and extended his hands. A battle axe? Shenmo imagined Zhu Long wielding various weapons but ultimately felt that a battle axe suited his physique best. Nope, I practice Baji Quan and Liuha De Chang. Zhu Long shook his head. His fighting style was very similar to Shenmo's, relying on a powerful physique to crush everything. Also, you can't practice the iron wire fist right now. Have you thought about practicing something else to build your foundation first? Me. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't meet the requirements to practice the iron wire fist for the time being, it would be good to practice some other martial arts to lay a foundation. As he thought about it, Chen Mo turned to Zhu Long. What, do you want to learn Baji Quan from me? Aren't you afraid that Director Shui will be unhappy? You're clearly a student of his boxing academy. Zhu Long chuckled. He was certainly willing to teach Chen Mo Baji Quan, but he had learned it from someone else. That person was Shui Lu, the director of the boxing academy. What's the big deal? How could a grandmaster be so petty? Chen Mo didn't take it seriously. Learning from anyone was still learning. Alright then, after I return from the abyss in a few days, I'll teach you. Zhu Long was a decisive person and agreed to Chen Mo's request without much thought. Get ready, we're setting off for a mission tomorrow. This time, Chen Mo didn't plan to bring Gu Feng and the others along. Gu Feng was currently refining the spinal cord in his spine and needed complete focus, without any external disturbances. Yang Zhuo was stuck at the stage of refining his steel marrow, and once he finished this step, he would be able to advance to the 7th level of steel marrow realm. It must be said that the martial arts talent of the Tianren tribe was indeed formidable. As long as the resources were sufficient, refining the body was as natural as flowing water for them. Among the four, the one with the least talent was undoubtedly Ma Wanlin, but she was also the most diligent, so her progress wasn't too far behind. The next day at 6 in the morning, Chen Mo left the small courtyard with an oversized backpack. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo both saw this scene but tacitly chose not to ask. Everyone had their own matters to attend to, and there was no need to pry into everything. That would be annoying. Today, stationed at the entrance of the Abyss Rift was a Grandmaster Chen Mo had never seen before, looking to be in her 20s, with a rather attractive figure. Unfortunately, the appearance of Grandmasters was just that appearance. Their actual age could only be discerned from their bone structure. Xiao Long and Xiao Dai have been waiting for you over there for a long time, hurry up. The female Grandmaster glanced at Chen Mo and smiled, pointing to Diame and Zhu Long not far away. After politely bowing, Chen Mo walked towards the two. Why are you carrying such a big backpack? Diame looked curiously at the oversized backpack on Chen Mo's back. What was this guy planning? In case we come across some medicinal herbs or energy stones, it's good to have a bag to carry them in. Chen Mo patted his oversized backpack, which contained a map of the Silver Wolf Mountain Range. That's right, his goal was not just to kill sentinels and scouts, but also to visit the medicinal herb estate located in the Silver Wolf Mountain Range. With two super strong allies, Chen Mo definitely wanted to make good use of them. There's no need for that. The primary point of entering the Abyss Rift is to travel light. Your backpack isn't conducive to a quick escape. Diame shook her head and pulled out a crumpled plastic bundle from her pocket. This is enough. It can hold more than your backpack and isn't as conspicuous. What's this? Chen Mo took the crumpled plastic bundle and took a while to find the opening. With a strong flick, a super large sack that could fit 10 Chen Mos appeared. This time, it was Chen Mo who was dumbfounded. A senior was indeed a senior. She was much more skilled at this than he was. Got it? I knew you wouldn't think of these things, so this sack is for you. Diame waved her hand generously, but Chen Mo still noticed that her inner pocket was filled with these sacks. It seemed like they weren't going on a mission. Why did it feel like they were going to stock up instead? You don't need to be surprised. The credits for the mission reward are just the tip of the iceberg. The real bounty lies in what we can harvest in the depths of the abyss. Zhu Long was more reliable. After hearing his words, Chen Mo finally understood completely. It wasn't just him who had the idea of robbing. Everyone with sufficient strength would go to the depths of the abyss to take advantage. Whether one could return alive depended on their own strength, speed of escape, and luck. This was also one of the reasons for the high mortality rate at the Great Xia Master Academy. Geniuses always liked to court death. Those who weren't quite geniuses truly died on the path of self-destruction. Let's go. I still have a few resource points that haven't been touched. I estimate the defenses there aren't too alert yet, so it shouldn't be hard to take a shot. Zhu Long said, stepping into the pitch-black light curtain. Chen Mo and Diame followed closely behind, and the three of them entered the depths of the abyss together. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the South Island, at the newly formed Abyss Rift, Song Bin was covered in blood, staring expressionlessly at the countless Abyss warriors in front of him without saying a word. Governor, the detection results are out. This new Abyss Rift leads directly to the connection point between the middle and deep layers of the abyss. The advisor ran to Song Bin's side with the freshly detected results, handing him a stack of data. No need to show me. Gather all level 4 warriors, protect the middle level 4s, and prepare to break out. This mission has failed. Let the middle level 4 warriors return to regroup. We must take this place. After sending out the middle level 4 warriors, all level 4 warriors must stay behind to intercept the pursuing Abyss warriors. We absolutely cannot let the battlefield expand to the outside world. This is our military's responsibility. Unless all military personnel are dead, the flames of war will never reach the outside world. Governor, I think it would be more appropriate for you to leave. The advisor stood at attention and said loudly, as one of the strongest masters, you are fully capable of breaking out alone and seeking help. We will fight to the death. No need to say more, I am the governor, and I will bear all consequences. Songbin glanced at the advisor. He was confident he could lead 3,000 level 4 warriors to hold out until reinforcements arrived. If he left, then none of the tens of thousands of warriors would survive, and it might even lead to those Abyss warriors breaking out of the rift, causing unimaginable disasters to the outside world. Understood. The advisor said no more, his previous words had already overstepped. Come on, let me create some chaos. In the depths of the Kunlun mountain abyss, Chun Mo followed Zhu Long and Diame as they conducted a carpet search within a 50-kilometer radius. Are we really going to search so slowly? Chun Mo felt a bit bored. He preferred to dive right in. The mission requirement is very simple. Ensure that there are no spies or sentries from Black Cloud City within a 50-kilometer radius for 24 hours, and the mission will be considered complete. Zhu Long's senses were exceptionally developed, always alert to the slightest movement around them, but he still patiently explained. But it's impossible to pass these 24 hours peacefully. There are at least 100 spies sent by Black Cloud City, and we could encounter scout teams at any moment. Get down! Zhu Long pressed Chen Mo's head down, and together with Diame, they lay flat on the ground. Just as Chen Mo was puzzled, he suddenly saw the ground in the distance explode, and an Abyss warrior that looked exactly like a human suddenly appeared. Jialong. The Abyss warrior frowned. He had clearly felt the ground tremble just now. This tremor was definitely from footsteps, but why had it suddenly disappeared? Stay still, that's a level 9 warrior. There are at least 5 scouts lying in ambush behind him, level unknown. Zhu Long took a deep breath, his whole body crackling with tension. In the next moment, Zhu Long kicked off the ground fiercely, and his entire figure vanished from the spot. By the time Chen Mo reacted, the level 9 Abyss warrior had already been punched through the chest by Zhu Long, his body hanging limply from Zhu Long's arm. What the? Chen Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. A level 9 warrior was taken down in one move? If he encountered an opponent like Zhu Long, he probably wouldn't even have time to use the barbarian's ultimate move. Ding ding ding. Dozens of energy-wrapped arrows shot out, but Zhu Long dodged them with a swift movement. 2 level 8s, 3 level 7s, he noted, relieved to see that the 5 Abyss warriors were not too high in rank. Xiao Dai, you take care of the 2 level 7s, leave 1 level 7 for Chen Mo, and I'll handle those 2 level 8s. Zhu Long assumed the starting stance of the 8 Extremes Fist, while Diame got up from the ground, her twin swords already drawn. The arrows just fired were standard equipment from the scouting team of those Abyss warriors. After using their 3 micro crossbows, they would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Chen Mo, you've had some experience with Abyss warriors, so get familiar with their fighting style. Even while facing 2 level 8 warriors, Zhu Long remained composed, able to guide Chen Mo during the fight. The Abyss beasts and sea beasts are just wild animals. No matter how strong, they don't pose as much of a threat as the Abyss warriors. In the future, the most you'll face are these Abyss warriors, so you need to learn quickly and grow fast. The power they use is different from yours and mine, but the effect is similar to blood energy. Abyss warriors grow stronger by absorbing stray energy particles from the deep abyss. They also undergo the body tempering process. The specific differences are something you'll have to discern for yourself. It's hard to explain. Chen Mo didn't hesitate, lifting the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd while activating perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood, significantly enhancing his attributes. He glanced at the attributes of the level 7 warrior. Fortunately, his defense was only 30,000 points, so he wouldn't be unable to break through. The level 7 warrior, seeing this level 5 weakling daring to challenge him, suddenly wore a vicious and cruel expression. He drew the long knife from his back, intending to use his level advantage to instantly kill Chen Mo. But he could never understand why this weakling, whose body wasn't even fully tempered, was so fierce. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and his body began to spin with inertia. Demon Slayer 6 halberd, 5 strikes. 5 powerful downward slashes shattered the long knife in the level 7 Abyss warrior's hand. The level 7 Abyss warrior was left dumbfounded. His weapon just shattered like that? And wasn't this level 5 weakling's strength a bit too much? Bang! Chen Mo swept horizontally, striking the Abyss warrior's chest, producing a crisp sound. Bang! Dealt 358,776 points of damage. Health increased by 45,933. Awesome! If it weren't for the geniuses in the Great Xia Master Academy, a typical late level 7 warrior usually had health points ranging from 300 to 600,000. The genius warrior Feng Bian only had a health of 800,000. The level 7 abyss warrior before him was clearly not a genius, his health was only 410,000. Chen Mo's strike nearly emptied his health. Blood splattered as the level 7 abyss warrior's chest caved in, and he coughed up blood while flying backward. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Long and Diame finished off their enemies, not even a speck of dust on them. Chen Mo raised the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the level 7 abyss warrior. Wait! Zhu Long grabbed Chen Mo's wrist, the beak of the halberd just a hair's breadth away from the abyss warrior's throat. Don't kill him yet, I have some questions to ask. Zhu Long crouched down, speaking in another language that Chen Mo completely could not understand. What is he saying? Chen Mo leaned closer to Diame and whispered, I don't understand either. I fell asleep when that old professor of abyssal language from Yanjing Martial Arts Academy came to class. Diame shrugged. After all, language classes were really boring. Chen Mo. After a deep and friendly exchange, Zhu Long sighed helplessly. He's really tight-lipped, I can't get anything out of him. Then I'll send you on your way. With that, Zhu Long smashed the head of the abyssal warrior with a punch, and the ground erupted in a splash of red and white mixed blood. What? Still couldn't find out where that guy is? Diame seemed to know what Zhu Long was asking and stepped forward to inquire. Well, it's normal for a warrior of his level not to know where the Lord of Black Cloud City is. Let's continue with our mission. Zhu Long nodded calmly. Senior Sister Dai, what did Zhu Long just ask? Noticing the atmosphere was a bit off, Chen Mo leaned closer to Diame and whispered. Nothing much, just inquiring about the location of the Lord of Black Cloud City. Zhu Long has a score to settle with that guy. Diame did not hide it. Or rather, this was something all the senior students were aware of. That year, my sister and I entered the Great Xia Master Academy together, and back then Black Cloud City wasn't as peaceful as it is now. Hearing their conversation, Zhu Long turned inside. 5 years ago, my sister was killed by the Lord of Black Cloud City. The Lord of Black Cloud City was also severely injured by Dean Shuelu and is now missing. I know the dead cannot be brought back, all I can do is seek revenge for her. Only by personally killing the Lord of Black Cloud City can I put this heartache to rest, otherwise, I will be haunted by this for the rest of my life. Zhu Long clenched his fist, the flame of revenge hidden well in his eyes. He had never shown his urgent desire for revenge in front of others, but he had been accumulating strength, waiting for the day of vengeance to arrive. But it's too early to talk about this now. What I can do is continue to grow stronger until I can personally slay the Lord of Black Cloud City. Let's go, our mission isn't finished yet. Zhu Long smiled at Chen Mo and Diame, burying the fire of revenge deep within. That's just how he is. When he's bored, he catches a couple of abyssal warriors to ask questions. After all, the Lord of Black Cloud City has been hiding since he was severely injured by Dean Shuelu. Diame signaled to Chen Mo that there was no need to pay too much attention. Everyone needs a motivation to survive or grow stronger. Zhu Long's motivation was revenge, hers was to uphold the title of the successor of a Mei Fist. As for Chen Mo's motivation to grow stronger, Diame and Zhu Long couldn't quite see it. Chen Mo nodded. He always felt that the backgrounds of the people around him were something special. Yang Zua, a genius expelled from the celestial race. Ma Wanlin, a genius with missing parents, gathering all the resources of the province. Gu Feng, a genius from an ancient martial arts family, had the most ordinary background among them. And there was a hint of a cannon fodder villain vibe. Then what about me? What is my motivation and reason for becoming stronger? Following behind Zhu Long and Diame, a hint of confusion flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, but this moment of confusion vanished almost instantly, and a smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. Do you need a reason to grow stronger? Becoming stronger itself is the best motivation and reason. Chen Mo's confusion came quickly and left just as fast. Once he understood, the slight concerns he had vanished completely. Overall, the task Zhu Long took on was a regular mission with relatively generous rewards, but it still had a certain level of difficulty. To let Chen Mo do this task by himself would probably take quite a bit of effort, and it might even be dangerous. Right now, he really couldn't take on a 4th tier warrior, and he might not even be able to handle an 8th level warrior from the middle 4th tier. It's about time, the next wave of replacements should be arriving soon. Zhu Long glanced at the pitch-black sky, roughly calculating the time they had been in, which had been about 24 hours. Next, we need to take care of our own business. With that, Zhu Long pulled out a large map from his pocket, marked with various resource points. Although they were called resource points, they were actually the medicinal herb farms and mines established by the abyssal warriors. Masters tacitly approved of such robberies. First, it could train the practical combat abilities and adaptability of the disciples in the Master Academy. Second, it could weaken the resource supply of the Abyssal Warriors to a certain extent, greatly disrupting their mentality. Not to mention that the resources they snatched back could benefit the entire Master Academy. The Masters would be more than happy to join in the robbery themselves. After all, the Abyssal Warriors were incredibly wealthy, the kind that made even the Masters envious. Even if the Masters couldn't participate directly, it would still be a win-win situation. The human race had won 3 times in a row. Currently, the closest to us is a medicinal herb farm. Although the quality of the herbs isn't high, the quantity can still be exchanged for a significant amount of credits. Zhu Long pointed to a resource point on the map. By the way, brother Zhu Long, what about that mine under the adult Abyssal Mother Tree? Should we go take a look? Chen Mo was still thinking about his task, and now with 2 strong allies, he might be able to complete it easily. You mean that small mine? It's already been completely absorbed by the Abyssal Mother Tree, there's nothing left inside. Zhu Long recalled, pointing to a location on the map. Do you think that adult Abyssal Mother Tree came here for no reason? It was after that mine. Chen Mo's face darkened, his mine was gone. But if you want a mine, there are still ways. We can go raid a mining site. Zhu Long pointed to a mine not far from the medicinal herb farm. But let's skip it this time, the containers we brought are of too low quality, and we were originally heading for the medicinal herb farm. These broken sacks can't hold much, and there are usually 10th level or higher warriors guarding the mine, so we need to plan ahead. Alright then. Chen Mo sighed, he would wait until he reached level 6 to sneak in. The target is set, next is the division of labor. Putting away the map, Zhu Long turned to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo was taken aback. Why were these two suddenly staring at him? You don't want me to be the bait, do you? How could that be? Your strength is too weak, being the bait is too dangerous. Zhu Long shook his head, while Dayame clicked her tongue in disappointment. What are you two taying about? Senior sister Dai, you can't really want me to be the bait, can you? Chen Mo looked Dayame up and down, his gaze finally landing on her acne. Heh, acne sister. You little brat, you really should go be the bait. Dayame gritted her teeth in anger, but in the depths of the abyss, she couldn't act out. She'd have to deal with Chen Mo when they got back. Alright, enough of the nonsense, let's get down to business. Zhu Long tapped Chen Mo and Dayame on the shoulders, continuing to assign tasks. I'll create a commotion to draw away the level 11 guardian of the farm. Little Dai, you handle clearing or tying up the remaining guards, and Chen Mo, you focus on the robbery. Chen Mo was taken aback. Was it really that straightforward? Don't worry about the method of gathering herbs, just grab as much as you can in the limited time. Anyway, we'll just hand it over to the people at the pharmacy when we get back. The little bit of medicinal properties we lose doesn't matter. Alright, let's confirm our respective tasks one last time. We're ready to start the autumn wind. At the medicinal herb farm, on the outer defensive wall, Chen Mo was crouched in the corner, waiting for the signal from Zhu Long and Dayame. He had thought Zhu Long or Dayame would have some clever little idea, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the simplest tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Chen Mo's role in this robbery could be said to be quite a crucial core role. Well, there were only 3 people, and all 3 were core roles. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Abyss warriors couldn't compete with human warriors. Human warriors were crazier than one another, even to the point of not valuing their own lives. Through the light emitted by the energy stones, Chen Mo could even see the ordinary farmers tending to the herbs. To the warriors, these farmers were nothing more than livestock, devoid of any dignity. Just as Chen Mo was still observing the internal structure of the farm, a loud bang came from the main gate of the farm. Boom! The heavy metal gate was directly smashed away by Zhu Long's punch, crushing an unknown number of low-level Abyss warriors. Ki Mu! Califu! Zhu Long shouted, and a tall figure suddenly sprang out from the farm. The figure glared fiercely at Zhu Long, drawing a long knife from behind and charging at him. What's going on? Why did that person suddenly get angry? Chen Mo was taken aback. The level 11 powerhouse that charged out was clearly in a state of rage. Aren't you angry when someone breaks into your home and then insults your mother? Dayame, hanging on the defensive wall, chuckled and drew 2 long swords from her back, rushing out as well. Once the warriors inside have left, hurry up and gather the herbs, be extremely careful. After a clattering of metal, Zhu Long pretended to be at a disadvantage, spitting out a mouthful of blood and turning to flee. How could the level 11 Abyss warrior let someone weaker than himself who dared to insult him get away? With a loud shout, he chased after Zhu Long. Both of them were incredibly fast, disappearing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Dayame's appearance caused great chaos within the farm, with at least 10 or so level 8 or 9 warriors surrounding her. Chen Mo did not act rashly but quietly waited for an opportunity. Soon, Diame's face began to pale, seemingly running out of stamina. The Abyss Warrior's eyes lit up, and they rushed forward, wanting to behead Diame. Suddenly, a fierce light surged in Diame's eyes, and countless sharp sword lights directly killed 4 level 8 Abyss Warriors. But after this strike, Diame's momentum rapidly declined, her energy surging beneath her feet, and she turned to flee. The bloodthirsty Abyss Warriors naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip away, each using their footwork to pursue her. Those engaged in battle could not see it, but Chen Mo, as an observer, could see it clearly. Diame and Zhu Long showed no signs of decline, it was obvious they were just acting. So skilled. Although Chen Mo wanted to retch, the urgent matter at hand was to quickly get in and scrape the ground. No matter what it was, even if it was just turf, Chen Mo had to take a bite first. He jumped over the wall and kicked a farmer away, pulling out his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd to start digging. Dirt flew everywhere, and Chen Mo didn't care whether the herbs were ripe or not, just stuffing them into the sack with his head down. Various herbs emitted a rich energy aura, and Chen Mo's landing spot was clearly in the high-grade herb area. The farmers, seeing this, dared not approach and all huddled in the corners, trembling in fear. Unfortunately, there were only 7 or 8 medicinal herbs in the high-grade herb area, and the ones that could be produced in large quantities were those low-grade herbs. Don't be fooled by their low grade, even on the human race's territory, they couldn't be grown, and just pulling one out could be worth over 100,000. Not to mention those high-grade herbs worth millions each. Stuffing those 8 high-grade herbs into a sack, Chen Mo turned his gaze to the nearby low-grade herb area. He felt like a hungry wolf that had been starved for a long time, every single herb was a coveted credit for him. Although the mid-4th and upper 4th rank warriors in the herb farm had gone to hunt down Zhu Long and Diame, quite a few lower 4th rank warriors remained. Unfortunately, those lower 4th rank warriors couldn't even break through Chen Mo's defenses, and he completely ignored their attacks as he frantically harvested the ground. Put! An arrow wrapped in rich energy struck Chen Mo's backside, sending waves of piercing pain through him, but he showed no intention of turning back to defend. He was digging up low-grade herbs and had no time to tangle with those lower 4th rank warriors. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Mo heard Zhu Long and Diame shouting from a distance. Chen Mo, run! We've stirred up something big. We can't handle this. The Abyss Warrior that made Zhu Long and Diame feel it was big was either a level 12 or 13 master, or perhaps a group of level 11 warriors. Chen Mo's head felt dizzy, and after taking a bite of a low-grade herb, he hoisted the sack and turned to run. Unfortunately, he had only taken a little more than half of the herbs from the entire herb farm, leaving a large pile behind. Fortunately, the big thing that Zhu Long and Diame mentioned was chasing after them, allowing Chen Mo to safely hide with his large sack of herbs in a secure spot. Wow, is it really that thrilling? Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his brow, finally understanding what it meant to truly court death. Zhu Long, an 8th level warrior capable of fighting against 10th level warriors, along with Diame, a 9th level warrior comparable to a 10th level warrior, and him, a 5th level warrior who could take on 7th level warriors. The 3 of them dared to raid someone else's herb farm. Their audacity was extraordinary. Chen Mo lay on a small hillside, glancing at Zhu Long and Diame, who had once again disappeared beyond the horizon, unable to help but feel anxious for them. I wonder if they can. Suddenly, Chen Mo's skin crawled, and he instinctively rolled to the side. Turning his head, he saw a figure clad in black armor wielding a steel knife strike down at the spot he had just occupied. Just the clash of their gazes made Chen Mo's recently grown hair stand on end. This person was not someone he could contend with. Run! Run fast! Instinctively, Chen Mo activated his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood state, sprinting away. He no longer cared about the direction he was running, he only knew that this black-armored person definitely had the ability to kill him in one blow. Gala gaga goo. The black-armored person's eyes were dangerous, this little mouse dared to invade the master's herb farm. If he couldn't bring these herbs back, death would be imminent. After activating the perfect steel blood state, Chen Mo's speed was nearly indistinguishable from that of a high-speed train, reaching a top speed of 300 km per hour. But even so, the black-armored person was still closing in at an incredibly fast pace. At this rate, Chen Mo would likely be caught within 3 minutes and have his head chopped off. He didn't even know if he could survive after losing his head. What am I thinking? Run quickly! Chen Mo shook his head, realizing how terrifying his thoughts were. He hadn't become the strongest in the world yet, how could he die in a place like this? The black-armored man frowned tightly, how could a 5th level little mouse be so fast? He, a dignified 12th level general, couldn't even catch up? Galagu! The long knife in the black-armored man's hand emitted waves of terrifying energy, and a devastating slash was unleashed in an instant. No matter how fast Chen Mo was, he couldn't outrun the blade's light. In the blink of an eye, he was struck on both legs by the slash. Everything the blade passed turned to dust, but after severing Chen Mo's calves, it was halted by the metallic sheen of his bones. Critical damage taken, health minus 1,800,000, bleeding, health minus 800 per second, important muscles damaged, speed dash 10%, damn it. Chen Mo could no longer care about the pain in his legs, all he could do was run for his life. He prayed that a strong human would come to help him, or he would really be done for. Just as Chen Mo was frantically fleeing, the ground in the distance suddenly began to tremble. A whoa! A chilling wolf howl echoed, and the distant horizon began to flicker with silver light. Chen Mo's eyes widened, and he quickly took out a map to check. It was over, he had run into the Silver Wolf mountain range. As the name suggested, the mountain range was home to a group of powerful abyssal beasts. Leading them was a 13th level beast king known as the Silver Moon Wolf King. Damn it, let's go for broke. Chen Mo's eyes turned crimson. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well make it look good. Just as Chen Mo planned to activate his Heart of Steel, the Ascension, and the Infinite Firepower buff, a loud shout suddenly rang out beside him. 8 Extremes. Double Hammer. The ground exploded, and a bronze figure swiftly darted past Chen Mo, fiercely meeting the black-armored man behind him with a double punch. Sorry, junior brother Chen Mo. We wasted a bit of time to shake off that 12th level big guy. Thanks for your hard work. The figure radiating a macho aura, Zhu Long, stood like Superman in front of the black-armored man, delivering a double hammer that created a huge dent in the man's chest plate. Xiao Dai, grab Chen Mo and run quickly, the Silver Moon Wolf Pack is coming. After saying that, Zhu Long didn't linger with the black-armored man. After pushing him back with a punch, he turned and fled. Don't be fooled by his current bravado. If he really faced that 11th level abyssal warrior, he wouldn't stand a chance. Got it. Diame descended from the sky, grabbing Chen Mo by the hair and quickly retreating. Don't pull my hair, it just grew back. Chen Mo felt a sharp pain in his scalp, as if the precious hair he had just grown was about to leave him. What else should I grab? Should I grab your little buddy to run? From Diame's position, grabbing Chen Mo's hair was indeed the best choice. It was secure and easy to exert force, much better than grabbing elsewhere. Of course, saying she would grab Chen Mo's little buddy was purely a manifestation of Diame's mischievous side. It was just talk. Fine, then just grab my hair. Seeing that he was gradually distancing himself from the black-armored man and the Silver Moon Wolf Pack, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. Wait, senior sister Dai, can you fly? Chen Mo paused for a moment, realizing he was being pulled by his hair while flying in the air. What else? After completing the tempering of the 6 viscera, you can fly, isn't that common knowledge? Diame couldn't believe Chen Mo didn't know such basic knowledge from high school. Then it's fine, let's hurry and run. Chen Mo wanted to nod, but with his hair being held, he couldn't move his head at all. Looking at the black-armored man already entangled by the Silver Moon Wolf Pack, Chen Mo relaxed completely. He touched the bulging sack on his back and suddenly felt the pain in his legs and head dissipate. By the way, how many medicinal herbs did you gather? Diame finally remembered to ask Chen Mo about his haul. Not much, the time was too short. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. If only senior brother Zhu Long and senior sister Dai could stall a little longer, he could have cleared the entire medicinal herb farm. It's fine, as long as there's a harvest the first time. But when Diame looked at the large sack on Chen Mo's back, her eyes widened in shock. So, how many medicinal herbs did you actually get? Not many, just all the high-grade herbs and more than half of the low-grade ones. I just uprooted them along with the soil. Pulling them out one by one was too slow. Chen Mo patted the large sack on his back and said regretfully, Damn! No wonder you lured out the 12th level warriors, you really went all out. Despite what Diame said, the excitement on her face was undeniable. Chen Mo was really bold, and his initiative was much stronger than others. With this skill of clearing the land, she could consider bringing him along for future robberies. After learning about the bountiful harvest, Diame stopped talking and focused all her energy on rushing towards the entrance of the Abyssal Rift. At the entrance, the one guarding it today was none other than the director of the Boxing King Academy, Xue Lu. The aroma of tea wafted from the teapot in his hand. This was top-quality tea he had treasured for a long time. One tael costs over 30,000. This is so comfortable. It's much better than working as a laborer for that kid Chen Mo. He used to dislike coming here for duty, but ever since Chen Mo arrived, he looked forward to this day, because this was the only time he could relax without seeing Chen Mo. That old guy seemed like an immortal. He left covered in blood one day and was bouncing around the next, making him continue to exert pressure on him. Wait, I haven't seen Chen Mo since yesterday. Where did that kid go? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the entrance to the abyssal rift behind Xue Lu began to hum, and waves of energy caused the ground around to tremble. An enemy attack. Shuela stood up abruptly, his energy flowing throughout his body, ready to face any enemies emerging from the rift. Ha 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 ha, I'm back! A familiar voice rang out as Chun Mo shot out of the abyssal rift like a cannonball. He crashed straight into Shueli's precious teapot worth 500,000. Chen Mo touched the fragments of the teapot on his head in a daze, then saw Shueli's darkened face in front of him. Oh, Director, you're on duty today, I won't disturb you. Just as Chen Mo was about to slip away, Shuela grabbed his shoulder. Why did you come out by yourself? I remember you were on a patrol mission with Zhu Long and Diame. It's been almost 2 days, you should have completed that mission by now, right? Shuela smiled, but that smile looked dangerously ominous. I also brought back some medicinal herbs to exchange for credits, otherwise, I'd run out of credits. Chen Mo patted the sack on his back and opened the mouth of the sack for Shuela to see. Looking at the sack filled with various medicinal herbs and feeling the overwhelming energy they emitted, Shuela fell silent for a moment. You went to scrape the land in Black Cloud City? No, senior brother Zhu Long took me to a medicinal herb farm. I still left behind a lot of herbs that I didn't dig up. Chen Mo sighed regretfully. It was all Zhu Long and Diame's fault for not being more capable, otherwise, he could have cleared that medicinal herb farm. Director Shui. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhu Long and Diame walked out from the abyssal rift. Both of them were injured, and Diame was covered in dust. You too. Shuela realized what they had been up to as soon as he saw Chen Mo's large sack. Do you guys know that Chen Mo is just a level 5 warrior? Taking him to rob the herb farm of the city lord's subordinates, are you trying to get him killed? What? You want him to break the record for the fastest death since entering the academy? Chen Mo was taken aback. He was robbing the herb farm of the city lord's subordinates? Cold sweat instantly broke out. It was really lucky he didn't die in the deep abyss. We were wrong, Dean Shui. Zhu Long and Diame quickly admitted their mistake, as if they were already used to such reprimands. How about this, half of the gains go to junior brother Chen Mo, and Xiao Dai and I will each take a quarter. Zhu Long thought for a moment. This was the best compensation plan he could come up with. No, let's each take a third. Chen Mo was about to say something when Zhu Long stopped him. This time we took you on an adventure, and without you, we wouldn't have gained so much. You taking half is only fair, not to mention we almost got you killed by an 11-level abyss warrior. Poof! Shuela spat out a mouthful of tea, the anger that had just been extinguished flaring up again. An 11-level abyss warrior, you really want Chen Mo dead? Alright, I don't want to scold you anymore, go to the exchange center and redeem your credits. Shuela waved his hand, he knew he couldn't reason with these kids, and they would eventually continue to scrape the ground. Thank you, Dean Shui. Diame flashed a sweet smile, dragging Chen Mo and Zhu Long away from the entrance. Sigh, we need to put the Master Academy in the spotlight. These kids are just idly getting themselves into trouble every day. At the exchange center, Chen Mo placed the large sack of herbs directly on the table. The solid wood table shook slightly from the weight of the heavy sack. Calculate the credits, I'll take half, and the rest will be split between senior brother Zhu Long and senior sister Dai. Chen Mo opened the sack, revealing the relatively fresh herbs inside. Wow, good stuff. The senior brother in charge of the exchange center, a student from the Herb Academy, lit up the moment he saw the herbs. Wait a moment, let me calculate how many credits these herbs are worth. High-level herbs are worth 300 credits each, but some are damaged, so let's say 270 credits. As for low-level herbs, this senior brother from the Herb Academy was quick and nimble, rapidly calculating the value of Chen Mo's haul. A total of 3,720 credits. The Herb Academy senior brother was stunned and picked up the calculator to recalculate. Wow, you guys got this many credits just from one outing? Of course, you should see who we are. Diame proudly puffed out her acne-ridden cheeks. This time she teamed up with Zhu Long to trick a 12-level abyss warrior, although she almost didn't make it herself. Impressive. The Herb Academy senior brother gave a thumbs up in admiration and turned to collect the large sack of herbs. The credits have been transferred to your account linked to your identity cards. You can use them anytime. Also, next time you get so many good herbs, be sure to be careful. The harvesting technique can affect the value of the herbs. If your technique is good enough, it can increase the value of the herbs. Chen Mo and the others were not interested in his lengthy lecture. They didn't need techniques, they just needed to scrape the ground. As long as they scraped enough ground, those extra credits from techniques didn't matter at all. Having relaxed, I need to focus on breaking through to level 9. After I reach level 10, I'll go on missions with you. Diame stretched lazily, happily taking her identity card and leaving. Rest well, but don't neglect your muscle training. I'll be waiting for you in the strength training room at the Strength Academy. Zhu Long patted Chen Mo's shoulder. With so many credits, he could purchase a large amount of elixirs to replenish his energy and blood. Chen Mo nodded. He had gained a total of 1,860 credits this time. Adding the more than 1,000 credits he had left from before, he wouldn't have to worry about credits for the next week. It was time for him to focus on refining his spine, and after reaching level 6, he planned to make a big move. He felt uncomfortable as long as the task for the storage space remained unfinished. If he had the storage space today, he wouldn't have to carry a big sack around, which would greatly reduce the danger. The next day, Chen Mo continued his daily routine. First, he went to the Boxing King Academy to find Xue Lu to use as his human-shaped gravity refining chamber. After refining his bones, he would go to Zhu Long to refine his muscles. However, today's schedule included an additional item, learning Baji Quan from Zhu Long. Chen Mo had already started refining the muscles in his right forearm, sitting on the bench press and looking at Zhu Long, who was lifting weights not far away. Brother Zhu Long, I've always been curious about something. Just ask whatever you want, Zhu Long replied without being disturbed, continuing his bench press. I noticed that when you fight with senior sister Dai, you always like to shout out the names of your moves. Doesn't that expose you? And it feels a bit embarrassing to do that. Chen Mo scratched his face, realizing that everyone seemed to shout the names of their moves during battles, especially those powerful ultimate techniques, which seemed to be a consensus among all. Embarrassing? With a loud thud, Zhu Long placed the barbell back on the rack, sat up, and stared directly at Chen Mo. Do you know that when you're about to unleash your powerful move, you must shout out the name of the technique? This is an iron rule, understand? Why? Chen Mo was taken aback, startled by Zhu Long's assertive demeanor. Because it looks damn cool. Zhu Long's eyes sparkled, his tone extremely serious. A question mark slowly appeared above Chen Mo's head. After all this time, he finally realized that Zhu Long had such a personality. But he was right, shouting out the technique did indeed look quite cool. At that moment, a man nearing 30 and an 18-year-old boy found a strange resonance. Back to the point, since you want to practice Baji Quan with me, I will hold you to the strictest standards. Your current physical strength is already very high, much stronger than when I first learned Baji Quan, so my expectations for you will also be raised accordingly. Zhu Long cleared his throat, realizing he might have gone a bit overboard, and quickly added, alright. Chen Mo nodded. Getting started with Baji Quan wasn't difficult, but becoming a master like Zhu Long would be quite challenging. Before we begin, let me explain why martial artists who use their fists are the coolest. Zhu Long's expression turned serious as he began to support his earlier statement with a rigorous theory. Essentially, a martial artist's body is the best weapon, especially for those like you and me who have refined our muscles. A single punch can shake the heavens and the earth, relying on nothing external. That's the charm of the fists. But, Brother Zhu Long, don't you also practice the 6 harmonies long spear? Chen Mo raised his hand to pose a critical question. I only said that fist techniques are the coolest, not that I don't use anything else. Zhu Long waved his hand, indicating that Chen Mo shouldn't dwell on such trivial details. Alright, I will start teaching you Baji Quan from the beginning. The key feature of Baji Quan's power generation is its short and quick strikes, and the techniques are bang, han, too. Don't be fooled by Zhu Long's burly appearance and somewhat childish demeanor. He was quite meticulous when explaining Baji Quan. With his hands-on guidance, Chen Mo mastered the basic stances of Baji Quan in just 2 hours. However, this was merely mastery of the basics. He was still far from meeting Zhu Long's expectations for further learning. The martial arts are easy to start but difficult to master. After several days of systematic study and practice, Chen Mo was still entangled with the basic stances. Don't be discouraged. Normally, it takes about a month to learn the basic stances, and you've only had 3 days, which is quite short, Zhu Long said, satisfied with Chen Mo's progress, noting that he was already much better than when he first started learning Baji Quan. You are now quite proficient in the basic stances, so you can move on to power training. First, practice the clumsy strength like a madman. Second, practice the soft and closed techniques. These are the skills you need to master in the second stage. As Zhu Long spoke, he demonstrated the techniques he mentioned. This method of exerting force was incredibly fierce, completely devoid of any soft overcoming hard. It was all about hard overcoming hard. Let's call it a day. How's your steel bone tempering going? Zhu Long was somewhat eager, looking forward to taking Chen Mo to the abyssal rift for some scraping once he reached the 6th level of steel bone. The last time they scraped the ground, Zhu Long had enjoyed it immensely. Who wouldn't like a decisive and bold teammate? It's going okay. I finished tempering my pelvis, now I just have my spine, ribs, and skull left. Chen Mo glanced at his steel bone tempering progress, which had reached 67%, increasing by an average of 4% each day. In about 8 days, he would complete the tempering. His credits. seemed to be running a bit short again. Fortunately, he still had 15,000 gold coins left, so he didn't have to worry about getting stuck on that last 1% and failing to achieve perfect steel bones. So, when are we going to the Abyssal Rift again to scrape the ground? My credits are a bit short again. Chen Mo noticed Zhu Long's eagerness. It was a good opportunity to grab onto a willing ally. Are you sure? You almost died in the deep abyss last time. Zhu Long was somewhat surprised. After such a perilous experience, Chen Mo was still willing to follow him into the Abyssal Rift? Well, I didn't die, did I? Chen Mo patted his chest, producing a dull thud. A martial artist must be daring and willing to fight. If we just stay at home and don't go out to train, what good is all this strength? Besides, scraping the ground not only benefits us but also weakens the resource supply of the Abyssal Warriors, a win-win situation. Honestly, I used to think you were just a genius in martial arts talent. Zhu Long suddenly stood up and grabbed Chen Mo's hand. Only now do I truly understand you. You are an all-around genius, our thoughts align perfectly. How about we invite senior sister Dai to join us tomorrow? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and firmly grasped Zhu Long's large hand. Xiao Dai has been busy lately. She's about to complete her golden body and advance to a level 10 warrior. Zhu Long shook his head, pondering who else might be suitable. How about this? Let's go to that herbal farm in the Silver Wolf Mountains. Chen Mo suddenly remembered the herbal farm recorded in his materials. The overall strength of that herbal farm isn't strong. Brother Zhu Long, you handle the guards, and we'll take care of scraping the ground. I can't guarantee much, but I can assure you that the few people I find are definitely experts at scraping the ground. That night, the 5 members of Chen Mo's team gathered in the small courtyard where he lived. Level 7? Chen Mo looked up and down at Yang Zhua, who had undergone a tremendous change, unable to hide his surprise. Yes, the resource supply from the Master Academy can meet my cultivation needs, so my strength is increasing rapidly. Yang Zhua nodded, but then a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. It's just, my credits are almost used up, and if I don't earn more, I might not even be able to afford blood food. What about you? How's your progress with the steel bone tempering? Chen Mo turned to Ma Wanglin. The progress isn't too fast. Your credit recovery ability is quick, and you can use master pressure to help you temper. My recovery ability isn't that strong, and I don't have that many credits. I just finished tempering my arms, one leg, and a thigh bone. Ma Wanlin sighed. If it weren't for the credits being stuck here, her speed in tempering steel bones would probably be much faster. Do you know why I called you here today? Ignoring Gu Feng's eager gaze, Chen Mo directly asked. What is it? The few of them exchanged glances, unsure of why Chen Mo had summoned them. Do you want credits? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and told them about the last time he went to the abyss with Zhu Long and Diame to scrape the ground. Over 1,000 credits at a time. Ma Wanglin suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with nothing but desire for credits. Previously, Xiaolin said that credits were all-powerful, and he wasn't exaggerating. Various precious resources in the Master Academy could be exchanged without limits. As long as you have enough credits, there's nothing you can't exchange for. Yang Zhua's eyes lit up. He had been worrying about where to get a large sum of credits recently. He hardly slept, tempering his body during the day and completing tasks to earn credits at night. But in the face of his massive resource consumption, the credits rewarded from those small tasks were just a drop in the bucket. Hey, why don't you ask me about my recent cultivation status? Gu Feng was anxious and poked Chen Mo, somewhat displeased. I know, aren't you tempering your spinal cord? Just don't turn yourself into a paraplegic. Recently, Gu Feng had the most contact with Chen Mo, so Chen Mo was naturally aware of his cultivation progress. Then, can I go too? He Miao weakly raised her hand and asked cautiously. Of course, with your assistance, everyone can focus more on scraping the ground. You can be in charge of vigilance. Chen Mo nodded. He Miao's role was significant. With her around, they wouldn't need to be distracted by the surrounding situation and could just focus on scraping the ground. Oh, then I'll just share my credits with everyone. He Miao smiled secretly, seeming pleased that everyone valued her. Let's not talk about that. Chen Mo suddenly remembered what the senior brother from the Food Institute had said to him before. He Miao, how have you been doing in the Food Institute lately? Have your skills improved? As soon as the Food Institute was mentioned, He Miao fell silent as if she had been muted. I have learned a few methods for handling blood food, but I'm not very skilled. However, I've already learned how to make meals for daily energy replenishment. I can cook for everyone to try. What does daily energy replenishment meals mean? Compressed biscuit mush? Forget it, let's skip this topic and continue with the scraping ground matter. Chen Mo realized that his question might not have been easy to answer, so he quickly returned to the main topic. We'll discuss the specific actions tomorrow when we meet senior brother Zhu Long, but I have a few important things to tell you. Don't bring those oversized hiking backpacks, just bring a few large sacks. Once we enter the deeper abyss, don't think about tangling with abyss warriors. Our main strategy with our current strength in the deeper abyss is to run. Focus on scraping the ground, with killing enemies as a supplement, and earning credits as the core of our strong scraping ground operation. Alright, that's all. Go prepare, tomorrow I'll take you all to make a fortune. The next morning at 5 o'clock, the fully armed and fierce Chen Mo squad gathered at the entrance of the abyssal rift. Today, an old man, tall and thin, was responsible for guarding the entrance. The old man's name was Gung Lianhu, the head of the Instrument Institute among the 13 institutes of the Great Xia Master Academy. Despite his frail appearance, he was the strongest in combat among the 13 masters, with countless abyssal warriors' blood staining his golden hammer. Aren't you the kid who just came back from the deep abyss a few days ago? Gung Lianhu paused upon seeing Chen Mo, asking with some confusion. The news of Chen Mo's trip to the abyss to scrape a large sack of medicinal herbs had already reached all 13 heads, which was why Gung Lianhu was momentarily stunned. These kids had only been in the academy for a few days. It seemed like just a month. In less than a month, they had gone down to the deep abyss 3 times. It was a rhythm that treated their lives as if they were nothing. Isn't it because I've run out of credits? I thought I'd scrape some more herbs to exchange for credits, Chen Mo chuckled. His spending on credits had been too high. How could he make enough without working hard to earn them? Alright, be careful, don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, you'll become the fastest group of students to die since the establishment of the Great Xia Master Academy. Gung Lianhu waved his hand, not intending to interfere with these kids' affairs. In fact, he found Chen Mo's daring and fighting spirit quite likable. Okay, Chen Mo hurriedly led Gu Feng and the others into the pitch-black abyssal rift. Zhu Long should be waiting for him on the other side. This smell, really? Gu Feng frowned and quickly took out a gas mask to put on his face. He handed one to He Miao, otherwise, her small frame would collapse in no time. You guys are here. A strong figure slowly stood up from a nearby rock. So, should we go directly through the Silver Wolf mountain range or take a detour? Chen Mo spread out the documents and map on the ground, and Gu Feng and the others gathered around. Let's take a detour. The Silver Moon Wolf King probably still remembers my scent. Zhu Long thought for a moment. He didn't plan to provoke the Silver Moon Wolf King this time, as there was no one to take the blame for him. By the way, Zhu Long, I wanted to ask last time, how did you lure the Silver Moon Wolf Pack over? Chen Mo suddenly remembered this question and looked up at Zhu Long. Oh, it's nothing. I just snuck up behind the Silver Moon Wolf King and punched him in the balls, and then those Silver Moon Wolves started chasing me. Zhu Long's nonchalant remark left Chen Mo and the others feeling a bit pained. Then let's take a detour. Going straight through the Silver Wolf mountain range is just too dangerous. Chen Mo began to consider whether he should refine his few parts, otherwise, it would always be a weakness. I was thinking the same. There are also quite a few rare medicinal herbs along the Silver Wolf mountain range. We can pick some up along the way. Zhu Long nodded. He was indeed a burly man, but that didn't mean he lacked brains. Having already offended the Silver Moon Wolf King, he certainly couldn't seek death at this time. Let's go. After handing the map to He Miao, they no longer needed to worry about finding the way. With He Miao's super brain, they were good to go. He Miao was quite capable. After a brief familiarization and memorization, she had all the various branches of the Silver Wolf mountain range stored in her mind. Wait a moment, let me put on the controller first. He Miao took out a black full-cover helmet from her small backpack, and 4 jet drones took off at the same time. I remember that modern technology can't be used in the abyss, right? Zhu Long frowned. Even a handgun requires a change in ammunition to function properly, yet a drone can be used in the abyss? Yes, normal technology indeed cannot be used, He Miao replied while leading the way. Just like with a handgun, as long as you replace the gunpowder with a certain proportion of energy stone powder, it can be successfully activated. This drone was also made by mimicking the technology of Abyss Warriors, and it runs entirely on energy stones for power. Technology, to put it simply, is just boiling water and throwing stones. It just needs a little adaptation. Currently, the only difficulty in expanding Abyss technology is in the energy aspect, otherwise, it would have been widely implemented long ago. I see, I really hadn't paid attention to these matters before. Zhu Long nodded. He Miao's explanation was quite straightforward. If you go straight for 47 kilometers, you'll reach the Silver Wolf mountain range. Once you enter the Silver Wolf mountain range, just follow the direction of the drone. 1 drone was left to navigate, while the remaining 3 drones hovered above Chen Mo and the others, keeping watch for any movements around them. Compared to the vastness of the shallow abyss, the deep abyss felt relatively smaller. Moreover, there weren't as many abyss beasts as in the shallow abyss. making it seem unusually desolate and empty. The sky was completely black, and the few light sources came from the glowing plants that grew from the ground. These glowing plants were generally highly toxic, even a warrior would perish after consuming a bite, offering no practical value. This place really isn't fit for humans, Gu Feng complained while on the move. What do you think the structure of the abyss is like? Could it be that above us is the mid-level abyss, and above that is the shallow abyss? Who knows? The focus right now isn't that, is it? Chen Mo was actually quite curious, but with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to explore. Haven't you all studied this? Zhu Long frowned. He remembered these topics were covered in the 4th year. Right, these junior brothers and sisters went straight to the Master Academy after graduating from high school. They had completely given up on cultural studies. How could that be acceptable? Let me put it this way, the passage from the shallow abyss to the mid-level abyss is called the road of no return. The path from the deep abyss to the mid-level abyss is also one way, just like the shallow abyss. Aside from abyss demons and similar creatures that can travel back and forth, for us, it's a one-way passage. Currently, there has been some research on both the shallow and deep abyss, but the mid-level abyss remains unstudied. So far, no one has ever come out of the mid-level abyss, even masters have met their end there. Thus, some scholars speculate that the entire abyss is a planet, just different from how we live on the surface of a planet. The abyss exists beneath the crust, with the overall gravity being reversed. The mid-level abyss is the core area of the entire abyss. Chen Mo and the others were left in a fog, mainly because Zhu Long's explanation was too vague. Oh, there's no need to know it so clearly, just think of the abyss human race as living underground like subterranean people. It doesn't make much difference. Zhu Long waved his hand. His own grades in cultural studies weren't that great either, so it was good enough that he could explain anything. How about this? Once you complete this stage of physical tempering, I'll apply to the deans for a cultural studies tutor to teach you. Or I could send you to the martial arts academy to learn some basic knowledge about the abyss. Let's talk about it later. Chen Mo wasn't very interested in cultural studies, he still preferred the dangerous nature of the deep abyss. With a master providing him with a humanoid gravity refining chamber and an abundance of resources inaccessible to the outside world, Chen Mo had no desire to suffer at the martial arts academy. Attention everyone, we are about to enter the area belonging to the Silver Wolf mountain range, and the energy particles around us are becoming active. Warning, a pack of 7 silver moon wolves has appeared 1,350 meters ahead, please exercise caution. The moment he heard about the silver moon wolves ahead, Chen Mo dashed out in a single leap. Once the charging attack indicator appeared, Chen Mo swung the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, executing a sweeping strike that directly crushed the 7 silver moon wolves. Dealt 387,576 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 46,509. Dealt 387,576 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 46,509. Dealt 387,576 points of damage. The system's announcement rang out 7 times in succession, finally alleviating the steel addiction that had been gnawing at Chen Mo for nearly a month. The Master Academy of the Great Xia was filled with powerful individuals, and Chen Mo could have sparred with anyone he wanted. However, the defense of the upper-tier martial artists was simply too high, he couldn't inflict any damage, thus unable to increase his health. Martial artists of the same realm were too fragile, a single strike could easily be fatal, making the abyssal beasts a more cost-effective option. Refreshing! With that sweeping strike, Chen Mo's health surged by a full 325,000 points. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, he would have loved to engage in guerrilla tactics and stack steel in the Silver Wolf mountain range. What a waste of so many wolf pelts! Zhu Long lamented as he picked up a piece of silver moon wolf debris from the ground, his face filled with heartache. These abyssal beasts only appeared in the deeper abysses, making their pelts worth a fortune. A complete silver moon wolf pelt could sell for 3 million. This meant that Chen Mo's recent sweeping strike had effectively burned away 21 million. Chen Mo's face turned green. He couldn't be blamed for this, the damage from the charged attack was just too high. These silver moon wolves generally had health around 120,000 to 130,000, with strength around level 4, completely unable to withstand Chen Mo's charged attack. Forget it, let's be more careful next time. The pelts and bones of the silver moon wolves can fetch a high price outside the Master Academy. Zhu Long sighed. It was normal for Chen Mo not to understand the value of the silver moon wolves. Bones from silver moon wolves above level 8 are excellent weapon materials and can sell for around 10 million per kilogram in the outside world. Even level 4 ones can sell for 5 figures per kilogram. The best way to kill a silver moon wolf is to shatter its internal organs, so as not to damage the pelt and bones. Unfortunately, the techniques Zhu Long described were not utilized in the journey that followed. Aside from the 7 silver moon wolves encountered at the entrance, Chen Mo and his group only came across a scout team from Black Cloud City in the Silver Wolf Mountain range. The encounter with the scout team was almost identical to the last time. Chen Mo and his companions dealt with the 3 level 7 martial artists, while Zhu Long faced the 2 level 8 and 2 level 9 alone. What a pity, still too stubborn. After a series of friendly exchanges, Zhu Long disappointingly crushed the head of a level 9 martial artist. Let me say this, is it possible they really don't know where the city lord is? Chen Mo crossed his arms, looking at the few scouts who had met a grim fate. What if they do know? Zhu Long shook his head, his obsession with killing the city lord of Black Cloud City too deep. Let's go, we are almost at the medicinal herb farm mentioned in the documents. The group continued on their way, and with He Miao's navigation, they reached the medicinal herb farm in just half an hour. Compared to the medicinal herb farm Zhu Long had led them to last time, this one was significantly larger. However, there were fewer high-grade herbs, with most areas filled with low-grade ones. This also led to the fact that the defensive strength of this medicinal herb farm was not very strong. The strongest guard appeared to be a level 10 martial artist. It might also be because this medicinal herb farm was located on the border of Black Cloud City, making it less significant. As usual, I'll take care of the guards, and you all go scrape the ground. Zhu Long reiterated their very simple plan and left the group with a drone. He Miao stays, Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, Ma Wanglin, the 4 of us take the big sacks, and as soon as there's movement from Zhu Long, we act immediately. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the oversized sack in his hands, which was even larger than the one he brought last time. Isn't this plan a bit hasty? Gu Feng scratched his head, feeling that such a simple, even hasty plan seemed a bit unreliable. Don't worry, as long as we act fast enough, this plan is reliable. Chen Mo gave a thumbs up, and Gu Feng could only sigh. 10 seconds later, a loud bang echoed through the medicinal herb farm, and the entire defensive force rushed towards the source of the sound. Hurry, hurry! Move, move! Chen Mo stepped into the cloud stacking step and dropped directly into the high-grade medicinal herb area. Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances and used their footwork to leap over the 7 or 8 meter high defensive wall. When they saw the ground covered with medicinal herbs, all their previous worries vanished, and each of them scraped the ground faster than Chen Mo. Speed up, we must clean out all the herbs here this time. Chen Mo's phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd transformed into a whirlwind shovel, and with one scoop, a large area of herbs was packed into the sack. The speed of the group was incredibly fast, and they weren't just digging for herbs. Ma Wanglin even smashed the energy stone lamps used for lighting to extract the energy stones inside. Chen Mo actually wanted to do the same, but once he got the energy stones, his task would be settled, so he decided to wait until he reached level 6 for a bigger haul. The lamps here are made of abyss steel, don't forget to take them. Ma Wanglin glanced at the lamp she had smashed, violently dismantled it, and stuffed it into her sack. This is too much, can we take it all? Gu Feng looked at the endless medicinal herb farm, feeling overwhelmed. If they couldn't take it all, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Take as much as you can, don't leave anything valuable behind. After the last scraping, Chen Mo had gained experience. As long as it looked valuable, he stuffed it into the sack, there was no way to lose. Wow, this low-grade herb can sell for 50,000 in the market, there are so many here. A level 10 martial artist posed a certain pressure for Zhu Long, but it wasn't too much, he just needed time to defeat him. Zhu Long's muscles bulged, and he was like a tightly coiled spring, appearing in front of the level 10 martial artist in the blink of an eye. The 8 Extremes Fist is extremely fierce and is a close-range fighting technique, which also allowed Zhu Long to have an incredibly fast explosive speed at short distances. With a muffled bang, the surrounding air was instantly torn apart, and those level 4 martial artists trying to approach the battlefield were blown away. Gala Gaga! The level 10 martial artist had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Zhu Long with a look of resentment. That's right, it's you, the one who attacked the esteemed medicinal herb farm last time. Zhu Long had some understanding of abyssal language, and communicating with abyssal martial artists was not a problem. So what? If you have the ability, let your esteemed one come out and catch me. Otherwise, I'll just come to trouble you for fun. Zhu Long laughed heartily, completely disregarding the level 10 martial artist. How did you find out about this farm? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Abyss Warrior knew he could not threaten Zhu Long, so he changed the subject. If you can make it back alive, why not ask your kin? In such a hidden location, who do you think could find this place besides your own people? Upon hearing Zhu Long's words, the level 10 Abyss Warrior was momentarily stunned, then his gaze swept over the surrounding guards. The person from this radiant land was right, this medicinal herb farm in the Silver Wolf Mountains was indeed very concealed, privately established by a big shot from Black Cloud City. If it weren't for an insider, the location here would absolutely not have been exposed. They had already infiltrated Black Cloud City. In a flash, the level 10 Abyss Warrior's mind conjured up a grand spy drama. Once I deal with you, I will naturally report this matter and clean out the insiders in Black Cloud City, and you will then bear the wrath of the 18 venerables of Black Cloud City. Die! Zhu Long's goal was not to kill but to buy as much time as possible for Chen Mo and the others. If he wanted, he could easily kill the level 10 Abyss Warrior in 30 seconds, simply by crushing his pulse core. Once a level 9 warrior successfully condensed their pulse core and transformed from an iron body to a golden body, they became quite difficult to kill. Unless the pulse core was crushed, injuries other than decapitation or heart extraction would not be enough to kill them. But this was only true for ordinary warriors. For a genius like Zhu Long, crushing the pulse core was not difficult. However, Zhu Long did not kill the level 10 Abyss Warrior immediately. Instead, he entangled with him. Hurry up, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him if I lose control. Zhu Long's current physical strength was much sturdier than that of a golden body, and the attacks from the level 10 warrior only sparked off him, causing no harm at all. Inside the medicinal herb farm, Chen Mo and the others had already stuffed 80% of the herbs into burlap sacks. Looking at the sack in his hands that was about to burst and then at the remaining 20% of the herbs, they all felt a bit unwilling. What to do? The sacks are too small. Gu Feng was so anxious he was scratching his head. Several thousand credits were right in front of them, yet they couldn't take them away, which was quite painful. But Chen Mo remained silent, instead putting down his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and starting to stuff the herbs into his hands. Chen Mo, if you pull them out, there's nowhere to put them. Gu Feng's words trailed off as he saw Chen Mo stuffing herbs into his pants pockets by the handful. Right, I still have my pockets. After seeing Chen Mo's actions, Gu Feng and the others followed suit, but the capacity of their pockets was still insufficient. Even if their pockets were full, nearly 15% of the herbs remained unclaimed. Chen Mo still did not speak. He picked up 2 strands of grass rope to tie his pant legs, unbuckled his belt, and began stuffing herbs into his pants. Gu Feng and the others fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit hesitant. Herbs stuffed into the crotch. Could they still be used? What time is it to still be shy? The more herbs we grab, the more credits we earn. Hurry up. Chen Mo noticed that everyone was frozen in place and shouted at them in confusion. Damn it, who cares if they can be used or not, just take them first. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, picked up 2 strands of grass rope to tighten his pant legs, and opened his waistband to start stuffing herbs into his pants. Yang Zhuo followed suit. He had completely lost the restraint of the Tianren clan and felt no burden doing such things. The only one hesitating a bit was Ma Wanglin, but she still gritted her teeth and unbuckled her belt. A few minutes later, the group of people with their pants stuffed full of medicinal herbs looked at the last piece of medicinal field inside. There's no way around it. Chen Mo shook his head, realizing that they couldn't take the last piece of medicinal herbs with them. Yeah, we've already gathered quite a bit. We should be able to exchange it for about 2,000 credits. Gu Feng was quite satisfied with their haul, aside from looking a bit disheveled. If we can't take it, we can't leave it for them to eat. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. He knew that consuming unprocessed herbs would have certain side effects, but leaving these herbs behind was even more unbearable for him. Ha! Before Gu Feng and the others could react, Chen Mo had already tossed the unfamiliar herbs into his mouth. Damn it! Then let's eat. Gu Feng steeled himself. It was just side effects. They could handle it. Thus, the group transformed from whirlwind excavators into land devourers. They truly embodied the principle of I'll take a bite of the turf. A few minutes later, with their stomachs nearly bursting, the group finally cleared out the medicinal herb farm and successfully escaped its confines under He Miao's cover. Seeing them leave successfully, Zhu Long punched through the chest of a level 10 Abyss warrior and turned to run. His punch didn't kill the level 10 Abyss warrior, but it had basically incapacitated him. He spared the warrior's life to let him take back the news of the traitor within Black Cloud City, to thoroughly discuss them. Aside from the level 10 warrior who survived, every Abyss warrior in the medicinal herb farm had died under Zhu Long's iron fist. Blood flowed everywhere, and even the level 10 Abyss warrior lay on the ground, gasping and spitting blood. Half an hour after Chen Mo and the others left, a figure clad in black armor descended from the sky, landing in the midst of the medicinal herb farm. He looked at the surrounding devastation and the ruined medicinal fields, and his rage erupted instantly. Beasts of the Radiant Land, I will kill you all. Our respectable lord. The level 10 Abyss warrior, still spitting blood, saw the arrival of the Lord of Black Cloud City and struggled to get up despite his injuries. Black Cloud City has a traitor. The location of the medicinal herb farm is the traitor. Before the level 10 Abyss warrior could finish his words, he exploded instantly. Trash, you can't even defend a small medicinal herb farm. letting the pups of the Radiant Land ruin it like this. Black Cloud City has been silent for too long, the pups of the Radiant Land have forgotten what pain feels like. But as soon as he said this, he remembered the powerful lords of the Radiant Land. The combat power of the lords from the Radiant Land was too formidable, Black Cloud City alone couldn't defeat them. Only when the city lord and several other major cities united would there be a chance. Wait, when the time comes, I will make you pups pay the price you deserve. 80 kilometers away from the medicinal herb farm, Chen Mo and his group, who had been running wildly, finally stopped. You guys don't seem quite right? Zhulong finally had the time to observe Chen Mo and the others. That terrifying aura earlier was clearly from a master-level expert. If they had run any slower, they would have probably been turned into mush by now. Chen Mo raised his head, he also felt a heat all over his body, his head spinning. Something's definitely off, but it's not a big deal. No, I think it is a big deal. Don't you notice your head is swollen to the width of your shoulders? The tough Zhulong looked terrified. It was the first time he had seen someone with a head swollen this large. Not just Chen Mo, but Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wangling's heads were all swollen to the width of their shoulders. Nothing serious, it should just be the side effects of eating those herbs directly. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Gu Feng's eyes were already so swollen he could barely open them. You guys actually ate those unprocessed herbs. Zhulong's heart sank. These kids were even more reckless than he had imagined. Quick, hurry back and let the people at the pharmacy check you out. Don't let anything bad happen. I don't feel like it's a big deal, just that there's a bit too much qi and blood in my body. It's making me feel bloated. Chen Mo was right, he was practically exhaling qi and blood with every breath. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. If you wait any longer, the medicinal power in your bodies will blow you up. At the Daxia Master Academy, in the pharmacy, the head of the pharmacy, Su Qing, was a gentle-looking middle-aged woman. She looked at the 4 oversized heads in front of her and felt a headache coming on, unable to help but rub her temples. Honestly, after so many years since the Daxia Master Academy was established, this was the first time she had seen someone eat herbs raw and end up like this. You kids really, even if you can't take them with you, you shouldn't just eat them. Every herb has a certain level of toxicity. Consuming a small amount isn't a big deal, but look at you all. Each of you must have eaten at least 5 or 6 pounds, right? Not just that, it should be over 20 pounds. Gu Feng smacked his lips, there was still a taste of earthiness in his mouth. Good thing you came back early, otherwise, you'd either be poisoned to death or blown up by the medicinal power. Su Qing sighed, these new kids really gave her a headache. No, they already had headaches. Chen Mo, your recovery ability is strong, just go find Director Shui and let him use his pressure to help you refine your bones, and you can burn off the excess medicinal power in your body. As for the 3 of you, Chen Mo's method isn't suitable for you, only bloodletting and a large consumption of qi and blood can prevent you from being blown up by the medicinal power. Find a place and use your most qi-consuming martial arts to the fullest. Once the medicinal power in your bodies is depleted, you'll be fine. You must be quick, if this goes on, your meridians will be damaged. Also, here's an antidote pill, take it for 3 consecutive days to clear the toxins from your bodies. Go on. Su Qing's solution was simple, after all, as a military doctor, the first priority was to save lives, and everything else was secondary. Chen Mo and the others were obedient, taking the antidote pills, tossing their identity cards and herbs to Zhulong, and hurriedly following the method to deplete the medicinal power in their bodies. In the Boxing King Academy, Shuelo looked at the person in front of him whose head was even bigger than a winter melon and fell into silence. Director Shui, don't just stand there, if I don't deplete the medicinal power in my body soon, I'm going to explode. Chen Mo was also feeling swollen, but his health was high, and his recovery speed was fast. Aside from feeling a bit uncomfortable, he was fine. What did you guys do? How did you end up with a belly full of low-grade herbs? Shuela sighed, he didn't know whether accepting these kids into the Boxing King Academy was a blessing or a curse. It's nothing, the credits were almost used up, so I thought I'd go get some more. There just happened to be a large herb farm in the Silver Wolf Mountain Range, in a remote location without any strong guardians, so we took senior brother Zhulong and scraped the land a bit. Chen Mo waved his hand, downplaying the matter. Shuela fell silent again, he wanted to complain, but as a master, he held back his desire to criticize. Do you know that the old students at the Master Academy only go into the deep abyss once a month? Even so, their death rate is still high. You've only been here a month and you've gone down 3 times? You really think you're invincible, huh? Director Shui, you have to understand me. Chen Mo was also helpless. After all, his life value was too high, resulting in an overall body strength that was frightening. At level 4, he was already not weaker than a level 6 warrior who had fully tempered their steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Now at level 5, his body strength was even higher than that of a level 7 warrior. Without the assistance of high-intensity pressure, it could be said that it was as difficult as climbing to the sky for Chen Mo to temper a body of such strength. I understand, for a warrior like you, born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones, it is incredibly difficult to undergo a second tempering. Your speed is also much slower than that of ordinary warriors, but once the tempering is complete, your strength will be several times greater than that of ordinary warriors. You are a living example. Shuela nodded and released his master-level pressure. Director Shui, Chen Mo scratched his head. The fivefold gravity combined with the master pressure felt a bit low for him now. Could you apply a bit more force? Alright, you want me to apply more force, huh? Shui Li's blood pressure had already risen when he saw Chen Mo's big head, and now it was even higher upon hearing this. Buzz! The surrounding pressure suddenly increased, and the ground beneath Chen Mo's buttocks sank deeply. Ha! Chen Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, using his mental power to guide his vital energy to permeate into his bones. Although he looked a bit unseemly now, the combined medicinal effects of these low-level herbs provided significant assistance in tempering his steel bones. With Shuelu increasing the gravity from 5 times to 8 times, the speed of Chen Mo's steel bone tempering became incredibly fast. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and early in the morning, Chen Mo ran to the Boxing King Academy to find Shuelu, who was practicing in the morning. Are we starting now? Shuelu glanced at the time. It was only 5 in the morning, and he had just begun his morning practice. Yes, I only have the last part of my crown chakra left to temper. The rest of my bones have already been successfully tempered. Chen Mo was extremely excited. He had digested the medicinal effects from the last batch over 3 full days, and during those 3 days, his steel bone tempering progress had reached 93%. He was just one step away from completing the tempering of his steel bones. Once he achieved perfect steel bones, he would not only unlock the invisibility feature of the Demon Phantom but also unlock the 5th skill slot. Moreover, Chen Mo had been saving gold coins recently, just waiting to unlock the 5th skill slot to draw a useful skill. Then let's get started. Shuela nodded. Chen Mo was the most proactive child he had ever encountered in body tempering. Body tempering was not as simple as it sounded. The pain involved was unimaginable. This child not only had exceptional talent but also possessed a determination that ordinary people lacked. Achieving mastery in the future would not be difficult for him. Perhaps he could even touch that elusive realm. Buzz! The violent master-level pressure erupted instantly, and at the same moment, Chen Mo took out 5 level 5 body tempering pills and swallowed them. Feeling the sharp pain and itchiness from his crown chakra, the originally pure white crown chakra gradually began to emit a metallic sheen. As time gradually passed, Shui Li's eyes widened. No way, in less than a month. Achieving steel bones? 3 hours passed, and Chen Mo's steel bone progress had reached 99%, just one step away from perfect steel bones. He needed to spend gold coins to purchase the last 1% of progress for perfect steel bones. I wonder what the difference is between perfect steel bones and ordinary steel bones. Chen Mo was excited, not only because he was about to unlock his 5th skill slot but also because he was about to activate the invisibility of the Demon Phantom. Do you want to spend 7,500 gold coins to purchase 1% progress for perfect steel bones? Yes/no. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo clicked yes. Perfect steel bone 1% progress purchase successful. Perfect steel marrow 1% progress listed. Priced at 22,500 gold coins. Stage task 3 completed. 5th skill slot unlocked. 10,000 gold coins credited. Detected that the host has completed perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood. Perfect steel bone resonates with it, resulting in mutation. In the next moment, Chen Mo's skeletal structure, gleaming with metallic luster, began to slowly change color, enveloped by a layer of golden substance. Perfect steel bone golden bone, passive, health recovery increased by 100%, passive 2, for every 1% decrease in health, attack and defense increase by 2%, up to a maximum of 200%. Active, after activation, can recover 20% health per second for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours after use. Chen Mo was still studying the skills of this golden bone, completely unaware that his bones were radiating golden light. Moreover, it emitted an extremely terrifying wave of vitality, faintly possessing the might of a master. This is the indestructible golden body. Shui Li's eyes nearly popped out. Wasn't this the indestructible golden body after the 3 cores merged? What was wrong with this kid? Had he become a master? No, he hadn't condensed the 3 cores, nor had he completed the refining of the steel marrow and the 5 internal organs and 6 meridians. Could it be? Shui Li's mind raced, suddenly suspecting that the pressure of a master had fused into the steel bone, causing it to transform into the indestructible golden body prematurely? As he saw the golden light on Chen Mo growing brighter, Shuela frowned and released his vitality to obscure what was happening here. This matter could not be leaked for now, it would be discussed after Chen Mo regained his senses. The more Shuela looked, the more incredible it seemed. This unique aura was clearly something only a master could possess, the indestructible golden body. It's truly terrifying. Today's kids are more talented than ever. We old folks are really falling behind. With a sigh, the loneliness on Shueli's face gradually turned into a smile. But then again, if one generation is not as good as the last, what's the point of all our hard work? Come on, kid, I look forward to the day you surpass me. The 13 masters overseeing the Great Xia Master Academy could naturally sense any commotion within the academy at any time. Suddenly, 11 figures appeared in the sky, their eyes widening as they looked at Chen Mo, whose body was radiating golden light. Indestructible golden body. Old Shui, what's going on? How did this kid condense the indestructible golden body? Except for Qiu Lin, who was guarding the entrance to the abyssal rift, all 12 masters of the Great Xia Master Academy were present. Everyone was watching Chen Mo, who was glowing with golden light, but their expressions were somewhat bewildered. Even as masters, they had never seen such a scene. An 18-year-old boy who had just completed the refining of steel bone had actually condensed the indestructible golden body? No, it's not the indestructible golden body. Chen Mo's bones have merely mutated, resulting in the transformation into the indestructible golden body. Shuela shared his thoughts, and the surrounding masters suddenly understood. So that's it, the pressure of a master fused into the bones, combined with secondary refining and mental power assistance, led to this mutation. Su Qing frowned, although she felt there were some issues with this explanation, there was no better one for now, so it had to suffice. No one should disturb him, we must not let him lose focus. Understood. The masters nodded. Now, Chen Mo had become a treasure in their eyes. A level 5. No, a level 6 steel bone realm genius had condensed the bones of the indestructible golden body, definitely a focal point of attention for the upper echelons and even the entire Great Xia. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that he had become the center of attention, being closely observed by 12 masters. He was currently enjoying his brand new attribute panel. Damn, is the increase from level 5 to level 6 really this high? Name, Chen Mo, Health, 4,519,100, Health Recovery, 2,000 per second, Attack, 145,382, Base Attack 55,000, Defense, 89,000, Qi and Blood, 369,000, Mental Power, 700, Speed, 266. Chen Mo thought to himself, with his current attribute panel, he could still hold his own against an 8th level warrior. Or rather, as long as they weren't a 4th tier warrior, Chen Mo was confident he could take them down. The attributes of a 4th tier warrior were simply too high, like a chasm separating them. Wait, if that's the case, once I break through to the 4th tier, can I go toe-to-toe with a master? Forget it, it's better not to court death. Then, Chen Mo continued to ponder the newly added golden bone on his panel for a while. Perfect steel skin increases defense, perfect steel blood increases overall attributes, perfect steel bone increases health recovery, so, what about perfect steel marrow? Could it be that it increases maximum health? Or some other attribute? Endless guessing was pointless, only by successfully refining perfect steel marrow would he know what it truly was. I should be able to trigger the passive of the Demon Shadow now. With that thought, Chen Mo equipped the Demon Shadow from his storage. Fortunately, passive skills didn't consume skill slots, he could equip as many as he wanted. What do you mean the passive skill slots are full? The host can equip a maximum of 2 passive skills at the same time. To unlock more passive skill slots, please complete subsequent tasks. Phase Task 4 issued. Complete the refinement of Steel Marrow Energy, and upon completion, the 6th skill slot will be unlocked and rewarded with 20,000 gold coins. Steel Marrow Energy, isn't that perfect steel marrow? Note, Steel Marrow Energy is a higher level state based on perfect steel marrow, similar to Golden Bone. Please explore on your own, host. Whatever, let's get my storage space sorted out first. Putting this matter aside, Chen Mo finally regained his focus. But the moment he opened his eyes, the 12 faces in front of him startled him. Masters, is there something you need? Chen Mo was puzzled, wondering how so many people had appeared out of nowhere. Also, why hadn't he sensed anything? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Shuela grabbed Chen Mo's arm and noticed his body felt much heavier than before. No, everything's flowing smoothly, my body is relaxed, and I feel great. Chen Mo was a bit confused, he didn't understand why these masters were looking at him so anxiously. First, dim the golden light, it's too ostentatious. Gunlian who shook his head, Chen Mo's bones were still glowing, making him look like a giant light bulb. Glowing? Only then did Chen Mo realize that his entire skeleton was radiating a dazzling golden light. How do I turn this off? You don't know how to turn off something you created yourself? Gung Lianhu sighed. After all, he was still a child. Lianhu, Chen Mo doesn't even know how he became like this. It's normal that he can't control it. Su Qing stepped forward, shaking her head, and gently squatted down to check Chen Mo's physical condition. There's nothing seriously wrong. He should be able to control it after a period of adaptation. Don't go off for the next few days, and don't rashly start refining steel marrow. Let's wait until after the checkup. Later, you and I will go to the pharmacy. I'll give you a full body checkup. Oh, Chen Mo nodded, realizing why all these masters were gathered around him. It was all because he, the giant light bulb, was too bright. At that moment, Chen Mo was suddenly lifted up by Xuelu. 1,000 pounds, you brat, your weight has now reached 1,000 pounds. Xueli's face was uncontrollably excited. The weight gain without any change in physique meant that Chen Mo's golden bones were indeed the indestructible golden body bones. The physique of a master is no different from that of an ordinary person, but their weight is hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. Weight gain is not just a privilege of masters. As long as a martial artist enters the upper 4 ranks, their weight will begin to rise rapidly. The strength of the body will also increase significantly, making them truly impervious to blades and bullets. As long as the weapon is not an excessively exaggerated firearm, it is ineffective against upper 4 rank martial artists. This is also one of the reasons why those above want to control the battlefield in the abyss. After all, the destructive power of an upper 4 rank martial artist is already substantial. Once a master invades a city, that city will be completely turned into ruins. The body is transforming into a golden body. The other masters gasped. A 6th level martial artist's body was actually beginning to transform into a golden body. This is something that many upper 4 rank martial artists could only dream of. What does it mean to transform into a golden body? Chen Mo had even more question marks on his face, almost wanting to shove them onto the faces of the masters. What? Haven't you learned these basic concepts? What have you been doing in university? Gung Lianhu frowned. How could this kid not even grasp the basics? Could he be one of those who are so obsessed with martial arts that they neglect everything else? Lianhu, this kid hasn't attended a martial arts academy. He graduated from high school and entered the Master Academy. Su Qing smiled and spoke up for Chen Mo. Right, the old man forgot about this. Gung Lianhu slapped his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. Misunderstood you, kid. But it's still not okay if you don't grasp these basic concepts. Su Qing thought for a moment. The teacher from the nearest martial arts academy had recently gone to attend a lecture, and the scholar they were familiar with was also unavailable. It seems we need to arrange for these kids to go to the nearby martial arts academy to study some cultural courses. Is it necessary? I feel like not studying cultural courses is fine. Chen Mo's expression changed. He was still pondering about going to Heiyun City to mine and unlock his storage space in the next few days. No, at the very least, you need to learn the basic knowledge required for martial artists and the Abyss language. Su Qing's expression was serious, clearly not joking. The knowledge we old folks have mastered is likely outdated. It's better to go to the martial arts academy to learn. How about this, you take a few days to adapt to the steel bone realm, and we'll help you get an exchange student spot. Su Qing thought for a moment. They still needed to wait for Chen Mo's golden glow to fade before setting off, otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. This kid was already being watched by the Abyss Church. If it were to be exposed that he was beginning to transform into a golden body at the 6th level, the Abyss Church would target him without limits. How long will it take? Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't sent to the martial arts academy right now, it would be fine. I don't know, maybe a week or half a month. During this time, you should adapt to the indestructible golden body bones as quickly as possible. Su Qing was considering which martial arts academy would be most suitable for Chen Mo and the others, so the time wasn't completely set. Indestructible golden body bones is still too awkward. I think calling it golden bones is good. Chen Mo thought for a moment and still mentioned the name the system had given him. That's right, the name Indestructible Golden Body Bones is a bit ostentatious. Golden Bones is a very appropriate name. Xuelu nodded. They must protect Chen Mo well and absolutely cannot let this kid get into trouble. You should go back and rest. Before you go to study the basic cultural courses, don't refine the steel marrow, and don't go to the Abyss Rift. The 12 masters had no objections to the name of Chen Mo's bones. It didn't matter what it was called. I understand. Chen Mo stood up and dusted off the dirt from his pants, jogging away from the encirclement of the 12 masters. Wait, you need to come with me for a physical examination first, then you can go back. Su Qing grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder and pulled him toward the pharmacy. Old Xue, let's research the possible mutations in the body caused by the pressure of the masters later. A middle-aged man wearing glasses turned to Xuelu with a serious expression. This man was Pei Hong, the head of the Food Institute, a 13th level master, and a scholar with extensive research on the structure of martial artists. However, his research was too advanced to be of any help to Chen Mo and the others. Got it, even this low probability event is worth studying. Shui Le pouted. No, it might not be a low probability event, it could potentially be widely applicable. At night, after a whole afternoon of examinations with no abnormalities found, Chen Mo finally returned to his small courtyard. Ahem. Gu Feng cleared his throat, crossing his legs and nodding his chin at Chen Mo. Spit it out if you have something to say, I've been tired all day. Chen Mo rolled his eyes, thinking this guy was probably about to show off again. I advise you to show me some respect. I'm now a 7th level Steel Marrow Realm martial artist, and I just broke through this afternoon, Gu Feng said proudly. At 18, being in the Steel Marrow Realm was indeed something to be proud of. In the entire Great Xia, there were only a handful of martial artists who reached the Steel Marrow Realm at that age, and Gu Feng was one of them. Is that it? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and grinned, revealing his big teeth. Instantly, a golden light burst forth, dazzling Gu Feng to the point he had to cover his eyes. What is this? Nothing much, just my body starting to transform into a golden form. Ah, my teeth are a bit hot, let me cool them off. Chen Mo fanned his golden teeth as if they were genuinely hot. Golden transformation. Gu Feng, forgetting about the blinding light from Chen Mo's teeth, stepped forward and knocked on his teeth. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Gu Feng's previously excited expression instantly wilted. You touched my teeth without washing your hands? Go away. Chen Mo waved his hand, retracting his big golden teeth. Golden transformation, isn't that a change that only occurs when a 13th level martial artist is about to break through to a master? Gu Feng began to doubt his life. He thought he could somewhat handle Chen Mo at the 7th level, but this kid had transformed. Could it be he was about to advance to a master? Would he be squashed flat by him? You aren't about to become a master, are you? No, it's just a mutation in my bones caused by long-term refinement under the pressure of masters. I call it golden bones. Chen Mo shook his head, not wanting to scare Gu Feng further. That's good. Just as Gu Feng sighed in relief, he heard Chen Mo continue. Although I'm not about to become a master, the difference between this and the indestructible golden body of a master isn't much. I can still easily take you down with one hand. Chen Mo swung his right hand, which had already been refined, and the sound of air being explosively drawn and echoed continuously. Gu Feng felt a bit withdrawn and turned to leave Chen Mo's small courtyard, heading back to play with his little pearl. Seeing Gu Feng leave, Chen Mo took out a piece of information from his pocket. The underground mine of Black Cloud City. Chen Mo wasn't worried about how to enter the underground mine of Black Cloud City, but once he made any significant moves, the invisibility of the demon's shadow would fail, and that would be the real trouble. I need to find out where they store the minerals. A few days later, on October 7th, Gu Feng and the others began their daily routine as usual. Ma Wanglin successfully tempered her steel bones a few days ago and was promoted to the 6th level of the Steel Bone Realm. Previously, the resources in Xishan province were too scarce. Only in a place like the Dasha Master Academy, where resources were abundant, could Ma Wanglin truly showcase her talent. I haven't seen Chen Mo these past few days. I didn't even catch a glimpse of him during meals, Gu Feng said while chewing on the bloody food in his mouth. That's true, I haven't seen him either, not even at night when he usually returns to rest. Yang Zhuo nodded. Having spent a long time with Gu Feng and Chen Mo, his emotional and linguistic abilities had grown richer. Maybe he's gone to the deeper abyss to complete a mission, preparing to temper his steel marrow, Ma Wanglin speculated, putting down her chopsticks and frowning. Who knows? Anyway, he must be fine, Gu Feng shrugged. He realized that Chen Mo was the toughest person he knew. Even if his grandfather died, Chen Mo might not necessarily perish. Far away in Yanjing, Gu Ji sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. Wait a minute, how can I catch a cold now that I'm a master? Could it be that some villain is cursing me? Father, the battle report from the South Island's new Abyss Rift has arrived. Gu Shua, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered and placed a battle report in front of Gu Ji. How is the situation? Gu Ji picked up the report, browsing through it while asking. The situation is extremely tense. The Abyss Warriors have already deployed 6 master-level experts, and Governor Song is struggling to hold the line alone. Currently, a reinforcement team composed of 4th-tier warriors has arrived, but the top combat power is still lacking. We don't know how many more master-level experts will enter the Middle Abyss through the no-return path. We still need a certain number of masters to provide support. Gu Shua adjusted his glasses and expressed his thoughts. These Abyss warriors have gone mad, directly invading the Middle Abyss. Do they not plan to return? Gu Ji frowned tightly. He didn't know what was hidden in the Middle Abyss that could compel these life-preserving Abyss warriors to risk everything to block them. There were even faint signs of a breakout. Notify the military department to immediately send 5 combat-oriented masters to the South Island's new Abyss Rift for support. We absolutely cannot allow the Abyss warriors to break through to the outside world. Even if it means giving up the opportunity to continue exploring the Middle Abyss, we cannot let the tragedy of that year repeat itself. Do you understand? Although the South Island's new Abyss Rift was a great opportunity for humanity to explore the Middle Abyss, it absolutely could not lead to disasters in the outside world. If the Middle Abyss truly concealed something, they would eventually have the chance to figure it out, but not now. I understand, Gu Shuan nodded, already guessing Gu Ji's choice. To abandon the exploration of the South Island's new Abyss Rift and shift from an aggressive offensive strategy to a more conservative defensive strategy. If that still couldn't drive the Abyss warriors away, they would have to withdraw everyone and find a way to temporarily seal this precious rift connecting to the Middle Abyss. I wonder how that brat Gu Feng and that kid Chen Mo are doing. I heard they went to the Dasha Master Academy. That old bastard Xiao Lin will definitely target Chen Mo. I just hope he doesn't go too far. At that moment, the targeted Chen Mo, who was completely breathless, lay on the gray ground of the deeper abyss. Damn, there are too many people. Chen Mo looked at the bustling entrance of Black Cloud City and felt a headache coming on. The flaw of the demon shadow was just like this: once an enemy appeared within 5 meters, he would be discovered. But at the entrance, there were people practically glued to each other. If he really tried to enter through the front gate, he would definitely be spotted. No way. I guess I'll have to use the cloud stacking step? Chen Mo himself was not sure if using the cloud step would cancel the demon shadow's invisibility, but how could he know without trying? Moreover, a massive amount of energy stones was right in front of him, just a step away from unlocking his storage space. If he didn't make an effort now, when would he? Damn it, let's go for it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and gathered strands of vital energy beneath his feet. The invisibility effect of the demon shadow trembled for a moment but quickly returned to normal. That scared me. Chen Mo let out a sigh. Not far from him, several level 3 and 4 Abyss warriors were patrolling. Although they posed no threat to him, the level 4 warriors in Black Cloud City could certainly be a danger. Even if those level 4 warriors couldn't kill him, the 18 masters in Black Cloud City were not to be underestimated. A single slap could knock his soul out. Ha! Chen Mo adjusted his breathing, stepping into the cloud step, and his body began to rise slowly. After becoming a level 6 warrior and activating the demon shadow's invisibility effect, Chen Mo discovered that this invisibility was not just about being unseen. His aura, his voice, the life force he emitted, all of it vanished under the cover of the demon shadow. How to put it? He felt like a walking mass of air. As long as one didn't step within 5 meters of him, they would absolutely not notice him. A few minutes later, Chen Mo successfully landed in a small corner of the city. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the main road, but there were too many people on it, mostly level 2 and 3 Abyss warriors. They seemed to be gathering towards a certain place, but he had no idea what they were up to. Whatever, let's get down to business. Chen Mo shook his head and began searching for the underground mine mentioned in the information. In fact, the large energy stone vein beneath Black Cloud City was no secret. Anyone who had come into contact with Abyss warrior cities knew this. After all, the energy core of their city required a massive supply of energy stones, and building it on top of energy stone veins was the best choice. Feels like the 80s or 90s? Wandering through the alley, Chen Mo looked at the surroundings and muttered to himself. One tube building after another, dim lights glowing within. The closer he got to the center, the taller the buildings became. Black Cloud City reminded Chen Mo too much of the scenes from Earth in the 90s. The resident's clothing was not the ancient attire he had imagined but rather a style with distinct Abyss characteristics. Could it be that the Abyss Rift really connects to another world? Although Chen Mo was curious, he did not stop his steps. Gradually, he moved away from the noise of the outer city, and the surroundings became quieter. Compared to the seemingly healthy but not robust level 2 and 3 warriors in the outer city, the warriors in the inner city were much stronger. Level 4 and 5 warriors were common, and there were quite a few level 6 and 7 warriors, but level 4 and above warriors were rare. Of course, this was just a comparison with the number of level 4 warriors. In the human world, this number of level 4 and above warriors could easily form an extremely powerful army. It should be around here. Feeling the increasingly dense energy particles around him, Chen Mo was certain that there must be an entrance to a mine nearby. Following the guidance of the energy particles, Chen Mo stood in front of a building that looked very high-tech. Wait, which mine is located in such a high-end building? Chen Mo looked up and down at the 30-story building in front of him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Shaking his head, Chen Mo carefully avoided the crowd and walked into the high-tech building. The alarm at the entrance went off the moment Chen Mo passed by, but the guards searched around and found no reason for the alarm, so they concluded that the alarm system was malfunctioning. Thank goodness. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that while the naked eye couldn't detect him, some instruments could still capture his presence. Old version of the true eye? For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into Chen Mo's mind. If I were to install a true eye somewhere and unlock the teleportation, could I appear anywhere at any time? What am I thinking? Focus on the task at hand. Shaking off those random and strange thoughts, Chen Mo followed the increasingly dense energy particles. As the energy particles grew denser, Chen Mo finally stopped in front of an iron door on the 10th underground level. Is the mine behind this door? Glancing at the surrounding environment, he felt that the place he found might not actually be a mine. But adhering to the principle of having come this far, Chen Mo decided to take a look inside. After all, he had the invisibility effect of the demon shadow. As long as no enemies appeared within 5 meters, he would definitely not be Caligula. Chen Mo suddenly turned around and found a woman in uniform standing behind him, looking at him in terror. Moreover, she had stepped into the 5-meter range. Damn, I was careless. Chen Mo lunged like a ferocious beast and grabbed the woman's neck. Level 3 warrior, no wonder I didn't notice. The woman clutched Chen Mo's wrist tightly, her eyes nearly popping out from the pressure of his grip. After a while, the woman's body gradually softened in Chen Mo's hand, and her breathing completely ceased. If it weren't for the trouble of disposing of the body, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Hiding the now lifeless woman in a ventilation duct, Chen Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. This building clearly hid something. When he entered, he had seen at least 5 or 6 level 10 warriors in uniform patrolling. Just by guessing with his big toe, he could tell that there were definitely more powerful beings within this building. Perhaps even a master was guarding it. Wait, what was that woman doing here? Does she have the key to enter this iron door? Just as Chen Mo was about to hide and wait for another opportunity, he paused. He had been startled by the woman earlier and had forgotten about this matter. Slapping his forehead, Chen Mo climbed into the ventilation duct and began to search the woman's body. Sure enough, apart from a badge, the woman only had an identity card that seemed to correspond with the recognition device on the door. I hope this won't trigger the alarm. Removing the badge and identity card, Chen Mo placed the identity card on the recognition device. With a beep, the door slowly opened, revealing its true form. A massive mechanical structure resembling a boiler was continuously rumbling, while workers were constantly feeding purple-black high-purity energy stones into the boiler. The energy stones transformed into a purplish-red liquid flowing out of the boiler, eventually pooling in a nearby basin. Wow! Chen Mo never expected that although he hadn't found an underground mine, it seemed he might have discovered the energy core of Black Cloud City. The workers extracted the purplish-red energy liquid from the basin and poured it into a nearby device resembling a battery. This thing seems even purer than ultra-pure energy stones? System, how is this energy liquid calculated? Chen Mo licked his lips. The energy liquid looked extremely precious, but it didn't seem like something humans could use directly. The settlement method for energy liquid is consistent with that of ultra-pure energy stones, with 10 kilograms settling 1 cubic meter of storage space. Given that the density of energy liquid is greater than that of ultra-pure energy stones, the system recommends that the host use energy liquid for settlement. Tisk tsk, truly a blessing from the heavens. Chen Mo smirked, having accidentally stumbled upon the energy core of Black Cloud City and witnessed energy liquid that had never been recorded by humanity. Wait, could the energy transformation of steel marrow be related to energy liquid? Why am I overthinking again? I should focus on completing the task first. Chen Mo shook his head, pulling out the large sack hanging from his waist and swinging it as he quietly approached the freshly produced energy liquid. But the moment Chen Mo got close to the energy liquid, he realized that his sack seemed incapable of holding it. Just getting within 10 meters, the terrifying high temperature singed his eyebrows. Damn, how hot is this thing? Chen Mo gasped, realizing that he wouldn't be able to take the energy liquid before unlocking the storage space. But the task had to be completed. Having a storage space would make everything much more convenient. However, the location for storing the energy stones was too deep inside, and with so many workers around, Chen Mo knew he would be exposed if he tried to get closer. With a quick thought, Chen Mo slowly gathered a thin layer of vital energy beneath his feet, positioning himself like a gecko on the ceiling. It was a perfect stealth move. This trick was a small technique he developed after studying the cloud stepping technique, allowing him to adhere to any smooth surface using his vital energy. The only downside was that it consumed a lot of vital energy, but Chen Mo had an abundance of it. The energy core room was quite high, about 8 meters, which fit perfectly within his 5-meter range, providing him with ample space to maneuver. However, to store the energy stones, he would have to land on the ground, he hadn't yet reached the level of manipulating objects with vital energy from a distance. Only 4th-tier martial artists could master the external projection of vital energy, and the vital energy he expelled during combat was merely steam generated by the rapid flow of his vital energy. The workers responsible for filling the materials were mostly 5th-tier martial artists, and Shen Mo was confident he could take them out in 15 seconds. As long as the abyssal martial artists were within his line of sight, they would show the charging attack mark of Heart of Steel on their chests. He didn't believe that those 4th-tier martial artists and masters could arrive here in 15 seconds. Once he re-entered the demon phantom state, even a master wouldn't be able to find him. "Come on, baby, all of you into my sack." Shen Mo, lying on the ceiling, pounced down like a demon, punching through a 5th-tier abyssal martial artist who was shoveling energy stones below. Crack! The surrounding workers saw the suddenly appearing Chen Mo, their faces turning fierce as they charged at him. Die! Chen Mo felt no pity for these abyssal martial artists. He had read the records in the Great Xia Master Academy's library, where these beasts took pleasure in slaughtering humanity. What they did would be instantly banned if posted online. With his vital energy surging, Chen Mo transformed into a vital energy tank, rampaging through the energy core room. Caused 556,000 points of damage, maximum health increased by 66,720. Unlike the talented martial artists of the Great Xia Master Academy, the health of these abyssal martial artists was not much different from regular values. To put it simply, with one punch, these 5th-tier abyssal martial artists owed him 10 tubes of blood. In just 10 seconds, Chen Mo had killed all the abyssal martial artists in the energy core room, and at that moment, terrifying energy fluctuations were heard from outside the door. Chen Mo couldn't afford to think too much, since he had already been exposed. He quickly began collecting energy stones, taking as many as he could. Throwing aside the large burlap sack, Chen Mo transformed into a bulldozer, not caring whether he was stuffing in low-grade, mid-grade, or ultra-pure energy stones. He just kept packing. 3 seconds later, the sound of the door opening echoed behind Chen Mo. Damn! How did they get here so fast? Chen Mo panicked a bit. If he got caught, he definitely wouldn't survive. It would probably be a gruesome death. Glancing at the already full burlap sack, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and made a decision. System, settle up now. System settling. Random task settlement successful. Host has collected 77 kilograms of low-grade energy stones, 26 kilograms of mid-grade energy stones, and 10 kilograms of ultra-pure energy stones. Storage space successfully unlocked, total of 2 cubic meters. That's enough. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he tossed aside the burlap sack and turned towards the boiling liquid energy pool. Come on, why isn't it working? Please have the host touch the items to be stored. So hot. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and plunged his hand into the scalding energy liquid. Hiss! Chen Mo's flesh quickly vaporized, revealing the golden bones beneath. In the blink of an eye, half of the energy liquid in the pool disappeared, and at that moment, Chen Mo's storage space was filled with the boiling energy liquid. Got it, retreat! At this point, Chen Mo couldn't care less about the burning pain. He turned to dash out the door. But those cold, indifferent eyes made him stop in his tracks. A warrior from the land of radiance? The voice of that figure was devoid of emotion, simply staring at Chen Mo. You can speak human language? Chen Mo was taken aback. It was the first time he encountered a deep abyss warrior who could speak. I never expected that the energy core could be invaded by a warrior from the land of radiance. The figure snorted coldly, and a large hand made of energy came crashing down towards Chen Mo. Are you sure you want to fight me here? Chen Mo was drenched in cold sweat, but he still summoned all his strength to activate his golden bones. The golden bones radiated a golden light, exuding waves of master-level pressure. Master level. The deep abyss warrior, whose strength was unknown but at least level 12, halted, looking at Chen Mo in astonishment. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. He had indeed fooled this guy. The golden bones could indeed emit master-level pressure, but it was merely pressure. In every aspect, it couldn't compare to a master's indestructible body. If you don't want the entire Black Cloud City to be destroyed, then step aside obediently. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he walked steadily towards the unknown strength deep abyss warrior. Feeling the master-level pressure emanating from Chen Mo, the deep abyss warrior's forehead dripped with cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth, stepping aside. The deep abyss warrior paused when he saw Chen Mo's hands, which had lost flesh and were left with only golden bones. The freshly produced energy liquid was indeed very hot, but it absolutely couldn't harm a powerful being at the master level. In other words, this little brat from the land of radiance was lying to him. Chen Mo certainly knew he couldn't fool a powerhouse of this level. The moment he crossed past the deep abyss warrior, he immediately activated the perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood state. His speed instantly surged to 310 kilometers per hour. You dare to deceive me, idiot. I'm your father, so what if I trick you? Chen Mo ran wildly while giving a middle finger to the figure behind him. Although the Deep Abyss warrior didn't understand the meaning of the middle finger and idiot, he could comprehend the phrase I'm your father. Sure enough, insults were the greatest lubricant for world integration. Just hearing it once was enough. You're seeking death. The Deep Abyss warrior's face turned green with anger. As a dignified level 12 general, it was the first time in many years he had been insulted like this. Chen Mo didn't look back, his legs pushed to their limits. Black Cloud City was a distance away from the entrance of the Abyssal Rift, and at his current speed, it would take about 40 minutes to reach. But Chen Mo couldn't afford to think about that. As long as he could create a 5-meter gap and give himself a few seconds, he could regain the invisibility of the demon shadow. The premise was to create that 5-meter distance. The 12th level Abyssal Warrior was incredibly fast, closing in on Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Chen Mo suddenly turned, crashing through a nearby wall and bursting out. The Abyssal Warrior couldn't stop in time and flew past him, giving Chen Mo enough breathing room. That was too damn scary. Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. Such tricks wouldn't fool a being that strong. He had to find a way to escape. The speed of a 12th level warrior was too fast. Even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't run for long without being caught. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt something behind him, and instinctively, he twisted his body to the side. He then saw a terrifying blade of light slicing through the air beside him, reaching for the sky. Shit, if that hits me, I'll be cut in half. Chen Mo was stunned, and his legs moved even faster. Little mouse, let's see where you can run today. The 12th level warrior followed closely behind. Chen Mo remained silent, focusing solely on running. As long as he reached the entrance of the Abyssal Rift, he would be safe. But, did he really have a chance to reach the entrance? Terrifying blades of light came at him one after another, and Chen Mo relied on his agile body to dodge again and again. Right, how could I forget this move? Chen Mo suddenly remembered how Zhu Long had shaken off that 12th level Abyssal Warrior. Moreover, not far outside Black Cloud City was the Silver Wolf Mountain Range. If he could find the Silver Moon Wolf King, he might be able to replicate that move. With that thought, Chen Mo no longer hesitated and sprinted toward the city gates. If it weren't for the city lord taking the elders to discuss the alliance, you little mouse wouldn't have had the chance to run for so long. The 12th level Abyssal Warrior realized that Chen Mo's true level was actually that of a 6th level warrior, and he was even angrier now. How could a dignified 12th level general be fooled by a mere 6th level mouse? He couldn't understand why a 6th level mouse could possess the pressure of a master and was just as fast as him. It was normal for him to think this way. After all, the most monstrous genius in the entire Great Xia was in the Great Xia Master Academy outside. Chen Mo was merely one of the outstanding individuals among these monsters. He couldn't unleash his full power in the city just now. This mouse was trying to escape the city, which was just perfect. Crack! The Abyssal warriors standing at the city gate, intending to intercept Chen Mo, heard this and scattered, leaving an opening for his escape. Chen Mo didn't hold back, even knowing what the 12th level warrior was thinking behind him, he didn't care. As long as he could escape the city, he would find a way. Feeling the fierce wind rushing past him, the Abyssal warriors who intended to intercept Chen Mo felt as if they had survived a disaster. With Chen Mo's speed, if he collided with them, they would surely die. The 12th level Abyssal warrior followed closely behind, and their figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the Grey Mountains. Silver Wolf Mountain Range, Silver Moon Valley. The Silver Moon Wolf King yawned and licked its precious eggs. A little person covered in blood had punched its treasure a few days ago, causing it immense pain. It hoped it wouldn't encounter that little person again. No, it wouldn't give those little people a chance to get close. As long as any little person approached, it would definitely swallow them whole. Thinking of this, the Silver Moon Wolf King lay back down, contemplating which female wolf to favor tonight. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from behind it. Before the Silver Moon Wolf King could lift its head, it felt a heavy blow to its precious treasure. Oh whoa! The Silver Moon Wolf King tucked its tail between its legs, its body trembling uncontrollably. This was truly not Chen Mo's fault. He had intended to give the Silver Moon Wolf King's treasure a punch, but the level 12 Abyss Warrior was chasing too closely, and he accidentally crashed right into it. Looking up at the trembling giant beast before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but swallow. This was no wolf. Whose good wolf had a tail bigger than a truck? The size of those eggs was about the same as Chen Mo's. Just as the level 12 warrior caught up, he saw the Silver Moon Wolf King's pair of dark green, resentful eyes. Woo! As long as Chen Mo didn't release his master level pressure, his strength seemed too weak in the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King, and he was directly ignored. The level 12 Abyss Warrior, however, was different. In the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he was the culprit who had struck its treasure. Bye-bye. Chen Mo grinned, waved at the level 12 warrior, and intended to leave. Suddenly, a large paw descended from the sky, directly stepping Chen Mo into the gray soil. Received heavy damage, health -3 million. Even as a small weakling, the Silver Moon Wolf King had no intention of letting Chen Mo go, first stepping on him to death before considering anything else. With his face pressed into the ground, Chen Mo felt pain all over. Except for his golden bones not shattering, the rest of his body was broken. Even master-level beasts are this fierce. After lying in the dirt for a while, Chen Mo heard the Silver Moon Wolf King leave and finally managed to dig himself out. I need to hurry home, I can't come to the Silver Wolf Mountains during this time. At the Great Xia Master Academy, in the Boxing King Institute, Shuela leaned back in a lounge chair, enjoying his leisurely time. Ever since Chen Mo advanced to the 6th level of Steel Bone Realm, he had finally returned to his previous life temporarily. However, it felt a bit boring. Where has this kid gone? He has already refined his golden bones. He should be able to practice the Diamond Ironline Fist for the Yellow Cannon. It's been several days without a sight of him. He can't have gone into the abyss, right? Thinking about it, it seemed quite possible. This kid's next abyss gains might surpass what the old students earned in half a year, and he consumed credits particularly fast. He was completely like a four-legged gold-swallowing beast, the kind with no bottom. But Chen Mo could both spend and earn. When his credits ran out, he could just make a trip to the abyss to earn them back, so he really wasn't afraid of such a large credit consumption. Did I set the price too low when I first priced it? Shuela pondered for a while and realized he might have indeed set the price too low. But as a master, his dignity prevented him from going back on his word, so he couldn't raise the price and could only stick to it. Just as Shuela was about to get up to find Chen Mo, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Shuelo! You old winter melon, can't you even understand your own student? Boom! Gung Lianhu's figure descended from the sky, and Shuelo immediately saw Chen Mo being held by him. Yesterday, you were responsible for guarding the entrance to the Abyss Rift, and you didn't even notice that this kid Chen Mo went in? If your dog eyes aren't working well, let me help you wipe them. Uncle Gung, the kid is right here, give me some face. Shuelo waved his hands repeatedly. He really couldn't take on this old man Gung Lianhu. Not to mention that this old man was of the same generation as his master, the kind of person who couldn't be spoken to harshly. Tell me, what good deed did you go do? Gung Lianhu snorted angrily. This kid really didn't let them rest easy, knowing how important he was yet sneaking out to court death. Look at that forehead, not even realizing it's sunken in. It's not like I have any credits left. Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling that his forehead didn't quite feel right, but he didn't pay much attention to it. I was thinking of going to dig up some energy or to exchange for some credits. Hearing this, Gung Lianhu and Shuela fell silent together. You really must think you've lived too long. Shuela didn't know how to describe this student of his anymore. Seeking death didn't even begin to cover it. Do you know that every mine has a guardian, at least a level 11 warrior? If they catch you, you won't even leave a scrap behind. I think it should be fine. A level 12 abyss warrior didn't kill me. Chen Mo pouted, feeling that as long as he didn't run into a level 13 master, he should be okay. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. Kid, have you forgotten what I told you before? Shuela sighed and reached for a stool, placing it in front of Chen Mo. Every warrior has their own strengths. An ordinary warrior can only master one direction to its limit. The level 12 warrior you encountered might not be good at speed, they could be better at attack or defense. If one day you meet a warrior who excels at speed, do you think you can still run? Chen Mo fell silent. Shuela was indeed right. Not all warriors grow in all aspects like him. There will always be areas of strength and weakness. For example, Zhu Long was extremely good at attack and defense, but his vitality and speed were lacking. Diame was similar, she excelled at attack and speed, but her vitality and defense were quite ordinary. Alright, I see you understand now. Don't do such tightrope walking things next time. Seeing Chen Mo no longer speak, Shuela patted his shoulder earnestly. I have one more thing to ask you. Gung Lianhu had calmed down by now, walking over to poke at Chen Mo's sunken skull. What on earth did you do to get yourself into such a mess? Where did you go? And what did you bring back? I just got lost, accidentally touched the energy core of Black Cloud City. Chen Mo reached into his pants and pulled out something that looked like a battery. I just happened to bring back this battery-like thing. Energy liquid. The two masters' eyes widened in disbelief as they took the object from Chen Mo's hand. Of course, Chen Mo could never have stuffed such a large item into his pants. The action of reaching into his pants was merely a cover for retrieving it from his storage space. You took this thing, and the 18 masters of Black Cloud City didn't chase you down together? Wait, how did you sneak into Black Cloud City? What exactly happened? Quickly explain it to me. For some reason, both masters were now unusually excited, staring intently at Chun Mo, afraid he might suddenly disappear. Can you return the battery to me first? Chun Mo pointed at the energy battery in Gung Lianhu's hand. After thinking for a moment, Gung Lianhu returned the item to Chun Mo. He really wanted this thing. He had been trying to get his hands on some Abyss technology products but had never had the chance. Placing the battery on the ground, Chun Mo cleared his throat, feeling like he was about to launch into a long speech. I discovered that my golden bones resonated with my mental power, leading me to suddenly comprehend a special ability. As long as I'm not within 5 meters of someone, I can make my aura and figure completely disappear. With that, Chun Mo stood up and walked 5 meters away. In the astonished gaze of the two masters, Chun Mo's figure, along with his aura, completely vanished. If it weren't for the energy battery still lying on the ground, the two might have truly thought they were hallucinating. What kind of special ability is this? Gung Lianhu rubbed his temples, completely baffled by this child Chun Mo. First, there was his incredibly powerful physique and vitality, then he mutated to possess golden bones similar to an indestructible body, and now he had a capability that completely concealed his aura and form. This was beyond what could be described as talent, it was entirely that of a versatile humanoid weapon. I actually don't know either, it just inexplicably happened, Chun Mo said as he sat back down on the small stool, shrugging helplessly. Alright, let's not talk about your special ability for now. We'll have that old man Chu Tianhua check it out later to see if it affects your body. Once it involved mental power, the Daxia Master Academy wouldn't suffice, it would require the expertise of that old fellow Chu Tianhua. Now tell me, you took such an important item. Why hasn't any master from Black Cloud City come after you? I heard from the level 12 Abyss warrior who was chasing me, Chun Mo recalled and continued. He said the Lord of Black Cloud City took all the elders to negotiate a coalition with other major cities. I don't know if I heard it right, but that's the gist of it. What? The two masters stood up simultaneously, exchanging a glance that said as expected. Compared to the energy battery, the news Chun Mo brought back was clearly more significant. They had long suspected that the Abyss warriors wouldn't just stay quiet, but they hadn't anticipated that they could unite. If it weren't for the old dean guarding the depths of the Abyss warriors would have long allowed masters and above to break out and invade human territory. Regardless of whether this child heard it correctly or not, we must be vigilant. I need to go back and make some arrangements, and inform the higher-ups about this matter. Gung Lianhu's brow furrowed, he would never allow the tragedy of that year to repeat itself. Even if it cost him his life, he would absolutely not let these Abyss warriors have the chance to leave the Abyss. Chun Mo wanted to say something but found that Gung Lianhu had already vanished from before him. That speed. Did you see? This is what I told you, every warrior excels in different areas. Shuela smiled, knowing that the boy had to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Dean Gung isn't even the master who excels the most in speed, some level 12 warriors who specialize in speed are even faster than him. Never underestimate any enemy, you should understand the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. I get that, but that's not the main point. Chun Mo, coming back to his senses from the shock, waved his hand and pointed at the energy battery on the ground. Dean Shui, how many credits can this battery be exchanged for? I don't know, this battery is just too precious. How many credits it can be exchanged for isn't up to me to decide. But I do know how to exchange the energy liquid inside. Every gram of energy liquid can be exchanged for 2 credits. With this much energy liquid, it should be worth around 2,000 credits. If we calculate the value of this energy battery, you won't have to worry about credits for the entire refining of your steel marrow. Every gram of energy liquid can be exchanged for 2 credits. Chun Mo was astonished, this thing was actually so valuable? The last energy stone he used weighed about 300 grams and was worth 10 credits. The same amount of credits could only be exchanged for 5 grams of energy liquid, meaning the value of the energy liquid was 60 times that of the energy stone. Chun Mo swallowed hard, his storage space was filled with a full 2 cubic meters of energy liquid. The density of the energy liquid is much lower than that of water, yet even so, 2 cubic meters of energy liquid weighs at least 500 kilograms. By this calculation, he could exchange these energy liquids for at least 1,000,000 credits. Is he going to be the first person in the Daxia Master Academy to have enough credits to hire a master? Looking at your expression, I guess you have other gains besides this energy battery. Shuela saw right through what Chun Mo was thinking, but he didn't intend to pry further. If you have energy liquid, I wouldn't recommend exchanging it for credits, or at least just enough for your own use. Energy liquid is something that is hard to come by. Currently, it is extremely valuable in the market, and no one is selling it. You can definitely keep it for yourself. Especially for tempering steel marrow and the 5 organs, it requires a large amount of vital energy, and the consumption on body tempering pills is quite significant. Not to mention your body is naturally comparable to a warrior who has undergone tempering once, so the consumption of vital energy is frighteningly high. Energy liquid is the best supplement for you, significantly speeding up your body tempering process. It can also comprehensively improve your physical strength, so don't waste it unless absolutely necessary. Put away the energy battery, and we'll talk about it after I help you negotiate a good price. Shuela patted Chen Mo on the forehead, helping to push out his sunken forehead. Alright, let's head back. Come find me tomorrow. I've already studied the first stance of Huang Depeo's Diamond Iron Wire Fist, and I'll teach you then. Your physical strength is also sufficient. Shuela paused, as if suddenly remembering something. You can't use Huang Depeo's steel bracelets for now. That thing will consume a large amount of vital energy, and you'll be drained in an instant. Go to the Equipment Institute and find someone to make a set of steel bracelets, 10 for each hand. You have plenty of credits, so I won't cover this one. After saying that, Shuela disappeared from the spot, leaving a bewildered Chen Mo standing there. Oh right, how could I forget about this? Chen Mo slapped his forehead. He had recently become a bit addicted to scraping the ground and had forgotten about the task of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. There was also the task of muscle tempering. The final reserve buff was a life-saving skill, so he needed to pick up muscle tempering as well. Ever since he tempered his golden bones, he had become a bit lax. He needed to get serious again. First, I'll head to the Equipment Institute and see how many credits it takes to make a set of steel bracelets. Chen Mo calculated in his heart. He could say he was rolling in wealth, completely not lacking in credits. Equipment Institute, Weapon Refining Hall. Don't be fooled by the ancient-sounding name, the technological content inside is quite high. The senior brothers in the Equipment Institute are not like what Chen Mo imagined, wielding hammers and tapping away, but rather squatting in front of machines operating something. Why does this feel so much like operating machines in my past life? Indeed, automation is something that can't be learned. Oh, isn't this junior brother Chen Mo? A robust senior brother noticed Chen Mo standing at the entrance of the Weapon Refining Hall and walked over with a smile. I'm Su Kai, just call me senior brother Su. Is there something you need, junior brother Chen? Are you looking to make a high-quality weapon? Come, let me introduce you to this. This is our Weapon Refining Hall's latest fully automatic weapon maintenance device, which can maintain all metal weapons below S-grade alloys. By the way, what kind of weapon do you want to make? What grade of alloy do you need? And is there a senior brother you have in mind? I can have him make it for you. Chen Mo fell silent. He felt like he hadn't entered the Weapon Refining Hall but rather a hair salon. What is currently the best alloy? Chen Mo hurriedly interrupted senior brother Su's words, fearing that if he continued, he would end up signing up for a membership. The best alloy right now is S-grade alloy, and new alloys are still in experimentation, so we can't determine the values in all aspects for the time being. Brother Su thought for a moment and took out a tablet, placing it in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the tablet and glanced at the various materials displayed on it. Many of these materials are priceless in the outside world, but here at the Daxia Master Academy, they are treated like ordinary materials available for selection. Even without considering these invaluable materials, there were many that Chen Mo had never even heard of. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo felt that as a newcomer, it would be better to be low-key and not too ostentatious. After all, one should not flaunt their wealth. Brother Su, then please help me forge a set of steel bracelets using S-grade alloy and the core of a level 12 Abyss Beast. The price of S-grade alloy is 5 credits per kilogram, and a weapon requires at least 50 kilograms, which amounts to 250 credits. Shenmo's steel bracelets are classified as exotic weapons, with each bracelet weighing around 10 kilograms, totaling 20 bracelets and 200 kilograms of S-grade alloy. Such a large amount of S-grade alloy could buy an entire apartment complex in Taizhou. Not to mention the core of a level 12 Abyss Beast, which is a treasure that can be auctioned off in the outside world. Each core can sell for over 100 million, but at the Daxia Master Academy, the core of a level 12 Abyss Beast is not considered too extravagant. It's only 300 credits each. Well, it's not expensive for Chen Mo, but it's quite costly for others. Wow, Brother Chen, you're quite wealthy. Brother Su laughed heartily. He hadn't received such a large order in a long time. Let me calculate. For the base material of the bracelets using S-grade alloy, I need 200 kilograms, plus 20 cores of level 12 Abyss Beasts. Wow, Brother Chen, you really have money. 7,000 credits, can you pay it all at once? Brother Su's initial comment about wealth was just a polite remark, but when he calculated the specific amount, he was stunned. It seemed like Brother Chen had only been here for a little over a month. How did he accumulate so many credits? About that, can we do a cash-on delivery? Chen Mo nodded, completely unfazed by Brother Su's astonishment. 7,000 credits is nothing. The energy liquid he has could be exchanged for 1,000,000 credits. It would be more than enough to make a vehicle with S-grade alloy. No, this amount is too large. You need to give me the credits first before I can buy the materials. Brother Su shook his head. His total assets were only a little over 2,000 credits, and even selling a kidney wouldn't be enough to exchange for those materials. Alright, then I'll trouble Brother Su to wait for me a moment. Chen Mo nodded and took out some energy liquid to exchange for 20,000 credits to use, while the remaining energy liquid would be used to temper his body. Half an hour later, Chen Mo returned to the weapon forging hall with his identity card. Here, swipe this. He placed the identity card in Brother Su's hand, who gulped as he deducted 7,000 credits from Chen Mo's card. Brother Chen, the steel bracelets don't have much casting difficulty, and embedding the cores of level 12 abyss beasts isn't too hard either, so I won't charge you for labor. Returning the identity card to Chen Mo, Brother Su said excitedly, this is my first time working with so many high-level materials. Helping you forge them is just a way to satisfy my craving. Brother Su rubbed his hands together excitedly, and Chen Mo felt a sense of déjà vu. Like a fly rubbing its hands? Then I'll trouble you, Brother Su. When can I come to pick them up? Chen Mo smiled. Although he was wealthy, saving a bit is always good. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I'll contact you then. Brother Su roughly calculated the time needed to forge the weapons. If they worked through the night, they should be ready by tomorrow. After all, steel bracelets aren't particularly valuable. The only challenge is embedding the core of a 12th level abyss beast. Thank you, Brother Su. Chen Mo nodded and turned to leave. He had just returned from the depths of the abyss and needed to rest. He wasn't an endless powerhouse. Even with nearly 5 million health points, he could still get tired. Old Gung, I think we can't raise the alert level of the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift just because of a child's words. That would cause panic. In the dean's office, a young man sat across from 12 masters, looking somewhat nervous. Shut your mouth. I said to raise the alert level, not to have you take action. Gung Lianhu had no good temper towards those outside the Master Academy. He spoke bluntly. With the 13 of us old folks stationed here, and that old man, the dean, suppressing things inside, there generally won't be any major issues. I'm just notifying you, not discussing it with you. I have my own plans for how to proceed. You just need to inform the higher-ups. Gung Lianhu waved his hand. He really didn't like dealing with these people, but sometimes he had no choice. Well, I understand. The young man knew Gung Lianhu's temperament and sighed without saying much more. This was an old master over 100 years old who hadn't died in battle. His strength was quite terrifying. If this old man got unhappy and ran to Yanjing to cause trouble, no one could stop him except for a few. Alright, get lost. Gung Lianhu began to wave people away, and the young man had no choice but to stand up, bow, and leave. Uncle Gung, about what the old dean mentioned before, should we continue with that? Xue Lu, sitting next to Gung Lianhu, hesitated for a moment before asking. Why not continue? Those kids, Chen Mo and the others, are the best choice. Gung Lianhu glared, and Xue Lu immediately fell silent. This time, their cultural studies are the best opportunity to bring the Master Academy into the public eye. Let those academic fools know that simply hiding in the martial arts academy to cultivate will ultimately only produce a bunch of useless people. Look at the military's warriors. The youngest soldiers there are the same age as those kids from the martial arts academy, yet they are still fighting on the battlefield? Those old academic types have been too comfortable for too long. They're just itching for a fight. However, it's not appropriate for you and me to take action. We must not affect the normal operation of society. These kids are the best choice. The remaining 11 masters pondered. Gung Lianhu was indeed right. It was time for the academic faction to reform. While inspiring the academic faction's fighting spirit, they could also promote the existence of the Great Xiao Master Academy. Chen Mo and his little monsters were the most suitable candidates. At under 20 years old, they wouldn't be seen as bullying the students of the Martial Arts Academy. Their strength was also sufficiently powerful, even stronger than 70% of the Martial Arts Academy's instructors, showcasing the foundation of the Great Xiao Master Academy well. It's settled then. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Gung Lianhu decisively made the decision when he saw everyone stop talking. We'll set off in a week, with that kid Chen Mo leading the team. Don't forget to tell them that they don't need to worry about causing trouble at the Martial Arts Academy. If anything happens, the Great Xiao Master Academy will take care of it. If you're bold, come to the Great Xiao Master Academy. If you're scared, just lie low. The next day, Chen Mo received a message from Brother Su and happily rushed to the weapon forging hall. You've really worked hard, Brother Su. Looking at the 2 sets of silver-gray steel bracelets in the weapon box before him, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. It's not too hard. Being able to handle so many S-grade alloys at once is a good thing for me, not to mention fusing the cores of 20 level 12 Abyss Beasts in one go. Brother Su smiled. This kind of experience is far more valuable than credits. Let's give it a try and see if the infusion of chi and blood is smooth. Alright. Chen Mo put on the steel bracelets from the weapon box one by one, the heavy texture making him quite satisfied. The cores of Abyss Beasts are difficult to collect, as they usually dissipate into pure energy upon the beast's death. However, if by chance the core is preserved, it becomes an excellent weapon material. The core is a crystallization of pure energy, and once fused into a weapon using the correct method, it can significantly enhance the weapon's strength. But that's not the most precious aspect of the core. The most miraculous point about the core is its ability to amplify a warrior's chi and blood output. One core can increase the output by 20%. With 20 steel bracelets on his arms, Chen Mo had the equivalent of 20 level 12 Abyss Beast cores. Stacking these cores together, his chi and blood output would quadruple. Whether the power of his martial arts would also quadruple is uncertain, but it would definitely be much stronger than before fusing the Abyss Beast cores. As the chi and blood were infused, fine cracks appeared simultaneously on the 20 steel bracelets, glowing with a blood-red light. It really worked. Brother Su breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his skills were sufficient to handle materials of this level. Since it's confirmed that everything is fine, I won't disturb you any longer, Brother Su. Chen Mo also liked this set of steel bracelets. Although they weren't as good as old Master Huang's master-level weapons, they were still stronger than 90% of the weapons on the market. I'll find time to fuse two into the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd later. In the Fist King Academy, at the Bone Forging Square. You spent 7,000 credits on a set of steel bracelets? Xueli's expression was complex. This kid really struck it rich, spending 7,000 credits just like that. I can't use old Master Huang's weapons, so I thought I'd get a set to use for now. Chen Mo smiled and quickly changed the subject. Director Xue, let's get started. I've been waiting for a long time. Waiting for a long time? I thought you would need a year or two to refine to the level of being able to withstand the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Xue shook his head. This kid was progressing too quickly, and he suspected that by this time next year, Chen Mo would be stronger than him. Truly, one generation surpasses the last, the fourth generation energy ring saving electricity king. No, it's more like one wave is stronger than the last, with the previous wave being washed ashore. Your bone strength is already comparable to that of a 4th tier warrior, even rivaling an 11th tier warrior. But you can only learn the first stance of the Diamond 4 stances, which is the fiery stance. As he spoke, Xueli's hands ignited with crimson flames, the temperature so high that the surrounding air distorted. Old Huang mastered 3 attributes, fire, water, and earth. The Diamond 4 stances also embody these 3 attributes. They are the fiery stance, flowing water stance, mountain shaking stance, and final stance. Except for the flowing water stance, which is primarily defensive, the fiery stance, mountain shaking stance, and final stance are all about extreme strength, making them quite suitable for you. Although your chi and blood don't have attribute changes, you can still learn the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. You just need to adjust the flow of your chi and blood to simulate different attribute chi and blood. With Xueli's extremely detailed guidance and hands-on assistance, Chen Mo quickly grasped the basics of the fiery stance, which involved simulating fire attribute chi and blood through external release. It was only now that Chen Mo understood why the Diamond Iron Wire Fist was called a master-level martial art. Just the basic stance made Chen Mo's body feel an immense burden, every nerve in his body trembling under this load. But this burden brought with it an extremely terrifying power. Chen Mo could feel that with just the basic stance of the fiery force, he could take down an 8th level martial artist. To be more specific, the basic stance of the fiery force was no less powerful than the 4-strike technique of the Demon Slayer 6, and might even be stronger. Xueli nodded in satisfaction. This kid Chen Mo was not only exceptionally talented in cultivation but also had a great aptitude for mastering martial skills. This is the basic stance of the fiery force. From this stance, 3 different techniques can be derived. Split C, Earth Split, Twin Peaks Hammer. I'll demonstrate it for you. Go back and practice the fiery force well. Once you're proficient in the basic stance, then try these 3 derived techniques. Understood. Chen Mo nodded. It was best to reserve the fiery force of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist as a trump card. Using it as a regular attack was too taxing on his body. Even with the life recovery from his golden bones, Chen Mo still felt a sharp pain in his body. A few days later, while practicing the fiery force at the Bone Forging Square, Chen Mo was suddenly called over by Diame. Junior brother Chen Mo, what are you doing? Diame walked over with a grin, casually touching Chen Mo's abs. Is there something you need, senior sister? Chen Mo retracted the blood energy he was simulating with the fiery force and turned to look at Diame. What, can't you see any changes in me? Diame circled around Chen Mo twice, blinking at him. What changes? Chen Mo was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Your acne is gone? Diame's face darkened. How could this kid not get past the topic of acne? Forget it, originally Director Shui asked me to tell you how many credits you can exchange for the energy battery, but you don't look like someone who lacks credits, so never mind. Yeah, I'm really not short on credits. Chen Mo agreed with Diame's statement. He was quite wealthy now and didn't care about that little bit. Do you have to make me angry to be happy? Diame couldn't hold back anymore, stepping right in front of Chen Mo and staring at him fiercely. I've broken through to level 10, transforming from iron body to true gold body. Can't you really see it, or are you pretending not to see it? Oh, and then? Chen Mo nodded, his indifferent expression infuriating Diame to the point where her acne was about to explode. Do you understand what a gold body is? This is a gold body. Diame knocked on her chest hard, producing a sound like metal being struck. That's true, it sounds just like a steel plate. Chen Mo's serious tone made Diame's blood pressure rise. She always felt that this brat had something hidden in his words. You little brat don't understand anything. You'll only realize the power of the gold body after you forge one yourself. But Diame waved her hand dismissively, looking unconcerned. I indeed don't have a gold body, but I do have an indestructible golden bone. Saying this, Chen Mo grinned, revealing a mouthful of golden teeth that were glowing. The golden bones were quite convenient. Chen Mo could completely control whether they glowed or not. I'm done playing, it's boring. Diame pouted and stood up, intending to leave. Wait a minute, senior sister Dai, did Director Shui say how many credits my energy battery is worth? Chen Mo cheerfully grabbed Diame's wrist, stopping her. She didn't say the exact number of credits, just that you should keep the energy battery on you and hand it over to the local research institute when you guys go to the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy as exchange students the day after tomorrow. A question mark slowly rose above Chen Mo's head. What exchange students? You still don't know about this, right? Diame also remembered that a few days ago, Dean Shui had asked her and Chen Mo to discuss this matter, but she had forgotten it due to some trivial issues. This is the result after the deans discussed it. Currently, the most formidable Abyss language expert in Daxia is working at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and their foundational cultural education is also quite impressive, so you will be sent there to attend classes for a few days. They say you'll study there for a month, and if you pass the exam after that month, you can come back. If not, you'll stay there until you pass. Also, sending you to the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is the first step to bringing the Daxia Master Academy to the forefront, making its name known among martial artists. Then, gradually, the Daxia Master Academy will step into the limelight. If we just make a grand entrance, it would be too shocking for the martial community. They need some time to react. By the way, Dean Gung said that once you get there, you should teach those academic martial artists what real combat is, and whatever happens, he will take care of you. Diame mimicked Gung Lianhu's tone while squeezing a bunch of wrinkles on her face with her hands. Chen Mo glanced behind Diame but remained silent. He should not have been mistaken. This suddenly appearing figure seemed to be, should be, possibly Dean Gung? So in your little girl's eyes, the old man is like this, huh? Gung Lianhu grinned, grabbing Diame's head and lifting her off the ground. The old man just doesn't want to become young. Do you really think a master can't control whether they appear young or not? Look at Su Cheng, that old hag, older than me, yet she looks so fresh. Diame was unusually obedient in Gung Lianhu's grip, staring blankly at what was behind him. Am I the old hag, huh? Older than you, right? Su Qing's voice came from behind Gung Lianhu, startling him. Oh no, I forgot this old hag came with me. Gung Lianhu began to sweat. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Su Qing, but he had done something wrong to her in the past that made him unable to hold his head high. Alright, no need to pretend to be scared. I can't do anything to you. Su Qing smiled. Her age was indeed greater than Gung Lianhu's, and that was a fact. Chen Mo, old Gung, and I are here to find you. Su Qing waved at Chen Mo and led him to a nearby bench to sit down. Ame is a fiery girl. She hasn't explained some things clearly. The main reasons for sending you as exchange students are actually just two. The first is to learn Abyss language. Most of the people entering the Master Academy are around 22 to 23 years old, but you few just graduated from high school. There are some things about the Abyss that you don't quite understand, especially the crucial Abyss language. You can learn it in about a month. The second thing is also quite simple. It's not as harsh as this girl made it sound. It's actually to let you showcase the strength of the Daxia Master Academy. At the same time, let the academic martial artists experience what real combat martial artists are like. Su Qing was halfway through her sentence when Gung Lianhu leaned in. In simple terms, it's to challenge them. the dean of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is just a level 12 weakling. The strongest among the instructors is only a level 11 martial artist. If you four put in some effort, you should be able to defeat most of the people at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, including the instructors. Go all out, if anything happens, I've got your backs. A delicate hand pinched Gun Lianhu's mouth, effectively silencing him. Can you teach these children some manners? A grandmaster shouldn't speak so recklessly. Su Qing shook her head helplessly, pushing Gun Lianhu aside before continuing, don't listen to his nonsense. We still need to communicate amicably, just let them know that the real world of martial artists is extremely brutal. Don't cause any fatalities. If they end up as cripples, we can help with the treatment, so don't worry. Su Qing said with a smile, uttering something quite terrifying. Chen Mo nodded, not saying much. He always felt that Su Qing, while appearing gentle on the surface, was actually a tough character. But then again, if one wasn't tough, they couldn't become a grandmaster. Alright, the main tasks we want you to focus on are these two things. You can allocate the rest of your time as you see fit. Today is October 20th. Try to come back before December. After the year-end assessment, you'll be able to go home for the new year. Su Qing took out a medicine box from her bosom and placed it in Chen Mo's hands. Here, take this. It's the Golden Wheel life-saving pill, made from the golden blood of a 13th level beast king. It can heal most injuries. There are 5 pills in total, so use them sparingly. After saying this, Su Qing left the bone forging square with Gun Lianhu and Dai Ma. Chen Mo, make sure you don't embarrass the Daxia Grandmaster Academy. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. Gun Lianhu's voice echoed in the air until their figures disappeared. Chen Mo rubbed his temples. It was indeed necessary to grasp some basic knowledge. He could also learn the abyssal language, mainly to understand how to translate some national treasures. But this matter of challenging schools, Chen Mo felt a headache coming on. He wasn't worried about being beaten up by students. He was just afraid of being beaten up by that 12th level martial arts academy principal if things escalated. Let's see how it goes. Chen Mo sighed. It seemed that the Daxia Grandmaster Academy intended to take a domineering approach to make its presence known. After all, as the gathering place for the most outstanding talents in Daxia, the academy had to present an invincible stance. This would serve to deter petty criminals and boost morale. Since the Daxia Grandmaster Academy is stepping into the spotlight, does that mean the higher-ups plan to announce the existence of the deeper abyss and abyssal demons? Could it be that the new abyssal rift in the southern islands is also connected to the deeper abyss? Or are there other abysses showing signs of disturbance? After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo realized he couldn't figure it out and simply gave up on the thought. Whatever, as long as my stats are high enough, even if a god comes, it won't matter. Speaking of which, how do I simulate fire attribute blood energy using ordinary blood energy? Just a moment ago, while practicing the fiery momentum in the bone forging square, Chen Mo had been contemplating this matter when he was interrupted by Dai Ma. His previous thought process was quite simple, borrowing from the most primitive method of fire making, friction. High-speed friction between blood energy and meridians would generate high temperatures. Although he didn't know if it could ignite, it was worth a try. But this method was something only Chen Mo would dare to attempt. Anyone else would be scared to death by such an idea. After all, those were the meridians, the most crucial part of a martial artist's body. Who would dare to mess around like that? Chen Mo was different. Even if his meridians were destroyed, he could recover, and that was the confidence brought to him by his golden bones. With his thoughts settling, Chen Mo sensed the blood energy slowly flowing through his meridians. Suddenly, the flow of blood energy began to accelerate, and Chen Mo's meridians started to feel a series of sharp pains. As the speed of the blood energy increased, Chen Mo's body began to turn red, and the wooden bench beneath him started to emit a burnt smell. No, relying solely on the speed of friction won't reach the temperature of fire attribute blood energy. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. His temperature had already reached nearly 400 degrees. If it weren't for the super recovery ability granted by his golden bones, he would have cooked himself long ago. What exactly is fire attribute blood energy? Why doesn't it cook itself? Chen Mo couldn't understand. He could barely endure raising his blood energy temperature to 400 degrees, so how did those who controlled fire attribute blood energy manage it? Right, Ma Wanlin seems to have fire attribute blood energy. If all else fails, I can ask her. Chen Mo knew that if he relied on his own blind exploration, it would be nearly impossible to find a way to simulate fire attribute blood energy. Gu Feng also seems to have fire attribute blood energy. I should consult their opinions. At night, in Chen Mo's small courtyard, Gu Feng, Ma Wanlin, and Chen Mo gathered together. What do you want from me? I've been practicing martial arts all day and still haven't showered. I smell bad, Ma Wanlin frowned, a faint sour smell of sweat emanating from her. Gu Feng was also curious. It was strange that Chen Mo wanted their help. Both of you have fire attribute blood energy, right? Chen Mo cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Yes, I have fire attribute blood energy. Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin nodded simultaneously, looking at Chen Mo with some confusion. Why the sudden question? Did you finally awaken your own attribute? Not really. I just want to ask how to use ordinary blood energy to simulate fire attribute blood energy. I need it when practicing the fierce fire technique. Chen Mo shook his head. He hadn't awakened his blood energy attribute even after reaching the 6th level of Steel Bone Realm, and he probably wouldn't in the future either. Simulating fire attribute blood energy? How could that be possible? Ma Wanglin was puzzled. There were indeed people in the world with no attribute blood energy, but their blood energy volume was much higher than that of attribute blood energy warriors, and the concentration was also much greater. So, aside from lacking additional attribute damage, there were no downsides. Actually, I tried this afternoon to use blood energy to heat my meridians through friction, Chen Mo said as he began to rub his meridians with blood energy, causing the temperature of his blood energy and body to rise rapidly. The result was that the highest temperature I could reach was 400 degrees, and even that was a bit unbearable for my body. Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin stared at Chen Mo, who was radiating high temperatures, completely dumbfounded. This was not dying. 400 degrees of blood energy flowing through the meridians was like being a living magma person. Stop! You'll damage your meridians. Gu Feng was the first to react and hurriedly shouted. It's fine, the damaged areas will heal soon. Chen Mo waved his hand. He was only losing 1500 life points per second, and it wasn't too much yet. Fire attribute blood energy has nothing to do with what you're doing right now. The only similarity is the high temperature. Seeing that Chen Mo's body temperature had returned to normal, Gu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. Fire attribute blood energy, to put it simply, is a change in the nature of blood energy, making it capable of igniting. Your blood energy is too heavy, and without a change in nature, it can't ignite. Igniting blood energy. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he repeated these 4 words. I see. I understand now. Saying this, Chen Mo took out a glass test tube filled with energy liquid at a normal temperature. I tried it before. The energy liquid can ignite. If I inject energy particles into my blood energy, then my blood energy can ignite too, right? Don't! That could easily blow up. Before Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin could snatch the test tube from Chen Mo, he had already poured the 10 grams of energy liquid into his mouth. Others use energy liquid to absorb the dissipated energy. No one has ever directly drunk it, as that would be a suicidal act. Sure enough, the moment Chen Mo drank the energy liquid, his face turned bright red, and his body began to show signs of swelling. Not good. Chen Mo was going to explode. Gu Feng pulled Ma Wanglin away from Chen Mo's small courtyard, and the two hid at a distance to observe the movements inside. The explosive power of 10 grams of energy liquid is no less than that of 10 kilograms of C4. C4 can even penetrate armor, and even if he is at level 7, he would still be injured if it exploded near him. Not to mention Ma Wanglin, who is at a lower level. Only a monster like Chen Mo could withstand the explosive power of 10 kilograms of C4 inside his body. But after a while, there was no sound of an explosion in the courtyard. Everything seemed so calm. No explosion? Gu Feng had just broken out in a cold sweat and dared to return to the small courtyard to see how Chen Mo was doing after a long while. However, the moment Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin stepped through the gate of Chen Mo's small courtyard, they heard a loud shout from inside. Get back! Stay away, I can't hold it anymore. They saw that Chen Mo's entire right arm was engulfed in raging flames, and terrifying energy fluctuations were rampaging within. Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin's expressions changed, and they quickly used their movement techniques to distance themselves from Chen Mo's small courtyard. Chen Mo didn't know what was happening, but at the moment the energy particles combined with his vital energy, it seemed that something wonderful occurred. The energy liquid, which originally had the power of only 10 kilograms of C4, suddenly surged in power, and the vital energy within Chen Mo's body also became agitated. Up to this point, Chen Mo could still endure it and felt no discomfort. But when he began to circulate his vital energy according to the method of the diamond iron wire fist, things started to go awry. The violet energy concentrated entirely on his right fist, which had completed muscle tempering, and at that moment, his skin ignited in fierce flames. These flames burned through Chen Mo's meridians, skin, and every cell. This fiery vital energy was completely different from the fire attribute. Its aura was even more violent and intense. All of this was not only reflected in his body, Chen Mo's attribute panel was also constantly changing, flickering as if it were stuck in a bug. Although his health points were decreasing, they still hadn't fallen below the recovery amount, but his attack power and total vital energy were skyrocketing. At the moment this violent vital energy reached its peak, Chen Mo's attack power actually broke through 300,000, while his vital energy surged to 800,000. No, I can't hold it anymore. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, dashed out of the small courtyard, and used the cloud stacking step to soar into the sky. The 12 masters in the Master Academy also sensed this unique aura and opened their eyes, flying into the air. Gu Feng and Ma Wanlin looked up and saw a figure like a fiery meteor shooting into the clouds. The speed at which his health points were decreasing grew faster and faster. Chen Mo's muscle cells, skin, and blood, which had been tempered through countless trials, quickly turned to ashes under this violent power. Only his golden bones remained standing firm. That's enough. Seeing that he had already distanced himself from the Great Xia Master Academy and reached the maximum height achievable with the cloud stacking step, Chen Mo clenched his right fist and slammed it into the sky. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by a crimson fire cloud, and the entire Master Academy seemed to enter daylight. Chen Mo felt a darkness before his eyes, and he began to fall toward the ground. This power is impressive. I'll call it explosive flame. He took one last look at his right arm, which was now just bones, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. With this move, he even felt confident he could kill an 8th-level martial artist with a single punch. The masters flashed beside the falling Chen Mo, and Shuela reached out to catch the unconscious Chen Mo. What did this kid do? That punch just now had the power comparable to a full-force strike from a 9th-level martial artist. Looking at Chen Mo, whose right arm's flesh and blood had nearly disappeared, Shuela furrowed his brows. I don't know, but Chen Mo's condition is really bad. Su Qing placed her hand on Chen Mo's chest. Every meridian in his body was in a state of burn. Not to mention the right arm, the entire arm's meridians were completely ruined. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qing's eyes. This child's meridians could actually self-repair? Even a master's damaged meridians couldn't heal on their own and required external help for recovery. But this child, he was not only repairing the damaged meridians within but was even reshaping the flesh and blood of his right arm while reconstructing the meridians. Little monster. Don't worry, this child should be fine. It's just that I don't know what he did to blow himself up like this. Is this the aura of energy particles? Gunlian, whose nostrils flared as he grabbed Chen Mo's right arm, which was left with only bones, to feel it. Let's ask him when he wakes up. I suspect this kid directly swallowed energy liquid. Tisk tsk. To directly swallow energy liquid and then explode his body but still be able to self-repair. That guy Songbin really has the luck of a dog, picking up such a treasure. Xiaolin pouted with some envy. Why couldn't he have such good fortune? After finally taking in a disciple with immense talent, the kid insisted on refining his muscles instead of following the martial path. TSK, damn Songbin, I definitely have to pry this kid Chen Mo over in the future. We can't be sure, even a 4th-tier warrior can't directly swallow energy liquid. In the end, we still need to ask this child. Gunlian, who glanced at Chen Mo's right arm, which was rapidly growing flesh, and shook his head. Let's send him back first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You two little ones, stop staring with your eyes wide open and go rest. Although Gu Feng and Ma Wanlin were worried about Chen Mo's condition, with so many masters around, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. After greeting the masters, the two left. The next morning, Chen Mo, who had completely recovered, woke up from his bed. Feels pretty good. Remembering the power of that strike from last night, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. The cost of this explosive move was enormous, but that was for other ordinary warriors. For Chen Mo, this cost really meant nothing. He could fully recover in just a short while. No impact. The muscle cells that have been refined are still refined even if they are damaged and repaired. Glancing at his intact right hand, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. The only thing he was worried about had settled smoothly, and he could use this move without any reservations in the future. What, do you want to keep using this method? Do you know that the only difference between what you did and self-detonation is that it has greater power? Shuela walked in with a stern face and plopped down on the chair beside Chen Mo's bed. Tell me, what did you do yesterday to cause such a big commotion? Nothing much, I was just pondering how to simulate fire attribute Qi and blood, and had a sudden idea. Chen Mo recounted his attempt to simulate Qi and blood from last night, leaving Shuelu in a daze. Directly swallowing 10 grams of energy liquid, concentrating the raging energy entirely in his right fist, and only exploding when he couldn't hold it anymore. You really have a tough life. Shuela couldn't say much. This was indeed his fault. Kid, my intention was to let you try and see if you could awaken your own attribute Qi and blood. I didn't expect you to be a pure Qi and blood warrior. This is also my fault for not explaining the method to simulate fire attribute Qi and blood clearly. Come, I'll teach you how to use pure Qi and blood to simulate fire attribute Qi and blood. Hearing this, Chen Mo grinned and immediately jumped out of bed to follow Shuelu. My blood attribute is only the wind attribute, but I can simulate the fire attribute blood using the wind attribute blood. This is my unique skill, and no one else can do it. Shuela released a wisp of azure blood energy from his palm, and a gentle breeze began to blow through the entire courtyard. But it's also thanks to this skill of mine, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to teach you the diamond iron wire fist. Remember, simulating blood energy is just that, simulation. It doesn't mean your blood energy actually becomes the fire attribute. The first step in simulating blood energy is to externalize it. This is something only upper 4th tier martial artists can do, but you should be able to try. Under Shueli's hands-on guidance, Chen Mo quickly mastered the technique of externalizing blood energy. A thick, blood-red energy coiled around Chen Mo's fingertips, and the air around them was filled with a strong bloody scent. Such rich blood energy, even more intense than that of upper 4th tier martial artists. Shuela squinted his eyes. The concentration of Chen Mo's blood energy could definitely be considered the best below the Grandmaster level. Even among 12th tier martial artists, most did not possess blood energy as rich as Chen Mo's. Rich blood energy also meant that the quality of Chen Mo's blood energy was extremely high, and the power of the martial techniques released through consuming blood energy would be greater. Chen Mo himself had never realized this. He didn't even think there was anything wrong with the power of his martial techniques being greater than that of normal people. Next, we need to simulate fire attribute blood through blood energy fluctuations. This step is relatively more difficult. 2 days later, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the Daxia Grandmaster Academy, carrying 2 weapon boxes. Beside him were Gu Feng and a few others, including He Miao. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Gu Feng looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. Why hadn't he mentioned going out as an exchange student for a month sooner? It left them completely unprepared, only able to carry their weapons and set off. Although they could buy whatever they wanted once they arrived in the mountain city, this came too suddenly and disrupted their training plans. I just forgot. I've been too focused on practicing simulating fire attribute blood these past few days. This was indeed Chen Mo's fault. He had completely forgotten about it, and he only had time to take the Phoenix-Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd and steel bracelets with him. By the way, have you already mastered simulating fire attribute blood? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng and the others directly skipped the previous topic and focused their attention on Chen Mo. Sort of, but my proficiency is still a bit lacking. As he spoke, a blood-red flame ignited at his fingertips. No temperature? The others were puzzled. That blood-red flame seemed completely different from what they understood as fire attribute blood. This is simulation. It just changes the form of blood energy into that of attribute blood, but it's still purely blood energy. However, in this state, I can smoothly use the fierce fire technique. Chen Mo explained as he retracted the externalized blood energy. Wait a minute. Ma Wanlin was stunned. She suddenly realized that Chen Mo had just externalized his blood energy, hadn't he? You can externalize blood energy now? I guess so. It's just not very proficient, and it consumes a bit too much blood energy. Chen Mo nodded and turned to look at the transport vehicle parked at the school gate. Let's go and see what a proper martial arts academy is like. Chen Mo waved his hand, and Gu Feng and the others followed him into the transport vehicle. To put it simply, the Daxia Grandmaster Academy could hardly be considered a university. It was more like a gathering place for top geniuses. Most of the talents here entered the Daxia Grandmaster Academy after the age of 22. Having also studied the foundational knowledge in martial arts academies. Chen Mo and the others were like high school students who were directly exempted from exams for graduate studies. They hadn't mastered some of the foundational knowledge in between and still needed a period of systematic learning. I don't know if these kids can make a name for the Daxia Master Academy. Gung Lianhu was somewhat worried. These kids were still too young and their strength was relatively weak. However, there were no more suitable candidates, so they had to go as exchange students. They couldn't possibly send those 30-something top-tier genius martial artists as exchange students, could they? Those geniuses might directly beat up the head of a martial arts academy. That would be a bit too much. Don't worry, with Chen Mo's temperament and character, if he doesn't cause a huge ruckus, he wouldn't be himself. I estimate that Chen Mo will be so infuriated by those soft-spoken people from the academy that he will end up fighting. Shuela had interacted with Chen Mo a lot. Aside from Chen Mo going to the deep abyss to scrape the ground, most of the time was spent with him. We might not even need to clean up after him. This kid is still quite. Shuela was about to say steady when he remembered the explosion from a couple of nights ago. Unique in style. At the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, in the principal's office. Wu Yaozu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The soft sofa seemed to sprout steel needles, making him restless. Principal, the transport plane from Kunlun Mountain has already landed at the airport, and the people are expected to arrive in about 2 hours. A burly man walked in, still on the phone. Hearing this, Wu Yaozu became even more anxious. Teacher son, do you think the masters from the Master Academy are doing this on purpose? Unable to sit still, Wu Yaozu stood up from the sofa and asked, "What do you mean on purpose?" Sun Liguo was taken aback. He didn't understand the principal's words. "I'm really at my wit's end." Wu Yaozu sighed. If it weren't for his wife's strictness, he would definitely find a more clever female secretary. Old Sun was good in every way, but his mind wasn't very sharp. "Did you forget who came this morning?" "Oh right, the Asia Regional Exchange Conference is being held at our school." Sun Liguo slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. Those old masters are too rigid. They should know that only through exchange and integration can they become stronger. They have always opposed such things. I'm afraid the so-called exchange students are actually here to stir up trouble. Those battle maniacs from the Master Academy can do anything. I don't think we need to worry. There is a level 7 martial artist in the exchange group, said to be the strongest under 25 from the Footbasin country. Sun Liguo recalled and suddenly raised his head to say, although those exchange students came from the Master Academy, it doesn't mean they can defeat a level 7 martial artist. Don't we have 2 seniors in our martial arts academy who are level 7 martial artists? They have only been in the Master Academy for less than 2 months. How strong can they really be? 3 level 7 martial artists should be enough to satisfy those battle maniacs. That makes sense. Wu Yaozu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This was already the worst-case scenario. Alright, organize some people to welcome the exchange students from the Dasha Master Academy. Don't let them feel dissatisfied, it's best to coax them. In front of the main gate of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, a car with a chassis scraping the ground came to a stop, and a pained driver got out and opened the door. Mr. Chen, we have arrived at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Thank you, but your car. This couldn't really be blamed on Chen Mo. He himself weighed 1,000 pounds, with a set of steel bracelets weighing over 400 pounds and a 600-pound phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear. Together, these 3 items weighed a ton, not to mention that Chen Mo was sitting in the back seat, putting all the weight on one point. The fact that this car made it to the school gate in this condition was already a testament to its quality. Don't worry, the company will take care of these minor issues. The driver forced a smile, but there was a hint of pain in that smile. Since the driver had said so, Chen Mo decided not to dwell on those matters and got out of the car, carrying his 2 weapon boxes. The moment Chen Mo stepped out, the car, which had been leaning to one side, suddenly returned to normal, and the driver let out a sigh of relief. So this is the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Chen Mo and the others gathered together, looking up at the massive school gate. It feels like it's just SOSO? Gu Feng scratched his head, feeling that the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy wasn't as impressive as they had imagined. Not that great? Excuse me, are you Chen? A girl in a long dress jogged over, glanced at Chen Mo and the others, and asked with a smile. That's me, Chen Mo nodded, sizing up the girl in front of him. A second-level martial artist. She didn't seem to be a freshman, so why was she so weak? Frowning slightly, Chen Mo said nothing. After all, not everyone was as powerful as the geniuses from the Great Xia Master Academy. For the vast majority of martial artists, reaching the 2nd or even 3rd level was already the limit of their lives. Those who could break through to the 4th level were considered talented, and 4th-level martial artists played a crucial role in the Great Xia. It was rare for someone under 20 to reach the 4th level. Even 1 in 100,000 was considered a lot. I'm Xia Changqing from the Liberal Arts Institute. You can just call me Teacher Xia. Xia Changqing smiled sweetly, exuding a youthful charm. So you're a teacher from the Liberal Arts Institute. No wonder you're so weak, Yang Zhua suddenly realized. Having spent so much time with Chen Mo and the others, he gradually thought that the entire human race was at this level. Seeing someone in their 30s still stuck at the 2nd level made Yang Zhua doubt his judgment. I am indeed a bit weak. Xia Changqing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, but she still replied with a smile. After all, it's the Liberal Arts Institute. Being a bit weak is normal. Reaching the 2nd level already allows a martial artist to be free from ailments. Gu Feng smiled at Xia Changqing, saying what he thought was a comforting remark. But this made Xia Changqing quite uncomfortable. What was wrong with being a 2nd-level martial artist? A 2nd-level martial artist was already not weak, okay? Did you think everyone was as strong as you freaks? It was precisely because of Gu Feng and Yang Zhua's words that Xia Changqing became even more certain that these people were here to challenge the academy. They must have been sent by those old masters from the Great Xia Master Academy who looked down on them. Let me take you to the dormitory first. After you drop off your things, we can rest a bit, and then we'll go to the cafeteria for a meal. Xia Changqing recognized everyone except for the seemingly delicate girl. The national competition champion, runner-up, 3rd place, and the female berserker who could take on the celestial race without dying. Chen Mo and his companions had quite a reputation. Especially Chen Mo, the hero who reversed the Abyss Mother Tree and saved the South Island Abyss. That title was quite resounding. It felt like the academy was going to get lively. Walking along the main avenue of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, a few students occasionally passed by. However, their strength was not particularly impressive, with first and second level martial artists making up the vast majority. Naturally, Chen Mo and his companions were recognized, and many students began to discuss among themselves. Isn't that the national competition champion Chen Mo? Why is he here at our martial arts academy? I don't know, those people around him seem a bit familiar. Aren't they from the celestial race who lost to Chen Mo in the national competition? Ha! The celestial race is staying with us? What's going on? Oh right, I heard from my mentor that a place called Great Xia Master Academy sent a few exchange students over. Could it be them? Great Xia Master Academy? How come I haven't heard of it? The name sounds quite grand. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Mo truly felt that the Daxia Master Academy was too low-key. An academy composed of 13 masters, a very mysterious old president, and a group of formidable genius martial artists at least at the 7th level had surprisingly little reputation in the outside world. This was simply too understated. Not to mention, with the strength configuration of the Daxia Master Academy, it would be a piece of cake to destroy some medium-sized countries. I think I understand what the old president is thinking, Chen Mo sighed. The Daxia Master Academy's low profile had led to a significant misjudgment of Daxia's strength by the public. Not to mention those 13 masters, among the hundreds of genius martial artists from the Daxia Master Academy, at least half of them could achieve mastery, yet this strength was not made public. It was truly incomprehensible. Suddenly, Chen Mo's ears perked up, and he turned to look at the nearby gymnasium. What's going on over there? It sounds quite lively. Xia Changqing's expression changed. The gymnasium was currently hosting a youth exchange and learning conference for the Asia region, and they should be sparring at this time. Principal Wu Yaozu had previously warned that this group from the Daxia Master Academy were all battle maniacs, and they must not be allowed to join in the fun. Oh, it's nothing, just some sparring between students, nothing to see. They're all too weak, a few of you should not be interested. Xia Changqing was already sweating, racking his brain to stop Chen Mo and the others from joining the commotion. That does sound meaningless, Chen Mo nodded, but then he directly turned and walked towards the gymnasium. Although it sounds meaningless, I still want to see what the fighting style of the martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy is like. By the way, I remember it's called the Academy, right? Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances. It seemed that Chen Mo wanted to establish his authority right from the start. Yes, Director Gunglian, who specifically instructed us to engage in exchange and learning, now is a good opportunity. Gu Feng understood the principle of using a big name to gain credibility, and mentioning Gunglian, whose name was definitely not a problem. Xia Changqing reached out to stop Chen Mo and the others, only to find that they had already disappeared from his side. This is bad. I need to hurry and notify the principal. Chen Mo and the others' style of action was not low-key at all. On the contrary, it was somewhat ostentatious. Of course, aside from Yi Miao, who was hiding behind them, the others exuded an aura called confidence. Upon entering the gymnasium, Chen Mo immediately saw the large arena in the center. On the arena, two martial artists in full protective gear were sparring, wielding specially made weapons that were non-lethal. This is called sparring? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered how brutal the fights were in the national competition. How had the atmosphere changed so much upon arriving at the Martial Arts Academy? This was not even the most shocking part for Chen Mo. What shocked him the most was the high praise the instructors were giving to the two martial artists playing house on the arena. Oldly, your student's martial skills have improved quite a bit. He might break through to a 5th level martial artist by graduation. Truly the strongest genius of the second year. No, I think it should still be about exchange and learning. I believe Director Wang, your student is also quite good. He might be directly appointed as the deputy of the local martial arts education bureau after graduation. Sigh, I think so too, but this kid says he wants to go to the military to guard the abyss after graduation. I really can't understand what he's thinking. Why not go to the martial arts education bureau? He insists on going to the military to fight. What a foolish child. Listening to their mutual boasting, Chen Mo felt a bit heated. Damn it, two weaklings dare to claim genius and even want to go to the local martial arts education bureau as deputies? No wonder the military martial artists look down on this group of academy types. They are nothing but cowards with such behavior. The exchange between the two students was quite spectacular. Let's give them a round of applause. A mentor stood up, took the microphone, and walked onto the stage, speaking loudly. Scattered applause erupted around, indicating that not everyone agreed with the Martial Arts Academy's educational approach. Don't be angry, the Practical Martial Arts Academy and this type of academy are basically 50-50. There are still many idealistic and ambitious martial artists, Gu Feng patted Chen Mo's shoulder, sensing Chen Mo's current displeasure. I know, it's not the student's fault. I can only say that these mentors are worse than each other. Chen Mo nodded, noticing that many students disagreed with this educational method. The unique passion of youth still burned brightly. Those cowardly individuals could not extinguish that fervor. When I came here, I had my family look into the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. The mentors here are divided into two factions, the academic faction and the practical faction. Currently, the academic faction holds power at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, which has led to the current situation. Gu Feng paused, glanced around, and continued, now, various abyssal rifts are undergoing mutations, and no one knows what they will ultimately become. My grandfather said this is the upper echelon's plan to bring the practical faction to power. The academic faction has its merits in times of peace, but given the current situation, they are no longer suitable to lead the martial arts academy. Are we being used as pawns? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, not intending to engage in such a thankless task. Not at all, we should do what we need to do. I'm saying this just to let you feel at ease to unleash your potential. Gu Feng shook his head. If this matter truly was a trap for them, Gu Feng would never lead them into it. This is the benefit of having friends in a big family. Many developments from above can be known earlier than others, making it easier to make choices. Next, let's welcome our guest, Oda Jun from the Foot Basin. At just 22 years old, Oda has achieved the rank of level 7 martial artist, just one step away from the peak of level 8. He has also had experience as fighting level 8 martial artists to a standstill, which can provide everyone with a wealth of knowledge and techniques previously unknown. Damn, level 7 at 22, what garbage. Chen Mo spat, disgusted by these academic faction fools who are out of their minds, allowing anyone to come and exchange ideas. To put it bluntly, Dacia is currently the country with the most martial masters, the most abyssal rifts, and the most geniuses in the world. Why invite such trash? And fighting level 8 martial artists to a standstill? Any one of the four of them could do that. No, except for Ma Wanglin, who at level 6 might be able to hold her own against a level 8. Any of the three brothers could easily crush a level 8 martial artist. Chen Mo did not lower his voice, and many people heard his words. The vast majority of students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy and practical faction mentors agreed with Chen Mo's statement. They took pride in being the foremost martial arts nation. However, the faces of those from the academic faction were not very pleasant. They viewed this Asian Youth Exchange Learning Conference as quite important, a significant highlight in their future career paths. This student should refrain from making arrogant remarks. Although we are the world's strongest martial arts nation, we must learn to be humble and engage in learning exchanges with other countries. Every country's martial arts techniques have their merits. Only through exchange and learning can we become stronger. The mentor on the stage took a deep breath and smiled at Chen Mo, saying, "Do you really think their lowly techniques can stand on the stage?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, completely unafraid of the mentor on stage. Just an 8th level warrior, and still a theoretical type with little practical experience. I wouldn't even need a weapon to fight him. Despicable. The mentor on stage turned pale with anger, not expecting Chen Mo's words to be so harsh. Get out. Your qualification for the exchange meeting has been revoked. The mentor known as Old Lee suddenly stood up, unleashing the pressure of a 7th level warrior, trying to drive Chen Mo out of the gymnasium. Fuck, old fool, who are you trying to scare? Chen Mo blared, and his golden bones instantly erupted with a terrifying pressure that was countless times that of a master. Old Lee's face instantly drained of color, and he stumbled back into his seat. Master. No, this isn't a master. Trash, waste, good for nothing, these words are already flattering when used to describe you. Chen Mo stepped onto the stage, and the people around him instinctively made way. I thought the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, established by heroes, would have its own pride, but I didn't expect it to have fallen to the level of learning from a bunch of despicable trash. You're called Oda Jun, right? Chen Mo walked up to the stage, arms crossed, looking at the young man in front of him. I'm a 6th level warrior, come practice with me. I won't bully you, I'll go unarmed, you can take your best weapon, and we'll spar a bit. But Oda Jun blinked, looking at Chen Mo with some confusion. Right, the foreigner can't understand human language. Chen Mo slapped his forehead, having forgotten this detail. Translator, come here. At that moment, it seemed as if Chen Mo was the master of this exchange meeting, and everyone present could only obey his commands. A girl, not particularly striking in appearance, squeezed through the crowd and stood beside Chen Mo. Can you speak their language? Yes. The aura emanating from this girl was not strong, at most resembling a 1st level warrior, but judging by her expression, she seemed to be a practical fighter who had been displeased with these soft-boned theoretical types for a long time. What's your name? Lu Yaking. From now on, translate exactly what I say, word for word. Chen Mo grinned, took out the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd from the weapon box, and thrust it straight into the alloy floor of the stage. Understood. Lu Yeqing naturally knew what Chen Mo wanted to do. She had waited too long for this moment. Seeing these people flaunting their power at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy for so long, it was finally time for a tough guy to step up and deal with them. I am Chen Mo, an 18-year-old 6th level warrior, here to challenge you, trash. I won't bully you, go get your best weapon, I can easily take you on unarmed. Students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, take note, a draw between a 7th level and an 8th level warrior is nothing to boast about. Today, I will show you how a 6th level warrior can kill a 7th level warrior with a single punch. Chen Mo crossed his arms, an invisible aura of dominance enveloping the entire gymnasium. Everyone fell silent, but many passionate students looked at Chen Mo with shining eyes. Was Chen Mo's behavior arrogance? Clearly not. This was an extremely obvious display of pride, an act of not considering warriors from other countries as equals. But Chen Mo had the capital to be arrogant. Who would dare claim they could kill a peak 7th level warrior with a single punch at the 6th level? Lu Yeqing's cheeks flushed as she translated Chen Mo's words to Oda Jun without missing a beat. After hearing this, Oda Jun's expression turned cold, glaring fiercely at Chen Mo, mumbling a string of incomprehensible words. Lu Yeqing's face, which had originally turned red, became even redder, almost turning purple. Translate, tell me directly what he said. Chen Mo guessed that Oda Jun hadn't said anything good, otherwise, Lu Yeqing wouldn't have that expression. He said, he can end your life with a single strike and that you shouldn't overestimate yourself. All he needs to do is kneel and apologize, and he can pretend this never happened. Lu Yeqing never expected that Oda Jun could be this arrogant. Did he not know what kind of ruthless character Chen Mo was? Level 3 fighting level 5 against the Abyss Mother Tree, how powerful would level 6 Chen Mo be? Wait, level 6? Lu Yeqing just realized that over a month ago, Chen Mo was still a level 5 warrior. No, it was more than that. In June, he was still a level 2 martial artist, and he broke through to level 3 during the national competition. This meant that in just over a month of summer vacation and the start of school, Chen Mo had advanced from level 3 to level 6. Breaking through 3 levels in 2 months, what terrifying martial arts talent! The surrounding students and instructors did not notice this. Their attention was entirely on Oda Jun's extremely arrogant words. Indeed, Chen Mo's words were also quite arrogant, but they felt that Chen Mo was justified. Damn it, what's wrong with our own people being arrogant? I won't allow a mere level 7 warrior to act recklessly on the land of Daxia. Very well, I was going to spare you half your life, but not anymore. Chen Mo was so angry he laughed. He had only called him a waste, and this dog actually wanted him to kneel and apologize. Damn it, if I don't smash him today, I might as well be a foot basin person. Tell him, life and death are fated, but don't really let me kill you with one punch. I'll give him 15 seconds to prepare his weapon. After 15 seconds, I'm going to make my move. Chen Mo's perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood had already begun to operate at full speed, greatly enhancing his defense, attack, and speed. Today, he was determined to blow this trash apart with one punch. Once Lu Yeqing finished translating her words, Chen Mo ignored Oda Jun's rambling and just stood on the stage waiting for him to get his weapon. Seeing that Chen Mo was really going to make a move, Oda Jun sneered, and the instructor behind him handed over a pure black katana. Taking the katana, Oda Jun bent down in a very strange posture. He looked like a toad lying on the ground, ready to spring into action. Chen Mo, be careful, Oda Jun is best at drawing and slashing. I've heard he can instantly cut through 25 centimeters of B-grade alloy armor. Lu Yeqing wanted to remind Chen Mo, but he directly picked her up and placed her under the stage. B-grade alloy? Just trash. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying wave of blood energy erupted from Chen Mo's body, causing gusts of wind to sweep through the entire stadium. Come on, waste, slash at me. Chen Mo pointed to his neck, arrogantly exposing his carotid artery. Die! Oda Jun barked like a dog and moved. The katana that had just been in its sheath was now aimed at Chen Mo's neck. With this stance, he really seemed to want to behead Chen Mo with one strike. Clang! Sparks flew as Chen Mo's skin had turned iron gray without him realizing it. The katana only managed to cut through a bit of the oilskin before stopping. I told you, trash like you was just garbage. Chen Mo's gaze was cold as he looked at the charging attack symbol on Oda Jun's chest. You can't even cut me while I'm standing here, and you still want to chop off my head? Oda Jun's health was a pitiful 400,000, and his defense wasn't high either. His attack power was about the same as Chen Mo's. Unfortunately, after activating his perfect steel skin, Chen Mo's defense reached 178,000, and Oda Jun's pathetic attack power couldn't even hurt him. Of course, attack power is just the base. Considering the damage from martial skills, it might slightly break Chen Mo's skin. Blood energy gathered in Chen Mo's right fist, and the long-in-used blood fury fist shone brightly at this moment. The damage from Steel of the Heart combined with the damage from Blood Fury Fist, plus Chen Mo's attack power. The power of this punch has already surpassed 1,000,000. Chen Mo didn't even use a weapon, let alone the master-level martial skill of Fierce Fire. Everyone present felt the fluctuations emanating from Chen Mo, and even the few 8th level mentors from the academy turned pale and took a few steps back. Too weak, garbage. Tai Tianjuan's pupils constricted, wanting to escape, but Chen Mo's speed was not to be underestimated. After activating Perfect Steel Blood, Chen Mo's speed was such that even a 12th level martial artist might not be able to catch up, let alone a mere peak 7th level martial artist like you. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's figure appeared in front of Tai Tianjun. I'll send you flying with one punch. Boom! The violent energy erupted in an instant, and the shockwave even tore the alloy arena into pieces. The punch, having consumed most of its power, shattered the gymnasium's outer wall, and even the lawn outside was not spared, caused 1,111,337 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 133,360. Ugh! As the dust settled, Chen Mo stared blankly at Tai Tianjun, who had merely been punched through the chest. Wait, is this kid really that tough? Good guy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Feng, who was below the arena, had watched the entire process and noticed something that Chen Mo had missed. Just as Chen Mo's punch was about to hit Tai Tianjun, the leader from the Foot Basin country rushed up from below. He brought his arms together to block in front of Tai Tianjun, seemingly trying to shield him from the punch. Unfortunately, the power of Chen Mo's punch was simply too great, tearing the body of that 8th level martial artist into pieces the moment it made contact. Look, half of his butt is still hanging on the ceiling. This is a 6th level martial artist? The mentor known as Oldly turned pale, trembling all over. He hadn't paid attention to who this arrogant kid was, but when he heard the name Chen Mo, he instantly regretted it. National competition champion, defeated the Abyss Mother Tree, entered the Great Xiao Master Academy at 18. Just these 3 titles alone would allow anyone to soar to great heights. But Chen Mo bore all 3 titles, plus his terrifying martial arts talent. Oldly could already imagine how miserable his future would be. Unfortunately, Chen Mo had already left him behind, disdainfully shaking off Tai Tianjun, who was hanging on his arm. The surroundings fell silent, even the other members of the Foot Basin country's team were frozen in place. It's just a spar, getting hurt is normal. Martial arts have no eyes, if he dies, it's not my fault. Who told him to be so weak? With a kick, Chen Mo sent the nearly dead Tai Tianjun off the arena, showing no trace of remorse on his face. All that was there was thick sarcasm and arrogance. If anyone here is unconvinced, feel free to come up and practice with me, but I can't guarantee you'll make it off the arena alive. Drawing the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, Chen Mo pointed directly at the exchange meeting composed of various countries below. Chen Mo knew that among them, there were indeed many who came to exchange and learn. After all, Great Xia is the world's strongest martial arts nation. But some of them had strange looks in their eyes, not the expressions of learners, but rather those of spectators watching a monkey. No, saying they were watching a monkey was flattering. It was a gaze filled with contempt. The moment the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd was drawn, everyone saw the thick, uncleanable bloodstains on the blade. The exchange groups from various countries retreated. In some of their countries, there wasn't even a master, and the strongest was merely a 12th level martial artist. Students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Seeing that the exchange groups had no intention of causing trouble, Chen Mo turned to the students in the gymnasium. I, Chen Mo, am an exchange student from the Great Xiao Master Academy to your esteemed school. I had no intention of disrupting the order, nor did I mean to look down on any of you. It's just that this group of lowly scoundrels could actually educate you, which leaves me utterly perplexed. Our Great Xia is the #1 martial arts nation in the world. Even in exchanges, we should engage with those slightly weaker countries. Or we could help some weaker nations become stronger, which is reasonable. Some of their techniques might even come in handy. Indeed, exchanging and learning can yield a lot, but talking without action is always nonsense. A martial artist without combat experience is just a decorative vase. That's right, I'm referring to certain spineless individuals who only think about climbing up the ladder. Now, I apologize to all of you here, I just can't stand some spineless people. You may continue your exchange meeting. Chen Mo clasped his fists and walked off the stage, holding the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd. The arena fell into silence, but a few seconds later, it erupted into loud cheers. Yes, it was the passionate students and mentors who cheered. They finally understood the feelings in their hearts. Especially those practical mentors, who had been suppressed by the academic faction for too long, finally had a heavenly soldier to help them. With the support of someone like Chun Mo, a hardline practical fighter, they would regain control over the teaching policies of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. They would make this flaccid academy stand tall again. Let's go, I'm hungry. Chen Mo put the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd back in the weapon box and waved to Gu Feng and the others. As for the follow-up issues, compared to Chen Mo and the others, He Miao was still somewhat timid. She was a bit worried that someone might come looking for trouble with Chen Mo later. Don't worry, I just mentioned this to Dean Shui. Gu Feng waved his hand. They were on the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy's turf, and if they killed someone without support, it would be asking for trouble. Dean Shui said one thing, just deal with them, and if anything happens, those 13 masters will handle it. If anyone dares to bully the weak, he'll personally go and spar with that person. He Miao. No wonder Chen Mo was like this. Whether it was Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, or Song Bin and Shuela, these people were all from the military. They all shared a common trait, they viewed life and death lightly and would fight if they were dissatisfied. You could say there are weaklings in the military, but you can't say there are cowards. You didn't run into any trouble, did you? Xia Chongqing looked at the few people coming out of the gym with a worried expression. It seemed like the gym just exploded. Did someone really make a move? She didn't know that the big explosion in the gym was caused by Chen Mo. She was only concerned about whether Chen Mo and the others were injured. We're fine. Instead, the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy might have some trouble. Chen Mo shook his head, not hiding the fact that he had killed Tai Tianjun. That's good. Xia Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. People like that could die, but the Great Xia Master Academy's people must not have any issues. Despite the high casualty rate at the Great Xia Master Academy, those old masters were quite protective. Dying in the abyss was due to one's own lack of strength, but outside, unless losing to peers or those of the same realm, anyone wanting to mess with the Great Xia Master Academy had to weigh their own capabilities. They had to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of a master. What, aren't you worried that Tai Tianjuan's death will cause trouble? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Was Xia Chongqing not from the academic faction? If he's dead, he's dead. I doubt they would dare to say anything. Hearing this, Chen Mo was basically certain that this teacher from the liberal arts was not from the academic faction. She might even be a radical among the practical faction. The kind that doesn't regard people from other countries as human. As Xia Chongqing led Chen Mo and the others to the dormitory, the crowd in the gym finally came to their senses. Someone has died. Until now, the students and mentors who had just been cheering and raising their arms realized what Chen Mo had done. With an expressionless face, he had killed 2 people with a single punch, as if it were nothing. At this moment, Lu Yeqing's face also looked somewhat grim. Although she didn't like Tai Tianjun, she felt that the crime didn't warrant death. Xiao Lu, you don't need to think there's anything wrong with what Chen Mo did. Lu Yeqing's mentor, who was also her father, Lu Yun, walked over and gently patted her back. Do you think the current status of the Great Xia was achieved through communication and learning? No, you are all too naive. The current status of the Great Xia was carved out by ruthless characters like Chen Mo. If it weren't for people like him, the Great Xia would have long been mired in internal and external troubles. The academic faction has poisoned the new generation too deeply, truly believing that peace and status can be negotiated. It is precisely because of ruthless characters like Chen Mo that you can cultivate in peace at the rear. He carries a heavy aura of killing. I'm very curious about what he has experienced in these past few months. But one thing I can be sure of is that this child is a warrior forged in battle. Lu Yun spoke with conviction, giving Chen Mo a high evaluation. Follow him, learn from him, this is how a great Xiao warrior should be. After patting Lu Yeqing on the shoulder, Lu Yun turned to maintain order in the arena. Many people in the arena felt that Chen Mo's actions were somewhat excessive, but more felt that he was incredibly domineering, simply stunning. A 6th level warrior killing an 8th level warrior and a peak 7th level warrior with a single punch, who else could achieve that? By the way, I remember Chen Mo as an exchange student sent by the Great Xia Master Academy? What kind of place is the Great Xia Master Academy, that the champions of the national competition have all gone there? I don't know, but just hearing the name sounds impressive. The students were discussing animatedly, not only in admiration of Chen Mo but also curious about the Great Xia Master Academy. As long as the outside world had a desire to understand the Great Xia Master Academy, Chen Mo had succeeded, and Tai Tianjun and his supervising mentor did not die in vain. Well, they died for a reason. As night fell, Chen Mo sat blankly in the dormitory chair after receiving his course schedule. Come on, man. Classes from 6 in the morning until 9 at night? Do you think I'm in my senior year sprinting for exams? Chen Mo sighed. This schedule was specially arranged by the Mountain City Martial Academy to complete 4 years of basic cultural courses in 1 month. Those old men really treat us like war gods. Gu Feng also sighed. As a member of the Jing family, he had never experienced such an explosive schedule. What's wrong? I think it's fine, the pressure isn't too much. Ma Wanglin looked at the two with some confusion. The time allocation wasn't bad, at least sleep time was guaranteed. Ah right, you're from Xishan. Chen Mo slapped his forehead. The schedule for senior students in Xishan province was much more terrifying. They could be up from 5 in the morning to 11 at night. So, why are you in the boys' dormitory? Gu Feng looked bewildered. When did Ma Wanglin come in? I came to discuss our physical training. Ma Wanglin ignored Gu Feng and turned to Chen Mo and Yang Zhua. Although we need to catch up on cultural classes, we can't neglect physical training either. What do you think? Chen Mo felt he was already trying very hard, but in front of Ma Wanglin, it seemed like he was relaxing every day. That makes sense. I think 3 hours of sleep a day is enough. Warriors don't need much sleep. Yang Zhua fully agreed with Ma Wanglin's statement. As a highly talented and hard-working individual, Yang Zhua only slept 2 hours a day, spending the rest of his time training. In addition to honing his body, he practiced martial arts and refined his celestial powers, leading a remarkably fulfilling life. Keep rolling, you all just keep rolling. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, having not experienced such intense academic pressure in many years. To put it bluntly, ever since he entered university in his last life, he had returned all the knowledge he learned in high school to his teachers. His brain felt no different from one soaked in hydrogen peroxide. It's getting late. We'll discuss the specifics tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight, we have classes tomorrow, Ma Wanglin said before leaving Chen Mo and the other 2 men lying on the bed. I'm going to sleep too. If I fail the test, I'll have to continue this miserable life. Gu Feng sighed. He had never experienced such a hellish existence. Yang Zhua remained silent, sitting on the bed, contemplating his celestial powers. Late at night, unable to sleep, Chen Mo opened his eyes. He opened the system panel and glanced at the progress of his body refinement. Perfect steel skin, 100%. Perfect steel blood, 100%. Golden bones, 100%. Steel marrow, 0%. Additional refinement. Muscle, 7%. It really works. Ever since Chen Mo blew up his entire arm last time, the muscle cells in his right arm seem to have undergone significant refinement, with progress directly increasing by 1%. It should be that energy particles replaced vital energy to refine the muscle cells, achieving similar effects but on a much larger scale. With this thought, Chen Mo's reckless spirit began to ignite. Would blowing myself up kill me? Seems like it might. After pondering for a while, Chen Mo temporarily abandoned the idea of a complete self-detonation refinement and instead thought of a localized self-detonation refinement method. His body's strength was too high, it was impossible to refine step by step like a normal martial artist. He had to find a different path, using a more radical and violent method to keep up with Gu Feng and the others. Not to mention others, just Yang Zhua alone had already refined half of his kidneys. In another 2 or 3 months, he would achieve the 8th level of martial arts. Chen Mo now needed to refine his muscles and bone marrow and had to think of an effective way to increase his refinement speed. Especially for muscle refinement, after all, the reward was the final reserve buff, and he couldn't afford to give up that reward. How about starting with a little less? With a thought, a gram of energy liquid transferred from his storage space to his mouth. With a gulp, the energy liquid was swallowed by Chen Mo. Instantly, a burning pain spread throughout his body, the terrifying force unleashed by the combination of energy particles and vital energy almost tearing him apart. However, compared to the last time he swallowed 10 grams at once, this level of energy expansion was still manageable for Chen Mo. Once that gram of energy liquid fully merged with his vital energy, Chen Mo concentrated the uncontrollable energy in his right arm. Come on, let's see if this works. The moment the energy flowed into his right arm, the unrefined muscle cells instantly withered and died. In the next second, new muscle cells regenerated and reorganized, clearly much tougher than the previous ones. This method proved effective, but the damage to the body was too great. For an ordinary martial artist, it would be completely not worth the cost. But for Chen Mo, this method was fantastic. He only lost a tiny bit of health, which he could recover from in no time. However, those newly toughened muscle cells would still die, and the replacement cells would revert to their previous state. It seems that the energy liquid I drank wasn't enough. Chen Mo licked his lips, and this time he directly pulled out 3 grams of energy liquid and swallowed it. A more violent yet still controllable energy surged into Chen Mo's right arm, causing the entire arm to visibly wither at an alarming rate. After a while, the withered areas gradually became plump again. This was the effect of Chen Mo's golden bones at work. Sure enough, it increased by 0.1%. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he glanced at the progress, which had risen to 7.1%. Just by swallowing the energy liquid, he could enhance the progress of muscle refinement. What a rare stroke of luck. It felt amazing, didn't it? But he never considered how extravagant his method of refinement was. Once processed, 10 grams of energy liquid could sustain 3 fifth-level martial artists for a day's consumption. Yet, Chen Mo treated this substance as if it were nothing precious. In his eyes, energy liquid was not a valuable item at all. In reality, it was nearly impossible to buy energy liquid on the market. 99% of it was controlled by the state. The remaining 1% wouldn't circulate in the market either, as it was used by prominent families to cultivate their descendants. In fact, based on Chen Mo's current reserves of energy liquid, he alone could match the total reserves of all the ancient martial families in the Great Xia. Keep going, hurry up and refine to 50%, then the final reserves will be in hand. The next morning, a groggy Gufeng was jolted awake by a slap. It's almost 6 o'clock, get up and go to class. Chen Mo stood at the foot of Gufeng's bed, while Gufeng, covering his face, looked around in confusion. All right, we have class at 6 today, I need to get up quickly. Groggily, Gufeng climbed out of bed and robotically put on his clothes. Wait, did you just hit me, Chen Mo? It wasn't until they entered the tiered classroom that Gufeng touched his stinging face. Yeah, so what? Chen Mo nodded, openly admitting it. Why do I feel like I just got whipped by a steel whip? Gufeng mumbled, completely oblivious to the significant changes in Chen Mo's right arm. After a night of refinement, Chen Mo had consumed a full 100 grams of energy liquid. Not to mention that energy liquid is priceless, even calculating it at the price of energy stones would still be astronomical. Each gram of energy stone is worth 10,000, and the value of energy liquid is about 60 times that of energy stones, meaning Chen Mo burned through 180 million overnight. But that 180 million was still a significant boost. Chen Mo's muscle refinement progress increased by 2%, and his forearm was basically considered fully refined. At a rate of 2% per night, Chen Mo would only need about 20 days to refine his muscles to 50%, and then the final reserve buff would be his. Of course, this money-burning and body-damaging method of refinement was something only Chen Mo could afford. Anyone else would absolutely struggle, whether it was the financial cost or the physical toll. Hello, students from the Great Xia Master Academy. Just as the clock struck 6, an old man with graying hair walked in. He tapped the microphone on the podium and smiled at Chen Mo and the others. You can call me Professor Wei. I'm responsible for teaching you Abyssal language. The structure of Abyssal language isn't complicated, but there are some differences in our understanding of language, which makes it a bit difficult to learn. But with my help you'll be able to communicate at a basic level in no more than half a month. From that moment on, Chen Mo and the others' fulfilling day officially began. The morning was dedicated to Professor Wei's linguistics course, while the afternoon focused on the basics of the abyss and martial artists. Every teacher is a big shot at the academic level, and their teaching methods are quite straightforward and easy to understand. After a day of learning, Chen Mo gained a much deeper understanding of the abyss. Currently, the existence of the deeper abyss has not been made public and is only circulated on a small scale within the martial artist community. Therefore, the vast majority of people in society only recognize the abyss through the least harmful beast tides, and even less harmful sea beasts. The real crisis for humanity is not them, but the abyssal martial artists who are eyeing them hungrily, along with countless abyssal demons, all of which are part of the unknown mid-level abyss. Professor Chi shared his speculations in the abyssal cognition class. The abyss is very likely another planet or a different form of civilization of humanity. Moreover, its technological level is much higher than that of Blue Star. According to some documented records, the abyss was not always a gloomy place. It was similar to Blue Star, also possessing light and a sun. However, after the light and sun disappeared, civilization rapidly declined, leading to the fact that most of the abyssal technology is derived from archaeology. The order collapsed, entering a period similar to an apocalypse. After a long period of adaptation, the abyss regained order, but the level of civilization had dropped significantly. The governance method also turned into a quasi-slavery system. What do you think about the credibility of Professor Chi's speculations? In the dormitory, everyone gathered together, including Ma Wanlin and He Miao. What they learned today was too incredible, leaving them all a bit puzzled. I think that's not important. What's important is that the existence of the deeper abyss is likely to be announced soon. Gu Feng shook his head. As the eldest son of a prominent family, he was not as naive as he appeared. He just didn't show it around his brothers and friends. Look, combined with the preparations to support the practical faction and the emergence of the Great Xia Master Academy, along with the recent crackdown on cults, it's obvious that something big is about to happen. Do you remember the new abyssal rift in the southern part of the South Island? I heard from my grandfather that they used a nuclear bomb there. What? Chen Mo and the others were shocked. The governor of the South Island, Song Bin, was still there. Don't worry, everyone has been evacuated. Gu Feng's next words reassured Chen Mo and the others. My grandfather didn't tell me the specifics, just that if you want to go out to play, you should avoid the South Island for now. That abyssal rift is a bit tricky, they say it's very troublesome, and Governor Song almost fell in there. There was no other way, they had to use a nuclear bomb to disrupt the passage and temporarily seal it. Temporarily seal it? The abyssal rift can be sealed? Chen Mo had never heard of such a thing before. It was the first time he learned that an abyssal rift could be sealed. Just temporarily, at most, the passage will stabilize again in 6 months. And this method can only be used once. The passage of the abyssal rift will learn from it, and after that, nuclear bombs will be ineffective against the passage. Gu Feng shook his head. The current situation was indeed a bit complicated, with various regions facing their own troubles. But the most troublesome were the new abyssal rift in the South Island and the Kunlun Mountain abyssal rift. These two places had not been announced, and the trouble was the greatest among all abyssal rifts. But don't worry, the 6-month buffer period is enough. By then, a proper martial artist legion will come to resolve the troubles there. The group fell silent, but they all felt that the recent situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Just as the dormitory fell into silence, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Glancing at the unfamiliar number on his phone, Chen Mo answered with some confusion. Chen Mo, there is a crackdown on the remnants of the Abyssal Church in the southwest district of Shancheng. If you have time, go lend a hand. The Abyssal Church in the southeast district has been nearly strangled by me. Currently, only a few rotten fish and shrimp are still fleeing outside, which is nothing to fear. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding robust. Uncle Song? Chen Mo was taken aback. Why was Song Bin calling him at this time? It's me. I thought you had forgotten about me since you hadn't made a sound for a long time. Song Bin chuckled and continued. I know you're at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy now. Are you being driven crazy by that group of soft-boned academic types? But don't worry, all the abyssal rifts have started to undergo mutations. It seems the integration with the Blue Star has deepened. So the higher-ups have decided to send the academic faction down completely and replace them with the practical faction, so you don't have to worry about anyone retaliating against you no matter how you suppress the academic faction. Also, if any old academic master gives you trouble, just call me, and I'll go resolve him. Song Bin's words sounded casual, but they carried deep meaning. About that cult. Chen Mo scratched his face. He had just started learning abyssal language, and if he got interrupted by other matters, he might not pass the test. You don't need to be involved in the whole process. The Abyssal Church in the Southwest District no longer has any high-end combat power, at most a few 4th-tier warriors. Song Bin thought for a moment, recalling that Chen Mo indeed had other matters to attend to, so he didn't insist on him going to eradicate the Abyssal Church. When the time comes, you 5 little ones can help out. The students at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy have too little practical experience. If they go alone, the casualties will be severe. You all guide them, a group of warriors who don't even dare to kill. I really don't know how this bunch of academic types was taught. Okay, I understand. Hearing that he was only being asked to guide them, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't delay his cultural course progress, it was fine. Alright, be careful yourselves. I'll tidy up the southeast side in the next couple of days and see if I can deal with the remaining few remnants. Song Bin nodded and hung up the phone. So, are you still not planning to reveal the location of your archbishop? Song Bin, with his hair down, sat in front of a battered cultist, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Long live the cult. The cultist forced his swollen eyes, resembling steamed buns, to open slightly and said with a hint of mockery. Really, this is why I hate you cultists so much. Song Bin shook his head, stood up, and pinched the cultist's chin. I didn't want to bother with you, you couldn't cause much of a disturbance. But you touched someone you absolutely shouldn't have and did something you absolutely shouldn't have. The pressure in Song Bin's hand increased, and the cultist's jaw made cracking sounds. I, Song Bin, have no children, no parents, and only took in this one disciple, and you still want to harm him. If it were just that, I wouldn't go this far. But you touched the greatest taboo of all warriors. You beasts actually dared to reach for the family of that kid, Chen Mo. Song Bin's expression turned ferocious, and the violent pure blood energy directly sent the table in front of him flying. You should understand that I have even set aside the abyssal rifts of the new students in the South Island to deal with this matter. The South Island has also been temporarily put aside. You should be clear about the relationship between us, right? To the death. Put. With a forceful grip, Song Bin crushed the cultist's head like a watermelon. Tell the higher-ups to double the alert forces around Chen Mo's parents, at least one 12th tier warrior must be stationed there. Those are my disciples' parents, and by seniority, they are my brothers. If they lose even a hair, don't blame me for turning against you. Beside him, the director of the Provincial Martial Arts Education Bureau was sweating profusely, nodding repeatedly but unable to say a word. Tell Yu Jiling that I, Songbin, will be staying in Taizhou for a while, just in time to get closer to my apprentice's parents. Tisk tsk. After taking on an apprentice, your true nature has completely been revealed, hasn't it? Just as the director of the Provincial Martial Arts Education Bureau was sweating, a tall figure appeared behind him. Why you, Governor? The director of the Martial Arts Bureau breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a 12th level martial artist, he felt as helpless as a child without the strength to tie a chicken in front of Songbin. So this is what a practical martial artist who has fought their way out of a sea of corpses is like. So damn terrifying. You used to call me Big Sister, now you call me by my full name. Songbin, aren't you being a bit excessive? Yu Jiling sat in a chair, frowning as she looked at Songbin in front of her. Songbin remained silent, but the hostility emanating from him was still quite chilling. I can understand how you feel right now, but Taizhou is not a place you should go. I will personally take over this matter, and I will inform you of any progress as soon as possible. Nandao needs you, you must return to take charge. Those old men above are already a bit unhappy. Yu Jiling sighed and shook her head helplessly. Do you know how many people you've killed in the southeast region during this time? 17,000 people. Although they were all cultists, do you know how difficult it is to handle the aftermath of killing 17,000 in 3 days? Killing 17,000 pigs isn't done like this. The crematorium has been belching black smoke lately, and the workers are suffocating in the smell of ashes. And those high-ranking cultists, they have been tracked for almost a year, and you just slapped their heads off. Do you know what kind of psychological shadow this has left on the ordinary staff? So what? They dared to touch my apprentice and wanted to touch my apprentice's parents. This is provoking me, Songbin. Songbin still wore that expression, standing up to pat Yu Jiling on the shoulder. Big sister, I know what you want to say. I will return to guard Nandao, but there is one condition. Speak. Hearing that Songbin was willing to compromise, Yu Jiling also breathed a sigh of relief. All intelligence related to Chun Mo, or targeting that child, must be given to me. Especially the Archbishop, I want to tear him to pieces with my own hands. The hostility around Songbin grew even stronger, making Yu Jiling feel a chill down her back. Alright, hurry back, Nandao needs you. Thank you, big sister. Don't forget to look after Chen Mo's family. I know. The next day, Chenli prepared to go to work at the usual time. Although his position was not high, his salary was among the top tier in all of Taizhou. Moreover, it was quite leisurely. He spent his days drinking tea and reading newspapers before clocking out. He was well aware that this job was not earned through his own efforts but rather thanks to his son. TSK, starting to rely on the younger generation at such a young age feels a bit nice. Just as Chenli opened the door to leave for work, his phone in his pocket rang. Hello? Wei Bureau? Chenli was a bit puzzled. Why was Wei Jin calling him so early? Didn't they usually only contact each other at night when going out for drinks and boasting? What? Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Bureau? Who? Me? What's going on? Okay, I got it. You want me to come over now, right? Chenli was completely bewildered. How did he suddenly become the Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Bureau? Could it be that Xiao Mo did something earth-shattering again? What's wrong, old Chen? Su Lu, just waking up, pushed open the bedroom door and looked at Chenli, who was standing at the door without leaving, with a puzzled expression. Nothing much, just that I've been promoted to Deputy Director of the Martial Education Bureau. Chenli shook his head, not intending to make a big deal out of it. It wouldn't reflect well on Chun Mo. You just found out? I've also been transferred to the Martial Education Bureau, as the Director of the Archives. Su Lu yawned, seemingly unfazed by the news. It must be something that Xiao Mo did again, but we probably aren't qualified to know what it is. Just leave it alone, and don't ask Xiao Mo. The kid is grown up and knows what to do. We just need to live our lives and not add trouble for Xiao Mo, Su Lu quickly reminded him, seeing the confusion on Chenli's face. I know, I'm just worried that someone might get jealous and come after me, and that would cause trouble for Xiao Mo. Chenli wasn't a greedy person, he understood what position he could hold based on his abilities. Everything he had now was brought by Chen Mo, and he couldn't let his own issues affect his son. Alright, who in Taizhou would dare to cause you trouble? Just go to work honestly, Su Lu scoffed, tidying up to go to work with Chenli. By the way, Lao Wei said someone is inviting us to dinner tonight, and you have to go. That person seems to have a good relationship with Xiao Mo and wants to meet us. I think their name is Song Bin? At the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, after finishing the morning's Abyss language course, Chun Mo and the others plan to go eat. How are you guys doing? I feel like my tongue is about to tie itself in knots, Gufeng said, smacking his lips as he mixed the dry-boiled noodles in his bowl and slurped a big mouthful. In less than 3 days, Gufeng had already eaten 6 meals of dry-boiled noodles, as if he couldn't get enough. Anyone who didn't know would think there was some pink or blue powder added to the noodles. It's okay, I can keep up with the pace. Chen Mo had a big bowl of tofu pudding and a large bowl of rice in front of him, eating heartily. Despite being just ordinary dishes and very cheap, they were delicious. Especially the dipping sauce for the tofu pudding. The red chili had its own fragrance, and the green chili was fresh. Chen Mo was already addicted to the tofu pudding rice. Anyway, none of them had been to Mountain City before, and each had their own favorite food. Ma Wanglin was quite obsessed with pig trotter soup, He Mia was into braised pork, and as for Yang Zua, he was hooked on large intestines. I'm actually looking forward to the afternoon's basic knowledge of the Abyss course. Professor Chi is very interesting. Gufeng slurped a noodle and casually picked a piece of tofu pudding from Chen Mo's bowl and popped it into his mouth. Yeah, a 2-hour class, and 1.5 hours of it is just nonsense. Just as Gufeng and the others were chatting, Chen Mo turned around to take a look. What's the matter? He frowned and asked the middle-aged man in front of him. Hello, Chen Mo, my name is Lu Yun. The middle-aged man was Lu Yeching's father, a mentor at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and an 8th-level martial artist. Lu Yun. Just say what you need to say. If you're looking for trouble, wait a moment until I finish eating, Chen Mo replied, as nothing was more important than the bowl of tofu pudding in front of him. Ha, Chen classmate is joking. How could I be looking for trouble? Lu Yun smiled and found a small stool to sit next to Chen Mo. I used to be in the military, under Commander Song. Put. Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of tofu pudding, splattering Gufeng with it. Commander Song? Song Bin, Uncle Song? That's right. Governor Song used to be in the military. Lu Yun wanted to introduce Song Bin further but was interrupted when Chen Mo covered his mouth. Just get to the point. How did a military martial artist become so long-winded? Chen Mo took a bite of his meal. Could it be that this martial arts academy in the Mountain City really had some kind of magic, even changing the military warriors? On behalf of the practical faction of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, I invite classmate Chan and several other students to serve as honorary mentors, to fundamentally change the current soft state of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. A calm pond cannot cultivate warriors who can face giant waves. Only the deep ocean can help a martial artist grow into a qualified fighter. Please, classmate Chan, help us restore the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to what it should be. Just say it directly. What do you want me to do, and what do I get in return? Chen Mo put down the tofu pudding in his hand and turned to look at Lu Yun. Classmate Chen, you also know that the current Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is controlled by the academic faction. Lu Yun paused, his expression becoming serious and earnest. Some things are only understood more by us in the martial artist circle. The current situation no longer allows the academic faction to continue controlling the educational policy. While communication and learning can enhance understanding, a martial artist who has never experienced battle is ultimately just a useless vessel of vitality. I hope classmate Chen can lead a team, taking those children from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy who are eager to grow stronger to hunt down cult martial artists. We have already identified the target for the hunt, a small gathering point for cult martial artists within the Mountain City, with the strongest being a level 6 martial artist. I know the risks are high and there will be casualties, but these are inevitable on the path to becoming stronger. Sure, it's not a difficult task. Chen Mo nodded. He could agree to such a small request. What do I get in return? It wasn't that Chen Mo was overly greedy, but unconditional help would only make the people of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy feel that it was something he should do. Not just the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, almost everyone would think this way. You can freely access all the instruments and resources of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and once we resolve our internal issues, we can nominate you as an honorary dean. The moment Lu Yun said this, Chen Mo understood that this group of practical faction members was serious. Not only serious, but also a bit desperate, intending to confront the academic faction. Okay, give me a timeline. Dealing with a few weak cult martial artists was nothing significant for Chen Mo. As long as he wasn't asked to duel a level 4 martial artist, the rest of those below level 9 were nothing more than a dish in front of him. Every day at 3 in the afternoon and 9 in the evening, cult martial artists hold rituals on the 7th floor underground of the Mountain City Global Center. The Martial Arts Bureau has inserted an undercover agent within the cult, so the time and location are absolutely accurate. Lu Yun handed a phone number to Chen Mo and provided him with the undercover agent's information. This person is the undercover? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This Xiang was only a level 2 martial artist. How did he get into the Martial Arts Bureau? Yes, Asyang has a family heirloom disguise technique that allows him to change into another person in 3 seconds, making him quite suitable for this kind of work. Luyan nodded and continued. Here are the time and location. If classmate Chen has time tomorrow, you can lead the team at any time. But one thing to note, the Mountain City Global Center is one of the top 3 comprehensive shopping malls, so it's best not to cause too much chaos. I understand. We will set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. After gathering all the information, Chun Mo waved his hand, signaling Lu Yun that he could leave. Seeing that Chun Mo agreed to this matter, Lu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to their mentor leading the team, having Chun Mo, as a peer, lead was more persuasive. After Lu Yun left, Gu Feng and the others immediately surrounded him. So, are we going to fight tomorrow? Except for Yang Zhua, who remained expressionless while vigorously sucking on his intestines, the other 3 were eagerly gathering around. Just a little over a day's cultural class had these brutes feeling utterly uncomfortable. For them, the pain of attending cultural classes was comparable to eating food made by He Miao. Are you going? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He thought Ma Wanglin was the kind of good kid who loved studying. Of course not. Do you really think I enjoy cultural classes? I'd rather go fight. Ma Wanlin pouted, slurping down the tender hoof flour in his mouth before putting down the bowl. Then let's go together tomorrow, but we need to ask a few professors for leave first. After dealing with those cult martial artists, they happened to be at the Global Center in Shancheng to buy some daily necessities, having come in a hurry without bringing anything. In the afternoon, Professor Chi stood on the podium of the lecture hall right on time. I heard that Xiao Lu requested you to lead the team to capture the cult martial artists, right? This is a good thing. The kids at Shancheng Martial Arts Academy have been spoiled. Each one of them has never even seen blood, not even as capable as I am, a professor who can't even tie a chicken. Professor Chi shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the current state of Shancheng Martial Arts Academy. How about this? Tomorrow I will finish class 2 hours early so you can prepare. I will condense the 8-hour class into 6 hours. Alright, today we will discuss the 13 realms that ordinary martial artists can access. As he spoke, Professor Chi tapped the multimedia whiteboard behind him, and a beautiful PPT appeared before Chen Mo and the others. You martial artists have never paid attention to these matters. Some martial artists don't even know the names of their current realms. The first 3 levels of martial artists are collectively referred to as the blood accumulation realm, which prepares the body for the levels that follow. Typically, martial artists will awaken their blood attributes at this stage, but a small portion do so before level 6. If they haven't awakened their blood attributes by level 6, we generally refer to such martial artists as pure blood martial artists. Professor Chi's teaching style was quite interesting, and the concept of martial artist realms was something Chen Mo and the others needed to understand. There wasn't much discussion about these during high school. After all, not everyone had the qualifications to become a martial artist. Only after completing the refinement of the 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, can you be called an 8th level 5 organ realm expert, which is the pinnacle of the middle 4 levels. Advancing further is simple. You just need to refine your 6 fu organs, complete a preliminary internal circulation, and forge an iron golden body. Once you complete the forging of the iron golden body, the transformation you undergo is unimaginable. To put it bluntly, an upper 4-level martial artist with an iron golden body is entirely different from a lower 4-level martial artist. Upper 4-level martial artists can become indestructible, completely ignoring the threat of conventional firearms. Of course, the 6 fu organs here are just a virtual number. They actually refer to all your internal organs aside from the 5 organs. At night, in the dormitory. This is the first time I've heard someone explain so systematically what each realm of martial artists requires, Chen Mo said, lying on his bed. He had previously been taking things one step at a time, but now it was different. He could know what he needed to do in the future. Indeed, Professor Chi's explanation is much more detailed than the tutor my family hired, and I've gained a lot from it. Gu Feng also agreed with Chen Mo's words. He had some understanding of the realms before, but not much, as he had spent most of his time on martial arts training. 9th level golden body, 10th level condensed core, 11th level diamond, 12th level heavenly martial, 13th level 3 cores returning to 1 can be called a martial ancestor. Chen Mo muttered, but his mind was still echoing with Professor Chi's words from the afternoon. We generally refer to the martial sovereign as a master, but the master is not the end of martial arts. It is merely a more powerful existence that cannot be exposed to society for the time being. When you reach the martial sovereign one day, there will naturally be someone to teach you how to continue on. It seems I should keep the staff of time well. I can't use it when breaking through from level 12 to level 13. Chen Mo's plan was actually quite simple. After reaching the end of martial arts, he would rely on his final reserves and the passive effect of the staff of time to level up twice. He didn't believe that as an existence surpassing 2 major levels beyond the end of martial arts, he would be invincible in this world. No, among the 3 major races of humanity, celestial beings, and abyssal beings, he would be the unrivaled champion. Late at night, while refining his muscles with energy liquid, Chun-Mo suddenly remembered something. His 5th skill slot was still empty. While refining his muscle cells, Chun-Mo opened the lottery interface. After this period of effort and the reward of 10,000 gold coins from the stage task, Chun-Mo had already saved up 21,300 gold coins. He was still far from completing the steel marrow refinement, so it wouldn't be a problem to spend a little on the lottery. As a hoarding mouse, Chun-Mo actually wanted to save these gold coins. Didn't he see that his upgrade buff had been unused until now? He just couldn't bear to use it, feeling that there would always be more important places to use it later. I'll draw 3 times, if I get what I want early, I'll stop. If I don't get what I want after 3 draws, I'll equip the indestructible gear. Chun-Mo rubbed his hands, his self-restraint was quite good, at least he wouldn't make a reckless all-in move. Clicking the lottery, the long-lost big wheel appeared before Chun-Mo once again. The wheel spun rapidly and slowly came to a stop after 3 seconds. Congratulations, host, you have drawn electrotherapy. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes/no, Chun-Mo frowned. He remembered that this skill was Mundo's W, which had very specific timing for release. Electrotherapy charges the body, dealing 20 mental damage per second to nearby 3 meters enemies, lasting up to 30 seconds, and storing 95% of the damage taken in the first 5 seconds and 25% of the damage taken afterward as gray health, which can be released again. Re-release explodes lightning, dealing 80 plus 7% of health as mental damage to nearby enemies. If this damage hits at least one enemy, it will restore 100% of gray health. Note, if it misses, it will restore 50% of gray health. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Another skill with no consumption, and it's a survival skill for dueling. Couldn't they give him a stronger control skill? Shaking his head, Chun-Mo decided not to equip this skill and would rather see the results of the next 2 draws. Clicking the lottery again, the big wheel spun once more. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Giant Emblem. Would you like to equip and materialize it immediately? Note, a maximum of 3 emblems can be equipped at the same time. Giant? Chun-Mo was momentarily stunned, then the giant synergy from TFTS 6 appeared in his mind. It really came out. Giant, 1 increases health by 800. Giant, 2 reduces damage taken by 25%. Giant, 3 reduces damage taken by 25% and additionally increases health by 800. This was a noble percentage damage reduction. If combined with the damage reduction from iron plating boots, Chun-Mo's damage reduction could reach 32%. Unfortunately, he had to reach 2 giants to enjoy the damage reduction, otherwise, this thing would just be a decoration. Temporarily placing the giant emblem into the system backpack, Chun-Mo didn't plan to materialize it yet. He would wait until he gathered 2 or 3 giants before deciding. One last time, if I don't get something good, then that's it. Chun-Mo gritted his teeth. Why was he always drawing things today that were tasteless yet regrettable to discard? The roulette spun, and the pointer finally stopped on a golden square. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the ultimate skill. Ultimate skill, breathtaking. Taking off now? Upon seeing this name, Chun-Mo thought for a long time before recalling which hero's ultimate it was. Isn't this the ultimate of the wrist-strong hero? So it wasn't called taking off, but rather breathtaking after all this time. Feels like another useless thing. Breathtaking, huh? Chun-Mo just wanted to sigh right now. But the moment he clicked on the skill description, he knew the skill had to be equipped. Breathtaking. Capture an enemy within 3 meters and suppress them, then slam that enemy to the ground, dealing 200 plus 120% attack power, plus an additional damage equal to 40% of the captured enemy's health to nearby enemies, and applying a 99% slow for 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. System, wait a moment, does this capture and suppress an enemy work against stronger opponents? Chun-Mo's voice trembled a bit, he was eagerly awaiting the answer. Note, as long as it is a selectable target, it can be released, regardless of strength. Damn! Ha ha ha! Chun-Mo's sudden laughter startled Gu Feng, almost making him fly off the bed. He looked at Chun-Mo, who was wriggling on the bed like a maggot, with a confused expression. What's wrong? Nothing, you sleep. Chun-Mo controlled his emotions and quickly equipped breathtaking in the 5th skill slot. He suddenly realized something. Aside from skills that grow infinitely, these control skills were the most outrageous. Such skills ignore the gap between realms and strength. As long as one enters the range and is selected, it will definitely take effect. Those masters have life values in the tens of billions. If he could grab one of them, the entire city would probably collapse. a skill with explosive power and a particularly short cooldown. By the way, system, why do other skills have such long cooldowns? Chen Mo was puzzled. Even Brahm's Unbreakable had a long cooldown. Why was the ultimate skill Breathtaking's cooldown so short? As the host's level increases, the cooldown conversion ratio of all skills will improve. Cooldown time will be adjusted according to the host's physical strength. The higher the physical strength, the shorter the required cooldown time. Using skills is not without consequence. Each skill usage will impose a burden on the body, and the cooldown time adjustment is to ensure the host's safety. But, breathtaking. Chen Mo suddenly understood. Using the breathtaking skill on a master was equivalent to a nuclear bomb. But if used on a 5th or 6th level martial artist, it would be about the same power as Chen Mo's ordinary punch. I see. The next day, after completing the headache-inducing classes, Chen Mo and the others gathered in front of the gate of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Today's operation couldn't be considered a secret mission, so they didn't hide their whereabouts. 8 people, why so few? Chen Mo looked at the 7 4th-level martial artists and 1 1st-level martial artist in front of him, unable to help but frown. Could it be that such a large Mountain City Martial Arts Academy had so few willing to change? Captain Chen, we are the first batch to follow you on a mission. The others didn't compete with us. The leader was Lu Yeqing, who, as Lu Yun's daughter, secured this spot thanks to her father. Alright, stay safe and listen to my commands. Chen Mo waved his hand, and He Miao, wearing a full-cover helmet, stepped out from behind the group. 4 jet drones took off simultaneously, hovering above Chen Mo and the others. Hey Miao, this time the drones don't need to follow us. You're in charge of directing them, Chen Mo said, tapping on He Miao's helmet. Then you guys. He Miao hesitated a bit. She cared more about Chen Mo and the others than about the students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of weaklings. They can't do anything to us, Chen Mo smiled. As long as the information provided by Lu Yun was accurate, those cult martial artists were indeed not to be feared. Take care of yourselves, let's set off now. The 8 of them, including Lu Yeqing, were exceptionally excited. They were going to carry out a mission alongside the national competition champions. With such a super golden thigh leading the way, they were sure to learn a lot. Chen Mo himself couldn't have imagined that, while he could only cling to others' thighs at the Great Xia Master Academy, he had become someone else's thigh at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. At the Mountain City Global Center, the bustling center of the Mountain City New District, it was quite lively. Even at 8 in the evening, the Mountain City Global Center was still packed with people, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. On the 7th underground level, Xiang was mimicking the actions of the cultists. He was equipped with GPS tracking, which was his main task for infiltrating this cult hideout. I wonder if the people coming to exterminate these beasts today are reliable. I heard they are students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Xiang sighed inwardly, feeling a bit worried. I have a bad feeling about this. I hope nothing goes wrong. To ensure Chen Mo and the others' safety, Lu Yun hadn't even told Xiang that Chen Mo was leading the team. It was normal for Xiang to have such concerns. The crowd at the Mountain City Global Center was simply too large. The cultists had chosen this location for their ritual to leave themselves an escape route. At least they could blend into the crowd or take a few people down with them if discovered. Colleagues, today is the fated day set by the Archbishop. The leader of the cult martial artists, a peak-level 6th-tier martial artist, spoke. The abyss embraces us, yet those foolish people are completely unaware of it, even harboring an aversion to the great abyss. They used the gifts from the abyss but refused to embrace it. How disrespectful and foolish they are. With the arrival of the fated day, we shall offer the sweetest sacrifice to the great abyss. The cult martial artist's expression was frenzied, with some murky saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. In 1 hour, I will summon the great beast king to this place, sending those ignorant people to the abyss to become the food for the great abyss lord. Offer your lives, colleagues. Let this foolish world witness true power. Xiang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the cult martial artist's words. He had been lurking here for too long and had let his guard down. Tonight, he remembered that the Mountain City Global Center was hosting a night comic convention. Including the ordinary shoppers, there were at least 30 to 40,000 people in the entire Global Center, and there were even local stations introducing a newly opened tofu pudding shop. Fated day, this is bad. I must get this message out. Xiang gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know what level of abyss beast the beast king they mentioned was, if an abyss beast appeared in such a crowded place, it would be a disaster. After observing his surroundings, Xiang began to retreat, unnoticed by those around him. The cult martial artists were cutting open their wrists, pouring their blood and vital energy into a stone inscribed with strange patterns. Once he successfully withdrew, Xiang hurriedly took out his communication earpiece and dialed the internal phone of the Martial Affairs Bureau. Director, the cult warriors I infiltrated are planning a large-scale massacre. Send someone for support immediately. As Xiang spoke halfway, he saw a bloody dagger pierce through the gap in his ribs. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out as a 6th-level warrior stepped out from behind Xiang, a sinister smile on his face. Little mouse, you've finally been exposed. I always felt something was off about you, but I still regarded you as a smart person who turned from darkness to light. What a pity, stubborn and unrepentant. You will become the first nourishment for the Beast King's arrival. Director, hurry and send someone, I've been discovered. Xiang's vision began to darken, but he used the last bit of his strength to shout. Stubborn and unrepentant. Put! Another dagger pierced into Xiang's neck, directly severing his carotid artery. Blood sprayed out, making the 6th-level cult warrior appear even more ferocious. I will cut off your head and offer it to. You must be the leader of this group of cult warriors, right? Suddenly, a strange voice rang in the 6th-level cult warrior's ear. Who? The cult warrior released Xiang and immediately leaped back. He meow, go save him, I'll handle the rest. Chen Mo cracked his neck. He hadn't brought his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd today but wore a set of S-class alloy bracelets instead. He had learned the art of fierce fire, so he had to show it off. You're late. In the perception of the cult warrior, Chen Mo's martial arts realm was the same as his, but he was too young, and his combat experience was definitely inferior. No! The cult warrior's pupils constricted. This face looked increasingly familiar. National competition champion, Chen Mo? Grandpa is here. Chen Mo crossed his arms, shielding Xiang behind him. Ha 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 ha. Truly heaven's help. Since you want to die, I will grant you that. The 6th-level warrior laughed maniacally but showed no intention of attacking immediately. I'll give you 3 counts. If you don't make a move, I'll kill you. Chen Mo raised 3 fingers, ready to start the countdown. No. I know I'm not your opponent, but do you think I would be unprepared? The 6th-level cult warrior tore open his shirt, revealing a glowing device on his chest. See this? It's a life sensor. Once I die, the 3,000 kilograms of explosives buried under the global center will detonate. Even you can't withstand the power of 3,000 kilograms of explosives, right? That's right, he had prepared 2 plans. One was to summon the Beast King using the blood sacrifice abyssal stone and retreat unscathed, returning to the cult to receive honors. The second was to use another sacrificial method, which was to directly kill the 40,000 people in the global center. The sacrifice of these 40,000 people would be enough to awaken the abyssal stone and summon the immensely powerful Beast King to the mountain city. No matter what, his plan was perfect. Ha 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 ha. If you don't believe me, you can let those little brats check and see if I'm lying. Before the cult warrior could finish his sentence, he felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, a massive blood hole had appeared in his chest. You! With a thud, the 6th-level cult warrior fell to the ground, confusion flickering in his eyes. Maintain the vitality of this heart, you all go disarm the explosives. Handing the still-beating heart to Miao, Chen Mo turned and walked toward the location on the map. He couldn't understand what this cult warrior was babbling about. He only knew that such a menace should be killed, and as for the rest, he would leave it to Miao. Miao was exceptionally skilled in using mental power, and the heart in her hands continued to beat. She could even treat Xiang's injuries while maintaining the heart's vitality. Why are you still dazed? Move! Gu Feng shouted, and the students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy finally came to their senses. Everything had happened too quickly, they hadn't had time to react. First, the undercover agent was exposed and nearly killed, then there was 3,000 kilograms of explosives, and next, that 6th-level cult martial artist was dead. The explosives didn't even detonate? Everything was happening too fast, but this emergency situation wouldn't give them enough time to react. The 8 of them immediately scattered to search for traces of the explosives, but after just a couple of steps, they retreated. Gu Feng, something seems off ahead, Lu Yeqing said, trembling as she looked at the pair of crimson eyes and the purplish cracks in the passage. Leave this to us. Ma Wanlin, you go with them to disarm the bombs. No need to completely disarm them, just take those bombs down from their installation and bring them away. The demilitarization will be handled by the Martial Affairs Bureau. Professional matters need professionals. Ordering me around now? Ma Wanlin rolled her eyes but still led Lu Yeqing and the others to search for the bombs. Although she was a bit annoyed at being ordered around, Ma Wanlin could still distinguish between priorities. I remember there was a record of that thing in the Master Academy. I think it's called the Boundary Stone. Gu Feng said, watching the 3 abyss beasts emerge from the purplish cracks, recalling what he had seen in the Master Academy. This Boundary Stone wasn't too common in the deeper abyss, it was generally used for emergency relocations. The boundary stone could open a small abyssal crack around the user, but no one could guarantee the final landing point after entering. Did these cult martial artists somehow figure out how to accurately land with the boundary stone? No, that's not right. They merely activated the boundary stone, attracting the abyss beasts with their blood and the scent of blood. What a load of nonsense about sacrifices. They were just a bunch of terrorists. Go! Quick battle, quick resolution, and don't let it affect the normal operations above. In fact, the moment Ah Xiang sent out the distress signal, the Martial Affairs Bureau had already sprung into action. The global center was currently undergoing an emergency evacuation, but there were too many people, and it couldn't be fully evacuated in a short time. Unlike the useless officials in movies, the officials of the Great Xia were quite formidable, and their response speed was top-notch. Gufeng's long staff instantly turned bright red, the terrifying high temperature scorching the surrounding air. Yang's spear crackled with electricity, and two external avatars emerged from behind him. Go! Outside the Mountain City Global Center, the staff of the Martial Affairs Bureau were rapidly evacuating the internal crowd. The director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Nia Yan, had a cold expression. Such a dangerous group of terrorists had appeared under his jurisdiction, and he was completely unaware of it. He had truly underestimated the destructive power of these cult martial artists. I need to discuss this with Old Wong later. We can't continue the investigation. We must act decisively to eliminate them. As an 11th level martial artist and the director of the Martial Affairs Bureau in Area 1, Nia Yan was more than capable, but facing this situation still made him sweat. If things weren't handled well, it could lead to a tragedy involving tens of thousands of people. Not to mention losing his position as the director, even his own head would be at risk. Director, the internal personnel have been mostly evacuated. Complete evacuation will still take 12 minutes. Hurry, speed it up. Send bomb disposal experts to the underground 7th level to assist the students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. As the director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Nia Yan's style was decisive and efficient. Sending out bomb disposal experts as soon as possible to deal with the explosives was the only way to minimize damage. Just as 3 bomb disposal experts were about to enter the global center, the ground began to tremble violently. With a loud bang, a figure shot up from underground and landed beside Nia Yan. Damn it, an 11th level abyss beast. This skin is really tough. Chen Mo rubbed his aching chest and then noticed that someone was beside him. What level are you? Chen Mo got up, not caring about the identity of the person in front of him, but the aura emanating from them was not weak. Level 11. Nia Yan was still in shock, instinctively answering Chen Mo's question. You handle that level 11 abyss beast, and leave the remaining level 7 and 8 abyss beasts to me. I've already contacted the governor of Mountain City. He will be here soon. A few days ago, Songbin had given Chen Mo the contact information for Governor Chiu Wushuang, saying that he could call him directly if there was anything. Oh. Nia Yan nodded, his blood surging as he charged towards the level 11 abyss beast. Wait, I remember I'm the director, right? Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Let's deal with this abyss beast first. Despite Nia Yan's chubby appearance, he was a solid combat warrior with considerable strength. The big guy is taken care of, these little ones are mine. Chen Mo cracked his neck, looking at the level 7 and 8 abyss beasts crawling out of the cave. That big hole was created when he was slapped away by the level 11 abyss beast. He still had a few steel bars stuck in his back. The crowd, which had not yet had time to evacuate, screamed at the sight of the twisted and bizarre abyss beasts. They had been so well protected by the warriors and the country that it had been many years since an abyss beast had attacked the city. Some of the younger generation didn't even recognize these terrifying creatures. Ding-dling! The steel bracelet on Chen Mo's wrist emitted a crisp sound, a faint noise that strangely drowned out the surrounding screams and the roars of the abyss beasts. The crowd stopped in their tracks, realizing they seemed to be out of danger. Diamond Iron Wire Fist, fiery momentum. Like a giant python, the blood surged around Chen Mo's arms, the terrifying pressure of his blood overpowering all other sounds. Chen Mo's body began to swell rapidly, transforming from a handsome and capable youth into a muscular beast. Blood as strong as molten steel flowed through his snake-like veins, and his fair skin turned iron gray at that moment. Split the sea! A furious shout rang out as Chen Mo swung both fists simultaneously. The level 12 abyss beast core in the steel bracelet began to shine. The ground cracked, and 2 substantial fists of condensed blood smashed the abyss beasts into a pulp. The ruins of the buildings were completely turned to dust under this punch, leaving 2 enormous fist imprints on the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Mo gasped for breath. The fiery momentum consumed a tremendous amount of blood energy, and even he could not continuously use such a terrifying martial skill. Just one punch, merely one punch. Those more than 20 level 7 and 8 abyss beasts were reduced to ashes. The crowd stared wide-eyed, even the staff of the Martial Arts Bureau looked incredulous. No way, this boy. Could he be a level 9 warrior? Most people's understanding of warriors only reached the first 3 levels. Only those within the warrior circle could comprehend just how powerful Chen Mo was at that moment. Tisk, more coming? Chen Mo had only tested the power of the first transformation of fiery momentum. He didn't plan to waste time on these abyss beasts. They were all excellent materials for forging steel. Transformed into a muscular beast, Chen Mo stomped the ground fiercely, like a tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, unleashing a bloody massacre. As his fists danced, flesh and blood flew everywhere, the stench of blood gradually covering the ground around him. After this wave of level 7 and 8 abyss beasts was wiped out, the only ones that emerged afterward were level 3 and 4 abyss beasts, one punch each, dealt 588,007 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 70,560, dealt 588,007 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 70,560. Chen Mo's life value was rapidly increasing under the drenching of the blood of these abyss beasts. Gradually, the corpses of the abyss beasts piled up, forming a small mountain. Standing atop the mountain of abyss beast corpses, Chen Mo was covered in the foul-smelling blood, making him look incredibly ferocious. Trash. Wiping the blood from his face, Chen Mo glanced at his life value. He had just fought so fiercely that he hadn't even thought to check how much his life value had increased. Name, Chen Mo, life value, 6,865,400, attack power, 192,308, up by over 2 million, not bad. Chen Mo licked the corner of his mouth. These abyss beasts had only consumed a tiny bit of his time, and the rewards were astonishing. Unfortunately, this was in the city, otherwise, if Chen Mo had held back a bit, he might have been able to harvest even more. For Chen Mo, this level of opponent was nothing. It was just a part of his daily routine at the Dasha Master Academy. No, this wasn't even routine. His daily life involved dealing with level 11 and 12 abyss warriors. But to ordinary people, these abyss beast corpses were different. Each of these beasts was enormous, the smallest being at least 2 stories tall. Just one of them could destroy half a mountain city. Such terrifying monsters were incredibly fragile under the fists of this young man, unable to withstand even a single blow. Warrior, this is what a warrior is. Some people murmured, already beginning to envision themselves as powerful beings. That fat guy is still not done, so slow. Looking up, he saw Nie Yen engaged in a fierce battle with an 11th level abyss beast, wielding a long knife. Both the person and the beast were fighting in the sky, and Chen Mo couldn't help. Stop dawdling, quickly evacuate the surrounding crowd, and get everyone in the community to safety. There may still be abyss beasts below, it's not safe here. Seeing the staff staring blankly at him, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Was this really the time to watch the show? They should be escaping. The martial artists from the Martial Control Bureau finally reacted, hurriedly guiding the crowd to evacuate. Chen Mo didn't notice that amidst the sea of people, a camera was recording everything that had just happened. Big material, this is explosive big material. The cameraman from the Mountain City TV station was flushed. He was tired of filming boring things. Warriors in battle were the footage he wanted to capture. Violence, power, is this what a warrior is? About a minute later, the surrounding crowd had mostly been evacuated, and Chen Mo planned to go inside to check the situation in the mall. He remembered that the martial artist from the Martial Control Bureau had said there was still a group of students attending the comic exhibition inside who hadn't evacuated. He wondered how they were doing now. Just as Chen Mo was about to enter, he heard He Miao scream through his earpiece. What happened to He Miao? Answer me. Chen Mo's heart sank. That commotion was definitely not a good sign. Chen Mo, run. A 9th level abyss beast has appeared in the mall. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo are fighting it. Don't worry about it, get out quickly. Are you hurt? Chen Mo frowned, asking while running towards the mall. As for Nie Yin in the sky, Chen Mo had already decided not to concern himself with him. No, there are still over 100 people who haven't left, many of them are injured. He Miao's voice was clearly tinged with pain, and Chen Mo could tell she was hurt. He initially thought about telling He Miao to abandon those over 100 people, but then he reconsidered, that was over 100 lives. Ask yourself, if it were your friends or family trapped, what choice would you make? Regardless of how you put it, that's over 100 lives at stake, even if it's in another dimension. Wait for me, hold on. Chen Mo took a deep breath, activating his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood simultaneously, charging into the mall like a cannonball. At this moment, in the plaza on the first floor of the global center, Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were facing off against a level 9 abyss beast. The beast was covered in scales, and even Yang Zhuo's thunder could not harm it in the slightest. No way, the gap between mid-4th level warriors and upper 4th level is too great. We are definitely no match for it. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, his arm bones already cracking, the freshly refined steel marrow beginning to ooze out. Let's use that move, it's already been exposed anyway. Gu Feng's eyes shone brightly as a layer of liquid metal-like marrow seeped from his skin. Steel marrow permeation. Yang Zhuo glanced at Gu Feng and silently began his own steel marrow permeation. However, his was somewhat different. The avatars around him also started their steel marrow permeation. Don't be afraid, we will get you out of here. He Miao was treating her severed arm with one hand while using her other hand to release mental energy to maintain the heart's activity. Xiang's condition had stabilized, and the mental energy she had divided was used to treat the high school students. The kids attending the comic convention were all quite young, wearing not so refined makeup and clothes and props they had saved up for a long time to buy. They should have been full of vitality, but now their eyes were filled with fear. Almost everyone had some bruises. They huddled together, covered in dirt, not far from Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo who were battling the level 9 Abyss Beast. Sister, can we still go home? A girl who looked about 13 or 14 had tears in her eyes. She had never been this scared in her life. Don't worry, someone will come to rescue you soon, he's very powerful. He Miao smiled, using her mental energy to soothe the children's emotions. Chen Mo, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Gu Feng thrust his long staff forward, barely dodging a fatal blow from the Abyss Beast's claws. The level 9 Abyss Beast was still too powerful. Even with both of them using steel marrow permeation, they couldn't kill it and were even at a disadvantage. A slight misstep could lead to being killed in one hit. Not good, this ghost-armored beast has long-range attack capabilities. Yang Zhuo's pupils contracted as he saw a massive amount of energy particles gathering in the beast's throat. It was about to unleash a deadly attack on them. He Miao, get everyone you can out of here immediately. We'll find a way to block this attack. Gu Feng realized too late that he had been careless. He hadn't noticed that the ghost-armored beast had been charging its power all along. The previous attacks were merely tests. The real killing move was hidden in the energy torrent within the beast's throat. Although He Miao was weak, she was not indecisive. There's no time. Yang Zhuo took a deep breath, fully activating his divine powers, charging towards the ghost-armored beast with all 10 of his steel marrow permeations. Hearing Yang Zhuo's words, many people showed expressions of despair, with some even huddling together, waiting for death to come. Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng did their utmost to stop the torrent of energy, but the level 9 ghost-armored beast was not something they could shake. At that moment, both felt incredibly weak, unable to even protect a group of ordinary people. Damn it, I'm going all out with you. Gu Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, and cracks appeared all over his body. Roar! The ghost-armored beast opened its mouth wide, and a purplish-red torrent of energy erupted instantly. Stay behind me! Just as everyone was about to fall into complete despair, a figure as solid as a copper wall appeared in front of them. Unbreakable! A seemingly fragile ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the devastating torrent of energy outside. Is this thing really that damaging? Chen Mo was startled to see his health rapidly declining, his feet sinking into the ground under the impact of the energy flow. Don't just stand there in a daze. Leave this to me, you take them and get out immediately. Chen Mo shot a glare at Gu Feng, who finally snapped back to reality. What kind of ability is this? Yang Zhuo's eyes widened. This was perhaps the most intense reaction he had after being ambushed by Chen Mo. To withstand this blow, Chen Mo switched his Divine Twilight to Unbreakable. Fortunately, the Unbreakable Ice Shield had a 95% damage reduction, otherwise, Chen Mo alone wouldn't be able to endure it. The ghost-armored beast seemed to have locked onto Chen Mo, its scales bristling and emitting puffs of white smoke, while the energy torrent it spewed became even more ferocious. Luckily, without the hindrance of Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, who moved at incredible speed, they managed to evacuate over 100 people in less than a minute. Looking at the encroaching horde of abyssal beasts and glancing at his dwindling health, Chen Mo steeled himself for a desperate fight. Just right, I'll use this big guy to test my new skill. Chen Mo glanced at the ghost-armored beast's health, 16 million. 40% of 16 million was 6,400,000, enough to crush the surrounding beasts. Just as he was about to unleash his awe-inspiring skill, the system prompted that the distance was insufficient. The energy torrent showed no signs of stopping, even Chen Mo couldn't move forward against it. Bang! Blink! A flash of golden light passed, and Shenmo's figure instantly crossed that distance, successfully entering the release range of his awe-inspiring skill. Give it to me! Smash! Shenmo's veins bulged as the ghost-armored beast seemed to be pulled into his hands and flew up. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and a terrifying shockwave shattered everything around into fragments. Dealt 6,630,969 points of area damage. The ghost-armored beast let out a wail, its scales shattered under the terrifying shockwave. It couldn't comprehend why such a small thing could throw it with such force. Of course, Chen Mo wouldn't give it a chance to think. There's a saying, take advantage of someone's illness to claim their life. Cycle of absolute despair. Through the dark gate, the ground around them ignited with gray-green flames, and the sky turned the same hue. Waves of indescribable weakness eroded the ghost-armored beast. Its original 16 million health was now reduced to 6,400,000. The 40% damage from awe-inspiring, combined with the 20% attribute theft from Cycle of Absolute Despair, left the ghost-armored beast utterly weakened. Such powerful strength. Chen Mo stretched his body, his valor points had long been maxed out, and he could crush this ghost-armored beast with a single punch at any moment. It was known that Chen Mo's current attack power reached 190,000. According to the calculation method for a deliberate punch, his maximum damage could reach 5 times his valor points. 50% of maximum health was the cap for valor points, meaning Chen Mo's punch could deal up to 250% of maximum health. One punch and you'll be lost. A golden light enveloped Chen Mo's body, and the long-accumulated violent power erupted instantly. The ghost-armored beast sensed the terrifying power of this punch and let out a strange cry, attempting to flee from the Cycle of Absolute Despair. But the Cycle of Absolute Despair had already sealed off all its escape routes. The ghost-armored beast could only watch helplessly as the punch struck its body. The earth vaporized instantly under the terrifying force of this punch, and the beast's proud, hard black scales evaporated in that moment. Dealt 26,371,348 points of true damage. In the cycle of reincarnation, the target has been killed, 20% of all attributes have been plundered attributes, health 3,200,000, defense 450,000, attack 200,000. A low probability event has occurred, successfully plundering the outer defense scales of the ghost armor beast. What the hell? Chen Mo, who had just been excited that his health had finally surpassed 10 million, was stunned to find that a layer of black scales had grown on his right hand. What the hell is this? Before Chen Mo could react, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black scales, with only his eyes exposed, the rest completely covered. At this moment, Chen Mo looked nothing like a human, he resembled a human-like abyss beast. System, what the hell is going on? Also, how do I remove this thing? Chen Mo panicked. In this state, he couldn't even continue living, let alone walk out of the global center without being mistaken for an abyss beast and killed. While the host was plundering attributes, the perfect steel skin resonated with the scales of the ghost armor beast, triggering a very low probability event. Talent plunder similar to perfect steel skin, stopping the flow of vitality will restore normal state. Hearing this, Chen Mo hurriedly stopped activating the perfect steel skin, and the layer of black scales finally receded. That was a bit scary. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to be able to change back. If he couldn't revert, that would be troublesome. Glancing at the almost completely ruined global center, Chen Mo had nothing much to say. The fact that there were no casualties was enough to make Niayen secretly happy. The global center could always be rebuilt. The 3,000 kilograms of explosives were successfully dismantled with the efforts of Ma Wanlin and 8 students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and were finally handed over to the bomb disposal experts of the Martial Affairs Bureau for safe disposal. Opening his attribute panel, Chen Mo grinned at his health that had broken into 8 digits. Name, Chen Mo Health, 10,065, 400 Attack, 406, 808 Defense, 489,000. Finally, Chen Mo's defense had successfully surpassed his attack power. His attributes now rivaled those of a 9th-level martial artist. The only area where he lagged behind 9th-level martial artists was in vitality, but as his realm increased, his vitality was always several times higher than that of others at the same level. Right, let me take a look at this talent plunder. He had just been so absorbed in looking at his attributes that he had forgotten about the black scales. Perfect Steel Skin Ghost Armor, the second form of Perfect Steel Skin, which increases defense by 100% after activating Perfect Steel Skin, with an additional 50% increase, and energy resistance increased by 20%. Note, the vitality consumed in Ghost Armor state is 5 times that of Perfect Steel Skin. If that's the case, my defense in Ghost Armor state is nearly 1 million. Ignoring the 5-fold increase in consumption, this Ghost Armor was somewhat overpowered. With both Perfect Steel Skin and Ghost Armor activated, Chen Mo's defense could exceed 1 million. 1 million! This was a level only 10th level martial artists who had forged their golden bodies could achieve. Since this thing is an extension of Perfect Steel Skin, can it be activated partially? After pondering for a while, Chen Mo decided to try it on his right hand. Chen Mo. Just as Chen Mo was contemplating how to test his current defense, a worried Gu Feng rushed in from outside. Are you okay? Although Gu Feng knew that Chen Mo was much stronger than him, he was still very concerned about the 9th level Abyss Beast. I'm fine, what about those from the 2nd dimension? Chen Mo quickly stopped the flow of vitality to the ghost armor and turned to look at Gu Feng. They're all fine, but one student from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is injured. Gu Feng recalled that aside from that unlucky fellow, everyone else was fine. What happened? Could it be that a deep beast appeared that even Ma Wanlin couldn't handle? Chen Mo frowned tightly. Despite Ma Wanlin being a level 6 warrior, even ordinary level 7 warriors were no match for her. That's not the case, they haven't encountered any deep beasts along the way. Gu Feng shook his head. What on earth happened? How did he get injured? Chen Mo was confused. If they hadn't encountered any enemies, how could he be hurt? Ah, that unlucky fellow tripped over a rebar while disarming a bomb and knocked out a front tooth. Chen Mo was at a loss for words. A dignified warrior actually tripped over rebar and knocked out his own tooth. This group of students really needed more training. They all went blank at the slightest issue. He would mention it to Lu Yun later. By the way, Governor Qiu Wuxuang has already killed that level 11 deep beast. Currently, aside from some scrapes, there are no civilian casualties. Gu Feng suddenly remembered that Qiu Wuxuang had just been looking for Chen Mo. It seems Governor Qiu is still looking for you. She seems to have something to discuss. I understand, let's go out first. I feel like this place is about to collapse. Chen Mo glanced at the precariously swaying ceiling. The damage caused by the recent spectacle was too severe, and the overall structure of the global center had suffered significant harm. This incident also made the Mountain City Martial Arts Bureau realize the dangers posed by cult warriors, prompting a thunderous extermination operation. Just as Chen Mo stepped out of the ruins of the global center, he bumped into a muscular man. Or rather, a young woman over 2 meters tall with an explosive physique who was looking down at him. Are you Chen Mo? Yes, but I don't know who you are. Chen Mo swallowed hard, his gaze completely fixated on her 2 head-sized muscles. You little brat, what are you staring at? Even your master Songbin calls me Aunt Qiu. Qiu Wuxuang pinched Chen Mo's ear. This little lecher had some nerve, staring at her muscles right after meeting. Aunt Qiu. Chen Mo's suddenly ignited interest was instantly extinguished. He wasn't ready to play around with a rich woman. From now on, you can call me Aunt Qiu too. Qiu Wuxuang chuckled as she released Chen Mo's ear and looked him up and down. You really are quite sturdy. I can't help but feel you're not much different from a level 9 warrior. By the way, didn't old man Gong ask you to deliver the energy battery to the Mountain City Research Institute? What have you been doing these past few days? Qiu Wuxuang looked at Chen Mo as if he were her grandson, making him break out in goosebumps. I just forgot. I'll send it over later. Chen Mo laughed awkwardly. He still didn't know how much the energy battery was worth, so how could he easily let it go? You think I can't tell what you're thinking, little guy? Qiu Wuxuang's gaze was playful as she lightly tapped Chen Mo's forehead. Don't worry, no one can take your things. Just hand them over to them. There was a strong energy fluctuation inside just now, along with a very rich blood energy wave. Did you encounter a level 4 deep beast? How about this, come with me to the Mountain City Research Center later, and let them check you out. Chen Mo readily agreed, thinking that Qiu Wuxuang wouldn't lead him astray. From what Qiu Wuxuang implied, her relationship with Uncle Song seemed quite good. They might even have a senior-junior relationship. Nie Yan stood by, dumbfounded, watching Chen Mo and Qiu Wuxuang. Why did these two look like sisters? Thankfully, she had been careful with her words earlier. Otherwise, if she had offended Chen Mo, she would probably have been in for a rough time. Nie Yan. After dealing with Chen Mo, Qiu Wuxuang shouted angrily, startling Nie Yan to the point of almost kneeling. Qiu, Governor Qiu. Nie Yan, drenched in sweat, approached with an awkward smile and nodded. This matter was handled well. It was I who wanted to catch all the cult warriors in one go, and I am also the main person responsible for this crisis, so you can rest assured. Qiu Wuxuang patted Nie Yan on the shoulder. She was a direct superior in the Martial Affairs Bureau, and the responsibility for such an incident fell mostly on her. Once you return, immediately start eliminating the cult warriors in the southwest region. Make sure to clean them out. This time I'll cover for you, but don't let any more problems arise. Yes, I understand. Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Governor Qiu was willing to give him a chance, that was enough. Also, Chen Mo and those kids are exchange students at the Mountain City Martial Academy. Please take care of them for me. Qiu Wuxuang turned to look at Chen Mo, who was chatting with Ma Wanglin and others, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Is this the disciple you chose, Xiaobin? He really is quite a talented genius. Just that his eyes aren't very honest, always looking around. The next day, as Chen Mo stepped out of the dormitory, he ran into Lu Yun. Instructor Lu, can you please confirm the accuracy of the information next time you assign a task? Just thinking about what happened last night at the Global Center made Chen Mo angry. Wasn't it said that the strongest was only level 6? Damn it, if he hadn't gone yesterday, his team would have been completely wiped out in Mountain City. Classmate Chen, I apologize for this matter, but what's important now is not that. Lu Yun scratched his nose. They already knew what had happened yesterday. You'd better take a look at today's local Mountain City public account and the Dasha News Network. Yesterday's events have already been reported. So what if it's reported? What does it have to do with me? Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. In that situation yesterday, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him, let alone that someone conveniently recorded the whole thing. Who had the guts to do that? At that moment, running away was the priority. He pulled out his phone and opened the Dasha News Network. Why did that figure on the front page look so familiar? A muscular man stood atop a small mountain made of abyss beast corpses, completely enveloped in blood-red flames. He looked quite domineering, really handsome. Isn't this me? Chen Mo's eyes nearly fell into his phone. Has the Dasha review process become so lax that such bloody images can be published? It seems that the higher-ups are using this incident to educate the public about abyss beasts and the abyss cult. Lu Yun felt a bit awkward. Although Chen Mo's reputation had risen again, it seemed he might have become a thorn in the side of the cult. By the way, they've also launched a nationwide crackdown on cults. I think it's called the Qian Kuan Cheng Lang operation? Chen Mo's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Who on earth was so idle as to include him in this? And made it the front page headline. But thinking about it, the scene was indeed shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sigh. Chen Mo sighed. He had already attracted the hatred of the Abyss cult, and now it was even more. After all, the surface source of this operation was him. You must first kill that servant with taunting effects, right? About last night. Lu Yun rubbed his hands. He had heard that Chen Mo had killed a level 9 ghost armored beast. That thing could withstand thermal pressure bombs, and Chen Mo had actually managed to kill it. Forget it, this matter was my promise to you, and you don't need to apologize to me. No one expected such a thing to happen. Chen Mo waved his hand. He had gained quite a bit from last night, so it wasn't entirely a wasted effort. I'll go to class first. If there's anything, come find me in the cafeteria during lunch. After speaking, Chen Mo left with the Abyssal Language textbook. Although quite a significant event had occurred last night, the Abyssal Language class remained the same as ever. The left brain and right brain attacked each other, while the tongue and throat had an intimate encounter. The drowsy Gu Feng, the bewildered Chen Mo, and the diligent Yang Zhuo formed this harmonious Abyssal Language classroom. Alright, today's class ends here. Professor Wei put away the lecture notes and focused his gaze on Chen Mo. Truly worthy of being from the great Xia Master Academy, I can't help but admire you. Chen Mo, I hope you can change the current situation of the Mountain City Martial Academy. Nodding at Chen Mo, Professor Wei then left the lecture hall. You've become famous again. Finally liberated, Gu Feng walked over to Chen Mo and threw an arm around his shoulder. I saw today's front page headline. Basically, everyone in the Martial Academy is discussing what happened last night. With the publicity from the 8 people we took out, I feel like there will be even more people wanting to team up with you for missions next time. Don't mention it. It gives me a headache. Chen Mo rubbed his temples. Sometimes being too high profile wasn't a good thing. Chen Mo thought that relying on his ruthless tactics from the first day would be enough, but he didn't expect such divine assistance to come out of nowhere. As a result of this incident, the Mountain City Martial Academy, or rather all the academies in Great Xia, began to lose their influence. Following the extremely severe incident at the Mountain City Global Center, all of Great Xia launched a vigorous anti-cult campaign. Cult organizations, which had originally distanced themselves from ordinary people's lives, were now completely exposed to the public eye. Cults were like a group of rats in a sewer. Once exposed to the light, their complete demise was not far off. The Abyssal Church's southwest district, under Qiu Wushuang's siege, was left with only one last stronghold, which would also completely vanish from history today. 10 12th level martial artists surrounded the stronghold under Qiu Wushuang's leadership, and the area within 100 kilometers had been completely cleared. These rats, the higher-ups originally didn't want to bother with them, but they brought this upon themselves. Qiu Wushuang sneered, looking at the purplish-red fissure below. Compared to the malicious incident at the South Island Abyssal Fissure, the Abyssal Church should never have interfered with the normal operation of human society. The rules of operation in the Abyssal Fissure and the outside world were two different systems. No matter how much chaos you caused in the Abyssal Fissure, it was still just within the fissure, and the impact wasn't too severe. The higher-ups were currently facing many issues that were far more important than eradicating cults, such as the accelerated fusion progress of the Abyssal Fissure. So far, more than 3 shallow abysses had begun to undergo mutations, showing signs of merging with deeper abysses. These were the matters the higher-ups prioritized, concerning the survival of all humanity. But if you dared to cause trouble in the outside world, then you couldn't blame the higher-ups for their thunderous methods. Inside the stronghold, the cultists, now in a state of leaderless chaos, had fierce expressions, showing no intention of repentance. Everything is that Chen Mo's fault, he truly deserves to die. A cultist's eyes were bloodshot, gripping a long knife tightly, clearly still wanting to resist. The downfall of the Southeast District has its reasons, and now the Southwest District has fallen to this point, his shadow appears again. Does he really want to fight to the death with our divine cult? At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that the misfortunes he encountered had led the Abyssal Church to believe he was targeting them. Let's fight to the death. We will never bow to these foolish people. Kill, kill, kill. Achoo! Chen Mo rubbed his nose. Had he just sneezed? Could it be that Gu Feng was cursing him behind his back? Glancing at the dazed Gu Feng, Chen Mo could confirm that this guy's brain had already stopped functioning. Overall, compared to the Abyssal cult, the shallow and deep abysses pose a greater threat to humanity. The role of the celestial race is more like that of a neutral party. They have remained uninvolved since their sudden appearance. The threat level of the ice caverns in the northeast is relatively low, as only the northeast has the Snow Woman clan. Alright, there are only 3 martial arts academies in the northeast, and they are all iron-blooded practical schools, closely cooperating with the local military. At 9 in the evening, Chen Mo and his companions were sitting in the cafeteria, having a belated dinner. It's been a week. Aunt Xiao said she would take me to the research center for a checkup, but I haven't heard anything yet. Chen Mo sighed. He really wanted to understand what was going on with his ghost armor. He wasn't worried about exposing anything. Those researchers had wild imaginations and would eventually come up with a logically coherent explanation on their own. Abba. Gu Feng still had a dazed look in his eyes. The recent schedule had been too tight, causing his brain to overload a bit. Every day started with cultural classes, and after those, they led teams to eliminate nearby small cult organizations. After a tiring day, they couldn't even rest. Chen Mo and the others were refining their bodies at night, and Gu Feng couldn't fall behind either. This led to Gu Feng being a bit overloaded lately, and his brain wasn't functioning well. Excuse me, is this Chen Mo? Just as Chen Mo was enjoying his dinner, a somewhat awkward Chinese voice reached his ears. What's the matter? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Hadn't this group of exchange students left? Ever since he had killed Oda Jun with a single punch, this so-called exchange meeting had quieted down. Chen Mo didn't know if they had left or just behaved themselves. In any case, there had been no movement these past few days. But why were the exchange students suddenly appearing here? Were they looking for trouble? The thought of someone wanting to cause him trouble made Chen Mo's eyes light up. These past few days, while leading the team, he had hardly made a move himself to allow the students of Shancheng Martial Academy to gain more combat experience. He had long wanted to find a hapless soul to test the power of his steel heart after his life value exceeded 10 million. I am the vice president of the Siam National Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Baon. I would like to invite you to become a mentor at the Siam National Martial Arts Academy, as well as an honorary president. I hope you can give us the opportunity to show our sincerity, and we will do our utmost to provide you with what you want. Baong appeared to be sincere, but Chen Mo had no intention of leaving Daxia. He glanced at Baong in front of him. He was merely a 6th-level martial artist. How could someone with such strength become a vice president? Don't be surprised, the strongest martial artist in Siam is an 11th-level martial artist. Any 30-year-old student from the Master Academy could easily defeat them. That place doesn't even have a single abyssal rift. All their cultivation resources are imported. Gu Feng seemed to have come back to his senses and leaned in to speak. With your strength, you could basically walk sideways in Siam. No one would dare to say anything if you bullied men and women. Why would I bully men and women? A question mark appeared over Chen Mo's head. Was Gu Feng's focus off? As a martial artist, shouldn't he be concerned about the issue of cultivation resources? Vice President Baong, please do not disturb Chen Mo, and he is not a student of Shancheng Martial Academy. Lu Yan's appearance abruptly halted the conversation, and Vice President Baong could only nod and turn to leave. Sorry, the exchange group has been quite well behaved lately, and we can't just kick them out. Lu Yan casually found a chair and sat down. It's fine, even if you hadn't come to refuse him, I wouldn't go to such a resource-poor place. Chen Mo waved his hand. His current resources were equivalent to holding a mountain of gold, but in Siam, he wouldn't have such abundant resources. Just now, Governor Chiu sent news that the cult organizations in the southwest region have been eradicated. The mission to eliminate the cult warriors has come to a close. Although he had lost a means of training, Lu Yan felt that this was better. That's great. Gu Feng was almost moved to tears. He could finally take a break. I've assigned a new leading task to everyone. There is a rift in the abyss located in the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, connecting to the shallow abyss. Luyan's face turned a bit red. As a mentor, his reputation was even lower than that of a group of exchange students, which was quite embarrassing. Understood, the shallow abyss is also good. Chen Mo nodded. Compared to the endless abyss beasts, the number of cult warriors was still too small for him to enjoy a good fight. We still have to continue. Gu Feng seemed to have lost all his strength and directly slumped onto the table. Student Chen, Governor Chiu will come to pick you up tomorrow, but she didn't tell me what exactly she wants to do. Luyan didn't look at Gu Feng but continued speaking to Chen Mo. Thank you, Mentor Lu, for the message. I have a rough idea of what Aunt Chiu wants to take me for. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Governor Chiu had forgotten about him. It's good that she hasn't forgotten. He was curious to see what those creative minds would explain about his ghost armor. Although he had been busy during this time, Chen Mo had not forgotten to refine his muscles. Of course, he was also practicing the fiery force. Currently, the progress of Chen Mo's muscle refinement had reached 25%, and both his arms and chest muscles had been fully refined. The proficiency of the fiery force was also slowly increasing, but unfortunately, this could only be practiced alone, with no other methods to assist. Moreover, as the muscle refinement of his arms was completed, Chen Mo's body became increasingly solid, even giving him an indestructible feeling. So, don't you know that the explosive increase in resistance after level 9 is not due to the transformation of the body? In the Mountain City Research Institute, Xiu Wushuang stood beside Chen Mo and asked, although the golden body greatly increases the strength of the body, it still doesn't reach your level, not to mention you are not a level 9 golden body warrior. The biggest change after level 9 is the ability to release one's vital energy, forming a protective membrane on the surface of the body. The combination of the protective membrane and the golden body creates the powerful defense of a level 9 warrior. Your flesh is already sturdier than many level 9 warriors with their vital energy membranes and golden bodies. How did you achieve that? Hearing Qiu Wushuang's explanation, Chen Mo finally realized how significant the difference was between him and level 9 warriors. I don't know, it just happened while I was training. Chen Mo shrugged. He couldn't exactly say he was a pure numerical freak, could he? You mutated warriors are like this, your bodies undergo all sorts of completely incomprehensible changes. Qiu Wushuang sighed. Even as a master, she often couldn't explain the phenomena occurring in mutated warriors. But the mutations on you are ultimately good. Many mutated warriors have ruined themselves. Saying this, Qiu Wushuang tapped Chen Mo's arm, producing a crisp sound. TSK, this strength feels comparable to S-class alloys. By the way, an old acquaintance of yours also came to the Research Institute today. Come out. Qiu Wushuang called out to someone behind her, and a figure in a wheelchair was pushed forward. It was Chu Tianhua and Chu Qi. Director Chu, what are you doing here? Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Magic City was not close to Mountain City. What was this old man doing here? What, you don't welcome me? Chu Tianhua chuckled, and Chu Qi pushed him in front of Chen Mo. I've already heard from Governor Chiu that your body has undergone another mutation? Chu Tianhua was actually very excited. It was not uncommon for martial artists like Chen Mo to undergo continuous mutations, but it was rare for all mutations to be benign. Yeah, Aunt Chiu said my physical strength is even stronger than that of a level 9 martial artist. Chen Mo scratched his head, trying to look as if he had no idea what was going on. The sample size is still too small. Chu Tianhua sighed. There was only one martial artist like Chen Mo who possessed both mental power and vital energy, and he was reluctant to cut open Chen Mo's brain to take a look. How about this? I can take some tissue samples for observation while ensuring your safety. What do you think? I don't need much, just some brain tissue, muscle tissue, connective tissue, skin, and the like that can regenerate. Before Chu Tianhua could finish his sentence, he felt Qiu Wushuang's murderous gaze. Ahem, I was joking. How could I do such a thing? Chu Tianhua cleared his throat. This old lady really dared to hit him. After a beating, he would be covered in bruises, but his internal organs would be just fine. Back to the point, the old folks at the Master Academy told me you have another strange ability? What ability? Qiu Wushuang turned to look at Chen Mo. This kid hadn't mentioned it to her. It's not anything too impressive, just the ability to conceal my presence and hide my form. In front of these two, Chen Mo didn't dare to show off. It was easy to expose himself. Show me, Chu Tianhua nodded. Now, anything strange happening to Chen Mo didn't surprise him. Chen Mo slowly stepped back, and after about 5 meters, he disappeared right in front of a master and a mental power expert. Their pupils instantly constricted, especially Qiu Wushuang. Where did he go? Even the infrared cameras can't capture him. I can't even sense this kid's mental power. Chu Tianhua looked shocked. This ability had never appeared before. Don't say you can't sense it. I can't feel even a trace of his vital energy. Xiao Wuxuang's expression was serious. This ability was truly terrifying. Whether it was infiltration, assassination, or lurking, Chen Mo's ability was a perfect match. Even master-level experts couldn't detect him. Only a small handful of people in human society could sense Chen Mo. No, not necessarily. Those people might not even be able to detect his presence. Well, actually, this ability has a significant drawback. Chen Mo reappeared in front of the two. I can perfectly hide myself beyond 5 meters, but if I enter within that range, I will be instantly exposed. A bit of a mixed bag, haha. Chen Mo scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Mixed bag? Xiao Wuxuang shook her head. This is not a mixed bag. This is an extremely precious special ability. If a master possessed this ability, the things they could do would be limitless. Xiao Wuxuang had even begun to imagine the effects of having such an ability. Not to mention, there would be ways to explore the new abyssal rift in the southern part of the South Island. I'm not too interested in that. I just want to know how you did it. Chu Tianhua's eyes sparkled. Chen Mo's ability was unprecedented, unheard of. If it could be promoted. Well, it probably couldn't be promoted. Not everyone possessed both mental power and vital energy at the same time. Or rather, only Chen Mo had both. I don't know either. Chen Mo scratched his head, looking very innocent. I don't know how it happened. Ever since June this year, I have been awakening some strange abilities from time to time. I don't know where these abilities come from, they are just all very strange. Indeed, some mutated warriors have continuous mutations, and it's normal for it to be this way. Chu Tianhua and Xiao Wuxuang nodded. Chen Mo was not the first in this situation, as many mutated warriors experienced the same. Moreover, the vast majority of these warriors had abilities that were inexplicable, so it was a good thing that Chen Mo's unexplained abilities were benign. You shouldn't flaunt your ability to conceal your presence, it might come in handy in the future. Xiao Wuxuang patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Such an ability that even masters couldn't detect was quite terrifying. Actually, I didn't come here mainly for this ability. Chen Mo rubbed his nose. If a widow's passive ability was like this, then what about his ghost armor? What, have you awakened other abilities? Chu Tianhua's eyes scanned Chen Mo like a pair of searchlights. You're not talking about increased physical strength, are you? This kind of mutation is actually quite common among mutated warriors and is considered a benign mutation. Gradually, both Chu Tianhua and Xiao Wuxuang fell silent, looking at Chen Mo, who had become quiet. Chen Mo's arms were covered in a layer of black scales, each scale engraved with strange patterns. Is this the scales of a ghost armor beast? Xiao Wuxuang frowned tightly, grabbing Chen Mo's arm. The scales felt cold to the touch, a substance that seemed to be between chitin and keratin. Is there any discomfort? This mutation already hinted at signs of malignancy. Xiao Wuxuang's tone was serious. She had to keep a close eye on Xiao Bin's disciple to ensure nothing went wrong. Not really, it feels like it grew naturally. Chen Mo shook his head. The layer of scales felt consistent with his skin, except for the lack of sensation. Scales that can grow and retract at will, biological armor? The usually cheerful Chu Tianhua also became serious, gently stroking Chen Mo's black scales and murmuring to himself. How about this, let's do a strength test and a genetic test. If the tests come back fine, you can use it with peace of mind. If there are issues with your genes, you might have to undergo gene therapy, otherwise, continuous malignant mutations could turn you into a monster. Okay. Chen Mo had been waiting for this statement. His appearance with the scales was too shocking and needed a reasonable explanation to be used in public. Otherwise, he would have to hide his identity and live like a rat in the sewers. With Chen Mo's personality, it was destined that he couldn't be low-key or live like a rat. Whatever happened, whatever came, he would face it openly. Hiding was not a skill. Until the results of the genetic test came out, Chen Mo could only stay at the research center. Fortunately, Chu Tianhua was skilled in his work and completed all of Chen Mo's tests in just 3 hours. You can use it with confidence, your genes are fine. He placed the 2-inch thick test results on the table and regained his smile. The genetic test for that layer of scales is also out. They are all part of your own body structure, a combination of chitin and keratin scales. It looks like the exoskeleton of a ghost armor beast, but in reality, it's just a mutation of your skin. Overall, these are all benign mutations, so feel free to use them. If anyone gives you trouble, let them come to me. I personally issued the test report. Let's see who dares to cause trouble. You already assume that I will have trouble, right? Chen Mo felt a bit helpless. His ghost armor indeed didn't look like something a human could possess. Don't worry, with your reputation, not many will bother you, unless that person has lost their mind. Xiao Wuxuang affectionately ruffled Chen Mo's hair. Her gaze was like a grandmother looking at her eldest grandson. By the way, leave the energy battery before you go back. The Mountain City Research Center is specifically for researching abyss technology. The reason we called Old Chu over this time is to assist them in their research. Don't worry, when the credits are settled, they'll be sent directly to the Master Academy. Those old guys won't default on their debts. Qiu Wuxuan glanced at the backpack that Chen Mo was carrying on his back. Oh, how am I supposed to take the energy liquid inside? Chen Mo nodded. This thing was of no use to him, so it was better to exchange it for some credits and help Dasha advance its research on abyss technology. No problem, I have a professional energy liquid storage container. Old Chu Tianhua took out a square black metal container from the storage compartment of his wheelchair, and Chu Qi handed it to Chen Mo. How do you open this thing? Chen Mo had always taken energy liquid directly from the storage space and really didn't know how to open the energy battery. As he spoke, he began to apply force, intending to pry open the energy battery. Stop! Chu Tianhua became anxious. Were these martial artists always this reckless? It's clearly written on it, and you didn't even bother to look? Or have you not been studying your abyss language course properly lately? Oh. Chen Mo then noticed a few abyss language labels on the side of the energy battery. Open, injection port, start. Following the prompts of the opening label, Chen Mo successfully poured the energy liquid from the energy battery into the black container, completely emptying the energy battery. The entire research institute was filled with rich energy particles, and even breathing made one feel joyful. Hurry, seal the container quickly, or the energy liquid will dissipate a lot of energy, and that would be too wasteful. Qiu Wuxuan snatched the container from Chen Mo's hands and took a deep breath before sealing it. She inhaled at least 3 or 4 grams of energy liquid without hesitation. Here, you can play with it. She returned the container to Chen Mo, waving her hand as if shooing away a child. Before I go, I have a question I want to ask. Chen Mo was not one to suffer losses. Since she had taken his energy liquid, she had to answer his question. How polite, asking a question while asking me to inhale energy liquid. Qiu Wuxuan laughed heartily. Her little disciple was quite amusing. Indeed, Qiu Wuxuan was the second sister of Song Bin's ex-girlfriend, making her of Chen Mo's grandmother's generation. I want to know, do we have any records of steel marrow energy transformation? This question had been troubling Chen Mo. He had no idea about steel marrow energy transformation. He couldn't just extract the steel marrow and inject the energy liquid, could he? Where did you hear about steel marrow energy transformation? Both Qiu Wuxuan and Chu Tianhua were surprised by Chen Mo's question. I was just browsing videos out of boredom. Chen Mo casually fabricated an excuse, and Qiu Wuxuan and Chu Tianhua didn't take it seriously. You should know that steel marrow energy transformation is just a concept. No one has ever truly achieved it. There have been speculations within the martial arts community that refining steel marrow in places with extremely high energy density might lead to energy transformation. Of course, these are all speculations and theories. Places with such high energy density don't actually exist. Unless you can get a large amount of energy liquid to soak in, maybe it could work. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone achieving steel marrow energy transformation, not even among masters. Qiu Wuxuan thought she was joking. Who would be extravagant enough to soak in energy liquid? As for whether Chen Mo would take it seriously, she didn't care at all. This kid had so little energy liquid that he had no chance of taking it seriously. However, Qiu Wuxuan never expected that Chen Mo's energy liquid reserves were indeed enough for him to take a bath. So, he took it seriously. The density of the energy liquid is 1/4 that of water, which means he needs to find a smaller container to soak himself in. Well, he'll give it a try once the exchange is over. Or maybe not. Let's see if the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy has such a container. If they do, he'll soak for a bit. By the way, kid, if there are any breakthroughs in the energy battery research, we'll need your help to test it out, Chu Tianhua called out as he was leaving. Chen Mo realized that his group was really being treated like lab rats. 2 days later, the first batch of teams following Chen Mo into the shallow abyss for training had gathered. Besides Chen Mo and his 4 companions, the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy sent a total of 12 people. Among them were 6 level 3 warriors, 4 level 4 warriors, and 1 level 5 warrior. Lastly, there was Lu Yeqing, a level 1 rookie, who had the advantage of having a mentor father. Seriously, how long has it been and you're still level 1? Chen Mo asked Lu Yeqing, who had a hot figure but was not very tall. I only took a few days to break through from level 1 to level 2. Is it really that hard? I don't have much talent in martial arts. If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't even be a level 1 warrior, Lu Yeqing said, feeling a bit ashamed. She really was inexperienced. Alright, being a level 1 warrior at least means you're strong and healthy, and you get sick less often. Chen Mo couldn't say much. After all, Lu Yun had sought him out, so he might as well take her along. Anyway, the strongest abyss beasts in the shallow abyss wouldn't exceed level 8, so it would just take him a punch or two. Normal attack. This is your first time entering the abyss rift, so make sure to stick with us. You can't survive alone in the abyss, and make sure to prepare your gas masks. The level 5 warrior can skip that. Ma Wanlin had spent a lot of time in the abyss before entering the Master Academy, and the bloody aura around her was earned through battle. We won't engage with abyss beasts below level 5, you'll have to handle them yourselves. If you're afraid of dying, stay behind. We can't guarantee that everyone will come back in one piece. None of the 12 from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy spoke up. Their gazes were resolute. What they wanted was life and death combat. That's what made them true practitioners. Alright, get ready and follow closely, don't fall behind. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with these rookies from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. At least their attitude was right. Unlike the deep abyss of Kunlun Mountain, the residential cities of the South Island, and the wastelands of Taizhou, the Abyss Rift in Mountain City was what most abyss rifts were like. After entering the Abyss Rift, there was a bustling city, but in reality, it was a fortress. Most shallow abysses had this kind of structure, a fortress built around the entrance, where warriors teamed up to explore the outside world. When the Abyss Rift in Taizhou first opened, it was incredibly desolate, so there was no need to develop or build a fortress. The deep abyss of Kunlun Mountain had guards with such overwhelming combat power that they directly pushed the abyss warriors back inside. The experimental city on the South Island was incomparable. Fortresses were the norm. The living supplies here relied entirely on external delivery, which was also one of the few opportunities for the students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to access the shallow abyss. This place is quite lively, Chen Mo said, carrying his weapon box and glancing at the diverse crowd around him. Yeah, the abyss rifts we went to before were exceptions. This is the norm. Gu Feng shrugged and pointed to a few small buildings in the distance with a smirk. Let me tell you, the laws of the outside world don't apply in the abyss. This is something everyone in the world acknowledges. In the abyss rift, you not only have to guard against abyss beasts but also those bastards who specifically prey on their own kind. Chen Mo nodded. He had already encountered those bastards who preyed on their own. Cough, actually the point isn't this. Have you seen that small building? Gu Feng wanted to say more, but he found that Chen Mo had already led the team far away. Warriors generally have strong vitality, and it's reasonable for them to need to vent. Regardless of gender, before reaching the 4th rank, desires are quite strong. People like Chen Mo, who are completely devoid of desires and only wish to grow stronger, are extremely rare. Many warriors who appeared to be older noticed Chen Mo's young team and cast curious glances at them. Could it be those little cowards from the Mountain City Martial Academy? A few scarred warriors exchanged glances, their words dripping with disdain. Several students from the Mountain City Martial Academy lowered their heads, each clenching their fists but saying nothing. What they said was the truth. The impression they gave to the outside world was that they were cowardly and timid. What's wrong? Can't handle the truth? As if wanting to push the provocation to the end, one warrior raised an eyebrow and continued to mock. You deserve it. Chen Mo shook his head. Even after being mocked like this, these students didn't even have the courage to retort. Are you all just going to keep your heads down? Are you just going to let them keep mocking you? If you had any guts, you'd go after them. They're just a few 3rd-rank warriors. What are you afraid of? But the strongest student bit his teeth, raised his head, and stepped out from the group. Take back your words, or I will prove that the Mountain City Martial Academy is not all softies. You think we're afraid of you? The few 3rd-rank warriors stood up, their long knives and swords drawn in an instant. The leader glanced at Chen Mo at the moment he drew his sword, and only resumed his fierce demeanor after Chen Mo nodded. That's right, he had already given them a heads up before bringing them in. In fact, warriors are usually very friendly with each other. Although there are fierce individuals, they wouldn't turn on their own. This situation was just to intimidate this group of newcomers. Anyone who had been in a few times would know that this was unreasonable. Chen Mo had them do this for one reason only, to see if these students from the Mountain City Martial Academy had any guts. If they remained indifferent in the face of insults, they would forever be useless. Especially when the opponents were much weaker. If they didn't dare to fight back in such a situation, Chen Mo wouldn't need to bring them along. At most, he would just take them for a stroll in the abyss, hunt a few abyss beasts to placate them, and safely send them back. We are not softies. The strongest student, named Lu Xiong, had veins bulging on his forehead, clearly in a state of anger. Then let's fight. Are you afraid to kill even a 3rd-rank warrior like me? What are you if not a softu? The middle-aged warrior leading the group revealed a sinister smile, his long knife pressed directly against Lu Xiong's neck. I said, I just don't want to harm my own kind. Lu Xiong suddenly erupted, his dense lightning attribute vitality shattering the long knife. My abilities are not meant for fighting my own people, do you understand? And I'm not a softie, the Mountain City Martial Academy is not a softie. Damn you! Bang! Lu Xiong's eyes glinted fiercely as he punched towards the head of the leading warrior. The other students gritted their teeth and drew their weapons, charging forward. They absolutely could not lose face in front of Chen Mo. They had to prove they still had guts, that they were not a bunch of softies. Alright, let's stop here. Chen Mo smirked, daring to fight back proved they still had guts, just influenced by that group of academic types. Get lost immediately, or I'll make a move. The leading warrior glared fiercely at Lu Xiong and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, a drone dropped a small piece of energy stone to him. Let's go, you guys are not bad. Chen Mo was relatively satisfied with their performance. Although they were timid at first, daring to take action was a good start. Unfortunately, they were facing something weaker than themselves. It would have been better if they had drawn their blades against stronger opponents. Chen Mo understood that nothing should be rushed. Being hasty would only lead to trouble. The abyssal rift in the mountain city connected to the shallow abyss, and the resources here were much richer than those in Taizhou's shallow abyss. Of course, the resources here referred to various powerful abyssal beasts. Ah! Help! A student at only the 3rd level was running frantically while letting out a piercing scream. It wasn't that their osteogenesis imperfecta was acting up, this was just one of the techniques they used to attract abyssal beasts. Yes, taught by Chen Mo. Chen Mo and the others sat on a nearby rock, watching with great interest as the students besieged a 4th level abyssal beast. Their progress is rapid. It's clear they were just too well protected before and had never seen blood. Ma Wanlin, holding a red tassel spear, sat on a large rock watching the students. I remember they seemed to be older than us, right? Gu Feng was a bit confused. What had this group been doing all these years? Had they really just been cooped up in the academy practicing every day? Yes, but the martial path doesn't look at age. How many warriors in their 40s or 50s are not as strong as us? Chen Mo smiled. From their perspective, this group of students did seem a bit weak. But how many people could enter the Great Xia Master Academy at the age of 18? How many could fight their way out of the brutal national competition? Such individuals were few and far between. The students at the Mountain City Martial Academy, who followed the routine, were the vast majority. Most students would be quite good if they could become 3rd-level warriors by graduation. A 3rd-level warrior could already serve as the principal of a middle or high school, or as the head of a district police station. Their strength was sufficient to maintain the normal operation of human society, but it would not be enough in the deep abyss of Kunlun Mountain. That's enough, I'm going to have some fun. Chen Mo glanced at the several 5th and 6th level abyssal beasts approaching in the distance, jumped off the large rock, and walked over. 4th level and below abyssal beasts were left for these students to play with, while those above 5th level were reserved for steel. Hurry! Finish it! Just as the students were doing their utmost to slay the 4th level abyssal beast, Chen Mo was smashing out a pile of Chaos Han beef balls with a punch. Oh, done already? He tossed the scraps of meat on the ground and turned to look at the panting students. Not bad, keep going. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Chen Mo shouldered the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and continued deeper into the shallow abyss. I must not be seeing things, right? Lu Xiong rubbed his eyes, looking bewildered at those around him. That 6th level abyssal beast, was it really killed with such a casual punch? You've seen too little. Chen Mo can kill an 8th level warrior with a single punch. Lu Yeqing stood on tiptoe and patted Lu Xiong's shoulder. The scene back then was far more shocking than now. A single punch to kill an 8th level warrior. Lu Xiong's face turned pale. As a 22-year-old senior, he was even outdone by an 18-year-old boy. He had thought he could thrive in the outside world with his strength, and indeed, that was the case. But from that moment on, Lu Xiong's ambitions changed. He planned to go to the military for training after graduation. Even if he couldn't become as formidable as Chen Mo, he absolutely could not let his martial path stagnate at the 5th level. To protect the home and defend the country, the romance of a man. Lu Xiong recalled the content of the speech given by the military department at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and he now understood the weight of this statement. This is what a man should pursue, not the triviality of money. Strength is the foundation of a person's standing. Lu Xiong, what's wrong with you? Lu Yeqing poked Lu Xiong, who was frozen in place. Could it be that Lu Xiong was scared? I'm fine, just keep up. A flame of fighting spirit ignited in Lu Xiong's eyes, and the lazy slacker he once was disappeared from that moment on. Another week passed, and Chen Mo led 2 teams of students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy into the Abyss Rift for training every day. Among them were many outstanding, passionate students, as well as some who were completely lost, their eyes only on profit. Overall, the passionate students made up the majority, with only a few disappointing Chen Mo. In the principal's office, Wu Yaozu pondered over the complaints from various colleges about the academy faction teachers in his hands. The Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is about to change. Wu Yaozu sighed. As the leader of the academy faction, he knew that the current situation was beyond saving. It wasn't that he was careless, he truly didn't expect these young kids to do such things. So what should we do? Find a way to get rid of them? Sun Ligua scratched his head. He was neither part of the academy faction nor the practical faction, and he certainly wasn't neutral. Simply put, he was Wu Yaozu's lackey, the kind whose brain wasn't very useful. In fact, Wu Yaozu wasn't a completely irredeemable bastard, it was just that the current world no longer needed him. In the past, he could enhance the influence and reputation of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy through various exchanges, but the cost was a significant decline in the students' practical combat abilities. Now, however, changes were gradually occurring in the Abyss Rift, and with the Great Xia firmly established as the world's leading martial arts power, the role of the academy faction was no longer as significant. At this moment, Great Xia needed the practical faction to cultivate true warriors to face the impending upheaval. What are you thinking? If we really do something to those kids, the old men from the Master Academy will turn us into meatballs. Wu Yaozu sighed. If it weren't for Sun Ligua's loyalty, he really wouldn't want to use this simple-minded guy. Let it be, when the exchange time comes, we'll quickly send these few masters away. Those old men in the graveyard are already restless. If the practical faction gains power, we won't be far from disaster. Chen, you've been here for a while, this should be your first time here, right? Lu Yan stood beside Chen Mo, while Gu Feng and others were behind him. Today, they weren't attending class or leading a team into the abyss, instead, they had come to a desolate area on the back mountain of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. This is... Chen Mo looked around, seeing tombstones made of the same material everywhere. This is the cemetery of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yan brushed the dust off a tombstone in front of her, the sorrow in her eyes unmistakable. Here lie the students and teachers who sacrificed themselves since the establishment of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Chen Mo remained silent. He had seen a similar place in the dawn of the Abyss City before. He just didn't expect that so many would sacrifice themselves in a martial arts academy. 30 years ago, the Abyss Rift wasn't as stable as it is now. There would be several incidents of Abyss beasts attacking every month. I know what you're going to ask. Why there are no reports or records about these events? Because the old principal was still around then, he led the students and mentors of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to fend off all of this. Until 15 years ago, the Abyss Rift had calmed down, and the old principal was dismissed due to the persistently high death rate. What? No one explained this to you? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this just a classic case of abandoning the donkey after the grind? They did, otherwise the old principal's punishment wouldn't have been just dismissal. Lu Yan nodded. He had been just a student at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy back then, fighting alongside the old principal. In fact, apart from losing the position of principal, the old principal didn't face any real punishment. Let me guess, he sealed his vital energy and martial origin. Chen Mo almost instantly figured out what had happened to the old principal. Most masters in the Great Xia ended up like this. They had fought, enjoyed, and sealing their vital energy and martial origin was a voluntary act. No, the old principal no longer has any martial origin. It was completely consumed in years of battle. He is now just an old man with empty vital energy. A flash of pain crossed Lu Yan's face. For a martial artist, the most painful thing was becoming useless. No longer able to fight, no longer able to grow stronger, a useless person. You still haven't explained to me why you brought me here. Chen Mo wasn't here to listen to Lu Yan recount the history of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yan must have his own reasons for bringing him. It's nothing much, I just wanted you to meet the old principal, and to tell him that the children of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy haven't completely weakened, they still have their own passion and spirit. It's a good time to meet, as the old principal's 125th birthday is coming up. During this time, influenced by Chen Mo and others, the atmosphere of the entire Mountain City Martial Arts Academy had changed dramatically. More and more students were willing to venture into the abyss, gradually picking up the fighting instincts they had lost. The Academy's mentors had seen all of this, and the old principal was no exception. Although he had only his unusable vital energy left, in the hearts of the mentors, he was still the Lion King who commanded respect. This Lion King had once led a group of fierce little lions to fend off wave after wave of abyss beasts. Even in old age, his prestige remained. The old Lion King was quite interested in this young man who had changed the atmosphere of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Alright, let's go. Chen Mo felt genuine respect for such a formidable warrior. He wouldn't refuse such a small wish to meet. Thank you. Lu Yun had thought that a genius from the Great Xia Martial Masters Academy would be hard to approach, but after this time, he found Chen Mo to be quite easy to understand. The center of the cemetery was a small courtyard with green tiles and blue bricks, where the former Lion King resided. It was unclear whether it was out of guilt or some other emotion, but after losing his martial origin, the old principal had become the guardian of this grave. "Principal Shi, I've brought someone." Lu Yun gently knocked on the courtyard door and stood aside, no longer speaking. Come in, let me see what kind of tough guy can kill an 8th level martial artist with a single punch at the 6th level." The voice of this seemingly tragic old Lion King was completely different from what Chen Mo had imagined. It was full of vigor. A robust figure suddenly pushed open the door, the force causing the door to creak in pain. "So it's you, huh? Songbin mentioned you, said you were an extraordinary top genius." An old man with a head full of white hair and a long beard appeared before Chen Mo, immediately grabbing his arm. Not bad, your muscles are really solid." The difference between the Principal Shi before him and the tragic hero Lu Yun had described was so great that Chen Mo's brain temporarily went into a state of shutdown. "What are you boys standing there for? Hurry up and come in, I've prepared good wine and dishes for you. Come on, let's have a good drink together." A large hand grabbed Chen Mo and pulled him into the small courtyard, followed by Gu Feng and the others who were also brought inside. "Shall Lu Yun, go prepare some snacks for us, nothing vegetarian." After ordering the dishes, Principal Shi closed the courtyard door, leaving Lu Yun, who wore a bitter smile, to buy the ingredients. Inside the courtyard, Chen Mo and the others sat around a stone table in the cool stone pavilion, while Principal Shi cheerfully pulled out a jar of wine from beneath a stone slab. "You must be the disciple that Songbin took in, right?" That's right, you have the same fierce aura as that kid Songbin." It wasn't until the strong smell of liquor began to sting his eyes that Chen Mo snapped back to reality. "Principal Shi, I remember Mentor Lu said your master source was depleted?" No matter how he looked at it, this old man seemed more spirited than him. "Yes, my master source is indeed depleted, but that doesn't mean I'm useless." Principal Shi raised his cup and clinked it with Chen Mo's, and Chen Mo, in a daze, downed half a gene of 66-degree white liquor. "It's just a master source, if consumed too much, it can indeed be depleted. I've only dropped back to level 12, I just need to rebuild my master source. I've only exhausted my master source, not damaged it to the point where I must seal my chi in blood. Becoming a master again is just a matter of time. Then why are you here?" As soon as Chen Mo asked this, he swallowed the words back. He could roughly guess why Principal Shi wanted to stay here. It seemed this strong man had a soft side too. "I'm here to keep these kids company." At this topic, Principal Shi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Decades ago, it wasn't like everyone was pursuing martial arts like now. Back then, there weren't as many martial artists, nor did they have the high talents that martial artists do now. Not to mention decades ago, even 15 years ago, martial artists didn't have the talents of today's martial artists. Back then, martial artists relied solely on fighting, breakthroughs only happened between life and death. Unlike today's kids, who can break through just by staying indoors. But I have to say, it's indeed impressive. Chen Mo looked at the super strong man in front of him, who was grieving, and felt that he was the one who should be grieving. "By the way, how are you all doing with the Abyss language and basic martial arts?" Principal Shi turned to look at them, and it seemed every old man had the habit of asking about grades. "It's okay." As expected, Chen Mo and the others gave a very generic answer. "How about this, it's a good thing you all came to keep this old man company, so I can't let you come for nothing." Principal Shi suddenly laughed, and he laughed quite happily. "Let's arm wrestle, whoever can last more than 2 seconds, I'll give them something good. Even though I've dropped to level 12, I still have plenty of good stuff." Hearing this, Chen Mo and the others' eyes lit up. A treasure from someone who was once a master would definitely be valuable. But then he thought, even if Principal Shi had exhausted his master source, his body was still incredibly strong. It seemed a bit difficult to last 2 seconds under his hand. "Who wants to go first?" Principal Shi raised an eyebrow, placing the jar of wine on the ground and resting his hands on it. Seeing that no one moved, Principal Shi became a bit annoyed. "Come on, what are you all waiting for? It's just an arm wrestle with this old man, what are you afraid of? It's not life and death, and I'm just a level 12 martial artist now, what could happen? That kid from the celestial race, aren't you guys from the celestial race supposed to be really impressive? Stop being a coward, let's have a real match. Then I'll go first." Gu Feng rolled up his sleeves and grasped Principal Shi's hand. He had sparred with Gu Ji at home before, though the outcome was always him getting beaten to the point of soiling his pants. Unlike Chen Mo and the others, he had experienced the might of a master, so he immediately channeled all his energy and blood. Principal Shi grinned, his own energy and blood remaining completely still, waiting for Gu Feng to make his move. Ha! With a loud shout, Gu Feng's energy surged, creating a whirlwind around him. Not bad, you've got some strength. Principal Sure nodded in satisfaction. This kid had great talent. With his current strength, killing an 8th level warrior should be no problem. In fact, Principal Sure was more interested in Chen Mo, having heard that Chen Mo had killed a 9th level abyss beast a few days ago. Not to mention, it was the most troublesome of the 9th level abyss beasts, the ghost armor beast. Just from the brief contact he had with Chen Mo, Principal Sure was certain that Chen Mo did not have the ability to kill a 9th level abyss beast. Not that he looked down on Chen Mo, but the defensive power of the ghost armor beast was too strong. Even a 10th level warrior, or even an 11th level warrior, would find it troublesome. However, aside from Chen Mo, no one else present had the potential to kill the ghost armor beast, as Chiu Wuxuan was currently battling another abyss beast in the sky. In reality, Principal Sure's judgment was not wrong. Even with Chen Mo's current attack power, he couldn't break through the ghost armor beast's defenses. Unfortunately, the ghost armor beast encountered a wall. The methods Chen Mo used to defeat the ghost armor beast were beyond Principal Sure's understanding. Who could believe that a 6th level warrior could throw the ghost armor beast to near death with a single big slam? As Gu Feng exerted his strength, Principal Sure remained smiling and unmoving, his arms seemingly as immovable as cast iron. Time's up. Oh, the young man has decent strength, but still needs practice. With a dull thud, Gu Feng's defeat was announced. Next, Yang Zuo and Ma Wanglin each tried, but neither lasted more than 2 seconds. Glancing at Gu Feng, who was holding his arm, Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves and sat down. 2 seconds, huh? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, activating his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood. His attack power instantly increased by 50%, and his strength surged dramatically. Looks like you're quite confident, Principal Sure chuckled, appearing like a mischievous old man. It's not about confidence. If you can't last 2 seconds, what kind of man are you? Chen Mo grinned, his energy surging violently. As he grasped Principal Sure's palm and began to exert force, the stone pavilion sank a few centimeters. Old man, is this all you've got? Veins bulged on Chen Mo's forehead, and a crack appeared in his grayish perfect steel skin. Good kid, you're the first to provoke me. Principal Sure genuinely didn't expect Chen Mo to be so bold as to challenge him. However, he was quite surprised by Chen Mo's strength. The boy's body felt soft yet resilient, indicating a high level of physical strength, but the power was not immediately apparent. Only after making contact did Principal Sure confirm that this kid indeed had some skill. No wonder he had entered the Great Xia Master Academy at such a young age. The 2 seconds stretched infinitely at that moment. Chen Mo gritted his teeth but still couldn't stop his hand from moving closer to the table. Just how strong is this old guy? Wasn't it said that Principal Sure had lost his master source? At first, Chen Mo didn't think the gap between him and Principal Sure, who had lost his master source and was comparable to a 12th level warrior, was that significant. But now it seemed that every level difference among 4th tier warriors was like heaven and earth. You've got some serious resilience, kid. Even Principal Sure was surprised by Chen Mo's strength. Setting aside the strength, Chen Mo's physical resilience was frighteningly high. He had only exerted a fraction of his power, yet a normal level 6 martial artist would have had their palm crushed into a pulp and their arm broken by now. However, the kid in front of him showed no signs of collapse except for some cracks in his steel-like skin. Logically speaking, no level 6 martial artist's body should be this strong, especially with freshly forged steel bones. Under such force, they should have shattered. Principal Sure was unaware that Chen Mo had preemptively crafted his indestructible golden bones, and without activating them, Chen Mo would not emit any aura. Time's up! Gu Feng, who had been watching the time, narrowed his eyes and shouted, pulling both of their thoughts back. Good kid, no wonder Songbin likes you so much. Principal Sure laughed heartily, not caring that he hadn't overwhelmed Chen Mo in 2 seconds. What on earth is going on with your body? For a level 6 martial artist, you're too formidable, yet you don't seem like a top-tier martial artist. Oh, my bones have mutated. It seems I've preemptively crafted the indestructible golden body bones. Chen Mo activated his golden bones at the right moment, releasing waves of master-level pressure. I see. Principal Sure suddenly understood, no wonder his body was so resilient. Songbin has taken on a good disciple, don't tarnish your master's name. Of course, I'll only become stronger than Uncle Song. Chen Mo nodded, his goal was not just to become a master, but to reach a realm beyond that. Alright, old man, I need to rest now, good night. With a wave of his hand, Principal Sure sent Chen Mo and the others flying out of the courtyard. Gu Feng plopped down on the freshly bought braised intestines that Lu Yun had, while Yang Zui casually put away the braised intestines. This was a good thing, perfect for a meal later. Wait a minute, what about the treasure we were promised? Chen Mo scratched his head. Could this old man really go back on his word? What's treasure? Lu Yun touched his head. That landing had been quite hard. Just now, Principal sure said that if we could hold out for 2 seconds in an arm wrestling match, he would give us his treasured collection. Chen Mo sighed, realizing he had been tricked by the old man. I held out for 2 seconds, and he just tossed us out with a good night. Ah, where would the old principal get any treasure? Lu Yun sighed, brushing off the dust from his backside as he stood up. Sigh, where are my intestines? Yang Zhuo put his hands behind his back, pretending to be lost in thought. You don't know, the reason the Mountain City Martial Academy has lasted this long, aside from acquiring materials from the Abyssal Rift, is thanks to the old principal's assets. The old principal donated all his belongings before coming to guard the tomb, which were worth over 170 billion at the time. Chen Mo's face darkened. This old man was indeed fooling him. The old principal loves to tease you young people, he means no harm. Chen, is there anything you want? Lu Yun suddenly turned around, looking at Chen Mo with disbelief. Are you saying you held out for 2 seconds against the old principal in an arm wrestling match? The last time I visited the old principal, my arm broke right away. Lu Yun glanced around. Aside from Yi Miao, whose arm injury had yet to heal, the others were unscathed. At most, their hands were a bit swollen. People are different, old Lu. Chen Mo patted the self-doubting Lu Yun and turned to leave. Gu Feng and the others followed closely behind, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder and shaking their heads. After Yang Zhuo finished patting Lu Yun couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. Why do I smell something like braised intestines? Since when did the old principal have such skills? Lu Yuning suspected that the old principal was just craving braised intestines, rather than thinking that Yang Zhuoshuan had casually taken away his 3 pounds of braised intestines. After all, Yang Zhuo's usual demeanor was far too serious, not at all like someone who would be obsessed with braised intestines. As time passed, more and more students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy joined the exploration of the Abyssal Rift. The entire Mountain City Martial Arts Academy was thriving. Even those who had once been part of the academic faction began to try their hand at combat. They discovered that the improvement brought by fighting was far greater than simply practicing in isolation. Moreover, the unique fighting desire within them as martial artists was completely ignited through one battle after another. Now, the entire Mountain City Martial Arts Academy seemed to have gone berserk, with waves of students entering the abyss to hunt abyssal beasts. Principal, why don't we just surrender? Sun Ligua said somewhat foolishly. So far, only 1 in 10 of the academic faction students remained, as they all shifted towards the combat faction. Even some instructors who had joined the academic faction for profit had switched to the combat faction. Let the combat faction take the principal's position. I'm afraid that if we struggle, it will just be the 2 of us left in the end. If you can't speak properly, then say less and don't disturb my thoughts. Wu Yaozu was feeling overwhelmed. At this rate, they were about to be kicked out of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. It was impossible to take action against Chen Mo, as at least Songbin and Qiu Wushuang, 2 masters, stood behind him. Not to mention the 13 violent maniacs from the Great Xia Master Academy. Forget it, you're right. Let's write a resignation letter, at least we can keep our retirement funds. Wu Yaozu sighed, took out paper and pen, and began to think about how to exit gracefully. Behind him those pieces of knowledge are quite simple, it's just that the Abyssal language is not easy to learn. Shaking his head, Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo ignored the frenzied Gu Feng and continued with their own tasks. As the energy liquid exploded, absorbed, and fused within his body, Chen Mo successfully completed Side Quest 1. Muscle refinement progress has successfully reached 50%, Side Quest 1 completed, reward final reserve buff has been issued, no need for active use, this buff will automatically activate when the host's health reaches 0, exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Mo glanced at his sculpted body. Not bad, both strength and defense have significantly improved. The refinement of muscles does not provide a one-time boost to attributes, rather, it increases as one's martial arts realm advances. Chen Mo had once seen Zhu Long's attribute values, his full power explosion was like a different person compared to his usual state. However, his vitality had neither decreased due to muscle refinement nor showed any signs of increasing. Moreover, his situation differed from what senior brother Zhu Long had said about vitality being stored in muscle cells. The cells he refined stored energy particles instead. Not to mention the debate over which energy particles or vitality, is superior. These 2 forms of energy can completely transform into one another. The efficiency of converting energy particles into vitality can reach 1:1. This means that once Chen Mo fully refines all his muscles, he will have at least 50% more reserve vitality in his body. The question remains, however, how to utilize these energy particles once they are converted into vitality. Currently, these energy particles can only enhance Chen Mo's strength and physical resilience. Side Quest 2 released, increase muscle refinement progress to 75%, task completion reward random warrior hero template ×1, and unlock the next phase of the task, random warrior hero template? Chen Mo was taken aback. He indeed remembered that the lottery system had such a thing as a hero template, but he had never drawn one. System, what is a hero template? Hero template, can choose to materialize the hero's background story or directly obtain the hero's skill set plus an additional 6 divine items, lasting 1 hour. The random range for the warrior hero template is limited to warrior-type heroes. Background story. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Compared to the 6 divine items and skill set, he was more concerned about this background story. It is known that some heroes in the LOL background stories are capable of destroying the world. For example, the Dragon King. Unfortunately, this time the random warrior hero template only includes warriors. If he had the chance to draw the Dragon King, Chen Mo could single-handedly annihilate the entire abyss. However, there are also extremely powerful heroes among the warrior types, such as the Blade Demon from the Darkin and the Bear God, a demigod. He wasn't sure which was stronger between a demigod, a Darkin, or a Grandmaster. Vigo would also be fine. Despite his portrayal as a jester in the plot, his strength is undeniably world-destroying. Forget it, thinking too much about it now is pointless. When the draw happens, I'll light some incense and hope to draw a more impressive hero. Chen Mo shook his head. His immediate priority was to face the assessment in 3 days. If he failed, he would have to stay here and listen to a few old professors ramble on. The next day, Chen Mo and the others went to the lecture hall for class as usual. Upon arriving at the classroom door, Chen Mo saw someone who shouldn't be there. Wu Yaozu and Lu Yun. Principal Wu, what are you doing here? Wu Yaozu had not shown his face for nearly a month since Chen Mo and the others arrived. Why was he here today? It's nothing, I just wanted to say a few words to mentor Lu. Wu Yaozu shook his head and handed a sealed envelope to Lu Yun. Please deliver this to the Martial Arts Bureau. I am no longer suitable to be the principal of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Before I leave, I want to take a look at the Abyssal Rift, to see the place where that old principal led us into battle. A somewhat dejected Wu Yaozu patted Lu Yun's shoulder and nodded at Chen Mo. What's going on? Chen Mo, curious, leaned over to glance at the envelope in Lu Yun's hand. Old Wu realized that his academic faction no longer suits the current situation of the Mountain City Martial Academy and voluntarily gave up the position of principal. Lu Yun waved the envelope in her hand, revealing a smile. He saw that all of this was the intention of the higher-ups. It's much better to withdraw voluntarily than to be purged. Now that he has stepped down, he can transfer to another place and hold a nominal position. If he were to remain in the principal position without understanding the situation, the outcome would be. Lu Yun was well aware that the higher-ups kept these academic factions to deal with various issues in human society. This granted them immense power, but it was also a heavy shackle on them. Academic martial artists were basically just vessels of vitality, possessing great energy but lacking real combat power. Their rights were granted by the higher-ups, and if those rights were revoked, the academic martial artists would be nothing. In contrast, practical martial artists did not need the recognition of others or the higher-ups, they were pure power themselves. Not to mention, the higher-ups relied on these practical martial artists to stabilize the Abyssal Rift, and they wouldn't touch the interests of practical martial artists. At least, that's how it was for now. Chen Mo nodded, not taking the matter to heart. However, the moment Wu Yaozu left, Chen Mo seemed to catch a faint whiff of blood. He turned back to look deeply at Wu Yaozu but said nothing more and continued to attend class. Yet, the moment Chen Mo sat down, the system's announcement echoed in his ears. Please pay attention, host. A new challenge mission is coming, and it will officially start in 48 hours. No penalties for failure, rewards will be unlocked after the mission begins. As expected, Wu Yaozu has a problem. Chen Mo squinted. Whenever he was about to encounter danger or was in the midst of an event, the system would generally issue a challenge mission. Once a challenge mission appeared, it meant something big might happen in 2 days. Could it be that the system really has the ability to predict the future? Chen Mo was skeptical about this. The system was more likely inferring future events based on the information he already knew. Like a supercomputer? Shaking his head, Chen Mo didn't dwell too much on this. He didn't have the energy to think about such things right now. Only when he became the strongest in the world, kicking the abyss and tearing apart the celestial race, would he have the time to ponder his own trivial matters. At this moment, Wu Yaozu still held the position of principal of the Mountain City Martial Academy, so no one stopped him from entering the abyss. Moreover, Wu Yaozu was a level 12 martial artist. Even though he hadn't fought in years, entering the shallow abyss posed no danger. I originally wanted to continue lurking, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Wu Yaozu touched the hole on his neck, which had yet to heal. Thank goodness I never showed my face, otherwise, I would definitely have died at the hands of that crazy woman Xiao Wushuang. But the flesh of a level 12 martial artist is definitely more delicious than that of a level 4 martial artist. I should have acted sooner. Wu Yaozu moved quickly, soon delving deep into the shallow abyss. The further he went, the stronger the abyssal beasts became, and the fewer people there were around. Once he found a desolate corner, Wu Yaozu's gaze began to dull, and his pupils started to dilate. Suddenly, a hand burst out from the hole in the back of Wu Yaozu's neck, followed by a figure tearing through his skin and emerging. This Chen Mo was really damned, first ruining the good things in the southeast district, and then stirring up an anti-cult movement in the southwest district. You just love to go against the abyss cult, don't you? Then let me give you a little comfort. As she spoke, the figure slammed her hands onto the gray-white ground, and a purplish-red crack began to erupt from her palms. In 3 days, you'll be gone, but before that, let me give you a surprise. You like to provoke the bloodlust of these little pups, right? Then I'll make sure you bleed well. As the purplish-red crack grew thicker, faint roars echoed from the mid-level abyss entrance No Return Road, 300 kilometers behind her. If a level 9 abyss beast can't kill you, then I'll let the abyss demon take action. Her body began to slowly wither away, until it finally turned into a skeleton, just skin and bones. The flesh and blood of a warrior, the energy of the abyss, and my master's essence, these three are enough to attract the abyss demon. I've left good things on you, the abyss demon will definitely like them. Her plan was simple. With Chen Mo's personality, once there was a problem in the abyss, he would never sit idly by. Once Chen Mo entered the abyss crack, those abyss demons would lock onto him directly, until his flesh and blood dissolved. A mother tree of the abyss plus an abyss riot couldn't do anything to you, because there was a master and a mad old man. This time, even with Xiao Wushuang, Chen Mo would undoubtedly die. Of course, as the Archbishop of the Southwest region, Seely would not forget the old Lion King of the Mountain City Martial Academy. She had been lurking in the Mountain City Martial Academy for 6 years, parasitizing inside Sunligua. This meant that the Mountain City Martial Academy had been polluted by the Abyss cult 6 years ago. That old Lion King was quite fierce before exhausting his master's essence, not weaker than the current governor of the southern island, Songbin. However, that old man hadn't recovered in all these years, and it was likely he wouldn't recover at all. For now, let's consider him a 13th level master. The only 2 master level combatants to be concerned about from the Mountain City Martial Academy were those 2. The rest, including Chen Mo and his group, combined, were no match for a single abyss demon. Steady. Chen Mo was bound to die. In the next 2 days, Chen Mo continued as usual, attending classes in the morning and leading a team to the abyss crack in the afternoon. Now, as long as Chen Mo was leading, at least 1,000 people would come to fight for 5 spots, and the competition was exceptionally fierce. How's your arm? Seeing He Miao walking over with Ma Wanglin, Chen Mo stepped forward to ask. He Miao's arm injury wasn't serious, so she didn't waste mental energy on healing, she just went to the hospital for a simple treatment. It's all better, I can move normally now. He Miao smiled, she had made the news recently due to the incident at the Global Center. Her parents called her that day, first worried and then praising her profusely. He Miao had 2 siblings, but only she possessed mental energy, the others were just second-level warriors, making her the only one in the family who could be considered extraordinary. For so many years, she had been studying at the Mental Energy Research Center in Magic City, and her parents had no understanding of mental energy at all. It wasn't until the major incident a couple of days ago that they realized their daughter could stand on her own. This time, be a little careful, your body isn't much sturdier than an ordinary person's, so prioritize protecting yourself. Chen Mo rubbed He Miao's head, and she puffed up her cheeks in protest. Ever since he saw Ma Wanglin patting He Miao's head last time, Chen Mo had been curious about how her head felt. Finally, today, he understood why Ma Wanglin liked to pat He Miao's little head so much. The tactile sensation is quite good, even better than that of a golden retriever. Warm and fluffy. Let's go, this is our last time leading a team into the abyss. The assessment is the day after tomorrow. If we pass, we can return to the Master Academy. If we don't, we'll continue to be inundated with this demonic sound. As Chen Mo spoke, he glanced at Gu Feng, who also wanted to pat He Miao's head. While Chen Mo was leading the team into the abyss, all 13 masters of the Great Xia Master Academy had gathered in the president's office. To be honest, I think it's most suitable to leave this matter to Feng Bian and the others. These kids are just the right age, and they have plenty of practical experience. Winning the championship shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Lin sat in a wooden armchair, holding a steaming cup of hot tea. Forget it, they're all at a critical breakthrough period. Letting them go out to be busy now would delay their progress. Shuela shook his head, participating in a small world martial artist youth competition shouldn't hinder those kids' cultivation. Just pick a few who are relatively free, that should suffice. Your attitude is unacceptable, Xuelu. Deng Lianhu, who had been drooping his eyelids, suddenly opened them wide, his sharp gaze piercing into Xueli's face. This feeling. Could this old man have touched the 3 life gates? Cold sweat broke out on Xuelu. He could sense that Deng Lianhu's current aura was far beyond that of an ordinary master. This time, the higher-ups have entrusted us with this excellent opportunity to give the Great Xia Master Academy a push. It's a perfect chance to make a name for ourselves and bring the previously unknown Great Xia Master Academy into the public eye. But, isn't it bad to delay the children's cultivation? Xuelu frowned and said. In his view, nothing was more important than the children's cultivation. So, my plan is to send the youngest and most free kids. Deng Lianhu stroked his beard. It was already obvious who the most free kids were. They're only 18, facing opponents who are in their 20s or even 30s. Their combat experience is insufficient. This matter is absolutely unacceptable. Chen Mo and their talents are the strongest since the establishment of the Great Xia Master Academy, and they must not be allowed to leave Great Xia. Who knows if those foreign devils will resort to underhanded tactics. Protecting their safety is more important than anything. Xuelu slammed the table, glaring at Niu Yan and Deng Lianhu. He, little Xue, you're still too young. Deng Lianhu shook his head and chuckled. You haven't been keeping up with what's been happening with Chen Mo and the others lately, have you? That kid single-handedly killed a 9th-level ghost armored beast. Do you think anyone under 30 besides those kids from the Great Xia Master Academy could defeat them? Besides, this time I'm personally leading the team. Let's see who dares to pull any tricks. If there really are any fools, let them meet my earth-shattering golden hammer. As he finished speaking, an unparalleled powerful aura erupted from Deng Lianhu, and everyone present showed a hint of surprise. Old Gung, did you see the 3 life gates? Su Qing covered her mouth in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Oof, of course, otherwise, do you really think I've lived all these years for nothing? Deng Lianhu smirked. If he remained a 13th level master for his entire life, what was the point of his existence? A martial artist must grow stronger, continuously stronger. I understand now, let's vote. Su Qing took a deep breath and raised her hand with a serious expression. A master is a 12th level martial artist who achieves the unity of 3 cores and condenses their own life core, marking a significant transformation in their life level. To this group, becoming a master is not difficult, the challenge lies in what comes after. Finding their own 3 vital gates, completing the final transformation. I agree to let old Gun lead the team. Xuelu had nothing to say. With Deng Lianhu around, the safety of Chen Mo and the others was absolutely guaranteed. I agree. Agreed. As expected, all 12 masters, except for Deng Lianhu himself, agreed to the proposal. Alright, since everyone agrees, I will go to Mountain City today to see how those little brats are doing in their studies. Deng Lianhu nodded in satisfaction. He had thought he would need to fight, but it turned out to be so easy. After the meeting, Su Qing walked up to Deng Lianhu and whispered something. Old Gun, by the way, go check on the stone lion. That old fellow hasn't refined his master source again after all these years. I'm worried he might have some health issues. Don't worry, that old thing won't die. I estimate that Chen Mo and those little brats have probably met him already. Deng Lianhu waved his hand. The stone lion was from the same era as them, and if he hadn't died, the stone lion wouldn't either. Yeah, he probably still needs to wrestle a bit, pretending to give them some treasures and then throwing them out of the yard. That old fellow has only this little bit of bad taste. Alright, be low-key when you go, don't make it known to everyone. Su Qing still held on to her old idea, always thinking that being low-key was the best choice. Little did she know, in this era, being low-key would only lead to being underestimated. Only absolute strength and absolute flamboyance were the main themes. Of course, I will definitely be low-key. Deng Lianhu grinned, his energy condensing beneath his feet, and with a loud bang, he disappeared into the sky. The speed of a master unleashing their full power was quite fast. It took just over an hour to travel from the peak of Kunlun Mountain to the Martial Academy in Mountain City. An hour to cover 1,700 kilometers. This was why Xuelu warned Chen Mo not to be overly confident in his speed. Mountain City Martial Academy, Cemetery. Shi Jinshi, also known as Principal Shi, was sitting at the lowest point of the cemetery, gazing up at the little lion sleeping before him. Children, I am 125 years old this year. I didn't let them hold a grand celebration for me. A simple meal of marinated meat and white wine is enough. This cup is for you. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to suppress the Abyss Rift in Mountain City. I was too impulsive back then, always thinking about suppressing the Abyss Rift, which led to your sacrifices. Don't worry, your descendants are just like you. No matter what difficulties they face, they still have their own passion. When the time is right, I will reclaim the position of the head lion and restore the glory of the Mountain City Martial Academy. After all, I can't let those little brats from the Master Academy take all the limelight. Sure Jinshi muttered to himself as the cold wind unique to Mountain City in autumn rustled through the half-yellow leaves. After a hearty meal and drink, the tipsy Sure Jinshi left the cemetery with a wine barrel. His 125th birthday celebration was over. He had no face to hold a grand celebration, the abyss had not been completely suppressed, and there was even a tendency for a counterattack. He had no right to hold a birthday banquet. Only when the abyss was completely suppressed could he, Sure Jinshi. What noise? Sure Jinshi's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a somewhat familiar low growl. Abyss demon. I knew it. Recklessly moving those cult brats would definitely lead to a counterattack. Sure Jinshi sighed, lightly brushing his hand over his chest. But so what? It's just the last struggle of prey before death. At the abyss rift in Mountain City, 5 oddly shaped giants, exuding terrifying pressure, crawled out from the path of no return. Many weaker martial artists fainted at the sight of these abyss demons, and some never got back up again. The goal of these abyssal demons was exceptionally clear. It was Chun-Mo, located in the 6th level area of the shallow abyss. However, at this moment, Chun-Mo was unaware that he had already been marked. He was holding the head of a 6th level abyss beast, explaining the hunting matters to the students of the Mountain City Martial Academy. You need to be careful, the vitality of abyss beasts is incredibly strong. Don't view them as mere targets for killing. Even if their arteries are cut, these creatures can still survive for more than 3 days. Only by twisting off their heads can you completely kill them. But it's not always the case. For some abyss beasts, even if you twist off their heads, you still can't kill them. At that point, you need to pay attention and find the weaknesses of the abyss beasts. That is the priority. Of course, if you can smash the abyss beasts into pulp with a single punch like I can, then you don't need to worry about these things. Just as Chun-Mo was getting into the explanation, the terrifying pressure from the abyssal demons finally reached this place. The 2 weaker martial artists in the team fainted with their eyes rolling back, not even sensing the horror of the abyssal demons. What is that thing? Chun-Mo pulled the head of the 6th level abyss beast from his hands and frowned at the source of the pressure. He Miao. Ma Wanlin quickly embraced the fainted He Miao, while Gu Feng and Yang Zhua also sensed something was wrong. The 4 of them turned back simultaneously and saw the distorted giant less than 100 kilometers away from them. Damn! An abyssal demon! Gu Feng, who had been struggling to think due to his review, instantly sobered up. He shouted and hoisted the 2 unconscious martial artists, turning to run. Don't just stand there. Run! That's an abyssal demon, a monster even more terrifying than the abyssal fiends. I can see that. Chun-Mo's pupils constricted as he grabbed the fainted He Miao and ran for his life. He had just glanced at the basic data of the abyssal demon. Even the weakest one had a health value of 3 billion, with defense exceeding 100 million. Its attack power was frighteningly high. Simply put, if it touched him, he would die. Fortunately, the abyssal demons were not very fast. They moved relatively clumsily, occasionally letting out low roars that made one dizzy. These abyssal demons were extremely large, each at least 100 meters tall, with long arms that could directly drag on the ground. How unlucky can I be? Why does trouble follow me everywhere? Chun-Mo gritted his teeth and cursed softly. The South Island Abyss encountered the Abyss Mother Tree, and now the Mountain City Abyss faced an even more terrifying abyssal demon than the Abyss Mother Tree. Except for the deep abyss on Kunlun Mountain, where nothing had gone wrong, wherever he went for an extended period, that abyss crack would definitely have trouble. I can't be born with such a jinxed constitution. Looking back at those abyssal demons, Chun-Mo could only sigh. Opponents of this level were beyond his capability to deal with. He could only wait for Qiu Wushuang to arrive. Or perhaps a super strong master would descend from the sky and take out those abyssal demons in an instant. By the way, system, can awe-inspiring target those abyssal demons? Chun-Mo suddenly remembered that he seemed to have the power to fight, but it was just that one time. Abyssal demon. Judging. Abyssal demon is not a non-target. Awe-inspiring can be released. Glup. Chun-Mo swallowed hard. How he wished he had the passive abilities of Thresh or Belvath right now. Not to mention, just those abyss beasts charging towards him alongside the abyssal demons numbered in the hundreds of thousands. With one awe-inspiring, his defense and attack speed would skyrocket by hundreds of thousands. Tisk, save up some money, and maybe I'll get a 10 pull later. Chun-Mo sighed, feeling heartbroken over missing such a great opportunity. Inside the Mountain City Fortress, the only station envoy stood on the city wall, looking gravely at the distant abyssal demons. When will Governor Qiu arrive? The garrison commander roughly estimated the time. It had only been a minute since he sent out the distress signal, and he was already feeling overwhelmed. Commander Su, if you ask me, those abyssal demons won't be here for a while. Let's deal with those accompanying abyssal beasts first. The deputy commander beside the garrison commander frowned, calling for the warriors inside the fortress to gather on the city walls. I know, the permission to use the abyssal steel crossbow has been granted. Prepare to engage immediately. Within the abyssal rift, aside from blood energy and energy particles that could serve as energy sources, all other forms of energy were ineffective. Thus, humanity had developed its own long-range weapon. That was the crossbow powered by the warrior's blood energy, its power rivaling that of rockets. Moreover, this crossbow had no requirements regarding the user's realm. As long as there was blood energy to provide, it could be used. Soon, rows of crossbows were pushed up. Every time I see this scene, it feels like a spectacle. Many older warriors sighed at this sight. Outside, there were tall buildings, but within the abyssal rift, the battle for the city was being fought as in ancient times. Aside from cold weapons, there were only bows and crossbows, and even the most primitive fire attacks could not be used. Take your positions. Prepare to fire. With the garrison commander's order, all the warriors in the mountain city abyssal rift consciously climbed the walls, infusing their blood energy into the crossbow bolts made of abyssal steel. Crossbow no. 1 fully charged. Crossbow no. 2. One by one, the crossbows were charged, and the bolts emitted a bright red glow. Fire. Boom. 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 The abyssal steel bolts infused with blood energy were no less powerful than rockets, and in fact they were significantly stronger. Abyssal beasts below level 5 were turned to mush under the onslaught of the bolts, and the assault of the abyssal beasts visibly weakened. Prepare for the next round. Unlike the abyssal mother tree, which could produce powerful abyssal beasts, the abyssal demons only attracted a large number of abyssal beasts to follow them. The strongest abyssal beasts in the shallow abyss were only around level 7 or 8. In reality, the greatest threat was still those 5 abyssal demons, but all they could do was try to block those abyssal beasts. As for the abyssal demons, that was left to the masters of the same level. Even with the assistance of the abyssal steel crossbows, they still could not completely stop the advance of those abyssal beasts. The garrison commander tightened his grip on the tang knife at his waist. He was ready for close combat. As the garrison commander of this fortress, he absolutely could not allow it to fall before his death. Behind him were millions of citizens of the mountain city. If the mountain city abyssal rift were to be breached, those millions would. Everyone, the crossbow bolts have been exhausted. Prepare for a fight to the death. The garrison commander's expression gradually calmed, and the surrounding warriors drew their weapons. With the protection of the city walls, we can hold out until Governor Cho arrives, but sacrifices are inevitable. Rest assured, the warriors who die here will be recorded, and your families will receive the highest level of care. Suddenly, a level 4 warrior stepped forward and pounded his chest twice. Great Xiao warriors, no cowards. I am from the mountain city, my wife and children are in the mountain city. You Su Yawu can say whatever you want, but I won't run. Exactly, let's just fight. What are we afraid of? The warriors cheered at these words, and Su Yawu couldn't help but smile. Were these warriors strong? Compared to ordinary people, they were superhumans, incredibly powerful warriors. Compared to those abyssal beasts, they were incredibly weak, yet none of these weak warriors were cowards. Or rather, the Great Xiao warriors had become accustomed to sacrifice. Great Xiao would take good care of their families, which made them fearless. The students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, who had originally been hiding beneath the city walls, were now stirred by their bloodlust, drawing their weapons and preparing to climb the walls to fight. Stay put, your future will surely be better than ours, said a social martial artist, holding back the eager Lu Xiong, baring his teeth. We old folks aren't dead yet, there's no need for you kids to go up. With that, the social martial artist, who was only at level 3, climbed the wall and took down the longbow from his back. As the last social martial artist and the military martial artist guarding the abyss climbed the wall, the brutal city defense battle officially began. But even with the walls to fend off the attacks of the abyss beasts, death was still inevitable. A level 5 abyss beast charged up the wall, swatting a level 3 martial artist dead with a single claw. The shattered body of the level 3 martial artist fell from the wall, and the level 5 abyss beast lunged for its next target. Bang! Lu Xiong looked at the corpse that fell before him, its eyes wide open in death, and the face seemed somewhat familiar. Is this the martial artist who provoked us that day? Lu Yeqing was also among the group, but she was too weak to do anything. Yes, it is him. Lu Xiong felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he couldn't understand what this feeling was. After closing the corpse's eyes, Lu Xiong drew his long knife and resolutely walked towards the wall. I won't hide anymore. Thunder crackled around Lu Xiong's abyss steel gauntlets, his blood and energy surging as he shouted and charged forward. Kill! Lu Xiong's own strength was not weak. Killing a level 5 abyss beast one-on-one was not difficult. His fists struck like hammers, landing a blow on the neck of the level 5 Abyss Beast. The level 5 Abyss Beast howled and fell from the wall, quickly being engulfed by other Abyss Beasts. You! The martial artist who had blocked Lu Xiong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Alright, you're a real man. I don't need your approval. Lu Xiong swung his fists, and the previously tense situation eased slightly. The other students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy looked at Lu Xiong's back and stood up, drawing their weapons. They were students, yes, but they were also martial artists. Why should those older martial artists fight in front while they hid behind? Stay with the group, and don't break formation. Su Yawu glanced at the students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy who had caught up, saying no more than to remind them not to disrupt the current formation. Over the past month, he had watched more and more students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy enter the Abyss Rift for training. The changes in the students were evident. Few still called the students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy weaklings. Governor, hurry up. We still need support from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. However, even with the assistance of these students, it was merely a drop in the bucket against the countless Abyss Beasts. Only the arrival of truly decisive strong fighters could end the current crisis. With a sudden stop, Chen Mo and the others halted in an open area. It's over, the fortress is under siege. Gu Feng's face was grim, behind them was the great demon of the abyss, and in front were countless Abyss Beasts. This situation could only be described as a dead end, right? Fortunately, there was a gap between the swarm of Abyss Beasts and the great demon of the abyss, enough for Chen Mo and the others to hide for a while. But hiding was not a long-term solution. If they didn't think of a way quickly, they would eventually be swallowed by the swarm of Abyss Beasts or crushed into mush by the great demon of the abyss. Yang Zhua, carry them. Chen Mo frowned. It seemed he had no choice but to use it. Handing the students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to Yang Zhua, his external avatar could carry all these students without slowing down. Chen Mo turned to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you take everyone and hide well. When you see my signal, rush into the fortress. What signal? Before Gu Feng could ask his question, Chen Mo had already charged towards the several abyssal demons. Why don't you tell me what the signal is? Otherwise, how will we know when to run? Ugh! The abyssal demons sensed the delightful fragrance rushing towards them and let out excited low roars. Damn it, I need to think about how to explain this later. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and locked onto the abyssal demon with a health value of 5,500,000,000. As for how to explain later how he lifted a 100-meter-tall abyssal demon, it would depend on the imagination of those researchers, or whether Chu Tianhua's imagination was big enough. If their imagination was big enough, he wouldn't have to explain himself. If all else fails, then we'll just see. Let's do it. Chen Mo instantly activated Perfect Steel Blood and Perfect Steel Skin, Ghost Armor, transforming into a humanoid beast charging towards the abyssal demon. At this moment, Chen Mo's speed had reached 330 km per hour, and with his extremely high defense, any abyssal beast that collided with him would be smashed to pieces. Su Yawu on the city wall also noticed Chen Mo, who was running wildly in the opposite direction, and many martial artists and students also took note of him. What is that, a humanoid abyssal beast? Su Yawu was sweating profusely. It was his first time, no, it should be the first time in history seeing a humanoid abyssal beast. The black armor was clearly from the ghost armor beast. Could it be that the ghost armor beast had become sentient? But the next moment, what happened once again refreshed Su Yawu's worldview. He heard the humanoid abyssal beast let out a roar, and then the abyssal demon, which was dozens of kilometers away, flew into the air. Smash it for me! Chen Mo's veins bulged. He finally understood what the system meant by body load. The moment he selected that 5,500,000,000 health abyssal demon, his own health began to plummet rapidly. His body started to collapse, the ghost armor shattered with cracks, blood sprayed from his 7 orifices like a water gun, and even one eyeball flew out. Yet even as his body was collapsing, he still held onto the 100-meter-tall abyssal demon and flew up. At this moment, Gu Feng also understood what Chen Mo meant by signal, but this signal was way too terrifying. What kind of good person can carry an abyssal demon like a crow on a plane? Surprised as he was, Gu Feng reacted immediately, leading a few people towards the fortress. Su Yawu also saw Gu Feng and the others rushing forward and immediately sent people to clear a clean section of the city wall. After tracing a graceful arc, the captured abyssal demon finally landed. The moment it hit the ground, the head of the abyssal demon was smashed into the earth, and the destructive shockwave began to spread outward. The hard gray-white ground exploded, looking from a distance like a stone dropped into a calm water surface. The gray-white ground rippled with waves of death, caused 2,102,453,631 points of area damage. Roar! The abyssal demon let out a piercing cry of pain, and any abyssal beast within the skill range was turned into blood mist with that strike. Damn! Suyoxiong could no longer care about Gu Feng and the others who had just climbed up. He had never seen such a scene in his life. Hundreds of thousands of abyssal beasts disappeared in an instant, leaving only the stench of blood lingering around the fortress. At this moment, Chen Mo was not feeling well either. His health was down to 3 million, having just lost 7 million health from that blow. No wonder the cooldown time is so short. If all the opponents are like this, after using it a second time, I'd be dead for sure. But that was a full 2 billion in damage, and that was after deducting the abyssal demon's defense, which was in the 9-digit range. Truly, all beings are equal. Even a grandmaster would have to take that flying throw. Hurry up and retreat, it'll be trouble once the abyssal demon reacts. Chen Mo wasn't planning to trigger the last reserve buff just yet. Such a treasure should be saved for after reaching level 13. The shattered ghost armor peeled away from his body, revealing Chen Mo's bloodied face. Dragging his leg, which was reduced to a single golden bone, Chen Mo still burst forth with a speed of 330 kilometers. After this breathtaking moment, the previously tense battlefield instantly calmed down. The massive abyssal beasts vanished, leaving only a couple of small cats near the city wall, along with the 5 severely injured abyssal demons. Indeed, those abyssal demons were also heavily wounded from the 2 billion explosion damage, especially their already clumsy legs. At this moment, aside from the one abyssal demon whose head was still stuck in the ground, the others were all kneeling. Put! The priestess parasitizing the abyssal demon spat out a mouthful of blood, her body sliding out of the abyssal demon like a noodle. Why? As the Archbishop of the Southwest Diocese of the Abyssal Church, the priestess herself was also a level 13 Grandmaster. However, she practiced a technique of shrinking bones, along with some minor mutations, which granted her the ability to parasitize other beings. This meant her combat power was not strong, and her health was not high, only around 13 billion. Logically, even if the abyssal demon died, she shouldn't have been injured, but that last blow shattered all her meridians. The Grandmaster's essence in her dantian was leaking continuously, and the life core wrapped in the Grandmaster's essence was also exposed. The ethereal life core now had cracks appearing, just a step away from collapse. Impossible, isn't he a level 6 martial artist? Why? I can't believe I will die here. The light in the priestess's pupils gradually faded, and her body completely lost its warmth. The dignified Archbishop of the Southwest Diocese, a formidable Grandmaster skilled in bone shrinking and parasitism, was killed in one blow by a mere level 6 martial artist, Chen Mo. The priestess was dead. Is Chen Mo really that fierce? Gu Feng, panting heavily, wiped his sweat, unsure if it was from exhaustion or shock from the earlier scene. With those 2 moves, even his grandfather probably couldn't do it, right? I don't know. Yang Zuo was already feeling a bit desperate. He had planned to defeat Chen Mo after becoming stronger, but given the current situation, he might be directly smashed to death by Chen Mo's flying throw. Is that Chen Mo? A social martial artist with a broken arm approached, looking bewildered. Yeah, what else would it be? Gu Feng glanced at him, then got up, grabbing a long stick to climb onto the city wall. He looked a bit disheveled but was uninjured and still able to fight. After settling a few unconscious people, Yang Zuo also climbed up the city wall, followed closely by Ma Wanlin. As for Chen Mo, no one cared about him. How could someone capable of lifting an abyssal demon for a flying throw possibly get into trouble? A few minutes later, Chen Mo, now with only one leg, successfully reached the city wall. Damn! Chen Mo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. At this point, he had returned to human form, his mangled body shocking to behold. Seeing everyone gather around as if wanting to ask something, Chen Mo took the initiative. Shut up, don't ask, whoever asks will get hit. What, are you going to hit even me? Suddenly, a robust figure appeared above Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo looked up and saw the old lion, Shi Jinshi, who had no regard for martial ethics. I wouldn't dare, but Principal Shi, could you let me breathe a couple of breaths of fresh air? Chen Mo forced a smile. He didn't dare gamble on whether this old fellow would take advantage of the moment to give him a beating. You have quite a few secrets, but they have nothing to do with me. As long as you remain loyal to the human race, those secrets are of no concern. If anything happens, I will help you fend it off. But if one day you betray the human race, I might just take matters into my own hands. Although Principal Shi spoke with a smile, the pressure he exerted on Chen Mo was immense. You might be wondering why an old man who has exhausted his master source would come here. Shi Jinshi pressed his palm against his chest, and a drop of golden liquid appeared in his palm. Open your mouth, I'll help you heal. What is this? Chen Mo looked up at the drop of golden liquid in Shi Jinshi's palm, asking curiously. Just eat it. Do you think this old man would harm you? Shi Jinshi rolled his eyes. He couldn't very well say he was using his master source to heal him, could he? Oh. Chen Mo obediently opened his mouth, and the drop of golden liquid fell inside. Instantly, a gentle yet powerful energy flowed within Chen Mo's body, rapidly repairing his injuries. Just lie still, leave the rest to me. Seeing Chen Mo's injuries beginning to heal quickly, Shi Jinshi nodded in satisfaction. Principal Shi, that is a 13th level abyssal demon. You, Lu Yun, who had come along, hesitated. The old principal only had a maximum of 12th level strength. Facing an abyssal demon was practically courting death. Shi Jinshi said nothing but turned to glance at the injured students and martial artists, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little brats, you don't think a bit of wind and frost could take me down, do you? It's just a 13th level abyssal demon, even at 12th level, I can slay them. Not to mention, I haven't been idle these past 10 years. With that, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Shi Jinshi, and a golden Tanghung knife appeared out of thin air. Flame-slashing golden lion knife? As the guardian of the abyssal rift in Mountain City, Su Yawu naturally recognized this renowned weapon. Why is it said that Shi Jinshi can rank among the hundreds of masters in the Great Xia? Besides his terrifying strength, there is also this master-level weapon of fate. Using his own fate core as the foundation, supplemented by materials and fate cores from master-level abyssal beasts, he ultimately forged such a powerful weapon. Although a master weapon of fate greatly enhances a master's strength, if the weapon shatters, it can lead to a drop in the master's realm, and in severe cases, it could even result in their demise. Therefore, very few masters would choose to do this. Only the most ferocious and desperate individuals would make such a choice. Coincidentally, Shi Jinshi was such a desperate individual. Wait, wasn't the flame-slashing golden lion knife black before? Lu Yun, who had witnessed Shi Jinshi's master weapon, recalled that this Tanghung knife was previously black. Why had it turned golden now? Moreover, this gold was identical to the color of the master source. Have you ever heard of a secret technique? Shi Jinshi was very pleased with the crowd's reaction and turned to look at the astonished onlookers. Sword nurturing technique. I, Shi Jinshi, have created my own school, nurturing master weapons with the master source, ultimately achieving the master level sword nurturing technique. I originally wanted to find a 14th level king body abyssal warrior to test its power, but unfortunately, I now have to use it. Everyone was taken aback by his words. After all these years, this old man hadn't regained his master level strength and was studying these things instead? Wasn't that putting the cart before the horse? Don't worry, dealing with these abyssal demons doesn't require me to exhaust the master's essence I've cultivated. At most, I'll just use up the momentum I've built up. Let's see if recovering my master level strength will make the blade cultivation faster. Shi Jinshi grabbed the golden tang horizontal sword floating in front of him. No, it was the fierce slashing golden lion blade. Old buddy, don't embarrass me. Shi Jinshi gently caressed the tang horizontal sword in his hand, drawing it from its sheath. The moment the tang horizontal sword was unsheathed, everyone felt the surrounding light dim, and the sharp blade's aura pressed down on Chen Mo, making it hard for him to breathe. You little brats who use swords, pay attention to this old man. I don't expect you to comprehend all of this old man's blade techniques. Even understanding 1/10,000th is enough for you to reach the 4th rank. Fierce slashing blade technique. Sever heaven and earth. Swish. With this slash, the world lost its color. Everything around turned grayish-white under the strike, and Chen Mo even felt as if time had stopped flowing. In the still time, only that golden blade aura cut through everything. Huff. Shi Jinshi let out a breath, sheathing the fierce slashing golden lion blade once more. It's over. As Shi Jinshi spoke these words, time began to flow again. The abyssal demons that were about to rise also froze in place, as if they had been immobilized. Is it over? Gu Feng was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that Shi Jinshi could slice his old man into sashimi. The gold on the fierce slashing golden lion blade quickly faded, ultimately returning to the pure black tang horizontal sword. Shi Jinshi's aura surged the moment the fierce slashing golden lion blade turned black again, returning to the 13th level master realm. Of course, it's just a few abyssal demons, and you little brats are scared like this. Shi Jinshi snorted with great authority, sitting cross-legged on the city wall. Look! Following the direction Shi Jinshi pointed, everyone's gaze fell on those few abyssal demons. Just as everyone was still puzzled, the bodies of those abyssal demons split in half, ultimately falling to the ground and turning into purple-red, foul-smelling sludge. The method to kill abyssal demons is very simple. Find their life core and sever it with a single strike. The only difficulty is finding the life core. Everything else is very simple. Chen Mo looked at Shi Jinshi with a strange expression, feeling that this old man was just showing off. And doing it quite successfully. You old fool are showing off again, aren't you? Qiu Wuxuang suddenly appeared beside Shi Jinshi, looking at him with some disdain. So what? I've been holding it in for so many years, can't I enjoy myself a bit? Shi Jinshi glanced at Qiu Wuxuang but didn't say much. If he hadn't just regained his master realm and exhausted the blade's aura, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of this woman. Definitely. Stop whining like a woman, it's not over yet, more are coming. Qiu Wuxuang drew the long sword from her waist, looking towards the path of no return 1,000 miles away. Really, why is it still not finished? Shi Jinshi sighed helplessly. These newly emerged abyssal demons were making it hard for him to show off. You just regained your master realm, you should focus on cultivation. Leave them to me. A bunch of mindless monsters aren't a big deal. As Qiu Wuxuang spoke, she lifted her foot, ready to confront the enemy. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the crack behind everyone. Where's Chen Mo? Why can't we find a single mentor from the Mountain City Martial Academy? Gung Lianhu burst into the abyssal rift with a loud voice, and everyone looked at him in confusion. I told you, how could such a large martial arts academy have no one around? They'd been playing mahjong all day. Gung Lianhu grinned and landed directly next to Chen Mo. Hey, kid, why do you look so miserable? Did that old stone lion bully you? Can you be more mindful of the occasion? Can't you see all these students and mentors around? Give me some face. Shi Jinshi sighed, looking at Gung Lianhu with a somewhat complicated expression. What do I care? I'm just here to see if Chen Mo and the others passed their assessment. If they did, I'll take them back. Gung Lianhu was unconcerned. He was inherently reckless, just having restrained himself a bit at the Great Xia Master Academy. By the way, Chen Mo, what's that sticky thing on you? Gung Lianhu walked over to Chen Mo and plucked a purplish red hair from his head. The three masters gathered around, observing the fine strand on Chen Mo's head. This thing seems to be a hair from a female abyssal demon? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was stunned. What do you mean? What kind of hair is this? Alright, it has nothing to do with you. I have a rough idea of what's going on. After regaining his master-level senses, Shi Jinshi's perception returned to its previous state. He scanned the surrounding mentors and students, then glanced at the distant positions of the abyssal demons, sighing with some regret. Wu Yaozu is really unfortunate to have encountered the ceremonial officer. Speaking of which, I haven't managed the Mountain City Martial Academy for a few years. How did a cult even get mixed in? Cult? The other mentors were taken aback. When did a cult appear in their martial academy? Forget it, this can't be blamed on you. The methods of that ceremonial officer are beyond your understanding. Shi Jinshi waved his hand. This matter ultimately fell on him. The only challenge now was how to deal with the unfortunate Wu Yaozu. Wu Shuang, silly old tiger, let's resolve this matter. Shi Jinshi stood up and drew the fierce slashing golden lion blade once more. Just a few abyssal demons, I can handle them alone. Gung Lianhu snorted, and a pair of blood-red golden hammers appeared in his hands. Indeed, Gung Lianhu had also forged his life core into a master-level weapon. This old fellow was one of the notorious outlaws among masters. Songbin had to lean back a bit. You guys hurry up and get out, I can't be responsible for so much. It was clear that Gung Lianhu was a bit excited. He hadn't had such a good opportunity to practice at the Great Xia Master Academy before. And you, the garrison officer, take everyone out. The rest is up to me. Old Lady Cho, you take the stone lion and get lost. You'll only hinder my performance here. Gung Lianhu cracked his neck, and a void portal appeared behind him. Life Gate. Others might not understand, but Qiu Wuxuang and Shi Jinshi certainly did. Once that ethereal life gate solidified, it meant a master had successfully found their life gate and stepped into the 14th level. Let's go, we shouldn't be in the way here. Qiu Wuxuang led everyone away from the abyssal rift immediately. Silly old tiger was right, he could indeed handle those 13th level abyssal demons alone. Or rather, those 13th level abyssal demons were merely his toys. Returning to the Mountain City Martial Academy, this massive crisis was thus declared over. For the first time, Chen Mo truly understood the sense of security brought by a top-tier powerhouse. Previously, I only thought that Gung Lianhu was a rather eccentric old man, but after this visit, it seems that this old fellow is quite formidable. Even Qiu Wuxuang dared not refute his words. Chen Mo, are you okay? At this moment, Gu Feng approached, looking Chen Mo up and down, noticing that there were hardly any good pieces of flesh on him. What could be wrong? I think the one with a problem now is you. Chen Mo glanced at Gu Feng, sensing from his eyes that his brain seemed to have been formatted. What could be wrong with me? I haven't done anything except run a couple of steps. Gu Feng was a bit puzzled as to why Chen Mo thought he had a problem. Do you still remember the knowledge points you memorized last night? What knowledge points? Gu Feng scratched his head, confusion filling his eyes. Sigh, I knew it. Chen Mo shook his head and patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. Good luck, I hope you don't end up alone here. Knowledge points. Gu Feng jolted, he had forgotten all the knowledge points he memorized last night. I'm doomed. Good luck. Yang Zhua patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, following behind Chen Mo, intending to comprehend the divine powers. Don't embarrass the Daxia Master Academy. Ma Wanlin nodded at Gu Feng while carrying the unconscious He Miao. Gu Feng's expression was blank. The assessment officially started at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It was now 7 in the evening, which meant he had 14 hours left. Damn it, I'm going all out. If Chen Mo and the others all passed the assessment and he was left alone in the Mountain City Martial Academy, he would be utterly humiliated. As night fell, Chen Mo, who had fully recovered, got out of bed. He glanced at Gu Feng, who was reviewing, and then at Yang Zhua, who was comprehending the divine powers, before leaving the dormitory. Previously, Xiao Wushuang had mentioned that soaking in energy liquid might allow the steel marrow to be energized, so Chen Mo planned to give it a try. He was about to return to the Master Academy, so he wanted to test whether this method was effective in advance. If it really worked, he could have Dean Shui apply master pressure while soaking in energy liquid, refining the steel marrow at the same time. Where are you going, kid? Just as he stepped out of the dormitory building, Chen Mo ran into Gung Lianhu, Xiao Wushuang, and Shi Jinshi, 3 masters. I can't sleep, just came out for a stroll. Chen Mo smiled. He couldn't exactly say he had so much energy liquid that he could take a bath, could he? Gung Lianhu squinted, sizing Chen Mo up. You kid, are you hiding something from us? I feel like you're being sneaky. I warn you, you can't go into the Abyss Rift right now. Hearing Gung Lianhu's first sentence made Chen Mo's scalp tingle, but he soon relaxed. How could that be? I'm just out to get some fresh air. What would I go to the Abyss Rift for? There's an assessment tomorrow. I'll just get some air and then go back to rest. Good night, Dean Gung, Governor Chiu, Principal Shi, I'm off. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he tried to slip away, but Gung Lianhu grabbed him by the collar. Did I let you go? Since you're here, just right, come with us to the research center. I heard from Shi Jinshi that you threw a flying tackle while carrying the Abyss Demon, right? Gung Lianhu grinned. He was quite curious about this matter. If it weren't for the assessment tomorrow, he would have loved to pull Chen Mo up tonight and ask him about it. Now, this kid wasn't sleeping and came right to him. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Chen Mo's gaze flickered. He could only hope that Chu Tianhua would provide a reasonable explanation. It would be best if he could come up with some wild story to fool these masters. At the Mountain City Research Center, Chu Tianhua, who was in a state of utter frustration over how to replicate the internal structure of energy batteries, was pushed out by someone. Why are you bothering me in the middle of the night? Chu Tianhua said, somewhat annoyed. He always felt that the structure of the energy battery wasn't complicated, yet he just couldn't replicate it. Once they could replicate it, they would have many more ways to deal with the abyss. This kid has done something earth-shattering. Gung Lianhu sat on the sofa with Chen Mo, patting Chen Mo's back to let him speak for himself. Chen Mo remained silent. He had no idea how to explain the situation. This kid took on the abyssal demon with a flying throw, the kind of power comparable to a nuclear bomb. Put. Chu Tianhua sprayed out the coffee he hadn't swallowed yet, staring blankly at Chen Mo in front of him. You're a level 6 warrior, right? The abyssal demon starts at level 13. How did you manage to take it on? Not to mention how much the abyssal demon weighs, just the toxins they emit could kill you. How did you do it? Chu Tianhua immediately felt awake. This kid's effect was better than caffeine. Next time I'm tired, I'll just call this kid to wake me up. I don't know either. I was pushed to my limits, and it seemed like my mental power underwent some kind of mutation. But when I tried later, I found my mental power returned to normal. It seems like it needs some kind of condition to trigger? Mental power. It's actually a mutation of mental power. Chu Tianhua's previously puzzled expression became clear. Chen Mo's words seemed to open up a new perspective for him. Chu Qi, come here. Hearing Chu Tianhua's call, Chu Qi walked out from a dark corner like a summoned beast. I originally planned to study this phenomenon thoroughly before publishing anything, but I didn't expect a second case of mental power mutation to appear beside me. What? Gung Lianhu and the others suddenly stood up. This old monkey, Chu Tianhua, was hiding something from them. Relax, don't be so tense, it's not a bad thing. Chu Tianhua knew how much Gung Lianhu and Xiao Wushuang valued Chen Mo, so their reaction was normal. If the Daxia Master Academy didn't value Chen Mo, they wouldn't have sent Gung Lianhu, a national-level human nuclear weapon, to pick him up. Show us. Chu Tianhua waved his hand at Chu Qi, and Chu Qi's eyes lit up with white light. The teapot in front of Chen Mo floated up, swaying in the air for 2 circles before landing back on the ground. I have always believed that mental power can not only have healing effects, and it wasn't until I discovered this child, Chu-Chi, that I was convinced of this. To be precise, this isn't a mutation of mental power, but an application of it. Using mental power through a specific method to gain some wonderful abilities. This ability can be called supernatural power or mental ability. Currently, there is only Chu-Chi as an example. Shenmo's ability still needs further assessment. Chu Tianhua paused and shifted his gaze to Gun Lianhu. Old Gun, I want to discuss something with you. What good idea can you come up with, old monkey? Gun Lianhu rolled his eyes. Once this old man started talking seriously, he was definitely up to something. I can provide the Dasha Master Academy with a whole year's worth of funding, which is 300 billion. What you need to do is very simple. Saying this, Chu Tianhua pointed at Chen Mo, who was fiddling with the floating teapot. Just lend me this kid for a year, and I will definitely find the true method of using mental power from him. Not lending him. Besides, Chen Mo isn't the property of our Dasha Master Academy. You need to ask him yourself about this. Gung Lianhu shook his head. Although they valued Chen Mo, what he wanted to do and where he wanted to go was not something they could control. At most, they could offer some advice. How about this? I'll provide you with unlimited training resources. Come to the Magic City. Chu Tianhua knew that the best way to impress this group of martial artists was through unlimited resources. With the support of unlimited resources, even the weakest among them could make rapid progress. Really? Chen Mo's eyes lit up, while Gun Lianhu felt a jolt in his heart. Of course, as long as you can say it, I can provide you with unlimited resources. Chu Tianhua was very confident about this. In his life, he had no other great abilities, just money. Money so abundant that it could never be spent. Enough to burn endlessly like firewood. I want energy liquid, 20 tons. I was thinking of soaking in energy liquid, maybe it could help with the steel marrow's energy transformation. Chen Mo was quite straightforward, asking for 20 tons of energy liquid right away. The entire reception room fell into silence, everyone looking at Chen Mo with puzzled expressions. You, say that again? Chu Tianhua even doubted if he had misheard the unit. Did he hear 20 grams instead of 20 tons? What's wrong? 20 tons of energy liquid? Chen Mo didn't know what he had said wrong. This stuff shouldn't be that precious, right? At least not for a top-tier figure like Chu Tianhua. Silence, a deathly silence. No one spoke anymore, except for Gung Lianhu, who couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Old monkey, aren't you quite capable? Chen Mo has already made a request, why don't you agree? Ha 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 ha. Gung Lianhu thought Chen Mo was making an unreasonable demand to refuse Chu Tianhua. In fact, everyone else thought the same. But Chen Mo genuinely believed this request was quite reasonable. He could easily gather a large amount from the depths of the abyss in Black Cloud City. If it weren't for those master-level abyss martial artists returning, he wouldn't have thought of taking advantage of Chu Tianhua. I'm not surprised you refuse me, but such a lame reason is a bit disrespectful. Chu Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. He was just trying to negotiate. It would be good if Chen Mo agreed, but if not, there was nothing he could do. However, he never expected Chen Mo would come up with such a reason to refuse him. It's not an excuse, I really want to soak in energy liquid. Chen Mo was anxious. Chu Tianhua couldn't really lack that much energy liquid, could he? Although he had 2 cubic meters and 500 kilograms of energy liquid, he couldn't ensure that this amount would be enough for his steel marrow transformation. Are you serious? Gung Lianhu stopped laughing and turned to look at Chen Mo. Xiao Wushuang beside them seemed to remember something and awkwardly turned her head away. She had only mentioned it casually, not expecting this kid to take it seriously. Otherwise, this matter was told to me by Governor Qiu. As soon as Chen Mo spoke, he was covered by Xiao Wushuang's hand over his mouth. Kid, soaking in energy liquid to achieve steel marrow transformation is only effective after the steel marrow has been refined. So even if you soak now, it would have no effect. Not necessarily, you could refine the steel marrow while soaking. Gung Lianhu was also unreliable, already pondering the feasibility of this matter. Alright, this farce ends here. Chu Tianhua could hardly take it anymore. The newcomer sounded as if he were serious. I just checked Chen Mo's body. There are no issues with either his mental strength or physical form. If you ever find a way to tap into that ability again, feel free to use it and record that feeling. If there's nothing else, you can leave, I'm tired. Chu Tianhua waved his hand, signaling the end of the visit. He was indeed exhausted, both mentally and physically. You said it, if anything happens, I'll come to you for treatment for Chen Mo. After hearing Chu Tianhua's response, Gung Lianhu also felt relieved and left the research center with Chen Mo. Tonight, just rest properly. After the assessment tomorrow, bring Gu Feng and the others to the conference room. I have something important to tell you. Gung Lianhu's expression was serious, and seeing this, Chen Mo nodded obediently. Alright, go on. The next day, the moment Chen Mo got out of bed, he saw Gu Feng standing straight at the door. What are you doing? Groggy, Chen Mo sat up in bed and walked over to poke him. Don't touch me, I'm swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Gu Feng pushed Chen Mo away, his eyes blankly staring at the sky outside. Ah, I can feel it, the call from the God of Wisdom and the Star of Literature. With the blessings of the God of Wisdom and the Star of Literature, I will definitely become the king of exams. He. Did you mix up the channels? Chen Mo took a step back, wondering if this guy was having a mental breakdown from studying too much. Was the pressure really that great? Let's go, he recited everything he learned last night. If we disturb him again, I'm afraid he'll forget. Yang Zhuo sighed helplessly, even he felt that Gu Feng was a bit off. The three quickly walked into the lecture hall, where Ma Wanglin and He Miao were already waiting for them. Also present were Gung Lianhu and several professors, all smiling as they watched Chen Mo and the others without saying a word. Once Chen Mo and the others found their seats, Professor Wei finally stood up with the exam papers. Today is the assessment day. I hope everyone can pass and return to the Daxia Master Academy. If you don't pass, you'll have to keep retaking the exam until you do. Now, the assessment officially begins. After distributing the 4 exam papers to the 5, Gung Lianhu and the professors began monitoring the exam. At 3 in the afternoon, the assessment officially ended. Chen Mo roughly estimated his score. Passing was definitely not a problem, but he wouldn't score too high. How did you all do? He turned to Ma Wanglin and the others and asked. It was okay, at least passing is not a problem. Ma Wanglin nodded. As a top student from Xishan province, she was confident in her exam skills. I think I got one question wrong in my Abyss language. It seems I won't get a perfect score this time. He Miao sighed. As a mentalist, her memory was naturally much better than that of a martial artist, so this assessment was a piece of cake for her. Yang Zhuo's expression was also calm, indicating that passing this assessment was completely assured. What about Gu Feng? Chen Mo scanned the room but didn't see that crazy figure. Instead, he noticed a grayish-white mass in Gu Feng's previous spot, seemingly the remnants of something that had burned out. He. The burnt-out mass suddenly laughed, startling Chen Mo, who almost punched it. I will definitely pass this assessment. I never want to take an exam again. After saying this, the last trace of color on Gu Feng completely disappeared, indicating he had completely burned out. Is he sick? Ma Wanglin frowned. It was just a small assessment. Was it really necessary to be like this? You have to understand, Jingyi has never experienced this since he was young, so it's normal for him to react this way. Chen Mo sighed and patted Ma Wanglin's shoulder. The assessment results are out. Before they had left the exam room, the professors on stage had already graded Chen Mo and the others' papers. Congratulations, all 5 of you have passed and can return to the Daxia Master Academy. He Miao's accuracy rate is 99%. Ma Wanglin's accuracy rate is 86%. Chen Mo's accuracy rate is 81%. Yang Zhuo's accuracy rate is 80%. Gu Feng's accuracy rate is 60%. Without exception, all 5 of them, including Chen Mo, reached the passing line and successfully passed this assessment. Not bad. It seems that in this month, you not only led the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to a successful transformation, but your studies haven't fallen behind either. And the physical training hasn't been delayed, which makes this old man very satisfied. However, Gung Lianhu glanced at a few professors, who wisely left the room. You can't return to the Great Xia Master Academy for now. I have a small task for you. Since we're already on the topic, let's skip the conference room and clarify things right here. As soon as Gung Lianhu finished speaking, Gu Feng closed his eyes in pain. He now felt that the painful training was surprisingly blissful, at least much better than attending classes. What the hell, it's not about attending classes, this time, you need to go abroad. Gung Lianhu suddenly appeared next to Gu Feng and slapped him on the back of the head. Don't rush to ask, let me explain slowly. You all know about the World Youth Martial Arts Championship held every 5 years, right? This time, the championship will take place in 10 days, and we should set off the day after tomorrow. To support our Great Xia Master Academy stepping into the spotlight, the higher-ups specifically handed this opportunity to us. Originally, participants were supposed to be selected from various regions, but this time, the higher-ups decided to give all 4 spots to the Great Xia Master Academy. I have a question. Gu Feng, just getting up from the ground, raised his hand, a red handprint still visible on the back of his head. Speak. Gung Lianhu looked at Gu Feng, curious about what the young man from the Gu family would say. Isn't the World Youth Championship for those aged between 18 and 30? We're just barely 18, there should be seniors stronger than us, right? I think senior sister Diame and senior brother Julong would be very suitable. Gu Feng genuinely didn't want to join this commotion, he'd rather go back and focus on refining his internal organs. They don't want to go, and you few happen to be free, so it would be good for you to go. Deng Lianhu waved his hand, dismissively brushing aside Gu Feng's question. Gu Feng didn't know what to say. The implication in Deng Lianhu's words was that this opportunity was quite rare. In general, the World Youth Championship will last for a while. According to the schedule, you should be able to return before the new year. Deng Lianhu, undeterred by Gu Feng's question, paused for a moment before continuing. The championship consists of team and individual competitions, with the two events occurring one after the other, broadcast live worldwide. Our country will also broadcast it in real time, and the higher-ups will pay attention to this match. Of course, you don't need to be nervous, just treat it as a training experience. Although Deng Lianhu appeared calm and unconcerned about the results, sending Chen Mo and the others was precisely to make a statement. He wasn't young anymore, but he had gone through his youth and understood the art of showing off. Other countries sent their strongest fighters who were right on the age boundary, while the Great Xia Master Academy only sent a few new students who had nothing better to do. The gap was quite significant. Other countries might think so, but those familiar with Chen Mo and the others in Great Xia knew that these few were stronger than the average seniors. We will set off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just bring your weapons, and someone will prepare the other things for you. Alright, discuss the order of appearance for the individual competition. I won't say much more. The specifics will be explained to you by the staff once you arrive. After notifying Chen Mo and the others about this matter, Deng Lianhu turned and left. Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. Then let's go, as long as it doesn't delay the new year. Chen Mo didn't mind, it was a good opportunity to practice a bit more. He didn't want to spar with his own people. When fighting outsiders, he wouldn't have to worry about holding back. TSK, I forgot to ask if accidentally killing someone would cause trouble. Gu Feng and the others glanced at Chen Mo, realizing that the fierce beast Chen Mo was about to make a comeback. Let's go back, rest a bit, and pack our things. We'll meet at the school gate tomorrow morning. After checking the time, Chen Mo planned to have another bowl of tofu pudding rice. After all, who knows when he would be back next time. But just as Chen Mo stood up, the system's announcement echoed in his mind. Challenge task triggered. Participate in a team competition as an individual and win the championship. Rewards, Hero Skill Selection ×1, Perfect Steel Marrow Promotion Card ×1, Storage Space Expansion Card ×1. Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then carefully looked at the rewards for the challenge task. Individual, team competition? What, does it want him to take on 4 opponents by himself? With such rich rewards, it seemed he had no choice but to give it a shot. He just didn't know how difficult it would be. System, are you sure there's no mistake with this reward? Chen Mo pointed at the Perfect Steel Marrow promotion card and asked, shouldn't it be Steel Marrow Quantification? Note, Steel Marrow Quantification is a higher level than Perfect Steel Marrow and requires the host to explore on their own. Alright, at least it saves me some trouble. Rubbing his head, this promotion card at least spared him the hassle of refining the Steel Marrow. Challenge Task 2 triggered. Participate in an individual competition and win the championship, defeating all opponents with overwhelming force. Upon successful completion of the task, rewards, Buff Selection ×1, Resurrection Armor, prioritizes over Last Reserve Buff Trigger, cooldown time 24 hours, ×1, Emblem Selection ×5. Chen Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. The system meant for him to single-handedly dominate the entire World Youth Championship, right? Wasn't that a bit too ostentatious? After a moment of thought, Chen Mo felt that being a bit ostentatious wasn't a bad thing. He was strong enough to single-handedly sweep through the entire World Youth Championship, that was just a fact. After decisively accepting these 2 challenge tasks, Chen Mo changed his clothes and headed outside the school. About 30 kilometers from the Martial Arts Academy, there was a shabby little shop. Despite its dilapidated appearance, their tofu pudding and dipping sauce were exceptionally delicious. And the stir-fried liver and kidney was Chen Mo's favorite dish besides tofu pudding. The wok was full of flavor. As night fell, after a hearty meal, Chen Mo put his weapon away in the weapon box and took out his phone. It had been a while since he last contacted his family. While at the Daxiao Master Academy, he was busy every day, and now at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, he was occupied with studying and leading teams into the abyss, leaving him no time to reach out to his family. Seizing this rare moment of relaxation, Chen Mo decided to ask about his family's recent situation. He pressed the dial button, and the call was almost instantly answered. Hello, Xiao Mo? It wasn't Chen Li who answered the phone, but Su Lu. Mom? Chen Mo was momentarily surprised but didn't find it unexpected. I've been a bit busy lately, haven't had time to call and let you know I'm safe. I've been doing well, already a level 6 martial artist. I know to be careful, don't worry. For the new year? Of course, I'll definitely be back before the new year. Don't forget to make me braised pork ribs. Okay, then I'll hang up. The conversation between Chen Mo and Su Lu was quite brief, and there seemed to be some noise on the other end of the line. What's going on? It sounds like you're drinking? Rubbing his head, Chen Mo didn't think too much about it. He still had to continue refining his muscles. With 75% progress and one reward still unclaimed, he couldn't afford to slack off. Since completing the muscle tempering of his upper body, his muscles seemed to have adapted to the explosive tempering method of the energy liquid. Now, the consumption of energy liquid was much greater than before, to the point that even Chen Mo felt a bit of pain in his wallet. In Taizhou City, the Chen family was quite lively today, with everyone who had a good relationship with the Chen family present, except for Chen Yi and Chen Mo. Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, Wei Jin, and Xiao Qifeng were all guzzling from a large barrel of white liquor, completely unconcerned about the two masters who were sipping nearby. These two masters were Yu Jiling and Songbin, who were chatting and drinking with Chen Li. Indeed, after spending some time working in the South Island, Songbin had returned just to have a few drinks with Chen Li. An ordinary person and a master had thus become friends. His dad, the kid, said he should be back before the new year. That girl Chen Yi is coming back earlier than him. After handing the phone back to Chen Li, Su Lu looked a bit gloomy. As a mother, she supported all of her son's choices, but missing him was inevitable. Did he not tell you? Yu Jinling put down her cup and looked at Su Lu. This year is the year of the World Youth Championship, and all the spots for this championship have been given to the Great Xia Master Academy. But those freakish geniuses at the Master Academy generally don't want to deal with such troublesome matters. This will probably fall on Chen Mo and the others. According to his words, it's 99% likely that the World Youth Championship will end before the new year, and he will return by then. But, isn't the World Youth Championship for a bunch of young people in their 20s and 30s? Su Lu frowned, wondering if the gap in strength would be too great. Don't worry, with Chen Mo's strength, it's no problem for him to fight against 9th-level martial artists. Songbin laughed heartily and downed his drink. As one of the strongest masters in the Great Xia, Songbin had a well-connected network of information. He was fully aware of what Chen Mo was doing at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy and his progress in strength. Not to mention his little friends, each one is exceptionally talented, and dealing with those mediocre talents outside is no problem. This is about the face of the Great Xia Master Academy, and those old folks will definitely take it seriously. I estimate that they chose Chen Mo because they want him to make a big impression and emerge. I actually think the same. This time the team leader is Gun Lianhu. That old man is extremely powerful. Yu Jinling nodded, fully agreeing with Songbin's words. Among the masters of the Great Xia, this old man is the strongest after that monster. Then, Governor Yu, where do you rank among the masters of the Great Xia? Chen Li asked curiously after pouring Yu Jinling a drink. In Chen Li's view, Yu Jinling was no different from the legendary immortals and probably ranked among the top few. Me? I can't even squeeze into the top 100. Yu Jinling sighed with a bitter smile and shook her head. Old Chen, you should know that our Great Xia has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are many powerful individuals. Those true strong ones do not operate in the open, they are protecting human society in places you don't know about. Alright, enough of that. Songbin frowned, thinking it was better not to tell an ordinary person like Chen Li about certain things. Ordinary people should just live their lives well, some matters are better left for them to bear. The more one knows, the greater the pressure. Alright, let's drink. Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Yu Jiling smiled, raised her cup, and drank it all. Chen Li and Su Lu exchanged glances, knowing that some things were not meant for them to know, so they did not continue to ask. Drink up, and come over for the new year. The next morning, under the leadership of Gung Lianhu, Chen Mo, and the others boarded a military vehicle to head to the airport. Director Gung, flying on a plane is nothing compared to you taking us flying. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, Gu Feng knew very well that a master's flying speed was much faster than that of an airplane. You brat, do you think I'm a donkey? Gung Lianhu shot a glance at Gu Feng. He certainly had the ability to cross oceans, but doing so was exhausting. It was much more comfortable to sit on a plane for 10 hours and arrive. This time the destination is Gran Island, where the World Youth Championship is held every year. That place is tropical. The current temperature is probably similar to that of the southern island. There are still 9 days until the competition starts, so you can relax a bit. It's best not to have any conflicts with other competitors, that would be troublesome. Deng Lianhu understood the personalities of Chen Mo and the others very well. Except for Yang Zua and He Miao, the other three were all hotheads who would explode at the slightest provocation. What if they come to provoke us? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Surely, the great Xiao wouldn't let them suffer such humiliation, right? I'm just saying to try to avoid conflicts. Deng Lianhu emphasized the word conflicts. But you're not always by my side, I can't control everything. When it comes to fighting, remember not to use lethal force. As long as no one dies, we can talk it out. If they're not satisfied, let them come find me. If you really want to kill someone, it can wait until you're on the arena, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, having conflicts with other competitors wouldn't look good for their image, but who could blame a group of just 18-year-olds? If anyone were to be held accountable, it should be Deng Lianhu, but who would dare provoke this fierce god? So the problem was quite simple. The car started, but suddenly a figure appeared in front of it. What do you want, Stone Lion? Deng Lianhu frowned. What was this old man doing blocking the car? It's none of your business. I have something to give to that kid. Chen Mo. Sure, Jinshi ignored Deng Lianhu and walked up to the car window. Kid, take this, it could save your life at a critical moment. A thumb-sized sealed bottle was tossed into the car, landing steadily in Chen Mo's palm. You can also use it while tempering your body. With your kind of mutated martial artist, you might even forge a golden body ahead of time. After a moment of silence, Jinshi performed a martial salute to Chen Mo. Principal Shi, you shouldn't do this, I can't accept such a grand gesture. Chen Mo was astonished. A martial salute was the highest form of respect among martial artists, not to mention that this was a master performing it for him. No, you can accept it. Jinshi shook his head, his expression unusually serious. Thank you for helping the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy regain its vitality. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me. I never make empty promises. If it's something I can do, I will definitely help you. I've seen the changes in those kids. If it weren't for you, relying solely on me would probably take several years to achieve. Your arrival has greatly accelerated this process. Although there have been some setbacks, the overall result is very good. Good luck at the World Youth Championship. Let the whole world know the name Chen Mo. After patting Chen Mo on the shoulder, Jinshi turned and left. TSK, what kind of charm did you cast on that stone lion? He actually gave you so much master essence? Master essence? Chen Mo and the others exclaimed in unison. They had originally thought it was some high-grade elixir or medicinal herb, but it turned out to be the most important thing a master possesses aside from their life core. It was also one of the sources of a master's power, the master essence. The sealed bottle in Chen Mo's hand suddenly felt a bit hot, and he held it tightly. Take good care of it. Your rapid growth and strength is the best reward for this bottle of master essence. Deng Lianhu was somewhat surprised by this gift. Although the master source could be recondensed, it took a long time to do so. Even he would not easily use the master source unless absolutely necessary. That old stone lion had really put in some effort. Alright, stone lion, we're leaving. We'll come back to see you when we have time. Deng Lianhu waved his hand, signaling the driver to start the car. Next time, just let Chen Mo and those kids come. You old thing don't need to come. Jinshi chuckled and waved at the departing military vehicle. In the car, Chen Mo and his group looked at the sealed bottle in his hand, all expressing their amazement. This thing is quite rare, my old man didn't even say to give me a bit. Gu Feng looked at the sealed bottle in Chen Mo's hand with some envy. You haven't contributed anything, so why should it be given to you? Yang Zhuo was somewhat puzzled. The master source was also quite rare among the celestial race. Only those masters who had died but whose master source had not been exhausted would have their corresponding source pills made. Moreover, it wasn't something at his level that he could access. It would only be distributed to various masters for healing during battles. Are you really unable to tell that I'm joking? Gu Feng glanced at Yang Zhuo, feeling a bit helpless. Director Gun, besides healing, what else can the master source be used for? Chen Mo ignored the two and turned to Deng Lianhu. In simple terms, the master source is the most important thing for a master besides the core of life. It's also a kind of catalyst. When combined with vital energy, it can produce source power. However, you should forget about it for now. Just keep this master source for your cultivation. Aren't you wanting to soak in energy liquid? If you really manage to get that much energy liquid, you can mix the master source into it. The effect will be even better after the two are catalyzed, provided you can bear to part with it. After a pause, seeing that Chen Mo didn't respond, Deng Lianhu continued, Chen Mo, didn't you forge the undying golden bone in advance? I think you have a chance to forge the legendary physique, the no-leak king body. What is that? Not only Chen Mo, but even Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, who came from prominent families, had never heard of it. I don't know the specifics either. I just heard the old director mention it once before he left. Deng Lianhu himself only had a vague understanding of the undying king body and could only repeat what the old director had said. The pinnacle of martial arts is far beyond the 13th level. As for why so many masters are stuck at the 13th level and can't advance, the old director had some speculations. In fact, the refining method we are using now is a simplified version, more suitable for the general public. What? Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were both astonished, and then everyone looked at Yang Zhui in confusion. What are you, a celestial race member, doing here? You don't need to look at me like that. The refining method we celestial race use is the same as the human races. Yang Zhuo frowned. Of course, after all, the simplified refining method was developed by the human race, and you celestial race have traded quite a few good things to get it. Deng Lianhu clearly knew many unknown secrets, but everyone's thoughts were completely elsewhere. I don't know exactly when it was developed. After all, I'm also using the simplified version. Perhaps the generation of the old director used the more complex version. The simplified version has its advantages. At least it has increased the number of human race masters by dozens of times. TSK, I got off topic. Deng Lianhu frowned. When a person got older, they easily went off on tangents. The king body is a concept proposed by the old director, meaning that every inch of the body has been sufficiently refined, making the whole person a unified entity, thus achieving the Noli king body. For example, that kid Zhu Long from the Strength Academy, his muscle refining method was developed through his own exploration, and while it does have effects, the side effects are just too severe. What about the original refining method? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Since the current refining method is a simplified version, why not just use the original method for those martial arts geniuses? One method improves realms and combat power quickly, while the other has a higher ceiling. Different groups can use different refining methods. Don't think about it. The complexity of the original refining method is unimaginable. The resources consumed by one person are equivalent to the consumption of thousands. This will only make those big families even stronger, leaving ordinary people with no chance of rising. Deng Lianhu also climbed up from the very bottom and is very clear about the intentions of the upper echelons. Moreover, the original refining method has been lost for many years. Even the old dean doesn't know where it was thrown. The old dean is nearly 600 years old. If he doesn't know where it is, then I certainly don't. 600 years? Chen Mo gasped. Could it be that martial artists can achieve longevity by reaching a certain realm? Once the life core is condensed, lifespan will greatly increase. Deng Lianhu glanced at Chen Mo, shook his head, and continued. But what do martial artists need such a long lifespan for? The ones I look down on the most are those old turtles hiding in ancient martial families, willing to be a shrinking turtle for their own lives, just a bunch of 1,000-year-old turtles. This was quite harsh, and Gu Feng even felt that Deng Lianhu was implying something about him. You don't need to look. Your Gu family has only been around for a little over 300 years, so there aren't any old turtles hiding. Alright, we've arrived at the airport, everyone get off. It's a pity that the topic ended halfway, but everyone has more important things to do now. After grabbing their weapons, Deng Lianhu led a few people into a special passage directly to the cabin. Clap! A man in military uniform blocked Deng Lianhu's path, standing at attention. Master Gung, the accompanying team has gathered. Once everyone is seated, we can depart. Alright, this isn't your military department, why be so tense every day? Deng Lianhu patted the man's shoulder and turned to introduce Chen Mo and the others. This kid is called Lu Yue, a general from the Southwest Military Department, and also a 13th level master, responsible for our security. At your age, just call him Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Chen Mo and the others nodded. This Lu Yue looked too serious, not at all their style. Report to Master Gung, excluding security personnel, there are 70 remaining accompanying members, all in position. The plane's fuel has been fully replenished and is ready for takeoff. Even though Deng Lianhu said not to be so tense, Lu Yue still executed his tasks meticulously. Alright, let's take off quickly. Deng Lianhu waved his hand and led Chen Mo and the others into the business class. The plane quickly ascended, beginning a flight journey of 10 hours and 35 minutes. Glen Island is a great place. The climate is much better than that of the southern island, truly a vacation paradise. You guys don't need to be nervous. Once we land, take a good rest. Deng Lianhu reclined the sofa and began to close his eyes and relax. Especially you two kids from the mainland, that Area C is one of the few without sea beasts, so enjoy it. Anyway, there are still 9 days until the competition starts. I'm bringing you here so early just to have some fun. And that Yang Zhuo, look at you, always acting like a wooden person. Once we arrive, let that kid Gu Feng take you around. As a rich young master, he probably knows how to have a good time. Gu Feng's face darkened. He had been practicing martial arts at home every day and had no time to go out and play. That being said, Director Gung wasn't wrong. After all, there's still some time before the competition starts, so we might as well enjoy ourselves. All expenses are on me, so go ahead and have fun. When it comes to money, Gu Feng is never stingy, directly covering the costs of Chen Mo and the others' entertainment for these days. At the moment the plane passed through the clouds, a few barely noticeable black dots appeared near the distant sun. What are those things? Chen Mo squinted, trying to get a better look at the small black dots. That's the territory of the celestial race. Anything above 800 kilometers is a no-fly zone. The celestial race is responsible for suppressing threats from the sky. Otherwise, why do you think ferries can't pass, but flights can still operate? Gung Lianhu opened one eye and looked towards the distant territory of the celestial race. I can only say that having neighbors like this has its pros and cons. At least the pressure on the human race has been significantly reduced. Director Gung, how many races do we have to face now? Chen Mo was a bit confused. The only ones he knew about were the abyss and the sea beasts, plus the ice caverns in the north. Currently, the most serious threats are the abyss and the sea beasts. The others don't pose much of a threat. Gung Lianhu closed his eyes again, shifting to a more comfortable position. You don't need to know too much. Once you reach the master realm, you'll know what you need to know. Sometimes knowing too much can be a burden. After saying this, Gung Lianhu began to snore. Chen Mo didn't continue to ask. All he could do was get stronger as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed to have the strength of a master to qualify for knowing those hidden truths. As the saying goes, a blink of an eye can pass a day. When Chen Mo opened his eyes again, he only saw 4 big butts facing him. What are you doing? Rubbing his sore shoulders from sleeping, Chen Mo got up and walked over to Gu Feng, giving his butt a hard slap. This feeling. Chen Mo looked at his palm, feeling that something was off. Next time, be gentler, it hurts me too. Ma Wanglin looked at Chen Mo with a speechless expression. He really didn't treat himself like a girl at all. Just came up and slapped his butt. Chen Mo rubbed his eyes and then realized he had slapped the wrong person. Ahem, sorry. Luckily, he slapped Ma Wanglin. If it had been He Miao, it could have resulted in a shattered pelvis. What are you looking at? Finding a window that was unoccupied, Chen Mo leaned over to take a look. The plane was now preparing to land, and the blue sea outside sparkled like jelly. One small island after another was closely arranged, with their target being the largest one, Grand Island. This place is nice. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Last time he was on South Island, he had no time to appreciate the scenery, but this time he could finally enjoy a true island getaway. This place can be considered a paradise on Earth, the safest place on the entire blue star. Gung Lianhu had also woken up, patting his back like a real old man. It's not that safe. The abyss rift here hasn't stirred for nearly 60 years, and this paradise has only been called that for the last 60 years. Then can I go? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Would the abyss rift in such a place have unique local characteristics? But before he could finish his sentence, Gung Lianhu pinched his mouth shut. You better behave and enjoy your vacation outside. When the time comes, just go compete, and don't think about causing trouble. Every time you go to an abyss rift, something bad happens. South Island almost blew up, Kunlun Mountain encountered an adult abyss mother tree, and Mountain City attracted a whole bunch of abyss demons. Now the abyss churches in the southwest and southeast regard you as a thorn in their side. You better behave. If it weren't for your good luck, I reckon you'd have been reduced to nothing by now. If you want to fight, I can spar with you. Chen Mo glanced at Gung Lianhu's basic stats and immediately nodded obediently. With that old man's explosive stats, even a light pinch would break his defense, let alone sparring. Moreover, Gung Lianhu didn't seem like the type to hold back. Amidst the noise of Chen Mo and the others, the plane landed smoothly at Grand Island Airport. Grab your weapons and follow me. The World Youth Martial Arts Tournament is the highest-level martial arts competition in Blue Star, eagerly anticipated by both martial artists and ordinary people worldwide. This led to an explosive flow of people at Grand Airport, but fortunately, Chen Mo and his group could access the competition registration area through a special passage. As for the accompanying personnel, they were arranged at a local hotel and had to exit through the regular exit. At this moment, the competition registration area was not very crowded. The only real participating team was the Great Xiao representative team. Why are there so few people? Did we arrive too early? Chen Mo looked around. The registration area was noticeably quiet, with only a dozen staff members busy at work. These staff members, how to put it, looked like standard tropical islanders, completely different from the residents of the southern islands. Not at all. In fact, the Great Xiao representative team is one of the last to arrive. The receptionist smiled broadly as she collected the information from Chen Mo and his group. Most teams actually arrive a month in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment and enjoy the blue skies and ocean. Chen Mo and the others turned to look at Gung Lianhu, who snorted defiantly. Too many things to do, forgot. Excuse me, are you 5 the participants in this competition? After collecting the information, the staff member looked a bit puzzled at the group behind them. What do you mean? Chen Mo was taken aback. Wasn't the competition quota just 5 people? What I mean is, where's the vice captain of the Great Xiao representative team? The staff member also had a face full of question marks. Normally, a team consists of a main team plus a vice captain. If there were losses in the main team, the vice captain would take the field. But it seemed that the Great Xiao representative team only had a main team? Vice captain? Chen Mo and the others looked at Gung Lianhu again, who still had that defiant look. Not many people have the time to participate, you few are enough. It was hard to tell if Gung Lianhu had too much confidence in them or if the old man was just unreliable. They really seemed to have no vice captain or substitute players. Stop with the nonsense, hurry up and register. I've been on a plane for over 10 hours, and I need to rest. Gung Lianhu had already put on his large sunglasses, clearly planning to start his island vacation. Alright, I understand. The staff member didn't dare to ask more. This was the Great Xiao representative team, and that seemingly frail old man was probably the leading master. It's worth noting that not every country on Blue Star has a master. 60% of the masters are concentrated in Great Xia, while the rest of the countries combined account for only 40%. Moreover, the combat power of Great Xia's masters is the strongest among all masters in the world. One master can be worth 2. Although Gran Island is a vacation destination and a host, they wouldn't dare offend a master from Great Xia. Mainly because Great Xia's masters generally have a very domineering style, they would dare to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. It was like a light troop transport vehicle from the two Guang regions. As soon as the door opened, a knife came out before anyone was seen. Under the oppressive influence of Gung Lianhu, the staff member could only complete the registration without a deputy for the Great Xiao representative team. Thank you for your hard work. May I ask if you will be staying at the hotel arranged by the event organizers or choosing one on your own? The staff member handed over the contestant numbers and identity cards, respectfully inquiring. Thank you, but we won't need the hotel. This time it was Gu Feng who spoke. He had already booked the most expensive resort hotel in the Gran Islands. Converted to Great Xia's currency, it was about 350,000 a night. 3 double-bedroom villas would cost 1,500,000 for a single night's stay, a sum only someone like Gu Feng, who was indifferent to money, could afford. Upon seeing the price, Ma Wanglin couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn those wealthy people. You little rascal, you thought of bringing me along." Gung Lianhu patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. If you all are staying outside the event's hotel, please arrive at the venue by 8 o'clock on the morning of the 25th. The staff member handed Gung Lianhu a flowchart of the entire event and, after a brief reminder, stood aside and fell silent. The hotel Gu Feng booked was located on the main island, that is, the main island of Gran. It would take about 20 minutes to reach this resort hotel with a private beach. After securing their weapons, Chen Mo and the others appeared on the beach in the outfits they had worn in the mountain city. I say, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be in these clothes here? Gu Feng glanced at the trench coats and thin-down jackets they were wearing, then looked at the coolly dressed girls on the beach, and with a long face, asked, "It is indeed inappropriate. It's a bit hot." Chen Mo tugged at his collar. Gran Island was at least 35 degrees now, and their outfits were more suited for the mountain city's temperature. What's up? Didn't I say yesterday to prepare a bit? Didn't you bring any vacation clothes? Just as Chen Mo and the others were about to buy a couple of suitable outfits, Gung Lianhu, wearing sunglasses and loud floral shorts, walked out. The expressions of Chen Mo and the others changed. Was this really the most formidable master from the Great Xiao Master Academy? Why did he look like a lecherous old man? TSK, what a pity. I'm off to enjoy this wonderful scenery. Gung Lianhu had completely let himself go since arriving at Gran Island, revealing his true nature. Old lecher. Those who could stay at the Rosalia Resort Hotel were either rich or noble, and a large portion were from martial artist families. Whether it was the girls from martial artist families or those from wealthy households, their figures and skin were quite impressive. With fair skin, ample bosoms, and excluding the female martial artists, they were mostly flat. Long legs that seemed to stretch for miles, combined with uniquely stunning faces, made the entire private beach comparable to a Victoria's Secret casting call. Curvy and slender, fair, brown, black, and pink, Gu Feng felt his heart racing. Gung Lianhu, this old lecher, casually found a beach chair and lay down, claiming he was admiring the beauty. Of course, there were also men on the beach, but they were all filtered out of Gung Lianhu's view. Let's go, let's hurry and buy some clothes. I don't want to be in this outfit in such a nice place. After calling the hotel butler to explain their intentions, the butler naturally drove Chen Mo and the others to the largest shopping center on Gran Island. I will wait for you here. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. The hotel butler parked the car in the lot, opened the door, and said to Chen Mo and the others, "Thank you for your hard work. Gu Feng was generous, pulling out a few large denomination bills from his pocket and stuffing them into the butler's hand. Consider it a tip. Compared to the vacation atmosphere of the Rosalia Resort, the Grandview shopping mall is relatively noisy. This is a world-famous duty-free city, where many purchasing agents from other countries come to shop and make a profit. Indeed, even as the world has changed, the profession of purchasing agents still exists. Or rather, purchasing agents are doing even better now. In Chen Mo's previous life, purchasing agents only dealt with luxury goods, but now most of them are sourcing various resources. Especially in the Great Xia, all kinds of elixirs are treasures that smaller countries cannot access. An elixir worth millions can be resold for double the price. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of such opportunities? The Great Xia has strict controls over elixirs, and the only way those purchasing agents can transport them out is through human smuggling. Where they hide them goes without saying. Female purchasing agents often manage to smuggle out more elixirs than their male counterparts, as they have an extra place to hide them. In any case, it gives Chen Mo the impression that they are akin to drug traffickers from his previous life. Go ahead and buy, today all expenses are on me. Gu Feng, who had been low-key during the battle, finally perked up. When it comes to financial power, Chen Mo and the others combined don't have as much as he does alone. TSK, the wicked rich. Ma Wanlin shot a glance at Gu Feng. This fool finally found his moment to shine. Although Chen Mo and the others have considerable assets, if converted to cash, they are wealthy individuals, but those things are reserved for body refinement. Who would be foolish enough to sell these priceless treasures? Old Ma, you don't have to look at me like that. Even if I have money, I'm not some spoiled rich kid. Gu Feng noticed Ma Wanglin's gaze. They had a good relationship, but she always called him a wicked rich person. Why does it feel so good? Old Ma? Ma Wanglin's eyes widened. Gu Feng actually called her old Ma? Yes, she, Ma Wanglin, does have a tomboyish image, but she is still a girl, right? Don't worry so much. Come on, let's go shopping. Gu Feng put his arms around Chen Mo and Yang Zua, and the three walked side by side into the mall. Ma Wanlin's mouth twitched. She now had an impulse to beat Gu Feng to death. Let's go, old Ma. He Miao's little face turned red from suppressing her laughter as she repeated Gu Feng's address to Ma Wanglin. You can't call me that. Ma Wanlin pinched He Miao's little face and rubbed it hard a couple of times. Then how should I call you? He Miao rubbed her slightly sore face. She actually didn't know how to address Ma Wanlin. She usually called her sister, but she couldn't do that in public, right? Just call me by my full name, or Ma Jia will do. Ma Wanlin sighed. How did her missing parents come up with such a name? Yes, her dad's surname is Ma, and her mom's surname is Wang. They got romantic, but did they ever consider their child's feelings? Okay, Ma Jia. He Miao obediently took Ma Wanlin's hand. The two quickly caught up with Chen Mo and the others, starting their own big sweep. Open the door and take a look. What's there to be shy about? Chen Mo and Gu Feng stood outside the fitting room, their faces full of anticipation. The three men had already finished buying their swimsuits and regular clothes, taking a total of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. They had completed their purchases and checked out before Ma Wanglin and He Miao found them. Generally speaking, martial artists have good physiques, and any clothes they wear won't look bad. Not to mention that the three of them are rugged men. As long as the clothes fit, they are good to go, so they bought quickly. But Ma Wanlin and He Miao were different. Even though Ma Wanlin is a martial artist, she is also a girl and is much more particular about clothes. As for now, the two precious girls in the team are trying on their swimsuits. This is also the reason why Chen Mo and Gu Feng are waiting in front of the fitting room. No, you mustn't laugh at us. He Miao's voice trembles a bit. She is different from Ma Wanlin, who is always confident and doesn't care much. He Miao is the standard little girl, still feeling shy, especially when showing her figure in front of three boys of the same age. Bang! The door of the fitting room on the other side swings open, and Ma Wanlin steps out in a sporty swimsuit. How is it? Is it okay? Chen Mo and Gu Feng glance at Ma Wanlin, then continue to anticipate He Miao's swimsuit. What do you two mean? Ma Wanlin grabs Chen Mo by the collar. Is her swimsuit really that unappealing? It's good, it's good. Chen Mo nods perfunctorily. Ma Wanglin's swimsuit really isn't that eye-catching. With a flat front and back, the only appealing features are her tan skin and long legs. The rest, to be honest, is less interesting than looking at men. Say, is my figure that bad? Releasing Chen Mo, Ma Wanglin grabs Gu Feng by the collar. Not bad, very good, very good. Gu Feng silently averts his gaze, looking forward to He Miao's appearance. Ma Wanlin falls completely silent, releasing Gu Feng's collar and returning to the fitting room. Is this swimsuit too revealing? He Miao, her little face flushed, pushes open the fitting room door, only showing her face. But Chen Mo and Gu Feng still catch a glimpse of her swimsuit through the gap, and then the two fall completely silent. You two take your time trying on, we'll wait for you over there. Chen Mo and Gu Feng sigh simultaneously, sitting down in the store's resting area, feeling quite disappointed. A question mark pops up in Himiao's little head as she looks down at her outfit, thinking it seems fine. You know, why doesn't our team have a more eye-catching girl? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Gu Feng falls into thought. Ma Wanlin is a sporty girl with a tomboyish vibe, flat front and back, not much to see. Himiao has a completely childlike figure. Looking at her too much would make others suspect they were into something inappropriate. Can't we have a big sister with an explosive figure to look at? I'm not ugly either. I'm young, wealthy, and strong. Gu Feng touches his angular chin, feeling a bit lost in life. Who says otherwise? Chen Mo and Gu Feng sit in the resting area, sighing as they watch various beauties pass by. Haven't those two finished shopping yet? Just as Chen Mo and Gu Feng are admiring the passing long legs, Yang Zhuo walks over holding a skewer of grilled meat over a meter long. What? Is that in your hand? Chen Mo glances at the thing in Yang Zhuo's hand, which looks like grilled intestines, and voices his confusion. Ah, I saw someone from the mountain city selling grilled intestines over there, so I bought one. Yang Zhuo's expression is blank, a complete cold-faced handsome guy. It's just a bit pricey. For this price, I could eat my fill of fatty intestines in the mountain city. But it tastes really good, spicy and numbing, just like what I had in the mountain city. Holding his oversized grilled intestines, Yang Zhuo sits down next to Chen Mo and Gu Feng. Chen Mo feels that this combination is a bit strange. A rich second generation, a handsome foreign guy holding grilled intestines, and him, plus the flat-chested sporty girl and the legal loli trying on swimsuits inside. Is this really the representative team of Daxia for this World Youth Championship? It's fortunate that no one knows they are the Great Xia representative team yet. If others found out, it would likely be difficult to evaluate. His nickname is Beast, while Yang Zhuo's nickname is Cologne Hero. The items at the Grandview Marketplace are not cheap, which can be attributed to the already high prices on Gran Island and its reputation as a vacation destination. A swimsuit plus 2 sets of regular clothes cost nearly 30,000, and Ma Wanlin was almost suffocated by the pain of spending that much. What's there to be upset about? 30,000 can't even buy the leftover dregs of the 6th level body refining pills you usually eat, Gu Feng said, somewhat puzzled. Their daily resource consumption exceeds 1 million. Why would they be so distressed over 30,000 for 3 sets of clothes? The wicked rich will never understand. Chen Mo and Ma Wanlin shook their heads in unison. How could the rich guy understand the pain of the poor brothers? Let's go. I still want to go back to the beach to see the big sister. Gu Feng had already changed into island attire, almost as if he was wearing a sign that said, I'm a tourist, come and take advantage of me. But just as Chen Mo and the others stepped out of the store, a light, teasing whistle sounded from behind them. Chen Mo frowned and turned to look. He saw a South Asian man with curly brown hair, looking like a teddy bear, whistling at Ma Wanlin. He's dead meat, Chen Mo thought, knowing that Ma Wanglin's temper was among the most volatile in their group, and she wouldn't let this slide. There really are such fools these days. Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ma Wanlin was already in a bad mood from earlier, and this was a perfect opportunity to vent her frustration. Besides, anyone who could spend money in a place like this must be either rich or noble. What kind of idiot would dare to do this? It could also be that he was spoiled at home, a fool who couldn't behave in his own country. You're very beautiful. Would you be interested in being my companion? The South Asian man didn't notice the murderous aura emanating from Ma Wanlin. He just thought her figure and looks matched his aesthetic. Ma Wanlin didn't respond but turned to look at Chen Mo. After all, she was a girl and hoped to be protected. Although there weren't many who could protect her, wasn't there just a few around her? Let me handle this. Chen Mo scratched his head, wondering how buying clothes could lead to such a situation. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Ma Wanlin. Be careful, don't kill him. Gu Feng shook his head. Killing someone in public would be quite troublesome and wouldn't reflect well on Great Xia's image. Hello, is this your companion? The South Asian man smiled and approached, extending his hand, seemingly wanting to shake hands with Chen Mo. She's your mother. Chen Mo had no intention of giving him any face, grabbing the man's curly hair. Damn it, can't you keep your mouth shut? Can't you see they're with us? Saying this, Chen Mo pulled Ma Wanlin closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Ma Wanlin's flat chest pressed against Chen Mo, and her tan skin visibly reddened. It was the first time she had been so close to a man. You. The South Asian man's face turned a bit ugly as he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Chen Mo. The strongest guardian warrior in his family had a similar aura to this young man, but that guardian was a 7th level warrior. Could it be that this young man was also a 7th level warrior? In their country, a 7th level warrior held an extremely high status, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they wielded the power of life and death over ordinary people. Even if he were a royal descendant, he would be no different from an ordinary person in front of a 7th-level warrior. Chen Mo was completely unaware of all this. He spent every day among masters and didn't feel particularly strong. Little did he know that his strength could be revered like an ancestor in any small country. Seeing the South Asian man silent and glaring at him, the aura emanating from Chen Mo grew increasingly dangerous. "You've got quite a hard mouth. It seems you're asking for punishment instead of a toast." Before the South Asian man could react, Chen Mo forcefully pulled out a clump of hair right from the roots. Ah! Just as the South Asian man was about to scream, Chen Mo stuffed his big slipper into his mouth. The surrounding guests stepped back at this scene. They didn't want to attract such trouble. The two bodyguards beside the South Asian man were also frozen in place. As mere third-tier warriors, they were no different from chicks in front of Chen Mo. "Let me teach you a lesson. Be more careful when you're out. If you make any sound after I pull this slipper out, I'll pull your tongue out directly. Got it?" Chen Mo leaned down, regardless of whether the South Asian man could understand, and pulled the slipper out. "Better buy a new pair, this one is unusable." Gu Feng frowned and tossed the saliva-soaked flip-flop aside. The staff, quick to notice, brought over a new pair of shoes and respectfully helped Chen Mo put them on. "Trash!" Throwing the clump of hair on the ground, Chen Mo wrapped his arm around Ma Wanglin and turned to leave. Ma Wanglin remained silent the entire time, being led away by Chen Mo from the Grandview shopping mall. "Have you had enough of the hug?" Standing at the entrance of the Grandview shopping mall, Chen Mo released his hold and looked down at Ma Wanglin. It wasn't that he had been holding her, rather, she had been hugging his waist the whole time. Luckily, he was strong. With the strength Ma Wanglin had, she could crush a steel pipe. Cough. It was only then that Ma Wanglin realized what she was doing and awkwardly cleared her throat, letting go of Chen Mo. "You almost choked me. You really have some strength, big sister." Chen Mo rubbed his flesh. No matter how strong he was, he could still feel pain. The hotel butler stood by the car, not looking up, waiting for them to get in. The blush on Ma Wanglin's face faded instantly, and the somewhat flirtatious atmosphere disappeared without a trace. "Come on, get in the car, let's go back and see the beautiful big sister." Gu Feng completely missed Ma Wanglin's unusual behavior and pulled Chen Mo into the car. If Gu Feng didn't notice, there was no way Chen Mo and Yangzhou would. One was still savoring the sensation of pulling hair, while the other was battling with the now toughened grilled intestines that had cooled down. Ma Wanglin got into the car with mixed feelings, and he now noticed her unusual demeanor. But she said nothing, deciding to ask later when they returned to the hotel. Just as Chen Mo and the others left, three expressionless crewcut youths appeared in the shop. The three youths said nothing and grabbed the South Asian man's collar, lifting him up. "This matter must not be made public. If any information about this leaks to the outside, you know the consequences." The South Asian man nearly wet himself upon seeing the three crewcut youths, immediately realizing who he had provoked. Fortunately, he had only whistled. If he had said something he shouldn't have, it wouldn't be so simple to resolve with just a warning. The Great Xiao was the country with the most masters on the entire blue planet, and small countries like his, which didn't even have a master, were not to be trifled with. I understand." The South Asian man nodded, and the three youths in Zhongshan suits finally released his collar. "Report to the leader, the conflict has been resolved." When they returned to the hotel, it was already evening, and the sunset cast an unusually calm glow over the sea. After dinner, Ma Wanglin and He Miao went back to their villa, while Chen Mo and the others did not continue wandering outside. As for that old man Gun Lianhu, Chen Mo and the others had not seen him, probably off having fun somewhere. "Since June, this seems to be the first time I've had a break." Chen Mo lay on his big bed and let out a long sigh. The long-awaited comfort made him a bit unaccustomed. After lying there for a while, he sat up. He had come over so early, he couldn't just lie there for 8 days, could he? Wouldn't that just waste him away? How about a bath to try? Chen Mo glanced at the bathtub in the bedroom, planning to try the energy liquid bath he had been looking forward to for so long. He closed the door and sealed the drain. With a thought, the purple-black energy liquid instantly filled the bathtub. "So this is the color when it cools down?" Chen Mo took a deep breath, stripped off his clothes, and submerged his body in the energy liquid. Almost the moment his body touched the energy liquid, an indescribable tingling, pain, and numbness enveloped him. It felt like thousands of ants gnawing at his heart, and Chen Mo instinctively activated his perfect steel skin. He knew that once he activated the ghost armor, his body would be isolated from the energy liquid, which would prevent him from achieving the desired effect. After enduring the first wave of pain akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his heart, Chen Mo could clearly feel that his muscles seemed to be automatically tempering themselves. Moreover, the speed of tempering was not slower than when he ingested the energy liquid. In fact, it was even faster. Wait a minute, if the energy liquid bath can temper my muscles, what about my steel marrow? Chen Mo's mind momentarily couldn't keep up. If the effects of the energy liquid were absorbed by the muscles, wouldn't that mean the steel marrow would be useless? Perhaps the effects of the energy liquid bath were just too good, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with the exhilarating feeling of rapid tempering. The progress of his muscle tempering increased at a rate of 0.005% per second, and in less than 4 minutes, it could increase by 1%. At this rate, completing 75% of the task would only take a little over an hour. However, as the progress of muscle tempering increased, the amount of energy liquid consumed also grew. The energy liquid in the bathtub began to visibly decrease, and Chen Mo's originally bright red muscles started to turn a purplish red. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware of this. He was staring blankly at the system panel displaying unclaimed rewards. When did this become a reward? Chen Mo scratched his head, unable to remember completing any tasks. Note, this is a challenge task reward. The system has repeatedly reminded the host of task completion, but the host has not responded. It was only then that Chen Mo remembered the task that was released after 48 hours. The previous battle had been so intense that he had completely forgotten about it. Clicking on the unclaimed rewards, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Hero skill selection ×1, steel heart buff ×1, these two rewards were exactly what Chen Mo needed, almost equally important. The steel heart could significantly increase the speed at which Chen Mo could stack steel, and the hero skill selection was extremely crucial. So far, Chen Mo still had 2 steel heart buffs left, with no opportunity to use them yet. As for the hero skill selection, Chen Mo already had an idea in mind. That one shot of breathtaking had at least killed hundreds of thousands of abyss beasts. At that time, he thought it would be great to have the passive of Thresh and the passive of Belvath. Now, he could choose one of those 2 passives. The order didn't really matter. Anyway, after completing the new challenge task, he could get another hero skill selection. Chen Mo's current attributes have a hint of a hexagonal warrior's meaning, but he is not very satisfied with his defense. Those upper-tier warriors have defenses exceeding 1,000,000, while he can only barely reach 1,000,000 by activating ghost armor and perfect steel skin. It's still too low. System, I remember that Thresh's passive can collect souls to infinitely increase defense and spell power. My attribute panel doesn't even have spell power. Please rest assured, spell power will be equally converted into attack power. Then that's settled. Chen Mo had no more doubts and directly used the hero skill selection. I choose Hell's Curse. Skill exchange successful. Would you like to equip it immediately? Passive skill slots are full. Please choose to replace any passive skill. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo replaced Rage of the Berserker with Hell's Curse. Hell's Curse. You can harvest the souls of enemies that die around you, providing you with defense and attack power. Each soul provides 1 point of defense and 0.5 points of attack power, stacking infinitely. No twists or limitations, just pure stacking pleasure. Pure numbers, pure joy. This passive, Hell's Curse, made Chen Mo rediscover the happiness he felt when he first started stacking steel. Looking at this skill that represented numbers, Chen Mo finally sighed. Sigh. How he wished he had this skill when he was flying into the Abyssal Demon, otherwise, his current numbers wouldn't be so low. At this moment, Chen Mo had completely forgotten that he was just a 6th level warrior, especially since everyone around him was either a genius or a master. Every time Chen Mo saw the master's numbers, he felt an immense envy. Congratulations, host. Muscle tempering progress has reached 75%. Side quest 2 completed. Random warrior hero template has been issued, please check it. Side quest 3 opened, increase muscle tempering progress to 100% to advance to perfect steel body and transcend to the king of no leaks body. Upon completion, rewards include storage space expansion card ×1, unlimited materialization card ×1. Wait a minute. At the moment the system announcement sounded, Chen Mo realized that something seemed off. Looking down, he saw that the bathtub full of energy liquid was now completely empty, with only a drop or 2 left at the bottom. Chen Mo felt a mix of laughter and tears. He didn't know if he had gained or lost in this situation. The energy liquid was indeed very precious, but it wasn't something extremely rare. However, the hero template was different. If luck was on his side, it could be used as an invincibility card. Moreover, this energy liquid wasn't used for free. Chen Mo's attack and defense had significantly increased. Health, 10,065,400, attack, 613,305, defense, 703,059, health recovery, 20,000 per second. Looking at his current stats, Chen Mo finally understood why senior brother Zhu Long's numbers were so absurdly high. The values provided by muscle tempering only become more exaggerated as the tempering progress increases. Chen Mo was only at 75% progress, and his increase had already reached 6 digits. If he reached 100%, or truly became a perfect steel body, how exaggerated would his numbers be then? Could a 6th level warrior really tear apart 10 warriors? It was quite possible. Chen Mo recalled how Zhu Long had killed the 10th level abyssal warrior, even having the strength to fight against an 11th level abyssal warrior. It still requires sufficiently high numbers. Stepping out of the bathtub, Chen Mo picked up a bathrobe and draped it over himself. Buzz! A wave of invisible fluctuations erupted above Chen Mo's building, followed by a burst of wild laughter from Gu Feng. Ha ha ha! Is this Gran Island really the legendary paradise? The energy density is so high, I've advanced to an 8th level warrior. Soon after, a similar wave came from next door to Chen Mo, but apart from that, there was no other commotion. Is the effect of the dissipating energy particles really this good? Chen Mo glanced at the energy liquid rapidly dissipating in the bathtub. Its effect was astonishingly impressive. The consumption for refining muscles is too great, but the results are quite evident. Chen Mo began to understand why Zhu Long's cultivation had stagnated, even showing signs of regression. He had used a full 500 kilograms of energy liquid to refine his muscles to 75%, while Zhu Long relied solely on his own vitality to continuously refine his muscles. Damn, what a fierce man. Come, Chen Mo, let's fight to the death. I want to see just how strong you really are. Gu Feng, in a fit of madness, kicked open Chen Mo's door and charged in. Chen Mo said nothing, merely looking at Gu Feng with a pair of deadfish eyes. Gu Feng calmed down upon seeing Chen Mo's chiseled muscles, awkwardly chuckling as he attempted to fix the door he had kicked off. For some reason, Gu Feng felt that even if he broke through to the 8th level, he still wouldn't be a match for Chen Mo. Want to leave? Chen Mo suddenly appeared beside Gu Feng, wearing a dangerous smile. Do you believe me if I say I was overwhelmed by my own vitality? Gu Feng forced a smile, but it looked bitter no matter how you viewed it. He was doomed, and he had confirmed one thing. It seemed he could only compare himself to Chen Mo after breaking through to the upper 4 levels of warriors. Of course I believe you, you're my dear teammate. Chen Mo squeezed Gu Feng's shoulder, and the two of them appeared on a private beach. Let me explain. Before Gu Feng could finish, he was plunged headfirst into the sand, leaving only his feet sticking out. I'm helping you calm down. Also, this is called burying the ancestors upright. The descendants will surely prosper. Good night. Of course, this level of treatment wouldn't hurt Gu Feng. Plunging him into the sand was merely a playful act between the two. While Chen Mo and the others were fooling around, several new Americans with various appearances were sitting in other villas at the Rosalia Hotel. Professor, the team sent by the Great Xia has quite a reputation. The gray-haired youth at the forefront swirled his drink and downed the strong liquor in one gulp. It's a pity they're just a bunch of 18-year-old kids, just right to be our stepping stones. Don't underestimate any opponent. The old man referred to as the professor lifted his eyelids, his gaze exceptionally sharp. Those kids have formidable combat power. Some of the things they've done are things even you can't accomplish. If you underestimate them, your fate will be dire. Especially that Chen Mo. He is clearly the ace of this Great Xia representative team. How could that be? Shouldn't it be that Tianrun clan member? The gray-haired youth was momentarily stunned, asking in disbelief. The professor shot a glance at the gray-haired youth but ignored him. If it weren't for Lawrence's superior adaptability to energy armor, he would never have chosen this fool to fight. Saying he had no brains would be flattering. He was practically a caveman. You all need to remember, this is the best opportunity for New America's energy armor to make its debut. Let the whole world see that it's not just those chaotic and nonsensical martial artists who can resist the abyss. Technology is also one of the means to fend off the abyss. Although the representative team sent by the Great Xia this time is not their strongest, being able to defeat them, the reigning champions, will still allow New America's energy armor to shine. I allow you to unleash 100% of the armor's output power, even if it means going into overload, so be it. You must secure this championship, is that understood? Of course, we understand. New America's investment is in place, and we certainly won't let them down. Lawrence crossed his legs and poured himself another glass of Highland Night. Right, Professor Chu Tianliao?